Chapter 1. Otherworldly Traveler. The Great Qing Empire, Shun City Prefecture. On the edge of a muddy tidal flat, near the estuary of a great river, a figure covered in muck slowly rose to his feet. Where am I? With a foggy mind, Zhang Jin gazed at the desolate coastline, momentarily bewildered. He had traveled from the imperial capital to the magic city for work, taking a boat from Tianjin to Shanghai, since he had never sailed before. However, he never anticipated that a violent storm would strike just as they approached the shore. And upon awakening, he found himself in this predicament. He quickly patted down his clothes and retrieved his Mate 60 Pro from his pocket. The screen lit up, and Zhang Jin let out a sigh of relief. This was a precious item he had just purchased for several thousand. If it were damaged, he would have been utterly despondent. To his astonishment, all the information on his phone had vanished. Time, signal bars, contacts, everything was gone, leaving only 3 solitary icons. World War II Weapon Gallery, Cloning Gene Gallery, Territorial Industry Gallery. He recognized the first one. As an avid enthusiast of World War II military history, he had meticulously curated the information and resources contained within. However, he had no recollection of ever collecting the second or third icons. As he was not a biologist, what use would he have for such things? Nevertheless, he could not dwell on this for long. The dampness clinging to his body was intolerable. He hurried to a nearby short tree, stripped off his drenched clothes, and hung them on a branch. Fortunately, it was midday and the sun blazed overhead, so he did not feel too cold. Once settled under the tree, Zhang Jin reopened his phone. No matter how he fiddled with it, only the 3 icons remained. He casually tapped on the industrial gallery, clicking several times, but the icon remained unresponsive. He then pressed the World War II gallery, and the screen transformed instantly, displaying a series of miniature weapon images. STG-44 Rifle Suomi Submachine Gun, M1 Carbine Car9 8K Rifle 81mm JAR W34 Mortar. Suddenly, a pop-up window sprang onto the screen. M1 Carbine, 1 confirm. Cancel. Zhang Jin was momentarily taken aback. He had inadvertently clicked on one of the images upon arrival. What was happening? When did his encyclopedia become a game? Had it mutated? Or a surge of anxiety gripped Zhang Jin as he surveyed the boundless wilderness around him. It struck him as odd. How could a city like Shanghai, where every inch is precious, have such a vast expanse of wasteland? Had he truly traversed worlds? The thought that flitted through his mind startled him. It was quickly replaced by a burgeoning excitement. It was inevitable. The myriad of time travel novels had thoroughly captivated his imagination, constantly fantasizing about traversing to another world or altering fate. After all, why would he have amassed such extensive military resources and downloaded cultivation techniques if he had not dreamed of one day transforming his daydreams into reality? As for whether he had genuinely crossed over, Zhang Jin focused on the pop-up window and decisively pressed the confirm button. Bang! As he fixated on the screen, a faint sound echoed nearby, as if something had dropped to the ground. Zhang Jin quickly lifted his head. Before him, not far away, a military green long box materialized on the ground. His mind buzzed, overwhelmed by a mix of confusion and a hint of panic. After all, wishes are just wishes. When they manifest, an ordinary person can hardly accept it all at once. Suppressing his unease, Zhang Jin hurried over to the box, pried open the wooden lid, and a brand new M1 carbine came into view, accompanied by 3 magazines. He eagerly pulled the gun out, admiring it in awe. This was the first firearm he had ever held, and the exhilaration was palpable. The M1 carbine, weighing merely 2.5 kilograms and capable of holding 15 rounds, was the lightest and most ammunition-capable rifle of World War II. Its only drawback being a range of only 200 meters, packing slightly more punch than a pistol or submachine gun. With a real gun in hand, Zhang Jin felt an irresistible urge and swiftly loaded a magazine into the chamber, mimicking a video he had seen on Douyin, and forcefully pulled back the charging handle. He rested the stock against his shoulder, pressed his cheek into the stock, and aligned his right eye with the sights, aiming at a distant tree. Bang, he squeezed the trigger, and the rifle jolted slightly as a bullet veered off course. What the hell? Watching the bullet fly off into the unknown, Zhang Jin's face flushed red, but he gritted his teeth, resolutely determined. Damn it. He refused to believe he could miss. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the tidal flat erupted with gunfire, startling countless birds into flight. Time passed, and, as the last magazine was emptied, Zhang Jin gazed at the tree, now riddled with bullet holes, a satisfied smile gracing his face. After a bout of catharsis, Zhang Jin began to calm down and quickly pulled out his phone, tapping on the M1 carbine image. A pop-up window immediately appeared, and Zhang Jin's gaze shifted to the three small black dots at the top right of the window, which he had noticed earlier. He extended his thumb to tap one, and another window materialized. M16 tracer round, M27 tracer round, M06 blank round. These are the bullets compatible with the M1 carbine. Zhang Jin tapped a few times and quickly grasped the mechanics. 100 indicated 100 rounds, and 15 represented a fully loaded magazine, with quantities only adjustable in increments of 100 or 15. Exiting the gallery's purchase page, Zhang Jin surveyed the screen for any further discrepancies, ultimately fixing his gaze on the battery indicator in the top right corner. His expression changed abruptly upon seeing that it was down to 1. What was going on? He distinctly remembered boarding the ship with a full charge. How could it have dwindled to such a level? Zhang Jin felt a wave of panic. He was in an unknown place, with no idea where to find charger. His thoughts spiraled into a headache, and he decided it was best not to dwell on it any longer. Surely, a path would reveal itself when the time came. After all, one cannot perish from a mere urge to relieve oneself. Gurgle Zhang Jin patted his empty stomach and reopened the gallery. He recalled having collected quite a bit of World War II rations and medical supplies during his research, and wondered if they still existed. He promptly scrolled to the bottom of the gallery's progress bar and was greeted with the icons he sought, a grin spreading across his face. Spam luncheon meat and various individual rations. He even spotted icons for cola and beer. Zhang Jin quickly tapped on the spam luncheon meat icon, and a pop-up appeared, revealing that the minimum extraction quantity was 1 box, with 1 box containing 100 cans. Zhang Jin immediately felt a headache coming on. Where would he store 100 cans if he extracted them? Surely, he couldn't just discard them. He then clicked on other food icons, only to find that all minimum quantities were calculated by the box. Chapter 2, Year 23 of the Light Rain. Zhang Jin gently touched his growling stomach and, after a moment of hesitation, decided to indulge himself. After all, it wouldn't cost him anything, and he certainly couldn't allow himself to go hungry. Once satiated, he retrieved a magazine from his phone and loaded it into his carbine, donning his freshly dried short-sleeved shirt and loose shorts, followed by a sun-protective outfit. He then made his way toward the small grove in the west, having caught a glimpse of curling smoke rising from that direction while surveying the surroundings. Navigating through a vast expanse of desolate woods, he finally stumbled upon a winding dirt path, which filled him with excitement. A path indicated the presence of inhabitants, and the smoke he had observed earlier must have originated from a nearby household or village. His steps became lighter as he approached the smoke, but his exhilaration quickly turned to gravity. The smoke was not that of a cooking fire, but rather the billowing black smoke from a raging inferno. Just as confusion clouded his mind, a cry for help suddenly pierced the air from within the grove, unmistakably the voice of a young woman. Zhang Jin quickened his pace, the woman's pleas growing clearer. "Woo, let me go. Woo, please don't woo-woo. I beg you to spare me, woo-woo." Then a brazen laugh echoed. "Little beauty, go ahead and scream. The more you scream, the more excited I become. Come here, brothers. Today we shall teach this little beauty what it means to experience the 5 dragons exploring the cave. Ha ha." Smack the raucous laughter morphed into irritation. "Why did you hit me, big brother?" A deeper, more rugged voice boomed. "What of it? Did you not see Mr. Morita is here? When did this broth become available for you little scoundrels? Listen well, hold this filthy wench's limbs tight. Do not let her harm Mr. Morita. Mr. Morita, please proceed. Yoshi, Wang Jun, you are a great benefactor. We shall cooperate often in the future." Upon hearing the presence of Japanese soldiers, a surge of anger welled up within Zhang Jin. He hurriedly approached the grove, rounding a bend to find a thatched cottage engulfed in flames. In the clearing before the cottage, men clad in black coats were pinning a struggling woman to the ground. Directly opposite Zhang Jin stood two men with their backs to him, one tall and one short. The shorter man, clearly a Japanese soldier, donned a gray samurai outfit and was advancing toward the woman on the ground. Witnessing such a scene, Zhang Jin could no longer contain himself and raised his weapon, aiming directly at the soldier. Bang! Blood erupted from the soldier's back. Bang bang. Zhang Jin fired two more shots, hitting the soldier squarely from a distance of about 20 meters. At that moment, the remaining men in black coats finally reacted, gasping and attempting to flee. But Zhang Jin would not grant them such an opportunity. He continued to pull the trigger, taking down the last 5 black-coated men. As he surveyed the 6 men lying in pools of blood, a wave of trepidation washed over him. He had acted on impulse, driven by a sudden rush of adrenaline. Fortunately, he had practiced his marksmanship by the sea, and wielding a semi-automatic weapon had spared him from dire consequences. A sorrowful whimper brought Zhang Jin back to reality. He saw the girl sitting on the ground, clutching her legs and sobbing uncontrollably. Her tattered clothing barely concealed her fair skin, prompting him to quickly remove his sun-protective jacket and drape it over her. "Miss, we're your family." The girl, still tightly hugging her legs, wept. My parents were burned to death by them." Zhang Jin cast a glance at the thatched cottage, now nearly reduced to ashes, and sighed heavily, feeling a knot of grief in his chest. He looked down at the fallen soldiers, and his suppressed fury erupted once more. He raised his weapon and fired several more rounds into the lifeless body of the soldier, turning it into a grotesque sight. Only after venting his frustration did he approach the girl and say, "We must leave this place. There may be more soldiers nearby." The girl seemed oblivious to his words, continuing to weep into her legs. Zhang Jin's expression shifted to one of urgency. He was alone and vulnerable, and if reinforcements arrived, even with a gun in hand, his fate would be grim. Torn between the desire to flee and the unwillingness to leave the girl behind, he grimly resolved to pull her up and lead her toward the nearby woods. The girl, taken aback by his sudden action, instinctively cried out in fear, but Zhang Jin, exasperated, barked, "Silence." He dragged her into the woods until they reached a secluded spot, then paused to inquire, "What is your name, and where are we?" The girl, lowering her head, replied despondently, "This is Baoshan County. Not far ahead is the city of Baoshan." Baoshan City. This truly was the heart of the Devil Metropolis. Zhang Jin felt a jolt of realization, examining the desolate surroundings and the girl's distinctly Republican attire. He finally grasped the truth. He had indeed crossed over to another world. In a whirlwind of confusion, he had always fantasized about traversing to another era to achieve great things. But now that it had become a reality, he was utterly panicked. Everything he had known, his family, his girlfriend, all that he once possessed, had vanished without a trace. Overwhelmed, he sank to the ground, his dazed expression catching the girl's attention. After a moment of hesitation, she timidly asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Zhang Jin took a deep breath, waving his hand dismissively as he looked up at her, only to be momentarily captivated by her face. Her delicate features, fair and smooth complexion, and although her eyes were slightly swollen, they did little to conceal her beauty. Rather, they enhanced her charm. Zhang Jin was astonished. Had the beauties of the Republican era become so commonplace? How could it be that rescuing a girl would lead to encountering such stunning beauty? His suddenly fervent gaze caused the girl's complexion to drain of color, and she stumbled back in fright. Realizing her change in demeanor and her retreating steps, Zhang Jin quickly clarified, "If I truly intended to harm you, do you think you could escape?" The girl was left momentarily stunned, clearly understanding his implication, and she squatted down, her face etched with despair. Seeing her on the verge of tears again, Zhang Jin pressed, "What is the current date? I mean, what year is it in the Republic?" The girl paused, her gaze shifting to Zhang Jin as her expression became peculiar. After a moment, she whispered, "It is the 18th day of the 9th month in the 23rd year of Guangdong." The 23rd year of Guangdong? Zhang Jin was instantly bewildered, his mind a chaotic whirl. If he recalled correctly, in his original world, the Great Qing Empire fell in the 5th year of Guangdong. How could this world still be in the 23rd year? Chapter 3. Future plans. Zhang Jin took a deep breath and refrained from pressing further. Instead, he raised his eyes and inquired, "Do you have any other relatives?" The girl shook her head. "I hail from Yunnan province. There has been a famine there for the past 2 years, and we had no choice but to flee south. My parents toiled for 7 or 8 years to establish a foothold, only to find." As she spoke of her sorrow, tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls strung on a broken thread. Zhang Jin could not help but sigh. Regardless of whether it was the Republic or the prosperous state, one word encapsulated the era: chaos. The government was feeble and ineffectual, foreign powers ran rampant, and taxes were as numerous as the stars. Coupled with the local warlords' extortionate practices, the suffering of the common people was beyond description. "What is your name?" he asked. "Green Bamboo." "Green Bamboo. It is perilous for you to be alone. If you are willing, how about you accompany me for the time being?" Zhang Jin suggested after a moment's contemplation. Green Bamboo, not a child anymore, was well aware of the world's dangers. Alone, she would likely be preyed upon within days. After a moment of hesitation, she lowered her head and agreed, "All right." Upon hearing her response, Zhang Jin stood up, intending to leave, but suddenly remembered something and turned back to Green Bamboo. "Wait here for me a moment," he instructed before heading back to the thatched hut. Upon discovering no one there, he hurried toward the fallen bodies, searching them thoroughly until he unearthed a sizable bag filled with silver dollars. One must admit, Zhang Jin was remarkably bold, having shot 6 men without a flicker of fear. He now approached the corpses as if rummaging through his own belongings, showing no sign of trepidation. 1, 2, 27. Zhang Jin counted the silver dollars in the bag, totaling 27. Satisfied, he made his way into the small grove. In the 23rd year of Guangxiu, on the 20th of September, in the bustling city of Mo, in the district of Xiaobei, as the area closest to the foreign concessions, Xiaobei was naturally vibrant, with various small Western-style buildings standing tall and a constant flow of traffic, marking it as one of the most prosperous Chinese districts in Mo. In a European-style 4-story villa near the Suzhou River, Zhang Jin leaned over the 4th-floor balcony, gazing at the public concession across the river. He had thought Xiaobei was bustling enough, yet he was taken aback by the grandeur across the water, where towering buildings reached 10 stories high, and asphalt roads crisscrossed in a manner that exuded the essence of a metropolis. "Brother Zhang, here is the newspaper you requested." Green Bamboo approached and then added, "Brother Zhang, something seems amiss. The streets are in chaos." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin hastily took the newspaper, and the first thing that caught his eye were 2 blood-red characters, crying blood. The article urged the citizens to remain calm in the face of national calamity. The Japanese army occupied Fengtian early yesterday morning, simultaneously taking control of Inko and Anong. Fengtian suffered significant losses with many casualties, and our station troops offered no resistance. The government has lodged a protest. The following pages detailed the actions of the Northeast Governor General's office of the Great Qing Empire, inciting a furious reaction from Zhang Jin. He did not remain idle in the city, seeking out a library to delve into history. 20 years prior, the uprising of the Jiuzhou Mountain and Sea Society had overthrown the Li dynasty of the prosperous state. Just as the prosperous state was on the brink of collapse, a great loyal minister, Yuan Shiqing, emerged, quelling the Mountain and Sea Society in just 2 years. Unexpectedly, the Xinhua court was revitalized. Although the realm of Jiuzhou remained rife with warlords, the Xinhua court, centered in the capital of Jinling, wielded control over the provinces of Liangjiang, Minjia, and Huguan, alongside several major cities and other provinces. Its power was formidable, as long as it did not infringe upon their own interests. No myopic warlord would dare to disregard the court's edicts, thereby tenuously maintaining the semblance of imperial unity. However, Zhang Jin was taken aback, despite the transformations. The course of history remained unchanged, and the inevitable loomed on the horizon. If memory served him correctly, in 3 months' time, the land beneath his feet would be engulfed in a brutal war. Zhang Jin sighed, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. What could he do for this place on the brink of turmoil? Suddenly, Zhang Jin smacked the back of his head, having been preoccupied with research these past few days. He had forgotten his golden opportunity. "LV Zhu, go prepare a meal. I find myself rather hungry." After sending LV Zhu away, Zhang Jin hurried back to his small room, forcefully tearing open his pocket. To ensure his phone's safety, he had painstakingly reinforced the pocket with several layers, stitching it tightly closed. As he retrieved his phone, his gaze suddenly froze, and rubbing his eyes, He glanced at the battery icon at the top. 2. Indeed, the charge had dwindled to 2. What had caused this extra unit of power? With a sense of curiosity, Zhang Jin tapped the battery icon, and a window promptly appeared. Detailing. Defeated an enemy. 1. Defeated a bully. 1. Defeated a bully. 1. Zhang Jin's eyes brightened. It dawned on him that killing enemies or bullies could replenish his battery. So this was how his phone functioned. However, a frown soon creased his brow as he pondered a troubling question. If the maximum battery capacity was 100, then any excess kills would be wasted. Would he need to spare these individuals until his phone ran low on power to eliminate them? Or perhaps there was no upper limit to the charge, allowing him to accumulate power with every foe vanquished? A glimmer of determination sparkled in Zhang Jin's eyes. It seemed the truth could only be revealed through experimentation. Despite the minor dilemma, Zhang Jin felt elated. Once he resolved the issue of power, boundless resources would be at his disposal. Yet, how should he commence? In such tumultuous times, to achieve any significant endeavor, one must first secure weaponry, followed by territory. He had already learned that many official positions within the court were openly priced. For instance, a county magistrate or a security team leader could be acquired for a mere 1,000 taels. The question remained, where would he procure the funds? Suddenly, a spark of realization lit up Zhang Jin's eyes. He was sitting atop a veritable treasure trove. There were plenty of affluent individuals in the city, along with banks and foreign trading houses. His excitement surged, but not for long, as another frown returned. To engage in grand business ventures. He could not possibly do it alone. His gaze fell upon the genetic database. Perhaps therein lay the surprises he sought. With a swift motion, he tapped the screen of his phone, revealing a plethora of icons. Army Elite Officer, 10 power, proficient in the maintenance and repair of various firearms, artillery, armored vehicles, and other Army weaponry. Air Force Elite Officer, 10 power, skilled in the operation of ground support equipment, aircraft maintenance, and repairs. Navy Elite Officer, 10 power, adept at navigating and maintaining warships, possessing fundamental maritime knowledge, and mastering various naval weaponry. Reconnaissance Elite Officer, Elite Pilot, 20 power. Elite Intelligence Officer, 20 power. Army Weapon Manufacturing Expert. Army Elite Infantry, 2 power. Merely an elite infantryman, skilled in the use of firearms and artillery. Zhang Jin gazed at the multitude of icons, his eyes shining with eagerness, almost drooling at the sight. Chapter 4. Recruiting and Expanding Influence. To Zhang Jin's profound dismay, he found himself devoid of power to make any purchases, helplessly watching as his desires lingered tantalizingly out of reach, driving him to a state of agitation. He could no longer afford to wait. With so many treasures awaiting his procurement, remaining idle at home was unbearable. Driven by his resolute nature, he swiftly retrieved a Ruger P08 handgun along with several magazines from beneath his pillow, stowing them in his pocket before striding toward the door. As he was about to exit, Green Bamboo entered, carrying a tray of food, nearly colliding with him. She looked at him quizzically. "Zhang, where are you going?" "It's time for dinner. I have something to attend to. You eat first." Zhang Jin replied as he continued his departure. Upon hearing that Zhang Jin was leaving, disappointment flickered across Green Bamboo's face. However, just as Zhang Jin stepped out, he returned, saying to himself, "Green Bamboo, come with me." Her face lit up with surprise. "Zhang, may I?" "Why not? I need your assistance." Without waiting for her response, he hurriedly took her downstairs, and as they stepped outside, he instructed, "Green Bamboo, quickly buy 50 steamed buns." Though uncertain of Zhang Jin's intentions, she obediently nodded and headed toward the bun stall across the street. Before long, she returned carrying a large bag of white steamed buns. Zhang Jin glanced around and inquired, "Green Bamboo, are there any areas nearby with a significant number of beggars?" "Yes, Zhang." Green Bamboo replied, rising on her toes to point towards a narrow alley at the end of the street. "If you pass through that alley, you'll reach a place called Rolling Dragon, where the impoverished who come to Shanghai reside, and beggars are plentiful." Zhang Jin found himself in a predicament. The soldiers on his phone were exorbitantly priced, requiring 2 power to summon a single soldier, necessitating the defeat of 4 foes, something he was currently incapable of achieving. Thus, he devised 2 concurrent plans. The first was to acquire more power by any means necessary, and the second was to recruit locals, which seemed the simplest solution. Yet, he was short on funds. Moreover, he could not brazenly recruit soldiers in plain sight. At that moment, not only would it attract the attention of the authorities, But the gang forces in Shanghai would also not spare him. To refuse to pay homage is to challenge the dignity of the prominent figures on the bund, and it would not be long before he would be taught a lesson in humility. Beggars, however, are a different matter. These individuals, accustomed to hunger and frailty, attract little concern. Most importantly, they require no expenditure. Merely a morsel of food suffices. As long as they have energy, there is no shortage of sustenance for them. So there is no need for worry. This approach not only avoids drawing attention, but also allows for the expansion of influence. What could be more advantageous? As for their frail bodies, a few hearty meals would soon remedy that, and he had several months at his disposal. Let us proceed to investigate. The two men traversed two bustling streets and passed through a lengthy alleyway, soon arriving at a dusty road that seemed to transport them to another realm. Gone were the quaint villas and concrete roads. Instead, they were surrounded by makeshift shelters constructed from wooden planks and mud bricks. The passers-by were no longer the polished elites, but rather ragged refugees. Scattered along the streets were groups of beggars huddled together, their disheveled appearances and vacant stares rendering them akin to the living dead. Zhang Jin remained silent, directly approaching a dilapidated table and placing a steamed bun atop it. The sweet aroma of the bun wafted through the air, an intoxicating scent that invigorated the beggars who had not eaten in days. Akin to how a gambler might react upon glimpsing a gaming table. Their eyes sparkled with newfound life, all fixated on the pristine bun. As the beggars slowly gathered around, Zhang Jin abruptly slammed his pistol onto the table, startling the approaching beggars and instilling fear upon their faces. He seized a large white bun, declaring, "You all see this delectable steamed bun? I require 30 individuals, specifically those aged 15 or older but under 20. Rest assured, if you follow me, you shall have steamed buns to eat every day." Upon hearing this, the beggars' eyes brightened, and hands shot up in eager response. Their lives were already expendable, so they cared little for what Zhang Jin would have them do. Observing the wave of hands raised by the beggars, Zhang Jin felt a twinge of frustration. Their years of begging had left their faces caked with dirt, obscuring their true ages. With a firm voice, he slammed the pistol again and stated, "I have already specified, only those aged 15 and above, but under 20. Should anyone dare deceive me?" A cold snort from Zhang Jin caused many beggars to retract their hands in trepidation. Are there any literate individuals? Only those under 25. By this time, more and more beggars had gathered, and as he inquired, over a dozen hands shot up in response, leaving Zhang Jin momentarily astonished. There were indeed literate beggars among them. Without further ado, he asked, "You are all familiar with Wizanku, correct?" "Yes, yes." The beggars nodded enthusiastically. In such a small city, the beggars were well acquainted with their surroundings. "Excellent. Those who raised their hands, I shall await you at Wizanku by the Huangpu River tomorrow. As long as you arrive there before nightfall, I can assure you that there will be steaming white buns to enjoy every day. Whether you get to eat them or not depends entirely on you." Having said that, without a backward glance, he dragged green bamboo away. The beggars present were momentarily taken aback. They had never encountered someone as decisive as Zhang Jin. While they were still in a daze, a small beggar dashed to the table, snatched a bun, and fled. This action instantly threw the scene into chaos. As all the beggars surged toward the buns on the table, amidst the fray, the first small beggar who had secured a bun scurried away to a secluded corner with 4 other beggars of similar stature. He promptly retrieved the still steaming white bun from his bosom, dividing it into 5 pieces. Each one received a small portion, and the little beggar eagerly began to devour his share. One of the small beggars stuffed the bun into his mouth, chewing fervently. "Is this a bun? It tastes amazing. Brothering, why didn't you grab a few more? I'm still hungry." "You fool, isn't that obvious? No one would look down on just one. If we had taken a few more, we probably wouldn't have even gotten a crumb." "Brothering, do you think that young master really meant what he said? Can he truly ensure we have white buns to eat every day?" In an instant, the 4 small beggars turned their gazes towards the one called Brothering. Unlike the others, Brothering did not wolf down his share. Instead, he delicately broke off pieces and savored them as if indulging in a gourmet delicacy. Just as the patience of the 4 small beggars was waning, he finally placed the last morsel into his mouth, licking the crumbs from his fingers with satisfaction, and said, "Whether it's true or not, we shall see for ourselves. If it is true," Brother Ying's eyes suddenly took on a profound depth. "We would have the chance to change our fates and no longer endure hunger." Chapter 5. The knight hero Zhang Jin, holding green bamboo's hand, departed from the rolling dragon. Along the way, Green Bamboo opened her mouth several times before finally asking, "Brother Zhang, will these people head to Izanku?" Zhang Jin smiled lightly. "Did I not just say? Whether they go or not is their own affair. I merely offered them an opportunity to escape the life of a beggar. If they fail to seize it, they can blame no one but themselves." What he desired were not true beggars, but rather clever individuals, adaptable minds that could be easily trained. At this nascent stage of his venture, quality outweighed quantity. He sought seeds of potential that could yield tenfold, even 100-fold. Thus he needed to be rather selective. Though Green Bamboo did not fully grasp the implications of Zhang Jin's words, she obediently nodded. As long as she could stay by his side, nothing else mattered. Zhang Jin glanced at the darkening sky and turned to Green Bamboo. "You should return now. I have some matters to attend to." With that, he pivoted and headed towards the concessions area. In the eastern district of the concessions, near Honko, the once bustling area gradually quieted as night deepened, and by nearly 10 o'clock, not a soul could be seen on the streets. Zhang Jin approached a crossroads, pressing himself against the wall of a shop along the street, peering cautiously towards the east-west thoroughfare. At the far end of this street lay the headquarters of the enemy's Marine Corps. Earlier in the day, he had observed that every hour, a 10-man patrol of the enemy would traverse this very path. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved a submachine gun from his coat, leaning against the wall as he awaited the opportune moment. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Suddenly, the sound of boots striking the concrete echoed from the street beyond the corner, resonating through the stillness of the night. Zhang Jin's heart leapt into his throat, the rapid thudding of his pulse silencing his breath as his gaze remained fixed on the thoroughfare. Moments later, a neatly arranged line of enemy soldiers emerged into view. Without hesitation, Zhang Jin raised his weapon and pulled the trigger. A barrage of bullets erupted, swiftly cutting down the unsuspecting foes before they could react, leaving them sprawled in a pool of blood. Realizing the urgency of his situation, Zhang Jin turned and sprinted down the adjacent street. It was not long before the sharp sound of a whistle pierced the air. With a swift motion, Zhang Jin ducked through a window into a nearby building, collapsing onto the floor, panting heavily, yet wearing an exhilarated expression. The thrill was intoxicating. He relished the adrenaline coursing through him. After taking another deep breath and waiting for a moment of stillness outside, he opened the window and stealthily slipped out, crouching as he dashed along the wall until he arrived at a quaint courtyard adorned with Japanese architecture. Drawing a rifle resembling a submachine gun, which he had acquired with his hard-earned points, a delirium carbine, known for its superb silencing capabilities during World War II. He surveyed his surroundings before approaching the door and knocking firmly. Footsteps echoed from within. "Oh my dear," he muttered casually. "Empty, I suppose." Almost immediately, the sound of a lock being turned followed, and as the door swung open, Zhang Jin raised his weapon and pulled the trigger. A faint sound akin to a gun's mechanism being drawn echoed through the air, and the young enemy soldier, who had just begun to peek outside, was struck in the forehead by a bullet, collapsing backward. Zhang Jin swiftly entered, locking the door behind him. He had already scouted this location earlier, identifying 5 enemies, 3 men and 2 women. He hurried through the courtyard and was nearing the main hall when an enemy soldier dashed from the right corridor, colliding directly with Zhang Jin. "Baka!" exclaimed the enemy, raising his knife in alarm. But Zhang Jin was quicker. He lifted his gun and fired. 3 shots rang out in succession, dropping the enemy soldier instantly. Accelerating his pace, Zhang Jin reached the main hall door and kicked it open, just in time to see a portly enemy wielding a katana emerging from an adjoining room. Without hesitation, Zhang Jin raised his hand and fired, the enemy collapsing to the ground, clutching his chest. A gasp of astonishment echoed from the room, prompting Zhang Jin to hasten over, where he beheld 2 women, one large and one small, trembling in a corner by the bed. Just as Zhang Jin raised his gun, the elder woman suddenly lifted her head, revealing a stunningly beautiful face, glistening with tears. She fervently tugged at her clothing, exposing her creamy skin. "Do not kill me. I will do anything," she implored, urgently pulling the younger girl closer. "I can be with my daughter. Just spare us." As Zhang Jin gazed upon the exquisite sight before him, a surge of anger ignited within him, and he pointed his gun towards the bed. The woman, overcome with joy, quickly stood up with her daughter, hastily removing their garments. An hour later, Zhang Jin, fully attired to his satisfaction, raised his gun amidst the woman's terror-stricken gaze. Bang! Bang! He watched coldly as the woman collapsed into a pool of blood, muttering, "Who told you to be born in the wrong place?" He then busied himself, thoroughly searching the premises, extracting every valuable item, and placing them into a Ford the 5th 851 truck parked in the courtyard. This was also a significant reason why Zhang Jin had targeted this particular house. The following day, just as dawn broke, a group of soldiers clad in deep blue naval uniforms and wide-brimmed hats blocked the iron bridge leading from the eastern concession to Zabai, rudely inspecting pedestrians heading that way. The previous night, 10 Japanese soldiers had been slain, causing quite a stir in the concession, and the Japanese could not let this slide. They had sealed off all entry points. Suddenly, a truck approached, capturing the attention of the Japanese. A sergeant stepped forward, gesturing for it to halt. The truck came to a stop, but just as the sergeant was about to signal his men to inspect it, the driver's door flung open. A man, clad in a Japanese naval officer's uniform, leaped down, marching furiously towards the sergeant. Without a word, he struck him across the face. Slap, slap. The resounding blows left the sergeant dazed. Baka. The soldiers stationed on the bridge were rendered speechless, hastily bowing, high. In a flurry, moving aside in panic. The dazed sergeant, upon seeing the officer adorned with the rank of major, was taken aback, immediately standing at attention and bowing deeply. Chapter 6. The Raid on the Command Headquarters. With a thunderous roar, the truck passed unhindered over the great iron bridge, trailing plumes of thick black smoke as it sped away. Zhang Jin, of course, occupied the truck, his military attire having been sourced directly from World War II archives. He boldly traversed the challenges, exploiting the rigid hierarchy of the enemy's army. The superior officers wielded the authority to strike and berate their subordinates at will, and under such a barrage of blows, anyone would be left dazed, scarcely having time to contemplate any impropriety. By the time they regained their wits, Zhang Jin had long vanished without a trace. With a creak, Zhang Jin parked the truck beneath the residence he had rented, hastily shedding his enemy uniform and casting it aside. He hurried into the building, pushing open the door to find Green Bamboo diligently sweeping the floor. Green Bamboo, pack your things quickly, we must leave at once. Upon hearing Zhang Jin's intent to depart, Green Bamboo asked no questions, dropping her broom and retreating to the inner room. In a short while, she emerged with 2 small bundles. Brother Zhang, I'm ready. Zhang Jin observed Green Bamboo's unquestioning compliance, and an unusual sentiment stirred within him. However, this was not the time for tender exchanges. He promptly turned and declared, "Let us go." Before long, the clock struck 4 in the afternoon. At the mouth of the Huangpu River, Zhang Jin and Green Bamboo stood before the truck, where 3 remarkably sturdy soldiers were stationed in the back. These soldiers had been procured from the Jin Bank, and after laboring through the night, Zhang Jin had exhausted the 75 units of energy he had earned. The only comfort he found was that these soldiers appeared fully equipped with German World War II individual gear, eliminating the need for him to scour through images. As for the choice of German equipment, it was, of course, Zhang Jin's own decision. The elite soldier catalog offered selections from Germany, America, the Soviet Union, Britain, Italy, and India, and Zhang Jin had chosen the option with the highest cost-performance ratio. Initially, he had worried about the inconvenience of foreign nationals, yet he was pleasantly surprised to find that they all bore familiar features, merely clad in foreign attire. Green Bamboo glanced around, her expression tinged with disappointment. Brother Zhang, it seems no one is coming. Zhang Jin remained unperturbed, glancing at the watch on his wrist, a set he had received when he exchanged for the enemy officer uniform, accompanied by a Nambu pistol, which he had since discarded. No rush, it's not yet 5 o'clock, is it? Just as the two conversed, a throng of figures, both large and small, suddenly materialized within their line of sight, causing Zhang Jin to startle. A quick scan revealed nearly 30 individuals. Soon, a group of small beggars approached, timidly regarding Zhang Jin with eyes full of yearning, not for him, but for the promise of a meal. Without further ado, Zhang Jin gestured towards the truck bed. Everyone, get on. The beggars, understanding the mutual benefit, swiftly complied, climbing onto the vehicle. Let us go. Zhang Jin beckoned to Green Bamboo. Silence enveloped them as they traveled. 2 hours later, Zhang Jin brought the group to a stretch of tidal flat by the sea, surrounded by desolate mountains. For miles on end, they encountered no signs of civilization. This was not the modern age. The marshy terrain was neither suitable as a port nor conducive for agriculture, rendering it a place devoid of human presence. The setting provided Zhang Jin with a tranquil space. Everyone, get off the vehicle. Zhang Jin called out loudly. prompting the little beggars to hastily descend from the carriage, their faces filled with curiosity as they surveyed their surroundings. Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, step forward. The two soldiers promptly approached Zhang Jin and stood at attention. Zhang Jin gestured towards the small beggars, instructing, "Divide these individuals into two groups. You two shall serve as leaders. Begin with drills from the formation." "Yes, Commander." Zhang Jin then turned to Green Bamboo, saying, "You will oversee their rations. I have an errand to attend to this evening, but shall return shortly." He then beckoned another soldier, Wang Chao, to join him in the vehicle. With the gains from the previous night, he was determined to capitalize further. Zhang Jin swiftly returned to the international settlement with Wang Chao, only to be taken aback by the noticeable increase in enemy presence on the streets, from a mere 10 to a small squad. Within minutes, they encountered two patrols of soldiers. Should they launch an attack on one of the enemy squads, the others would undoubtedly come to their aid, leaving no opportunity for escape. Frustrated, Zhang Jin decided to observe the area where the enemy civilians resided. The enclave had similarly fortified its defenses, with sentries stationed at every corner. The local populace was barred from entry, and with Zhang Jin's rudimentary Japanese, it would be nearly impossible to slip past unnoticed. "Damn it!" Zhang Jin cursed silently. "Is it such a crime to have killed a few? Why do these enemies act as if they've lost their families? Couldn't they allow me to eliminate a few more? Once I've had my fill, I would naturally leave." The thought of returning empty-handed was unacceptable to him. However, having drawn the enemy's attention, any future actions would be fraught with complications. Therefore, he resolved to undertake a more significant operation. As night fell, the settlement once again fell into a hush, save for the patrols of enemy soldiers meandering near Honko. At the entrance of the enemy Marine Corps base, a dozen soldiers stood alert, scanning their surroundings. Suddenly, all eyes turned towards a specific location, and their weapons were raised as two figures emerged on the street. Before the leading enemy soldier could utter a word, a torrential barrage of bullets erupted, and the soldiers crumpled to the ground. The enemy had evidently not anticipated an assault on their command center, as it took a considerable time before the piercing alarm rang out from within. The gunfire came from Zhang Jin and Wang Chao, who were soon joined by four additional figures, an embodiment of the strategy Zhang Jin had just conceived to sustain warfare through warfare. "Retreat!" Zhang Jin shouted, leading the 5 soldiers into the embrace of the night. At that moment, enemy soldiers surged forth from their base, accompanied by the roar of engines as 4 or 5 armored vehicles followed closely behind, pursuing Zhang Jin and his men. As the enemies plunged into the shadowy streets, a torrential downpour of bullets rained upon them, and the foremost soldiers were instantly torn apart, their bodies shattered in the onslaught. It must be said that the naval forces of the small devils are indeed considerably inferior to the army of the devils. When faced with a sudden attack, they lost all semblance of order, collapsing to the ground in a panic. This exposed the armored vehicles behind them, and Zhang Jin, who was furiously firing the M2 heavy machine gun, immediately aimed his weapon at the small devil's armored vehicle. The frail armor of the vehicle was utterly incapable of withstanding the close-range assault of the 127mm bullets, which swiftly transformed it into a sieve. With a resounding explosion, the armored vehicle erupted, sending nearby soldiers flying. As Zhang Jin reveled in the chaos, other soldiers were not idle either. Armed with submachine guns, they surged from both sides of the street, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the prostrate small devils, whose morale was crushed under the ferocious onslaught of firepower. Seizing the moment, Zhang Jin quickly rose and retreated behind his comrades, calling out loudly, "We must withdraw." With that, he and several soldiers made a hasty escape while continuing to fire. Only after the hail of bullets subsided did the small devils, who had been lying on the ground, dare to rise. However, the once formidable contingent had now diminished by more than half. A naval officer at the forefront, witnessing the carnage, was nearly driven to madness and brandished his katana, directing his men forward with a furious command to attack. When the small devils arrived at the site of the earlier gunfire, Zhang Jin and his comrades had long vanished, leaving behind only an M2 heavy machine gun and a miniature tank. This toy-like tank, lacking a turret yet otherwise resembling a true tank, immediately drew the attention of the small devils, who gathered around to scrutinize it. One particularly curious small devil, unable to resist the temptation, reached out to lift the hatch atop the tank. As the hatch opened, mechanical sounds emanated from within the miniature tank, momentarily startling the small devils. However, Their expressions quickly changed to alarm as they attempted to flee. Boom. Before they could turn, the miniature tank detonated on its own. Zhang Jin, having retreated to a narrow alley, heard the tremendous explosion behind him and could not help but smile. The Goliath remote-controlled tank was a delightful surprise he had left for the small devils, and it detonated sooner than he had anticipated. Let us go. Zhang Jin was not fleeing, but instead returned through another alleyway to the small devil's marine base. Given the commotion caused that night, the garrison at the enemy's headquarters would surely have assembled. It would be a pity not to take advantage of the situation. The small devils would never suspect that Zhang Jin had stealthily returned. The entrance and surrounding areas were poorly guarded, yet the sounds of marching footsteps echoed from the courtyard, indicating that a large contingent of soldiers was gathering. Reaching the mouth of the alley, Zhang Jin looked at the tall walls across the street, a mysterious smile spreading across his face. He pulled out his phone and deftly tapped a few times, causing a military green box to materialize not far from him. Zhang Jin waved his hand, and immediately 2 soldiers stepped forward to extract the mortar from within and commenced its assembly. These elite infantrymen, bearing the title of elite, were not merely proficient in marksmanship. He had already inquired, and aside from their mastery of all firearms, they were also adept at operating various artillery pieces, lacking only the skills of driving and maintenance compared to their elite army counterparts. "Commander, preparations are complete." One soldier turned and whispered to Zhang Jin. "Target the enemy headquarters. Fire all the shells," Zhang Jin commanded. A gloved soldier promptly pried open several crates, revealing mortar shells emblazoned with skulls. He crouched down, seized a shell, and handed it to the soldier positioned at the mortar, who swiftly loaded it. Boom. One shell after another was launched, and soon a dozen shells had been expended. "Fall back," Zhang Jin declared as he rose, and he and the soldiers sprinted away, leaving behind a solitary mortar and several wooden crates. An hour later, by the edge of a desolate grove outside Jabe, Zhang Jin leaned against a small tree, panting for breath. As his racing heart gradually calmed, he hastily retrieved his phone. 100. Zhang Jin was momentarily taken aback, quickly tapping the battery icon twice. This was a newly discovered function of his phone. A single tap revealed a page displaying detailed kill data, while a double tap brought up a small icon indicating total battery life. After the second tap, a small icon appeared, indicating a total charge of 5,125. Haha. Zhang Jin could no longer contain his laughter upon seeing the 4 little digits on the icon. He laughed until his throat grew dry, yet the hint of joy at the corners of his mouth remained uncontainable. At that moment, Wang Chao approached. "Commander, the eastern district of the international settlement has been sealed off by the enemy. No one can get out." Zhang Jin realized the enormity of his actions. Over 1,000 enemy soldiers had perished, likely alarming not only the forces in Magic City, but also their main headquarters. At the enemy Marine Corps headquarters, Commander Nakajima Guchu covered his nose as he walked through the courtyard strewn with corpses, his face darkening with rage. He had merely spent a night at the Yangshipu outpost, and upon his return, he found his headquarters raided and soldiers slain. Clenching his fists, he fought against the urge to draw his blade and slay the incompetent fools before him, gritting his teeth as he demanded, "Baka, what on earth happened here?" The surrounding junior officers trembled, lowering their heads in unison. Just as Nakajima was about to erupt in fury, a quaking lieutenant colonel stammered, "Commander, we were attacked with gas shells. Caught off guard, we were completely unprepared." Nakajima Guchu, incredulous at the officer's attempts at justification, pointed toward the entrance of the headquarters and retorted, "What about outside? Were you also unprepared for that?" The lieutenant colonel fell silent, and Nakajima could no longer restrain his ire, unleashing a barrage of expletives at several naval officers. "Useless. You are all a bunch of worthless fools. How is it possible that we do not even know who the enemy is, resulting in such heavy casualties? How can we justify this to the headquarters? Or to His Majesty the Emperor?" Just then, a young officer hastily approached. "Commander, Chief Toy of the May Agency wishes to see you." "I will not meet him." Nakajima Guju rejected without hesitation. "Tell him this is a matter for our Navy alone. The Army has no place in it." The unexpected arrival of Toy momentarily dissipated Nakajima's fury, and he glared at the Japanese officers around him. "Remember, our casualties are due to poison gas shells. Immediately incinerate all the bodies. We cannot allow those foolish army men to mock us." Outside the Marine Corps command, a short and stout officer, upon hearing Nakajima's refusal to meet him, displayed no sign of anger. However, his subordinates were displeased. One woman, strikingly beautiful and alluring, coldly remarked, "Commander, those foolish naval men are truly oblivious to their situation. We should not assist them." Toy, with a serious expression, cast a glance at the woman and replied with emphasis, "Ji, while there are indeed some tensions between our army and the navy, we must not allow these conflicts to hinder the Empire's grand ambitions. You are aware that our imperial presence in the Northeast has drawn significant international scrutiny. To divert this pressure and focus, the headquarters has resolved to open a second front." The alluring woman, sensing a shift, cautiously inquired, "Commander, do you mean Shanghai?" Realizing her misstep, she quickly amended, "What shall we do next, Commander? We will deploy all our forces to ascertain which faction is responsible. If we cannot identify them." Toy's voice turned cold. "Then we shall place the blame squarely on Xinhua. That conveniently gives us an excuse." Time passed swiftly, and unknowingly, 7 or 8 days had elapsed. Chapter 8. Training New Recruits. 1-2-1-2. Right turn march. Be mindful of your steps and follow the rhythm. 1-2. Stand at attention. Lin Erden. You wretched scoundrel. Do you even know your left from your right? You have bound the wrong foot with a wooden plank. If you step incorrectly again, I shall have to sever your foot. Remember, the plank is for the left foot. When I say 1, you step with your left foot. On my command, march. 1-2-1-2. A resounding chorus of commands echoed alongside the instructor's furious shouts, reverberating across the open ground by the marsh. On the field, rows of soldiers clad in German-style uniforms, donning M35 helmets and leather boots, marched in perfect formation, exuding an air of discipline. Zhang Jin stood nearby, observing with a smile. Just days prior, upon returning from the concession, he had summoned 100 elite infantrymen and recruited several hundred young street urchins from the bustling streets of Guibei. Zhang Chong. How many soldiers do we currently have? A major officer standing behind promptly approached Zhang Jin and saluted, reporting, "Sir, we currently have 110 soldiers and 1,043 new recruits." This imposing major was the elite commander summoned by Zhang Jin, costing him a substantial 100 units of energy. As for the mid-level and senior officers, their summoning was even more exorbitant, often requiring thousands of units of energy, making them unattainable for him. "What are the training results?" Zhang Jin inquired. "Sir, these young individuals are quite commendable. They exhibit remarkable diligence. With a bit more training, they will be ready for shooting exercises. However, their physical condition is somewhat frail, and to improve it, at least 1 to 2 months of recuperation will be necessary." Zhang Jin nodded and advised, "Inform the brothers that training should be gradual. We must not rush. Their bodies are too weak, and we have ample time, so there is no need to hurry." He understood well that the reason these beggars were willing to stay was simply for a full meal. If the training intensity were too high, they might find it unworthy and could potentially desert. After all, discussing national righteousness with individuals who struggle daily for basic sustenance is akin to playing a lute to a cow. Regrettably, his energy reserves were running low. Otherwise, summoning a political commissar would be optimal, as they excelled at rallying morale. Shaking off these distractions, Zhang Jin handed a piece of paper to Zhang Chong, stating, "Take a look at this organizational chart I drafted and let me know if there are any aspects that require modification." Zhang Chong eagerly accepted the document with both hands and began to examine it closely. Standard infantry squad, 12 personnel, equipped with 10 Kar 43 semi-automatic rifles, 1 STG-44 automatic rifle, 1 Kar 98K sniper rifle, and 2 SB grenade launchers. Standard infantry platoon, 40 personnel, comprising 3 standard infantry squads and a platoon headquarters, which includes a platoon leader, a deputy platoon leader, and 2 messengers, armed with 4 M2 carbines. The M2 carbine is essentially the fully automatic variant of the M1 carbine, equipped with a selector switch for single or automatic fire, with the magazine capacity increased from 15 to 30 rounds, and both models are interchangeable. Zhang Jin was particularly fond of this rifle, as it possessed greater firepower and range than pistols and submachine guns while weighing less than 5 pounds, making it a suitable replacement for both as a self-defense weapon. Standard infantry company, organized with 191 personnel, consisting of 3 standard infantry platoons, a standard weapons platoon, and a company headquarters. Standard weapons platoon, 36 personnel. Mortar squad, comprised of 16 personnel, equipped with 3 American-made 60mm M2 mortars, 3 Willis Jeeps, and one Krupp L2H-43 light transport truck, armed with 16 M2 carbines. Machine gun squad, comprised of 15 personnel, equipped with 2 MG-42 general-purpose machine guns with tripods, one mounted M2 Browning heavy machine gun with a trailer, one Willis Jeep, and one Krupp L2H-43 truck, armed with 16 M2 carbines. Platoon headquarters includes a platoon leader, a deputy platoon leader, one driver, and 2 communications personnel, armed with 5 M2 carbines, one Willis Jeep, and one BMW R75 motorcycle. The company consists of 35 personnel, including one commander, one communications non-commissioned officer, 2 communications soldiers, and 4 signal infantry. It is equipped with 4 Opel trucks, 1 fuel tanker, 1 Dodge M37, and 1 BMW R75 motorcycle. Additionally, the company is provisioned with 3 bazookas, 6 radios, and 6 STG-44 assault rifles, which can be distributed to various squads when necessary. Regarding fuel supplies, after Zhang Jin noticed the oil barrel icon in the image library, he proceeded to detail a standard infantry battalion, composed of 3 standard infantry companies, 1 heavy weapons company, and a battalion headquarters, totaling 871 personnel. The heavy weapons company is armed with 8 81mm M29 mortars, 8 MG-42 machine guns, 7 German-made 88mm anti-tank rocket launchers, and 3 M2 heavy machine guns. Zhang Jin then remarked that they currently have over 1,000 individuals, perfectly suitable for forming an infantry battalion. As for the remaining personnel, he planned to establish a heavy artillery company equipped with 6 German 150mm howitzers. With only a little over 200 units of power left, Zhang Jin was hesitant to summon more personnel, especially with a major battle imminent. He needed to conserve enough energy for ammunition replenishment. Suddenly, a resonant voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning around, he saw a middle-aged man in a gray suit, slightly overweight and the kind of person who would be easily overlooked in a crowd. This man, named Gu Chun, was an elite intelligence officer summoned by Zhang Jin. A smile spread across Zhang Jin's face as he eagerly inquired, "Did you manage to procure it?" Gu Chun promptly produced a rolled document and handed it to Zhang Jin, who opened it to read. This certifies that Zhang Jin is appointed as the commander of the Minjun Corps of Wusong Town, with the rank of Army Major. Zhang Jin's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Was this what he had purchased for $1,000? "Sir, we are in the Magic City. Prices here are significantly higher than elsewhere. $1,000 only secures the position of a Minjun Corps commander. To become the commander of the County Security Corps, at least $10,000 is required." Zhang Jin was momentarily taken aback. He had painstakingly acquired $1,000 by plundering a wealthy enemy merchant. Where would he find another 10,000? Reluctantly, he had to accept the harsh reality. "What is Wusong Town?" he asked. "Sir, we are currently within the jurisdiction of Wusong Town, which is less than 10 miles from here," Gu Chun replied. Zhang Jin nodded, non-committal. His intention in purchasing this position was merely to secure a name for himself in the impending battle. He did not wish to stake a claim in the Magic City, a core area under the rule of the Xinhua regime. Any disturbances here could easily reach the ears of the court, and causing trouble in such a place was tantamount to courting disaster. His sole desire was to seize opportunities during the forthcoming conflict, then retreat to a secluded corner to develop in secrecy. Once he amassed sufficient strength, he would boldly declare, "Do nobles and commoners not share the same fate?" Half a month later, in the makeshift military camp on the marshlands, the crisp sound of gunfire echoed continuously, startling the birds in the surrounding woods to take flight in alarm. Zhang Jin stood at the shooting range, watching bullets whiz through the center with a somber expression. Despite the commotion, the results were disheartening. After 10 minutes, not a single soldier had managed to hit the target. Although he repeatedly assured Zhang Chong and the others not to worry, as the new year approached, impatience began to creep in. The previous month had been spent merely fattening these soldiers, engaging them in drill formations and physical training without any firearms practice. To him, handling a gun seemed a simple task. Just a few instructions followed by some firing practice should suffice. However, the dismal performance of the soldiers reminded him that this was no modern era. Unlike Zhang Jin, who had absorbed knowledge of shooting and loading through social media, television, and films, these recruits were predominantly illiterate and had never laid a hand on a firearm. They were utterly clueless about the principles of shooting and aiming. As for the cinematic portrayals of prodigies who could effortlessly hit the mark, he had yet to encounter such talent. Zhang Chong, Relay this message. All new recruits must fire a minimum of 200 rounds today, or they shall not be allowed to eat. Starting tomorrow, there will be no limit on ammunition. I want these new soldiers to shoot with relentless determination. Whoever is the first to score a 10, no, a 5, will earn my personal invitation to a celebratory drink. He could not fathom that bullets wouldn't produce sharpshooters. Chapter 9. Arms Trade. Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang. Lu Zhu rushed to where Zhang Jin was addressing the troops. The mayor of Wusong town has arrived and wishes to meet you. Zhang Jin furrowed his brow. How did the mayor of Wusong town know he was here? It soon dawned on him that it must have been Lu Zhu and the others' procurement activities that caught attention. Although Zhang Jin had no concerns about food or clothing, his supply depot was stocked with various military rations. The initial delight of such abundance had waned. Consuming the same fare daily had become somewhat unpalatable for him. Consequently, he occasionally sent Lu Zhu to procure rice, flour, fresh vegetables, seafood, and meats. Given the considerable number of personnel under his command, Wusong town was merely a settlement of 1,000 or 2,000 inhabitants, and any observant individual would notice the peculiarities. The thought sent a shiver down Zhang Jin's spine. While he had no fear of the mayor and his entourage, he dreaded the possibility of the Japanese spies uncovering his operations. In this foremost metropolis of the Far East, the tentacles of the Japanese were everywhere. Reflecting on his recent actions, Zhang Jin felt reassured. As long as he kept the military's weaponry concealed, the Japanese would hardly take notice of him. Let us go see, Zhang Jin declared, leading Lu Zhu toward the camp entrance. The so-called military camp was merely a vast expanse of forest enclosed by wooden fences, with equipment hidden among the trees and covered by tarps. Unless someone ventured to lift the coverings, it would be impossible to discern what lay within. They soon arrived at the camp gate, where they spotted a portly, prosperous-looking middle-aged man accompanied by an elderly figure clad in a black robe, with several wooden carts laden with goods behind them. Upon witnessing Zhang Jin emerging in military attire, the portly gentleman promptly approached, clasping his hands in greeting. I am Li Fa Kai, recently appointed as the mayor of Wusong town. Pleased to meet you, Commander Zhang. Zhang Jin, however, exhibited no interest in pleasantries. Mayor Li, what brings you here? Li Fa Kai was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Jin's indifferent demeanor, prompting an elderly companion beside him to interject. Zhang Jin, how audacious you are. Not only do you neglect to pay your respects to a superior, but you also dare to speak insolently. Do you comprehend the concept of hierarchy? Be sensible and kneel to beg for forgiveness. Zhang Jin's expression turned icy in an instant as he drew his pistol from his waist, racking the slide and aiming it at the old man, pulling the trigger with a decisive click. The sudden gunfire made Li Fa Kai, who had sought to assert his superiority, immediately weaken, collapsing to the ground. Zhang Jin glanced at the old man lying in a pool of blood with a cold smirk. I forgot to mention, I have never adhered to notions of rank. I abide by the strength of my fist. He then turned his gaze sharply towards Li Fa Kai. Speak. What scheme do you harbor? Li Fa Kai trembled under Zhang Jin's frigid stare, hastily kneeling and bowing in supplication. Commander Zhang, spare my life. I merely wish to inquire if you possess any surplus weapons and ammunition for sale. I assure you, I harbor no ulterior motives. Weapons and ammunition? What purpose do you have for them? Zhang Jin inquired. The Japanese have invaded the northeast, causing widespread panic among the citizens of Shanghai. Numerous wealthy families are purchasing arms, with prices skyrocketing at least twofold. I heard the gunfire from your camp and thought you might have ample ammunition, so I took a chance. Zhang Jin's expression darkened. Nonsense. A mere town mayor dares to engage in arms dealing? Who do you think you're fooling? Commander, I truly mean no deceit. I once served as an assistant at the Shasun Trading Company, overseeing arms transactions. After growing older, I returned to Wusong to become mayor. Upon hearing the constant gunfire from your camp, I foolishly came here. Zhang Jin's interest was piqued. He had been troubled by a lack of funds, and this presented a potential opportunity. He replied, I happen to have a batch of brand new Type 38 rifles that are surplus to my needs. Are you interested? Li Fa Kai, initially convinced of his impending doom, found it difficult to believe his ears. A smile of surprise blossomed on his face as he quickly scrambled to his feet, bowing and scraping. Commander Zhang, those Type 38 rifles are indeed valuable. They are already trading at 150 silver dollars each. How many do you possess? I will purchase them all, and if you include ammunition, that would be even better. Zhang Jin, with a smile, responded, I have 1,000 rifles. Here's the deal. I will provide you with 100 rounds of ammunition for each rifle, and I will charge you 100 silver dollars each. The quantity you wish to buy is entirely up to you. 1,000 rifles. Li Fa stared at Zhang Jin, astonished, a flicker of disbelief crossing his eyes. How could a mere militia commander acquire such a vast arsenal? No matter how he looked at it, Zhang Jin did not seem to be deceiving him. Reflecting on the current predicament, if Zhang Jin truly wished to eliminate him, it would be far easier than killing an ant. Could it be true? Li Fatsai was suddenly filled with excitement and hurriedly exclaimed, "Yes, yes, I will take it all. I will fetch the money right away." Wait. Zhang Jin abruptly called out to the overly exhilarated Li Fatsai, "I have one more request. From now on, every 5 days, you shall deliver to me 1,000 pounds of flour, 1,000 pounds of fresh meat, and 500 pounds of vegetables." Li Fatsai, initially thinking Zhang Jin desired something more substantial, quickly patted his chest in assurance. "Rest assured, Commander Zhang, I will take care of it. You won't need to spend a dime. Li, will handle everything." Naturally, Zhang Jin was pleased and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Mayor Li." After Li Fatsai departed, Zhang Jin turned to Green Bamboo and said, "Summon Gu Chen." He suddenly recalled a matter. As the newly organized Ninth Army had just been redeployed to Shanghai due to the Northeast incident, and their weaponry was significantly lacking, not to mention the scarcity of artillery. The firearms they possessed were mere antiques. The casualties suffered during battles against the Japanese were severe, and had their weapons been of better quality, their performance could have been improved. Fortunately, he had no shortage of arms and could procure a batch for them. This way, he would acquire funds while simultaneously strengthening the Ninth Army, an endeavor beneficial for all. As for why Zhang Jin would not simply gift them the weapons, there is an old saying, "A grain of rice brings gratitude, a peck brings enmity." He might inadvertently invite trouble upon himself. Furthermore, his possessions were not gifts from the wind. There was no reason for him to bestow them freely upon others. In Shibei, the command post of the newly organized Ninth Army, with a resounding clap, Army Commander Chang Jingran slammed a newspaper onto the table. His face twisted in fury. "Those damn Japanese, how audacious! They wish for us to withdraw from Shanghai. Do they intend to enact their Northeast tactics here? I am not Zhang Yuliang." With an irate gesture, Chang Jingran declared, "Inform the Japanese that Shanghai belongs to Jiuzhou, not their playground. If they wish to instigate trouble here, I, Chang Jingran, may consent, but my firearms will not." With determined strides, Chief of Staff Huang Liang entered, presenting a telegram to Chang Jingran, "Commander, this is a telegram just received from the military headquarters. It is personally sent by Director He of the Military and Political Office, urging us to prioritize the greater good and withdraw from Shanghai. Under no circumstances should we jeopardize diplomatic relations between our nations." Chang Jingran immediately burst into laughter. Has our esteemed director he lost his senses after drinking? The Japanese have already invaded our homeland. What kind of diplomatic relations are left? Tell him that if it is an order from the military headquarters, I, Chang Jingran, will comply without hesitation and evacuate immediately. However, if it is due to the Japanese demands, I, Chang, cannot acquiesce. I cannot afford to lose face." Huang Liang nodded in acknowledgement and promptly exited. Just then, a soldier rushed in, saluting, "Report, Commander. A man claiming to be the owner of Jiuzhou Trading Company is outside, seeking an audience with you." Chapter 10. The Big Spender? Jiuzhou Trading Company? Seeking him? Chang Jingran furrowed his brow. His Ninth Army had just been reassigned to the Magic City, and he hardly knew anyone there. However, this piqued his interest. "Let him in." "Yes, General." Moments later, a well-dressed Gu Chen entered and saluted. "I am Gu Chen, General Manager of the Jiuzhou Trading Company. Pleased to meet you, General Chang." "You are of Chinese descent?" Chang inquired. Gu Chen smiled. "Indeed, I hail from Yinqing in southern Yin." Upon hearing Gu Chen affirm his Chinese heritage, a flicker of displeasure crossed Chang's face. "Mr. Gu, if you are indeed Chinese, why refer to your company as a trading company? Is the name of our nation not sufficient?" Gu Chen, unfazed by Chang's unexpected challenge, replied with a chuckle, "General, without the term trading company, I wonder if you would have even considered meeting with me?" This retort prompted Chang to reflect, regarding Gu Chen with newfound respect. He asked earnestly, "Might I inquire as to why you sought my audience?" Gu Chen, eschewing any pleasantries, stated directly, "General, I possess a stockpile of weaponry I wish to sell. Are you interested?" "Weaponry?" Chang scrutinized Gu Chen once more, perceiving him as an ordinary individual. Yet, one aspect captivated Chang, the profound confidence radiating from Gu Chun, which did not wane in the presence of a general, intrigued Chang immensely. With a bold demeanor, he exclaimed, "How many do you have? I'll take them all. Consider it a favor for our friendship." This time, it was Gu Chun who chuckled, "General, you underestimate Jiuzhou Trading Company. If I only had that much, I wouldn't have approached someone of your stature." Intrigued by Gu Chun's audacity, Chang pressed further, "How many weapons are we discussing?" Gu Chun raised his hand, counting off. 50,000 brand new Kar 98K rifles, 10,000 MP-28 submachine guns, 5,000 Czech ZB-26 light machine guns, and 1,000 Maxim heavy machine guns. Oh, and we also have 100 Schneider 75mm field guns and 200 Type 92 infantry guns. At this moment, Chang was rendered speechless, and he could not help but ask for clarification. "Mr. Gu, could you repeat that?" Gu Chun, observing the incredulous expression on Chang's face, handed him a detailed list. "These are the items currently available. If General Chang is willing to purchase, we are prepared for immediate transactions." As Chang perused the extensive inventory, his mind spun in confusion. The sheer volume of weaponry could easily suffice to establish 7 or 8 additional divisions. He swallowed hard and inquired, "What is the price?" With a beaming smile, Gu Chun replied, "General, these are all pristine weapons. Their market value is around $15 million. He continued, "Let us befriend one another. If you can provide 12 million silver dollars, these weapons will be yours." Chang's eyes lit up, given the current exchange rate of $1 to 4 silver dollars. Gu Chun was effectively offering them at a quarter of the market price. This was not merely a bargain. It was an extraordinary deal. As Chang Jingran felt an irresistible urge to agree immediately. The moment he contemplated his finances, his expression soured like that of a bitter melon. If only he had 12 million in hand, rather than being devoid of even a mere cannon. Yet, such a splendid opportunity stirred his ambition. The prospect of letting it slip away was unbearable. Some other thoughts began to surface in his mind, but upon observing Gu Chun's cheerful demeanor, he quickly regained his composure. Gu Chun confidently stood before him, undoubtedly possessing complete assurance. Money can be elusive to even the most valiant, he mused inwardly. Drawing a deep breath, Chang Jingran softened his tone, wishing to negotiate further. "Mr. Gu, might it be possible to lower the price a bit?" Gu Chun smiled slightly, replying, "It's not impossible. I have a nephew who has always been fond of wielding weapons and is currently the leader of the Wusong Town militia. I have heard that the position of the commander of the Wuzonka fortress is vacant." At the mention of Wuzonka fortress, Chang Jingran's expression shifted, a flicker of suspicion gleaming in his eyes as he scrutinized Gu Chun. The latter promptly grasped Chang Jingran's thoughts, suppressing a chuckle. "General Chang, have you considered that if I were a spy for the Japanese, I would hardly be offering you such an arsenal?" Upon reflection, Chang Jingran acknowledged the logic in Gu Chun's words, his demeanor softening. However, with such a tempting opportunity so close at hand, he found it difficult to maintain his military bearing. Rubbing his hands together, he said, "Mr. Gu, the Wuzonka fortress falls under the jurisdiction of the Central Army and has no relation to our Ninth Army. I am confident that you can secure the commander's position." Gu Chun, cutting through Chang Jingran's slow speech, interjected, "If the general can secure it, I shall personally donate 100 units of 81mm mortars to your esteemed army. What do you think?" Chang Jingran was taken aback by Gu Chun's generosity. 100 mortars would be ample for his entire force. Without a moment's hesitation, he thumped his chest, exclaiming, "No problem. You can count on me." "General Chang, how much can you currently offer?" Gu Chun's sudden query rendered Chang Jingran solemn, and he gritted his teeth, replying, "Mr. Gu, I can only manage 5 million silver dollars. "Very well, General Chang. As I mentioned before, I can extend a small concession. For 5 million, you can acquire half of what is on the list." Instantly elated, Chang Jingran clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "Mr. Gu, your magnanimity is greatly appreciated." A month later, at the Wuzonka Fortress headquarters, Chief of Staff Teng Ying stood at the entrance with a group of officers. "Chief of Staff, who exactly is our newly appointed commander? He seems quite enigmatic." "Indeed, Chief of Staff. I have a classmate at the Shanghai garrison who mentioned that our new commander was recommended by General Chang of the Ninth Army. Could he be one of them?" Teng Ying cast a sharp glance at the chattering officers, instantly commanding their attention and silencing their whispers. With a cold snort, he refrained from further comment. At that moment, the distant roar of engines echoed, drawing everyone's attention. As they turned to look, a cloud of dust billowed along the dirt road, revealing a truck speeding towards them, closely followed by another vehicle. With a creaking sound, the truck swiftly came to a halt before Teng Ying and his companions. A commotion arose from the rear, concealed beneath a green tarpaulin, and soon soldiers donning steel helmets began to leap down from the vehicle. Chapter 11. Winning Hearts. The German Mechanized Division. Teng Ying gazed in astonishment at the soldiers lined up beneath the truck, his eyes wide with disbelief. To his knowledge, such an armament was exclusive to the Imperial Guard directly under the Li royal family. Could it be that their newly appointed commander was a member of the Imperial kin? At that moment, a Willis jeep sped towards them and came to a stop. With a decisive stomp, a pair of leather boots struck the ground, and Zhang Jin adjusted his military uniform before approaching Teng Ying and the others. Clad in a sharply tailored gray uniform and a broad-brimmed hat, with gloved hands, Zhang Jin presented an exceptionally dashing figure. However, his somewhat youthful visage momentarily rendered Teng Ying speechless. It was his first encounter with such a young colonel. Quickly regaining his composure, he stood at attention and saluted. Junior Officer, Teng Ying, Chief of Staff of the Wusong Fortress, reporting to the commander. Zhang Jin raised his hand in return, removing his glove to extend a handshake. Chief of Staff Teng, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Teng Ying promptly grasped Zhang Jin's hand, exuding warmth as he replied, Commander, you are too kind. It is our duty to serve. This was the advantage of possessing true strength. Were it not for the fully armed soldiers rallying behind Zhang Jin, certain individuals might have assumed a condescending air. Despite the overwhelming capability to dominate, some would still act as if they were delicate flowers, easily crushed. Zhang Jin aimed to convey his undeniable prowess. Should anyone dare to provoke him, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. Gather all officers and soldiers at the parade ground, Teng Ying declared with confidence. Commander, I report that the 1097 personnel under the fortress have already assembled at the parade ground, awaiting your address. Zhang Jin cast a profound glance at Teng Ying, fully aware of his identity. In the forthcoming resistance, it would be this very individual who, after the fortress commander fled, resolutely organized the troops to fight back, inflicting heavy losses upon the enemy, only to meet an unfortunate demise in the end. Now, it was evident that Teng Ying possessed both valor and exceptional interpersonal skills. Nodding in acknowledgement, Teng Ying promptly guided Zhang Jin towards the parade ground, which soon opened into a spacious area. There, a dense formation of soldiers stood in disciplined ranks. Zhang Jin surveyed the scene, clad in olive-green uniforms, with straight-brimmed caps, straw sandals, and white leggings. The soldiers were armed with minimal weaponry. Nevertheless, their spirited demeanor was commendable. Each face bore a resolute expression, clearly reflecting Teng Ying's effective leadership, which greatly pleased Zhang Jin. Clearing his throat, Zhang Jin captured the attention of all personnel and, rather than delivering a stern lecture, he glanced at his watch and proclaimed, It is already noon. I imagine you are all quite hungry. Let us have our meal before continuing. With a clap of his hands, several trucks rolled in, and a score of soldiers clad in aprons leapt down, laboriously unloading large iron barrels before Zhang Jin. As the soldiers lifted the lids, a delightful aroma, a blend of succulent meat and fragrant rice, instantly enveloped the entire training ground. In that fleeting moment, all eyes were irresistibly drawn to the dozens of large iron barrels, particularly those at the forefront, who, seduced by the enticing scent, swallowed hard, eager to catch a glimpse of the delectable treasures contained within. Yet, the ingrained discipline of the military compelled these soldiers to suppress their cravings, a sight that brought great satisfaction to Zhang Jin. In the haste of the day, he had prepared a modest feast for his comrades, featuring braised pork, smoked chicken legs, shredded potatoes, and steamed rice. Chief of Staff, he called out. The dazed Teng Ying snapped to attention, responding with a loud, reflexive salute. Yes. Organize the men for their meal. Zhang Jin commanded. Yes, Commander. Before long, the soldiers on the training ground formed a lengthy queue. The first soldier, clutching a large porcelain bowl, approached the first iron barrel with uncontainable excitement. To his delight, it was brimming with braised pork, glistening and vividly red, making the soldiers' mouths water profusely. A cook stationed by the barrel swiftly ladled a generous scoop of the meat into the soldier's bowl, but before he could take a step, he was pushed forward by the eager soldiers behind him, with a hefty scoop of braised pork, a chicken leg, and fragrant rice. The training ground transformed into a bustling dining area, where soldiers devoured their meals with such fervor that it seemed they might bury their heads in their bowls. Commander. Tung Ying, observing the soldiers relishing their meal, swallowed nervously, casting a somewhat sheepish glance at Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin, amused by the eager officers, chuckled. You should join them. Tung Ying's face lit up with joy as he saluted. Thank you, Commander, and promptly led a group of officers toward the serving area. Zhang Jin had ascertained that there were two armed forces in the entire city of Mo. One was the recently deployed Ninth Army, comprising 3 divisions with fewer than 40,000 men. The other was the Mo City Garrison Command, headquartered in the southern district where the city government resided. This command managed the railway security team, 2 garrison regiments, the Wusong Fortress, and various county security and militia groups, totaling around 10,000 personnel. The soldiers of the Mo City Garrison Command were known as the Central Army, and naturally, their rations were considerably better. However, the corruption within the court was rampant, with greedy officials proliferating like locusts. After multiple layers of embezzlement, not only were the soldiers' wages often delayed, but their meals were also dismal, consisting daily of coarse grains, rice, and pickled vegetables. Tung Ying and his fellow officers fared little better. While they could earn some additional income in the city, in the desolate Wusong Fortress, they had no choice but to share in the hardships endured by the soldiers. Otherwise, Zhang Jin would not have been appointed as the garrison commander. Looking at the officers and soldiers joyfully indulging in their food, Zhang Jin boomed. Is it delicious? Yet, to his slight embarrassment, the soldiers were too preoccupied with their meals to heed his words. Unfazed, he continued, Would you like to enjoy meat and rice every day? This proclamation successfully captured the attention of the fortress soldiers, who paused to look toward Zhang Jin. Commander, is that really true? Seated in the front row, a soldier suddenly inquired. Zhang Jin smiled faintly and replied, As long as you follow me, Zhang, not only will you enjoy daily meals of rice and meat, but I shall also ensure that the military pay owed to you by the court is fully compensated. Future salaries will be disbursed in full. However, there is one condition. Zhang Jin's tone shifted abruptly to a solemn one. This privilege is reserved for those who pass my assessment. Are you willing? The training ground fell into a momentary silence, only to be followed by a roaring chorus. We are willing. We are willing. Chapter 12. The Eve of War. At the Wusong Fortress. On a platform facing the Huangpu River, Zhang Jin leaned against the railing, observing the bustling vessels upon the water, massive steamships and nimble fishing boats, all competing for dominance upon the waves. Commander, all the soldiers and officers in the fortress have been summoned to the training ground. The entire fortress is now our own. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin turned around. Since they have all departed, let us commence our work. He had just surveyed the situation. The southern and northern artillery positions housed 20 cannons, most of which were antiquated. There was one 305mm muzzle-loading cannon, two 203mm old-style breech-loading cannons, 3 150mm Krupp cannons, and 4 120mm Krupp cannons, with the remaining being smaller 57mm pieces. Aside from the Krupp cannons, which were somewhat modern, the other large-caliber heavy artillery, despite being operational, had a dreadfully slow firing rate. Zhang Jin's objective was to overhaul the entire artillery arsenal. For instance, he planned to install 3 Karl 600 self-propelled mortars. While their range was a mere 1,000 meters, this was sufficient to cover the mouth of the Huangpu River. One shell fired could potentially incapacitate a battleship. He also intended to mount 4 SK C-34 406mm cannons. Although these were German naval guns, they exhibited greater efficacy on land, achieving a range of 56 kilometers when firing Adolf long-range shells, thus encompassing both the metropolis and the entire Yangtze River estuary. The positions of the Japanese forces would fall within the strike zone. Zhang Jin could already envision the enemy's warships being sunk one by one, nearly eliciting a laugh from him. As autumn yielded to winter, the date had insidiously progressed to January 18, 1913. At the headquarters in Hongkou, in the office of Chief Tu Fiyuan, he stood gravely before a map of the metropolis, addressing a group of subordinates gathered around him. Branch, how is your investigation proceeding? Who is supplying arms to the Ninth Army? One alluringly graceful woman bowed and reported, Chief, we have traced this batch of weaponry back to a company belonging to a Kyushu trading house. Their general manager is named Gu Chun, but beyond that, our team has scoured the entire metropolis without uncovering their warehouse or office location. We have also scrutinized the docks recently entering and exiting the metropolis. Yet we found no significant cargo movements. These weapons appear to have materialized out of thin air. The countenance of Tu Feiyuan darkened immediately, as if he were on the verge of anger. Observing this, the woman quickly interjected, "Your Excellency, we have not uncovered the source of the weaponry, but we have obtained information about Gu Chun. According to our intelligence operatives embedded within the Ninth Army, Gu Chun has a nephew named Zhang Jin, who was formerly the leader of the Wusong Town militia and is currently the commander of the Wusong Fortress." Upon hearing the name Zhang Jin, Tu Feiyuan's brow furrowed slightly. For reasons unknown, the mention of this name instilled a sense of unease within him. However, he quickly suppressed this feeling. Reasoning that a mere militia leader was hardly worth his ire, he abruptly interrupted the woman's report, saying, "Enough of this. It is merely some infantry and light artillery, insignificant in the grand scheme of things." The enchanting woman, sensing Tu Feiyuan's disinterest, hesitated before retreating. Little did Tu Feiyuan realize that by dismissing her report, he had inadvertently consigned all the little devils of the Magic City to their doom. Fengzi, a seductive woman with short hair, stepped forward and bowed, addressing him, "Your Excellency, entrust the task of creating friction to you. I am confident you will execute it splendidly." Tu Feiyuan's praise deeply moved the alluring woman, her eyes nearly brimming with tears, as she gazed at him with a face full of admiration. "Rest assured, my dear godfather, I shall serve you with utmost dedication." In that moment, Tu Feiyuan felt a surge of desire ignited by her allure, struggling to suppress the impulse to embrace her, and he expressed his admiration. "Indeed, if you perform well, I shall reward you handsomely." At Wusong Fortress, Zhang Jin perused a newspaper, his expression gradually turning grave as he read two alarming reports. On January 18th at midnight, 4 monks were attacked on a street in Huajia, resulting in 2 fatalities and 2 injuries. The consulate in Magic City labeled the incident as a provocation by Huajia rebels, demanding that the Huajia police deliver the perpetrators within 2 days or face repercussions. "They have finally arrived," Zhang Jin murmured, a cold smile creeping across his lips. He turned to Zhang Chong and asked, "How many personnel do we currently have?" "Report, Commander. We have 2 infantry battalions, 1 anti-aircraft battalion, 1 heavy artillery battalion, and the fortress garrison." The anti-aircraft battalion is equipped with 12 88mm flak 36 guns, and the heavy artillery battalion is armed with 12 150mm howitzers. A smile broke out on Zhang Jin's face. During the past 4 months, he had also been industrious, expending countless rounds of ammunition in anticipation of this moment. "Zhang Chong, order the heavy artillery and anti-aircraft battalions to secretly position themselves on the eastern bank of the Huangpu River. Command the 1st and 2nd Infantry Battalions to infiltrate the Magic City and discreetly relocate to Wusong Fortress. A great battle is about to commence." By the way, Zhang Jin suddenly recalled an important matter and quickly inquired, "Have the coordinates for the Yangtze River estuary, Huangpu River, and the Magic City urban area been marked?" "Rest assured, Commander, the calibration team has confirmed the markings multiple times. Everything is in order." With that, Zhang Jin felt reassured. "Inform the soldiers stationed at the fortress lighthouse to keep a vigilant eye on the river. Should they spot any enemy vessels, they must report immediately." "Understood, Commander." As Zhang Jin tirelessly prepared, the enemy was equally engaged in their own preparations. Thus, over the course of several days, the situation escalated, plunging the entire city of Shanghai into chaos. At midnight on January 28th, at the Marine Corps headquarters, Commander Nekajima Guju stood with palpable excitement on the parade ground, addressing over 1,000 soldiers of the Japanese Marine Corps. With fervor, he proclaimed, "Gentlemen, the time has come to show our loyalty to His Majesty. Within 1 hour, I command you to seize Xiaobei, and in 4 hours, the entirety of Shanghai." A fervent cheer erupted from the ranks. Simultaneously, at the Wusong Fortress parade ground, nearly 2,000 soldiers from the 1st and 2nd Battalions were also on high alert, clad in German steel helmets and complete individual combat gear. Each soldier wielded a Kar-43 semi-automatic rifle. They exuded an air of formidable strength, their bronze skin, resolute gazes, and upright postures accentuating their martial prowess. At this moment, Zhang Jin stood quietly with his troops, the only sound breaking the silence being their breaths. Suddenly, distant cannon fire echoed, jolting Zhang Jin into realization. The conflict had commenced. Chapter 13. The Intense Battle of Xiaobei Zhangchong. Take the 1st Battalion and move out," Zhang Jin commanded, swiftly turning towards the Willis vehicle. With a rumble, once all soldiers were aboard the truck, Zhang Jin simply stated, "Let's go," and the officer in the passenger seat pressed the accelerator, propelling the Willis forward. On a street near the public concession in Jiabei, explosions and gunfire erupted. The enemy's sudden assault caught the 9th Army off guard, as mounting pressure from the court had led to a significant withdrawal of troops from the urban area of Shanghai. Only a single brigade of over 3,000 remained in Jiabei. Fortunately, Commander Zhang Jingran had anticipated the enemy's intentions and had already prepared for the impending clash, thus averting any unforeseen calamities. The soldiers of the 9th Army took cover behind the buildings lining the streets and the sandbag trenches, fiercely resisting the enemy's repeated onslaughts, holding their ground for a full 2 hours without yielding an inch. "Baka!" shouted Captain Kitada Nakani of the 7th Squad of the Marine Corps, infuriated by the lack of progress. He bellowed, "Artillery!" Moments later, several soldiers maneuvered 2 Type 92 infantry guns into position. Kitada brandished his command sword, pointing forward, "Fire!" Instantly, 2 shells soared toward the 9th Army's positions. With a thunderous explosion, the previously relentless sound of machine gun fire abruptly ceased. However, before Kitada could revel in his moment of triumph, the gunfire erupted once more, inciting his fury as he stomped his feet in exasperation, repeatedly shouting, "Kill them! Kill them!" In an instant, a barrage of shells rained down, engulfing the entire street in smoke. However, what infuriated Kitada was that as soon as the bombardment ceased and the soldiers prepared to attack, the sound of machine guns from the opposing side erupted immediately. In mere moments, over 20 corpses had already fallen before them. Meanwhile, Zhang Jin led the 1st Battalion along the Huangpu River to the northern part of the international settlement, only to find, to his astonishment, that the soldiers of the Allied forces from the United Kingdom, the United States, and France had sealed off the entrances and exits of the settlement. "Commander," the foreigners stated that according to the newly established Joint Defense Agreement, once hostilities commence, the military and civilians from Jiuzhou are prohibited from entering the settlement. Teng Ying rushed over to inform. Zhang Jin was instantly infuriated. "Damn it! The Japanese can move freely in and out of the settlement, but we cannot." In a fit of rage, Zhang Jin bellowed, "Mortars and heavy machine guns, prepare." The artillerymen dismounted from their vehicles and soon assembled 8 81mm mortars, while the mounted M2 heavy machine guns were simultaneously aimed at the Allied positions within the settlement. The foreign soldiers inside the settlement, witnessing the Jiuzhou army taking formation against them, became agitated. The leading officer, upon seeing this, quickly shouted, "Silence! Silence! These yellow-skinned monkeys wouldn't dare fire at us. They are merely posturing." The foreigner was not entirely mistaken. The army of Xinguo would typically avoid confrontation and retreat in disarray. But they had the misfortune of encountering Zhang Jin. On Zhang Jin's side, Teng Ying, seeing his commander truly readying for battle, hurriedly advised, "Commander, you must remain calm. Should a fight break out, it would lead to a diplomatic dispute." Teng Ying's words only served to ignite Zhang Jin's fury further. "To hell with diplomatic disputes. On the land of Jiuzhou, I will go wherever I please. Mortars, target the enemy positions. Fire." At Zhang Jin's command, mortar shells were unleashed, crashing into the foreign positions ahead, instantly transforming their stronghold into a sea of flames. The M1 heavy machine guns mounted on the vehicles opened fire as well, and in an instant, the 100 or so foreign soldiers at the checkpoint were reduced to a heap of corpses. Teng Ying, witnessing the rapid annihilation of the foreign soldiers, found himself momentarily dazed. Zhang Jin, unfazed, patted his shoulder and remarked, "Tell the brothers that when we arrived, these dogs were already dead." Zhang Jin adhered to one principle. Without evidence, what could they do to him? At that moment, the deafening sounds of gunfire and explosions resonated clearly, tugging at Zhang Jin's heart. He found himself perplexed. Just a month ago, he had sold a substantial cache of arms to Zhang Jingran. With those weapons, coupled with forces that far outnumbered the Japanese, the situation should not have unfolded this way. What had gone awry? Zhang Jin had no time for further contemplation and commanded, "Let us move out." The street of the concession lay eerily quiet, seemingly subdued by the distant sound of gunfire, devoid of any human presence. This desolation proved advantageous for Zhang Jin, who seized the opportunity to accelerate down the thoroughfare. The journey, which would typically require over half an hour, was accomplished in less than 20 minutes. leading him to the Grand Iron Bridge connecting the concession to Shibe. One cannot help but remark on the stark disparity between the Japanese naval infantry and their army. The expansive iron bridge stood unguarded, as all forces appeared to be concentrated on the frontline skirmishes, or perhaps they had never considered the possibility of an attack from behind. A smile crept across Zhang Jin's face, as he found a certain charm in the foolishness of the enemy. He promptly exited the vehicle, chambered a round in his M2 carbine, and gestured forward. The 1st Battalion immediately advanced in formation toward Shibe. After traversing a street, they spotted a group of Japanese soldiers fervently assaulting a red colonial-style building. Seizing the moment, Zhang Jin unleashed a volley, and several soldiers fell instantly. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from behind, momentarily halting the Japanese forces. In that fleeting pause, 7 Willis vehicles, each mounting an M1 heavy machine gun, surged forward. The cacophony of gunfire filled the air as bullets zipped across the empty street, striking the enemy with tremendous force, tearing their bodies apart and turning the scene into a torrential downpour of blood. When the thunderous machine gun fire subsided, not a single Japanese soldier remained standing. All had been reduced to shattered corpses. Zhang Jin called out loudly, "Brothers of the 9th Army, we are the garrison of the Wusong Fortress, here to support you." Moments later, ragged soldiers emerged from every corner of the street. Zhang Jin strode towards them, and at that moment, a major approached, saluting him. "Reporting, sir. We are from the 6th Regiment of the 156th Brigade of the 9th Army." Upon observing the soldiers, Zhang Jin noted that none were unscathed. They were all dirted and reeked of gunpowder, yet their bright, resolute eyes left him profoundly moved, reflecting a fearless determination in the face of death. "Commander! Commander!" A soldier rushed over, breathless. "The colonel has ordered us to reinforce the North Station immediately. It cannot hold much longer." Zhang Jin's heart tightened. He had underestimated the tenacity of the Japanese infantry. He quickly turned to the major, saying, "Do not send reinforcements. I will lead my troops there. You rest here to prevent further incursions." Without allowing the officer a chance to respond, he called to a messenger, "Come here, guide us." In a flash, they sped away, with the trailing convoy hastening to follow. After they had traveled a considerable distance, a soldier finally regained his composure and stammered, "Commander, is this the legendary German mechanized division?" The major nodded numbly, still taken aback by the impressive display of Zhang Jin and his men. The Beijing-Shanghai Line's North Station lay not far from Zhang Jin's current location, being the largest railway station in the metropolis. As Zhang Jin approached the train station, a deep, ominous howl echoed through the air, causing his expression to shift dramatically. This was the unmistakable sound of heavy artillery. No wonder the 9th Army was facing such adversity. Zhang Chong, dispatch reconnaissance troops to locate the enemy's artillery positions. "Yes, Commander." The ground trembled with the relentless din of explosions, and vast, orange-hued mushroom clouds ascended into the night sky, starkly visible against the darkness. Zhang Jin felt the vibrations beneath him and involuntarily swallowed hard. Truth be told, he was tempted to turn and flee. He now understood a fundamental truth. The experience of firing artillery was fundamentally different from being on the receiving end. Merely hearing the explosions invoked a profound sense of dread, let alone advancing under such fire. Yet, this hurdle had to be overcome. If death awaited him, it would be facing the sky. Taking a deep breath, he declared loudly, "Dismount and advance on foot." Chapter 14. The Fierce Battle at the Northern Train Station. Zhang Jin was the first to leap down and sprint towards the booming artillery. The soldiers of the 1st Battalion, witnessing their commander lead by example, quickly followed suit. At that moment, the results of 2 months of training became evident. The soldiers did not charge recklessly, but rather dispersed swiftly in units. They adeptly affixed bayonets to their rifles and chambered their ammunition. Soldiers armed with STG-44 assault rifles led the way, with the squad leader closely behind, while others spread out in a fan formation to the left and right flanks. Those equipped with sniper rifles brought up the rear, forming a loose chain-like formation. The northern train station was situated at the outer edge of the northern district, surrounded by low buildings that had been reduced to ruins by enemy artillery. The lifeless bodies of civilians, caught in the chaos and unable to escape, lay scattered about, alongside soldiers clad in the uniforms of the 9th Army, indicating that this location had recently endured a fierce confrontation. Before long, Zhang Jin spotted a 4-story British-style building. It was the northern train station. The cacophony of gunfire and artillery intensified. As he dashed towards a crumbled wall, Zhang Jin cautiously raised his head to survey the defensive line ahead. He observed sandbag fortifications pouring out a relentless barrage of bullets, while several hundred meters away, waves of enemy forces initiated their assault. The enemy soldiers were hunched over or crawling on the ground, and occasionally, one would be struck by stray gunfire, collapsing abruptly. Once more, the air was pierced by the whistling of incoming shells, followed by a series of explosions erupting from the 6th Regiment's fortifications, sending countless sandbags flying into the air. Zhang Jin's expression hardened as he turned to Zhang Chong, saying, "Send a liaison to communicate with the 6th Regiment." Zhang Chong nodded in acknowledgement and stealthily departed. At that moment, Tung Ying approached. "Commander, we have located the enemy's artillery positions. It's an open area on Chuanbei Road. Here are the coordinates." Zhang Jin took the slip of paper and handed it to Zhang Chong, instructing, "Relay this to the mortar squad and order them to destroy the enemy's artillery." He then turned to Tung Ying and commanded, "Prepare the troops." As the artillery thundered, an immediate response followed. Inside the North Railway Station building, Colonel Zhang Song of the 6th Regiment stood at a makeshift firing aperture on the 4th floor, gazing through his binoculars. Illuminated by the rising flares of the enemy, the surroundings of the railway station were suddenly bathed in light, revealing the battlefield in stark clarity. What once stood as a formidable stronghold was now riddled with craters of varying sizes, scattered remnants of artillery shells, dismembered firearms, and grotesquely mangled limbs. A harrowing scene that struck a chord of despair within him. Zhang Song's expression darkened to an extreme, his heart bleeding for his brothers in arms. A deafening explosion erupted, causing the entire railway station building to tremble violently, and countless fragments cascaded from the firing aperture. Colonel, the regiment's chief of staff, Wang Zheng, approached with grim news. "Casualty reports are in. The 1st Battalion has only 87 men left, while the 2nd Battalion has over 140. Together with the regiment's headquarters, we are down to fewer than 240. At this rate, we may not survive until dawn." Wang Zheng faltered, unable to finish his thought. Zhang Song fell into silence, astonished by the staggering losses of over half of his 700 men in just an hour, a calamity he had never encountered in over a decade of relentless warfare alongside Chang Jingran. Yet, retreat was not an option. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not relinquish the land of the 9 provinces. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely declared, "Relay my orders. When the frontline soldiers have exhausted their ammunition, the officers will take their place. When the officers are spent, the direct troops will move up. And if they fall, I will go. I have but one command. As long as there are men of the 6th Regiment, we shall not forsake the railway station." With that, Zhang Song drew his sidearm, the crisp sound of the bullet chambering echoing as he slammed it onto the table. The room fell into a heavy silence, thick with tension, until the rapid sound of footsteps approached from the corridor. Moments later, a soldier burst through the door, breathless, exclaiming, "Colonel, the garrison from Wusong Fortress has come to our aid." Zhang Song's eyes brightened at the prospect, rising abruptly, yet before he could instruct the soldier to bring them inside. A chilling howl resonated outside, followed by violent explosions. "Colonel, look!" shouted the soldier stationed at the firing aperture, and Zhang Song's expression shifted, fearing further calamity. He hurried to the aperture, his gaze fixed outside, and was momentarily stunned to witness vibrant orange fireballs erupting amidst the advancing enemy forces. As he stood there in shock, the clarion call of a charge suddenly rang out, followed by the earth-shattering battle cries. "Colonel, someone is charging at the enemy. Could it be the garrison?" Wang Zheng exclaimed. Astonished, Zhang Song turned, seizing his pistol from the table. "Whoever it is, they are men of valor outside, and the 6th Regiment is not to be underestimated. Sound the charge. The entire regiment, fix bayonets, and follow me to slay the enemy." As the cannon fire ceased, Zhang Jin rose to his feet and proclaimed loudly, "Sound the charge." He then switched his M2 carbine to rapid-fire mode and boldly led the charge, raising his weapon to fire at the stunned enemy soldiers, instantly bringing several of them crashing to the ground. He quickly crouched behind a dirt wall and immediately heard the whistling sound of bullets whizzing past his head. The bullets struck the wall with muffled thuds, causing Zhang Jin to break into a cold sweat. In his previous life, he had been an ordinary citizen, unacquainted with the chaos of the battlefield, and it was only natural to feel fear. It was precisely this fear that compelled Zhang Jin to push himself to adapt to such an environment. A bird confined in a cage can never fathom the vastness of the sky and earth. Zhang Jin was that caged bird, untested by the crucible of battle, and thus unworthy of being a competent soldier, let alone a commander. Therefore, he was determined to challenge himself and discover the extent of his capabilities. Suddenly, the dull thud of a heavy machine gun rang out, immediately suppressing the enemy's fire. Zhang Jin took a deep breath, glanced at Zhang Chong and the others who had followed him, and stood up, firing as he advanced toward the enemy. Soon, the two sides encountered each other. The enemy, seeing Zhang Jin and his men rushing forward, instinctively reached for their weapons, misinterpreting their intentions. They were not retreating. The enemy was not foolish enough for that. They merely disengaged their safety mechanisms to avoid friendly fire. Upon witnessing the enemy cease fire and prepare for close combat, Zhang Jin could not help but smirk, directly pulling the trigger. The enemy had not anticipated Zhang Jin's blatant disregard for the rules of engagement. In an instant, dozens of STG-44 assault rifles erupted in unison, obliterating the remaining standing enemy soldiers. Charge! Just as Zhang Jin released the trigger, a chorus of battle cries erupted from within the train station. Zhang Song, leading the remaining soldiers of the 6th Regiment, charged out, momentarily stunned by the scene before him. Had he arrived too late? Zhang Jin, observing the square-jawed colonel rushing forward, broke into a smile. You must be Colonel Zhang Song, correct? I am Zhang Jin, commander of the Wusong Fortress. Zhang Song, now noticing Zhang Jin, hesitated for a moment, taken aback by his youthful appearance, but quickly regained his composure. He saluted Zhang Jin and shook his hand vigorously, saying, Commander Zhang, had it not been for your timely reinforcements, I fear I would have met my fallen brothers long ago. Seeing Zhang Song's warm demeanor, Zhang Jin felt no need to maintain a stern expression. The two quickly became acquainted, and Zhang Song led Zhang Jin to the command post located on the first floor of the train station, instructing someone to bring tea. He then scratched his head and said, Brother Jin, the conditions here are rather rudimentary. All I can offer you is a cup of plain tea. I hope you won't take offense. Zhang, my dear brother, remarked, What are you saying? On the battlefield, being able to enjoy a cup of tea is indeed a rare blessing. Zhang Jin first offered a compliment to Zhang Song, then with a hint of confusion asked, Brother Zhang, I have heard that your 9th Army has recently acquired a new batch of weaponry. Why then, do you still rely on the old rifles? At this, Zhang Song could not help but let out a bitter laugh. My brother, our 9th Army is not like your Central Army, generously provided for by the court, free from worries about sustenance. Pausing momentarily, Zhang Song scanned Zhang Jin and the soldiers of the 1st Battalion nearby, his gaze fixating on the full set of German equipment, which sparked envy so profound it seemed his eyes might bulge out. Regaining his composure, he continued, We of the 9th Army have grown accustomed to hardship. Naturally, we must reserve our good supplies for when our current equipment fails. Zhang Jin's brow furrowed slightly, for he had forgotten that while the Mauser rifle was of little value in his hands, it was regarded as a top-notch weapon by others. Brother Zhang, even if you reserve the rifles, what about the mortars and field artillery you purchased? You cannot simply hide them away until they rust, can you? Zhang Song replied, Our commander indeed wishes to equip us with several cannons, but regrettably, we are short on artillerymen. The entirety of the 9th Army's artillery personnel could scarcely form a single battalion. To address this, our commander even established an artillery training squad. Yet, who could have foreseen that before the recruits could arrive, the Japanese would strike first? Realization dawned on Zhang Jin. No wonder the 9th Army's artillery fire was so weak. The reason lay here. Suddenly, a piercing whistle echoed from outside, followed by a tremendous explosion that illuminated the command center with a fiery orange glow. The building shook violently, causing dust to cascade from the ceiling. Taken by surprise, Zhang Jin slipped, but managed to steady himself against the table, narrowly avoiding a fall. At that moment, Zhang Chong rushed upstairs, exclaiming, Commander, over 2,000 Japanese troops are advancing from Honko, armed with heavy weaponry and several armored vehicles, less than a kilometer from the station. Just then, another ominous whistle pierced the air, distinctly different from the previous one, resonating with a heavy timbre. Zhang Jin's expression changed dramatically. It's heavy artillery, get down. In an instant, the ground trembled violently, as if the entire building were convulsing. Zhang Jin felt a dizzying sensation wash over him, his stomach churning as if he might vomit. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, he shouted, Run. The building is going to collapse. With that, He seized the unsteady Zhang Song and rushed toward the exit. Fortunately, fate was on their side, and they safely emerged from the chaos. As Zhang Jin staggered outside, he took a moment to catch his breath and turned to glance back at the train station building, now significantly reduced, with a substantial portion of its concrete structure collapsed. "Call!" Zhang Jin yelled urgently to Zhang Chong. No sooner had he spoken than the air was filled with a howling sound, as a shell descended with a swift whistle, landing just meters from the base of the building with a deafening roar. In a split second, Zhang Jin felt a tremendous force propel him through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. The pain radiating from his back elicited a sharp cry of distress from him. A swift shadow suddenly streaked past Zhang Jin, accompanied by a wave of heat. Startled, he turned to discover it was a fragment of a shell. He felt his body weaken, as if his heart were being hammered relentlessly. Is this the reality of war? On the precipice of life and death, no one knows when their time will come. A flicker of fear surged within Zhang Jin, quickly transforming into exhilaration. Yes, exhilaration, a rush of adrenaline. At that moment, the thunder of artillery ceased, and the battlefield fell into an eerie silence. The enemy was preparing to advance. Zhang Song, in a disheveled state, approached Zhang Jin with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin immediately crouched and darted behind a trench built from sandbags, seizing his binoculars to survey the scene. The dawn was breaking, revealing a pale light on the eastern horizon, allowing him to see clearly the desolate ground ahead. Approximately 700 to 800 meters away, a wave of enemy soldiers surged toward their position, interspersed with several armored vehicles. "Prepare for battle," Zhang Jin bellowed, prompting the soldiers of the 1st Battalion to scatter and set up their M2 heavy machine guns and G42 rifles atop the sandbags. After a night of fierce combat, the remaining soldiers had undergone a transformation. The naivety and fear of rookies had vanished, replaced by unwavering resolve. In that moment, the battlefield fell eerily silent, the air thickening to the point of suffocation. Zhang Jin, eyes fixed on the advancing enemy, took a deep breath, aiming his Kar-43 rifle at one of the soldiers and pulling the trigger. A resounding crack echoed as the enemy soldier fell. Instantly, the battlefield erupted into a cacophony of gunfire. Bullets whizzed past Zhang Jin's head, forcing him to duck low as a sudden explosion erupted in front of the trench, showering small stones like rain against the sandbags. He spat out a pebble that had lodged in his mouth, bringing his eyes back to the sights, slowly adjusting his aim towards the advancing enemy. Soon, he spotted two foes fiddling with a grenade launcher. Crack! He fired, and both enemies crumpled to the ground. "Commander, the mortars are ready," Zhang Chong shouted as he ran over, bent low. Zhang Jin glanced back to see 8 mortars lined up, awaiting his command. A surge of pent-up fury coursed through him as he watched the cautiously advancing enemy. "Damn it, now it's our turn to bombard you." Across from the train station's defensive line, in a sparse grove, the Marine Corps commander Nakajima Guzhong wore a grim expression as he surveyed the seemingly unyielding defenses of the train station. Leading his troops, he had commenced the assault at 11 o'clock the previous night, expecting to capture the small station with ease. However, as dawn broke, they remained stuck outside, unable to advance. Thoughts of the telegram he had sent to headquarters loomed ominously. 4 hours to seize the metropolis. Nakashima Guzhong felt a sudden flush of embarrassment, quickly followed by an overwhelming surge of anger. Drawing his command sword, he bellowed, "Tell that fool Yoshida, if he cannot seize the train station, he ought to commit harakiri to apologize to His Majesty the Emperor." A Japanese messenger hurriedly bowed and dashed forward, but barely took a few steps when a shell fell directly from the sky. With a deafening explosion, the messenger was instantly obliterated, fragments of his body flying towards Nakashima and his comrades. One piece struck Nakashima squarely in the face, splattering blood and flesh all over him. "Baka! Baka! Kill them!" Chapter 16, A Battle of Wits. As the first shell detonated, a relentless barrage of dark projectiles rained down from above, engulfing the charging Japanese troops in a storm of artillery fire. In the trench, Zhang Jin observed the chaos as the enemy soldiers were thrown into disarray. Crying out in terror, a figure suddenly burst forth, urgency etched on his face. "Brother Jin, we must relocate the artillery immediately. It will be too late otherwise." Zhang Jin focused and recognized Zhang Song. Though unclear about the urgency, he glanced at Zhang Chong, who nodded in affirmation, prompting him to sprint towards the artillery position. "Brother Jin, hurry," Zhang Song insisted, dragging Zhang Jin into a bunker fortified with sandbags. As they took their positions, a thunderous explosion erupted outside. Zhang Song grimaced and remarked, "The enemy is quite cunning. As soon as we unleash our mortars and heavy machine guns, they will concentrate all their firepower to obliterate us." Our regiment's heavy artillery was decimated this way. Zhang Jin's heart tightened at this revelation. Just then, Zhang Chong rushed in, reporting, "Commander, the fire support company has completed its shelling and withdrawn without casualties." Zhang Jin breathed a sigh of relief, recalling that the officers in the fire support company were his own summoned subordinates, possessing military knowledge far superior to his own rudimentary understanding. The battlefield truly is a profound teacher. A single misstep can result in a harrowing lesson that one can never forget. Report. Teng Ying suddenly burst through the door. "Commander, the reconnaissance company has relayed that they have pinpointed the enemy's heavy artillery positions." Upon hearing that the reconnaissance unit had successfully identified the enemy's artillery, Zhang Jin felt a surge of elation. This arduous battle had been exceedingly frustrating, and now it was finally his turn to unleash his full might. "Zhang Chong, order the artillery battalion to commence bombardment and obliterate the enemy's artillery positions." "Yes, Commander." On the western bank of the Huangpu River, at Zhang Jin's artillery battalion's position, the battalion commander, Zhang Kuei, set down his radio and declared with fervor, "Enemy target located in Jiabe 075 area. Measure 533. Direction left. Elevation 2. Charge 1. Instantaneous fuse." Zhang Kuei's command was promptly transmitted to the artillery position, where the gunners stationed behind the 12 150mm howitzers immediately sprang into action. Soon, the massive gun barrels were elevated high, aimed towards the direction of Jiabe. Before long, the sound of a report echoed from the battalion command post, reporting to the battalion commander, "The artillery position is ready, requesting to fire." 5 rounds fired in rapid succession. The artillery position erupted with a thunderous roar as the smoke from the cannon fire swiftly enveloped the area. In Honko, at the Japanese artillery position, for 150mm type, 4 howitzers and 4 120mm howitzers were lined up in formation. This so-called position was merely a small clearing outside the Japanese Marine Corps headquarters, with the artillery glaringly exposed to the open air, devoid of any cover. Watanabe Jin, the commanding officer of the Japanese artillery battalion, observed the sweat-drenched gunners working fervently in front of the cannons, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. "Yes. Let the warriors of the Empire exert themselves further and obliterate those damned Chinese." Just as Watanabe Jin finished speaking, a shell instantly sliced through the sky, landing amidst the artillery position. With a resounding explosion, one of the 150mm howitzers was instantly obliterated, disintegrating into several chunks of metal flung into the air. One piece of the barrel hurtling towards Watanabe Jin, reducing him to a mere puddle of flesh in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the artillery position transformed into a vast crater. Following this, the bombardment escalated. A shell arced over the urban area, crashing into the advancing Japanese forces. Those at the epicenter of the explosion were reduced to mere fragments, while those slightly further away fared little better, as shrapnel from the blast tore through them mercilessly. Even Zhang Jin, sheltered in the trench, felt a wave of heat wash over him, akin to standing too close to a bonfire. Peering through the firing aperture, Zhang Song observed a crater nearby, emitting dark smoke, approximately 3 to 4 meters wide. He had just witnessed, with his own eyes, the devastating effect of that shell, which had claimed the lives of at least 20 to 30 Japanese soldiers. "Brother Jin, what kind of artillery is this? Its power is astonishing." Zhang Jin, smiling at the astonished Zhang Song, replied, "A German 150mm howitzer. It's quite impressive, though the caliber is slightly smaller." Zhang Song, taken aback by Zhang Jin's nonchalance, felt his jaw nearly drop. A 150mm cannon deemed small. Having fought for over a decade, the largest artillery he had ever encountered was the Schneider 75mm field gun, and he had never even seen cannons exceeding 100mm, let alone a 150mm howitzer. At that moment, the artillery fire continued to thunder, flames soaring skyward, and the billowing black smoke from the explosions thoroughly shrouded the Japanese positions. The occasional cries for help that pierced through the smoke revealed to Zhang Jin the hellish ordeal the Japanese soldiers were enduring. It was not until half an hour later that the cannonade gradually subsided. Zhang Jin quickly grabbed his binoculars to survey the direction of the Japanese forces. Apart from the pockmarked craters, there were no visible Japanese soldiers standing. He promptly turned to Zhang Song and declared, "Brother Zhang, it's time for us to secure the battlefield." Zhang Song immediately became animated, thumping his chest and confidently proclaiming, "Brother Jin, just you wait and see. If old Zhang isn't the second best at cleaning up the battlefield, who would dare claim the title of the first?" Zhang Jin couldn't help but smile. Cleaning the battlefield was indeed a lucrative task, with the potential to uncover valuable treasures. Zhang Song's enthusiasm was not entirely surprising to him. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Brother, you can take charge of the battlefield cleanup. We must be on our way." Zhang Song was momentarily taken aback. "Brother, where are you headed?" Zhang Jin directed his gaze towards Honko, his expression icy as he replied, "Naturally, I am going to the enemy's command post." Meanwhile, over 20 kilometers away on the Jinghu Railway, Chang Jingran, leading the main force of the Ninth Army in retreat, gazed at the billowing black smoke rising from the city, his face clouded with gravity. Anger soon followed. The Japanese had been wreaking havoc in Shanghai, and the government, fearing conflict, had repeatedly ordered the Ninth Army to withdraw from the city. Reluctantly, he had led the main forces out, leaving only a division to defend Shanghai. Just as he had exited the city, the Japanese launched an attack on Jiabei. In deep concern, he turned to his chief of staff, Huang Liang, and commanded, "Chief of Staff, order the troops to accelerate their advance." "Commander, the men have already been weary through the night. Should we not allow them to rest?" Huang Liang suggested. Chang Jingran abruptly turned, fury etched on his face. "Rest? We rest? What about our brothers in Jiabei? Do you realize that if we take a moment's respite, how many of our comrades and innocent civilians will fall victim to the enemy's blades?" Without granting Huang Liang the chance to respond, he commanded, "Issue the order to accelerate the march." With that, he spurred his horse forward, leaving no room for discussion. In the Jiabei district, near the railway, a dense crowd had gathered, anxiously gazing towards the train station. As the cannon fire ceased, worry etched across their faces. In the midst of this unease, a young female student, clad in a blue coat and black skirt, suddenly ascended to a higher vantage point and called out, "Fellow townsfolk, you have seen it. The soldiers of the Ninth Army are valiantly resisting the invaders. They surely need our assistance. Who among you will join me?" The young woman appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, with a delicate oval face, fair and radiant skin, and large, expressive eyes framed by elegantly arched brows, exuding an undeniable spirit. As her words resonated, the street fell into a hushed silence. Just as the crowd hesitated, a dapper young man in a white suit stepped forward, declaring, "I will go." With one person taking the lead, many young men and women in the crowd eagerly chimed in, "Sister, I will go." "So will I. Count me in." Just as the enthusiasm surged, a thunderous sound of approaching vehicles rumbled from the direction of the battlefield. Chapter 17, Counterattack. The crowd turned their heads. And not far away, 6 or 7 exquisitely designed cars approached, followed by a lengthy convoy of trucks. On one of the trucks, a vibrant multicolored national flag fluttered in the wind, instantly stirring the populace of the magical city. "Look, it's our army," they exclaimed with excitement. Before long, the convoy approached, and the citizens gathered around. However, before they could utter a word, a sudden buzzing sound filled the air. Zhang Jin, seated in a Willis Jeep, immediately changed his expression. Standing up to shout, "Evacuate the civilians, prepare for anti-air defense." Soldiers aboard the vehicle promptly leaped down, urging the people on the street to seek cover. Zhang Jin then jumped from the vehicle and headed towards the anti-air battalion. During the deployment, he had split the high artillery battalion in two, assigning a company to the heavy artillery unit, and he brought 2 companies with a total of 8 88mm anti-aircraft guns. Upon arriving at the anti-aircraft battalion, the 8 guns were already prepared for aerial engagement. At this moment, the buzzing overhead grew increasingly close. Zhang Jin hastily grabbed his binoculars and spotted a dozen biplanes emerging from the northwest, languidly making their approach. "It's the Japanese Type 1 shipborne attack aircraft." Suddenly, a voice came from behind him, and he turned to see a man and a woman had appeared without him noticing. The man continued, equipped with 2 77mm machine guns, capable of reaching a speed of 198 kilometers per hour, and can carry 10 50-kilogram bombs or 2 250-kilogram bombs, accompanied by Type 3 shipborne fighters. armed with 2 machine guns and a speed of 241 kilometers per hour. Quite impressive. The dashing young man recounted the details with enthusiasm, then sighed. Unfortunately, we have no aircraft at the moment. Otherwise, I would relish the chance to engage the Japanese. A spark of realization ignited in Zhang Jin's eyes. Could this charming young man be a pilot? Fire. Just as Zhang Jin was lost in thought, the formation of aircraft had already reached the skies above Xiaobei, prompting the battalion commander, Zhang Yun, to call out loudly. The 888mm anti-aircraft guns immediately aimed at their respective targets. Boom! With a thunderous roar. One of the guns fired first, sending a shell soaring into the sky, which erupted into a fireball above. They watched as one Japanese aircraft suddenly veered off course, billowing thick black smoke, before plummeting to the ground. Evidently, the Japanese Air Force had not anticipated ground-based anti-air fire, and in their panic, they attempted to gain distance. As the first shell detonated, the remaining anti-aircraft guns opened fire, and the sky was instantly filled with 7 more fireballs. Before the first 7 fireballs had even dissipated, a second volley of shells ascended skyward. Within mere seconds, dozens of plumes of black smoke enveloped the area where the Japanese aircraft congregated, causing the enemy planes to fall from the sky like dumplings. It was a heart-stirring spectacle. The citizens, who had been seeking refuge, paused in their tracks, and the public concession across the river fell silent as well, all astounded by the scene. My God, what weaponry are the people of Zhejiang employing? To shoot down so many planes is utterly terrifying. Unbeknownst to Zhang Jin, this moment of aerial triumph would be etched in the memories of those who witnessed it, igniting a significant ripple effect in the aftermath. In the anti-aircraft artillery position, Zhang Jin gazed at the sky, filled with birds, and smiled with satisfaction. Well, little devils. You think you can be so arrogant? Now you know better. Suddenly, a stuttering voice broke the moment. Is this an anti-aircraft gun? Zhang Jin did not respond to the man's inquiry. Instead, he looked at him with a serious expression and asked, "Can you fly a plane?" "Of course. That's what I do." The young man replied with an air of certainty, which delighted Zhang Jin. He had initially intended to summon a pilot, but had fortuitously stumbled upon one. "What is your name?" "Gao Yuanheng." Zhang Jin was taken aback, his disbelief evident on his face. What incredible luck he had to randomly encounter someone who was a member of the 4 great kings. He couldn't help but raise his voice in astonishment. "Are you certain your name is Gao Yuanheng? From the northeast?" Gao Yuanheng looked puzzled by the question and replied with annoyance, "Sir, that's somewhat insulting. I'm not an idiot. How could I not know my own name?" Zhang Jin burst into laughter, giving Gao Yuanheng a hearty pat on the shoulder. "How about you join me in this endeavor?" Gao Yuanheng paused momentarily, and then Zhang Jin realized that Gao Yuanheng was a pilot. If he couldn't produce real results, it would be futile. He quickly shifted the conversation. "Let us set aside such discussions for now. We must focus on battling the devils. Just follow my lead." Upon hearing the mention of fighting the devils, Gao Yuanheng agreed without hesitation. "All right." A beautiful girl, who had been standing nearby and unable to interject, chimed in eagerly. "And I want to help too. I am from St. John's University School of Medicine." "From the medical school? A doctor?" Zhang Jin felt a surge of joy. He had certainly heard of St. John's University, one of the finest institutions in the land and often referred to as the Harvard of the East. Was he truly having such remarkable luck today? Encountering talents at every turn? His heart raced with excitement. Should he seek out more? Perhaps there were others? "Commander! Commander!" Tung Ying approached briskly, handing a telegram to Zhang Jin. "The Military Affairs Department has just sent an order stating that we must hold our fortress. Without orders from the Military Affairs Department, we are not to venture out or fire upon the devils. Otherwise, we will face military law." Without even glancing at the telegram, Zhang Jin ripped it in half and tossed it aside like refuse. "Relay this order. The entire regiment must assemble immediately. Target, the Devil's Marine Corps Command." After sending Tung Ying away, Zhang Jin turned to the girl. "I happen to need a captain for a medical team. If you can gather a few more medical students, the position will be yours." "Really?" The girl was taken aback by how agreeable Zhang Jin was, momentarily unable to believe her good fortune. Zhang Jin smiled and said, "A man of honor must keep his word." However, he quickly added, "But I can only wait for half an hour." "Half an hour? I will go find people right away," the girl exclaimed, her urgency evident as she hurried off. Zhang Jin couldn't help but smile at her eagerness. Students, regardless of the era, have always been the most passionate group. "Commander Zhang, Aren't you worried about being besieged by the devils when you attack their command? Gao Yuanhang suddenly asked. Zhang Jin, with a composed demeanor, remarked, "It is just the right opportunity to eliminate them all." Gao Yuanhang gazed at Zhang Jin, whose calm expression belied an overwhelming confidence. The youthful countenance of Gao appeared even more juvenile, perhaps due to the recent harrowing battle, which had imbued him with a newfound resilience and tenacity. Zhang Jin continued, unperturbed. The Japanese forces' sudden assault on Shanghai is merely a stratagem to divert international attention and alleviate pressure on their occupation of the Northeast. If we act swiftly and conclude the battle within a day, their conspiracy will be utterly thwarted, and perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope for the Northeast. Gao Yuanhang was deeply moved. He had not anticipated the magnitude of the Japanese's conspiracy behind their attack on Shanghai, and a sense of urgency welled within him. He promptly suggested, "Commander Zhang, shall we depart immediately? At this moment, their headquarters must be vulnerable. We might catch them off guard." "Patience," Zhang Jin chuckled, gesturing towards the direction of the new garbage bridge. "Taking this route will allow us to surprise them completely." Through the concession, Gao Yuanhang's eyes widened in disbelief, gazing at Zhang Jin as though he were mad. He mused that, in this era, one could scarcely comprehend the extent of the Western powers' tyranny. Countless unequal treaties and acts of aggression had left certain individuals on the vast expanse of the 9 provinces spineless, wherein subservience and sycophancy towards foreigners had become the norm. Such attitudes permeated the upper echelons, subtly instilling a sense of inferiority among the common folk in the presence of foreigners. This was the reason for Gao Yuanhang's astonishment upon hearing Zhang Jin's words. Deep down, he had unconsciously branded foreigners as untouchable. Zhang Jin, perceiving Gao Yuanhang's expression, could not help but scoff. "Humph, if the Japanese can traverse, why can't I? If they wish to play by double standards, they must first reckon with my firepower." Chapter 18. Bombarding the cruiser. Half an hour swiftly passed. Just as Zhang Jin was about to board the vehicle, a girl hurriedly ran back, her face flushed from exertion, her chest rising and falling rhythmically. She approached Zhang Jin, breathless, pointing to a throng of male and female university students trailing behind her. "Commander, look, they are all eager to join us in combating the Japanese." A smile instantly illuminated Zhang Jin's face as he turned to Zhang Chong, instructing, "Clear 2 vehicles for them to board. We must ensure their safety." "Yes, Commander." Zhang Jin then turned his attention back to the girl. "What is your name?" Her face brightened with a radiant smile, reminiscent of the sun's warmth in March. "I am Yumanli." Immediately, Zhang Jin declared, "According to wartime regulations, Yumanli, I hereby appoint you as the acting captain of the health team of the Wusong Fortress Garrison Command. Gather your team and board the vehicle. It is time for us to depart." Yumanli, taken aback by Zhang Jin's genuine appointment, beamed with joy and promptly saluted him, albeit somewhat awkwardly. "Yes, Commander." Zhang Jin returned a casual salute and climbed into his jeep, while Gao Yuanhang hurriedly took a seat behind him, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Commander Zhang, what position do you intend to grant me? Do you wish for me to join your ranks?" As Gao Yuanhang gazed at the astonished Zhang Jin, he realized he had been led astray by the earlier comments of Yumanli. A distinguished flight instructor such as himself could not possibly descend to the rank of a mere soldier under Zhang Jin's command. He quickly chuckled and said, "Commander Zhang, I was merely jesting. I hope you won't take it to heart." To his surprise, Zhang Jin adopted a serious demeanor and earnestly replied, "If you are willing to consider a position, I happen to have one that would suit you perfectly." Without awaiting Gao Yuanhang's response, he straightened his posture and declared, "Let us proceed to the new garbage bridge." The rumble of engines erupted immediately. However, this time, Zhang Jin did not lead the convoy. Instead, 4 Willis equipped with M2 heavy machine guns forged the path ahead. At that moment, the throng of citizens gathered around grew increasingly substantial, especially after Zhang Jin's recent triumph in downing several enemy aircraft, which heightened the atmosphere to an extraordinary intensity. As Zhang Jin's vehicle began to move, an elderly woman rushed forward, presenting a basket of steaming white buns into his arms, exclaiming, "Commander, we have little to offer, but these are freshly steamed buns from my home. Please eat on your journey. You must be well fed to fight." Before Zhang Jin could regain his composure, an elderly man dashed up and thrust a coarse porcelain bowl filled with tea eggs into his hands, saying, "Commander, these are my husband's tea eggs. Eat them on the way and kill a few more enemies for my old man." In a matter of moments, Zhang Jin found his arms laden with an assortment of goods, white buns, eggs, and fruits. He was profoundly moved, realizing the depth of the bond between the military and the civilians. The thought of such endearing citizens suffering in turmoil strengthened his resolve to vanquish the enemy. Seated behind him, Gao Yuanhang also benefited from this outpouring of goodwill, his own arms brimming with provisions that stirred his emotions. He recalled the disdain and rotten vegetable leaves they had encountered in the northeast. A wave of shame washed over Gao Yuanhang as he recognized that the items in his possession represented not mere goods, but the earnest hopes of the people across the land. The convoy, having struggled to extricate itself from the enthusiastic citizens, swiftly maneuvered towards the new garbage bridge, reaching the southern end of Zongbei Road in just a few minutes. Not far ahead lay a railway bridge leading to the western district of the concession. However, Zhang Jin did not intend to cross the river. Rather, he aimed to advance eastward along Suzhou River Street and then veer into the Bund Avenue of the eastern concession, directly targeting the enemy's command center in Hongkou. To Zhang Jin's surprise, as the convoy approached the new garbage bridge intending to turn left, a cohort of plainclothes individuals wielding Type 38 rifles suddenly burst forth from the checkpoint on North Suzhou Road, colliding head-on with Zhang Jin and his men. Short and stocky, bullet. Zhang Jin's pupils constricted sharply as he instinctively seized the M2 carbine from the front of the vehicle, racking the bolt and adjusting the fire selector in one fluid motion. With a rapid succession of gunfire, bullets swept across the scene, and the Willis in front of Zhang Jin reacted immediately, unleashing a barrage from their 4M2 heavy machine guns as the enemy raised their rifles. Boom, boom. Countless 127mm shells swept mercilessly towards the enemy, reducing them to a grotesque spectacle of blood and flesh in mere moments. Within a span of mere seconds, hundreds of adversaries were left as dismembered remnants on the ground, a scene so gruesome that onlookers were nearly overcome with nausea, some fleeing in terror. The convoy rolled over the fallen foes, arriving at the checkpoint on North Suzhou Road. The foreign soldiers stationed there were paralyzed with fear from the earlier skirmish. Especially with the 4 heavy machine guns still trained on them, their bravado evaporated. Zhang Jin's vehicle came to a halt before the checkpoint, and he coldly addressed the trembling soldiers. "You have 10 seconds to clear the way, or the fate of the corpses beneath you shall be yours." These foreign soldiers had mingled in the land of the Jiuzhou for some time. While they may not speak the language fluently, they grasped enough to comprehend his ultimatum. Exchanging glances, they dutifully retreated, raising their weapons above their heads in surrender. This stark contrast between Westerners and Easterners was evident here. The former, driven by materialism, lacked the concepts of honor and integrity, instinctively opting for capitulation in the face of overwhelming odds. In contrast, the deeply ingrained values of loyalty and filial piety in Eastern culture held greater significance than life itself, making surrender unthinkable. "Let us proceed." Zhang Jin, seeing the foreigners yield, chose to disregard them and led the convoy onward. Halfway through their journey, a young man on a bicycle approached and reported, "Commander, 3 enemy warships are docked on the Huangpu River, the Longtian cruiser and 2 destroyers." Zhang Jin's expression tightened. While he was familiar with the Izumo, the Longtian was unknown to him. He promptly instructed Zhang Chong, who was following behind, "Halt. Prepare for battle." Without delay, Zhang Jin sprinted towards the Huangpu River, where its vast expanse, several times wider than the Suzhou River, came into view. Turning the corner, he spotted the 2 warships docked, the enemy seemingly dazed and not yet firing upon them. Seizing this golden opportunity, Zhang Jin turned to Zhang Chong, commanding, "Send the coordinates to the artillery battalion. Eliminate them." After giving instructions to Zhang Chong, he called out to Ting Ying, who was following closely, "Go, bring the anti-aircraft battalion." The enemy clearly had not anticipated that the Jiuzhou forces would sneak from the concession, failing to establish any defensive measures, leaving themselves exposed. With a howling sound echoing through the air, the anti-aircraft battalion had just wheeled in their 88mm anti-aircraft guns when the sky filled with the ominous whistle of incoming projectiles. Descending towards the 2 enemy vessels, flames erupted from the deck in bursts, and the largest vessel on the river, the Longtian, appeared to weigh no more than 3,000 or 4,000 tons. Naturally, it lacked the robust resilience of a battleship. A single 150mm shell struck, creating a gaping hole in the deck. As several shells detonated, the upper structures of the enemy's warship were left in disarray. With even the turrets being dislodged and tilting precariously upon the deck. Zhang Jin seized this opportunity and promptly ordered his soldiers to direct 8 anti-aircraft guns towards the 2 destroyers. Boom, boom. The shells erupted from the barrels, crashing onto the destroyers' decks, sending the enemy soldiers sprawling in chaos. The firing rate of the 88mm guns was unparalleled, delivering 20 rounds per minute like a torrential downpour upon the 2 destroyers, fragmenting the structures on their decks into mere debris. Meanwhile, the 12 howitzers of the Heavy Artillery Regiment unleashed their firepower upon the Longtian. With an increasing barrage of shells, the Longtian became a stationary target, gradually disassembled piece by piece. Suddenly, a massive fireball erupted from the Longtian, and the entire ship was violently torn apart into several fragments, evidently struck by shells hitting its munitions depot. Just as the Longtian met its demise, the remaining 2 destroyers followed suit, exploding one after the other. Witnessing the annihilation of the enemy vessels, Zhang Jin's face broke into a radiant smile. The 88mm gun truly lived up to its reputation as a counter to everything, effortlessly dominating the skies, the land, and the sea. "Pack up. Let us advance," Zhang Jin bellowed, glancing around. Perhaps due to the recent bombardment, the streets of the Hongkou concession along the Huangpu River were devoid of any shadows. At the British consulate on the Bund, Consul Boris observed the rising smoke over the Huangpu River, his expression darkening to an extreme. Clatter. A military officer strode in confidently. "Consul, our troops are fully prepared and ready for combat." Boris pondered for a moment, his previously grim demeanor transforming into calmness as he slowly shook his head. "Colonel William, just have the soldiers on standby. Let the monkeys handle their own affairs. This particular monkey has been too exuberant. It is time someone teaches him a lesson." Upon hearing that no battle would ensue, the officer's taut nerves relaxed instantly. They had traveled thousands of miles to the east solely for fortune, never intending to risk their lives. However, reflecting on Zhang Jin's actions, the officer furrowed his brow and remarked, "Consul, what of the incursions by the Kyushu army into the concession? Should we simply let it slide?" Boris's face suddenly brightened with a faint smile. "Colonel William, you need not worry. The Qing court will provide us with a satisfactory resolution." Meanwhile, the command center of the Japanese Marine Corps in Hongkou was anything but tranquil, reverberating with Nakajima Giju's furious roars. "Baka! Useless! You are all worthless! You should commit harakiri! No, you scoundrels are simply unworthy!" Nakashima Gujong was infuriated as the Marine Corps 3rd Battalion advanced towards Jabe in 3 separate formations. In his mind, he anticipated that the battle would be resolved within 4 hours at most. However, from the very outset, he was doused with a bucket of cold water. The tenacity of the Kyushu forces surpassed his expectations, rendering his advance nearly impossible. As the battle progressed, a multitude of heavy artillery emerged, wreaking havoc on the attacking troops, resulting in devastating losses, with entire artillery battalions obliterated. The more Nakashima pondered, the angrier he became. Casting a fierce glare at the only individual among them clad in the Japanese army uniform, a rotund man named Tofu Yuan, the head of the intelligence agency. "Tofu, what is your intelligence department doing? Why was I not informed about the Kyushu forces possessing heavy artillery?" As Nakashima's reprimand echoed, the naval officers, who had been bowing their heads in submission, instantly lifted their gazes towards Tofu Yuan, their eyes burning with a silent fury that seemed capable of tearing him apart. Even Tofu Yuan, known for his remarkable composure, felt a shiver run down his spine. He swallowed hard and deeply bowed to Nakashima. "Your Excellency, General, this indeed is a blunder on the part of our intelligence agency. Please, punish me." "Umph." Nakashima let out a heavy snort. "How you are punished is a matter for the Army Ministry. Just know that due to your oversight, the Imperial Navy has lost over 2,000 brave souls, and you shall bear the responsibility for this." Upon hearing Nakashima shift the blame entirely onto him, Tofu Yuan erupted in anger. "Baka! Damn you, naval fools! If you lack capability, do not place the blame on our intelligence agency." He had witnessed the Marine Corps combat firsthand, and they were far inferior to the Army, lacking in coordination, combat spirit, and individual skill. Indeed, they were even outperformed by the local forces of the 9th Army. Observing the menacing looks from the furious naval officers surrounding him, Tofu Yuan ultimately resolved to endure the humiliation. He feared that these enraged individuals might resort to violence, and he did not wish to become an unjust casualty in the ensuing chaos. Just as the tension in the room reached a breaking point, a soldier burst in. "Commander, the Chinese artillery has attacked our warships on the Huangpu River. The Longtian cruiser and 2 destroyers have been sunk." Boom. The news struck Nakashima like a bolt from the blue, leaving him stunned and his mind blank. It was over. This time, he was truly finished. Tofu Yuan's face also turned pale. Warships were not mere soldiers. Even the oldest vessels were treasures in the resource-strapped empire. What terrified Tofu Yuan the most was that, during the Battle of Tsushima 2 decades prior, despite facing the formidable Russian Navy, they had only lost 3 torpedo boats. Now, losing 3 warships was unfathomable, and he could already envision the unbridled wrath of the emperor and the general staff. No, he could not sit idly by. In his fear, Tofu Yuan's mind raced. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes, and he bowed deeply to the still-dazed Nakashima. "Your Excellency, General, we must immediately locate the positions of the Chinese heavy artillery and annihilate them, redeeming ourselves in the process." Nakado Juchu, his mind a blank slate, seized upon Tohaien's suggestion as if it were a lifeline, disregarding his own identity as he bowed deeply to Tohaien, exclaiming, "Tohakun, I entrust everything to you." Just then, the previous enemy officer burst into the room once more, announcing, "Commander, a Chinese army comprising hundreds of soldiers is advancing from Jiabe, and they are less than a kilometer away." "What? The Chinese have reached our doorstep?" The pent-up anger and fear within Nakado Juchu erupted violently. He drew his katana from his waist and struck the corner of the desk. The blade met the wood with a resounding thud, not flying as he had envisioned, but rather becoming lodged as if striking iron. No matter how he tugged, it remained unyielding. His face flushed with embarrassment, and he felt the weight of countless mocking gazes upon him. In a fit of rage, Nakado Juchu lifted his foot and kicked the desk. A howl of pain echoed through the office. Unfortunately, his toe had collided intimately with the edge of the desk. As the others stood bewildered, unsure how to console Nakado Juchu, a metallic object hurtled through the air, shattering the glass and piercing the room. Tohaien's eyes widened in horror as he shouted, "Watch out, a shell?" Before he could finish his warning, the shell exploded, sending a tremendous shockwave that hurled everyone within the room across the space. Those not obliterated by the blast were violently thrown against the walls, their bones shattering upon impact. As the smoke cleared, the room lay in tatters, filled with mangled corpses. Blood splattered everywhere. Tohaien, blood streaming from his ears and nose, shakily rose from behind a battered desk that had been ravaged by the explosion. Despite his portly appearance, Tohaien was surprisingly agile. He had darted behind the desk at the first sign of danger. As he surveyed the chaos, his eyes fell upon a bloodied head rolling onto a table that had been blasted into pieces, none other than Nakado Juchu's. Startled, he stumbled and rushed for the exit. Boom. Boom. Just as Tohaien burst through the door, another deafening explosion shook the ground, akin to countless hammers striking the building. The entire structure began to tremble violently, the creaking wood producing a spine-chilling cacophony. At that moment, the entire Marine Corps headquarters was engulfed in chaos, with the enemy soldiers scattering in terror, countless lives lost to the relentless bombardment. How many rounds had been fired? At the street corner, not far from the enemy Marines, Zhang Jin glanced at his watch. "Report. Commander, we have fired 20 rounds. Zhang rushed to inform him. Captain Zhang has reported that he has less than 160 shells remaining. Upon hearing this alarming news, Zhang Jin's brow furrowed. He surveyed the local troops around him, hesitating to reach for his phone, unwilling to reveal his advantageous position to the local soldiers. Before him stood the bombed remnants of the enemy's Marine Corps headquarters, barely recognizable. With a decisive gesture, he commanded, "Advance." The resounding call of the charge echoed through the air, and the soldiers, long restrained, surged forward with their weapons drawn, unleashing a cacophony of gunfire. In preparation for this offensive, Zhang Jin had discreetly acquired over 400 submachine guns from an uninhabited area while in Huajia. This weaponry was undoubtedly a formidable asset in urban and close-quarters combat. Casting a glance at Gao Yuanhang, who was eager to join the fray, Zhang Jin chose to disregard his fervent gaze. Talents like Gao's should be employed in more specialized arenas. After all, with his delicate physique, it was likely that he would falter after only a few shots. Noticing Zhang Jin's indifference to his enthusiasm, Gao Yuanhang's expression turned sour. "Look, there are wounded over there." At that moment, a clear feminine voice rang out from behind Zhang Jin. He instinctively scanned the surroundings, but saw no casualties. Suddenly, he paused, his attention drawn to the moans of enemy soldiers amidst the rubble. His countenance hardened as he turned to face several men and women carrying a stretcher. Stepping forward to obstruct their path, his voice laced with anger, "What do you intend to do? Play the savior?" The group was momentarily taken aback, and one young man could not restrain himself from retorting, "Sir, that's not right. According to the Geneva Convention, don't mention that nonsense to me." Zhang Jin interjected harshly, cutting off the boy. If that were effective, then why was no one there to stop the Japanese from slaughtering our people in the northeast? He continued, "Do you wish to save them only to have them return and use bayonets against us again? Have you heard the tale of the farmer and the snake?" The young man stood stunned, particularly perplexed by the reference to the farmer and the snake, while Zhang Jin's fierce glare instilled a tremor of fear within him. Yet, upon observing the girls around him, he puffed out his chest, bravely declaring, "Sir, you can't say that. They are gravely injured and near death. How could they possibly harm us? Even the Buddha said, 'Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha at once.' Moreover, they have parents and families. If they die, won't their loved ones grieve? When will this cycle of vengeance end? Death cannot be undone, and we cannot live perpetually in hatred." The young man's eloquence only served to infuriate Zhang Jin further, yet he refrained from resorting to violence, instead responding coolly, "If any of you wish to aid the enemy, I will not stop you. Go ahead." He then stepped aside. Gao Yuanhang, witnessing Zhang Jin's surprising concession, felt compelled to step forward. But Zhang Jin raised a hand to halt him, shaking his head to signal restraint. Initially taken aback, Gao soon recalled Zhang Jin's audacity in confronting the foreign powers. How could he be cowed by a mere novice? Resolving this, Gao silently retreated behind Zhang Jin. At this moment, the gathered boys and girls exchanged glances, paralyzed by indecision. Observing their inaction, one boy could no longer contain his urgency. "What are you waiting for? If you don't save them, they will perish. Can you bear to let that happen?" Yumanli, noticing the boy's persistence, slightly furrowed her elegant brows, a hint of coldness gracing her exquisite features. "They are the mourners." Seeing that Yumanli did not support him, defiance surged within the boy, and in frustration, he gestured towards the others. "Fine, if you won't help, I will." With that, he turned and dashed towards the ruins of the enemy's wall, where a small enemy soldier lay trapped, glaring at Zhang Jin and the others with resentment. When the boy approached, the soldier appeared momentarily stunned. As the boy crouched down to assess his injuries, the small soldier suddenly grinned maliciously, producing a grenade and forcefully striking it against the debris. In the boy's horrified gaze, it exploded, hurling him away in an instant. The boys and girls, clearly unprepared for such a turn of events, erupted in terrified screams. At that moment, Zhang Jin stepped forward and proclaimed, "Did you all witness that? This is what the enemy is like. They will show you no mercy and will take your lives." He continued, "Think of your parents. They have worked hard to raise you. Do not sacrifice your lives out of foolishness. Teng Ying, take them away. They are not needed here." After Teng Ying led the frightened students away, Gao Yuanhang suddenly spoke up. "Commander Zhang, did you know this would happen?" Zhang Jin did not respond to the inquiry, but instead remarked coolly, "Today's youth are well-informed yet stubborn. The more you preach to them, the more they resent it. Only by witnessing the consequences firsthand will they remember for a lifetime." Zhang Jin was acutely aware of the enemy's nature. No matter how incompetent the enemy's Marine Corps might be, their inherent tendencies remained unchanged. "Commander," Zhang Chong approached briskly. "The reconnaissance platoon reports that over 2,000 enemy remnants have been encircled by the main force of the 9th Army in the wilderness east of the North Train Station." "What? The enemy is surrounded?" Zhang Jin's expression shifted to one of urgency. These were his opportunities at stake. If the 9th Army annihilated them, it would be a tremendous loss. "No." He quickly turned to Zhang Chong. "Can our artillery reach them?" "Commander, they are well within our firing range." Zhang Jin's spirits lifted instantly. "Have the reconnaissance platoon send the coordinates to the heavy artillery battalion immediately. With the 9th Army engaged in such a grand assault on the enemy, we must contribute to the effort." Zhang Chong immediately understood Zhang Jin's intent and replied, "Commander, I will send the message at once." "Commander, Commander." At that moment, a captain rushed from the enemy's headquarters and handed Zhang Jin a telegram. "Commander, we discovered this in Nakajima's office. The enemy has dispatched the 3rd Fleet to escort the 9th Division, the composite 24th Brigade, and the 11th Division to the Magic City. It states they will arrive at the Yangtze River estuary by 2 o'clock this afternoon." Zhang Jin's eyes brightened. The enemy's headquarters was being exceedingly accommodating, and it would not be in vain that he prepared a grand welcome for them at Wizunku. Raising his hand to check the time, it was still not yet midnight. As for whether the enemy would suddenly retreat, Zhang Jin was utterly unperturbed. With their haughty demeanor, the adversaries would hardly regard them with any seriousness. Let us return to the fort. At that very moment, at the North train station, Chang Jingran gazed coldly at the obstinate enemy entrenched along the banks of the Yujingpu River. Just as he was about to issue the order to attack, an ominous wail echoed from above, followed by a barrage of shells raining down upon the enemy's positions. Chapter 21. Preparing for War. Half an hour later, at the Wizunku fortress, Zhang Jin, accompanied by Zhang Chong, revisited the southern and northern artillery platforms. From the telegrams, it was evident that the enemy had dispatched the armored cruiser Izumo, along with the aircraft carriers Kaga and Hasho, among dozens of other vessels. The 4 SKC-34 406mm guns he had initially prepared were proving insufficient, and the 3 Karl mortars had a range too limited to effectively blockade the entrance to the Huangpu River. Zhang Jin opened his device, noting a staggering battery life of 2,800. A smile crept upon his lips, but he quickly regained his composure. While this power seemed ample enough to procure a plethora of weaponry, Zhang Jin realized he lacked not only arms, but also a vast pool of skilled personnel. Acquiring a dozen coastal defense guns wouldn't deplete much energy, yet the cost of the manpower required to operate them would be quite burdensome, amounting to hundreds of units of energy at the very least. However, the thought of tens of thousands of the enemy invigorated Zhang Jin, and with a firm resolve, he exchanged for 5 SKC-34 406mm guns. These marvels came with defensive emplacements, seamlessly integrating with the terrain once positioned, presenting a strikingly futuristic appearance that Zhang Jin dared not let the locals witness. He then summoned 50 elite officers, expending 500 units of energy. This German-style coastal defense fortification boasted a high degree of automation. 10 men could barely operate a single gun, and the rest were of little consequence since he did not intend to hold this location. Contemplating for a moment, Zhang Jin suddenly made his way toward the riverbank. Soon arriving at the banks of the Yangtze River, he cast a glance across the water at the faint outline of Changxing Island, then directed his gaze downward to the wooden dock constructed beneath his feet. Zhang Jin swiftly accessed his phone, scrolling through his gallery until he located a particular icon resembling a submarine. The German Type XXI submarine, a revolutionary weapon of the Second World War, hailed as the progenitor of modern submarines. With a submerged displacement of 2,100 tons, powered by diesel engines, it could achieve a surface speed of 15.6 knots and an underwater velocity of 17.2 knots. The bow was equipped with 6 torpedo launch tubes, stocked with 23 torpedoes and a hydraulic rapid reload system, capable of firing 18 torpedoes within 20 minutes, manned by a crew of 57. The submarine required a total of 57 individuals, 1 commander and 56 officers. And in the blink of an eye, nearly 700 units of energy were expended. Damn it, it's now or never. One must risk it all to reap the rewards. As long as he could eliminate the Third Fleet and the transport convoy, he could secure at least 50 to 60,000 units of energy, an astounding return of 200 to 300 times, enough to tempt anyone beyond measure. Zhang Jin promptly exchanged for 3 Type 21 submarines and 171 crew members, watching as his energy reserves swiftly dwindled from 4 digits to 3. He felt an immense sense of relief that there were no restrictions on weapon exchanges as long as he had sufficient energy. Otherwise, with such a meager supply, he would scarcely be able to assert dominance. A flash of brilliance illuminated the scene as the 3 imposing Type 21 submarines materialized at the dock, accompanied by the crew members. At that moment, 3 robust young officers strode forward, saluting Zhang Jin with precision, reporting, "Commander, Zheng Yun, Wu Kuei, Qin Xiang, at your service." Zhang Jin returned the salute and addressed Zheng Yun, who stood in the center. "Zheng Yun, you are appointed as the commander of the submarine fleet. Immediately lead the 3 submarines out of the Yangtze River estuary, and once the enemy fleet arrives, seal off the estuary without fail. We must not let them escape." Zheng Yun, taken aback by the rapid onset of conflict, could not suppress the excitement on his face as he stood tall and replied, "Rest assured, Commander, I will ensure the mission is accomplished." After dispatching the submarines, Zhang Jin returned to the fortress. Upon entering, he was approached hastily by Zhang Chong, who held a telegram. "Commander, This is a directive just received from the military and political department, sternly instructing us to refrain from provoking the enemy and to avoid firing upon them indiscriminately, lest we face military repercussions. Zhang Jin furrowed his brow. How many times have they sent this? This is the 5th notice, Commander, and the tone grows increasingly severe. Zhang Jin could not help but chuckle with irritation. How doggedly persistent. Do they think they are my superiors? Inform the telegraph office that henceforth, such messages shall serve as toilet paper. Zhang Jin glanced at the time and instructed Zhang Chong, deploy the 1st and 2nd battalions to the fortress. Also, bring in as many reporters as possible. The more, the better. Previously, Zhang Jin had refrained from allowing locals to enter, fearing they might uncover something amiss. Now, with everything in place, he felt no apprehension. As for the astute individuals who might suspect the origins of these weapons, as long as they kept their thoughts to themselves, they would never fathom that Zhang Jin possessed a golden finger. Truthfully, he had once harbored similar concerns, but now he realized that worrying was futile. After all, the sudden emergence of such an arsenal would inevitably raise suspicions. Thus, he resolved to act boldly, ensuring that no one discovered the weapons originated from his mobile device. As for the rest, let them speculate as they wished. Perhaps they would concoct an elaborate narrative of their own. With this clarity, Zhang Jin felt a wave of relief wash over him, dispelling the earlier sense of oppression. Before he knew it, the clock struck 2 in the afternoon. At the Wusong fortress, Teng Ying followed closely behind Zhang Jin, his face etched with an indelible shock, gazing at Zhang Jin as if he were a deity. The soldiers of the garrison shared the same awestruck expressions. Anyone witnessing the transformation of the dilapidated old fortress into a grand establishment would likely mirror their astonishment. Teng Ying opened his mouth to inquire about the origins of the formidable artillery, but, upon seeing Zhang Jin's serious demeanor as he surveyed the river, hesitated to voice his question. Commander, a multitude of reporters has arrived outside the fortress. Zhang Chong hastily approached, stating that there were still over a dozen foreigners inside. Zhang Jin immediately responded, instructing him to inform them that the fortress was dangerous and they were not permitted to enter, suggesting instead that they be directed to the riverside. Just as Zhang Chong departed, an officer rushed in, exclaiming that the enemy fleet had entered the Yangtze River estuary and was heading towards the Huangpu River. Zhang Jin's expression shifted dramatically. The wretched adversaries had finally arrived. Meanwhile, outside the Wusong fortress, dozens of reporters gathered at the entrance, visibly agitated. What is the meaning of this? You invited us, yet now refuse us entry. What is going on here? One exclaimed. Indeed. Why invite us if we are not allowed in? Danger? What danger? Do you even understand our purpose? If we feared danger, would we have come running here? Another added. We demand to see your commander. We require an explanation today. As the debate escalated among the crowd, suddenly one reporter pointed towards the river, shouting, "Look over there." The attention of the reporters was instantly drawn to the vast expanse of water where shadows had mysteriously appeared. Among them, 2 shadows loomed particularly large, resembling 2 wolves accompanied by a pack of cubs. As the shapes grew more distinct, several reporters with binoculars turned pale, and one cried out, "It's a warship. It's the enemy's fleet." A wave of astonishment swept through the gathering. With so many warships, was it possible that the enemy was preparing for full-scale war? Quickly, we must inform the garrison inside the fortress. The enemy is approaching. It's too late. The enemy is already so close that the soldiers within the fortress must have noticed. The formidable fleet drew nearer, the outlines of the warships becoming discernible to the naked eye. Notably, the 2 largest vessels lagged behind the others, strategically positioned just beyond the range of the fortress's old heavy artillery. Clearly, the enemy had thoroughly gathered intelligence on the city. Why hasn't the artillery fired yet? A reporter, unable to contain his frustration, inquired, gazing at the advancing ships. What good would firing do? With so many enemy warships, how could they be engaged? Look, there are still many merchant vessels behind them. Reinforcements must have arrived. This truly spells doom for our city. One lamented. What do you mean doom? If they dare to invade us, we should rise up and retaliate. Are the defenders within the fortress cowards? The enemy is practically at our doorstep, and still no shots fired. Are they hoping to emulate Zhang Yuliang? Nonsense. Do you know who is inside the fortress? It was the garrison that stormed the concession this morning and attacked the enemy's command post. So what? To stand by and watch as the enemy's warships approach. It's sheer cowardice. Amidst the escalating discord among the reporters, a sudden, haunting wail echoed from the sky. followed swiftly by a towering column of water erupting beside one of the warships. As the water column surged skyward, a haunting wail echoed through the heavens. This time deeper and more resonant. Shadows flitted across the sky, crashing into the fleet of the enemy. The onlookers turned their gaze, witnessing a barrage of shells that, unlike the previous incident that fell into the sea, now struck directly upon the warships. Instantly, several vessels erupted in flames, and one smaller ship was torn asunder amidst the explosive blaze. "Look, the fortress has opened fire. It's a hit." "Quickly, observe, it's a direct hit." A reporter, brimming with excitement, leapt up, his voice thrumming with exhilaration as he pointed at the warships engulfed in flames. Aboard the armored cruiser Izumo, Commander Kiyoshi Sugakawa stood on the bridge, gazing at the approaching coastline with a burgeoning smile. He gestured toward the shoreline, exclaiming joyfully, "Gentlemen, do you see? That is the magical city, the most prosperous locale in the Far East. From this moment forth, it belongs to the Empire. Everything here is ours." His words brimmed with unshakable confidence, as if he were surveying his own domain, exuding a sense of dominion over the land. Neither Sugakawa nor the entire Third Fleet paid any heed to the nearby Wusong fortress. In their minds, it was merely a place they could enter and exit at will. In truth, the Izumo had passed through this area countless times, rendering Wusong fortress almost ornamental, as if cloaked in an invisibility shroud since its inception. Suddenly, just as Sugakawa and his compatriots reveled in their anticipation, a piercing silence was shattered by a sudden roar from above. A shell grazed the Izumo, crashing into the sea with a thunderous explosion, sending a geyser of water skyward and causing the glass of the bridge to rattle ominously. Startled, Sugakawa crouched down, and upon realizing the explosions had ceased, he rose, his face contorted with rage. "Baka! Damn Chinese monkeys!" Without needing to ponder where the shells originated, he was soon met with another barrage, this time striking the nearby light cruisers and destroyers surrounding the Izumo. The force of one shell hit the cruiser Yura, a mere 5,000 tons, resulting in an immediate conflagration that obliterated its superstructure. The hull was rent open, allowing seawater to pour in, causing the Yura to tilt precariously as flames engulfed the deck. "Commander, it's heavy artillery. It's the Chinese heavy artillery. The caliber is at least 300 millimeters," exclaimed Chief of Staff Hanta Fujita, his voice a mix of terror and disbelief as he witnessed the devastation of the Yura. 300 millimeters of coastal defense artillery. Sugakawa was left utterly stupefied. How could the Chinese possibly possess such formidable coastal artillery? Quickly regaining his composure, he understood all too well the precarious situation of his Third Fleet. Aside from the Kaga and the Fushun, the remaining warships are mere relics of a bygone era, including the Izumo beneath their feet, which, like the others, is a venerable antique of over 30 years, reduced to cannon fodder in the presence of other great powers. Yet, unexpectedly, in Kyushu, it has attained an invincible status. Alas, today it encounters Zhang Jin, and its fate is already sealed. Changgu Chuanqing is blissfully unaware of these intricacies. He knows only that if he does not retreat, his Third Fleet will become a target for gunfire. He promptly commands, "Order the fleet to withdraw from the range of coastal artillery. Expedite the maneuver." Just as he finishes issuing his command, a low, ominous whistling fills the air, followed by two shells striking the Izumo, one after the other. A deafening explosion ensues as the towering bridge is obliterated. The second shell lands on the bow, piercing the deck and demolishing the hull, with a significant portion of the bow being propelled into the fiery abyss. In that very moment, a third shell descends, striking the port side with unerring precision, once again tearing a gaping wound into the Izumo. As seawater rushes into the hull, within moments, a substantial portion of the vessel is submerged beneath the waves. In mere minutes, the flagship Izumo, along with 2 cruisers and 4 destroyers of the Japanese fleet, has been sunk by the Wusong fortress, sending the remaining Japanese vessels into a panicked retreat. At Wusong fortress, jubilation reigns. "Look, another one sunk. Two. Laughter erupts. "Our artillery brothers are phenomenal. Who would have thought those wretched souls would meet their end today? We have finally regained our dignity." In an observation bunker of a coastal artillery, Zhang Jin peers through the telescope, his smile unwavering as he witnesses the Japanese warships engulfed in flames. He swiftly turns to Zhang Chong, who stands nearby, and commands, "Relay the order. All coastal artillery must target the enemy transport vessels." We shall not allow a single one to escape. Yes, Commander. Zhang Jin's orders are immediately disseminated to the various gun emplacements. The artillerymen, already in high spirits, swiftly adjust their aim. The mouth of the Yangtze River has been meticulously marked by the gunners. It can be said that here, the Japanese vessels are but live targets, especially at such close range. Once more, the sky is filled with the shrill cries of incoming shells, soaring over the heads of the Japanese warships and landing squarely upon the transport vessels that have turned to flee. Chapter 23, Submarine Operations. Simultaneously, beneath the surface near the mouth of the Yangtze River, 3 Type 21 submarines are lined up, blocking the path of the fleeing Japanese. On board one of the submarines, Commander Zhang Jin observes the surface through the periscope, soon spotting several dark shapes racing toward them. Battle stations. Zhang Jin commands loudly, and the crew members spring into action. The sonar room reports 2 enemy aircraft carriers, 1 destroyer, and 1 cruiser detected, heading northeast, 12 kilometers away. As the progenitor of modern submarines, the Type 21 submarine is equipped with the Su-Apparat sonar fire control system, comprising a set of underwater listening devices and a sonar unit. The Balkan Great Hydrophone can detect a solitary warship from as far as 20 kilometers away or a convoy from 100 kilometers, while the active sonar's maximum detection range is merely 4,000 meters. At this moment, the aircraft carrier Kaga had moved directly in front of Zhang Jin, and he could not let this opportunity slip by. He commanded with authority, "Fire torpedoes 1 and 2. The 2 torpedoes surged forth from the launch tubes, racing towards the Kaga, which was perilously close. Yet, Zhang Jin remained somewhat apprehensive and issued another order, "Fire torpedoes 3 and 4. 2 additional torpedoes were promptly launched. The Japanese crew aboard the Kaga soon noticed the sudden appearance of white waves on the surface, with 2 torpedoes heading straight for them, while the other 2 traced white diagonal lines as they swiftly approached the bow of the carrier. The Type 21 submarine deployed T-11G-7S torpedoes, boasting a range of 5,700 meters and a speed of 24 knots. At this juncture, the torpedoes were less than 300 to 400 meters from the Kaga, leaving no time for acceleration or evasive maneuvers. They could only watch helplessly as the 4 torpedoes struck the waterline. A tremendous surge of water erupted, and as the waves cascaded down, 4 immense gaping holes appeared at the waterline of the Kaga. The relentless torrent surged inside, and in the blink of an eye, the carrier began to list visibly. Observing this, Zhang Jin understood that the Kaga was doomed, and his gaze swiftly fixed upon a Japanese cruiser a few hundred meters away. It must be said that during this era, the Japanese anti-submarine capabilities were utterly inadequate, bordering on pathetic. With no recourse but to flee, they presented an irresistible target for Zhang Jin. He issued commands to close in and lay in wait before the unsuspecting cruiser, which soon approached. Report. The enemy vessel has entered the attack position. Distance 400 meters. Zhang Jin declared without hesitation. Fire torpedo 5. 30 seconds later, a voice echoed within the submarine. Sonar report. Explosions and debris falling detected in the attack area. A smile broke across Zhang Yun's face. Raise the periscope. Yes, raising the periscope. Shortly thereafter, another voice announced, "Report." Periscope raised. Zhang Jin immediately moved to the periscope and beheld the surface littered with floating debris. Not far away lay the cruiser, now torn in 2. As he adjusted the lens, he spotted the Fushun, though only a small portion of its hull remained visible above the waterline. A sweep of the surroundings revealed no intact warships. What filled his view were countless fragments of hulls and Japanese sailors desperately struggling in the water. Witnessing the frantic struggles of the Japanese, Zhang Yun's expression turned icy, and he commanded coldly, "Surface the submarine, prepare the deck guns." Wusong Fortress. The journalists gazed in astonishment at the once formidable fleet of enemy ships, now reduced to disarray by the relentless fire of coastal artillery. For a fleeting moment, their minds were blank with disbelief. Their eyes rubbed repeatedly as they questioned their own sight, until the sight of towering columns of water erupting from the sea convinced them that the land of Kyushu had truly risen, decimating the enemy forces. Foreign reporters, in sheer amazement, exclaimed in unison, their imaginations failing to fathom how the indigenous people, whom they regarded as primitive, had managed to vanquish a seemingly stronger adversary, one that appeared no different from themselves. "Quick, capture this moment," they urged. "We must document this for all to see. We are not to be underestimated." In an instant, The air was filled with the rhythmic click of camera shutters. Meanwhile, within the fortress, a report was delivered to the commander. All enemy warships on the surface have been sunk. Zhang Chong approached Zhang Jin with urgency. Zhang Jin, surveying the tranquil waters, calmly instructed, find a few boats to assist the fallen enemy. Their deity must be longing for them. Zhang Chong understood immediately, nodding in agreement before departing. In the City of Magic, within the Huajie region, Chang Jingran and the Ninth Army swiftly set about constructing defensive fortifications. Yet, after an extended wait, no sign of the enemy appeared, not even a single soldier. What is happening? Have they fled in fear? Chang Jingran questioned, casting a puzzled glance at his chief of staff, Huang Liang. Huang Liang mirrored his confusion. That shouldn't be the case. The enemy is notorious for seeking retribution. After our significant victories over them, they are certainly plotting something grand. Chang Jingran nodded in agreement, only to shake his head in wry amusement. Let us refrain from boasting about our triumphs against the enemy. I cannot bear such humiliation. As he recalled the earlier assault, where a sudden barrage had obliterated the enemy forces, a grimace crossed his face. Damn it, he thought. I hastened my march solely to engage the enemy. Yet this dramatic turn of events left me without a single foe to confront. Reflecting on his earlier bravado, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. How could a mere garrison possess such heavy artillery? Huang Liang suddenly inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Chang Jingran shot him a glance. Have you forgotten where our weapons originated? Huang Liang paused, realization dawning upon him. Ah, how could I overlook that he is the nephew of Gu Chun? Commander, Commander, cried a hurried lieutenant colonel, rushing into their presence. We have just received word that Commander Zhang Jin has led soldiers to breach the concession and has penetrated directly into the enemy's headquarters, annihilating all remaining enemy troops stationed there. Chang Jingran's eyes widened in disbelief, still reeling from the shock when the lieutenant colonel delivered another bombshell. During the assault, Commander Zhang also managed to destroy an enemy light cruiser and a destroyer. By heavens, this young man aims for greatness. What perplexed him immensely was the question of where Zhang Jin had found so many individuals skilled in the art of the fire wheel, despite possessing an abundance of them himself. The military leader pondered, truly, Zhang Jin was a formidable general, albeit excessively audacious, daring to breach the foreign concessions. This time, it seemed his merits might not only be overlooked, but he could also face the wrath of the court. At this moment, Huang Liang suddenly lamented. Chang Jingran's expression grew grave. He was well aware that Huang Liang's concerns were not mere hyperbole. The court was currently fearful of foreign powers, to the extent that they would not dare to confront even the minor Japanese forces, let alone the Western powers. There was indeed a possibility that to quell the ire of the foreigners, Zhang Jin might be made a scapegoat. The mere thought of such a scenario ignited a fierce fire within Chang Jingran. No one could fathom the trials he had endured over the past few days. The pressure from above and the foreign forces had left him utterly drained. Reluctantly, he had withdrawn his troops from the city, and the pent-up frustration he had harbored was now fully unleashed due to Zhang Jin's impending fate. Damn it, Chang Jingran suddenly exclaimed. Turning to Huang Liang with a serious demeanor, chief of staff, we absolutely cannot stand by and watch such a loyal and righteous individual as Zhang Jin fall into a pit of despair. Thus, you must send someone to the newspaper office immediately, informing them of all of Zhang Jin's deeds. The more detailed, the better. Huang Liang's eyes lit up. Unable to contain his applause, military leader, this idea is splendid. With the aura of a hero resisting the Japanese, the court will surely have reservations. Just as the two had finalized their plan, the previous middle-aged officer rushed back, breathless, reporting, Military leader, I've just received news that Commander Zhang has completely annihilated the Japanese support forces near the Wusong fortress, and he has also sunk 2 aircraft carriers. What? Zhang Jin has annihilated the Japanese fleet at the Wusong mouth and sunk 2 aircraft carriers? Chang Jingran was utterly astounded, while Huang Liang, in shock, displayed an expression of incredulity. Chun Jie, tell me honestly, did you just fall asleep? The middle-aged officer was at a loss for words. Chief of Staff, I wouldn't dare dream of such a thing. It's true. Absolutely true. Many journalists witnessed it and took numerous photographs. Tomorrow's newspapers will surely create an uproar. Chang Jingran and Huang Liang exchanged glances, and after a moment, Chang Jingran sighed. This young man, Zhang, is indeed extraordinary. Chapter 24, The Storms Over the Capital. in the southern capital of Xinhua, Jinling. Over 30 years ago, after the northern capital was once again breached by the Western Allied forces, the beleaguered Xinhua court, under the persistent insistence of the Empress Dowager, relocated the capital to Jinling, establishing it as the southern capital. In the blink of an eye, over 30 years had passed, and the heavens seemed to have gone awry, allowing the Xinhua court to persist against all odds, much to the misfortune of the common people. At this moment, Jinling was bathed in the twilight glow, a golden hue enveloping the city, yet it did little to impart a sense of sanctity. Rather, it resembled a graveyard, filled with desolation and decay. Within the palace, in the Yangxin Hall, at the age of 28, Emperor Jini of the Guangtong dynasty sat majestically upon the dragon throne, exuding an aura of authority. Flanking the throne were two exquisitely crafted Nama chairs, upon which sat a man and a woman. The woman on the left, appearing to be in her early 30s, was strikingly beautiful and possessed a captivating figure. Adorned in a resplendent phoenix gown, she exuded both dignity and an alluring charm that invited the gaze of men, the kind of allure that beckoned conquest. This woman was none other than the Empress Dowager Rong, the emperor's biological mother, affectionately known as Xiaoyu. To the right sat a portly man of around 50, resembling a plump ball, with a comically round face and large ears. Yet, the sharpness of his intelligent eyes revealed his remarkable acumen. This man was none other than the illustrious statesman, a prominent figure in the revival of the dynasty, the emperor's adoptive father, the prime minister, grand marshal of the empire, and privy councillor, Yuan Shiqing. Standing below were over 20 core figures of the Xinhua court. At this moment, an elderly eunuch stepped forward from the steps of the jade platform, croaking in a loud voice, "If there is business, please present it. If not, the court is dismissed." Before the eunuch's voice could fade, Minister of Foreign Affairs Shi Yunj stepped out from the ranks, bowed to Emperor Jini, then to the Empress Dowager and Yuan Shiqing. Before speaking, "Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, Prime Minister, today, the ambassadors of the Eagle Kingdom, Mr. Gottingen, of May Country, Mr. Nalixon, and of France, Mr. Wade, have submitted a protest to the Foreign Affairs Ministry, demanding that our side punish the officers and their troops for trespassing into the concession." The atmosphere in the Grand Hall fell into a profound silence as the officials exchanged incredulous glances. In Xinhua, foreigners were regarded with the reverence one would afford to a former emperor. They were considered 3 ranks above the locals in terms of reason. And who would foolishly provoke them? The emperor, seated high upon his throne, shared a look of curiosity, poised to speak, but upon catching sight of Yuan Shiqing, he instinctively shrank back and closed his mouth, sitting as still as a clay Buddha. "Minister Shi, who possesses such audacity to provoke foreigners?" A resounding, dignified female voice interjected, as the Empress Dowager Rong, with a look of curiosity, turned her attention to Shi Yunj. Before Shi could respond, Vice Minister of the Privy Council Feng Yuzhong stepped forward. "Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, Prime Minister, the military has just received a report from the front. The garrison commander at the Wusong Fortress, Zhang Jin, after assisting the 9th Army in annihilating the enemy at the northern railway station of the Demon City, unilaterally led his troops to forcefully breach the concession checkpoint, circumventing to the Marine Corps headquarters in Honko, where he completely obliterated the Imperial Japanese headquarters, even killing their commander, Nakajima Guzhong, on the spot." A wave of astonishment swept through the Grand Hall, as the once composed court officials now displayed their shock, eyes wide with disbelief. "General Feng, are you certain this is not a jest?" one official immediately queried, voicing skepticism. Upon hearing someone question his veracity, Feng Yuzhong's countenance immediately betrayed his displeasure. He glanced upwards at the official present, none other than the Minister of Posts and Communications, Sheng Huaishan, a favored figure in Yuan Shiqing's eyes. Instantly, Feng's expression softened as he cheerfully remarked, "Minister Sheng, how could I possibly deceive Her Majesty the Empress Dowager and the Chief Minister regarding such a significant matter?" Sheng Huaishan, upon reflection, hastily clasped his hands in apology, stating, "It was my mistake to suspect General Feng." He continued, "Your Majesty, Chief Minister, even if Zhang Jin has achieved merit in battle, he should not have brazenly trespassed into the concession, thereby inviting tremendous trouble for the court." At that moment, a sly-looking official stepped forth with righteous indignation, declaring, "I implore Your Majesty to issue an immediate decree commanding the authorities to apprehend this Zhang Jin and hand him over to the foreigners for judgment. Furthermore, those soldiers under his command, who dared to assist him in undermining the court's relations with foreign allies, should be executed as a deterrent. His words rendered the Grand Hall silent once more, with all eyes fixed upon him. This was Liu Yutian, the Minister of Internal Affairs. Many present furrowed their brows in disapproval of Liu's stance. Suddenly, Yuan Shicheng, who had been silent until now, interjected, "What do the other ministers think?" "Chief Minister, I must express my dissent regarding Minister Liu's proposal. Zhang Jin is, after all, a man of merit. If we simply hand him over, what will the world think of our court?" Feng Yuzhong was the first to voice his opposition, seeing that someone had indeed risen against him. Liu Yutian's expression darkened as he stared intently at Feng Yuzhong, retorting, "General Feng, you seem preoccupied with the opinions of the common folk. Yet have you considered how the foreigners perceive the court?" Feng Yuzhong was momentarily taken aback, opening his mouth, yet finding himself at a loss for words. Liu Yutian, sensing his victory, raised his chin and declared, "Chief Minister, the violation of the concession is a matter of utmost gravity, especially involving the military. If we fail to provide the foreigners with an explanation, we may very well witness a repetition of events from 30 years prior." Liu Yutian's words silenced the hall once again, prompting Yuan Shicheng to furrow his brow in contemplation, caught in a difficult predicament. Just as he hesitated, a soldier from the Imperial Guard rushed in, brandishing a document high above his head. "Your Majesty, we have just received the report on the Shanghai battle from the Imperial Guard." The Guangdong Emperor turned to Yuan Shicheng, who merely nodded in response. The Emperor then addressed Feng Yuzhong, "Please read it aloud." Feng Yuzhong, however, disregarded the Emperor and directly looked at Yuan Shicheng. This blatant disrespect darkened the Emperor's expression, and as he glanced at the two esteemed officials beside him, he slumped back in his seat, dejected. With a sidelong glance at the dispirited Emperor, Yuan Shicheng calmly commanded, "Read." "Yes, Chief Minister." Feng Yuzhong replied with utmost respect, taking the document and reading aloud. Wu Kuan, the commander of the Shanghai station, reports that at approximately 2 o'clock in the afternoon on January 19th, the Wusong fortress opened fire on the forces sent to aid the fallen dynasty, completely annihilating the fleet of the fallen empire at the mouth of the Yangtze River. 2 aircraft carriers, a 10,000-ton ironclad, and 4 cruisers have been sunk. The officials of the court were once again astounded. This was an unprecedented victory for the Daxing nation. As for its authenticity, they found it hard to believe that a mere intelligence station would dare deceive the court. It must have been verified before being reported. The civil officials saw nothing amiss. Yet the military officials wore expressions of unease, especially Yuan Shicheng, the prime minister who had risen through military merit, who looked particularly astonished. The geographical position of the Wusong fortress was exceedingly unique. To avoid provoking foreign powers, the fortress was manned by antiquated armaments. It was inconceivable that such relics could annihilate a formidable fleet, a notion that Yuan Shicheng could not accept. The telegram further stated, Chapter 25, The Abandoned Son. Zhang Jin. Feng Yuzhong hastily remarked. The report also mentioned that, unbeknownst to anyone, several new heavy artillery pieces had been installed at Wusong Fortress, and it was these cannons that had vanquished the enemy fleet. Additionally, Commander Zhang Jin had invited a multitude of journalists to witness the attack on the foreign fleet. Yuan Shicheng was momentarily taken aback. Given the journalists' capabilities, the entire nation might soon be in an uproar, and Zhang Jin would become the center of attention, making any attempt to remove him fraught with consequences. However, just then, as Yuan Shicheng hesitated, another individual rushed in. Report. The Foreign Affairs Ministry has forwarded 2 official documents for His Majesty. Upon hearing this, Shi Yunjin promptly approached to receive the documents. After a glance, his expression turned grave. Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, and Prime Minister. The embassy of the Eagle Nation has once again sent a missive demanding immediate punishment for Zhang Jin and public apologies to the Eagle and Mei nations, along with compensation for their losses. Otherwise, they will take all necessary measures. Public apologies? Yuan Shicheng's countenance darkened immediately. If the court were to comply, it would shatter any remaining dignity. Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, and Prime Minister, there is a second document here, just issued by the foreign empire, stating that the recent battle at Shanghai was instigated unilaterally by the commander of the station forces, Nakajima Juju, without the homeland's knowledge. The dispatch of ships to Shanghai was merely a routine redeployment. Commander Zhang Jin of Wusong Fortress, disregarding the truth, audaciously opened fire on their fleet, causing significant losses. They demand severe punishment for Zhang Jin and compensation for their damages. Yuan Shicheng was simultaneously enraged and amused. The audacity of the foreign adversaries was unparalleled, capable of turning black into white. Yet, amidst his anger, he hesitated. This indeed presented a favorable opportunity for a ceasefire. For Yuan Shicheng, the territories controlled by the court were his dominion. He had little regard for places like the Northeast. Issuing a proclamation was merely for show. There was no way he would deploy troops to protect others' lands. In fact, he perceived this as a prime opportunity to weaken local warlords. Take Shanghai, for instance. Yuan Shicheng had already resolved that Shanghai, being the treasury of the court, must be preserved, and he could seize this moment to rally the various warlord armies to confront the foreign adversaries in a life-or-death struggle. Are you not all eager to engage in battle against the little devils? Do you not proclaim yourselves as loyal and righteous warriors? Very well. The court grants you this opportunity. An order has been issued to dispatch them to Shanghai. With righteousness in hand, he cannot believe that these local tyrants will not comply. Alas, all of this was thwarted by that young rascal Zhang Jin, which explains Yuan Shicheng's lack of response upon hearing of the victory at Wuzhongkou. At this moment, the great hall was enveloped in silence, so profound that even the sound of breathing was scarcely audible. All present averted their gazes, fixating on their own feet. In truth, everyone knew how the court would act, yet no one was willing to voice their thoughts. After all, maintaining face is of utmost importance. They may disregard the common folk, but they certainly do not wish to be openly scorned. Yuan Shicheng waited for a considerable time, yet no one stepped forward. He finally spoke. Esteemed officials, feel free to express your thoughts. He assured them, rest assured, whatever is said within this hall shall remain confidential. As he spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with the old eunuch, who promptly understood and signaled for the guards, young eunuchs, and palace maids to depart, even closing the grand doors behind them. Now, gentlemen, may we speak freely? Yuan Shicheng reiterated, yet the ministers below remained as if deaf, continuing to bow their heads in silence. Yuan Shicheng's expression darkened, and just as he was about to unleash his wrath, Lu Yutian suddenly stood forth. Chapter 26. The use of firearms. Lu Yutian first bowed respectfully to Yuan Shicheng before speaking with vigor. Chief Minister, Zhang Jin, relying on a mere trifling achievement, dares to recklessly undermine the court's relations with the Western nations. I believe that Zhang Jin is deserving of punishment. He should be immediately apprehended and imprisoned, with a day set for his execution. Once Zhang Jin is dead, not only will the fury of the Eagle and Mei nations be quelled, but it will also halt the ongoing conflict. Furthermore, we can seize this opportunity to exert pressure on the mourning factions using the might of the Western powers. Perhaps we could even reclaim the provinces in the Northeast. Yuan Shicheng's eyes sparkled with newfound realization. He had not considered this angle before. In hindsight, the Little Devil's offensive had barely lasted a day before being entirely vanquished, and their diversionary tactics had certainly failed. If they could seize control of the Northeast during this upheaval. His eyes gleamed brighter, and his heart raced with excitement. He began to regard Lu Yutian with increasing admiration. He relished such sycophants who could transform his vexations into collective joy. As for Lu Yutian, witnessing Yuan Shicheng's appreciative gaze filled him with pride. The reason he chose to speak up now was for this very moment. Embellishing a success pales in comparison to providing timely assistance. At this juncture, Yuan Shicheng had formulated a plan. Observing the still silent ministers, his countenance darkened. These old fellows were quick to seize opportunities for personal gain. Yet when it came to resolving difficulties, they transformed into timid turtles. What vexes Yuan Shicheng the most is not merely this point, but the fact that he finds himself utterly powerless against this group of elderly gentlemen. His current esteemed position is entirely attributable to their unwavering support. To act against them would be tantamount to self-sabotage. Clearly, these venerable figures are acutely aware of this dynamic, which emboldens their audacity. Yuan Shicheng, exasperated, refrained from further inquiries and stated directly, Lord Lu, I hereby appoint you as a plenipotentiary envoy, tasked with leading a detachment of the Imperial Guard to the Demon City to apprehend the traitor Zhang Jin. Lu Yutian was momentarily taken aback, wondering when Zhang Jin had been labeled a traitor of the Shanghai. Soon, realization dawned upon him, nearly prompting an exclamation of admiration. Truly, Yuan Shicheng, the foremost figure of the state, had considered matters far more thoroughly than he had. Who in the realm is unaware that the court and the Shanghai are sworn enemies? This rationale leaves no room for dissent. He promptly bowed and declared, "My lord, I shall depart at once." Indeed, Yuan Shiqing replied with an affirming nod. "I will ensure that the guard assists you. Should anyone dare to obstruct your efforts, you are authorized to mobilize the Ninth Army." Lu Yutian hesitated, treading cautiously as he remarked, "My lord, I have heard that Zhang Jin's fortress commander is in close communication with the Ninth Army's regular commander. What if, rest assured, he would not dare?" Yuan Shiqing interjected, his expression unyielding. Lu Yutian, sensing the gravity of the moment, hurriedly bowed and affirmed, "I shall set forth immediately." In the Demon City, at the Wusong Fortress, night had descended, enveloping the coastal expanse in darkness, save for the fortress, which gleamed with light. The parade ground was teeming with shadowy figures, each face illuminated by joyous smiles. In the center, fresh lamb was being expertly cut into small pieces by the cooks, then skewered with bamboo sticks. Nearby, bonfires blazed, and skewers of meat sizzled over the flames, releasing an intoxicating aroma that wafted through the air. Zhang Jin could not resist seizing a perfectly roasted, glistening skewer of lamb, sprinkling it with cumin and a dash of chili powder before eagerly indulging. Tender, fragrant, the combination of spices rendered it simply exquisite, surpassing anything he had tasted in the modern world he had previously inhabited. Especially the tomatoes. They rekindled memories of his childhood, becoming his newfound favorite, with scrambled eggs and tomatoes becoming a staple of his daily meals. With a skewer of lamb in hand, Zhang Jin approached the reviewing stand, prompting the soldiers to cease their activities and direct their attention toward him. If these soldiers had previously viewed Zhang Jin merely as a means to earn their daily bread, the events of today's battle had elevated him to the status of a deity in their eyes, their fervor unmistakable. "Brothers," he proclaimed, "today we have accomplished a great feat, leaving no trace of the enemy. Tell me, does this not feel exhilarating?" The training ground fell momentarily silent, only to be filled with a thunderous roar. "Hooray! Ha ha!" Zhang Jin could not help but burst into laughter. "Wonderful, truly wonderful. Let me tell you, your commander feels just as exhilarated." He turned to his brothers. "Will you continue to follow me, Zhang, to fight the enemy?" We will. The resounding chorus erupted once more. "Excellent," Zhang Jin exclaimed, raising his voice. "As long as you are willing to follow me, I assure you, we shall feast on meat daily, enjoy ample rice, and savor large steamed buns. In these times, it is futile to speak of lofty ideals. 99% of soldiers are merely striving to fill their bellies. As for dreams of country and home, trying to explain that to the illiterate common folk is akin to playing music to a cow." Observing the enthusiasm of the local soldiers, a broad smile spread across Zhang Jin's face. "Brothers, tonight we shall celebrate our victory. I permit you to eat and drink to your heart's content. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Long live the commander! Long live the commander!" The soldiers were elated, each one shouting with exuberance. The next day, at the break of dawn, Zhang Jin was roused by Zhang Chong. With bleary eyes, he glanced at Zhang Chong and grumbled, "What is it?" "Commander, a group claiming to be from the guard office has arrived. They request to meet with you." "The guard office? What nonsense is this?" Zhang Jin was bewildered and commanded, "Fetch Ting Ying." In a moment, Zhang Chong and Tung Ying entered together. By then, Zhang Jin had donned his attire, and he directly inquired of Tung Ying, "What is the purpose of the guard office?" Upon hearing Zhang Jin's question, Tung Ying paused briefly, then quickly replied, "Commander, the guard office was originally tasked with protecting the palace and overseeing the royal ceremonies. Over 20 years ago, the rebels of the Shanhaiguan insurrection, under the banner of overthrowing the imperial regime and expelling foreign powers, incited uprisings across the nation. Although they were quelled by the chancellor, many remnants remain active in the shadows. To eradicate them, the court restructured the guard office into a bureau of investigation akin to the ancient Jinui, dedicated to apprehending traitors, gathering intelligence, and conducting counter-espionage. They possess the authority to execute without prior interrogation. By heavens, are they not mere secret police?" Zhang Jin's expression hardened slightly. He feared these agents were not here with good intentions. Could it be about his unauthorized venture into the concession area? Zhang Jin pondered, but found no clarity. In any case, he held the power of arms and had sufficient charge left on his phone. He was, indeed, a wealthy landlord. "Zhang Chong, assemble the guard." "Yes, commander." The The Guard was a newly formed unit of 100 elite army officers, all equipped with Thompsons, tasked with ensuring his safety. Let us go outside and see. At the fortress gate, a group of over 20 formidable men dressed in suits surrounded the entrance, glaring ominously at the 6M2 heavy machine guns pointed at them. Among them stood a round-faced man in his 30s, leading the group. The individual in question is no insignificant character. He is Daxing, the captain of the action team from the Imperial Guard. However, at this moment, Daxing's countenance is equally grim. Their department is accustomed to arrogance, always charging forward recklessly. Merely uttering their esteemed name is enough to transform a fierce wolf into a docile lamb. Yet today, they have been publicly humiliated by a mere garrison command. And instead of instilling fear upon revealing their illustrious title, they have instead found themselves targeted by 6 machine guns. Are you deaf, you bastards? I am from the Imperial Investigation Department. Those with any sense should step aside, exclaimed a gaunt-faced man, witnessing his leader's disgrace. As he spoke, he attempted to advance. Bang, bang, bang. The 6 machine guns erupted simultaneously, firing at his feet and sending clouds of dust into the air, causing him to retreat in terror and land unceremoniously on the ground, scrambling back to Daxing's side. Captain, we seem to have encountered a formidable foe today, remarked one of the agents standing behind Daxing, swallowing hard. Upon hearing this, Daxing's expression turned a shade of green, and he stepped forward, declaring loudly, "Brothers of the garrison, let me speak plainly. We have come to apprehend the rebel Zhang Jin of the Shanghai Society. You must consider your position carefully. You are soldiers of the court, not his private militia. Think of your parents, wives, and children. Is it worth it to oppose the court and stand against the Imperial Guard for a so-called commander?" Intimidation is indeed the forte of the Imperial Investigation Department, as they are acutely aware of what terrifies these soldiers. However, this time, Daxing miscalculated. The soldiers at the gate, hailing from destitution, lacked parents or mothers, rendering the notion of wives and children moot. They understood only that Zhang Jin provided for their needs. The government offered them no favors, leaving them indifferent to Daxing's threats. As Daxing continued to speak, growing increasingly exasperated at the soldiers' indifference, a troop emerged from the barracks. Leading them was a young man in his 20s, seemingly ordinary but exuding an undeniable aura of authority that naturally drew the eye. Upon recognizing the advancing figure, Daxing's face brightened. It was indeed Zhang Jin, the very target of his pursuit. He thought, how serendipitous. The elusive quarry has appeared before me without effort. He gestured behind him to signal his men to seize Zhang Jin. However, just as Daxing raised his hand, his eyes widened in horror. Zhang Jin had suddenly drawn a gun and aimed it directly at him. Bang! The sharp crack of the gunshot rang out, and a bloodied hole appeared in Daxing's forehead as he collapsed, lifeless. Simultaneously, the soldiers behind Zhang Jin raised their own submachine guns, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the stunned agents. When the gunfire ceased, only one agent remained standing amidst the pile of bodies. With a resounding thud, the last remaining agent dropped his firearm to the ground, collapsing to his knees in desperation. He repeatedly bowed his head, pleading, Commander Zhang, I am merely following orders. Please spare me. I have a frail mother to care for and a hungry child waiting for me. Consider it as a mere trifle and let me go. I swear I shall never act as a spy again." Zhang Jin furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Whose orders are you following?" The agent hastily replied, "It is our station chief, Ding Yechuan. Just last night, a high-ranking official was dispatched from the capital." The agent divulged all he knew, causing Zhang Jin's expression to turn as cold as ice. "Damn it, here I am, fighting for my life, while that despicable court plots against me. Do they truly believe I am some kind of puppet?" He fumed. "Zhang Chong, gather the troops. We shall pay a visit to this so-called Shanghai station." Upon hearing this, Teng Ying's countenance shifted dramatically. Having followed Zhang Jin for some time, he was well aware of the commander's audacity and fiery temperament. "Teng Ying, do you dare to accompany me?" Just as Teng Ying pondered his response, Zhang Jin's voice rang out again. He lifted his gaze to meet Zhang Jin's cheerful eyes. After a moment's hesitation, Teng Ying resolutely declared, "I, Teng Ying, vow to follow the commander unto death." He had come to realize that from the moment Zhang Jin ascended to command, they were bound together in fate, sharing both glory and ruin. Zhang Jin regarded Teng Ying's unwavering resolve without uttering a word, instead giving his shoulder a firm pat. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of engines erupted from the fortress gates, and a dozen M-26 Chaffee tanks surged forth. Tung Ying stood in stunned silence, grappling with the sight of the tanks that had seemingly appeared from nowhere. He had seen armored vehicles before. There was a division in the capital equipped with several Renault tanks, but these formidable machines before him made the others seem insignificant. Unable to resist, he approached and touched the tank's armor, feeling its immense weight. "Commander, is this a tank?" Zhang Jin nodded and added, "From now on, do not call me Commander. I detest that title. Address me as General henceforth." "General?" Tung Ying's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing Zhang Jin's ambition to become a warlord. However, any surprise quickly faded. As a clever man, he understood the necessity of compliance and promptly declared, "General." Zhang Jin laughed heartily and climbed into a Willis. "Let us depart." Chapter 27. I shall avenge myself. Every moment counts. In the city of magic, in the southern district, a vast structure loomed over a desolate area near the outskirts. Surrounded by towering concrete walls, it boasted watchtowers, firing positions, and barbed wire, with soldiers periodically patrolling the perimeter, exuding an air of stern authority. On a dirt road a kilometer away from the fortress, Tung Ying stood up in the Willis and announced, "General, ahead lies the stronghold of the Imperial Guard stationed at Shanghai. Why does it resemble a prison?" Zhang Jin took out his telescope and gazed at the high walls. Electric fences, patrols, and guard posts, growing increasingly familiar with the scene before him. He could not help but exclaim, "General, this is a prison. A place specifically designated for detaining traitors and political prisoners of the court. Those inside are individuals who oppose the court and the chancellor." Zhang Jin's eyes narrowed. "Is that so?" Zhang Chong immediately leapt out from a Willis vehicle, exclaiming, "General, have the artillery clear a path for us." Zhang Jin commanded, "Yes, sir." Moments later, 4 trucks rumbled forward, each carrying a 150mm howitzer. Soldiers jumped down from the vehicles, and before Zhang Jin's eyes, took merely 2 minutes to set up and secure the artillery. A loud voice called out, "Fire the entire battalion at the fortress target directly ahead. Charge 1. Range 115. Shift left to 135. Prepare, fire." Boom, boom, boom. 4 bursts of flames erupted from the position, and in an instant, smoke filled the air, dust swirling around. In a flash, the concrete of the prison exploded in 4 fiery eruptions, and the wall facing Zhang Jin was shattered into pieces, collapsing dramatically amidst the billowing smoke and dust. As the haze dissipated, a significant portion of the concrete wall directly opposite Zhang Jin vanished. "Advance." 10 Chaffee tanks immediately formed 2 columns and charged towards the prison. Minutes later, Zhang Jin stepped onto the rubble of the concrete wall and peered within, revealing a vast drill ground, with buildings of the same pale hue as the concrete walls behind it. At this moment, the tanks had breached the ruins and stormed into the drill ground, encircling a large group of people. Zhang Jin focused intently, spotting a cluster of soldiers clad in white helmets, who were huddled together in a state of panic. In front of them were a dozen prisoners, tightly bound. It seemed he had arrived at an inopportune moment. "General, that is Chun Daxian." Tung Ying pointed at a portly man in a black Zhongshan suit, then gestured towards a gaunt, sharp-featured elder. "That is Lu Yutian. I have seen them before. They are not to be trifled with. They are more ruthless against their own than foreigners." Hearing this, Zhang Jin chuckled, realizing that arriving early was indeed fortuitous. "Well, everything is in place. Who are you? Which faction do you belong to? How dare you intrude upon the investigation bureau of the guards? Are you tired of living?" Chun Daxian bellowed, his arrogance palpable. He had come with Lu Yutian to observe target practice, seeking to ingratiate himself with the influential figure Yuan Shiqing to bolster his own standing. Little did he expect that before he could even issue commands, his own walls would be shattered, and several iron monstrosities would crash through. The suddenness of it all nearly turned his mind to mush. By the time he regained his composure, throngs of soldiers had already surrounded the prison. Chun Daxian was furious. Arrogant individuals never believed that anyone could be more boisterous than they. Just as Chun Daxian was venting his frustrations, a calm voice rang out from behind the army. "Bind them, execute them." Chun Daxian was momentarily taken aback. During his days, soldiers rushed forward and delivered a swift kick to the back of his knee, causing him to kneel involuntarily. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself being dragged away by his arms towards a group of prisoners. At that moment, he caught sight of the one issuing orders. his face instantly reflecting a look of horror as he shouted, "Zhang Jin, what do you intend to do? Let me go? Quickly, release me. I am a member of the Imperial Guard. To kill me is tantamount to rebellion and treason against the court. You will all be doomed." The soldiers remained unmoved, directly binding Chun Daxian to a wooden post with ropes. The prisoners standing nearby, witnessing Chun Daxian's sudden binding, were momentarily stunned before expressions of delight spread across their faces. Fear enveloped Chun Daxian entirely. He felt a warmth between his legs as a foul odor of urine began to permeate the execution ground. Zhang Jin, observing the large puddle of yellow liquid at Chun Daxian's feet, instinctively covered his nose and gestured for a Willis Jeep armed with an M2 machine gun to approach. Zhang Jin stepped into the vehicle and aimed the gun at Chun Daxian. Commander, let us discuss this civilly. Please, do not resort to violence. Spare my life, Commander. If you have any demands, just state them and I shall comply." However, Zhang Jin disregarded Chun Daxian's pleas for mercy and pulled the trigger. The sound of gunfire echoed as countless bullets struck Chun Daxian's body, instantly reducing him to mere fragments. With Chun Daxian dealt with, Zhang Jin's gaze shifted to Lu Yutian, who, paralyzed by fear, had dropped to his knees. "Great sir, spare me. I am merely a lowly errand boy in the prison. Look at my age. I beg you to let me live." Zhang Jin leisurely crouched down, eyeing the silk robe adorning Lu Yutian with a mocking expression. This great Xing nation is indeed prosperous. Even a mere prison worker has begun to wear silk. Lu Yutian, who had been fervently bowing, suddenly stiffened, his face contorting into an expression of despair. Zhang Jin, uninterested in further pleasantries, directly inquired, "Speak. Who sent you to apprehend me?" Lu Yutian, fearing any concealment, blurted out, "It was the Prime Minister." Zhang Jin's brow furrowed. "Yuan Shirching?" Seeing the concern etched on Zhang Jin's face, Lu Yutian hastily added, "Commander Zhang, I too am merely acting under orders. I had no choice." Without waiting for further inquiry, Lu Yutian hurriedly continued, "Yuan Shirching disapproves of your incursion into the concession, believing it has brought him trouble. However, you, Commander, are now a well-known hero. Yuan Shirching, fearing to act openly against you, has instead branded you a traitor, thus justifying your arrest." Zhang Jin let out a cold laugh. "Damn it. I once thought this world might possess some distinctions, yet it appears to be no different. Even my legs feel weak. Minister Lu, there is an old saying in the 9 provinces. A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. I may have many flaws, but one thing I lack is the ability to forget grievances. In a mere minute, what others accomplish in a decade seems intolerable to Zhang Jin." His words, imbued with murderous intent, utterly terrified Lu Yutian. "Commander, spare my life. This is all Yuan Shirching's doing." Zhang Jin, glancing around, smiled and remarked, "Lord Lu, why the fuss? Death is inevitable in a century, just as it is now. Since we all meet the same fate, why not embrace it more readily?" "Commander, I have no desire to die," Lu Yutian pleaded, clinging desperately to Zhang Jin's leg. In response, Zhang Jin delivered a swift kick, sending Lu tumbling to the ground. And instructed Zhang Chong, "Lord Lu is of advanced age. We must embody the spirit of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. Let us not allow him to meet a gruesome end." He gestured towards a nearby gallows. "That contraption seems quite suitable. Let us utilize it." Zhang Chong nodded and promptly dragged Lu Yutian away. Amidst the wailing akin to that of a slaughtered pig, Zhang Jin turned his gaze towards the 12 prisoners, 5 women and 7 men, standing nearby. From the very beginning, he had been observing them discreetly. When he executed Chun Daxian, they displayed mere astonishment, devoid of fear, as if they had transcended the notions of life and death, remaining remarkably composed. Upon noticing their exposed scars, a look of realization washed over Zhang Jin. This was a prison for spies, and one could only imagine the torment they had endured to still stand there. Their resilience indicated a mental fortitude that surpassed ordinary comprehension. "Release them." Zhang Jin uttered an order that left the prisoners astonished. "If you free us, do you not fear the court's retribution?" A clear, melodious voice, reminiscent of a lark, interjected. Zhang Jin turned to see a woman in her 20s. Her prison garb stained with blood, her skin marred by numerous wounds. Her waxen, pallid face bore delicate features, and her autumn-like eyes shone with an extraordinary clarity, akin to melting snow on a glacier. Zhang Jin regarded the woman, who met his gaze with equal defiance. Their eyes locked, causing an unexpected discomfort for Zhang Jin. who instinctively touched his nose. "Are you not afraid of me?" he inquired. With a smile, the woman replied, "If I am unafraid of death, why should I fear you?" "You have yet to respond to my earlier question." Her sudden shift in topic caught Zhang Jin off guard, prompting him to chuckle. "Fear what?" "I acknowledge the court. It is indeed the authority. If I refuse that recognition, it is but a mere figment." His audacious response ignited a spark in the woman's eyes, leading her to exclaim, "Do you intend to rebel?" "Rebel?" Zhang Jin mused, repeating the word with a chuckle. "Perhaps so. I, Zhang, have always avenged grievances and repaid enmities. If the court dares to provoke me, a good thrashing is certainly not out of the question." His nonchalant demeanor drew the attention of the other prisoners. Suddenly, Zhang Jin waved his hand decisively, declaring, "Well, I have avenged the grievances here. It is time for me to strike at the capital. You are free to do as you wish." His final words left the woman and her companions in a state of utter bewilderment. Strike at the capital? Chapter 28. Blitz on the capital miss. Could it be that this fellow is speaking the truth? Is he truly intending to assault the capital with such a meager force? The middle-aged man standing beside the woman inquired incredulously. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in the woman's eyes as she slowly replied, "This Zhang Jin should not be an ordinary person. Uncle Xiao, please send someone to inform my father to investigate this individual's background. If he genuinely dares to strike the capital, it would present a rare opportunity for our Shanghai society." She then turned to a gaunt man and commanded, "Brother Zhang, our time is limited. The enemy's reinforcements could arrive at any moment. You must immediately unlock all the prison doors." The lean man, upon hearing the woman's intent to release everyone, could not help but exclaim, "Miss, why concern ourselves with them? The enemy's enemy is our friend. Anyone we set free from this prison could cause a tremor throughout the 9 provinces. Their escape would certainly give Yuan Shurching a headache, and he would naturally be too preoccupied to bother with us." The woman's eyes shone with wisdom, exuding confidence. On the road outside the prison, Tingying, seated behind Zhang Jin, struggled with his thoughts for a considerable time before finally asking, "General, are we truly going to attack the capital?" "Why not?" Zhang Jin leaned against his chair and glanced at Tingying, who appeared restless and hesitant. Zhang Jin had noted his agitation since their departure from the prison. Tingying opened his mouth, But we are our own people. Just speak your mind. I one tea bite." Zhang Jin let slip a curse, causing the stuttering Tingying to immediately relax. Especially, Zhang Jin's words of camaraderie stirred a flicker of emotion in Tingying's heart. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "General, I once studied in the command department of the Army Officer School in Jinling, so I possess some understanding of the situation there. As I know, since the 21st year of the Guangdong reign, the court has collaborated with the Prussian Empire, fully utilizing the military equipment provided by them to form a Western-style army, comprising 12 infantry divisions. Initially, they established 4 infantry divisions: the 36th Imperial Guard Division, the 87th Imperial Guard Division, the 88th Imperial Guard Division, and the Imperial Guard Training Corps. Each Imperial Guard infantry division oversees 2 infantry brigades, totaling 4 infantry regiments, and is directly supported by an artillery regiment, an engineering battalion, a communications battalion, a supply battalion, a special operations battalion, and a medical unit, with a total strength of 14,612 personnel. The artillery regiment consists of 3 howitzer battalions, equipped with 36 Krupp 75mm howitzers, along with a direct support anti-aircraft company armed with 4 German-made Flak 28 20mm anti-aircraft guns. Furthermore, each infantry regiment includes an artillery company equipped with 6 Luigi 1875mm infantry guns, and each infantry battalion has a mortar section armed with 3 82mm mortars. The Imperial Guard Training Corps is organized into 3 brigades and 6 regiments, and apart from 1 artillery regiment. It also includes an additional armored vehicle detachment equipped with 32 Renault FT7 tanks and 48 Vickers Type B tanks. Just these 4 units account for over 60,000 personnel. In addition to these 4 divisions, there are at least a dozen infantry divisions stationed around the capital at various strategic points. In addition to the artillery units, the court boasts a total of 10 artillery regiments directly under the Privy Council, among which 3 regiments are equipped with the M1917 155mm howitzer, each regiment possessing 24 pieces. 6 regiments are armed with the Schneider M1925 105mm howitzer, with 36 pieces per regiment. There is also a fortress artillery regiment equipped with 10 pieces of the 210mm M16 howitzer. Moreover, the Air Force Department of the Privy Council oversees an air force consisting of 120 Hawker II fighters, 76 Hawker I fighters, and 24 Martin 139 WC bombers. Zhang Jin could not help but marvel inwardly. This world's military prowess far surpasses that of his previous world during certain periods, at least in terms of weaponry. Teng Ying, having spoken tirelessly, finally paused, only to find Zhang Jin's expression one of astonishment rather than fear, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Had everything he said been in vain? General, you still wish to. Teng Ying could not resist speaking again. Zhang Jin's demeanor gradually turned serious as he fixed his intense gaze on Teng Ying and remarked, although the military organization of the court is not classified, I doubt it is something a mere fortress chief of staff should know. After a brief silence, Teng Ying candidly replied, General, I served as the head of the Archives Department in the Military Affairs Office of the Privy Council a year ago, so I possess some knowledge of the military situation. Zhang Jin's eyes suddenly brightened. He had truly stumbled upon a treasure. With Teng Ying as a living archive, many matters would surely become less burdensome in the future. As for Teng Ying's concerns, Zhang Jin confidently smiled and inquired, Tell me, how many troops are stationed in the capital region? I refer specifically to the capital, excluding the surrounding cities. Although Teng Ying was puzzled by Zhang Jin's question, he answered earnestly. The newly established Imperial Guard Infantry Division is a field force and does not handle the routine defense of the capital. The defense of the capital has always been managed by 3 garrison brigades under the Capital Garrison Office, totaling approximately 8,000 to 9,000 personnel. Alongside the Imperial Guard responsible for protecting the palace, which comprises over 1,000 men. If we were to assault the capital, how long would it take for the surrounding forces to provide support? Zhang Jin asked. General, the closest unit to the capital is the 87th Imperial Guard Division stationed in Zhurong, merely over 40 kilometers away. If traveling by train, it would take about 2 hours, while on foot, it would require more than half a day. However, General, our journey from Magic City to the capital spans over 300 kilometers. With heavy troop deployments along the way, it is likely that before we reach halfway, the court would have already detected us. Zhang Jin displayed no sign of retreat in light of Teng Ying's concerns. Instead, he appeared eager and confident, stating, You are correct. If we employ conventional tactics, we might find ourselves targeted by the court's bombers before we even reach the capital. Therefore, Zhang Jin emphasized, we must strike unexpectedly, catching them off guard. Just then, a black vintage car suddenly approached and halted beside Zhang Jin's vehicle. Gu Chun emerged from the car and unfurled a simple map on the hood of the Willis, declaring, General, we have clarified the situation. Behold, this is the Jingshan Highway leading from the Magic City to the capital, designed at great expense by the French for the court. It is entirely paved with asphalt and gravel, allowing mechanized troops to maneuver with remarkable speed. This highway traverses through Kunshan, Wuxian, Wuxi, Wujin, Danyang, and Zhurong, stretching a total of 300 kilometers. While the other areas are manageable, it is only at this ancient point of Zhurong that Gu Chun, marking a red dot on the map, remarked, Currently, it is guarded by the elite Imperial Guard's 87th Division. Should we charge directly through, it is likely we would alarm the enemy. I, therefore, took the liberty of scouting several alternative routes. Gu Chun pointed to a somewhat finer red line on the map. We can take this dirt road, devoid of any rivers, which will allow us to circumvent Zhurong, albeit with an increase in distance by half. We must also remain vigilant against the 87th Division potentially launching a surprise attack from behind, cutting off our retreat. Gu Chun and Teng Ying wore grave expressions, while Zhang Jin displayed an air of indifference, seemingly unconcerned about the notion of a retreat. He had already resolved that his journey to the capital was not merely to impart a lesson to the court, but to address the issues within the capital before advancing north along the Jinpu line, thus eliminating the need to ponder an escape route. The current leader declared, Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. He then pointed towards the Yangtze River Railway Bridge on the Jinpu line and instructed Zhang Chong, You need not accompany me to the capital. Your task is to secure this location and hold it steadfast. Teng Ying, you are to relay orders immediately. After nightfall, the entire army shall advance westward. Chapter 29, A 1,000-Mile Dash. In the Magic City, at the Wizonka Fortress, Zhang Jin sat in a Willis Jeep, puffing on a cigarette. Occasionally casting furtive glances towards the fortress, a flicker of unease crossing his face. Just as Zhang Jin found himself restless and on the verge of disembarking the vehicle, Teng Ying approached with a brisk stride. Zhang Jin promptly greeted him. "So, is there anyone willing to follow me, Zhang?" Teng Ying's face lit up with excitement. "General, everyone at the fortress is eager to follow you." Zhang Jin was momentarily taken aback, his expression a mix of complexity. He had not anticipated that. Despite their awareness of his rebellious intentions, so many would willingly risk their lives alongside him. The sensation was indescribable, filled with exhilaration, astonishment, uncertainty, and an overwhelming sense of belonging. Previously, Zhang Jin felt as though he was merely playing a game, disconnected from this world, but in that moment, hearing the willingness of so many to stand by him, it was as if he had rediscovered his roots, his heart swelling with a newfound sense of belonging. "Brother Zhang! Brother Zhang!" A graceful figure rushed towards him, breathless as she exclaimed, "I want to go with you." It was Lu Zhu. Her flushed cheeks a testament to her fervent run, her eyes filled with earnest determination as she gazed at Zhang Jin. He looked at her resolute expression and smiled, nodding. "Silly girl, get in the car." Lu Zhu's face lit up with joy as she climbed into the back seat. At that moment, another elegant girl rushed over, her hurried pace causing her form to sway enticingly, prompting Zhang Jin to steal glances. The girl, breathless, reached Zhang Jin and exclaimed, "General, only 2 people are willing to follow us. The rest wish to return home." Zhang Jin, upon hearing the words, did not exhibit any disappointment. He nodded and remarked, "When it rains, a mother marries. Let them be. Teng Ying, give each of those who wish to leave 50 silver dollars. After all, they have endured the trials with me. Zhang Jin, we cannot let their efforts go unrewarded." "Understood, Commander," Teng Ying replied, turning to leave. Zhang Jin then turned to Yumanli, his expression earnest, and said, "Miss you. If you depart now, you can still make it. If you follow any further, you will truly be aboard my ship." To his surprise, as soon as Zhang Jin finished speaking, Yumanli lifted her head, gazing intently at him, and declared, "I wish to board your ship." Yumanli's fiery gaze rendered Zhang Jin momentarily uneasy. Although their acquaintance had been brief, he discerned her candid and bold personality, capable of both love and hate. She was strikingly beautiful and possessed a fine figure, a girl whom no man could resist. Just as Zhang Jin felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, the voice of Lu Zhu suddenly rang out from behind. "Brother Zhang, it is getting late. Shouldn't we be on our way?" Zhang Jin snapped back to reality, chuckling lightly. "Indeed, it is late. We should depart." He turned and shouted to Teng Ying, "Teng Ying, let the brothers set off." After saying this, he climbed into the vehicle, intending to converse with Yumanli, only to find that she had directly taken a seat beside Lu Zhu. The 2 women exchanged glances, then quickly turned away. Though no words were spoken, the palpable tension in the air caused even the battle-hardened Zhang Jin to feel a flutter of anxiety, prompting him to address the driver, "Let us move." 10 hours later, outside Jinling City, it was now 5 in the morning, with a faint glow piercing the dark night, while the eastern horizon began to show hints of dawn. Zhang Jin and his entourage had traveled without incident. Such a vast convoy, accompanied by fully armed soldiers, led the merchants along the road to perceive them merely as a military repositioning. Even the checkpoints allowed them to pass without hindrance, an unexpectedly smooth journey. It seemed that the heavens could not abide the Xinghua court's excessive ease. "Commander, here we are at Guanghua Gate. Once we pass through the city gate and proceed straight, we will encounter the palace after 5 intersections." Teng Ying pointed to the imposing gate not far away. Zhang Jin raised his hand to check the time. "Relay the orders. Command the tank division to take the lead. After breaching the city gate, do not linger. Advance directly towards the imperial city of the Xinghua court. I intend to deliver them a grand surprise." With that, he hopped into the M113 armored vehicle, which was a delightful surprise. Zhang Jin had initially sought to find an armored vehicle with a canopy from the arsenal. While the Willis Jeep and the German half-track armored vehicle were effective, their shortcomings were glaring. They lacked sufficient protection in urban combat and were vulnerable to snipers. Unexpectedly, this turn of events proved fortuitous, as it unveiled a delightful surprise. The Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, the Type 81 rifle, the PKM light machine gun, the AK-47 rifle, the 107mm rocket launcher, and the RPG rocket launcher. Zhang Jin suddenly recalled that while he was gathering World War II weaponry, he had inadvertently included several classic Cold War arms, which now manifested as a tremendous boon. He hastily sifted through his collection once more. But the sheer volume of World War II weapons he had amassed rendered the icons on his malfunctioning phone minuscule and devoid of categorization. After a morning of diligent searching, he only managed to locate the M113 armored vehicle, the BMP-1 infantry fighting vehicle, and the BM-21 rocket launcher, with a plethora of icons still unexamined. Overwhelmed, Zhang Jin decided against further searching. The weapons he had already discovered sufficed for his needs. He added all the images of the weapons he found to his collection, finally feeling a sense of relief, lest he have to rummage through them again later. After passing through Zhurong, Zhang Jin directed his convoy straight toward the railway bridge while he led a mechanized force comprising 24 Xiaofei tanks, 120 M113 armored vehicles, and 5 105mm Type 3 assault guns directly to the base of Guanghua Gate. With a single command from Zhang Jin, an assault gun surged ahead toward Guanghua Gate, the roar of its engine instantly rousing the drowsy guards stationed above. What is happening? A garrison officer rushed up from the city tower, leaning over the battlements to gaze down, whereupon he was rendered speechless. With the dawn's light illuminating everything clearly below, he beheld a long line of armored vehicles advancing through the swirling clouds of dust toward the city gate. Boom! Before the officer could recover from his shock, a series of violent explosions erupted from below the city tower, causing the entire structure to tremble. In a moment of distraction, he nearly lost his footing and fell. But fortune favored him as he swiftly grasped the battlements, narrowly escaping disaster. Boom! At that moment, the explosions resounded again, and the city gate trembled violently. Commander, Commander, it's bad. Armored vehicles from who knows where have breached the gate and are charging into the city. A soldier hurriedly reported. The officer, momentarily stunned, took a while to react before bellowing, "Quick, counterattack." He hastily positioned a Czech light machine gun atop the battlements, aiming it at the relentless tide of armored vehicles surging into the city below. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. A dozen Czech and 4 Maxim machine guns opened fire simultaneously from the tower, their bullets striking the armored vehicles below with a cacophony of sound, sparks flying like fireworks in the air. The aluminum armor of the M112 armored vehicles was indeed thin, yet not so feeble that small-caliber machine guns could penetrate it. As for the Maxim heavy machine gun, it too proved ineffective, for the German MG-08 Maxim utilized the same 7.92mm caliber ammunition. Upon realizing that the weaponry at his disposal could not harm the armored vehicles below, and seeing that those vehicles paid no heed to their fire, merely continuing their relentless charge into the city, the officer ceased firing and shouted, "Orderly, quickly, notify the garrison." Imperial City, Cunning Palace. Chapter 30. The Charge into the Golden Hall. Alas, how vexing. Even after an entire night, I still find myself insufficiently embraced. You are quite the weight upon me. Suddenly, the gilded dragon and phoenix bed began to shake violently, ceasing only when a muffled groan escaped a man's lips. Almost immediately, a deep voice resonated. "Come, attend to my needs properly." At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the palace, followed by a voice, grating like a duck's quack, announcing, "An urgent telegram has just arrived from the Capital Guard. A group of unidentified armed forces has appeared outside the Guanghua Gate and has already breached it, advancing towards the palace. The guard has mobilized troops for interception." What? A rotund head suddenly emerged from behind the bed curtains, followed by a plump figure sitting up on the bed. Grabbing a garment, he draped it over himself and made his way towards the palace gate. Upon opening the door, he beheld an elderly eunuch standing respectfully at the threshold. The eunuch, upon seeing the corpulent silhouette, quickly uttered, "Esteemed Chancellor, the officials from the Cabinet and Privy Council await you in the Fengtian Hall." Yuan Shurqing immediately responded, "You must relay my orders at once," commanding the nearby imperial guards to hasten to the capital. "Yes, esteemed Chancellor." The eunuch promptly acquiesced and hurried away. At that moment, a figure clad in white suddenly embraced Yuan Shurqing. However, due to his considerable girth, her arms barely encircled his waist. Sensing the softness behind him, a fiery glint ignited in his eyes, though it quickly dissipated. He turned, lifting her towards the bed and gently placing her down, saying, "A grave matter has arisen in the capital. I must investigate. You rest a while longer." The graceful figure on the bed stretched languidly, revealing her exquisite beauty in full display, causing Yuan Shurqing's eyes to nearly bulge in astonishment. Rong Shi, observing his dazed expression, could not help but chuckle softly, playfully tapping her delicate hand on his forehead. "Silly man, have you not yet feasted your eyes?" Snapping back to reality at the thought of the situation in the capital, Yuan Shiqing hastily replied, You must rest. I shall return shortly." He hurriedly donned his clothing and strode towards the door. Once he had departed, Rong Shi rose from the phoenix bed and draped a thin veil around herself, her beautiful face flushed with a hint of confusion. She had overheard the eunuch's words. Could the army truly have breached the capital? With a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes, she called out, "Come here." Immediately, a young eunuch rushed in, head bowed. "Your Majesty, go find the Emperor at once and summon him to my chambers." "Yes, Your Majesty." Meanwhile, within the Feng Tian Hall of the palace, in the Grand Hall, the esteemed Minister of State, Duan Mingda, and several high-ranking officials, including the Deputy Privy Minister, Zhao Yuzhong, were anxiously pacing. Ever since the capital had been relocated to Jinling over 30 years ago, the South Zhili region had remained the safest place in the entire realm, untouched by war, let alone an invasion of the capital. Yet, out of nowhere, a formidable faction had emerged, breaching the city gates with an astonishing swiftness, launching a direct assault on the city. Their tactics caught the officials off guard, leaving them bewildered, for the assault led by Zhang Jin was executed with such rapidity that they had no time to ascertain the identity of the aggressors. As the officials wore expressions of despair, Yuan Shiqing's voice abruptly pierced the air, providing a semblance of direction. Immediately, the officials turned their attention toward Yuan Shiqing, who hurriedly entered the hall. Zhao Yuzhong stepped forward first, stating, "Minister, I have already dispatched orders to the military garrisons in Zhili, but each garrison has reported no sighting of large troop movements through their sectors." Yuan Shiqing's expression darkened instantly. How could there be no sight of the enemy? Were they descending from the sky or emerging from the depths of the waters? In a fit of anger, he exclaimed, "Useless." Startled, Zhao Yuzhong lowered his head submissively. At that moment, Jiang Tiange, the head of the Imperial Guards, rushed over, saying, "Minister, our investigation team has uncovered a potential lead." Reports from the capital station indicated that a mechanized army was spotted on the Jingshan Highway. Yuan Shiqing, already agitated, found his ire further inflamed by Jiang Tiange's intrusion. Struggling to contain his fury, he demanded, "Have you identified who they are?" Jiang Tiange hesitated, lowering his head in embarrassment. Seeing this, Yuan Shiqing could no longer restrain his anger, berating him, "If you discovered something suspicious, why did you not report it? Why did you not investigate their origins? Is this how you serve this office? Do you intend to place my head on someone else's table before acting? How is it that I am surrounded by such incompetence?" His words spilled forth, leaving Jiang Tiange utterly flabbergasted, rendered speechless as Yuan Shiqing continued his tirade, berating him until his anger was somewhat alleviated. Finally, he barked, "Are you merely going to stand there in silence? Go investigate." Jiang Tiange, startled, did not even dare to wipe his face, nodding vigorously as he scurried towards the hall entrance. However, just as he stepped outside, the sound of rapid gunfire erupted, and in an instant, his body was torn apart, blood splattering everywhere, his head rolling to Yuan Shiqing's feet. Even Yuan Shiqing, a seasoned warrior, was taken aback by the horrifying scene, stumbling back in shock. Regaining his composure, he turned to look outside the hall, only to hear the thunderous roar of engines as a massive tank charged in, crashing through the hall's doors with a deafening cacophony. The officials stood frozen, utterly stunned by the sight of the tank storming into the hall, seemingly unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos. At that moment, several tanks and armored vehicles surged forward. By the time Yuan Shiqing and his companions registered the situation and attempted to evade, numerous M2 heavy machine guns had already taken aim at them. The frigid muzzles rendered Yuan Shiqing's feet immobile, as if they were rooted to the ground. His heart raced incessantly, for the first time in his life. He felt so close to death, an inexplicable flicker of fear rising within him. Suddenly, the side door of an armored vehicle behind a tank swung open, and a group of soldiers swiftly emerged. The familiar German-style helmets and uniforms caused Yuan Shiqing to pause, his expression darkening. Damn it, could the Imperial Guards be plotting against him? As he pondered this unsettling thought, a clear male voice rang out. "You must be Yuan Shiqing, the rotund fellow?" Yuan Shiqing's face instantly paled. He abhorred being called fat. "Who are you?" he asked through clenched teeth. Zhang Jin, observing Yuan Shiqing's evident disdain, couldn't help but reflect on how unexpectedly easy it had been to conquer Jinling. Within less than an hour, He stood within the revered hall of supreme power, known as the Golden Throne Hall. Yet, his success was partly due to the lack of vigilance among the local military forces. Otherwise, with the meager troops he commanded, he would never have reached this point. Without further ado, Zhang Jin regarded Yuan Shiqing, who was fixated on him, and suddenly laughed. Yuan Shiqing, you truly have a short memory. Was it not you who sent men to capture me? Chapter 31, Blasphemy. Yuan Shiqing's pupils constricted sharply as he gazed at Zhang Jin in disbelief. You are Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin shrugged casually. Indeed, I am Zhang Jin. I heard you labeled me a traitor, so I came specifically to discuss this with you. By now, Yuan Shiqing had regained his composure and coldly scrutinized Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin, I must admit I underestimated you. You have managed to stealthily infiltrate the palace. However, my troops are already en route and will soon encircle the entire capital. You shall not escape. How about this? If you are willing to lay down your arms and submit to me, not only will I pardon your transgressions, but I will also elevate your rank. What do you think? His voice, thick with temptation, echoed in the hall. To Yuan Shiqing's astonishment, Zhang Jin remained unmoved, instead regarding him with an odd look, as if he were observing a performing monkey. This infuriated Yuan Shiqing. After all, he was the esteemed prime minister, the de facto leader of the Xinhua court, and he had the audacity to confront Zhang Jin with a stern countenance. Zhang Jin, what exactly do you intend to do? Speak plainly. Zhang Jin leaned against the armored vehicle, sizing up the plump Yuan Shiqing with a cold smirk. What do you think I want? Tell me, how do you plan to compensate me? Compensate? Yuan Shiqing furrowed his brow. What sort of compensation do you seek? Zhang Jin straightened his posture and approached Yuan Shiqing, slowly retrieving a pair of white gloves from his pocket and donning them with deliberate slowness. In response to Yuan Shiqing's bewildered gaze, he delivered a resounding slap across his face. The fleshy visage of Yuan Shiqing, akin to that of a pig's head, jiggled as multiple slaps followed in rapid succession, causing his cheeks to swell at a visible rate. Observing their leader being so ruthlessly assaulted, Qiao Yuzhong and his compatriots stood frozen, their instincts urging them to intervene. However, the menacing glares of the surrounding soldiers, who appeared ready to strike at any sign of movement, held them back. At that moment, Zhang Jin unexpectedly brandished a handgun from his waist, racking the slide with a crisp sound that instantly altered the expressions of the dignitaries present. He pressed the gun's muzzle against Yuan Shiqing's temple, and it was only then that genuine fear gripped Yuan Shiqing. Trembling, he stammered, "What do you intend to do? Please, don't act rashly. If I perish, you will not escape either." Zhang Jin smiled faintly. "Oh, dear Chief Minister, should you meet your demise, the Emperor remains. As do the esteemed gentlemen present. I could still walk out of the capital unscathed, could I not?" Yuan Shiqing's body stiffened, a chill racing up his spine, nearly causing his rotund legs to buckle. Just as the tension reached its zenith, a commanding female voice resonated from beyond the Grand Hall's doors. "Cease at once. We can discuss this matter, provided you do not harm Minister Yuan. I can assure you of my support." Zhang Jin turned to see a man and woman entering, flanked by a throng of soldiers. The woman, appearing to be in her early 30s, possessed an enchanting allure. Her captivating eyes and luscious lips evoked desire, and each subtle expression was soul-stirring. Adorned in a pale yellow tunic dress with an ethereal shawl that revealed her exquisite curves and ample fair skin. Her delicate waist was barely graspable, and beneath her knee-length dress lay a pair of long, elegant, ivory legs. She was the epitome of seduction, exuding an irresistible charm that ensnared the senses of every man present. Zhang Jin was no exception, although LV Zhu and Yu Manli were equally stunning. They paled in comparison to the sheer allure of the woman before him. A mature woman, particularly one as stunning as she, was bound to captivate anyone's heart. Compelled by her enchanting presence, Zhang Jin stepped forward, his formidable aura causing the soldiers surrounding her to retreat until they flanked her sides, leaving her entirely exposed to him. Then, in an astonishingly audacious move that left everyone astounded, Zhang Jin lifted her smooth chin, a smile gracing his lips as he said, "Your Majesty, has anyone ever told you how breathtakingly beautiful you are, so much so that I am tempted to carry you to my chamber?" His outrageous words rendered the onlookers speechless, their eyes wide and mouths agape, while Zhang Jin's subsequent actions left them utterly astounded. As Zhang Jin extended his hand to draw the Empress Dowager Rong into his embrace, he lowered his head and inhaled deeply near the ends of her hair, exclaiming, How delightful. It was only at this moment that Rome realized what had transpired. Her delicate face instantly flushed with indignation. Unbridled. Release me at once. Yet, Zhang Jin's grip was as unyielding as iron, no matter how she struggled. She could not break free. At that moment, Emperor Jin Yi of Guangdong, standing nearby, regained his composure, and upon witnessing Zhang Jin holding his mother, his face turned a ghastly shade of green. Zhang Jin, how dare you? Release my mother this instant. Guards, kill him. The emperor's anguished roar reverberated through the hall. There was no denying the audacity of Zhang Jin. The term bold was utterly insufficient to describe his audacity, as he had stunned everyone present. The emperor's furious shout jolted the officials of Xinghua awake from their stupor. The surrounding officers exchanged glances, yet none dared to step forward. Silence. Zhang Jin, growing impatient with the young emperor's outburst, retorted, "Do not compel me to assume the role of your father." His icy gaze sent a shiver down the spine of the young emperor, who timidly closed his mouth, though the murderous intent in his eyes remained unabated. Damn it! One Yuan Shurqing as my surrogate father is not enough. Now another youth emerges. The emperor thought, his indignation palpable. Release the empress dowager. Just then, an enraged voice erupted from behind Zhang Jin. He turned to find a pair of furious, crimson eyes fixed intently on his hand clasping Rome, as if the owner of those eyes wished to devour him whole. Zhang Jin, undeterred by Yuan Shurqing's rage, tightened his hold on Rome and remarked with a TSK. Could it be that the esteemed Chancellor Yuan wishes to bask in the Empress Dowager's grace as well? However, as civilized individuals, we must adhere to the principles of precedence. This statement nearly sent Yuan Shurqing into a fit of apoplexy. Who in the world was unaware of his connection with the Empress Dowager? Yet, he was too afraid to speak the truth aloud. Suppressing his fury, he gritted his teeth and asked, "What do you truly desire?" Realizing the atmosphere had reached a boiling point, Zhang Jin released Rome and addressed Yuan Shurqing, "Esteemed Chancellor Yuan, you have tarnished my reputation. Surely some form of compensation is in order? Oh, and I assisted you in repelling the invaders. Such efforts should not go unrewarded. My demands are modest. Merely the rank of a general and the position of commander of Yan'an will suffice. Furthermore, concerning the military salaries and rewards, it seems fitting that I, Zhang, should receive my due as well. I am an honest man and would never demand an extra coin from the court. In a few days, I plan to recruit around 100 to 80,000 soldiers, and at the rate of 3 coins per soldier, that amounts to 36 coins annually. For 100,000 soldiers, that totals 36 million. I, Zhang Jin, do not exaggerate. I am utterly loyal to the great Qing dynasty and would never wish to burden the court. Thus, let us make a compromise. A mere 18 million will suffice." As Zhang Jin's gaze shifted towards the astonished Yuan Shurqing, he remarked, "Esteemed Chancellor, given my unwavering concern for the court, I trust you shall not disappoint me, will you?" It seemed Zhang Jin had indeed come to take advantage of the situation. It was only at this moment that Yuan Shurqing comprehended Zhang Jin's motives for arriving in Jinling. Observing the resolute expression on Zhang Jin's face and the watchful soldiers surrounding them, a hint of bitterness crossed his features as he weakly conceded, "I shall acquiesce to your demands." The likes of Cao Yuzhong and others felt a sense of frustration at Yuan Shurqing's compliance. Yet they understood that they were at the mercy of fate, with no choice but to comply to avoid their own peril. Truly, the Chancellor exhibited remarkable magnanimity. Zhang Jin was fully aware that Yuan Shurqing had no option but to agree. "Very well. I kindly request the Chancellor and esteemed officials to accompany me for a brief journey. The remaining matters can be entrusted to the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. Let us proceed, esteemed Chancellor." Chapter 32. All are astute individuals. The Empress Dowager Rome and the Emperor gazed at the desolate Fengtian Hall, acknowledging Zhang Jin as a remarkably talented individual, arriving swiftly and departing just as quickly. Mother! The Guangdong Emperor, at that moment, was oblivious to the complexities of the situation. All he recognized was that Zhang Jin had removed the burdensome ancestral spirits hovering over him, presenting him with a rare opportunity. "We can." His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Rome, who turned to the soldiers in the hall, commanding, "You may withdraw now." Once all the soldiers had departed, Rome, with a fierce expression, struck the Guangdong Emperor across the face. Taken by surprise, he displayed an expression of grievance, covering his face as he looked at Rome and asked, "Mother, why did you hit me?" Rome, observing the emperor's childlike demeanor, could not hide her disappointment. With an expression of exasperation, She admonished him. Strike you? Do you understand why I did so? Ear, can't you engage your mind? How can you possibly aspire to be a good emperor? To vow to safeguard the realm of our great Qing with such behavior? You are no longer a mere child. You are a 17-year-old young man. Do you comprehend? The Guangdong Emperor's face flushed with embarrassment as he lowered his head, silenced by Rong's reprimand. A glimmer of disappointment returned to Rong's eyes, tinged with sorrow, as she reflected on her sacrifices for Yuan Shiqing, all in the hope that one day the Guangdong Emperor would mature and shoulder the responsibilities of the Great Qing. Yet, it seemed her expectations were perhaps too lofty. With a heavy sigh, she imparted, "Here, do you understand why I struck you? It was to impress upon you that certain words must never be uttered, lest they bring about dire consequences." The Guangdong Emperor, clearly averse to this lesson, retorted, "I am the emperor. Who dares to harm me?" Rong, infuriated, raised her hand once more to deliver another slap, but upon observing the crowd's gaze, her hand fell weakly as she exclaimed in frustration, "Ir, how is it that you still do not understand? Your throne, my son, is one that I, your mother, have shamelessly sought for you. Otherwise, we would have perished long ago, over a decade past. Look around the palace. Who among us is not in league with Yuan Shiqing? Should you dare to utter a word against him, it would take less than a moment for it to find its way to his desk. Yet he has already been captured by Zhang Jin. If Zhang Jin were to execute them all, would not the great Qing kingdom return to our grasp?" Rong Shi gazed at the dreamer, Guang Tong, nearly driven mad by his naivety. However, as he was her own son, she could only patiently explain, "Do consider. Even if Yuan Shiqing were to perish, would his subordinates heed our call? They would merely breed another Yuan Shiqing, or perhaps a third. Do you wish for your mother to crawl into their beds one by one to ensure your safety?" The final words struck Guang Tong like an arrow, causing him to leap up and cry out hoarsely, "Do you think I desire to be this emperor? I can do nothing. Nowhere is safe. Anyone within the palace can scold me as they please. I am but a puppet, a clay Buddha seated in a temple, manipulated at your whim." "Mother," Guang Tong suddenly embraced Rong Shi, "shall we renounce this throne? Let us leave the palace and live as ordinary folk, tending to our fields and doing as we please. Just the two of us, and you will not have to toil so." For a moment, tears almost fell from Rong Shi's eyes at his words. Yet it was all too late. From the instant Guang Tong ascended to the throne, their fates were no longer theirs to dictate. "Ir, do not speak such foolishness. The great Qing kingdom requires your strength to endure. Yuan Shiqing is growing old. He cannot last much longer. When he falters, the court will naturally fall under your command. For now, gather loyal ministers and prepare for the future. Leave the rest to me. Your mother will do everything in her power to provide you with support." As she spoke, a glimmer of determination sparkled in her eyes as she murmured, "Zhang Jin might indeed be of use." "Mother, what do you mean?" Rong Shi pulled Guang Tong towards the palace exit. "It is nothing. Come, my dear, we have much to accomplish. This is a splendid opportunity." The following morning, on the northern bank of the Yangtze River Railway Bridge, soldiers under Zhang Jin's command had erected tents in a grove several kilometers from the Yangtze. Within the largest tent, Zhang Jin was savoring his breakfast, while Lu Zhu cheerfully brought forth platter after platter of dishes. "Brother Zhang, I have prepared sweet and sour pork, fish-flavored shredded pork, and kung pao chicken, along with 8 treasure pickles. And here, fresh fried dough sticks I just made this morning. Do try them. If you like them, I shall make them for you every day." Zhang Jin was momentarily taken aback by Lu Zhu's attentiveness and quickly waved his hand. "Lu Zhu, it's too early for such fuss. A simple meal will suffice. Why go to such lengths?" Lu Zhu smiled sweetly. "Brother Zhang, it's no trouble at all, as long as you enjoy it." She lowered her head, fiddling with the hem of her garment. "Unlike Sister Yu, who possesses great talents to assist you, I can only do what I am capable of." As Zhang Jin was engrossed in his meal, he promptly exclaimed, "No, please do not emulate her. That reckless girl is a whirlwind every day, and most people cannot withstand her energy. If we are to do this, let us embody the poise of a refined lady. Just look at you. Are you not splendid as you are? Zhang, my dear brother, truly favors your demeanor. Is that genuinely the case, Brother Zhang?" Green Bamboo, who had been bowing her head, suddenly lifted it, her face alight with astonishment as she gazed at Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin, bewildered, replied, "Of course it is true. What is the matter?" Upon hearing this, Green Bamboo's face flushed a deep crimson. She sprang to her feet and declared, "Brother Zhang, please continue your meal. I shall prepare some youtiao for you." With that, she dashed away in a flurry. Zhang Jin watched her retreating figure, puzzled by her frantic demeanor. Did he say something amiss? Surely not. At that moment, Teng Ying strode over, exclaiming, "General, Yuan Shiqing and the others are hungry and wish for a meal. They request we prepare some food." Zhang Jin scooped a spoonful of Kung Pao chicken into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully as he replied, "Teng Ying, we are civilized people. We cannot let others go hungry. Please find some wild vegetables nearby and prepare a soup for them." He continued, "By the way, do we have any coarse grains?" Teng Ying responded promptly, "General, the cooking team has plenty of bran, typically used for feeding chickens." Bran. Zhang Jin chuckled heartily. "Ah, that is a fine ingredient. A premium health tonic. Let us do this," he suggested. "Have the cooking team make some coarse grain buns with the bran and send them over. It will be a delightful treat for them, and just the right remedy to cleanse their systems." Teng Ying, slightly bewildered at the thought of offering such fare to the esteemed Yuan Shiqing and his associates, hesitated. "General, will they actually eat that?" "Rest assured, after a few days of hunger, they will surely indulge." Zhang Jin laughed heartily. 18 million is no trifling sum, and even the court would require time to gather such resources. He doubted these pampered elites could endure for long. Suddenly recalling something, he added, "Oh, remember to charge them. Preparing meals is no easy task. Let us set the price at $1,000 for a bowl of wild vegetable soup and another 1,000 for a bun. Regardless of whether they eat or not, we will charge them for 3 meals." 7 days later, just as Zhang Jin began to grow impatient, Rome arrived with her entourage at the camp. Chapter 33, Northward. The moment Zhang Jin stepped out of the grand tent, he spotted Rome standing before a large truck, his eyes sparkling with delight. Today, Rome was not clad in traditional attire, but rather donned a distinctly Western Victorian-style white blouse adorned with ruffles, form-fitting leather pants, and a woolen coat that accentuated her already ample figure, rendering her even more captivating. She appeared as a stunning beauty, devoid of any sign of the passage of time. Zhang Jin approached, pulling Rong into his embrace, his hands wandering playfully. As she regained her composure and attempted to resist, he released her and took a step back. Rong gazed at Zhang Jin, whose face was adorned with a mischievous grin, and felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, a wave of indignation washing over her. How dare this scoundrel treat her, the empress of a nation, as if she were some common tavern girl, to be touched and embraced at will. It must be said that Zhang Jin's audacity and dominance have left an indelible impression on Lady Rong, who finds herself merely irritated by his uncouth actions rather than repulsed. "I have delivered what you requested. Should you not honor your promise and release the individuals?" Zhang Jin glanced at the stack of rosewood boxes on the truck, a smile gracing his face as he replied, "Of course. Teng Ying, kindly invite the esteemed ministers out." Observing Zhang Jin's apparent ease, Lady Rong's charming visage revealed a hint of surprise. "Aren't you going to inspect the contents? What if I am deceiving you?" Zhang Jin responded with a nonchalant smile. "What is there to check? If they are counterfeit, I can always lay siege to Jinling City once more." His casual tone was imbued with an air of authority that captivated Lady Rong, prompting her to gaze at him intently. She then turned to a military officer, retrieving a document and presenting it to Zhang Jin. "General Zhang, from this day forth, you shall be the commander of Yan'an province." As Zhang Jin accepted the document and perused its contents, a smile crept onto his face. Lady Rong, noticing his delight, felt a flicker of confusion. Although Yan'an was once a bustling city, its vitality had waned following the capital's relocation. Moreover, the situation was complicated by the presence of General Zhang Yuliang, who had been dispatched by the court to Qinshi but still retained considerable forces within Yan'an, in addition to the watchful eye of General Yin Qishan. At this juncture, Yan'an was indeed a battleground of fierce rivalry. Reports regarding Yan'an flooded the newspapers, and it seemed implausible that Zhang Jin was unaware of its tumultuous state. Why would he choose such a chaotic locale? Lady Rong's bewilderment stemmed from her ignorance of Zhang Jin's true origins. He was not of this world and unfamiliar with many matters. His choice of Yan'an was driven solely by his own roots, as he was familiar with the terrain. As silence enveloped them, Teng Ying emerged, escorting Yuan Shiqing and others, who, once dignified officials, now appeared disheveled and pallid, resembling beggars trembling in their rags. "Minister, what is the meaning of this?" Lady Rong exclaimed, surprised by Yuan Shiqing's gaunt appearance. Yuan Shiqing glowered at Zhang Jin, his resentment palpable. He was on the verge of loathing this audacious man who had subjected him to wild vegetable soup and coarse buns laced with wood shavings. The memory of his painful predicament in the restroom caused him to instinctively reach for his backside, only to recall the decorum of the moment and hastily withdraw his hand. His expression darkened as he glared at Zhang Jin, gritting his teeth. Zhang Jin, you are ruthless. You have received what you demanded. May I take my leave? However, Zhang Jin merely shook his head. Minister, I am but a humble businessman. I have yet to receive payment for lodging and meals. Can you truly depart without a blush of shame? Tung Ying, go and retrieve our price list, so that the minister may have a thorough look. Upon hearing that Zhang Jin still desired accommodation fees, Yuan Shiqing's expression turned a shade of green. They were ensnared in a dismal place akin to a sheepfold, led there by Zhang Jin, with nothing but a few trees providing scant shelter. As night fell, the group had no choice but to huddle together for warmth. Fortunately, the February chill in Jiangnan was not too severe, sparing them from freezing to death. Yet, the treatment they received was hardly better than that of prisoners. Nay, it was worse. Yet Zhang Jin audaciously dared to mention money. How sinister could his intentions be? Just as Yuan Shiqing was seething with anger towards Zhang Jin, Tung Ying approached with a piece of paper. Zhang Jin glanced at it, his brow furrowing in discontent as he remarked, Tung Ying, our esteemed prime minister is the foremost figure of the court, and the other gentlemen are renowned personalities across the realm. Charging 1,000 a night is an affront to them. At the very least, it should be 10,000 a night to befit their status. At this, Chao Yuzhong and the others could no longer maintain their composure. 100,000 a night? This was a blatant attempt to treat them like swine. What? Are the esteemed gentlemen unwilling? As murmurs of discontent began to rise, Zhang Jin's calm voice cut through the noise, silencing the crowd. Some even covered their mouths, fearing that any sound might draw Zhang Jin's attention and result in their confinement. Tung Ying, please read the details for the gentleman. Tung Ying promptly took the paper and began to read aloud. Prime Minister Yuan, accommodation for 7 nights, subsisting on wild vegetables. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shiqing realized that Tung Ying was indeed going to read it out loud, and with so many soldiers around, it wouldn't take a day for the entire world to know he was trapped in a sheepfold. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, Enough? I will pay. With a clap of his hands, Zhang Jin remarked, as expected of the prime minister, so decisive. Turning to Tung Ying, he inquired, How much do we owe in total? Tung Ying answered promptly, General, it is not much. Only 1,053,000 silver dollars. 1 million. Yuan Shiqing's heart sank as he realized he had fallen into Zhang Jin's trap for yet another million. Zhang Jin, feigning seriousness, nodded and said, Prime Minister Yuan, you are quite generous. Let us simplify this. You shall provide me with 2 million, and we shall forego the trifling 3,000. Zhang Jin's shamelessness, tinged with a hint of flamboyance, caused Rong Shi to stifle a laugh, while Yuan Shiqing was nearly driven to internal injury by his fury. Resisting the urge to spit blood, he coldly replied, Very well, this cabinet shall pay. There was no choice. After all, he was the meat on the chopping block. Yuan Shiqing yearned to leave this cursed place swiftly, knowing there would be ample opportunity to trouble Zhang Jin later. Half a day later, Zhang Jin, gazing at a truckload of mahogany boxes, was nearly beaming with delight as he waved his hand, declaring, Release them. Yuan Shiqing and his companions sighed in relief. Hastening towards their black antique sedan, with Empress Dowager Rong Shi following closely to her carriage. Empress Dowager, shall you not stay for a meal? Zhang Jin's voice rang out from behind Rong Shi, causing her to halt abruptly. She turned to glare at the grinning Zhang Jin and retorted, You may keep the meal for yourself. Zhang Jin gazed at the enchanting Rong, whose every gesture exuded an irresistible charm, and felt a surge of warmth within. Good heavens! What a captivating sprite! She makes me yearn to become the supreme ruler. He then turned to Zhang Chong and commanded, Relay the order, mobilize the entire army. We shall head to Yan'an swiftly. That old glutton, Yuan Shiqing, is on the brink of being outmaneuvered. He likely fears for his very heart. The court's elite forces may already be en route, and with our current strength, confronting the air force of the court head-on would be tantamount to courting death. Just as Zhang Jin had anticipated, Yuan Shiqing's countenance darkened as he boarded the vehicle, his expression resembling that of a pot scorched for decades. Gritting his teeth, he addressed the officer seated beside him, immediately dispatch orders for the 4th Imperial Guard and the garrison troops of Jiangbei to mobilize and eliminate Zhang Jin. I demand that he be left without a complete corpse. He continued, Furthermore, Instruct all aircraft and bombers of the Air Force to take flight and obliterate him. Ensure that the gunboats on the Huai River are prepared to blockade all iron bridges. After issuing his commands, a cold smirk crept across Yuan Shiqing's face. Zhang Jin, let us see where you will flee this time. At that moment, a delicate hand rested upon Yuan Shiqing's chest, followed by the alluring voice of Rome. My esteemed Chancellor, I propose that you allow Zhang Jin to proceed to Yan'an, where he can create a ruckus, thus sparing the northern territories from incessantly pestering the court. Moreover, Zhang Jin does not strike me as someone easy to deal with. He may very well have contingencies in place. If we act now and a conflict ensues, the losses could be substantial, granting others the opportunity to take advantage. Should the situation become tumultuous and peace disrupted, it would only burden you further. Instead, let them engage in their own struggle while we profit as bystanders. Momentarily entranced by Rong's soft and persuasive words, Yuan Shiqing found her reasoning compelling, and he embraced her tightly. I shall heed the Empress's counsel. Chapter 34. Trouble approaches. In the Yan'an provincial capital, Beiping City, at the Governor-General's office, a resounding crash echoed through the main hall as something fell to the ground, followed by an irate voice. Damn that court. Do they think Zhang Yao is easy to bully, daring to cede my territory to others? My Governor-General, please calm your temper. While we have lost Beiping, we still have Yanbei. Nonsense. What is Beiping compared to Yanbei? Do you wish for me to reside in a mountain hollow or a makeshift shelter? Damn it. Beiping City belongs to me, Zhang Yao. No one can take it away. A middle-aged man with a sullen expression vented his frustrations at an elderly man with silver hair. The elder, however, displayed no sign of anger. Instead, he remained composed and replied, My Governor-General, you are the governor of the North Zhili, overseeing the 3 provinces of the north. Zhang Jin is but your subordinate. In due course, you shall have your way with him as you please. Although Yan'an is small, it is teeming with sparrows. Tianjin and Chongqing are the territories of General Zhang Yuliang of the Qin West, while to the west, Shimin and Baozhou belong to General Yin Qishan of Bingzhou. To the south, Xingzhou, Handan, and Taozhou are under the command of Zhang Baolin, the governor of Xinghan. Zhang Baolin is the younger brother of General Zhang Baozong of Ludong, and none of them are easy individuals to deal with. I have heard that this Zhang Jin is merely in his early 20s, yet he has managed to secure the position of governor of Yan'an. I wonder how many envy him. As the elder spoke of the Yan'an governor, a flicker of jealousy appeared in his eyes. He has been by Zhang Yao's side for decades, yet remains a mere aide. While a young lad in his 20s has ascended to such a position, it's utterly outrageous. Zhang Yao, indifferent to the elder's musings, coldly declared, I do not concern myself with the affairs of others. As far as I am concerned, I am the foremost. Not him. Go at once to inform the city gate guards. Should anyone claim to be Zhang Jin, do not waste words. Simply cast him out of the city. I have no desire to see him. Yes, Governor. The elder promptly responded, then turned to leave, only to pivot back suddenly and inquire, Governor, what if the court holds us accountable? To hell with the court. I initially pledged allegiance to them for personal gain. If they now seek to seize my territory, they should not blame me for turning against them. On February 16th, in the 24th year of Guangdong, along the road from Tong County to Beiping City, a seemingly endless mechanized army advanced swiftly toward its destination. Zhang Jin sat in a Willis Jeep, observing the road beneath him, not asphalt nor concrete, but a surface composed of gravel and some adhesive substance. Aside from a slight bumpiness, it resembled modern highways. Yan'an has developed its infrastructure quite commendably, Zhang Jin exclaimed after crossing a concrete bridge. Seated behind him, Tang Ying promptly remarked, General, Yan'an is the former capital of Xinhua. Even a skeletal camel is larger than a horse, and it cannot be compared to other provinces. Indeed, one could argue that Jiangnan may not even rival Yan'an. Zhang Jin concurred, acknowledging that Xinhua had thrived in Yan'an for over 2 centuries, endowed with profound heritage as it once lay beneath the feet of emperors. Tang Ying, how well-versed are you in the situation of Yan'an? Share your insights with me, Zhang Jin said, savoring the gentle breeze that caressed his face as he stretched lazily, a look of contentment gracing his features. Tang Ying straightened up, eager to respond. General, Yan'an is the former capital of Xinhua, with intricate networks of power. There are 5 official establishments in the governance alone. The most influential is Governor Zhang Yao of North Zhili, who not only oversees Beiping City, but also governs Yanbei Province. Yanbei? Zhang Jin inquired with curiosity. Teng Ying quickly elaborated. Yanbei was originally known as Chahar and Rihi. The Zhengtang Emperor found the names unappealing. So he merged the two provinces and renamed it Yanbei. Zhang Jin suddenly understood, realizing that the Zhengtang Emperor was the father of the current Emperor Guangtong. What a tragic fate he endured. General, under Zhang Yao's command are 3 divisions from the newly established 17th Army and 3 divisions from the newly established 18th Army, totaling nearly 80,000 troops. The second formidable power is the garrison commander of Jinmen, Song Yunjia, who oversees the newly formed 19th Army comprising over 50,000 troops. Song Yunjia is no ordinary figure. He is a pawn strategically placed in southern Yan by General Zhang Yuliang of Qinshi. The third major force is led by the stern Yan Su, the commander of Shibua, who also serves as the head of the newly established 15th Army with an army of more than 30,000 men, closely affiliated with the trusted aid of General Yan Qishan of Bingzhou. The fourth power is governed by Zhang Baolin, the garrison commander of Xinghan, commanding only a single division of over 10,000 soldiers, yet he is the younger brother of General Zhang Baozong of East Shandong. Zhang Jin felt an immediate rush of anxiety. How could such a small province be so tumultuous? Was his cleverness now leading him into a quagmire? Despite his apprehension, Zhang Jin did not exhibit fear. The military strength of these local warlords, though seemingly intimidating, paled in comparison to the imperial army, and he dismissed them as inconsequential. At this moment, Teng Ying continued, in addition to the military, there are 3 other significant powers. Firstly, the Inspection Office of the Governor-General of Northern Jili, a secretive agency responsible for the northern provinces, is headed by Li Weigong, who commands a legion of spies and a battalion of over 1,000 military police. They wield considerable influence, daring even the Governor-General of Northern Jili, Zhang Yao, to tread carefully. Secondly, there is the Yin South Chamber of Commerce, which encompasses the more influential merchants of Yin South and the northern provinces, possessing the power to instigate strikes and halt commerce with a mere word. Lastly, we have the Baozhou Military Academy, the earliest military institution in Xinhua, which has educated numerous individuals across the land, though it is on the verge of dissolution due to financial constraints. The mention of Baozhou Military Academy sparked a glimmer of realization in Zhang Jin. How could he have forgotten such a prestigious institution? Just as he contemplated a visit to Baozhou, the Willis jeep they were in came to an abrupt halt. Zhang Jin furrowed his brow. It seemed that a peaceful entry into the city was now out of the question. Indeed, moments later, Zhang Chong rushed over. General, the city gate guards refuse us entry, citing recent bandit activity within the city. To ensure the safety of the citizens, the Governor-General of Northern Jili has ordered the city sealed for 3 days. No one is permitted to enter or exit. A cold glint flickered in Zhang Jin's eyes. It was evident that this was directed at him. Chapter 35, The Oathbound Zhang Jin. Assemble the guard. Zhang Jin bellowed, leaping from the vehicle with a submachine gun in hand. At this moment, dozens of soldiers armed with Type 81 rifles swiftly formed 2 lines before him. Zhang Jin gestured forward, striding towards the city gate, while machine guns mounted on armored vehicles and tanks quietly aimed at the city ramparts. Before reaching the gate, Zhang Jin overheard an audacious voice berating incessantly, "Hey, you lot! Good dogs don't block the way. Scram if you know what's good for you. This is Baping City, not a playground for you country bumpkins." Upon approaching the gate, Zhang Jin beheld an officer with a tilted, wide-brimmed hat, provocatively taunting a battalion of soldiers. His exaggerated movements caused the flabby flesh on his face to jiggle grotesquely, resembling a malevolent specter. Suddenly, a throng of individuals approached, and the corpulent garrison officer immediately took notice, particularly of the man at the forefront, Zhang Jin. The 3 gleaming gold stars on his insignia were quite formidable, causing the officer to momentarily falter before regaining his composure. With a sidelong glance, he scrutinized Zhang Jin and inquired, "Are you Zhang Jin, the commander?" Upon casting another envious gaze at the gold stars on Zhang Jin's insignia, the officer disdainfully remarked, "Just a mere young lad. Damn it, any Tom, Dick, or Harry can be a general these days. What a ridiculous world." Zhang Jin regarded the irate officer in front of him without uttering a word, instead raising his submachine gun. Rat-tat-tat, the bullets erupted from the barrel with ferocity, striking the officer repeatedly. In an instant, blood and flesh erupted, and the man convulsed like a madman before collapsing to the ground. The moment Zhang Jin opened fire, the soldiers of the escort also unleashed their weapons. swiftly eliminating the soldiers stationed at the city gates. Boom boom at that very moment. Explosions erupted atop the city gate tower as machine guns positioned there were obliterated, raining down fragments all around. Advance, Zhang Jin uttered coldly, and the M-26 tank, halted before the gates, roared to life, grinding through the entrance. At the Bei Zili governor's mansion, Zhang Yao reclined comfortably in a chair within the garden, sipping tea absent-mindedly. Suddenly, the sound of an explosion jolted him upright. What was that cannon fire? He exclaimed. An officer rushed over, urgency etched on his face. Governor, it appears to be from the direction of Chengyang Gate. Zhang Yao's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Immediately dispatch someone to investigate. Order the troops in the city to assemble and prepare for battle. Yes, Governor. At that moment, an elderly man hurried over, panic evident in his demeanor. Governor, the sound seems to be coming from the east. Could it be Zhang Yuliang's men attacking? Zhang Yao's demeanor hardened, his eyes flashing with intensity as he shook his head. Impossible. Song Yunza lacks the courage for such an act. Could it be Zhang Jin? The elder speculated. Zhang Jin. Zhang Yao paused momentarily, bewildered. How could that be? Wasn't it reported that he commands only a little over 1,000 men? With such scant forces, he dares assault my Beiping city? Bang crash as Zhang Yao questioned this. The sudden sound of a wall collapsing echoed nearby, followed by the thunderous roar of an engine reverberating from the garden. The noise grew louder, and soon a long cannon barrel emerged from the trees, followed by the gleaming steel body of an armored vehicle. An armored car. Zhang Yao's eyes widened in disbelief, and he instinctively turned to flee. Bang bang rat-tat-tat bullets swiftly rained down, striking the flowers and grass before him, obliterating the newly bloomed flora. Terrified, Zhang Yao raised his hands, frozen in place. Too afraid to move, Zhang Jin leaped from the vehicle, gazing at the governor's mansion that stood so close before him. Despite constantly reminding himself not to be complacent, he could not help but display a hint of triumph upon his face. It must be said that the mechanized forces, combined with the philosophy of Blitzkrieg, indeed represented an invincible presence, especially in this era when the nation was burgeoning and trucks were a rarity. Zhang Jin's mechanized troops could effortlessly sweep through any opposition. Indeed, before the enemy had even reacted, he had already seized their stronghold. Commander, Zhang Yao has been captured, and we have taken control of all the radio stations. Without hesitation, Zhang Jin strode towards the governor's mansion. Passing through the imposing gates, he entered a vast parade ground, directly facing an ancient palace-like structure with 2 flights of steps, adorned with red bricks and green tiles, intricately carved with dragons and paintings, exuding an air of grandeur. Commander, this was once the emperor's palace. Over 30 years ago, the army of the Shanghai Society breached the capital, and this place became the headquarters of the righteous army. Since the court relocated southward, it has served as the residence of the governor of North Zhili. Tung Ying softly informed Zhang Jin, nodding in acknowledgement. Zhang Jin approached the steps of the grand hall when Zhang Chong arrived, escorting a middle-aged man and an elderly figure. Pointing at the middle-aged man, he stated, Commander, this is the governor of North Zhili, Zhang Yao. Zhang Jin stepped forward to meet Zhang Yao's defiant glare. You will immediately send a telegram to transfer the 17th and 18th armies to Beiping and instruct all officers above the regiment to enter the city, claiming that a war council is to convene. Humph. Zhang Yao scoffed, turning his head away, displaying an attitude of disdain. Bang. My leg. My leg. The sound of a gunshot pierced the air, followed by a chorus of anguished cries. The once proud Zhang Yao now lay on the ground, clutching his leg in agony. Bang. The gunshot rang out again, and a spray of blood erupted from the arm that Zhang Yao was using to clutch his leg, prompting him to scream in terror. I will send it. I will send it. Zhang Jin let out a cold snort, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Yao, a cowardly creature daring to act tough before him. In a chilling tone, he warned, do not presume that your title as governor grants you any immunity. I will not hesitate to take your life. This is merely a lesson for you. Should you dare to act brazenly in my presence again, I shall end you without a second thought. Of course, after delivering a fierce reprimand, Zhang Jin shifted his tone. If you comply, I swear by the parents of this world that I shall not harm you. Otherwise, they shall suffer a terrible fate. Zhang Yao's eyes brightened at once, and he hurriedly replied, I will comply. I will comply. Good, Zhang Jin said with a smile, directly instructing. You will now call for all officers above the regiment in the city to convene at the governor's mansion. I will make the call immediately. Zhang Yao responded without a hint of hesitation. Zhang Jin lifted his chin, and Zhang Chong immediately understood. Drag him to the telephone room. Two soldiers promptly moved to escort Zhang Yao towards the telephone room. Before long, Zhang Chong returned at a brisk pace. Commander, Zhang Yao has already transmitted your orders. Zhang Jin nodded solemnly and stated, let our men don the uniforms of the governor's office and stand guard at the entrance. As soon as these individuals enter, we will seal off the governor's office. He was playing a game of timing, betting that the city's garrison had yet to react. As long as these officers were lured into the governor's office, a glint of cold light flashed in Zhang Jin's eyes. Chapter 36. Men of Loyalty and Valor. 1 hour later, in the main hall, officers from the 171st Division of the 17th Army, stationed in the city, gathered in groups of 3 or 5, engaging in idle chatter. Have you noticed? The soldiers standing guard at the entrance today seem to have changed. They are all unfamiliar faces. A colonel officer suddenly expressed his puzzlement. Well, so what if they have changed? They can't stand there forever, right? Perhaps there has been a reassignment. Another officer remarked dismissively. Indeed, the colonel, upon hearing this, agreed and then, in a conspiratorial tone, added, Hey, did you all hear that? It seems there are sounds of cannon fire coming from the direction of Chungyang Gate. Who knows what is happening? I heard it too. I thought it was that madman from Tianjin attacking. I had the troops assembled, only for it to suddenly go silent. Exactly. My 171st Division has already distributed ammunition. Perhaps it's just some petty thieves. Otherwise, the governor's office would have issued orders by now. Commander Wang, the Chungyang Gate is within your brigade's defense zone, right? Do you know what is going on? How would I know? You all are well aware that the commander of the Chungyang garrison is the cousin of our governor's 13th concubine. Do you think I dare to meddle with that? Just as the crowd was engaged in lively discussion, a voice suddenly rang out in the hall. Governor of Yan'an, General Zhang Jin has arrived. The officers, who were about to form ranks, paused in surprise. Wasn't their superior the governor of North Chile? When did a governor of Yan'an emerge? All eyes turned towards the screen, where a young man in his 20s, accompanied by several guards, stepped forth. In an instant, all attention converged upon the insignia on Zhang Jin's uniform. 3 stars. A general so young. Surely, they must be dreaming? A wave of astonishment swept through the room. The court had become so reckless in selling ranks that even the esteemed position of general was up for grabs. Unaware of the officer's misguided thoughts, Zhang Jin continued, Esteemed colleagues, I am Zhang Jin, the newly appointed governor of Yan'an by the court. The governor has some matters to attend to, so I have come ahead to familiarize myself with all of you. At this juncture, Zhang Jin deliberately paused, casting a glance at the assembled officers with a smile, and inquired, May I ask who among you is Commander Wang of the 171st Division? A fierce-looking man adorned with the insignia of a lieutenant general stepped forward. I am Wang Dezhu. He then regarded Zhang Jin with a scrutinizing gaze and asked, You are the governor of Yan'an? Why have we not heard the governor mention you? Zhang Jin smiled faintly without responding, continuing instead. Who are the commanders of the newly formed independent 248th and 249th Brigades? 2 major generals exchanged glances and stepped forward together. Wang Dezhu, noticing that Zhang Jin had the audacity to disregard him, immediately darkened his expression and said with displeasure, Does Director Zhang look down upon me? Zhang Jin, smiling at Wang Dezhu, replied, Commander Wang, my disregard is merely because this is our final encounter. It might be better to remain strangers to avoid any awkwardness in our parting. Wang Dezhu was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. Just then, the sound of machine gun fire erupted, and before Wang Dezhu and the 2 brigade commanders could fully comprehend the situation, they were riddled with bullets. A chorus of terrified screams filled the hall as officers instinctively reached for their sidearms. However, before they could draw their weapons, the guards, who had long been on standby, burst in, aiming their guns at the assembled officers. Faced with such overwhelming force, the officers had no choice but to obediently discard their firearms and raise their hands in surrender. Zhang Jin observed the expressions of fear etched on their faces, a flicker of disappointment crossing his own. A group of inept individuals. Why had none of them mustered the courage to confront him directly? The absence of a challenge rendered his victory rather unsatisfying. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Jin once again donned a smile. Esteemed colleagues, I invite all officers of division and brigade rank and above to step forward so that we may become acquainted. I swear on my parents' lives that I will not harm any of you. Otherwise, may they suffer a most unfortunate fate. A profound silence enveloped the hall as an atmosphere of panic began to spread, with several officers visibly trembling. Minutes trickled by, yet no one dared to step forward. Just as Zhang Jin's expression darkened and he prepared to express his anger, a middle-aged man with a square face suddenly stood up, saluting Zhang Jin with a crisp military gesture. "I am Chun Zhang, Chief of Staff of the 171st Division. It is an honor to meet you, Director." Zhang Jin scrutinized Chun Zhang, noting his well-proportioned physique, which, while not particularly robust, exuded a sense of strength. His sun-kissed skin and penetrating gaze, framed by dark eyebrows, conveyed calmness as he regarded Zhang Jin. A smile graced Zhang Jin's lips. "Chun Zhang, you are commendable. Thank you for your praise, Director." Chun Zhang replied with pride. Zhang Jin then turned his attention to the other officers, who remained silent, with only Chun Zhang having stepped forward. Not feeling rushed, Zhang Jin grinned and said, "Since you are all afraid, let us do this. All officers of regiment rank and above, please step forward. I pledge upon my parents that if I were to harm any of you, may they meet a tragic end. Surely, no one wishes for such a fate to befall their parents, do they?" The remaining officers exchanged glances. Whether moved by Zhang Jin's chilling oath or reassured by Chun Zhang's safety, and shortly after his words, several began to step forward, encouraged by the first. Zhang Jin waited for a few moments, noticing that no one else emerged. The remaining officers, primarily majors and lieutenant colonels, instantly wore expressions of icy resolve. With a somber tone, he commanded, "Bring forth these wretched dogs and execute them." The officers who had stepped forward were taken aback, with one shouting in terror, "Zhang Jin, you can't mean that. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution?" Unfazed, Zhang Jin casually settled into the grand chair at the center, replying, "I neglected to inform you all that my family in this world has perished. As fate would have it, you too are destined to follow suit. Do remember to convey my regards." With a mere wave of his hand, soldiers advanced to escort the utterly bewildered officers away. Soon after, anguished cries echoed from outside the hall, sending a chill down the spines of those remaining, including the previously composed Chun Zhang, whose complexion turned ashen. "Now, let us discuss matters of importance," Zhang Jin declared, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity. "Effective immediately, those among you who are deputy battalion leaders shall be promoted to battalion leaders, and those who are battalion staff officers shall ascend to deputy battalion leaders. Chun Zhang, you will assume the role of commander of the 171st Division." The abrupt assignments left the anxious officers in a state of disbelief. Their minds raced with the singular thought, had they truly been promoted? Were they spared from death? As Chun Zhang and the others grappled with their astonishment, Zhang Jin's voice resonated once more. "However, before any of this, there is a task you must undertake." Chapter 37. The First Military Reorganization. Chun Zhang and the others were momentarily stunned, their gazes fixed on Zhang Jin. Without further ado, he clapped his hands, and two soldiers brought forth the bound Zhang Yao. Gagged with a pair of foul socks, upon seeing his comrades in the hall, Zhang Yao's eyes lit up with recognition, and he began to struggle. Rising from his chair, Zhang Jin surveyed the trembling officers with a sardonic smile, producing a pistol from his pocket and placing it upon the table. "Do you understand why I, Zhang, have been appointed as the governor of Yan'an? It is because this Zhang Yao has flouted the law, plotting a rebellion. Upon receiving news, the court dispatched me to quell the insurrection. Now, I present you with an opportunity. Whoever among you dares to fire a shot at this traitor with this gun shall be rewarded with a promotion. Deputy battalion leaders to battalion leaders to brigade leaders, and division commanders to army commanders." Zhang Jin emphasized the last part, casting a pointed glance at Chun Zhang. The previously apprehensive officers suddenly ignited with fervor, and in no time, several voices rose in unison. "Governor, I am willing to follow you in vanquishing the traitor." "So am I. Count me in." As one brave soul took a step forward, it was as if a hornet's nest had been stirred, and the hall erupted with agreement. Observing this, Zhang Jin tossed the pistol beneath Zhang Yao and coldly remarked, "Then let the execution commence." Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the hall was filled with the sound of gunfire. After what felt like an eternity, the shots finally subsided. Zhang Jin sat back in his chair, casting a dark gaze upon Chun Zhang. "Colonel Chen, do you not wish to make your mark?" Although Chun Zhang's complexion appeared somewhat pallid, his tone remained composed and unwavering as he addressed, "My Lord Commander, General Zhang is After all, my former superior, who has treated me well. To request that I direct my weapon against him is something I cannot acquiesce to. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin refrained from immediately responding. Instead, he gestured to the side, and a soldier promptly approached, presenting him with a Thompson submachine gun. Zhang Jin accepted it, pulled the bolt back, and the crisp sound of a bullet being chambered echoed throughout the grand hall. "Are you not afraid I might take your life?" Zhang Jin's voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, resonated. Chen Jing's body tensed involuntarily, a chill running down his spine as beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Zhang Jin exuded an overwhelming aura, having firmly suppressed them since his entrance. Following the recent events, he had come to embody a deity devoid of human emotion, causing even the slightest of his actions to prompt their instinctive anxiety. Standing at the center of this tempest, the pressure on Chun Zheng was palpable, his legs felt weak, and a voice in his mind urged him to seize the gun. Yet, an unwavering conviction within him loathed such a course of action. After a prolonged silence, he laboriously uttered 5 words. "I cannot do it." Zhang Jin's expression darkened once more, raising the firearm in his grasp. Just as Chun Zheng feared Zhang Jin would pull the trigger, he unexpectedly tossed the gun back to the soldier, approaching Chun Zheng and heartily clapping him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Excellent. I admire your steadfast adherence to principles." He then turned to the other relieved officers, stating, "I, Zhang, am a man of my word. Having made a promise, I shall not waver. The commission will be issued today. Rest assured, I will assign personnel to assist you in commanding the army. Now, you may all leave and prepare. Someone will come to seek you shortly." After dispatching the jubilant officers, Zhang Jin's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he addressed the attendant behind him. Zhang Chong, inform our people that once we gain control of the army, apart from Chun Zheng, we shall deal with the rest." "Yes, Commander. Commander." The 2 divisions of the 17th Army and 3 divisions of the 18th Army have commenced their advance towards Beiping, expected to arrive within 5 days. Zhang Chong paused before continuing. "Commander, is this not too risky? If these troops become aware of the events transpiring in Beiping, could it not pose a threat to us?" Zhang Jin, however, dismissed Zhang Chong's concerns with confidence, stating, "Do not worry. Although the 17th and 18th Armies sound formidable, their equipment is far inferior to ours. This time, we shall launch a surprise attack, and the garrison within the city remains oblivious. Do you truly believe those stationed outside will be aware? To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. As long as we deceive them into entering the city under the orders of Zhang Yao the moment they arrive in Beiping, nothing significant will transpire. We shall execute the initial plan, eliminate all the leaders, and promote the subordinates. Then, with our personnel assuming the positions of commanders and deputy commanders at the company and battalion levels, as long as we maintain firm control over the military. No matter how formidable these individuals may be, they will not stir up any significant turmoil. I will provide you with an additional 2,000 elite sergeants, 900 elite officers, and 10 grassroots elite commanders. With this, the 14,000 units of power will be depleted. Fortunately, the extraction of weapons does not demand much power. As long as the phone has battery, it suffices. Otherwise, he would be in a state of despair. As for why he does not summon mid-level and high-level commanders, firstly, the summoning costs are exorbitant, often exceeding 1,000, which far surpasses his limited savings. Secondly, he has discovered that the summoned elite soldiers can competently serve as company and battalion leaders without issue, while elite sergeants are entirely capable of fulfilling the roles of regiment and battalion commanders, and grassroots commanders could easily manage a division, albeit lacking slightly in strategic vision and overall coordination. However, such considerations are not typically within the purview of a division commander. Time swiftly passed. 10 days later, at 8 o'clock in the evening, within the North Zhili governor's office, now the Yan'an military command, in a Western-style conference room, Zhang Jin occupied the head of an oval conference table, flanked by several officers. "Commander, the 17th and 18th Armies, along with 2 garrison brigades, have seen their leadership positions, battalion, regiment, and company, entirely replaced by our personnel, with the exception of Chun Zheng, the commander of the 171st Division." Zhang Chong was the first to stand. Zhang Jin nodded in satisfaction and stated solemnly, "You have all performed admirably. From today onward, we will temporarily abolish the army-level designation, and the existing 6 infantry divisions will be reorganized into 3 infantry divisions. I have named our military force the Dingbei Army. The designations for the 3 divisions will be Dingbei Army, 1st Division to 3rd Division. As for the division structure, Zhang Jin handed a stack of documents to Zhang Chong, gesturing for him to distribute them. These are my personally drafted plans. Please review them and voice any opinions you may have. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to the documents in their hands titled Dingbei Army Structure Directory. Dingbei Army Standard Infantry Squad, composed of 12 personnel, equipped with 10 Type 56 semi-automatic rifles, 1 PKM light machine gun, 1 Type 81 assault rifle, and 2 single-shot underbarrel 40mm grenade launchers. It is also outfitted with 1 M113A3 armored vehicle, which possesses additional armor capable of withstanding sustained fire from 14 5mm machine guns, and is equipped with a 12 7mm M2 heavy machine gun mounted with a gun shield and rotating turret, along with an additional RPG-7 rocket launcher. Dingbei Army Standard Infantry Platoon, composed of 40 personnel, formed by 3 standard infantry squads and a platoon headquarters. Dingbei Army Standard Infantry Company, composed of 189 personnel, consisting of 3 standard infantry platoons, 1 standard weapons platoon, and a company headquarters. Standard Weapons Platoon, composed of 34 personnel. Mortar Squad, composed of 15 personnel, equipped with 3 American-made 60mm M224 mortars and 3 M113 armored vehicles. Machine Gun Squad, composed of 15 personnel, equipped with 3 Type 53 heavy machine guns. The company headquarters is additionally equipped with 3 RPG-7 launchers and 6 Type 81 assault rifles, which can be distributed to each squad as needed. The Standard Infantry Battalion of the Dingbei Army comprises 865 personnel, organized into 3 infantry companies, a heavy weapons company, and a battalion headquarters. The heavy weapons company is equipped with 6 81mm M252 mortars, 6 Type 53 heavy machine guns, 6 RPG-7 rocket launchers, and 3 M2 heavy machine guns. The Standard Infantry Regiment of the Dingbei Army consists of 3 785 personnel, formed by 3 infantry battalions, an anti-aircraft company equipped with 6 88mm Flak 41 anti-aircraft guns, and a fire support company outfitted with 6 M175mm howitzers. The Standard Infantry Division of the Dingbei Army is comprised of 838 personnel, consisting of 3 infantry regiments and an artillery regiment, armed with 36 M119 105mm light howitzers, 12 M198 155mm howitzers, and a tank battalion equipped with 72 M26 Pershing tanks. The anti-aircraft battalion is furnished with 12 spherical Lightning anti-aircraft tanks and 18 Flak 88mm anti-aircraft guns. Zhang Jin meticulously perused encyclopedic resources to identify suitable weaponry, discovering a plethora of impressive options such as the T-64, the Paladin 155mm self-propelled howitzer, the C-130, and the Warthog, among others. Regrettably, many of these appealing choices remained unattainable due to the technological limitations of the era, which lacked essential foundational conditions. Additionally, the maintenance of such advanced equipment would demand excessive resources and personnel, straining the already limited power supply. Most importantly, Zhang Jin believed that the military hardware from World War II was sufficiently robust, reliable, and straightforward to operate, reflecting the realities of their time. Overreaching technological aspirations might prove detrimental. Without further ado, Zhang Jin disseminated the organizational chart and declared, "Li Jie, you shall assume the role of commander of the 1st Division. Hu Tong, you will lead the 2nd Division. Chen Jun, you are appointed as the commander of the 3rd Division." After addressing the 3 standing individuals, he continued, "You are to begin reorganization of your units immediately. I grant you 1 month to prepare, after which I shall personally assess your results." "Understood, Commander." Once he dispatched the 3, he turned to Zhang Chong and instructed, "Summon Gao Yuanhang and Shenzhong." Chapter 38. The Establishment of an Air Force Unit. After giving directives to Zhang Chong, Zhang Jin addressed the remaining personnel. In addition to the 3 divisions, the Dingbei Army headquarters shall establish a security brigade, with Zhang Chong appointed as brigade commander to ensure my safety. Furthermore, the command shall include a logistics department, a staff department, an Air Force department, a Navy department, a political training department, and an intelligence department. Su Yu will serve as the head of the staff department. Zhang Lei shall oversee the logistics department. Fu Hong is appointed as the director of the armaments department. Yang Qi will lead the political training department. Gu Chun is designated as the head of the intelligence department. Zhang Tao will manage the training department, having swiftly assigned roles within the Dingbei army structure. Zhang Jin took a deep gulp of water from the cup on his desk to soothe his throat and inquired, Su Yu, how many elite soldiers and non-commissioned officers remain unassigned? Su Yu promptly stood at attention and reported, Commander, there are still 362 soldiers and 127 non-commissioned officers awaiting assignment. Zhang Jin contemplated for a moment and declared, once the Northern Expeditionary Army is restructured, we shall promptly advance to Rihe, Yanbei, and the counties of Beiping to reorganize the various security regiments, replacing all commanding and deputy positions within them with our own personnel. Commander, there are 71 security regiments across the 11 counties of Beiping and 5 prefectures with 60 counties in Yanbei. According to my investigation, the better regiments consist of over 1,000 men, while the less capable ones barely muster 300. After a moment's reflection, Zhang Jin continued, henceforth, the county-level security regiments shall be uniformly structured as battalions, and we shall only equip them with heavy machine guns. Mortars and rocket launchers will not be necessary. Su Yu promptly nodded to indicate his understanding. Gu Chun, Zhang Jin then turned his gaze towards Gu Chun and instructed, dispatch all your intelligence personnel to ascertain the number of bandits within our territory. Once the restructuring is complete, we shall deal with them first. Yes, Commander. At that moment, Zhang Chong entered. Commander, Gao Yuanhang and Chun Zheng have arrived. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin stood up and said, all right, we shall conclude our meeting here for today. You may all return to your duties. With that, he turned and exited the conference room, coincidentally encountering Gao Yuanhang and his companion. Gao Yuanhang hastily raised his hand in salute. Commander, to be frank, Gao Yuanhang's feelings were extremely complex. He was acutely aware of how Zhang Jin had risen to power and seized his positions and territories. Consequently, he found himself at a loss regarding his emotions in Zhang Jin's presence. Was it admiration, reverence, fervor, or something else? This confusion also explained why, despite being under Zhang Jin's command, he remained reluctant to accept it. Zhang Jin, oblivious to Gao Yuanhang's thoughts, eagerly grasped his arm and said, Brother Yuanhang, come along. I shall show you something remarkable. The three of them boarded a stair sedan and soon arrived at a stretch of desolate land on the outskirts of the city, which had once been a government airport but had fallen into disuse due to the relocation southward. Upon stepping out of the car, Zhang Jin surveyed the surroundings. After more than 30 years of storms, the area was overgrown with weeds, and the nearby buildings were cloaked in moss, exuding an air of decay. As they entered the airport, a vast expanse opened before them. Numerous figures were busy repairing the runway, and the grass surrounding it was meticulously tended. Not far away, a row of grass-green canopies had been erected, under which a large object was partially obscured, its true form hidden beneath the green cover. Following closely behind Zhang Jin, Gao Yuanhang's expression turned to one of astonishment, quickly giving way to excitement. Commander, is that an airplane? Zhang Jin smiled slightly. Go and see for yourself. Without pausing for further conversation, Gao Yuanhang rushed towards the canopy. Upon entering, he eagerly pulled down the cover, revealing a fighter aircraft gleaming with a silvery sheen. Particularly upon noticing its twin-tail fins, Gao Yuanhang's eyes widened in amazement. This is the P-38L heavy fighter, codenamed Lightning, with a maximum speed of 724 kilometers per hour, a range of 3,637 kilometers, and armed with a 20mm cannon and 412, 7mm machine guns. Oh, by the way, it can simultaneously carry 2 500-kilogram bombs and 2 250-kilogram bombs. At that moment, Zhang Jin's voice echoed. Gao Yuanhang was left utterly astonished, his eyes wide open. What does a speed of 724 kilometers per hour signify? During this era, no fighter jet could exceed a speed of 300 kilometers per hour, which implies that anyone who pilots this Lightning fighter would undoubtedly reign as the sovereign of the skies. As tumultuous thoughts surged within Gao Yuanhang, Zhang Jin's enticing voice suddenly broke the silence. So, do you wish to soar through the heavens in it? Without a moment's hesitation, Gao Yuanhang blurted out, absolutely. He grasped Zhang Jin's hand fervently, his face aglow with excitement. General, I yearn to take it for a spin right now. No. Zhang Jin promptly declined, jesting. This is an aircraft, not a bicycle. A fall could be fatal. Although both are propeller-driven planes, they vary vastly in quality. Compared to the later models of the R series, these propeller planes of this time are hardly worthy of being mentioned, let alone equipped with numerous advanced features. Observing Gao Yuanhang's sudden despondence, Zhang Jin chuckled. Do not be disheartened. My refusal is solely for your safety. Rest assured, this aircraft will be yours. Once you pass the flight assessment, you shall pilot it. Gao Yuanhang, filled with renewed hope, lifted his gaze and exclaimed, General, are you sincere? Zhang Jin thumped his chest. Do you doubt my word? However, I do have a request. Might you be willing to assist me? Without hesitation, Gao Yuanhang replied, General, as long as it allows me to fly, I would gladly assist. Even if it meant facing my demise. Just once in the air with it, and I would die content. His resolute tone left Zhang Jin marveling at Gao Yuanhang's fervent passion for aviation. Fear not, I would never wish for your demise. Do you see? There are a total of 32 Lightning fighters, yet only 5 pilots. I hope you can help me find some more pilots. Can you manage that? Gao Yuanhang breathed a sigh of relief, realizing it was merely about finding pilots. He immediately assured, General, if it were any other matter, I might struggle, but rest assured, when it comes to pilots, I will take care of it. Without further ado, Gao Yuanhang, eager to fly, could hardly wait a second longer. He quickly bid farewell to Zhang Jin and hurried off. Observing Gao Yuanhang's hasty demeanor, Zhang Jin couldn't help but smile wryly, then turned to Chen Zheng. Colonel Chen, you must have heard about my preparations. What are your thoughts on this? Chen Zheng, fully aware of his position, stood at attention. I am at your service, General. Zhang Jin was pleased with Chen Zheng's attitude and replied, I intend to establish a new training corps. For now, you shall serve as the deputy commander. Learn well, for your future holds great promise. Time flowed like water, and before they knew it, they had arrived in the early days of April in the 24th year of Guangdong. Beiping City, on Front Street. Chapter 39, Livelihood. As the most bustling street in the entire Beiping City, Qian Street exudes an atmosphere of lively chaos. The broad thoroughfare is filled with rickshaws traversing back and forth, occasionally interrupted by the passage of an antique automobile, and now and then, the clattering of a tram can be heard. Flanking the street are numerous shops, Western restaurants, bakeries, clothing stores, cosmetics boutiques, tea houses, noodle shops, cafes, candle shops, rice stores, and more. The throngs of people, combined with the honking of cars and the ringing of rickshaw bells, create an ambience reminiscent of a cinematic scene. Imbued with a sense of nostalgia, Zhang Jin stood beside a rather fashionable telephone booth, observing the scene like an onlooker. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices erupted. Come on, hurry to see the commotion. Someone is causing a ruckus at the city government. Following the sound, he noticed a crowd of citizens rushing towards an open space not far away. Intrigued, Zhang Jin joined the flow of people. Before long, the bustling throng arrived at the entrance of an official building, marked by the 4 bold characters, West City Government. As Zhang Jin squeezed in, he saw 100 or so women, children, and elderly individuals kneeling before the government's gate, incessantly crying out for justice. Glancing around, he also spotted several individuals with cameras, presumably journalists from the press. As the crowd watched the spectacle, a group of uniformed police officers pushed through, brandishing batons and encircling the complainants. Aware of the reporters nearby, they hesitated to act aggressively. Among them, a man who seemed to be the squad leader barked, Do you know where this is? How dare you assemble and create a disturbance? If you know what's good for you, leave at once, or we shall arrest you all. The squad leader's words, rather than calming the situation, incited a reaction. A woman rose defiantly, exclaiming, Arrest us if you dare. You have already torn down our homes and detained our husbands. Now you want to arrest us too. Oh, heaven, please take notice. Her lamentations triggered a wave of grief among the kneeling women and children, their cries echoing like thunder, leaving the police captain visibly shaken. Just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, an elderly man in a black uniform resembling a Zhongshan suit emerged from the government building. He appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, with a kind and benevolent demeanor. Villagers, he addressed them with solemnity. I am aware of your grievances. The government is investigating. I assure you, once the truth is established, justice will be served. Sir, we have heard such assurances countless times. What we seek is a definitive answer. When will our husbands be released, and when will our land and homes be returned to us? The elder's reassurances evidently failed to satisfy the kneeling citizens, prompting a loud outcry from the crowd. General, This old man is Ding Yunlu, the deputy magistrate of the West City government. Zhang Chong whispered to Zhang Jin, having gathered information moments earlier. It appears that the land and properties of these citizens have been seized by those in mourning. Those in mourning? A glint of cold light flashed in Zhang Jin's eyes as he continued to listen to Zhang Chong's account. The mourners have forcibly seized the lands of the common folk, who, understandably, are unwilling to accept this injustice. They sought recourse by reporting to the authorities, only to discover that those in power colluded with the mourners, apprehending all who dared to voice their grievances. Not long ago, this situation stirred great commotion in Beiping, with numerous newspapers in the city covering it extensively. Yet, inexplicably, it has suddenly quieted, as if suppressed by unseen hands. Meanwhile, within the Western City public office, a middle-aged man clad in a black uniform paced anxiously in the main hall, akin to an ant on a hot pan. Upon seeing a frail old man emerge from the back room, he hurriedly approached him, exclaiming, "Sir, we must devise a solution. There is unrest brewing outside once more. And should the newly appointed governor become aware, we would be in dire straits." The frail old man, however, wore a calm expression as he leisurely took a seat. "What is there to rush about? Even if the sky were to fall, there would be someone tall enough to bear it. How can I not be anxious?" The middle-aged man retorted, his urgency palpable. "Do you not realize that our esteemed governor despises the mourners above all? In Shanghai, he dealt them a devastating blow, reportedly eliminating tens of thousands. If he learns we are aiding the mourners, we would be doomed." The old man cast a glance at his companion. "What? Are you afraid of that young upstart?" Yet untroubled by General Li's potential wrath. At the mention of General Li, the middle-aged man visibly trembled, his face contorting into a grimace. Just then, the old man retrieved 2 small gold ingots from his pocket and placed them upon the table. "Here is your share. Take it. I think I shall pass." The middle-aged man stammered, his gaze towards the gold imbued with trepidation, as if it were a fearsome beast. While the ingots were enticing, he feared losing his life over them. "Humph." The old man scoffed with a heavy sigh. "Zheng Lao, you are usually so obsessed with wealth. For money, have you not engaged in countless dubious endeavors? Why do you suddenly adopt the guise of a saint today?" He scrutinized the anxious Zheng Lao and continued earnestly. "You see, your mind is muddled. What of the governor? Our General Li is a relative of Yuan Shoufu. Even Governor Zhang must show some deference. Zhang Jin is merely a young lad. Who does he think he is? What do you fear? Moreover, if you do not take this money, how shall I? If neither of us takes it, how would General Li benefit? Without his protection, we would have long been devoured whole." Contemplating this, Zheng Lao swiftly tucked the 2 gold ingots into his pocket, prompting the old man to smile. "Now that is more like it. Sir, what about the situation outside?" Zheng Lao inquired, a hint of worry in his voice. The old man's expression darkened. "A bunch of mud-legged ruffians who refuse to heed our counsel. Zheng Lao immediately informed those outside to seize every last troublemaker, and those unruly prisoners in the jail, silently deal with them all. If we cannot resolve the issue, let us eliminate these rascals. Once they are gone, Zhang Jin will have no grounds to trouble us." Zheng Erlao's eyes suddenly sparkled. How had he not thought of such an excellent strategy? Since it was impossible to resolve the matter directly, why not eliminate those who were causing the trouble? This approach was undoubtedly far more manageable. The more Zheng Erlao contemplated, the more he admired the idea and looked at the withered old man with awe, exclaiming, "My dear official, your wisdom is truly remarkable." The withered old man smirked with satisfaction, but his brow soon furrowed in concern. "There remains a predicament. We must silence those journalists from the newspapers. Otherwise, we shall find ourselves in a dire situation." Upon hearing this, Zheng Erlao grew anxious. "What shall we do, my lord?" The withered old man scoffed. "Is there anything in this world that money cannot resolve?" Upon realizing that money would be involved, Zheng Erlao instinctively clutched his pocket, displaying an unwilling expression that nearly exasperated the old man. Irritated, he retorted, "I never suggested that you should provide the funds. I will issue a decree shortly. Take your men to the streets and impose fines on anyone obstructing them." Meanwhile, outside the public office, the clamor persisted. Zhang Jin could no longer bear to witness the scene and pushed through the crowd. Chapter 40. The Hidden Dangers. Zhang Jin stepped forward unexpectedly, instantly capturing everyone's attention. "Madam," he approached the woman, who was arguing vehemently with a patrol officer, and pulled her up. He then turned to the others kneeling on the ground, urging, "Fellow villagers, rise. You are here to lodge a complaint, not to bolster the egos of certain individuals. The longer you remain on your knees, the more they will look down upon you. The more they will perceive you as easy prey, and the less inclined they will be to assist you. If you have grievances, stand tall and voice them. Those who wish to help you will do so regardless. Conversely, if they do not wish to help, no amount of kneeling will change that. Therefore, do not engage in actions that elevate certain individuals above you. Zhang Jin's audacious remarks left the crowd momentarily speechless, all gazing at him with astonishment. Behind him, a burly man, incensed by Zhang Jin's boldness, brandished a club and shouted, "How dare this little brat act so arrogantly in my presence? I'll teach you a lesson." Suddenly, a sharp gunshot rang out, and the club-wielding man fell to the ground, blood splattering forth. The surrounding townsfolk gasped in shock. Fortunately, Zhang Chong had arrived at Zhang Jin's side, declaring loudly, "General Zhang Jin of Yan'an, who dares to be unruly?" The previously panicked crowd halted in their tracks. Curiosity etched on their faces as they turned to Zhang Jin. The women who had been kneeling displayed expressions of sheer astonishment. "Are you truly the general?" A smile graced Zhang Jin's face. "Indeed, I am Zhang Jin." The women erupted in excitement upon hearing his affirmation. One woman immediately prostrated herself before him, exclaiming, "General, you must champion our cause. We are wronged." Zhang Jin helped her to her feet, assuring her, "Rest assured, I shall advocate on your behalf. Fellow villagers, rise." The women and children kneeling on the ground rose joyfully, reassured by Zhang Jin's promise. At that moment, the sudden roar of engines echoed from beyond the crowd, followed by the rhythmic sound of marching footsteps. A regiment of soldiers, arrayed in perfect formation, surged through the throng, encircling the panicked individuals. Faced with soldiers pointing their rifles at them, the frightened crowd promptly discarded their clubs, raising their hands and crouching down. "Go, bring out the officials inside." Zhang Jin commanded succinctly. Zhang Chong saluted and led a team of soldiers into the fray. Shortly thereafter, the frail old man and Zheng Lao heir were escorted out. "Commander, these two are Han Jingde, the magistrate of West City, and Zheng Diyun, the chief of the West City Police," Zhang Chong reported, causing Han Jingde, who was about to speak, to shudder involuntarily, fear flooding his senses. Zhang Jin wasted no time, directly inquiring, "Speak. Why have you not resolved the issue of the grieving people occupying the land? Have you accepted their bribes? Are you colluding with those miscreants?" Han Jingde's expression changed dramatically. It was clear that the commander suspected their corruption. Unable to suppress his indignation, he retorted, "Commander, I have never stated that I would not handle this matter. It is simply a complex case requiring considerable time for investigation." "What time?" Zhang Jin countered. "If the grieving individuals have taken the land, a simple visit would suffice to ascertain that, wouldn't it? What need is there for an investigation?" Han Jingde found himself momentarily speechless under the accusation. Opening his mouth to retort, "I am merely following protocol." Zhang Jin laughed in exasperation. These officials were nothing but evasive. His voice rose in anger. "I see you as derelict in your duties, colluding with the grieving individuals and undermining the interests of the people. I refuse to accept that," Han Jingde exclaimed, incensed at the accusation. "You claim that I conspire with the grieving individuals. Do you have any evidence? You cannot simply make such claims." "Evidence?" Zhang Jin regarded Han Jingde, who spoke with such confidence, and drew his pistol, pulling the trigger with a resounding bang. A bloodied hole appeared in Han Jingde's forehead, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The onlookers gasped in shock but did not flee. Instead, more people gathered around. Zhang Jin, observing Han Jingde's lifeless body, sneered, "Evidence? My words are evidence." He then turned his icy gaze upon the now cowering Zheng Lao heir, demanding, "Speak. Who ordered you to act in this manner?" Zhang Jin doubted that such a minor official could possess the audacity to act alone. There must be a greater power backing him. Zheng Lao heir, terrified, dared not withhold any information and quickly confessed, "It was Li Yud. Commander, everything was orchestrated by Li Yud. We were merely following orders." "Li Yud?" Zhang Jin furrowed his brow, not out of fear, but due to the unfamiliarity of the situation. He did not recognize the name. Observing Zhang Jin's puzzled expression, Zhang Chong hurriedly leaned in and whispered, "General, the Minister of Civil Affairs in Yan'an is named Li Yud, and he is the brother-in-law of the Prime Minister, Yuan Shiqing." Zhang Jin, unfazed by such details, immediately commanded, "Dispatch someone to apprehend Li Yud at once. Additionally, take these citizens to the areas where their land has been seized and retrieve all the grieving little devils." "Yes, General." Not far from the West City Public Office, nestled in a narrow alley, stood an opulent mansion. The courtyard was lush with greenery, and the towering buildings exuded grandeur, unmistakably belonging to a family of immense wealth. This estate was none other than the residence of Li Yud, the Minister of Civil Affairs in Yan'an. In the main hall, Li Yud paced anxiously at the entrance, rubbing his hands together, his face etched with worry as he frequently glanced toward the door. Upon Zhang Jin's sudden appearance at the West City Public Office, Li Yud was immediately aware. Unlike the lower-ranking officials like Han Jingde, he was well informed. As Yuan Shiqing's brother-in-law, he was acutely aware of Zhang Jin's actions in Jinling. It was precisely this knowledge that instilled fear in Li Yud, for he perceived Zhang Jin as a madman, a lunatic who had audaciously kidnapped the prime minister and other high-ranking officials, brazenly extorting the court, and, most alarmingly, had succeeded. Such a dangerously unpredictable individual, Li Yud surmised, would not show him any mercy. Master, master. Just as Li Yud was consumed by anxiety, an elderly man rushed in, panting heavily. A telegram has arrived from the residence of Minister Chow. Li Yud's excitement surged. What did Minister Chow say? In response to your inquiry, master? The telegram states that Minister Chow has been suffering from a festering ear and is unable to hear or report. What? Li Yud's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could gather his thoughts, another old man hurried in. Master, the Prime Minister's residence has sent a reply. Li Yud's eyes brightened once more as he eagerly grasped the old man's arm, asking, what did the Prime Minister say? The old man hesitated and then delivered a shocking revelation that nearly made Li Yud faint. The Prime Minister has divorced the eldest daughter. Stumbling back 2 steps, Li Yud was at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, he paused, as if struck by a thought. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. He summoned an old man and commanded, go find. Chapter 41. Zhang Jin's Assassination. Upon hearing Li Yud's orders, the old man immediately bowed and departed. Before Li Yud could exhale in relief, a flurry of gunfire erupted from outside, followed by the sound of booted footsteps approaching the main hall. Li Yud peered outside and saw an officer leading a contingent of soldiers advancing towards him, their distinctive steel helmets and military uniforms draining the color from his face. Weak in the knees, he collapsed into a chair, murmuring blankly, how could it come so quickly? Meanwhile, at the entrance of the West City Public Office, the densely packed crowd of common folk surrounded the entrance, leaving no room for even a drop of water to escape. Those at the back strained to elevate their feet, their necks craned longingly toward the inside, while the more astute hurried to nearby taverns and tea houses. In no time, the windows and railings of the 2nd and 3rd floors were teeming with people, with some even audaciously dragging tables from the establishments to stand proudly upon them. Good sir, what is all this about? Inquired a small vendor carrying a burden, unable to contain his curiosity as he noticed a middle-aged man tiptoeing to peer inside. It's the Governor-General presiding over a trial. The middle-aged man replied excitedly before quickly resuming his focus on the unfolding scene. The vendor, upon hearing that the Governor-General was conducting a trial, was equally electrified. Such occurrences were rare indeed, and he momentarily abandoned his wares, stepping onto his basket to gaze inside. Amidst the throng, Zhang Jin found himself bewildered by the sea of faces before him as he surveyed the horizon. It was a dark mass of heads. Wasn't this merely a trial? It felt more akin to a festive gathering. Just then, a series of honking horns pierced through the crowd, prompting the tightly packed citizens to instinctively part, creating a passageway. Soon, a dozen men were brought forward, clad in loose garments and wooden sandals, easily identifiable as mourners. Bastards! You scoundrels, release us at once. We are mourners. May you all meet your demise. These mourners, evidently oblivious to their dire predicament, shouted and cursed with an air of arrogance, completely disregarding the surrounding soldiers and Zhang Jin. Naturally, Zhang Jin would not indulge their insolence. He coolly commanded, hang them. Zhang Chong nodded and approached the loudest of the mourners, striking him down with a resounding slap. Then seizing his hair and dragging him toward the utility pole in front of the public office. The intense pain coursing through the mourner's head elicited a wretched howl. But Zhang Chong wasted no time. He pulled the mourner beneath the pole, took the noose from a soldier, and placed it around the mourner's neck. Upon realizing the noose was now secured, the mourner was immediately struck by terror and attempted to struggle. However, Zhang Chong afforded him no opportunity. Swiftly tossing the rope over the top of the pole, soldiers quickly rushed forward, pulling with all their might. and the mourner was abruptly hoisted into the air. The sudden sensation of suffocation caused the mourner to writhe violently, his face turning a deep crimson from the strain, until silence fell upon him moments later. The other soldiers began their work too, and within a short span, all the mourners were suspended from the utility pole. The area before the public office was enveloped in an eerie quiet, all eyes wide in astonishment. Zhang Jin, observing the hushed crowd, declared with resounding authority, "I, Zhang Jin, am but a simple man, lacking in eloquence. I know only this. Whoever dares to oppress the people of Zhang, regardless of who they may be, even foreign devils, shall meet but one fate, death." A resounding declaration reverberated through the air, momentarily stunning the gathered populace. An unprecedented sensation surged within their hearts, a profound sense of being cared for. A fervent passion ignited among them. Tears welled in their eyes as a wave of emotion compelled them to cry out, "Long live! Long live!" Zhang Jin, moved by the thunderous chorus of cheers, felt his own eyes moisten. The suffering of the people was so profound that even the slightest gesture could evoke such a reaction. In that instant, Zhang Jin's heart bore an unprecedented weight, for he was acutely aware of the multitude of responsibilities before him. The most pressing matter at hand was ensuring that the people had enough to eat. Seizing the moment, Zhang Jin deemed it essential to take further action. He signaled to Zhang Chong to bring forth a large loudspeaker, essentially a metal cylinder fashioned from rolled tin, and proclaimed with great fervor, "Dear villagers, since I, Zhang Jin, have taken on the role of the military governor of Yan'an, I shall not allow anyone to bully our common folk, nor shall I permit any exploitation of you. From this day forth, all oppressive taxes beyond those mandated by the imperial court shall be abolished. Should anyone dare to extort even a single coin from you, you may come to the military governor's office and seek me out, Zhang Jin. Upon verification, I shall show no mercy." A resounding uproar erupted among the people, for it was the first time they had encountered a prominent figure boldly declaring the abolition of oppressive taxes. The risk of failure loomed large, as even an ordinary citizen understood that such taxes were intricately woven into the fabric of society, and the implications of abolishing them could disrupt countless livelihoods. Zhang Jin recognized the blend of excitement and skepticism in the crowd. He understood that mere words would not suffice. His proclamation was not solely for the people, but also a declaration of war, or perhaps a warning, to those entrenched in the status quo. He made it abundantly clear that Yan'an was his domain, and he would act as he pleased, unimpeded by anyone. "General, Li Yud has been brought in." Zhang Chong approached Zhang Jin to report. Zhang Jin turned to see a middle-aged man in his 40s being escorted by soldiers through the crowd. Bound tightly, Li Yud approached the young officer in military attire. Despite having prepared himself for this moment, a pang of trepidation struck him as he faced Zhang Jin. With a voice brimming with forced bravado, he declared, "General Zhang, I am willing to submit. I am willing to serve you." Li Yud had come to realize that confronting someone like Zhang Jin, a formidable force, would only lead to his own demise. The only path to survival lay in submission. He resolved to acquiesce to Zhang Jin, preserving his life for the time being, with hopes of reclaiming his dignity later. However, Li Yud had miscalculated. His collusion with the funeral party had crossed Zhang Jin's threshold of tolerance. Zhang Jin harbored an intense disdain for those who conspired with the funeral party. Thus, upon hearing Li Yud's capitulation, Zhang Jin's expression remained icy as he drew his pistol, aiming it directly at Li Yud's head. Li Yud gazed at the gun barrel mere inches away, his heart plummeting into despair. Yet, he was not gripped by fear. Rather, he was consumed by hatred. Hatred for Yuan Shiqing and Zhang Jin. He resented Yuan Shiqing for his lack of assistance, and Zhang Jin for his arrival in Yan'an, for seeking to complicate his life. Was it not simply his desire to earn a bit more money? "Zhang Jin, I await you below." Li Yud fixed his gaze intently on Zhang Jin, uttering a phrase that left Zhang Jin perplexed. Bang! Without further contemplation, Zhang Jin pulled the trigger, then holstered his weapon. His expression icy as he commanded Zhang Chong, "Take your men and ensure the mourners are eliminated, leave no one behind, and distribute their assets to the affected citizens." "Yes, Commander." After completing his task, Zhang Jin departed the public office without lingering. Gradually, the crowd dispersed, leaving only the lifeless bodies hanging from telephone poles. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew through, causing the corpses of the mourners to sway like wind chimes beneath an eave. On the street, Zhang Jin sat in a stair command vehicle, reflecting on his recent actions, a a smile creeping onto his face. The sensation of wielding such power, the authority over life and death, was undeniably exquisite. Bang! A sharp gunshot echoed from outside the vehicle, instantly shattering the glass with a spiderweb of cracks. Chapter 42. Xiang Zhuang dances with a sword. As the gunfire erupted, Zhang Jin instinctively reclined in his seat, observing the bullet embedded in the bulletproof glass. His countenance swiftly turning frosty. The guards flanking Zhang Jin reacted promptly, directing the machine gun mounted on the M113 armored vehicle toward the source of the shots. Bang bang! The dull thud of gunfire resonated as a hail of bullets perforated the wall, reducing the assailants within to mere remnants. Tat, tat, tat. A barrage of submachine gun fire suddenly erupted from both sides, the armored vehicle rattling under the assault, sparks flying from its surface. Fortunately, the machine gunners, shielded by protective barriers, remained unharmed, swiftly targeting the assassins emerging from the alleyways. At that moment, soldiers inside the armored vehicle surged forth, rifles at the ready. Against these trained combatants, the assailants were no match, swiftly eliminated one by one. "Commander, all assailants have been neutralized," Zhang Chong hurriedly reported as he approached Zhang Jin's vehicle. With a grim expression, Zhang Jin stepped out of the car, demanding, "Who sent them?" "Commander, they were mourners." Zhang Jin's hands clenched tightly, an icy glint flashing in his eyes as he approached the fallen assassin. Zhang Chong followed suit, crouching beside one of the incapacitated attackers, noting, "Commander, these individuals are all approximately 155 meters tall and have bow legs." Zhang Jin glanced around. Indeed, they appeared diminutive, their legs curving inward like a bow. Can we trace who dispatched them? In the grand city of Beiping, there are at least 1,000 or 2,000 mourners, the majority of whom are merchants who cannot possibly be armed with such an abundance of weaponry. The only ones with the means to do so are those at the consulate. Zhang Jin narrowed his eyes. Since these mourners have bestowed such a grand gift upon me, Zhang, I shall repay it 100-fold. He commanded, "Dispatch orders for all stationed troops in the city to mobilize. Every last mourner, without exception, is to be eliminated." "Understood. We shall proceed to the mourners' consulate." At that very moment, within the mourners' consulate, the chief consul, Mitsutaka Kodo, was engaged in a meeting with an elderly foreign gentleman. The old man, adorned with a full beard and a hooked nose, possessed cunning brown eyes that spoke of treachery. He was clearly no virtuous character. "Mr. Gillard, what brings you to me?" Mitsutaka Kodo inquired, his tone imbued with respect. The elderly foreigner smiled modestly and, in fluent mourner dialect, replied, "Your Excellency Kodo, I have come with a matter that I wish for you to convey to the command headquarters of your nation's Kanto army." Mitsutaka Kodo promptly straightened in his seat, his face earnest as he responded, "Mr. Gillard, as long as it does not compromise the interests of the Empire, I am willing to relay your message." The old man retrieved a thick document from his satchel and handed it to Mitsutaka Kodo. "Your Excellency, you may peruse this." Kodo's gaze fell upon the document, the cover boldly inscribed in mourner script as the Eden Project. His expression turned grave as he meticulously examined the pages, taking nearly 10 minutes before lifting his head to declare solemnly, "Mr. Gillard, this matter is of utmost significance. It is likely beyond the authority of the Kanto army. You should present it directly to the general headquarters." The elderly foreigner shook his head. "Your Excellency, the northeast of Xinhua is under the direct control of the Kanto army, and they hold the most authoritative voice on this matter. As long as they consent, I believe your headquarters will not oppose it." Kodo hesitated momentarily, and the elderly gentleman seized the moment to propose his terms. "If you agree to my conditions, the American Empire will significantly relax its policies towards the Mourner Empire. You will gain access to cheaper scrap steel and oil. Our Abraham Light Association will also provide substantial financial aid, allowing you to occupy this territory more swiftly and easily." The old man tapped his cane against the floor, his voice laced with temptation as he continued, "Should you acquiesce to our terms, the pressures from the west will dissipate, and the northeast of Xinhua will be yours. It may even become possible for them to recognize your sovereignty in the northeast." Kodo's eyes gleamed with realization. He was acutely aware of the formidable power backing the elderly foreigner. With their support, the Mourner Empire could feasibly conquer Xinhua in a short span. The thought of millions of square kilometers becoming the land of the Mourner Empire stirred him into action. "Mr. Gillard, rest assured, I shall personally take this plan to Fengtian." A smile broke across the old man's face as he stood, saying, "Mr. Kodo, I await your favorable news." Upon finishing his words, he turned and strode towards the door. Mitsuhisa Kodo could hardly remain seated. As soon as Jillard departed, he hastily commanded, "Prepare the vehicle. We are heading to the train station." While speaking, he stuffed documents into his briefcase and made his way outside. Just as he stepped out, an M113 armored vehicle crashed through the iron gate, followed closely by a throng of soldiers. Kodo was momentarily taken aback, and then his pupils contracted sharply as he suddenly recalled a critical piece of information. Prior to Jillard's arrival, he had received a message from Liyud, the Minister of Civil Affairs in Yan'an, indicating that Zhang Jin had appeared at a public trial in the streets. This was an excellent opportunity to assassinate Zhang Jin, and Kodo would not let it slip away. He immediately dispatched a covert assassination team, only to realize that they had failed. However, Kodo soon regained his composure. He could not believe that Zhang Jin would dare to take any action against him, the consul. Although he was aware that Zhang Jin had defeated their navy in the south, striking a hard blow to the Suang Empire, he was oblivious to the extent of that defeat. After all, pride is a human trait. The Suang Empire, despite its lack of principles, was aware of the importance of reputation and would not publicly proclaim the severity of their loss. Upon learning that Zhang Jin was to assume the position of governor of Yan'an, they had directly ordered Kodo to seize the opportunity to assassinate him. Kodo, self-assured in his role as the consul of the Suang Empire, was convinced that Zhang Jin would not dare to touch him. They had engaged in numerous such endeavors in Xinghua, and even when their involvement was known, no one dared to confront them. Just like how they occupied the entire northeastern region of Xinghua, the court dared not declare war on them, continuing to flatter them with subservience. This only served to elevate Kodo's sense of superiority, what was merely an assassination. It seemed trivial to him at that moment. At that instant, the sound of footsteps approached. A young officer clad in a gray trench coat strode forward with an imposing presence, exuding an air of authority, though the large cleaver in his hand somewhat diminished the grandeur of the scene. Kodo's eyes narrowed as he realized with shock that Zhang Jin had come in person. As Zhang Jin drew closer, Kodo straightened himself, preparing to admonish him, but his eyes widened in disbelief. Without uttering a word, Zhang Jin raised the cleaver and brought it down upon Kodo. Chapter 43. Mediation of the Five Nations. The heavy, sharp cleaver descended with a force akin to chopping through a cabbage, cleaving Mitsuhisa Kodo in two. In an instant, blood gushed forth like a fountain, and had Zhang Jin not retreated swiftly, he would have been splattered. Zhang Jin handed the cleaver to Zhang Chong, coldly stating, "Leave no one alive. Kill." With that, he turned and walked out. Alas, what could be done? After all, Zhang Jin was a man of kindness, unable to bear the sight of such bloodshed. Approximately 10 minutes later, Zhang Chong hurried towards Zhang Jin, who was reclining in the vehicle with his legs crossed. Upon noticing him, Zhang Jin inquired, "Is everything cleaned up?" "Report, Commander, it has been thoroughly cleaned," Zhang Chong responded, handing an envelope to Zhang Jin. "Commander, this is a document we discovered inside." Upon hearing Zhang Chong's grave tone, Zhang Jin's expression instantly turned serious. He took the document, and, upon glancing through it, his countenance paled, his eyes glinting with a cold light. This was nothing less than the detestable pufferfish plan. He never anticipated that such repugnant schemes would exist in this world. Zhang Chong, immediately notify the intelligence department and have them meticulously investigate whether any foreigners have visited this area recently. Oh, and by the way, let South not waste this place. Convert it into a public restroom and continue to utilize its resources. Yes, Commander. Zhang Jin returned to the military governor's office, feeling invigorated. Hardly had he settled when Zhang Chong rushed in. "Commander, this is an urgent telegram just received from the court." It stated that he had been appointed as the full envoy of the court, with Prince Jindu assigned to assist in mediation matters. Zhang Jin was taken aback. Could the people in the court be insane? Hadn't he already inflicted enough suffering upon them, that they were now eager to come to him? Then recalling Zhang Chong's earlier mention of mediation, he inquired, "What does this mediation entail?" Zhang Chong quickly elucidated. The telegram specifies that Great Britain, France, America, Russia, and Sardinia have agreed to aid the court in mediating the Northeast affairs. The conference will be held in Tianjin. Zhang Jin furrowed his brow. These foreign powers were hardly benevolent. Could they genuinely be willing to help revive the nation and reclaim the Northeast? He found it hard to believe. What conditions had the court conceded to these powers? His mind spiraled with speculations, and his initial disinterest in the court evaporated. He was now curious to see what these foreign devils were truly up to. Inform the court that I consented. Oh, by the way, who is this Prince Jinda? Zhang Chong replied, I inquired on my way here. Prince Jinda is the emperor's uncle, third in line, commonly referred to in the north as Sandetsi. He holds the honorary title of Grand Governor of the Northeast, and after the Northeast incident, he fled to Tianjin. Zhang Jin nodded. This Grand Governor of the revitalized nation was merely a titular honor with no real power, essentially drawing a salary for nothing. When does it commence? Commander. The telegram states it will be held on April 15th at the Tianjin International Hotel. Attending will be the British Minister Valls, the French Minister Ditter, the American Minister Anderson, the Russian Minister Vitaf, the Sardinian Minister Olis, and the Morning Minister Jinhu. Very well, ensure to notify me. In Tianjin, on a street near the concession, stood various small Western-style buildings. The most prominent was a four-story building painted a deep burgundy, nestled amidst lush greenery, exuding an aura of tranquility and distance. However, the continuous roar emanating from the courtyard shattered this serene atmosphere. Who dares to defile my domain? Yan'an military governor? Zhang Jin. What is a mere military governor to me? Does he even have the right? Wasn't the governor of the Northeast once kneeling at my feet? What has become of the court? It seems that anyone, even the most insignificant individuals, can assume the role of a military commander. Oh, departed emperor, you must witness this. One day, our great nation will surely crumble under the weight of such incompetence. In the garden, the corpulent Prince Jinda lay languidly on a recliner, his belly protruding like a balloon, while he cursed and gestured wildly. Surrounding him were four exquisite young women, each holding trays of fruits and fine wines, occasionally leaning in, their ruby lips sampling a piece of fruit, their slender waists bending charmingly towards the middle-aged man. Just as Jinda was relishing his feast, a pale-faced man with a raspy voice hurried over, exclaiming, Your Highness, Your Highness, excellent news, excellent news. The envoy of morning has agreed. Startled, Jinda bolted upright, his face alight with astonishment. Is it true? He inquired eagerly. The raspy-voiced man promptly handed him a thick document resembling a book. The envoy has stated that as long as Your Highness can comply with the conditions outlined, they will permit you to become the king of Northeast. What conditions? Jinda pressed urgently. Please, do tell. The man hastily opened the document and began to read. First, once Your Highness assumes command of the Northeast, all matters of national defense and local security must be entrusted to the Empire of Morning, with all expenses borne by the royal household. Second, all transportation infrastructure in the Northeast, railways, roads, ports, and air travel, shall be managed by the Empire of Morning, with the costs of construction and maintenance to be shouldered by the royal household. Article 53 states that all mineral resources in the Northeast belong to the Empire of Morning. Article 217 mandates that all appointments and dismissals of officials in the royal household must receive approval from the Governor-General's office of the Empire of Morning, or they will be rendered null and void. As the man read on, his complexion grew increasingly pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow until he could no longer continue, his face a mask of despair. Your Highness, this. Jinda waved dismissively, his expression indifferent. It matters not. We shall agree to their terms. Once I am crowned as the king of Northeast, I will find ways to turn the tide. Seeing Jinda's calm demeanor, the man hastened to add, in addition to these stipulations, the envoy has another request, that we sabotage this five-nation mediation. At this, Jinda's brow furrowed slightly. Sabotaging the mediation would not be an easy feat. As a powerless prince, he was uncertain whether the five-nation envoys would even consider him. What to do? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Jinda's eyes. Chapter 44. The performance begins. On the 14th day of the 4th month in the 24th year of Guangdong, a formidable convoy was swiftly advancing towards the Jinmen direction along the Pingjin Highway. At the forefront were 12 Type 4 tanks, followed closely by 24 KFZ-2 51 half-track armored vehicles. Soldiers clad in steel helmets, armed with Type 56 semi-automatic rifles, sat upright in the vehicles, with an M2 Browning heavy machine gun mounted at the rear. Trailing behind the armored vehicles were 12 R-75 three-wheeled motorcycles, 6 on each side, encircling a black Steyr sedan at their center. 2 flags adorned the front of the sedan, one displaying the emblem of the Panlong Ji flag of the Xinhua court, and the other the blood-stained white tiger flag of the Dingbei army. The white tiger signifies the dominion over slaughter. Zhang Jin chose the white tiger as the emblem of the Dingbei army, intending to convey to the world that peace and stability are achieved through strength. Behind the formidable Steyr vehicles, over 100 Opel trucks, brimming with soldiers and hauling more than 20 88mm anti-aircraft guns, followed closely. Yet, curiously, the Dingbei army's M113 armored vehicles and Chaffee tanks were conspicuously absent. Zhang Jin, upon learning that the envoy of the Prussian Empire would also be attending as an observer, began to calculate the lucrative prospects that lay ahead. This magnificent convoy, traversing the highway, naturally became a sight to behold, prompting passing merchants to smartly yield the road, their expressions tinged with curiosity as military vehicles sped past. They speculated amongst themselves about the significance of such a grand display. Could it be that a powerful figure from the south had arrived? Half an hour later, the imposing walls of Tianjin finally loomed before the convoy. The soldiers stationed at the city gate quickly noticed the large procession approaching, and the piercing sound of bells echoed throughout the gate tower. Soldiers, who were inspecting pedestrians below, hastily retreated behind the sandbag fortifications, aiming their weapons towards the oncoming vehicles. The citizens waiting to enter the city scattered in alarm, and within moments, the entire gate area was devoid of any presence. At this juncture, the leading T-34 tank drew near, its massive steel body accompanied by the thunderous roar of its engine, belching black smoke and exuding an overwhelming aura that sent shivers down the spines of the soldiers behind the sandbags, igniting an instinctual urge to flee. Fortunately, the tank halted several dozen meters from the gate, allowing the soldiers outside to breathe a sigh of relief, their eyes brimming with curiosity as they gazed at the imposing iron beast. The formidable armor glimmered under the sun, exuding a chilling sheen that could inspire dread. Just then, an armored vehicle approached, and a colonel emerged, striding directly towards the gate. The soldiers hidden behind the fortifications instantly tensed up. "Brothers guarding the city, I bring word from your commander, General Zhang Jin of the Yan'an Military District. He seeks entry into the city to attend the Five-Nation Mediation Conference. Please clear the way." The soldiers exchanged glances, yet they quickly realized that the approaching group posed no threat, and their taut nerves began to relax. A major promptly stood up, stating, "Sir, please hold on. I shall request permission from my superior at once." Before the major could turn, a deep voice resonated from the gate. "Are you part of General Zhang's entourage?" The onlookers turned to see a middle-aged officer adorned with the insignia of a major general striding forth from the gate. The captain, upon recognizing the major general, quickly saluted. "Sir, what brings you here?" The colonel also offered a salute to the major general, saying, "Sir, behind me is General Zhang's convoy. May I be granted passage into the city?" The colonel's courteous demeanor seemed to please the major general, who returned the gesture with a smile, introducing himself as Lin Wei, the commander of the 191st Division of the newly formed 19th Army. "Greetings, Commander Lin. I am Yan Ing, the deputy commander of the Yan'an Military Governor's Guard Brigade." The colonel saluted once more and introduced himself. Lin Wei smiled and replied, "General Zhang is the governor of Yan'an. Tianjin is indeed under his jurisdiction, so he naturally may enter the city." A smile graced Yan Ying's face as he gestured behind him, prompting the convoy to immediately set forth toward the city. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Jin's Steyr vehicle arrived, and he slowly lowered the window, nodding at Lin Wei. Lin Wei promptly stood at attention and saluted, exclaiming, "Governor." Zhang Jin smiled and nodded again before rolling up the window. "Commander Lin, I must take my leave," Yanning said, offering a salute before turning to board the waiting armored vehicle. Lin Wei cheerfully watched as the convoy entered the city until it disappeared from view, at which point his expression turned stern. "Immediately send a telegram to the military headquarters, informing them that Zhang Jin has arrived." "Commander, are we really allowing him to enter just like that?" the major trailing behind asked, perplexed. Lin Wei replied coldly, "What do you understand? Tianjin is currently the focus of national attention. If we act a bit out of line, we will be thrust into the limelight and labeled as disruptors of peace talks. That would spell great trouble for us." "Commander, what if they refuse to leave?" Lin Wei smirked coldly. "It's merely a few dozen armored vehicles. They may be powerless outside the city, but once inside, the situation changes. Dispatch the order. The entire brigade must be ready for battle. Tianjin belongs to us. Anyone who dares to encroach upon our territory shall face our wrath." "Understood." Zhang Jin surveyed the streets through the car window. Perhaps due to early commerce, Western-style architecture was prevalent throughout Tianjin, imbuing the city with an exotic charm. Just as Zhang Jin was admiring the scenery, the car suddenly screeched to a halt. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have collided intimately with the front seat. "What is happening?" Zhang Jin inquired, irritation evident in his voice. Seated in the passenger seat, Zhang Chong hurriedly explained, "General, the Vanguard reports that a man claiming to be the steward of Prince Su has obstructed our convoy, insisting that you visit the prince." Zhang Jin's expression instantly hardened. "Drive through." Meanwhile, directly in front of the convoy, a pale-faced, effeminate man, lacking any facial hair, stood in defiance before the tank, flamboyantly declaring, "Tell your commander to hurry. If our prince grows impatient, we shall hold him accountable." Before he could finish his sentence, the tank, having received the order, roared to life, accelerating toward the obstructive car. The effeminate man's face paled as he scrambled aside, narrowly avoiding being crushed by the oncoming tank. With a resounding crash, the immense force of the tank sent the car flying down the street, flipping several times before crashing at a nearby intersection. "My goodness!" exclaimed the narrowly escaped effeminate man, unable to contain his shock at the terrifying scene. The onlookers, who had been observing the spectacle from either side of the street, fell into a profound silence at that very moment. It was only after the procession had passed that they regained their senses, and a cacophony of discussions erupted. Who are these dignitaries that dare to confront the royal carriage of Prince Su? Have they grown weary of life? You must be blind. This isn't a confrontation at all. It's a slap in the face. Humph, a well-deserved blow. That scoundrel has been bullying us common folk for too long. Finally, someone has the audacity to put him in his place. Amidst the fervent chatter of the crowd, Zhang Jin's convoy approached a 7-story Western-style edifice. Chapter 45, The Reversal. The International Hotel, situated at the confluence of the concession and city center, stood adjacent to the expansive waters of the H River. Beyond the river lay the concession, placing the hotel at the heart of the city, the most bustling area of Jinfu. At this moment, the vast hotel plaza was teeming with people. Reporters armed with cameras surrounded the entrance, creating a bottleneck. As the rapid clicking of shutters and the incessant flash of lights granted a long-lost sense of satisfaction to Prince Jinda, who waited at the door to welcome guests. Why was he so infatuated with power? Why did he conspire with the morning officials? Was it not for the exhilarating sensation of being the center of attention? "Your Highness." A small eunuch rushed to Jinda, whispering urgently in his ear. Instantly, Jinda's expression darkened. After a moment, he spat out a single word: "Incompetent." Just as Jinda seethed with anger, the blaring of car horns filled the street. A long line of sedans slowly made their way forward. Adorned with colorful national flags, the diplomats from various countries had arrived. Jinda quickly smoothed his face into a beaming smile as he hurriedly welcomed the diplomats into the hotel. Once they were inside, he straightened up, ready to follow, when a voice suddenly called out from behind, "Prince Su." Turning around, Jinda saw a short man looking at him with evident displeasure. It dawned on him that in his eagerness to please the Western diplomats, he had neglected the morning envoy, Jian Huasilang. Instantly, a smile spread across his face as he slapped his forehead in regret. "How could I forget? I always think of us as kin and forget the formalities. Please forgive my oversight, Mr. Jian. Do come in." Jinda's words greatly pleased Jian Huasilang. And just as he was about to return the courtesy, the sound of clanking tank treads echoed down the street, capturing everyone's attention. As tanks rolled into view, Jian Huasilang's pupils constricted in shock. In the midst of the stunned silence, a sedan came to a halt in front of the hotel. Journalists quickly turned their cameras towards the car door, and soon Zhang Jin emerged, the rapid clicking of shutters creating a deafening chorus that compelled him to squint against the blinding flashes. "Who is this? Such grandeur and so young?" One reporter mused. "You don't even know him? How are you even a journalist?" "He is General Zhang Jin of Yan'an, which esteemed figure from the Magic City." "Wow, the dashing general is truly handsome. Look at him, he is so strong." Upon realizing that the heroic figure before them was none other than the illustrious Zhang Jin, the reporters and the citizens became unusually enthusiastic. The people were elated, but standing on the steps of the hotel, Jian Huasilang's expression turned cold upon knowing that Zhang Jin was approaching. Beside him, Jinda wore a similarly grim countenance. He had just been informed about Zhang Jin's incident of colliding with his car on the street, and naturally, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for Zhang Jin. Initially, he had thought of exploiting Zhang Jin's impetuous nature to sabotage the negotiations, but it turned out that he had merely slapped himself in the face. Stealing a glance at Jian Huasi-Lang, whose face was turning increasingly dark, Jin suddenly spoke. Mr. Jianhua, would you like to diminish his prestige? Jian Huasi-Lang's eyes narrowed instantly. Your Highness, do you have a plan? Jin smiled with satisfaction. I am a prince of the great Qing kingdom. No matter how high his official rank, he is but a servant of the Jin family. Does he dare to defy his master? Zhang Jin, with a cheerful demeanor, nodded at the reporters who were fervently capturing the moment and began to stride towards the hotel. However, upon reaching the entrance, he was obstructed by a middle-aged man, who was rotund with a large head and thick lips resembling sausages. Zhang Jin, why do you not kneel before me? The man's voice silenced the hotel plaza, all eyes converging upon Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin furrowed his brow. In the great Qing kingdom, there indeed existed a tradition of bowing to members of the royal family. But at Zhang Jin's stature, it was customary to stand even in the presence of the emperor, let alone a minor prince. Moreover, this individual clearly did not recognize who Zhang Jin was, daring to provoke him. A cold smile crept across Zhang Jin's lips as he turned towards Jinda. Seeing Zhang Jin approach him directly, Jinda's face lit up with smugness, believing Zhang Jin had conceded. However, just as Jinda reveled in his triumph, Zhang Jin raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Jinda's face. The force of the blow sent Jinda's plump visage flying. Remnants of white matter expelled from his mouth. With a swift motion, Zhang Jin struck again, this time on the opposite side, causing Jinda's jiggling flesh to bounce back. After delivering several slaps, Jinda's already chubby face became swollen and red. Without further ado, Zhang Jin raised his foot and forcefully kicked between Jinda's legs. A heart-wrenching wail erupted across the hotel plaza. Zhang Jin glanced at Jinda, who was curled on the ground, writhing in agony, and simply stepped over him, advancing towards Jian Huasi-Lang. What do you want? Jian Huasi-Lang was utterly intimidated by Zhang Jin's brutality, retreating in fear as Zhang Jin approached. Without exchanging words, Zhang Jin seized Jian Huasi-Lang by the collar and dragged him towards the restaurant. After what felt like an eternity, the plaza, which had fallen silent, erupted once more. Heavens! What did we just witness? General Zhang actually struck the royal prince. What is this? Did you not see it just now? General Zhang actually dragged the envoy of the Morning Empire inside, as if he were carrying a mere chick. While the scene outside the hotel was uproarious, inside, it was equally tumultuous. The British envoy, Valls, and others looked at Zhang Jin as he brought Jian Huasi-Lang in, their faces exhibiting expressions of astonishment. Upon entering, Zhang Jin unceremoniously tossed Jian Huasi-Lang onto the floor and jested, "Ladies and gentlemen, please do not misunderstand. His little legs were simply too slow, and I merely offered him a lift. Now that everyone is present, shall we commence?" Valls glanced at Jian Huasi-Lang, who was scrambling to his feet, a fleeting look of disdain crossing his eyes. The Morning Empire was indeed formidable in the Far East, yet to the foreigners, it was merely another yellow-skinned monkey, hardly worthy of their respect. "Mr. Jian, we, the envoys of 5 nations, have summoned you to relay our opinions to your emperor. Our position is, Mr. Valls." Jian Huasi-Lang, now upright, brusquely interrupted, his expression grave. "I would appreciate it if you could hold your thoughts for just a moment, lest they require alteration later." Valls furrowed his brow, visibly displeased, and glared at Jian Huasi-Lang. "What do you mean by that?" Just then, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed. Drawing closer to the conference room's door, an individual clad in military attire entered, hastily approaching Valls and whispering a few words. Shock immediately registered on Valls' face. "By God, why is he here?" The other envoys exchanged puzzled glances as Valls' usual composure evaporated. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed once more, and an elderly gentleman in a black top hat, wielding a cane, entered the room. It was the same foreigner who had recently engaged in clandestine discussions with Guangtung Jingjiu at Beiping Mansion. Observing the elderly man's entrance, Jian Huasi-Lang quickly bowed, his demeanor respectful. "Mr. Gillard, you have arrived." Gillard nodded slightly at Jian Huasi-Lang and then turned his gaze to Valls and the others. Valls' previously grim countenance vanished in an instant upon Gillard's arrival. When Gillard looked his way, Valls greeted him with a beaming smile, adopting a tone of feigned reverence. "Mr. Gillard." The other envoys also approached Valls to pay their respects, their words imbued with a hint of deference or perhaps restraint. Zhang Jin's eyes narrowed as he silently pondered the identity of this elderly gentleman. His gaze then fell upon a foreign man, the only one not gathered around Gillard, and he discerned a flicker of hatred and malice in the man's eyes. Zhang Jin's heart stirred. He recalled hearing Vols refer to the man as Andrei, the envoy of the Prussian Empire. Thus, Zhang Jin's expression turned cold as he realized the true nature of this individual named Gillard. Mr. Gillard, with a perplexed expression, inquired during his visit to Val's, wondering how a prominent figure from the Western continent like himself could find his way to the distant East. With a cheerful smile, Gillard replied, "I have come here primarily concerning the affairs of Northeast Xinhua." Oh, this revelation left Val's and the others astonished. Gillard continued, "Esteemed ministers, in your mediation efforts, you ought not to be content with mere appearances. Instead, you must delve into the essence of the matter. The Northeast is indeed the land of Xinhua, but it is also a part of the world, belonging to all of humanity, to all living beings. The Daxing Empire, as the mightiest nation in the Far East, confines millions of people to a minuscule territory, which is exceedingly unjust. What is wrong with their quest for land to sustain their race? As I mentioned earlier, land is for all humanity, and the Daxing people are entitled to their share. Consequently, their actions in the Northeast are not only justifiable, but also legitimate. Why should we impose hardships upon them? To challenge a people striving relentlessly for survival, denying them land, is not an act of justice. It is a crime." Gillard spoke with fervor, leaving Val's and the others utterly dumbfounded. They had never anticipated that someone could audaciously proclaim such absurdities in broad daylight, turning black into white. Val's furrowed his brow. His tireless efforts to organize the five-nation mediation were not driven by sympathy for Xinhua, but rather due to the Daxing people's encroachment upon their interests in the north, a transgression that Great Britain could not tolerate. However, he was troubled by the necessity of preserving Gillard's dignity. As Val's hesitated, Gillard's voice rang out once more. "Mr. Val's, if you find yourself unable to decide, I suggest sending a telegram to London. I am confident they will advise you on what to do. Additionally, the esteemed ministers Meliga, Falancy, and Sardinia, you two should consult your respective nations before reaching a conclusion." The expression of Minister Vitaf from the Rose Empire immediately shifted. This mediation was something he had vigorously championed, primarily to prevent the Daxing people from gaining an advantage, as they had long coveted the fertile Northeast. Unexpectedly, an Abrahamite had emerged, threatening to disrupt their established strategy, something the Rose Empire would not tolerate. As for Gillard's identity, Vitaf scoffed, dismissing the concerns of Val's and others. He coldly retorted, "Since when can a miser and a penny pincher dictate the fate of other nations? Mr. Gillard, do you fancy yourself a deity?" Mr. Gillard, basking in the limelight, was momentarily taken aback by Vitaf's derision, his countenance darkening as he glared at Vitaf. Yet, all he could do was glare. He was powerless against Vitaf. Just as tensions escalated between the two, a light, airy voice interjected. "Mr. Vitaf, what is the point of mere words? If you wish to ascertain whether Mr. Gillard is indeed a deity, why not send him to the underworld to let His Majesty Hades decide?" Andrei's menacing words caused Gillard to stiffen immediately, his complexion paling in an instant, and a sudden impulse to flee surged within him. However, he quickly reminded himself that this was not the Prussian Empire, and he let out a sigh of relief. Yet, indignation soon followed, and he shot a furious glare at Andrei. Mr. Val's, Gillard, in his anger, could not help but infuse a hint of menace into his words. "I hope you understand clearly, and cease to speak of objectivity or neutrality. Such notions merely serve to assist the kingdom of Xing. I implore you to consider the plight of the subjugated empire. They too require land and the means to survive. The kingdom of Xing possesses vast territories. Losing a fraction of them is inconsequential, whereas an expansion of the subjugated empire would result in another nation that believes in justice. Moreover, how many soldiers of the subjugated empire have been slain by the people of Xing? How many fathers and sons have been lost? Should they not face retribution for their actions?" Gillard spoke with fervor, his brown eyes radiating zeal. To an unsuspecting listener, he might appear as a divine envoy, an incarnation of justice. Yet, upon hearing his rhetoric, one might feel compelled to strike him down. Val's glanced at Ditter and Anderson, who, in turn, looked back at him. Their meaning unmistakable, they sought Val's decision. Though Val's felt reluctant, the thought of the influence of the Abrahamic people on the Western continent sent a chill down his spine. He had no desire to meet an untimely or unjust end. Thus, Val spread his hands and declared, Mr. Gillard, you are correct. The subjugated people indeed require living space. Their actions, as you say, are driven by necessity and represent justice. The kingdom of Xing must compensate. Anderson and the Sardinian envoy simultaneously expressed their agreement, while Vitaf and Andre were summarily disregarded. Just as Gillard reveled in his triumph, a chilling voice pierced the air, causing him to shiver. I ask, have you mistaken the issue at hand? Since when has it been your prerogative to dictate the fate of the kingdom of Xing? Chapter 47. The deal with the Prussians. As Zhang Jin, who had been treated as invisible, spoke, the venue fell into a stunned silence. Vals and the others regarded Zhang Jin with incredulity, as though he were an extraterrestrial. These individuals had long since grown accustomed to treating the kingdom of Xing like cattle, ready for slaughter at their whim. Now, a voice of dissent had unexpectedly emerged, and their astonishment was palpable. However, after the surprise, indifference set in. In the eyes of these Western elites, the court of Xing could be molded to their desires. How could they possibly regard a mere individual's defiance? Consequently, the quiet conference room erupted with derisive laughter, as if something exceedingly amusing had been uttered, laced with mockery, disdain, and an air of superiority. While other officials from Xing might have felt lost in such a moment, it was Zhang Jin who stood resolute. Zhang Jin strode towards Jianhua Xilang, who was laughing the loudest, and seized her by the neck, lifting her effortlessly before slamming her onto the conference table. He then picked up the ashtray from the table and brought it crashing down upon her head. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, until Jianhua Xilang's head was reduced to a bloody pulp. Zhang Jin finally discarded the bloodied ashtray aside. Jianhua Xilang, now slumped on the conference table, was gasping for breath, a clear indication of her dire state. But this was not the end. Zhang Jin's gaze fell squarely upon Gillard, who was paralyzed with fear at the sight of Zhang Jin's brutality. When Gillard felt the weight of Zhang Jin's stare upon him, he froze, unable to move. What do you intend to do? Gillard stammered, terror etched across his face. Zhang Jin, however, dismissed him with a mere flick of his foot, sending him crashing to the ground, and coldly commanded, kneel. In his fright, Gillard scrambled to his feet and obediently knelt before Zhang Jin. Without hesitation, Zhang Jin drew his pistol, pulled the slide back with a sharp click, the crisp sound of the bullet chambering echoing throughout the conference room. Gillard trembled involuntarily, yet remained motionless, as Zhang Jin pressed the barrel against the back of his head. Bang! The deafening gunshot reverberated within the confines of the conference room, the bullet piercing through Gillard's skull and emerging from his forehead. He collapsed immediately into a pool of blood. At that moment, the remaining attendees were so stunned by Zhang Jin's actions that they failed to react even as he took 2 lives. It was only when Gillard fell lifelessly that Vals gasped, snapping back to reality. The gunfire naturally alerted the foreign guards outside, and a dozen armed soldiers burst in. Almost simultaneously, the sound of marching boots echoed as soldiers from Zhang Jin's guard unit rushed in, swiftly disarming the foreign soldiers with ease. General Zhang, please do not act recklessly. Killing us would be tantamount to declaring war on Great Britain and the entire Western world. Vals exclaimed, his limbs turning icy as a wave of dread coursed through him, fearing Zhang Jin's next move. Zhang Jin regarded the visibly shaken Vals and his companions with a cold smile. Do you truly believe your country would dispatch troops across the vast expanse of the East for the sake of one insignificant individual? I certainly do not. Zhang Jin's words struck Vals like a dagger to the heart, leaving him feeling desolate and cold, fully aware that his homeland would not mobilize for a mere pawn like him. Yet, he remained perplexed by Zhang Jin's unwavering confidence. Just as despair threatened to engulf Vals, Zhang Jin abruptly shifted his tone. Do not worry, I shall not take your lives. In fact, I will ensure your safe return. As for your so-called mediation, it is unnecessary. We will reclaim what is rightfully ours. After Zhang Jin finished speaking, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he suddenly fixed his gaze upon the envoy of the Prussian Empire, Mr. Andre, and inquired, Mr. Andre, would you be interested in visiting me? Andre was momentarily taken aback, gazing into Zhang Jin's earnest eyes. After a brief hesitation, he replied, of course. Zhang Jin's smile widened, reminiscent of a fisherman who has just caught a hefty fish. As he gestured invitingly, Mr. Andre, please. Before long, the conference room was left with only the bewildered faces of Vals and his companions. Outside on the road, Andre sat excitedly in the SDKF Z251 armored vehicle, eagerly exploring his surroundings. His gaze fell upon the tank ahead, billowing thick smoke. As a civilian originating from the military, he understood well what the armored vehicle and tank represented. Once he calmed down, he began to grasp Zhang Jin's intentions. He then seated himself and turned to Zhang Jin, saying, "General Zhang, may I inquire about the purpose of your invitation?" Zhang Jin smiled slightly. Hasn't he, Mr. Andre, already surmised it? Their eyes met, and they burst into hearty laughter. Andre had developed a slight fondness for Zhang Jin when he dealt with Gillard, and now, sharing a mutual admiration, his affection for Zhang Jin had only deepened. He no longer held back, stating candidly, "General Zhang, might you be willing to sell us a few armored vehicles and tanks?" Zhang Jin chuckled softly. "Mr. Andre, I am aware that the Prussian Empire is a manufacturing powerhouse. Once you acquire these armored vehicles and tanks, you could replicate them without even needing blueprints. However, manufacturing them will require time, wouldn't it? A year, perhaps 2, or even 3. Furthermore, to make these weapons combat-ready, you would need at least 1,000, if not several thousand. Even with your nation's industrial might, achieving mass production would surely take at least a year or 2. And even if your manufacturing sector is indifferent to this timeline, what about your Führer? Would he not care?" Zhang Jin gently guided the conversation, emphasizing that as an industrial giant, the Prussian Empire, as he noted, would not take long to replicate the items once they had the originals. Moreover, these weapons were inherently Prussian. Even if the Prussian Empire desired these military assets, they would likely only require a few dozen or 100 at most. This was not Zhang Jin's initial intent in selling weapons. Of course, he could demand a high price for a bulk sale, perhaps withholding 1,000 units, and the Prussian Empire might begrudgingly comply. However, such an approach would not only offend the Prussians, but also jeopardize a sustainable trade relationship unless Zhang Jin consistently provided valuable offerings. Naturally, Zhang Jin had no intention of pursuing such a strategy. His aim in selling weapons to the Prussian Empire was twofold: to generate profit and to expedite the growth of this disruptive force within the Western world, stirring chaos sooner rather than later. Those not of my kind harbored different intentions. Zhang Jin certainly lacked the leisure to allow his adversaries to grow stronger and create trouble for himself. Thus, he sought an alternative path, intending to achieve victory through pricing. After all, he did not need to manufacture his weapons nor exchange electricity for them. As long as his phone was charged, he could produce them endlessly. It was akin to acquiring something for free, and naturally, the power to set prices fell into his hands. If producing a weapon costs 100 marks, yet he offers it for merely 50, the question arises, would one opt to manufacture independently or procure from Zhang Jin, particularly in times of great conflict? The answer was all too clear. In due course, Zhang Jin might even establish himself as the foremost arms dealer in this world. Without further ado, Zhang Jin conversed extensively with Andre before presenting him with a weapon catalog, stating, "Mr. Andre, do take a look for yourself." Andre, with a puzzled expression, accepted the catalog, and upon glancing at its contents, his eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment. Chapter 48, The Winds of the West. Prominently inscribed in the catalog were listings such as Kar 98K Mauser rifle for 45 marks, MP-40 submachine gun for 36 marks, MG-42 general purpose machine gun for 135 marks, Tiger tank for 150,000 marks, Panzer IV for 80,000 marks, Panther tank for 92,000 marks, Bf-109 fighter for 18,000 marks, and Stuka for 15,000 marks. Andre stared at the densely packed weaponry, momentarily rendered speechless, with a singular thought racing through his mind. Zhang Jin couldn't possibly be toying with him, could he? He remained oblivious to the situation in Xinghua, let alone armored vehicles. They could scarcely produce even a single sedan. Observing Andre's sudden skepticism, which morphed from confusion to realization, Zhang Jin understood that he had ventured too far, casting doubt in Andre's mind. However, he was unconcerned. Let Andre harbor his suspicions. What could he do? As long as he remained silent, no one in this world could uncover his secret. With a calm smile, he remarked, "Mr. Andre, once we arrive at Beiping Mansion, I will have someone escort you to examine the actual items for a thorough understanding. As for the transaction, there was no rush." Zhang Jin had always adhered to the principle of integrity. We exchange payment for goods. While Zhang Jin remained unperturbed, Andre, on the other hand, was eager. His superior was currently mobilizing for war, and the thirst for weaponry was palpable even from afar. Recognizing this golden opportunity to flatter, André hastily inquired, "General Zhang, I am particularly fond of these armored vehicles and tanks. Might I procure some in advance?" Zhang Jin responded with a smile, "Certainly. A minimum order of 100 units." He added, "Blueprints are also available, priced at 10 million imperial marks in gold for a set. In the Western continent, within the Eagle Federation's homeland, in the city of Rundan, an elderly gentleman, dressed impeccably in a tailcoat, strode gracefully through the corridors of a magnificent ancient castle on the outskirts, his face displaying a hint of anxiety, yet maintaining an air of elegance. Soon, the gentleman in a tailcoat arrived at the entrance of a door adorned with jewels, halting to take a deep breath and adjust his attire before raising his hand to knock. Upon entering, a robust voice resonated within. The gentleman then forcefully pushed open the grand door and stepped inside, immediately encountering an extraordinarily spacious area filled with towering bookshelves reaching heights of 4 to 5 meters, brimming with volumes. At the center of this expanse stood a wine-red classical desk, behind which sat an elderly man with a head full of white hair. "Mr. Rod, a telegram has just arrived from the Far East. Mr. Gillard is deceased." The elderly man, who had been fervently scribbling, paused abruptly, lifting his gaze to reveal a smooth and unwrinkled visage. Had it not been for the wisdom and depth reflected in his eyes, coupled with his head of white hair, one might scarcely believe he was approaching 80 years of age. With a furrowed brow, he inquired in a measured tone, "What has transpired?" The butler bowed deeply. "Mr. Rod, Mr. Gillard was dispatched by the Council of Elders to the Far East to select a site for the Eden Project, and he set his sights on the northeast of Xinhua. However, this territory has already been claimed by the Morning people in an effort to establish Eden in the east. Mr. Gillard forged an alliance with the Morning Empire, but tragically, just as he was nearing the completion of his mission, he was thwarted by a local warlord from Xinhua, who subsequently killed him." A glint of cold light flashed in the elderly man's eyes, only to vanish moments later, leaving a hint of disbelief on his face. The butler continued, "Mr. Rod, our kin within Prussia find themselves in increasingly dire circumstances. Countless individuals are subjected to persecution daily. If we do not devise a solution, the frenzied Prussians may soon deny us any further opportunities. Should we consider selecting another location?" Shaking his head, the elderly man regarded the hopeful butler. "Do not harbor expectations for other regions. Despite our commendable influence across various territories, it is merely a facade. They fundamentally repudiate us and are unwilling to welcome us. When we beseech them, all we receive are endless excuses and evasion. This is precisely why I urged everyone to invest in newspapers and radio stations. Only by controlling public opinion and the narrative can we facilitate the resurgence of our Abrahamic kin. At that juncture, we can present ourselves however we wish, and no longer will we be labeled as misers and hoarders. Given our current predicament, the Far East remains our most favorable option, as it lacks overwhelmingly powerful forces, and our strength is sufficient to safeguard our people. You must understand, that land is divinely ordained for us. Since it is chosen by God, it is our territory. However, the butler's face betrayed a hint of resignation regarding the Far East. A cold expression settled on the elderly man's countenance. "Dispatch another envoy to the Far East, urging the Morning people to take action and eliminate all unfavorable elements. Even if they falter, there remains the Rose Empire, which can equally serve as our ally. Regardless of the means employed, we must secure that land. Remember this, those who support us are just, while those who oppose us are devils, deserving of demise." The steward displayed a flicker of fervor on his face, bowing elegantly. "As you wish, Mr. Rod." In the Prussian Empire, in the city of Berlin, within the palace, His Majesty Emperor Hiller of the Third Prussian Empire was engaged in a discussion of state affairs in the imperial garden with a group of high-ranking officials. "Mr. Spice, how prepared are you?" Hiller suddenly inquired of a tall, middle-aged man, who was none other than his Minister of Armaments. "My most exalted Majesty, the military-industrial sector has been diligently producing weaponry, as per your command." Hiller's brow furrowed with concern. "Mr. Spice, what I require is not the production of useless weapons, but the development of advanced armaments that can empower our Aryan strength." With a helpless gesture, Spice replied, "Your Majesty, the development of weaponry necessitates time." Hiller was acutely aware of the time required for the creation of new weapons, yet the restless heart within him yearned for fervor and victory. Only thus could he firmly grasp control over this nation. Amidst the silence of the imperial garden, Hiller's Minister of Internal Affairs, Bowman, hurried over, presenting an urgent telegram to Hiller. Your Majesty, I believe you ought to examine this. Chapter 49, 200 tons of gold. Upon receiving the telegram and perusing its contents, shock immediately registered on Hiller's face as he exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Bowman quickly bowed. My Majesty, it has been reconfirmed. It is indeed true. This is some weapon data sent by Andre. He hopes the military can dispatch representatives to the Far East for a first-hand inspection. Bowman handed several telegrams to Hiller, who eagerly accepted them, flipping through the papers until one particular piece of data captured his complete attention. The Tiger heavy tank, with a total weight of 567 tons, a road speed of 38 kilometers per hour, a maximum range of 160 kilometers, equipped with an 88mm tank gun and carrying 92 rounds of ammunition. Its frontal armor was 102 millimeters thick, the turret armor was 150 millimeters thick, and the side and rear armor measured 82 millimeters. The more Hiller read, the more fervent his gaze became. It was not until a considerable time had passed that he handed the telegram to the eager generals surrounding him, who immediately gathered around, their astonishment evident as they marveled at the data contained within. After an indeterminate period, the captivated generals reluctantly shifted their gaze from the telegram, and the chief of staff, Walter, spoke up. Your Majesty, I believe we should dispatch an officer corps to the Far East, if these weapons are genuine. Our plans could be advanced by 5 to 6 years. Upon hearing that his grand ambitions could be expedited by several years, Hiller's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded. Send more personnel to assess these weapons. I require a comprehensive report. General Canas, deploy your finest agents to investigate where this Eastern individual has procured such advanced weaponry. In Hill's eyes, a glimmer of skepticism flickered. He could hardly believe that a mere Eastern warlord possessed the capability to produce such advanced weaponry. It was far more likely that some Western power had facilitated its procurement through Zhang Jin. As for the reason behind this indirect approach, Hill had already conjured his own theory. It was undoubtedly due to the oppressive military restrictions imposed upon them. A shadow of discontent crossed Hill's face. He felt an unsettling knot in his chest and muttered under his breath, "Damn those Americans." The officers surrounding Walter were suddenly animated, having discerned Hill's intentions. They understood that purchasing was far more practical than stealing. They merely needed to ascertain the location of the armory. Your Majesty, what if we cannot locate the armory in time? At that moment, an ill-timed voice interrupted, jolting Hill and his companions from their lofty dreams, their expressions shifting to one of dissatisfaction. Though Hill felt somewhat irked, he nonetheless recognized the merit in this possibility. He promptly responded, "We can first procure a batch of weaponry to arm our existing soldiers." Your Majesty, Bowman interjected, Andre has informed us that Zhang Jin demands gold. Without hesitation, Hill replied, "Then let us provide it." In Hill's eyes, restoring the Prussian people to their former glory was paramount. To him, money was inconsequential if it meant reviving the noble Prussians. General Walter, you shall lead this expedition personally. Generals Adrian, Mantine, and Kesseling, you shall accompany him as well. Upon hearing that their emperor had entrusted them with this mission, Walter and the others could hardly contain their excitement. In truth, they had been restless ever since they perused the telegram's data. Had it not been for Hill's formidable reputation and his penchant for unilateral decisions, they would have volunteered long ago. Bowman, how much gold do we have in our reserves? Bowman stepped forward promptly. My emperor, including what we have recently gathered from the Abraham people, we possess approximately 770 tons. Withdraw 200 tons of gold for Walter and the others, and deploy elite troops from the guard to ensure their protection. 200 tons of gold. Walter and the others were utterly astounded. This was an astronomical fortune, valued at no less than 5 to 600 million imperial marks. At this time, the annual GDP of the Prussian Empire was barely 750 billion imperial marks, making this gold worth nearly 1% of it. Were they truly to transport this wealth to the east? Upon witnessing Hill's resolute expression, they quickly understood that their leader was indeed prepared to take a gamble. Yet another question arose. How would they transport the goods back? At that moment, Hill declared, "Do we not have an agreement with the Xinhua court to assist in training their military? You shall utilize this as your official purpose for traveling to the Far East. Have they not also placed a substantial order for munitions with us? We shall deliver it all to them. This way, we shall have justification to dispatch additional transport vessels." Walter and his companions suddenly gained clarity, their expressions shifting to admiration as they gazed upon their emperor. Only Spes wore a troubled look. Your Majesty. Xinhua has placed an order for tens of thousands of rifles, and we currently cannot produce them in such a short time. Why produce them? Hill retorted, his words cutting through Walter's moment of confusion. We can simply draw from the active military's arsenal. We are about to transition to new equipment anyway. What purpose do these outdated weapons serve? It is an opportune moment to find them a buyer. But, Your Majesty, Xinhua is purchasing new ones. What newness? Hill interjected. It is already commendable that we can sell them anything at all. Rest assured, they have grown accustomed to kneeling and will raise no objections. At Baping Manor, in the outskirts, Zhang Jin walked along the narrow paths of the fields, flanked by guards such as Zhang Chong and Yining. Leading the group was Ding Baozhen, the commissioner of the Administrative Inspection Division of Baping Manor. Here, it is essential to mention the local governance structure of the Great Qing Empire. The highest official in a province is naturally the military governor, followed by the Civil Affairs Office, the Security Bureau, the Secretariat, the General Affairs Office, and the local court. The head of the Civil Affairs Office oversees civil matters within the province, while the Security Bureau commander manages public safety, overseeing local security forces. The Secretariat handles daily affairs for the military governor's residence, and the General Affairs Office manages the welfare and provisions for provincial officials and soldiers. Below this is the Administrative Inspection Commissioner at the prefectural level, responsible for civil matters within their jurisdiction, and below that is the county level, where the county magistrate wields considerable power, often referred to as a local emperor. As Zhang Jin traversed the winding path, he observed the wilted wheat on either side and furrowed his brow. What is the matter with this wheat? Ding Baozhen quickly elaborated. Please, military governor, discern the situation. Firstly, these fields are far from the river, making water access difficult. Secondly, the recent significant drop in river levels has left nearby ditches completely dry, resulting in severe water shortages for farming, leading to their current state. Why not dig wells? Zhang Jin blurted out. A hint of bitterness crept onto Ding Baozhen's face. What you may not realize, military governor, is that digging a well requires the collective effort of an entire village and can take months. Over the past year, due to drought, many wells have run dry, and the common folk are struggling to secure even drinking water, let alone irrigate their fields. Ding Baozhen's explanation caused Zhang Jin's cheeks to flush slightly. His previous remark echoed the sentiments of Emperor Hui of Jin, asking why the poor could not simply eat meat. He had momentarily forgotten that this was no modern society, but a time devoid of well-drilling machinery. Excavating a water well is a monumental task. To dig as deep as 40 or 50 meters, or even 100, by hand is utterly implausible. Even if it could be achieved, one could only imagine the time required, and large-scale implementation is simply unfeasible. In an instant, Zhang Jin felt the weight of his responsibilities grow heavier. The path to ensuring the populace's sustenance was fraught with challenges. The foremost issue of water must be resolved, or all discussions would be in vain. Just as Zhang Jin silently reminded himself to search for well-drilling equipment upon his return, an exuberant voice suddenly rang out from ahead. Come quickly. There is a spectacle to behold. Chapter 50. The Calamity of Opium. It must be said that witnessing the spectacle is an innate trait of humanity. At that moment, a resonant shout stirred the languid villagers to life, prompting them to abandon their labors and hasten towards the distant town at the end of the narrow path. Even Zhang Jin felt an inexplicable curiosity rising within him, leading his feet towards the town shrouded by verdant trees. Before long, he arrived at the town's sole street, where a throng of onlookers had already gathered, encircling the scene in layers. Zhang Jin adjusted the brim of his hat and squeezed through the crowd, only to behold a row of armed officers clad in dark leather, standing guard. Before them sat a middle-aged official, around his 40s, behind a table adorned with a wooden gavel and a bamboo tube filled with slips of paper. In the open space before the table knelt two men, one elderly and the other youthful. Who is that old man? Zhang Jin inquired of a nearby elder. The elder, casting a discerning glance at Zhang Jin, quickly recognized his distinct presence and replied, Esteemed sir, the case is presided over by our local magistrate, Lord Baodague of Wan City. Zhang Jin nodded, realizing that this was his first encounter with an official conducting a trial since arriving in this realm. He had imagined that such figures would only adjudicate under a grand, illuminated hall, not in the midst of a street. With a sigh, the elder lamented. The Wang family has crossed the foreigners this time. They are doomed. Sensing the elder's tone hinted at deeper knowledge, Zhang Jin pressed, Good sir, Could you enlighten me on the matter? The elder retorted somewhat brusquely. What else could it be? It's all the opium's doing. Opium? Zhang Jin's expression turned grave, and he managed a faint smile as he asked, could you possibly elaborate on the situation? The elder, evidently one who relished storytelling, began to recount the tale with great fervor. It appeared that the Wang family was among the affluent in the town, owning 30 to 40 acres of arable land near the river. After paying their taxes, they still managed to yield a substantial surplus of grain, making them one of the rare households in the town that could enjoy a hearty meal of steamed buns every few days. The head of the family, Old Man Wang, was quite astute in business, having established a small mill in town that flourished remarkably well, leading to a prosperous lifestyle that evoked envy from others in the vicinity. However, this fortunate situation was not to last. A group of foreigners suddenly descended upon the town, and soon, 2 opium dens sprouted along the main street. Within a mere month, a third of the town's populace fell prey to addiction, including Wang Dade, the eldest son of the Wang family. He squandered the family's wealth and, unbeknownst to Old Man Wang, even sold off the family's land. In just 2 years, the Wang family had descended into ruin, becoming a household of misfortune. To make matters worse, Wang Dade, unrepentant, set his sights on his younger brother Wang Erda's daughter, and shockingly, he secretly sold his own niece to the opium den in exchange for 2 taels of opium. Naturally, Old Man Wang and Wang Erda were outraged and rushed to the opium den to demand the return of their kin. Wang Erda is not an ordinary individual. In his youth, he spent time at the Tianfu martial arts school, mastering a few techniques of combat. He single-handedly defeated the enforcers of an opium den, leaving them in disarray. By chance, a foreigner was present in the opium den, and upon witnessing Wang Erda's formidable skills, he drew his firearm with the intention of killing him. Fortunately, Wang Erda was quick-witted and managed to take refuge beneath a table just as the gun was fired, thus narrowly escaping death. In a fit of rage, the foreigner then aimed his weapon at Wang Erda's father, the elder Wang. At that critical moment, Wang Erda's elder brother, Wang Dade, rushed forward to shield their father, only to be struck down by a bullet to the head. Witnessing his brother's murder ignited a furious response in Wang Erda, who hurled a stool at the foreigner, knocking him to the ground. However, this act of defiance brought grave consequences, as the foreigner promptly reported the incident to the authorities, leading to the immediate arrest of both Wang Erda and his father. Zhang Jin nodded in understanding, yet a look of perplexity crossed his face as he questioned why the officials, who were so eager to curry favor with the foreigners, did not simply dismiss the case, but instead opted for a public trial. The elder, casting a furtive glance around, replied in a hushed tone, "You may not be aware, but our Lord Bao is a distinguished official of the Qing dynasty, filled with righteous fervor." Regrettably, the foreigners wield considerable influence, leaving Lord Bao with no choice but to resort to this method. In the eyes of the public, those corrupt officials and foreigners dare not resort to trickery. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin discreetly observed Ding Baozhen, who was visibly restless beside him, before turning his gaze to the open ground. There, the elder Wang was kneeling, repeatedly bowing his head and crying out in protest, "Your Honor, I am wronged." "Wronged? What grounds do you have for grievance?" A voice sneered from the crowd. "You, a mere peasant who toils in the dirt, dare to harm Mr. Buren's. You ought to be executed on the spot." At that moment, several individuals leading horses approached, among them a foreigner and 2 men, followed by a contingent of soldiers. The voice that had mocked belonged to a middle-aged man dressed in white, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, exuding an air of refinement. Upon reaching the crowd, the middle-aged man turned and smiled ingratiatingly at one of the foreigners, saying, "Mr. Buren's, we have arrived." The foreigner, seemingly displeased, let out a dismissive grunt. The middle-aged man promptly bowed to the foreigner before straightening up and moving toward the open area, where the onlookers parted to create a path. Seated behind a table, Bao Dague observed the approaching figures and slowly rose, bowing to the portly man trailing the foreigner. "I am Bao Dague, at your service, Vice Commissioner." Hiding among the crowd, Ding Baozhen adjusted his hat and whispered to Zhang Jin, "Your Excellency, the stout man is Vice Commissioner Tong Xing, while the bespectacled gentleman is the renowned lawyer Rong Shengda from Yan'an, known for representing various foreigners and dignitaries." As Ding Baozhen relayed this information, Rong Shengda raised his voice, declaring, "Director Bao, I am Rong Shengda, the authorized representative of Mr. Buren's. My client has but one demand. to severely punish these two and to receive compensation of 10,000 taels. 10,000 taels. The onlookers surrounding the scene gasped in astonishment. For after toiling for an entire month, they earned but a few dollars, and the sum of $10,000 was a figure beyond their wildest imaginations. Kneeling on the ground, Wang Erda was instantly enraged. He stood up abruptly and shouted, "He killed my brother. Why should I pay him?" "Why?" Rong Xingda sneered. "Simply because you struck Mr. Berlin's. To harm a Western friend and disrupt the harmony of our allied nations is a grave offense in our great Qing country. Do not think it merely a matter of compensating. It would be justifiable to execute you." Wang Erda was infuriated by Rong Xingda's sharp words, retorting, "I acted in self-defense. Should I remain stationary while he fires upon me?" "Humph. Self-defense? Did Mr. Berlin strike you? Even if he had, you could not retaliate, for my client had ceased fire. Any further action on your part would constitute intentional harm." This provoked not only Wang Erda, but also the surrounding crowd, who were disgusted by Rong Xingda's shamelessness. Chapter 51. Rooting out the problem. Wang Erda glared defiantly. "Are you even a citizen of Qing?" Rong Xingda scoffed, casting a condescending glance at Wang Erda. "In a few days, I shall be a legitimate citizen of the Eagle Nation, breathing in the sweet air." With an exaggerated deep breath, he feigned ecstasy. The scent of wealth is intoxicating. This time, even the foreigners could no longer tolerate it. "Mr. Rong, I invited you here to take action, not to deliver a lecture." Yes, Rong Xingda replied, sensing his employer's displeasure, immediately bending at the waist. However, when addressing Lord Baodegi and the crowd, he straightened up. "Lord Bao, the facts are clear. Please render your verdict promptly. We are eager to proceed with the confiscation." Lord Baodegi coldly regarded Rong Xingda. "This official conducts the case. It is not your place to interject." Rong Xingda, nearly apoplectic at being disregarded by a mere county magistrate, turned to Deputy Commissioner Zhang Tongxing in exasperation. "Lord Tong, is this the caliber of official under your command? The evidence is irrefutable." Yet he continues to speak with such artifice. "Mr. Berlin's does not have the luxury of time to waste with you. His presence here already signifies your leniency. If this drags on any further, he will take his grievances to the consulate, and such trivial matters could escalate into international disputes." Rong Xingda's words dripped with veiled threats, causing the rotund official's flesh to quiver in fear as he hurriedly nodded and bowed. "Rest assured, Mr. Rong, the case will be resolved immediately." He turned, straightening his posture with an air of impatience, and addressed Lord Baodegi. "Did you not hear Mr. Rong? Resolve this case at once." Lord Baodegi, his expression darkening, replied, "Lord Tong, the evidence and testimony in this case are insufficient. How can we hastily conclude? I have ordered you to resolve this case immediately." Deputy Tongxing's face turned ashen at Baodegi's defiance, and he emphasized his words with a heavy tone. Bao Degui found himself momentarily speechless. He had anticipated that the public trial would instill a sense of caution in Tongxing and his cohorts. Yet, to his astonishment, these individuals displayed a complete disregard for decorum, boldly siding with one another in front of the gathered crowd, showing no respect for the common people. "Lord Tong, even if Wang Erda is guilty, what of the foreigner's act of killing Wang Dade? Shall it simply be dismissed?" Bao Degui was still unwilling to concede. The rotund official, observing Bao Degui's unwavering stance, furrowed his brow, ready to reprimand him, when suddenly, Rong Xingda, standing nearby, interjected, "This is easily resolved." He then produced a handful of silver dollars and tossed them onto the ground. $10 per life. This is a precedent established by our esteemed Mr. Burens, and I shall generously offer you $20. Director Bao, it is time to render your verdict, is it not? Bao Degui glanced at Tongxing and Rong Xingda, who were eyeing him with predatory intent, and a hint of self-deprecation crossed his face. As a mere county magistrate, how could he possibly contend with the foreign powers and the vast bureaucratic hierarchy? Just when he was at a loss, a chilling voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. Since when has a foreign entity, neither fully human nor ghostly, been allowed to preside over a case in Xinhua? How could the governor remain unaware of this? Zhang Jin's words sliced through the air like a winter wind, leaving Tongxing and his associates feeling a profound chill, their hearts sinking and bodies freezing in place. In truth, Zhang Jin had wished to observe how Bao Degui would navigate the situation. But upon witnessing the onlookers merely reveling in the spectacle, as if they were merely waiting to consume melon seeds, his frustration mounted. Even more infuriating were those clutching bonds. eager for the Wang family's demise to satiate their hunger for blood-soaked bread. In his fury, Zhang Jin could no longer remain a passive observer and stepped forward. Rong Xingde and Tong Xing were nearly paralyzed with fear. Zhang Jin's notorious reputation for ruthlessness was well known throughout Yan'an, who did not know of his penchant for beheadings and executions. Indeed, Zhang Jin wasted no time with pleasantries. He drew his pistol and aimed it directly at Rong Xingde, who was instantly struck with terror, collapsing to the ground, exclaiming loudly, "Governor, I do not know what crime I have committed. Why must you kill me?" Zhang Jin replied coldly with a smirk, "What crime? I find you repugnant. I simply wish to end your life." The sharp crack of the gunshot rang out in the street. After dispatching Rong Xingde, Zhang Jin turned his gun on Tong Xing and pulled the trigger once more. His swift and decisive actions left the onlookers in stunned silence, a palpable chill coursing through their bodies, their gazes toward Zhang Jin now filled with reverence. At that moment, Zhang Jin's attention shifted to Buren's, who sat atop his horse, and he commanded icily, "Dismount at once." The murderous intent in his eyes compelled Buren's, who had contemplated fleeing, to obediently dismount, his face betraying his fear as he stammered, "I am a member of the Shasun family. You cannot kill me. Otherwise, your government will not spare you." Ding Baozhen hastily approached Zhang Jin, stating, "Governor, the Shasun family is deeply entrenched in the opium trade. At least half of the opium in Xinghua has been transported by their family. It is unclear how many common folk harbor deep-seated hatred for them. However, their foreign guise and collusion with numerous high-ranking officials render them untouchable, even by the court." Zhang Jin could not help but emit a cold laugh upon hearing this. Foreign guise? Today, even divine skin is of no avail. Someone, bring me this scoundrel and hang him at the street corner, so that all who dare to sell opium may take heed. Furthermore, seal all the opium dens in town, and distribute the amassed wealth among the afflicted citizens. Upon hearing that compensation was to be given, the gathered populace instantly transformed their fear into gratitude. Zhang Jin, having been in power for some time, understood the delicate balance of benevolence and authority, yet, reflecting on the recent actions of the people, he could not help but sigh. It became evident that not only must the citizens be well fed, but their mindset must also be addressed. However, this was not the time for contemplation, for he had other matters to attend to. With a stern expression, Zhang Jin commanded, "Yaning, relay the order to all station troops to mobilize and seal every opium den in Yan'an and Yanbei. Arrest everyone inside, and those who dare to resist shall be executed on the spot." "Yes, Commander." Ding Baozhen's countenance changed upon hearing Zhang Jin's intent to eradicate all opium dens. After a moment's hesitation, he mustered the courage to advise, "Commander, the opium issue is deeply entrenched, and countless individuals are implicated. Pulling one thread may unravel the entire tapestry. I urge you to reconsider." Zhang Jin abruptly turned to glare at Ding Baozhen, his voice laced with fury. "So, you intend to stand idly by as foreigners slaughter our citizens?" Ding Baozhen, momentarily flustered, bowed his head in shame. "I am ashamed, Commander. Such empty words are better left for those citizens who have fallen victim to your indifference. I now present you with two choices. The first, I appoint you as the anti-opium ambassador for the Northern Territories, tasked with leading the charge against opium. The second, take your family and perish alongside them." Zhang Jin's menacing words left Ding Baozhen feeling weak in the knees, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. Without hesitation, he blurted, "I am willing to serve the commander unto death." Zhang Jin's expression softened slightly upon hearing this, prompting Ding Baozhen to muster his resolve once more. "Should anyone attempt to obstruct us, humph, let them all come forth." Zhang Jin retorted coldly. He may not excel in many areas, but he was adept at overturning tables. Chapter 52, A Subtle Strategy. The following day, at noon, in Beiping Prefecture, the populace was taken aback as fully armed soldiers appeared in the streets and alleys, riding in trucks. Soon after, the air was filled with the cacophony of gunfire reverberating throughout the city. The gunmen within the opium dens stood no chance against the military upon engagement. They were swiftly vanquished. In no time, all opium establishments in the city were sealed, with crates of opium paste being loaded onto trucks and transported outside the city, quickly forming a small mountain. While operations in Beiping Prefecture proceeded smoothly, other regions faced significant obstacles. In Jin Prefecture, upon the towering ramparts of Ximen, Song Yunjia, the governor of Jinfu, pressed his hands against the battlements, his gaze fixed upon the lengthy procession of armored vehicles below. His pupils contracted in alarm as he noticed, a mere kilometer away, a formidable line of artillery, dozens of howitzers arranged in a straight row, their massive barrels unmistakably exceeding 100 millimeters in caliber. "Damn Zhang Jin!" Song Yunja exclaimed, striking the battlement in frustration. That scoundrel must have calculated that he was devoid of heavy weaponry, brazenly threatening him. What could he do? Their resources were meager. Their most formidable armament consisted of merely a dozen small cannons, a stark contrast to the affluent Zhang Jin, who wielded power like a lord. "Open the gates. Clear the way." Song Yunja grated through clenched teeth, causing the officers trailing behind him to nearly leap in shock. "Commander, we cannot open the gates. What if they refuse to leave?" One officer protested. "Indeed, Commander, we can fight them if it comes to that." Another added, "Yes, we shall fight." As Song Yunja observed the fervent officers, his expression darkened. The previously vocal officers fell silent, their heads bowed in submission, resembling chastened children. "Humph, all talk and no action. You'd better open your eyes and see what lies outside." "Thanks. Artillery. What do we have to contend with? The lives of our brothers? Are their lives any less valuable than yours?" Song Yunja, known for his formidable presence, erupted with the force of a volcanic eruption, rendering several officers motionless with fear. Sighing as he regarded the now compliant officers, he declared, "We are all compatriots. What purpose does it serve to fight among ourselves? If we possess true valor, let us direct our efforts against the true enemy." Standing among the officers, Lin Wei, the commander of the 191st Division, straightened his posture and proclaimed, "Commander, we understand what must be done." The other officers, inspired, echoed in unison, "We shall heed your command, Commander." A flicker of a smile graced Song Yunja's face as he gestured broadly, "Open the gates." Before long, a soldier hurriedly approached with a report, "Sir, there is an officer below who wishes to see you." Song Yunja's brow furrowed. He suspected that the insufferable Zhang Jin sought to push his advantage further. Though he had already consented to allow the Dingbei army to enter the city, a smoldering ire lingered in his heart. "Let him come up," he commanded coldly. The soldier, intimidated by Song Yunja's icy tone, shrank back but quickly complied, hastening down to the city gate. Moments later, Zhang Chong ascended the ramparts with purposeful strides. Standing before Song Yunja with his legs together, performing a perfectly executed military salute. "I am Zhang Chong, commander of the garrison brigade under the Yan'an military governor's office. It is an honor to meet you, Commander." Understanding the importance of maintaining decorum, Song Yunja, despite his simmering frustration, forced a semblance of a smile. "What brings Commander Zhang to seek an audience with me?" With a cheerful demeanor, Zhang Chong replied, "Commander, I have come to convey the orders of General Zhang." "Orders?" Song Yunja's expression suddenly stiffened, and the fury within him could no longer be contained. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Chong casually remarked, "As long as the Jinmen garrison is willing to accept the orders from the Yan'an military governor's office, all financial and military provisions required by the garrison will henceforth be supplied by the governor's office, along with new weaponry." "Provision of funds? Supply of weapons?" Song Yunja stood in a daze, the 6 words echoing incessantly in his mind, and in that moment, his anger dissipated without a trace. Zhang Chong observed the stunned Song Yunja and the officers of the garrison, a fleeting smile crossing his eyes. It was evident that Zhang Jin was no altruist. Unwilling to engage in selfless generosity, his sole objective was to gain control over this elite northern force. Once Song Yunja accepted his financial and military support, it would not be long before the allegiance of this unit shifted to Zhang. Even if Song Yunja sought to instigate unrest, Zhang Jin had no need to intervene. By merely cutting off the supply of ammunition and funds, chaos would ensue within the garrison, allowing him to resolve matters as he pleased. Thus, the notion that possession of firearms equates to unassailable authority is not absolute. A critical prerequisite remains. One must have ammunition. At this juncture, Song Yunja regained his composure. Regarding Zhang Chong with a face full of suspicion, sensing a hidden agenda yet unable to discern its nature, his mind oscillating between indecision. One cannot fault Song Yunja for his profound reaction. Although he wielded control over the entirety of Jinfu, it was not as glorious as it appeared. Indeed, Jinfu is one of the 2 international metropolises in Xinhua, bustling with prosperity and a vast populace. However, this very prosperity attracts countless predatory forces. Leaving aside the foreign powers, There are local factions, the court, and other significant entities vying for dominance. Within this milieu, Song Yunja's strength is notably the weakest. He is not even afforded the scraps of the feast, let alone the meat itself, were it not for the various factions requiring him as a balancing force, occasionally granting him a modicum of favor. Coupled with his clandestine entrepreneurial ventures, he would barely scrape by. Director Song, our military command has stated that as long as you are willing, you may retain your original positions. The governor's office will never resort to the treachery of discarding you after use. Really? Song Yunja's eyes brightened instantly. As long as their positions remained unchanged, everything else could be negotiated. Director Zhang, does the military command have any other demands? His heart still harbored reservations. Zhang Chong smiled gently. Demands? There is indeed one: combat readiness. The military command hopes you will swiftly achieve operational capability upon receiving the new weaponry. A hint of difficulty appeared on Song Yunja's face. As a commander, he understood that transitioning to new equipment necessitates a period of adaptation. Just as he pondered this predicament, Zhang Chong interjected. To ensure you quickly attain combat readiness, the general has specifically dispatched 2,000 elite soldiers to train your troops, and in the future, these soldiers will be entirely under your command. Director Song, you need not worry. Zhang Chong observed the sudden shift in Song Yunja's demeanor and added with a smile. These individuals are merely ordinary soldiers, not a single officer among them. Upon hearing that there were no officers present and that he had received 2,000 elite soldiers, Song Yunja's face instantly blossomed with a smile. A bit bashfully, he rubbed his hands together and said, "How could I possibly accept this? Please express my gratitude to Commander Zhang on my behalf." Zhang Chong also wore a smile, albeit one tinged with a hint of mischief, which quickly faded as he adopted a serious demeanor. Commander Song, since we are now brothers sharing the same pot, I shall refrain from unnecessary words. This time, the commander has entrusted me with 4,000 rifles, 4,000 submachine guns, 1,000 Czech light machine guns, 72 80mm mortars, and 36 Italian cannons. These weapons can be utilized by the soldiers I bring, and I hope you can swiftly enhance your combat capability, so we may fight side by side in the future. As for the military pay, the logistics department of the Northern Expeditionary Army will have personnel verify the troops, and payments will be uniformly deposited into each soldier's bank account on the first day of every month. At that moment, Song Yunja was so overwhelmed that he nearly drooled. Hardly registering Zhang Chong's subsequent words, his mind consumed by the sheer numbers of 4,000 rifles and 4,000 submachine guns. After a pause, he finally regained his composure and responded with a smile. Everything shall proceed as the commander wishes. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of the Jinfu area, if operations were to continue smoothly, other regions could only be described as being on the brink of conflict. Outside the city of Baozhou. Chapter 53. Those who oppose me shall perish. At the gates of Baozhou, the commander of the 1st Division of the Northern Expeditionary Army, Li Jie, peered through his binoculars at the city gate, where Maxim machine guns were strategically positioned between every embrasure. Report to the commander. The garrison governor of Sherbao has sternly refused to open the city gates, demanding that we depart immediately, or else they shall fire upon us. Boom. Just as the messenger relayed the message, several fireballs erupted 100 meters away, followed by a wave of heat that rushed towards them. Yet, Li Jie remained unfazed. Having gathered intelligence prior to their arrival that revealed the city of Baozhou was defended by only a single division, equipped with standard rifles, replicas of the Mauser 98G, hundreds of light and heavy machine guns, a multitude of submachine guns, and an artillery regiment with 24 replica mountain guns of the 41 model. Such equipment would be considered formidable throughout the entirety of Xinhua, but unfortunately for them, they were up against Zhang Jin's Northern Expeditionary Army. As Li Jie gazed at the wisps of smoke dissipating in the air, a smile crept upon his lips. To come without reciprocation would be impolite. He commanded the artillery regiment, target the city walls and breach a gap for me. Understood. The artillery regiment, which had long been on high alert, prepared 36 M119 105mm light howitzers and 12 M198 155mm howitzers, raising their barrels high. Target, Area 12. Fire. With the order given, a thunderous roar erupted from the artillery positions, clouds of dust swirling as smoke filled the air. Shells streaked across the sky, accompanied by piercing shrieks, crashing against the towering city walls. Boom, boom. The resounding explosions continued, as what once appeared to be an indestructible fortification was shattered in an instant, with countless fragments raining down like torrential raindrops. After 20 minutes had passed, the deafening sound of explosions finally ceased. The towering city walls flanking the city gate had vanished, leaving only a heap of rubble to bear witness to its former grandeur. Although the city gate tower had not been directly struck, the shockwaves from the 155mm howitzer and the debris propelled into the air had left it battered and scarred. Li Jie set down his binoculars and intoned, "Advance." The resounding call to arms echoed throughout Baozhou as 72 M24 Chaffee tanks surged forward, their thunderous roar reminiscent of a deluge rushing towards the city gate. In an instant, the tower erupted with intense gunfire, bullets cascading like raindrops in a tempest, incessantly striking the armor and turret, sparking a flurry of fiery shards. A shell landed near one of the tanks, erupting into a fireball, and the shrapnel ricocheted against the tank, producing a cacophony of sounds. Yet it did not deter the armored column's advance, akin to tossing pebbles at an elephant, merely a trifling annoyance. The foremost tank was now mere hundreds of meters from the city gate, its turret swiveling rapidly to target the massive wooden doors within the gate. A shell crashed against the door, creating a gaping hole amidst a shower of splintered wood. A barrage of shells subsequently pounded the door, splintering it into fragments that fell to the ground, stirring a dense dust storm within the gate. The tanks accelerated towards the gateway. Simultaneously, a low, ominous whistling filled the sky as dozens of shells arced over the city gate tower, descending into the city, followed by earth-shattering explosions. The artillery that had previously rained down upon the city abruptly ceased. As the artillery dismantled the enemy positions within the city, infantry aboard M113 armored vehicles arrived at the ruins flanking the city gate. The turret-mounted M2 heavy machine guns opened fire, swiftly suppressing the defenses atop the gate tower. Seizing the moment, soldiers armed with Type 56 semi-automatic rifles leapt from the hatches, charging into the city. With overwhelming fire support and the close protection of the armored column, the garrison within the city crumbled under the onslaught of the 1st Division, falling apart at the first encounter, either surrendering or fleeing in disarray. The city resonated with the sounds of fierce combat as 1st Division soldiers pursued the retreating defenders. Near the center of the city stood an expansive complex of buildings, arranged in orderly formation, reminiscent of a parade square, pleasing to the eye. This was the site of the first modern military academy of the Daxing Empire, the once-renowned Baozhou Army School. Regrettably, since the Xinghua court relocated south and established a new military academy in Jinling, this institution had fallen into decline, often lacking even the most basic operational funding, ultimately leading to its dissolution. In an office building within the courtyard, Principal Zhang Bailey sat before his desk, his face marred by worry. Just yesterday, the court had issued a final ultimatum, declaring that no further funds would be allocated to the Baozhou Military Academy, effectively severing his last lifeline. Though he had contemplated alternative solutions and had made countless visits to the governor of Sherbao, the respect shown to him by Yan Su was of little comfort. Each time he broached the subject of finances, the answer remained resolutely negative. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion jolted Zhang Bailey to his feet, prompting him to rush to the window, where he was met with a barrage of explosions and fierce gunfire. Just then, the office door swung open, and the director of education, Tao Yu, hurried in, his expression grave. "Principal, the city of Baozhou is under attack." Upon hearing this, Zhang Bailey's countenance darkened. The merciless flames of war would undoubtedly bring suffering to countless innocents. He quickly rallied his spirits and commanded, "Director, immediately notify everyone to arm themselves and defend the academy." As soon as he uttered those words, the door was forcefully pushed open, and an instructor rushed in. Urgency etched on his face. "Principal, a tank division has surrounded us at Beiping City and the Yan'an military governor's office. General, the 1st Division reports they have already occupied Baozhou City. Governor Yan Su and over 8,000 of his men have surrendered, along with 2 divisions guarding the crucial routes of Sherman and the 2 prefectures." Zhang Jin nodded with satisfaction. The outcome had been a foregone conclusion. With the formidable strength of the 1st Infantry Division, even Yan Su's forces paled in comparison, let alone the elite divisions. Inform Li Jie to execute all officers of the Sherbao garrison at the company level and above. No exceptions. Zhang Jin had neither the time nor inclination to discern any hidden agendas. A decisive resolution would eliminate any potential complications and serve as a warning to those who dare to oppose him. General, Commander Li has also reported that they have taken control of the Baozhou Military Academy, and Principal Zhang Bailey is heading towards Beiping City. Upon hearing Zhang Bailey's imminent arrival, Zhang Jin could not suppress a flicker of excitement in his eyes. This was a figure he had long revered since modern times, and now he would finally meet him in person. Zhang Chong, keep track of the time and personally go to the city gates to welcome General Zhang Bailey. Once he arrives, escort him directly to the governor's office. I wish to personally extend my hospitality. Yes, General. Zhang Chong promptly agreed. Continuing his report, the 2nd Division, responsible for the defense of Xianghan, has informed us that upon reaching Xiangzhou, Governor Zhang Baolin retreated back into the territory of Ludo. Zhang Jin was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? He did not believe that their mere presence would instill fear in the enemy. Indeed, Zhang Chong continued, General, our intelligence has just confirmed that the Ludo military governor, Zhang Baozong, has died suddenly, prompting Zhang Baolin to lead his forces to Jiqing, likely in pursuit of the governorship. Zhang Jin suddenly realized that Zhang Baolin was indeed fortunate. Had he delayed even a day longer, he would have been cornered in Xianzhou City by his 2nd Division. The vigorous anti-opium campaign led by Zhang Jin had, after the public execution of the severe military officials, swept across the entirety of Yan'an and Yanbei. Not only did he seize control of the territories in both provinces, but he also dismantled all the opium dens on the ground. However, this action also antagonized a multitude of vested interests. In Beiping Mansion, on the bustling Empress Street, a gathering of over a dozen individuals convened within a courtyard near the palace. In the main hall, Huang Defa, the president of the Yan'an Chamber of Commerce, occupied the central grand chair, surrounded by others seated on both sides. At that moment, a portly man stood up and exclaimed, "That damned Zhang Jin has ruined our business. Are we to let this slide?" Indeed. Immediately, others echoed his sentiments. Such lucrative business. A single day of halt is a colossal loss. President, you must devise a solution. We cannot simply endure this humiliation. Who will take us seriously in the future? Precisely, President. If it comes to it, we shall confront this upstart. I have faith that with our resources, we can contend with a mere boy. In an instant, the hall erupted into a cacophony of voices, transforming the setting into a marketplace. Huang Defa, seated in his authoritative position, surveyed the agitated crowd, a flicker of brilliance igniting in his eyes as he spoke. Gentlemen, I understand your urgency. Who does not yearn for profit? It is precisely in such times that we must remain composed. Our military lord is no trifling matter. The governor of Shirbao commands tens of thousands of troops, and should matters escalate, he could simply execute us. And what of the governor of Jinfeng, who holds a major city? Is he not also bowing low before Zhang Jin? These local magnates, wielding military power, were powerless against Zhang Jin. With only a few men at our disposal to oppose him, how could we stand against him? This statement from Huang Defa left the crowd exchanging glances, their faces revealing a sense of defeat. The portly man who had first spoken voiced his frustration. President, do we simply acquiesce? Huang Defa, with a confident smile, rose and slammed his hand on the table. Certainly not. We are prominent figures in Yan'an. If we are suppressed by a mere boy, how shall we navigate the future? While we may not be able to confront him head-on, let us not forget what we excel at. With a sinister smile, Huang Defa continued, tell me, what would happen if all the shops in Beiping Mansion suddenly closed their doors? How do you think Zhang Jin would react? The eyes of those gathered around Huang Defa gleamed with newfound resolve, and an elder exclaimed, President, are you suggesting we stage another strike? Precisely. It is indeed a strike. In those days, the court sought to extort our wealth to confront the mountain and sea society. We merely halted commerce for 3 days, and the court dared not touch us thereafter. No matter how formidable Zhang Jin may be, can he rival the authority of the court? Huang Defa stroked his chin, a self-satisfied smile gracing his lips. Just watch. As soon as we declare a market strike, chaos will ensue throughout the city, and our military leader will surely come to plead with us. On the morning of April 27th, at the Yan'an military governor's office, Zhang Jin was sipping a bowl of corn gruel, slurping noisily along the rim. In modern times, such audacity at the dining table would likely earn him a pair of chopsticks hurled his way. Yet in this era, Zhang Jin was akin to heaven and earth in Yan'an. He drank as he pleased. Should certain individuals witness his indulgence and spread word of it, it might very well set a trend, and soon everyone would be drinking corn gruel in the same manner. Just as Zhang Jin was relishing his meal, Zhang Chong hurriedly entered. "Commander, a Mr. Oakes from Great Britain wishes to see you at North Ping Prefecture." Zhang Jin paused mid-sip. "What does that rascal want?" "Report, Commander." He did not specify. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Jin replied, "Let him in." Moments later, Zhang Chong entered with an elderly white gentleman, who immediately confronted Zhang Jin with an expression of fury. "Commander Zhang, why have you slain an upright and kind citizen of the Eagle Nation? What crime has he committed? According to our agreement with your country, you have no right to execute our nationals. You must provide an explanation." "Be silent." Zhang Jin interrupted impatiently before the old man could finish his sentence. "Zhang Chong, fetch me a coin." Zhang Chong nodded in agreement, hastily turning to comply. Shortly, he returned with a coin, which Zhang Jin tossed at the old man's feet. "The money is yours. Now be gone." Oakes, nearly fainting from indignation, glared at Zhang Jin, exclaiming, "Commander Zhang, are you attempting to insult the Great Eagle Empire?" Unfazed by Oakes' fury, Zhang Jin regarded him with feigned astonishment. "Mr. Oakes, is this not the price you set? $10 for a life." At this moment, Oakes, flustered by Zhang Jin's mockery, retorted, "That was for your nationals, not for citizens of the Great Eagle Empire." Suddenly, a loud crash resonated in the room, followed by Oakes' anguished cries, as Zhang Jin had hurled his bowl of corn gruel at Oakes' face, scalding him and causing him to roll on the floor in distress. Slowly rising from his chair, Zhang Jin coldly addressed the writhing Oakes. "Do you comprehend why I offered you a coin? Because the life of your dog here is worth but this much in my realm. Someone, take him away and dispose of him for the dogs." Zhang Chong hesitated for a moment before saying, "Commander, will this provoke?" "Provoke what? Who would know it was I who did it? Let them produce evidence." Zhang Jin's gaze was icy as he declared, "Damn it, do they truly believe I am a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will? If they provoke me further, I shall obliterate their real city." Just then, Yining hurriedly entered, exclaiming, "My lord, Ding Baozhen has just reported that nearly all the shops in the city are closed today." Zhang Jin paused momentarily, but his expression swiftly darkened. Those discontented with him had finally begun to act. "Go, summon Gu Chun." As if summoned by fate, Gu Chun entered promptly, stating, "My lord, the intelligence department has just received word that certain individuals in the city have banded together, intending to pressure you into rescinding the smoking ban by halting business operations. We have investigated, and nearly a quarter of the shops in the city are connected to these individuals, while others have been forced to close due to threats. Here is the list we have compiled for your review." Zhang Jin, however, did not take the list from Gu Chen's hands. Instead, he let out a cold chuckle and said, "I have already stated that anyone who dares to treat me as a soft persimmon shall pay with their life. Zhang Chong, present. Transmit orders for all military forces within Beiping City to assemble immediately and arrest every last one of their families, as per the list. Today shall surely witness rivers of blood." Chapter 55. The Law Does Not Punish the Many? In the Huang residence, Huang Defa stood proudly at the steps of the main hall, addressing the gathered members of the Yan'an Chamber of Commerce in the courtyard. "Esteemed gentlemen, today shall be a day etched in our memories. I am confident that it won't be long before our esteemed military governor arrives. When he does, we shall compel him to kneel before the revered Lord Guan and bow in apology." Indeed, bow in apology. The crowd echoed enthusiastically, their faces alight with joy, oblivious to the impending doom. "Chairman, he should be made to bow before each of us. Damn it, how much profit have we lost because of him?" Someone shouted from the throng. Just as excitement surged among the crowd, a hesitant voice broke through. "Chairman, do you think Zhang Jin might retaliate? He has taken many lives in Baozhou." "Retaliate?" Huang Defa sneered. "Does he have the audacity? A mere military governor dares to apprehend us? Does he not fear being drowned in the spit of the entire world?" Suddenly, the front door was forcefully kicked open, and 2 squads of soldiers rushed in, surrounding Huang Defa and his associates. Upon witnessing such a formidable display, Huang Defa's heart sank, his complexion turning pale. Could Zhang Jin truly be reckless enough to arrest them? While Huang Defa was engulfed in apprehension, an officer strode in and delivered a statement that nearly caused Huang Defa to faint. "Arrest everyone in this courtyard and take them away." Before long, Huang Defa and his companions found themselves escorted to the marketplace. Upon arrival at the execution ground, their faces drained of color. They realized with horror that their entire families were bound and kneeling on the ground, awaiting their fate. As the condemned knelt upon the execution ground, they beheld Huang Defa and his companions being escorted forth, immediately erupting into a chorus of anguished cries. "Father, save your son. I do not wish to die. Oh, you wretched lord, what have you done to us? We have suffered greatly. This is an injustice." Simultaneously, not far from the guillotine, a multitude of executioners, both young and old, gathered, wielding their large cleavers. The assembly appeared to consist of over 100 men, each displaying a range of expressions. Some exuded excitement. Others eagerly rubbed their hands, while a few stood there polishing their blades, and naturally, some appeared visibly frightened. Among them, an elderly executioner, well past 50, expressed his exhilaration, saying, "Such a grand occasion has not graced us in many years. Even during the Shanhae Rebellion, we did not have this many souls to claim. Father, are we truly to execute so many?" inquired a younger executioner, who stood behind the elder, anxiety etched across his face. The elder, noticing his trepidation, swiftly struck him with a resounding slap, scolding, "You young wretch, what are you afraid of? This is our livelihood. The officials command us to take lives, and we shall obey, as long as there is coin to be earned. Their guilt or innocence is of no concern to us." Brother Lin speaks wisely. A coarse voice chimed in. "Whether someone is wronged or not is a matter for the officials. Our duty is merely to execute. What else is our concern? Moreover, I have heard that those to be executed today are all involved in the opium trade. None of them are virtuous souls. The bounty we reap from their heads will be most rewarding." An older executioner standing nearby remarked thoughtfully, "You youngsters are fortunate to witness such times. Without the presence of the military governor, would we have this many heads to claim? We might well be left to the winds of the northwest." Suddenly, a volley of gunfire erupted, and the previously jovial executioners instantly transformed their demeanor, adopting serious expressions. They ceased their activities, hoisting their cleavers onto their shoulders, aligning themselves in disciplined formation, ready for the task ahead. Meanwhile, the bound Huang Defa and his companions found their legs weakening, their faces ashen. Such a grand spectacle naturally drew the attention of numerous spectators, with journalists armed with cameras among them. At that moment, a figure clad in military uniform, Yining, strode confidently onto the execution platform, unfurling a scroll and proclaiming loudly, "Today, we apprehend the rebellious Huang Defa and 438 others who have terrorized the land, establishing opium dens, wreaking havoc upon the village, and, most audaciously, daring to extort and intimidate, disturbing the order of the realm, truly heinous crimes. By order of General Zhang Jin of Yan'an, we hereby decree the execution of Huang Defa and his entire clan as a warning to others." Ying Ying recited the notice in one breath, his expression instantly turning cold and filled with murderous intent as he commanded, "Execute." At this command, soldiers immediately dragged Huang Defa and his family of over 100 onto the execution platform. In an instant, the air was filled with cries of injustice, so overwhelming that it seemed to shake the heavens. Some were so terrified that they lost control of their bodily functions, filling the execution ground with a foul stench that nearly caused the executioners standing behind to cover their noses. Just then, a solemn voice resounded, "Prepare." The executioners promptly approached the beheading platform, raising their gleaming blades in unison. "Execute." Under the sun's glare, the large blades flashed with a chilling light and descended swiftly, blood splattering in every direction. The voice of the commanding officer echoed again as the second group was brought forth. Thus, one batch followed another, first, second, third, until the number was lost in the chaos. The executioners had become numb, merely lifting, descending, lifting, and descending again. Countless spurts of blood stained the execution platform crimson, forming small streams that flowed towards the nearby drainage ditch, while severed heads piled up into small hills. The crowd that had initially gathered to watch the spectacle found themselves overwhelmed by a pervasive chill, leaving only fear in its wake. By the time the executions reached their midpoint, the bustling marketplace was eerily deserted, resembling a ghostly realm, save for the relentless echoes of "Prepare" and "Execute" reverberating through the air. It must be said that Zhang Jin's ruthless measures had indeed yielded significant results. The regions of Yan'an and Yanbei were now eerily tranquil. Those who had intended to stir trouble were rendered speechless by the sight of thousands being slaughtered, quelling any desire for rebellion. Even the newspapers remained silent, as if the rivers of blood from the previous day had never existed. This was an inescapable reality. Who would dare challenge Zhang Jin's brutal methods? Even those with a reckless disposition feared for the safety of their own relatives and families, knowing well the consequences of defiance. In a flash, all opium dens within Zhang Jin's jurisdiction vanished without a trace. Even the once dominant street thugs and underground forces hid away, afraid to show their faces. In their absence, the city naturally flourished in harmony and prosperity. Within the military governor's office, Zhang Jin was intently scrolling through his phone, searching for well-drilling equipment. However, after over an hour of searching, he was disappointed to find nothing of interest in the weapons library. Just as he was about to give up, his eyes widened in astonishment as the previously dull gray industrial library transformed into a vibrant display, shimmering with radiant light. Could it be that it was now accessible? Zhang Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly tapped on the icon. Chapter 56. The New Function of the Phone. Zhang Jin extended his finger and pressed on the icon, instantly transforming the mobile screen into a page reminiscent of a World War II weapon catalog, adorned with numerous small icons. However, unlike the chaotic weapon inventory, this interface was remarkably orderly, featuring merely two icons: agriculture and industry. Observing the simplicity of the icons on the screen, Zhang Jin couldn't help but reflect on the stark contrast between what was nurtured by a stepmother and that by a biological mother. The World War II weapon catalog was his own creation, devoid of any categorization, forcing him to painstakingly search through each item. In stark contrast, the territory library was a source of deep frustration. Soon, excitement surged within Zhang Jin, prompting him to eagerly tap the agriculture icon. Two new icons emerged: grain varieties and tools. He tapped on grain varieties, and the screen was instantly filled with a plethora of icons representing various seeds. Selecting one at random, he discovered variety, Jamite 23, yield, 800 kilograms per mu, environment, suitable for cultivation in the regions of Yan'an, Ludong, and Binzhou, price, 1,000 kilograms for 1 energy unit. Zhang Jin's eyes sparkled with delight. This was indeed a treasure. Returning to the icon interface, he then selected the tools icon, revealing yet another array of icons. Narrowing his eyes in concentration, he examined the options: tractors, tillers, harvesters, and other agricultural machinery. Clicking on one, he found product, Xinjiang No. 2 combined harvester, price, 1 unit for 1 energy unit. A cursory glance revealed that the machinery dated back to the 1980s and 1990s, corresponding to the so-called Cold War period, and there was nothing contemporary. Yet, considering the current era, Zhang Jin felt nothing but elation. After exiting the agriculture section, he opened the industry icon. Clicking on it revealed 2 icons: finished products and factories. Upon selecting finished products, dozens of icons appeared: vehicles, machinery, and electrical appliances. Zhang Jin examined each one, discovering trucks, motorcycles, buses, complete machine tools, equipment, 10,000-ton hydraulic presses, radios, televisions, air conditioners, and even toilets and toilet paper, everything one could possibly need. However, akin to the agricultural section, these were all antiquated relics, with the best items originating from the 1980s and 1990s. The prices were equally astonishing, regardless of the item. All were priced at 1 energy unit each. It seemed as though everything was being sold off at a tearful clearance sale. Of course, should one wish to spend 1 energy unit on a roll of toilet paper, there would be no objections. The vast array of machines and items stirred a fervent passion within Zhang Jin. Exiting that page, he clicked on the factory icon, which this time offered no categories but instead presented a dense collection of factory icons: hydraulic hubs, steel mills, thermal power plants, nuclear power stations, automobile manufacturing plants, aircraft manufacturing facilities, radio factories, artillery munitions plants, and ammunition manufacturing plants. At the top of the interface was a search box, allowing for direct searches of desired factories, which was undoubtedly far more convenient than his weapon catalog. Zhang Jin casually clicked on the hydraulic hub icon. Unit name: hydraulic hub. Volume specification: automatically generated construction data based on geographical environment, to be determined by the host whether to construct. Construction cycle: 6 months. Annual power generation, dependent on geographical conditions and water flow to determine total power generation. Potential power requirement: 500 points without personnel, 5,000 points with personnel. Zhang Jin casually browsed through the icons of other factories, noting a commonality. Regardless of size, the power requirements remained consistent. A factory without personnel required 500 points, while one with personnel necessitated 5,000 points. He discerned that the underlying principle was that labor held intrinsic value, whereas resources did not. He glanced at his own power reserves. 36 points. Despite his recent exploits, which involved vanquishing numerous foes, the system's algorithm was simplistic. Whether he killed, captured, or incorporated domestic adversaries, the power yield was uniformly minimal, just 1 point. Even eliminating criminals yielded no greater reward. Zhang Jin's gaze lingered on the details of the icons, his frustration mounting. Why couldn't his phone function like the weapon library, allowing him to exchange power freely? Cursing under his breath, he shifted his focus to an icon labeled Antibiotic Pharmaceutical Factory. Unit name: Antibiotic Manufacturing Plant Size Specification: 100 acres construction cycle, 1 month production types: penicillin, cephalosporins, streptomycin, and other antibiotics, as well as starch, sugar, and vitamin products, complemented by a medicinal glass manufacturing workshop. Power requirement: 500 points without personnel, 5,000 points with personnel. Zhang Jin fixated on the antibiotics the pharmaceutical factory could produce. It was not merely a factory, but a resplendent treasure trove. Without hesitation, he decisively tapped on the icon. Instantly, a pop-up appeared on his phone. Please select an appropriate area based on the factory's footprint and point the camera at the chosen region. Xiao Yi will automatically extract the factory and complete its construction within the specified cycle. Master. Zhang Jin was momentarily taken aback by the term displayed in the pop-up. In the novels he had read, the term host was commonly used, but this was the first instance of encountering a golden finger that addressed him as master. He found a peculiar comfort in that title. Just as Zhang Jin contemplated where to establish the pharmaceutical factory, a voice called out from outside. Report. The interruption momentarily disrupted his train of thought, and a frown crossed his face. Come in. Zhang Chong entered, bearing a look of trepidation. Zhang Jin's displeasure was evident in his tone. Report, Commander. We have just received a telegram. The inspection team from the Prussian Empire has arrived at the Tianfu dock and is expected to reach the train station by noon. Upon hearing that a significant opportunity was at hand, Zhang Jin's previously sullen expression transformed into a smile. He promptly abandoned thoughts of the pharmaceutical factory and stood up, informed the accompanying personnel to escort the inspection team directly to the weapons testing ground. I will be waiting there. Yes, Commander. Zhang Chong replied eagerly, continuing his report. Commander. General Zhang Bailey, the principal of the Baozhou Military Academy, has also arrived. Zhang Jin pondered briefly and replied, let them proceed to the weapons testing ground as well. I will meet them there. Yes, Commander. In the outskirts of Beiping Prefecture lies a weapons testing ground, which is, in fact, the location of the new recruit training corps. Zhang Jin, however, was not content with merely possessing 3 infantry divisions. Instead, he aggressively recruited new soldiers on the territory he had already secured. With generous military salaries and enticing benefits, he managed to enlist nearly 100,000 new troops in less than half a month. Such a large number of recruits naturally strained the existing manpower, compelling him to reluctantly summon 3,000 elite infantry and 200 elite non-commissioned officers from his phone. For otherwise, the battery life would not have been so low. Outside the training ground's entrance, Zhang Bailey disembarked from the vehicle accompanied by several trainee soldiers. A major general, who had been waiting at the entrance, promptly approached him, raising his hand in salute. General Zhang, my name is Chun Zhang, the deputy commander of the new recruit training corps of the Dingbei Army. The commander will arrive shortly. Allow me to show you around in the meantime. Zhang Bailey quickly returned the salute, displaying a modest demeanor as he replied, General Chun, I appreciate your efforts. He then gestured towards the 3 students behind him, saying, These are my 3 students, Sun Yuran, Shuelu, and Luo Dang. The 3 immediately raised their hands in salute. Chun Zhang nodded towards them and then gestured for them to follow, leading Zhang Bailey and his companions into the testing ground. As they approached the foothills, the sound of rapid gunfire suddenly erupted, immediately capturing their attention. To their right, a vast expanse of sandy land lay before them, surrounded by low barbed wire. They observed figures crawling swiftly across the ground beneath the wire, while above them, bullets rained down like a torrential storm, incessantly striking the sand and sending clouds of dust into the air. Zhang Bailey could distinctly see some bullets whizzing perilously close to the soldiers' heads, shoulders, and limbs, where a moment's inattention could prove fatal. Suddenly, A deafening explosion reverberated across the sandy terrain as a massive fireball erupted, engulfing the sky in a whirlwind of dust. Yet the soldiers engaged in training exhibited no signs of fear, as if the bullets raining down were but mere raindrops, having no impact on their agility and swiftness. This scene left Zhang Bailey and his companions utterly astonished, their minds racing with a singular thought. Were these individuals made of iron, or were they simply unafraid of death? Observing Zhang Bailey's astonished expression, Chun Zheng smiled slightly. He himself had been taken aback the first time he witnessed such a training method. General Zhang. This is a combat training program personally designed by the commander, aimed at acclimating soldiers to the chaotic environment of gunfire, so they do not become headless flies on the battlefield. Shuelu, standing behind Zhang Bailey, couldn't help but interject, General Chun. Are you not concerned that they might suffer casualties during training? Chun Zheng's expression faltered slightly. The commander has stated that sweating more in peacetime leads to shedding less blood in war. Losing one or two here is far preferable to the countless soldiers who might perish on the battlefield. The four fell silent. Though Chun Zheng's words were harsh, they found themselves unable to counter his logic, instead feeling that it held a certain validity. Please, this way. Chun Zheng raised his hand and spoke, then continued forward with the four others, soon arriving at another training ground. It was also an expanse of sandy terrain, where the deafening sounds of fierce gunfire echoed. However, instead of crawling under barbed wire, soldiers were sprinting across the field, engaging moving targets. These soldiers were fully equipped, wearing M35 steel helmets adorned with netting, their belts laden with 3 grenades and 4 leather magazines, while large, bulging backpacks strapped to their backs held entrenching tools, canteens, and other assorted items. They donned sturdy leather boots and had daggers strapped to their calves. The entire ensemble weighed at least 20 to 30 pounds. Nevertheless, the soldiers on the training ground moved with remarkable agility, as swift as hares. What astonished Zhang Bailey and the others was that these soldiers did not need to pull the bolt to chamber a round while shooting. They fired continuously. At this moment, Zhang Bailey exclaimed in disbelief, "Is that a semi-automatic rifle?" "Indeed, it is our own developed semi-automatic rifle, produced on May 6th of last year. Known as the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle," Chun Zheng explained, then curiously turned to Zhang Bailey and asked, "General Zhang, are you familiar with this type of rifle?" Zhang Bailey chuckled wryly. "I've only heard of it. They say it requires no bolt action to load a round, and one can simply pull the trigger to fire continuously. I never expected to see it here. Is this rifle standard equipment for the Dingbei army?" Chun Zheng nodded and replied, "The 10 newly formed motorized infantry divisions under the Dingbei army are all equipped with this type of rifle." Motorized infantry divisions? Zhang Bailey was immediately intrigued by these 6 words, which in the Western world represented formidable power. What exactly is a motorized infantry division? Essentially, it is a unit that utilizes vehicles for rapid mobility, engaging in foot combat upon reaching their destination. Just the term rapid mobility suggests an impressive fleet of vehicles, requiring at least 3,000 to 4,000. Not to mention a nation like Daxing, even in the Western world, only a handful of countries possess the capability to establish motorized infantry divisions, and their numbers are not likely to be substantial. Zhang Bailey's astonishment was palpable. While the group was still in a daze, the sudden roar of truck engines filled the air. They saw trucks billowing clouds of dust charging down a dirt path. Chun Zheng quickly ushered Zhang Bailey and the others to the side as a truck laden with a massive object brushed past them, followed by a second, then a third. It was only at this moment that Zhang Bailey discerned that these trucks were towing enormous artillery pieces, with their long barrels and substantial muzzles clearly indicating their formidable nature. This is a new artillery regiment of the training battalion, equipped with 105mm howitzers. Chun Zheng remarked nonchalantly, clearly accustomed to such sights, then added, "There are currently 10 such artillery regiments in the testing ground, each equipped with 48 of these cannons." 10 artillery regiments? 48 cannons? The 4 individuals accompanying Zhang Bailey were utterly astounded. Their impending meeting with the formidable General Zhang was shrouded in mystery. Who was this man capable of wielding such power to acquire an arsenal of heavy artillery? Surely, he must be a figure of divine stature. At that moment, 2 Willis jeeps came to a halt before them. A soldier alighted and whispered a few words to Chun Zheng, whose expression instantly grew solemn. He turned to Zhang Bailey and said, "General Zhang, the general has arrived. Let us proceed." Upon hearing that Zhang Jin had arrived, Zhang Bailey's demeanor also turned grave. He meticulously adjusted his military uniform, for what had once been a flicker of restraint in his heart, now transformed into curiosity and reverence, accompanied by a tinge of apprehension. Meanwhile, Zhang Jin had already engaged with the delegation from the Prussian Empire. The head of the inspection team, General Walter, was introducing the accompanying personnel to Zhang Jin. General Zhang. This is our Deputy Chief of Staff of the Imperial Army, General Mandatang. This is our Director of Armored Forces, General Adrian. And this is our Chief of Aviation, General Kesseling. Zhang Jin greeted each of them warmly, exclaiming, General Walter, as military men, let us dispense with the formalities and proceed directly to the weapons testing ground. Walter's face brightened instantly. Zhang Jin's decision aligned perfectly with their eagerness to witness the marvels they had read about. Without further ado, Zhang Jin waved his hand, summoning several jeeps that swiftly arrived to transport Walter and his companions. They departed towards the training field, where they encountered Chen Zheng and his group exiting their vehicle. Zhang Jin nodded at them, signaling for them to follow. The vehicles traversed the cement path until they reached an expansive training ground at the foothills, where dozens of Tiger tanks stood majestically at the edge of the open space, their imposing forms captivating the attention of everyone in the vehicles. As soon as the car came to a halt, a figure sprang from the vehicle with the agility of a monkey. It was none other than General Adrian, the Director of Armored Forces. Suddenly, Zhang Jin's eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed an unexpected spectacle. Adrian had rushed to the front of a tank, pressing himself against it and caressing the surface with fervent enthusiasm, even planting a few kisses on the armor, leaving onlookers bewildered. What an extraordinarily intimate scene. The group found themselves at a loss for words, and Zhang Jin could only chuckle dryly. General Adrian seems quite passionate. General Walter, let us approach as well. With that, Zhang Jin leaped from the vehicle and made his way toward the Tiger tank. Walter, momentarily forgetting the awkwardness of the moment, hurriedly followed suit. As they drew nearer, the sheer magnitude and majesty of the Tiger tank left them in awe. From a distance, it seemed unremarkable, but standing before it felt as though they were beneath an ancient behemoth, evoking a profound sense of wonder and reverence. In that moment, Zhang Jin could hardly contain the surge of excitement within him. This supreme weapon of destruction possessed an innate charm that stirred the blood, igniting a fervent desire for battle. Meanwhile, Walter and his companions were hardly in a better state than Adrian had been earlier. They fumbled and prodded, their eyes nearly glued to the tank, which had transformed into a captivating beauty, enticing all to mount it at once. Zhang Jin, determined not to disappoint Walter and the others, snapped his fingers and instructed Zhang Chong, arrange for General Walter and his team to take a spin. He then turned to Jiang Bailey, Chen Zheng, and the others, saying, you should join them as well, broaden your horizons. Upon hearing they could ride the Tiger tank, the Prussian contingent erupted in excitement, scarcely taking a moment to thank Zhang Jin before scrambling to climb aboard. Adrian, the first to ascend, stood in the commander's hatch, his face flushed with exhilaration. He leaned down and shouted to Walter, who was clambering up behind him, General Walter, this is precisely what the Empire needs, what it craves. Suddenly, the tank's engine roared to life, emitting plumes of black smoke from its rear. The acrid scent of gasoline did not deter those aboard. Rather, it sent their adrenaline surging. With a jolt, the tank surged forward, the tracks crunching and clattering as they spun, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. It charged straight toward a trench nearly a meter wide, leaping over it in an instant, before plunging into a mud pit, splattering thick clods of earth into the air. The muck, nearly submerging the wheels, did nothing to hinder the tank's progress as it reveled in the chaos. The tank then barreled toward a steep earthen mound, launching itself into the air before crashing down heavily onto the ground. Walter and Adrian, seated inside, were jolted from their seats, making intimate contact with the turret armor. Instead of feeling pain, they erupted in joyful exclamations, reveling in the thrill. After more than half an hour, the tank finally returned. Walter leapt from it, eagerly approaching Zhang Jin. General Zhang, how many of these tanks do you possess? With a smile, Zhang Jin replied, a total of 1,000. Walter's eyes widened, unwavering as he declared, we want them all. Zhang Jin looked at Walter's resolute demeanor, nearly exclaiming in disbelief. It seemed he had encountered a true magnate today. If one does not seize the opportunity, it would be a disservice to oneself. A perplexed expression immediately crossed Zhang Jin's face. General Walter, such a formidable weapon of assault. We ourselves are insufficiently equipped. You wish to acquire them all. The tone of hesitation in Zhang Jin's voice caused Walter's brow to furrow, for in his mind, even 1,000 units seemed scant. Just then, Zhang Jin abruptly altered his tone. Of course, it is not entirely impossible. However, it requires additional funds. Walter was momentarily taken aback, but a smile swiftly appeared on his face as he replied without hesitation, agreed. As a competent imperial soldier, the amount spent was of no concern to him. What he sought were weapons that would ensure the Empire's resounding victories. Zhang Jin could not help but smile as well, relishing this generous, no-haggle attitude. With enthusiasm, he declared, "Come, let us explore further." Subsequently, Zhang Jin guided Walter and his entourage to inspect the T-34 tank, the Panther tank, and the SDKF Z-251 armored vehicle, among other armaments. Yet, with the Tiger tank's brilliance preceding them, the other weaponry appeared somewhat lackluster, failing to generate significant excitement. Zhang Jin then drove Walter and the others to the airfield. This time, Zhang Jin unveiled the Bf-109G 6-fighter aircraft, which could reach a speed of 660 km per hour at an altitude of 7,000 meters, with a range of 560 kilometers. It was equipped with two 13mm machine guns and a 30mm cannon, and its wings could carry bombs weighing up to 250 kilograms. In addition to the Messerschmitt fighter, there were standard models of the Stuka dive bomber Ju-87B and the Mi-264 strategic bomber. The Mi-264 was a heavy bomber that could rival the B-29, boasting a maximum range of 15,000 kilometers and a payload capacity of 3 tons. Without further ado, Zhang Jin had the aircraft soar through the skies for a few laps. Walter and his companions felt no particular sensation, merely recognizing its utility, while the Air Force Chief of Staff, Kesseling, was utterly exhilarated, exclaiming that the Empire required such weaponry. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped into the evening. At the governor's mansion in Yan'an, after bidding farewell to Walter and others, Zhang Jin led Jiang Bailey and his 3 companions to a floral pavilion in the garden of the governor's residence. Principal Jiang Bailey, from this moment forth, you shall serve as the Deputy Chief of Staff of the Dingbei Army and concurrently act as the Acting Director of the Training Corps. Zhang Jin commanded imperiously from his seat. All instructors and cadets from the Baozhou Military Academy are to be merged into the Training Corps. The authoritarian tone and imposing gaze of Zhang Jin left no room for resistance in Jiang Bailey, who instinctively stood straighter. "I shall faithfully adhere to your command, General." Jiang Bailey's compliance greatly pleased Zhang Jin, for the addition of these elite individuals from the Baozhou Military Academy would undoubtedly bolster his efforts. "General," Jiang Bailey suddenly inquired with a perplexed expression, "why are we selling such advanced tanks and aircraft to foreigners? Would it not be better to retain them for ourselves?" This question had been lodged in his mind for the better part of the day, particularly as Zhang Jin had sold off 1,000 Tiger tanks for monetary gain, causing him considerable discomfort. Zhang Jin, observing the look of confusion in Jiang Bailey's eyes, replied nonchalantly, "The Tiger tank weighs 57 tons. Jiang Bailey was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by Zhang Jin's mention of the tank's weight. He soon realized that the 57-ton behemoth would be too heavy for the few bridges in Daxing to bear. Merely marching the army could lead to their demise. A wave of sorrow washed over him as he clenched his fists, reflecting on how the once magnificent eastern land, celebrated by nations far and wide, had fallen to such depths. Turning to Zhang Jin with fervent admiration, he thought that if anyone could lead them back to glory, it was undoubtedly the man before him. Zhang Jin observed Jiang Bailey's fervor, which was mirrored in the faces of Luo Deng and the others, their eyes gleaming with a hint of mirth. He had orchestrated this very effect by inviting Chun Zheng to the weapons testing ground. With a smile, he declared, "You need not overthink, since I dare to sell to them. We possess even greater and more formidable resources." Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps interrupted, and Zhang Chong rushed in, announcing, "General Walter requests an audience." Zhang Jin was astonished. Had the Prussians become so desperate that they could not even wait a night? "Please, let them in," he said, embodying the spirit of seizing opportunities, for he would not chastise Walter and his party for their impudence. In no time, Zhang Chong returned with Walter and his companions. Walter wasted no time, stating directly, "General Zhang, may we discuss the procurement of weapons?" A hint of helplessness flickered in Walter's eyes. He knew that their eagerness would likely give Zhang Jin the upper hand, potentially leading to greater financial losses for them. However, The urgency of his superior compelled him to initiate negotiations without delay. Just moments prior, upon returning to their lodgings, Walter had reported to the homeland, and the war enthusiast, Hill, upon hearing of the genuine weapons, had insisted that Walter expedite the transport of arms to their territory. Walter, understanding the gravity of the situation, swiftly organized a procurement plan and hurried to find Zhang Jin. Of course, Zhang Jin readily agreed. Walter promptly produced a procurement list and handed it to Zhang Chong, stating, "General Zhang, we require 1,000 Tiger tanks, 2,000 Panther tanks, and 3,000 Panzer IV tanks. Additionally, we seek 1,000 Bf-109 fighters, 1,000 Stuka bombers, and 100 Mi-264 bombers." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin turned to Zhang Chong, who quickly retrieved an electronic calculator and began furiously pressing buttons. After a moment, he raised his hand and reported, "General, the tanks will cost 57.4 billion imperial marks, while the aircraft will amount to 98 million imperial marks, totaling 237,876 kilograms of gold. Furthermore, let us add a 20 expedited fee." Zhang Jin interjected, casting a glance at Walter. "I trust that General Walter will not mind?" Upon hearing Zhang Jin's audacious proposal to increase the price by 1/5, Walter's forehead veins throbbed uncontrollably. This insufferable fellow truly regarded them as mere lambs for slaughter. However, the thought of his superior's stern tone quelled Walter's anger, and he gritted his teeth, conceding, "Very well." Zhang Chong, with a flurry of rapid calculations, raised his hand and announced, "Commander, the total amounts to 2,854,512 kilograms, which is equivalent to 2,854,512 tons. Rounded off, we require a total of 286 tons of gold." Zhang Jin cast a satisfied glance at Zhang Chong, who, without a doubt, was his soldier, demonstrating impeccable arithmetic skills. Walter, however, was left astounded by Zhang Chong's rounding. Good heavens, this was in tons, not grams or kilograms. While Walter was momentarily speechless, Zhang Jin's voice rang out, "Zhang Chong, how could you calculate it this way? One might think we hold General Walter and his men in such low regard. Let's make it a round number, 300 tons. It's pleasing to the ear and easy to remember. I trust that General Walter and his men won't mind this little excess. Will you, General Walter?" Walter gazed at Zhang Jin, who wore a serious expression, his face darkening with barely contained frustration. He knew this insufferable man would seize any opportunity to exploit them. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "Agreed." Instantly, Zhang Jin's smile radiated brighter than a fox's, completely disregarding Walter's displeasure. He held no illusions about the Westerners. Prussians were no exception. Their meeting was merely a convergence of mutual interests. Should they ever consider them friends, they would likely not know how they met their demise. Especially with the fervent activities ongoing in the Prussian Empire, there was ample wealth to be had. Zhang Jin was keen to seize every opportunity available. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up Zhang Jin's eyes as another lucrative idea struck him. "General Walter, are you in need of warships?" Walter was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Zhang Jin. "You mean warships?" Zhang Jin smiled, nodding enthusiastically. "Indeed, warships, those weighing several tons, brand new." Walter, taken aback by Zhang Jin's earnest demeanor, found himself momentarily bewildered. Who exactly was this Zhang Jin, capable of offering warships of such magnitude? As Walter pondered Zhang Jin's identity, the latter's mind was racing. Perhaps it was time to establish a navy. Yet, the thought of the personnel required gave him pause. Warships may hold little value, but personnel were invaluable. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed through his mind. Although the nation lacked many warships, it did possess a navy. By recruiting all available personnel and integrating a portion of his own, he could surely establish a modest fleet. "Commander, where are these warships? May we see them?" Walter, though a general of the army, understood the critical importance of the navy to the Prussian Empire. Zhang Jin, having no objections, promptly stood and declared, "Of course. Let us depart at once." In just 2 hours, Zhang Jin arrived at Jinmen, precisely at midnight. He found it convenient to exchange for warships, and he had already devised a plan for selling the vessels to the Prussian people. Before his departure, he summoned Zhang Bailey and instructed, "Bailey, do you know any naval commanders?" Zhang Bailey promptly replied, "General, the Deputy Minister of the Imperial Navy, Deng Yunchang, is a close friend of mine." "Then, you shall head south immediately. Regardless of the means, ensure you bring him here. and it would be best to accompany some naval officers as well. Jiang Bailey's expression shifted, instantly comprehending Zhang Jin's intentions, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. General, I shall set forth at once. 2 hours later, Zhang Jin, accompanied by Walter and others, arrived at a rather secluded harbor in Jinfu. Chapter 60. The H-41 class super battleship. Despite the late hour, the entire dock was ablaze with lights to welcome Zhang Jin and his entourage, illuminating the night sky. From a distance, 2 colossal silhouettes of warships could be discerned on the docking berths. As they drew nearer, it became evident that these were 2 immensely large battleships, resembling gigantic beasts lying in wait upon the water, one of which was astonishingly larger than the other, almost dwarfing its companion. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, including Zhang Jin. He had always believed in the supremacy of aircraft carriers, dismissing battleships as relics of the past. However, his perspective had now shifted. Why do men yearn for the age of grand ships and colossal cannons? Zhang Jin was now poised to provide an answer, standing beneath the massive iron leviathan. Feeling his own insignificance, he was filled with fervor and adrenaline. Indeed, while these vessels may seem outdated in the era of aircraft carriers, their capacity to uplift morale and unite the populace far surpassed that of the latter. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Walter finally regained his composure, gazing at Zhang Jin with fervent eyes. General Zhang, what are these? Zhang Jin smiled slightly. These are warships we constructed ourselves. The larger one is the Shanghai-class H-41 battleship, with a full displacement of 76,000 tons, a length of 282 meters, and a cruising speed of 29 knots, armed with 4 twin-mounted 420mm naval guns. The smaller one is the Shanghai-class Bismarck battleship, with a full displacement of 49,200 tons, a cruising speed of 30 knots, and equipped with 4 twin-mounted 381mm naval guns. Zhang Jin's introduction left Walter's eyes gleaming with excitement. What do the Prussian people desire? Simply put, something grand. The larger, the better. These 2 warships had undoubtedly struck a chord deep within Walter's heart. General Zhang, is there a radio station here? I must report back home immediately. A broad smile spread across Zhang Jin's face. It seemed the deal was sealed. Zhang Chong, take General Walter to find the radio station. He then turned to the still enraptured Adrian and others, saying, Gentlemen, let us rest here for the night. Tomorrow at dawn, we shall set sail and fire some cannons. Prussian Empire, St. Borland City. The Royal Palace. With a look of dissatisfaction, Hillier gazed at the Navy commander, Demitz, who had barged in recklessly from outside. General Demitz, what brings you here? The exuberant Demitz, oblivious to his superior's demeanor, excitedly handed a telegram to Hillier, exclaiming, Your Majesty. This is a top-secret telegram just received from General Walter. Upon hearing that it was from Walter, Hillier's expression instantly turned grave. He hurriedly took the telegram, and upon reading its contents, he was utterly stunned. A barbaric nation possesses battleships? How could this be? Yet, considering that Walter would never dare deceive him, his brows furrowed in concern. As a man driven by an insatiable desire for control, Hillier detested this sudden and uncontrollable situation. Nevertheless, he was filled with an intense yearning for the warships mentioned in the telegram. No, it was a yearning that reached its zenith. Since the signing of the Arms Limitation Treaty, Prussia's military capabilities had been significantly diminished. Restoring their former research and production capacity would require years. However, seeing the possibility of hastening preparations from Zhang Jin instilled in him both hope and a flicker of fear and unease. What kind of formidable power could muster thousands of tanks at once? And now, they had even produced battleships. The innate fear that Westerners held towards the East made Hillier suspect that there might be some conspiracy afoot, particularly in apprehension of reliving the calamities of centuries past. General Demitz, what is your opinion on Zhang Jin? Demitz, appearing unconcerned, waved his hands dismissively. Your Majesty, I believe this is not a matter for us to ponder. Our most pressing concern is to break the shackles imposed upon us and reclaim what rightfully belongs to us. Hillier, who had been grappling with uncertainty, suddenly experienced a moment of clarity upon Demitz's words. Indeed, the safety of the West seemed to be outside his jurisdiction. His foremost obligation was to lead the Prussian Empire back to strength, and Zhang Jin had provided him with a chance to turn the tide. With newfound resolve, Hillier's face transformed into one of calm determination. General Demitz, immediately contact General Walter. Regardless of how many warships Zhang Jin possesses, we shall claim them all. Demits, observing Hillier's resolute expression, felt a twinge of unease. They were negotiating for warships, not loaves of bread. My Majesty, acquiring warships requires a substantial sum. Hillier interrupted decisively. General Demits, we lack not for funds. What we lack is the opportunity to spend them. This was not mere blind optimism on Hillier's part. The Prussian Empire truly had ample resources. Even if they were short, they could always cleanse a few more cities. After all, it was inevitable that some wretched demons would be eradicated, and this was merely a matter of expediency. General Demits, you are to secretly select a contingent of the Navy to be dispatched to Xinghua and bring back the warships. In the Great Eagle Federation, in the city of Rundan, Prime Minister Churchill hurriedly made his way to the palace garden, where he spotted a striking figure tending to the flowers in a greenhouse. Churchill promptly approached and bowed, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I extend my greetings to you." The captivating figure regained her composure, revealing herself to be a stunning young lady of 18, possessing a beauty of unparalleled grace. Her striking azure eyes were particularly enchanting. "Prime Minister Churchill, what brings you here so early?" Despite being the Prime Minister of the Eagle Federation, Churchill dared not underestimate Her Majesty, Queen Eliza, who had ascended to power through a coup at such a tender age. It was essential to acknowledge that the royal family of the Eagle Federation still wielded considerable power, controlling the entire Federation and its military. Any military mobilization by Churchill required the Queen's consent. "Your Majesty, you must have received the news that Zhang Jin has killed yet another of our foreign affairs personnel," Churchill said, a hint of exasperation crossing his face. Internally, he lamented Zhang Jin, that wretched individual. We had already turned a blind eye to one murder. Can we truly ignore another without appearing foolish? What did the Parliament say? Eliza casually inquired, her attention diverted as she resumed meticulously pruning flower branches. Observing that Eliza had no intention of expressing her opinion, Churchill realized he had come in vain and would have to shoulder the burden himself. He then spoke earnestly. "Your Majesty, there is another matter. The Prussian people are stirring." Eliza paused momentarily, lifting her exquisitely delicate face. "What have they done?" Churchill shook his head. "The intelligence department has just received word that Shiloh is dispatching a significant number of military personnel to the Far East, led by Army Chief Walter. We currently lack specifics regarding their intentions." Eliza immediately grew vigilant. It had not been long since the last Great War, and the entire Federation had yet to fully recover from that trauma. She was unwilling to be drawn into another conflict. "My esteemed Prime Minister, instruct the intelligence department to ascertain the Prussians' objectives immediately. Are they secretly training their army in certain locations?" Churchill was taken aback. He had not considered that angle. However, the more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed, causing him to feel a surge of anxiety. "Your Majesty, we should dispatch intelligence personnel to the Far East at once. We must uncover what the Prussians are up to." Eliza contemplated for a moment. "Our presence in the Far East would be too conspicuous. It is not a place for yellow-skinned monkeys. Instead, have our people in Xinghua apply pressure on the Emperor of Xinghua to investigate. Moreover, regarding that Zhang Jin, he has repeatedly challenged the authority of the Empire, pressuring the Xinghua court for an explanation. The Far East has been too tranquil for far too long. It does not serve our interests." Meanwhile, on the distant islands of the East, a conspiracy was brewing. Chapter 61. A conspiracy from overseas. The Empire of Morning. Zosei Naval Base. The newly appointed commander of the Navy, Yamamoto Gojanana, stood grimly at the dock. His face turned ashen upon seeing the 4 Army amphibious assault ships moored at the pier, his complexion resembling that of a well-manicured lawn. As a staunch advocate of the aircraft carrier doctrine, Yamato 57 could only watch in dismay as his arch-rivals, the Army, equipped themselves with amphibious vessels, while his shipbuilding ambitions were thwarted by the obstinate officials of the Navy Department. This predicament was more distressing than death itself. Not only Yamada, but also the other naval officers at the dock exhibited expressions of disdain. A naval lieutenant, unable to endure the sight of soldiers boarding his ship, turned to his comrades and exclaimed, "Listen up. Upon arrival, ensure that every inch of the deck and cabin is meticulously cleaned. I refuse to tolerate any foul odors." The lieutenant's words ignited a powder keg of tension, provoking an Army officer who was about to embark. The Army officer retorted vehemently, "Baka Yuru," before descending the gangway and delivering a resounding slap to the naval lieutenant. The sharp crack of the slap momentarily froze time at the dock, leaving all onlookers stunned. Recovering from the shock, the naval lieutenant furiously shouted, "Baka Yuru," and retaliated with a kick aimed at the army officer. The army officer, refusing to back down, engaged in a fierce scuffle, and soon, the soldiers from both sides joined the fray, erupting into chaos. As the army soldiers rushed in to defend their comrade, the Navy personnel, incensed by the affront, charged forward as well. In mere moments, the dock devolved into a tumultuous melee, with soldiers grappling and curses echoing amidst the chaos. Fortunately, the combatants refrained from utilizing weapons, opting instead for a brawl of fists and feet. "Commander! Commander!" The urgent calls snapped Yamato-57 back to reality. Witnessing the absurd scene unfold before him, he was momentarily taken aback. Just as he contemplated issuing orders to separate the combatants, an army general stormed toward him, raising a fist to strike. Bakayuru, the sharp pain radiating from his "I made Yamata" gasp, momentarily losing his composure as he retaliated against the army general. Therefore, when the newly appointed Prime Minister Tojo Miko arrived with a Western associate, he was greeted by an utterly farcical spectacle. The highest commanders of the Navy and Army entangled in a fierce brawl, with no soldier left unscathed amidst the chaos. Tojo Miko's face turned a shade of deep crimson, not from excitement, but from exasperation, nearly bringing on a heart attack. Clutching his chest, he pointed at the writhing mass of combatants and shouted furiously, "Enough! Separate them all at once." The mourning officers trailing behind hastily rushed forward to separate Yamata-57 and his companion, bringing them before Tojo Yumiko. Looking at the battered faces of Yamata-57 and In Junraku, she exclaimed in exasperation, "What a disgrace! Do you even consider yourselves soldiers of the Empire in such a state? Immediately separate them." Naturally, Yamata-57 and In Junraku dared not defy Yumiko's orders, bowing in unison and hastily making their way back to the brawling soldiers. After a flurry of slaps and kicks, they finally managed to separate the two factions, observing the soldiers with their heads hung low like children. Although Tojo Yumiko was on the verge of exploding with anger, she understood that the conflict between the Navy and the Army was far beyond her humble capacity as Prime Minister to resolve. Not even their exalted emperor could mend such a rift. Indeed, this was precisely what some desired. If the Navy and Army were truly united, the political elite and the emperor would likely find themselves sleepless. Gritting her teeth, she commanded, "Go attend to your duties. Should you dare to stir up trouble again, I will report to His Majesty and have you imprisoned." Yamata-57 and his companion quickly bowed again and replied, "Yes." Tojo Yumiko then turned apologetically to the Westerner, "Mr. Shasun, I apologize for the scene." Shasun shook his head and spoke fluently in the mourning language. "Your Excellency, you are too humble. All I see here is the valor and ferocity of your nation." Upon hearing this, a smile broke across Yumiko's face. It must be said that individuals like Shasun, adept in flattery, were indeed rare among Westerners. However, her demeanor swiftly turned serious as she stated, "Mr. Shasun, we have adhered to our agreement and dispatched troops to attack Yan'an. Is it not time for you to fulfill your promise?" Upon hearing this, Shasun's expression also grew solemn, and his devilish brown eyes displayed a rare glimmer of sincerity. Although the veracity of his words was uncertain, he replied, "Your Excellency, we have been in contact with the Melaga side. From today forth, you may import as much scrap steel from Melaga as you desire, at a 50% reduced price. As for the oil you require," he paused deliberately, continuing at a leisurely pace, "you need not look far. There is oil within Xinhua." Mei Xiaoji was utterly stunned, her mind buzzing with the shocking news that had just reached her ears. This revelation was nothing short of explosive for her. Following a moment of hesitation, she reflected on the fact that no one knew more about Xinghua's situation than she did. If anyone were to claim the second spot in knowledge, none would dare claim the first. The fervent desire for Xinghua's land had begun centuries ago, and since the rise of Fuso, this longing had intensified to unprecedented levels. The intelligence agency had dispatched upwards of 80,000 operatives into Xinhua, meticulously surveying every mountain and river, even the narrowest of paths, nearly mapping the entirety of the nation. Mei Xiaoji could assert with utmost confidence that even the maps produced by Xinhua were less precise than those crafted by Fuso, as they had thoroughly explored the entire territory. Aside from a small oil field in Qinshi, there was virtually nothing else, and this was one of the reasons behind Mei Xiaoji's skepticism. Sasson was clearly aware of her doubts and spoke calmly. "Lady Mei, You have indeed surveyed all the likely areas for oil. But I wonder, have you explored Yan'an? Yan'an. Mei Xiaoji's brow furrowed instantly. Mr. Sasson, it is impossible for there to be oil there. We Fuso people are not foolish. Any areas in Yan'an that might contain oil have long been investigated, and no signs of it were found. A subtle smile appeared on Sasson's face. Mr. Mei, the places you have explored were likely those you believed held oil, correct? What about the areas devoid of such prospects? Have you ventured into those? Mei Xiaoji was momentarily taken aback as Sasson continued. Is it not true that you refrained from exploring other regions because the Americans claimed those areas lacked oil? Asserting that Xinhua is a resource-poor nation? How can you be certain they are not deceiving you? After all, Fuso is the only nation capable of contesting American maritime supremacy. Sasson's words struck Mei Xiaoji like a lightning bolt, illuminating her thoughts, yet she still harbored some doubts. Mr. Sasson, how could you possibly know such confidential matters? With a hearty laugh, Sasson replied, Lady Mei, please do not forget my position. There are no secrets regarding the United States that elude us. A wave of realization washed over Mei Xiaoji, and she found herself fully convinced by Sasson's assertions. Excitement surged within her as she pondered the capabilities of the Fuso Empire. Why, in the face of such technological prowess, had they resorted to producing laughable contraptions like the Dou tank? It was merely due to the scarcity of domestic resources, forcing them to tighten their belts. If Xinhua truly possessed oil, along with other mineral resources, they might very well stage a grand display of armored prowess akin to that of the Western powers. Sassoon observed the nearly breathless Mei Xiaoji, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. He was acutely aware of the Melaga people's suspicion towards the mourners. This scheme had indeed been executed with the assistance of the Abrahamites. Yet, the audacious Xinhua people, oblivious to their own folly, had severed their financial lifeline and ruthlessly slaughtered his kin. The Abrahamites had already suffered enough. All they had done was trade a modest quantity of opium. Cursed Zhang Jin relentlessly pursued them, nearly jeopardizing their Eden plan. Such a sinister demon, Sassoon and his self-proclaimed champions of justice could not merely stand by and observe. One truth remained. Anyone opposing the Abrahamites was a demon and should not exist in this world. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Sassoon sought to harness the power of the mourners to eliminate Zhang Jin, the one who opposed them daily. Mr. Sassoon, does Yan'an truly possess oil? Sassoon nodded affirmatively, retrieving a piece of paper from his pocket and handing it to Mei Xiaoji. In a place called Rinqiu in Baozhou, one of our exploration teams has discovered traces of oil, at least over 1 billion tons. Over 1 billion tons. The staggering figure became the final straw that broke Mei Xiaoji's mental defenses. He hurriedly exclaimed, Mr. Sassoon, please accompany me to see His Majesty. What you have said is of utmost importance to the Empire. Simultaneously, near the coastal waters of the Jinfu, 2 battleships surged through the waves. Suddenly, a series of thunderous booms echoed as the 8 massive cannons aboard fired. The immense recoil momentarily tipped the colossal warships backward, followed by the sight of 8 towering columns of water erupting in the distance. Walter stood on the deck. Excitement etched on his face as he watched the colossal waves stirred by the cannon fire. How much for these 2 warships from Zhang Junmen? Zhang Jin replied with a smile. Not expensive. The larger one costs 115 tons of gold, while the smaller one is 75 tons. I have 3 large and 5 small in total. We'll take them all. Walter responded without hesitation. What a straightforward deal. Observing Walter's unblinking agreement, Zhang Jin gave a thumbs up, secretly marveling at the wealth of these Prussians. No, it should be the Abrahamites who were truly affluent. He was acutely aware of the origins of this gold. Just as Zhang Jin was lost in thought, Zhang Chong hurried over, handing him a telegram. Upon receiving it, Zhang Jin's expression changed instantly, cold light flashing in his eyes. Damn it, they think I'm a soft target again. Zhang Chong, connect me to the Air Force. Chapter 63. The Heavens Will Rain Bombs. Xinhua, the capital city of Jinling. In the Imperial Palace, the young Emperor Jin Yi, the Empress Dowager Rong, and the Chief Minister Yuan Shiqing stood within the Fengtian Hall. Before them stood Foreign Affairs Minister Chu Shiji, his face grave as he addressed them. Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, Chief Minister, the Great Eagle Empire has issued a final ultimatum, demanding we immediately deal with Zhang Jin. Otherwise, they will take all necessary measures, and we shall bear the consequences. Upon hearing the news, Rong's complexion turned ashen, as if she were transported back several decades. Despite her youthful appearance, being just over 30, she was in fact 36. Having endured a significant period marked by the dark history of the Great Prosperity Empire, which left an indelible impression on her. Thus, upon learning that foreigners were planning another grand scheme, she was instantly gripped by fear. Yuan Shiqing's expression mirrored her trepidation. He was acutely aware of the nature of these foreigners, whom he regarded as opportunistic and unscrupulous. They would often threaten him in the court, and although he recognized their intimidation as mere bluster, he could not shake the feeling of inferiority, which rendered him reluctant to offend them. This sentiment had become a common affliction among the citizens of Xinghua, as decades of oppression and exploitation had left them unable to stand tall. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Shiqing ultimately yielded, his countenance dark and grave. Order the Privy Council to immediately issue a decree. Zhang Jin, the governor of Yunnan, shows blatant disregard for the law, scorns the court, and recklessly endangers lives for his own selfish gain, thereby placing the court in a precarious position. His crimes are egregious. Strip him of all his official titles and positions. Dispatch the guards to the North Zhili Inspectorate to apprehend Zhang Jin at the opportune moment and escort him back to the capital for judgment. Upon hearing Yuan Shiqing's intention to capture Zhang Jin, Rong's expression changed dramatically. Chancellor, is this truly wise? What if we provoke him further? Wouldn't the North descend into chaos? Yuan Shiqing's demeanor was resolute. Let there be chaos, for it is preferable to the troubles these foreigners would bring upon us. Observing his unwavering stance, Rong's brow furrowed with concern. What if he dares to march into the capital? Yuan Shiqing's expression shifted as memories of recent humiliation surged forth, his teeth grinding audibly in anger. It was my oversight that allowed this wretched man to exploit the situation. Now that the capital is fortified with troops, he will not be allowed to act with impunity. The more he contemplated, the more incensed he became, shouting, "Bring me someone." A young eunuch quickly entered the room. "Chancellor, you are to relay my orders immediately. Command the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th guards to mobilize at once, relocating to the borders between South Zhili and Shandong. Additionally, summon the 2nd Artillery Corps and the 1st Air Squadron for coordinated operations. The Zhang family in East Lu is vying for the governorship of East Lu, is it not? Inform them that whoever defeats Zhang Jin shall be appointed as the governor of East Lu, and if they manage to kill him, I shall elevate them to the position of governor of North Zhili." The eunuch hastily acknowledged and departed. Yuan Shiqing then turned to the Empress Dowager. "Your Majesty, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." Without so much as a bow, he hurriedly exited. Suddenly, Emperor Guangtong, who had remained silent while seated on the dragon throne, slammed his hand on the table in anger. "Mother, look at this. Yuan Shiqing increasingly disregards me." At this moment, Rong regained her composure, her eyes glinting with sharp intelligence. Ignoring Emperor Guangtong, she turned towards a screen at the back of the hall and called out, "Eunuch Su." Suddenly, an elderly eunuch emerged from behind the screen, taking small, measured steps. "Your Majesty," Rong replied in a hushed tone, "you must immediately send a confidential telegram to Zhang Jin, conveying everything you have heard. As you command." The Emperor of Guangtong found himself momentarily bewildered by the unexpected appearance of the old eunuch. His confusion deepened upon realizing that his mother intended to assist Zhang Jin. "Mother, why disclose this information to Zhang Jin? Would it not be better for them to tear each other apart?" The Emperor, not lacking in intellect, expressed his bewilderment, prompting Rong to sigh and explain solemnly, "Zhang Jin is no ordinary individual. He once brazenly led a contingent into the capital. Who knows what he might do next? We, as mother and son, are akin to a dish of meat on the table. Everyone is poised to take a bite. To endure, we must learn to navigate our alliances wisely." Upon hearing this, the Emperor fell silent, and after a long pause, he raised his head. "Mother, must I continue to bear this crown? Is there not merit in living peacefully, rather than engaging in such turmoil?" A sharp slap echoed through the grand hall, followed by Rong's piercing scream. "Useless wretch! I forbid you from uttering such words." Time shifted back to the battleship. Zhang Jin, upon reading the telegram from Rong, grew increasingly incensed. "Damn it! Is it truly necessary to cling to the past over a few lives?" He fumed. "And what of Yuan Shiqing? Wasn't he merely confined for a few days and extorted for 18 million? Is there not a saying about laughter dispelling enmity? Such pettiness." He was incensed that they perceived him as meek, a man who would not retaliate or respond in kind. Zhang Chong promptly ordered the aviation department to deploy aircraft to obliterate Yuan Shiqing's residence. And those blasted Americans, he continued, dispatch long-range bombers to pay a visit to Rundan. I intend to show them that the heavens of the east do not merely rain or snow, but can also rain down bombs. Zhang Chong saluted and hastily departed. Zhang Jin, disinterested in the vast ocean, commanded a return to port. Upon arriving at the dock, Yanning approached him, presenting a telegram. General, this is an urgent message just received from the intelligence department. The enemy has 4 divisions secretly advancing towards Yuguan. Zhang Jin furrowed his brow. What of the garrison at Yuguan? General, the aide replied, according to treaties signed with the Western nations, Yuguan may host any foreign troops. The enemy has a brigade stationed near Yuguan. To avoid being caught in a pincer, Song Yunja's forces have established a defensive line on the plains near Tongshan. Zhang Jin's brow knitted tightly. He was incensed by the multitude of treaties signed by the wretched Daxing court. He promptly commanded, send a telegram to Song Yunja, instructing him to march north at once. Let him partake in the spoils and demonstrate his loyalty. At Beiping Prefecture, the airfield, a piercing alarm suddenly reverberated throughout the airport, transforming the once serene atmosphere into a cacophony of activity. Pilots and ground crew rushed from their posts. Chapter 64, The Flames of Wrath. In the dormitory, Gao Yuanhang, who had been deep in slumber, jolted awake. He exclaimed loudly to his equally startled companions, Lu Yunqin, Lu Xingong, Li Guidan, Yan Haiwen, and Shun Zhonghui. There's a situation. Quickly, the sleepy-eyed Lu Yunqin and the others immediately shook off their drowsiness, their eyes glinting with a flicker of excitement. Having spent a considerable amount of time here, their days were a monotonous cycle of training, and they longed for the thrill of real engagement. Eagerly donning their uniforms, they followed Gao Yuanhang out of the barracks and sprinted towards the airport. Upon reaching the runway, they were awestruck. Before them, a fleet of towering B-36D bombers, as colossal as skyscrapers, were being towed from the hangar. One such aircraft slowly passed by, its will nearly matching their height. Gao Yuanhang could hardly comprehend the enormity of it. Is this really an airplane? How can something so large even fly? Yan Haiwen was so overwhelmed that he stuttered, the sheer size of the aircraft far exceeding his imagination. At that moment, a commanding voice echoed from behind them. Instinctively, Gao Yuanhang and his companions stood at attention. Their chests puffed out as they responded in unison, present. A middle-aged man in his 30s strode forward and coldly instructed, prepare yourselves. You will accompany this mission as co-pilots. Gao Yuanhang's eyes widened in disbelief, a wave of joy washing over him as he gazed at their superior, Director Li Xing of the Aviation Department. Director Li, is that truly the case? A faint smile flickered across Li Xing's stern visage. Although they were locals, their enthusiasm and diligence had earned his respect. In just over 10 days, they had grasped the intricacies of piloting the new aircraft, exhibiting remarkable talent that was hard to overlook. Execute the orders. Li Xing resumed his usual demeanor, uttering those 4 words, which sent Gao Yuanhang and his companions into a frenzy of exhilaration. They leaped into the air, shouting yes. This is fantastic. Eagerly, they dashed towards their assigned planes as per Li Xing's directives. Gao Yuanhang was the first to board his aircraft. Finding all crew members already present, save for himself, he promptly stood at attention and declared, Trainee Gao Yuanhang reporting for duty, ready for instructions from the captain. The captain, a young man not much older than Gao Yuanhang, smiled and gestured to the seat beside him. Take a seat. Thank you, Captain. Just as Gao Yuanhang settled in, the captain's commanding voice resonated. Tower, Peace Eagle 1 is prepared for takeoff. Requesting clearance. In response, the sweet voice from the tower chimed in, takeoff granted. Upon hearing the command, the captain immediately sprang into action, methodically switching on all the controls. The low hum of the engines soon crescendoed into a powerful roar. With a deft push of the control stick, the colossal strategic bomber began to glide away from the tarmac, gaining speed as it progressed toward the runway. Before long, Gao Yuanhang felt a tremendous surge of force against his back as the bomber soared skyward. He instinctively leaned forward to gaze down, witnessing titanic aircraft rising like mythical beasts from the earth. At that moment, dawn was breaking, and the orange hues of the morning sun adorned the fleet with a breathtaking cloak of brilliance, rendering it sacred and inviolable. Captain, where are we headed? Gao Yuanhang inquired with curiosity. The captain smiled faintly and replied, We are taking a leisurely trip to the Eagle Nation. The Eagle Nation? Gao Yuanhang was momentarily taken aback. Though he was uncertain of the distance from Xinghua to the Eagle Nation, he was certainly aware of the phrase thousands of miles across the ocean. Could an aircraft truly traverse such vast distances? Seemingly attuned to Gao Yuanhang's unspoken doubts, the captain chuckled and elucidated. The aircraft we are aboard is known as the Peace Creator, capable of reaching a maximum speed of 707 kilometers per hour, with a range of 16,800 kilometers. Its munitions bay can carry 327 tons of ordnance. The capital of the Eagle Nation lies 100 kilometers from us, making the round trip a total of 16,200 kilometers. A single round trip is certainly feasible. However, to extend our airborne duration, we are only carrying 1/3 of our ammunition for this mission. Gao Yuanhang, in awe, could not help but gape. An aircraft capable of soaring over 10,000 kilometers while hauling tons of munitions. Wasn't this the stuff of imagination found only in textbooks? How had it transformed into reality here and now? Several hours later, the cabin was suddenly pierced by a shrill alarm, jolting Gao Yuanhang from his reverie. The navigator's voice rang out. "Captain, we have arrived at the designated location." At that moment, the great Eagle Empire lay shrouded in the depths of night. A pitch-black expanse broken only by a vast area of illumination below, resembling a congregation of fireflies, glaringly conspicuous in the dark. "Prepare for bomb release." The captain's voice resonated, instantly heightening the tension within the cabin. Everyone promptly returned to their stations, busily preparing for the task at hand. Soon, a voice announced, "Bomb release preparations are complete. Release bombs," commanded the captain with a steely tone. The bombardier immediately pressed a red button, and the engines roared as the bomb bay doors beneath the aircraft gradually opened, revealing a massive weapon rack laden with enormous bombs. With another press of a button by the bombardier, the bombs suspended from the rack plummeted earthward in rapid succession. Simultaneously, the other 11 B-30 SIXs released their payloads, and within moments, the ground erupted into dazzling fireballs. However, Gao Yuanhang and his companions had no time to admire the spectacle below. After discharging their munitions, they swiftly maneuvered the aircraft to depart. Below, the city lay in utter chaos. The power of a 1,000-kilogram aerial bomb was astonishing when it struck. It reduced the buildings at the epicenter to rubble. A massive shockwave instantly conjured a storm of dust and debris, sweeping everything in its path into the air. The entire city began to tremble violently. In the palace, the deafening explosion and intense tremors startled Queen Eliza, who immediately sat up and rushed to the window. Before her eyes, a towering inferno erupted nearby, causing her to cover her mouth in shock. "Oh my God, has war broken out?" As Eliza stood there, helpless, several guards hurried in, urging, "Your Majesty, we must leave at once." Suddenly, a thunderous explosion pierced the air, followed by a wave of heat that shattered the glass, sending shards flying into the room and propelling Eliza and the guards back, collapsing amidst a pile of broken glass. Queen Eliza cried out in agony as she struggled to rise, her hands marred with cuts. A piercing scream erupted from the palace. "Ah, someone bring me a mirror. My face." Chapter 65, Ascension Bomb. After a considerable time, Eliza was assisted out of the palace, having regained her composure. Fortunately, her exquisite visage remained unscathed, alleviating her immediate distress. However, upon witnessing the devastation outside, she was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly the world-renowned city where the sun never sets? The splendid palace now lay in ruins, the ground littered with debris, while fierce flames ravaged the city, illuminating the sky. Wails of despair echoed throughout the streets, as if the city had descended into hell. "Your Majesty." Churchill rushed over, his expression grave. It was an aerial bombardment. Eliza's demeanor shifted instantly to one of cold resolve. Who is responsible? Bombing the capital of a nation was tantamount to declaring war. They must respond accordingly. Simultaneously, in the imperial capital, Yuan Shiqing, his face glistening, emerged from the palace, struggling to fit his corpulent form into a sedan with the help of guards. His official residence was not far from the palace, merely across a moat. Inside the specially designed vehicle, Yuan Shiqing occupied the back seat, resembling a peculiar sight akin to an egg atop a football. His chief minister, seated in the front passenger seat, turned to him and said, "Minister, an urgent telegram has just arrived from Li Weigong in Beiping. They missed their target outside the military governor's office. Zhang Jin was not there, as he seems to have taken a group of foreigners to Tianfu. Yuan Shiqing's expression shifted. Are they Prussians? Qiao Yuzhong paused. Then his eyes brightened. Minister, are you suggesting that the foreigners with Zhang Jin are the Prussians sought by the Eagle Nation? Yuan Shiqing spoke with conviction. This is the East, not a haven for Westerners. The sudden appearance of such a large group of foreigners in Yan'an could only point to them. Yuzhong immediately informed Li Weigong to investigate the purpose of these foreigners. By the way, what is Zhang Jin's reaction? Yuan Shiqing suddenly inquired. Qiao Yuzhong promptly responded. There has been no movement from the Yan'an military governor's office, nor any signs of troop mobilization. However, our intelligence personnel in Fengtian have just sent a report indicating that 4 divisions of the Morning Empire are secretly advancing towards the Yuguan corridor and should be nearing it now, seemingly intent on making a move against Yan'an. Upon hearing that the Morning Empire's forces were once again heading south, Yuan Shiqing erupted with indignation, cursing. Those damned little devils are truly relentless. Yet, he suddenly let out a cold laugh. This may actually work in our favor. Let them engage in mutual destruction. After all, isn't Zhang Jin heralded as a great hero for resisting the Morning Empire? I am quite eager to witness how he confronts those little devils this time. Qiao Yuzhong, initially worried, now brightened, gazing at Yuan Shiqing with admiration. Indeed, sir. Let them tear each other apart, and we can reap the benefits. Buzzing filled the air as the carriage entered the courtyard of the Prime Minister's residence, causing Yuan Shiqing's countenance to darken immediately. Yuzhong, have I not made it clear? No aircraft is permitted to fly over the capital. Who dares to defy my orders? Qiao Yuzhong hastily replied, I will send someone to investigate. As he exited the vehicle, a tremendous roar drew closer. Looking up, he saw an aircraft diving towards him, sending him into a panic, wanting to flee. However, no matter how swift he was, he could not outrun the descending plane. The A-1 Sky Raider bomber swooped past his car, and in that instant, 2 bombs fell from its wings. Boom. In quick succession, 2 explosions rocked the area, obliterating the small car. Even though Qiao Yuzhong had managed to run several meters away, he too was caught in the blast, meeting a tragic fate. At that moment, more Sky Raiders descended from the heavens, transforming the Prime Minister's residence into a blazing inferno. Chapter 66. The Outbreak of War. On May 1st, 7933 in the new calendar, the 24th year of Guangdong, the Yan'an military governor's office issued a communique. At noon on April 29th, 6 aircraft from the Yan'an military governor's office's aviation department experienced equipment failure during a routine combat readiness patrol, resulting in 24 500-kilogram bombs inadvertently falling onto the Prime Minister's residence. This tragic incident led to the immediate demise of Prime Minister Yuan Shiqing, along with his entire family and the Deputy Minister of the Privy Council, Qiao Yuzhong. In profound sorrow, I, Jin, am unable to eat or find comfort at night. Thus, I have resolved to donate 10 silver dollars as burial funds for the Prime Minister's family to console their spirits in the heavens. In an instant, the world was abuzz, with turmoil rising. In the garden pavilion of the military governor's office, Zhang Jin had just enjoyed a delightful afternoon nap and was now seated at the table, relishing a sumptuous feast. The table was laden with dishes such as sand onion beef, roasted duck, assorted fresh vegetables, ice flower pot stickers, crab roe shao mai, squirrel fish, lion's head meatballs, kung pao chicken, stir-fried fatty intestines with chili, dompa pork, and many more, creating a magnificent spread. There is no denying that Zhang Jin is currently a man of considerable wealth, a veritable tycoon, with funds so abundant that they seem inexhaustible. Suddenly, the hurried sound of footsteps echoed from outside the pavilion, and in strode Zhang Chong, standing at attention to salute before reporting. General, the telegram has been dispatched. Zhang Jin swallowed a mouthful of kung pao chicken and commanded, please ensure that my donation of 10 silver dollars reaches the court. Tell them it is imperative that this sum be used to conduct a grand funeral for the Prime Minister's family. This reflects my sincere sentiments. Should the court dare to spend even a single extra cent, it would be a grave insult to me, Zhang. Zhang Chong quickly straightened up and replied, understood, General. I shall attend to it immediately. Sighing, Zhang Jin watched Zhang Chong hurriedly depart, resigning himself to his nature. If one dares to insult him, he would retaliate with tenfold ferocity, an unyielding trait of his character. In Tangshan Prefecture, Changli County, within a trench situated near the Fengjin railway line, The newly appointed commander of the 11th Army of the Dingbei Army, Song Yunja, stood in the makeshift command post, constructed of thick earth and timber. With a grave expression, he gazed outward at the defensive line, where, directly ahead, a throng of mourning soldiers advanced under the cover of numerous armored vehicles. "Commander, shall we order the artillery to fire?" asked Chief of Staff Tong Lin. Song Yunja shook his head, responding, "No, the enemy's equipment far surpasses ours. If we fire first, they may seize the opportunity, and our artillery could be compromised." The 48M 1897 75mm howitzers, affectionately referred to as Italian guns by Li Yunlong, were his prized possessions, and he was reluctant to employ them unless absolutely necessary. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from the battlefield, causing Song Yunja's expression to shift dramatically. "The enemy is firing." A barrage of shells rained down shortly thereafter, enveloping the entire defensive line in smoke and chaos. Spitting out the dirt that filled his mouth, Song Yunja raised his head only to be met with another nearby explosion, the violent blast shaking the command post and causing dust to cascade down upon him. This time, Song Yunja could not remain passive. "Chief of Staff, order a counterattack." Tong Lin nodded, crouching to the telephone. "Connect me to the artillery position." "Chendefa, the commander has issued orders. The target is the enemy's artillery position. Let's give them a thrashing." Chendefa, upon receiving the order, stood up and bellowed, "Listen up, brothers. Today, we are not facing mere country bumpkins. We are up against foreign scoundrels who occupy our lands and insult our wives and daughters. Let them witness our strength today and obliterate these scoundrels." With a single command from Chendefa, the artillerymen, who had been on high alert, swiftly loaded their shells into the cannons, ready to unleash their wrath. The artillery positions erupted with a thunderous roar as shells streaked across the sky, targeting the enemy's gun emplacements. Meanwhile, on a nearby mountain, several figures stood vigil, among them none other than Zhang Jin, unwilling to remain idle. Zhang Jin had flown in by helicopter upon learning of the impending attack by the enemy forces. "Commander, is Song Yunja not being overly hasty? To commence firing at this moment seems akin to leading sheep into the tiger's den," Zhang Bailey remarked, a grave expression crossing his face at Song Yunja's decision to open fire. Zhang Jin, however, remained composed, no longer the inexperienced novice he once was. He had studied numerous military texts and regularly honed his skills on the training grounds, cultivating a fortitude and resolve that surpassed ordinary men. Song Yunja is indeed astute. "The enemy is unaware of the artillery arrangements I have set in motion. They may soon find themselves at a disadvantage," he observed. Zhang Bailey paused, momentarily taken aback by Zhang Jin's analysis, before realizing that Song Yunja's forces had undergone a significant transformation and reorganization, while the enemy might still be oblivious to these changes. If that were the case, the adversaries were surely in for a grim surprise. Indeed, the very next moment, a cataclysmic explosion reverberated through the air, shaking the ground beneath the feet of Zhang Jin and Zhang Bailey atop the mountain. Zhang Jin raised his binoculars and beheld a scene several kilometers away, where billowing flames ascended, indicating that the recent bombardment had not only decimated the enemy's artillery positions, but had also triggered a catastrophic munitions explosion. In the command post of the 8th Division, Commander Hiroshi Yokoyama's face turned ashen upon hearing the cacophony of explosions from the artillery. With a furious swipe, he drew his saber and slammed it onto the table before him. "Damn it! How did the intelligence department fail to inform us of the enemy's artillery strength?" At that moment, a frantic aide rushed into the room. "General, reports from the artillery positions indicate severe munitions detonation. At least 3/4 of our artillery has been destroyed." Hiroshi Yokoyama felt as though he had been struck by a blow to the head, staggering back a few steps before raising his command blade and shouting, "Order the brigade commander at the base to launch an immediate assault." On the front line, Commander Feng Yue and of the newly formed 112th Division crouched in the trench. Observing the enemy troops hastening forward, he leaned towards his chief of staff and instructed in a hushed tone, "Prepare the men. As soon as the enemy approaches within 500 meters, open fire." However, a frown creased Feng Yue's brow as he realized the enemy's cunning. Their vanguard was entirely sheltered behind armored vehicles. "Go fetch Major Xiong." Before long, a burly figure approached, bending slightly as he ran. "Commander, you called for me?" Without further ado, Feng Yue pointed towards the armored vehicles outside the trench and inquired, "Major Xiong, Do you have any strategies to neutralize those armored units? Major Xiong was one of the elite soldiers, a gift from Zhang Jin to Song Yunjia, and his capabilities were beyond reproach. Upon their first encounter, Song Yunjia was immediately struck by the extraordinary talents of these individuals, promoting them forthwith, with even the least among them attaining the rank of squad leader. Meanwhile, Commander Xiong, renowned for his proficiency in artillery, was appointed as the commander of the newly established artillery battalion directly under the 112th Division. Upon hearing this, Commander Xiong promptly directed a soldier accompanying him, "Go, summon the anti-tank squad." At this, Feng Yuhan displayed a look of astonishment, realizing that he possessed an anti-tank gun. In the midst of his bewilderment, several soldiers rushed forth, brandishing an oversized rifle. Feng Yuhan was momentarily taken aback. "Commander, this is the PSB 3839 anti-tank rifle allocated to us by the general," Xiong chuckled. "When we were mobilizing, I procured a few from the military warehouse." He then accepted the anti-tank rifle from a soldier, setting it up with precision before deftly loading a round from the leather ammunition pouch. With the safety disengaged, he aimed at an armored vehicle approaching head-on. Bang! Commander Xiong's shoulder jolted back as a penetrative round was discharged, striking the armored vehicle's front with astonishing swiftness. A resounding explosion followed, engulfing the vehicle in flames, and moments later, several figures of flame leapt from its confines. "Commander, retreat," Xiong urgently urged, sprinting toward a nearby trench with the anti-tank rifle in hand. Though Feng Yuhan was perplexed, he instinctively followed suit, and just as they took cover, a shell whistled past them with a thunderous boom. Covered in dirt, Feng Yuhan cast a wary glance at Xiong, realizing that had it not been for the latter's warning, he might have suffered severe injuries, if not death. Regular troops are highly trained soldiers with reflexes far superior to ordinary soldiers, Xiong explained. Equipped with lightweight weapons like grenade launchers, they can swiftly respond to any perceived threat. "Commander, you ought to return to the command post. This is no place for you," Xiong urged once more, aiming his rifle at the now stationary armored vehicle. Momentarily frozen in fear from the earlier event, before turning back to reassure Feng Yuhan. Feng Yuhan, steadfast in the trench, declared resolutely, for the benefit of the nation, "One must face life and death without flinching, regardless of fortune or misfortune. As you just mentioned, our weapons and training cannot compare to those of the enemy. Our only advantage lies in our fearless spirit. I am here to convey to all the brothers in the division that I, Feng Yuhan, am willing to share their fate." His impassioned voice resonated throughout the trench, stirring the soldiers within, igniting their spirits. If their commander feared not for his life, what was there to fear? In an instant, morale surged. Commander Xiong, equally inspired, aimed his rifle at another armored vehicle. Bang! The bullet pierced through the vehicle's front, flames erupting forth, followed by a tremendous explosion as the armored vehicle shattered like porcelain upon impact. The Vickers Crossley armored vehicle, weighing a mere 7.5 tons, and with a paltry armor thickness of 6 to 8 millimeters, could barely withstand rifle bullets, making it unsurprising that the anti-tank rifle could easily penetrate it. At this moment, it was not only Captain Xiong who was engaged. The 6 anti-tank guns from the anti-tank squad fired simultaneously, swiftly rendering a third of the enemy's armored vehicles inoperable. They promptly relocated and executed the same tactic again, annihilating the enemy's armored brigade within mere minutes. A profound silence enveloped the battlefield, soon followed by an overwhelming cheer echoing along the Xingu defense line, nearly causing Yokoyama Ichiro, who was observing from the rear, to choke with astonishment. Just then, a sudden chorus of buzzing filled the air. A gleam of joy crossed Yokoyama Ichiro's face as he witnessed a squadron of 13 Type 97 fighter planes roaring overhead, diving towards the Xingu defense line and releasing 425-kilogram bombs from their wings. Instantly, the defense line erupted into a series of fiery explosions. In the trench, Feng Yuan cowered, his nerves taut as he listened to the incessant whizzing of bullets overhead, acutely aware that survival hinged on favor from the heavens. The unfortunate would inevitably meet their end. Fortunately for Feng Yuan, luck was on his side, as he emerged unscathed even after the enemy aircraft had departed. Hearing the buzzing grow increasingly intense, he hastily raised his head to gauge the situation outside. To his shock, the moment he did, a bullet grazed his scalp, revealing that the enemy had stealthily advanced amidst the chaos, closing in to within 100 meters of the trench. "The enemy is upon us. Fire!" Feng Yuan bellowed. raising his pistol and shooting at an advancing foe, who fell at once. The heavy and light machine guns on the position opened fire simultaneously, mowing down a significant number of the encroaching enemy. Suddenly, a series of explosions erupted from within the trench. The previously relentless gunfire grew sparse as the enemy's mortars and infantry cannons began to systematically eliminate the machine gun positions. Seizing the opportunity, the enemy's machine gunners set up their weapons and unleashed a furious barrage, suppressing Feng Yuan and his comrades. "Damn it!" Feng Yuan exclaimed in frustration, shouting, "Brothers, focus on the enemy's mortars and machine guns. Chief of Staff, order the artillery to fire and obliterate the enemy." A faint whistling soon filled the air, as dozens of black shells rained down upon the enemy's advancing ranks, catching them off guard and causing chaos and despair among their ranks. Just then, another wave of buzzing resonated from above, causing Song Yunja, stationed in the rear, to change color instantly as he shouted, "Quick, order the artillery to relocate." However, his expression darkened further as the enemy aircraft descended upon the artillery positions with alarming speed, having already breached the defense line by the time he issued his command. Standing atop the hill, Zhang Jin and others also spotted the approaching aircraft, with Zhang Bailey unable to restrain himself, exclaiming, "General, shall we not intervene?" Chapter 68, It's Our Turn. Zhang Jin calmly shook his head, stating, "Now is not the opportune moment. Our forces have yet to maneuver into the designated position. To act now would only serve to alarm the enemy." They had deployed 4 divisions for this operation, yet only the 8th Division had engaged, while the remaining 3 stood by, hesitant. If they were to frighten them back, it would indeed be a regrettable loss. Zhang Jin's intent was to amass resources, and a single division could hardly satiate his appetite. Even 4 divisions would merely suffice for basic sustenance. He sighed inwardly, wishing for the presence of 10 or 20 more divisions. Turning to the visibly anxious Zhang Bailey, he smiled reassuringly. There is no need for excessive concern. While the enemy's combat capabilities are commendable, Song Yunja and his forces are no pushovers. To presume that a mere division could triumph over Song Yunja S3 is nothing short of delusional. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bailey's expression brightened considerably. Though he recognized Zhang Jin's rationale, the brazen audacity of the enemy certainly left him unsettled. Meanwhile, the fierce confrontation between Song Yunja and Yokoyama Ichiro had reached a fever pitch. The two sides exchanged blows relentlessly, despite the enemy's aerial support. Feng Yuan repeatedly repelled their advances. Yet, the enemy remained undeterred, launching successive assaults with tenacity. It must be acknowledged that the individual combat proficiency of the enemy soldiers was remarkably high. Lacking artillery support, they managed to press the attack against Feng Yuan. And had it not been for Zhang Jin's reinforcement of 2,000 elite troops and the fortifications, they might have already faced defeat. In a grove along the Xinghua defense line, Yokoyama Ichiro, witnessing his imperial soldiers being driven back time and again, grew increasingly dark in demeanor. Finally, he could no longer contain his frustration, exclaiming, "Baka, Yamashita, that fool, cannot breach even a modest defense. He ought to commit seppuku to apologize to His Majesty." Just as Yokoyama Ichiro was about to urge Yamashita to intensify the assault, an officer stumbled in, breathless. "General, the 1st Armored Division has arrived." Yokoyama Ichiro's eyes brightened instantly, and he quickly instructed, "You must relay my orders immediately. Request the 1st Armored Division to mobilize at once and assist Yamashita in capturing the Xinghua positions." Meanwhile, at Xiaoshi Mountain, Zhang Zhong hastened to Zhang Jin, announcing, "Commander, the 1st Division has reported. They have successfully reached the vicinity of Yuguan as planned, effectively blocking the enemy's retreat." A smile spread across Zhang Jin's face when Zhang Bailey suddenly exclaimed, "Commander, the enemy's armored forces are mobilizing." "Armored forces?" Zhang Jin swiftly grabbed his binoculars, only to see 30 to 40 tanks advancing in formation towards Song Yunja's defenses. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that they were the enemy's Type 97 medium tanks. Despite being labeled medium, this designation was merely a facade, as their combat weight amounted to a mere 15 tons, placing them firmly within the category of light tanks in other nations. However, for Song Yunja and his comrades, the situation had become rather precarious. Fortunately, they had already completed the encirclement. Zhang Jin, no longer concealing his intentions, commanded coldly, Order the 2nd Division to launch an immediate assault and encircle the 4 brigades of the enemy. Today, I intend to catch them like fish in a barrel. Yes, Commander. In the trenches, Feng Yulan observed the tanks ahead, which were evidently different from the previous armored vehicles, and his expression turned grim. He turned to Captain Xiong, who was lying nearby, and inquired, "Can our anti-tank guns destroy them?" Captain Xiong, with a serious countenance, replied, "We heard about such tanks during our training. Their frontal armor thickness exceeds 25 millimeters. To penetrate it with an anti-tank gun, we must be within 300 meters." As a slight commotion stirred along the front line, a resounding roar echoed from above, causing Feng Yulan's spirits to plummet. Bombs rained from the skies while tanks advanced on the ground. This time, holding their position would prove challenging. Nevertheless, Feng Yulan showed no signs of retreat. He rallied his brothers, exclaiming, "Brothers, let us steel our resolve. We shall not allow the enemy to cross our line, not unless we are all dead. Fight to the last." The battlefield erupted with a thunderous response. Fight to the last. Just as the enemy aircraft approached the defensive line, shadows suddenly darted overhead. Chapter 69. The Iron Wall Encirclement. Feng Yulan focused his gaze and was astonished to see a fleet of silver P-38 fighter planes, their crimson insignia shimmering in the sunlight. As the two opposing forces of aircraft clashed, the air was filled with the frantic sound of cannon fire. Shells surged forth from the aircraft's noses, and the enemy planes, taken by surprise, tumbled from the sky like dumplings. The remaining enemy aircraft scattered in a frenzy, desperately attempting to create distance. Yet the speed of the lightning-fast fighters was too formidable. Just as they maneuvered to escape, they were swiftly pursued and obliterated in a cacophony of gunfire. Amidst Feng Yulan's momentary daze, a thunderous roar erupted from behind. He felt the ground tremble beneath his feet and swiftly turned to see, just a few kilometers away, a line of Leopard tanks charging forward, enveloped in clouds of yellow dust. Before they could reach the trenches, a Leopard tank opened fire, its shell soaring overhead and striking an enemy tank, resulting in a tremendous explosion that effortlessly tore it apart. Like a chain reaction, other Leopard tanks followed suit, unleashing their fire upon the enemy tanks, which shattered like fragile eggs. Their armor was simply too thin. The armor-piercing shells from the Leopard tanks penetrated through and detonated the ammunition within, reducing the entire vehicles to mere fragments. To the utmost surprise, such a harrowing scene not only failed to instill panic in the remaining soldiers of the defeated battalion, but instead ignited their ferocity, compelling them to charge boldly forward. The foremost tank among them fired first. A resounding crash echoed as its shell struck the frontal armor of a Leopard tank, only to be deflected away. Before the enemy could unleash a second shot, another shell hurtled towards them, instantly obliterating the turret of the tank. In a swift exchange of fire, before the Leopard armored group could reach the trenches, the opposing battalion had been reduced to mere scrap metal. An eerie silence enveloped the battlefield. Not only were the defeated soldiers rendered speechless, but those in the trenches, including Song Yunjia, were equally incredulous. Was this truly the end? Feng Yuhan murmured, his face etched with astonishment. Just then, the thunderous roar of massive engines erupted from behind him, revealing a scene that would be etched in his memory forever. Tanks creaked and clattered as they advanced, surging directly over the trenches, followed by a procession of armored vehicles. Hundreds of armored cars and tanks densely populated the plain, forming a semicircular encirclement that ensnared the 8th Division. Hiroshima Ichiro, witnessing the encroaching armored formation, felt his legs weaken under the overwhelming force of impending destruction. Yet, the indomitable spirit of the defeated soldiers rooted in his being stifled any urge to retreat, compelling him to fortify the gathered infantry in place. He even raced to the rapid-fire artillery position, determined to orchestrate a counteroffensive with 16 37mm rapid-fire guns. "Your Excellency, I believe we should first let the Empire's warriors probe the tanks of the Xinhua people," urged Division Chief Komoda, bowing before Hiroshima Ichiro. Indeed, Hiroshima Ichiro nodded, gesturing towards the rear, whereupon hundreds of bare-chested soldiers, their heads wrapped in makeshift bandages, emerged. These soldiers, clutching bundles of grenades, bore expressions of unwavering resolve. Under Komoda's command, the bare-skinned soldiers surged forth with fervor, spurred by the call to arms. The advancing spearhead of tanks quickly noticed the oncoming wave of soldiers. Machine guns blazed to life, mowing down the charging infantry. However, Not all the defeated soldiers were mindless. Many, upon witnessing the tank's fire, dropped to the ground, crawling towards them. Unfortunately for these soldiers, they had encountered an adversary far more elite than themselves, the Dingbei army. As the tanks drew near, the defeated soldiers rose from the underbrush. In that fleeting moment, a barrage of bullets erupted, and the soldiers, clutching their grenades, collapsed once more. Hiroshima Ichiro, unwilling to concede, raised his hand again, rallying over 1,000 more defeated soldiers to stand. Komodo-kun, order all machine guns to open fire, providing cover for the Empire's brave warriors. He commanded. Yes, in a sudden cacophony, the enemy's machine guns erupted into a furious barrage, aiming to suppress the soldiers encircling the tank. Just as the gunfire commenced, a deep, ominous whistling sound filled the air, causing Hiroyama Ichiro's expression to shift dramatically. He was all too familiar with such a sound, the foreboding whistle of large-caliber artillery shells slicing through the atmosphere. With a piercing voice, he shouted, "Artillery, take cover!" Before he could finish his warning, a shell plummeted down, erupting into a fiery orange blaze. Hiroyama Ichiro felt an excruciating pain coursing through his body, as though his bones had been instantaneously crushed. He could even hear the shattering of his own bones echoing in his ears, and his body was propelled into the air. Boom, boom, boom. More shells rained down, transforming the area where his forces had gathered into a hellish inferno, with mushroom clouds of orange flames rising incessantly. One by one, the enemy soldiers were either obliterated or hurled into the sky by the shockwaves, falling back to earth like ragged sacks. The bombardment persisted for over half an hour before finally ceasing. The once ferocious firepower of the enemy was abruptly silenced, leaving the battlefield enveloped in a haunting stillness, broken only by the rumble of tank engines. Suddenly, a plume of black smoke erupted from the rear of one tank, accompanied by the grinding sound of its tracks. The 20 or so soldiers following closely became alert, aiming their weapons around them as they cautiously advanced to search the area. Other tanks began to mobilize, encircling the enemy positions, which were now riddled with craters from the bombardment, and the landscape that once flourished was littered with severed limbs and scattered remains. A soldier raised his gun and fired at a seemingly intact enemy combatant, whose fate remained uncertain. This action was mirrored by others. Any enemy soldier who appeared relatively whole received a bullet to the head. This was also an order from Zhang Jin, who understood the cunning of the enemy and would not allow them a chance to retaliate in their final moments. After all, the bullets in his possession came at no cost, and he was determined to use them liberally. On Mount Xiaoshi, Song Yunjia, accompanied by Feng Yunan and others, arrived at the hillside only to find Zhang Jin peering through a telescope. They immediately stood at attention and saluted. "I am Song Yunjia, commander of the newly formed 11th Army. I pay my respects to the general." If previously, Song Yunjia regarded Zhang Jin merely as a provider, now a sense of reverence accompanied that acknowledgement. The sheer ferocity with which the Dingbei army had dismantled the enemy's defenses had left him utterly astounded. This was no mere battle. It was an act of slaughter. "General, the 2nd Division has successfully dealt with the 8th Division. Commander who requests further instructions," Zhang Chong reported as he hastened to Zhang Jin's side, approaching the table adorned with a large map of the Yan'an province. Zhang Jin inquired about the locations of the other 3 enemy divisions. Zhang Chong promptly stepped forward, pointing to a red dot not far away. "General, they are located here, in the city of Linyu County. The mourners must have already received the news of the defeat of the Yokoyama Division. The remaining divisions, Yanoji, Kurofuji, and Kamidata, are intensifying their fortifications around the county town." Suddenly, an expression of fury appeared on Zhang Chong's face. These accursed mourners, upon entering the county town, committed heinous acts, slaughtering tens of thousands of innocent civilians in the town and surrounding villages. Upon hearing this, Song Yunjia and the others' eyes instantly turned red with rage. "These beasts!" Feng Yuan ground his teeth and cursed, stepping forward to Zhang Jin and declaring, "General, my unit is willing to serve as the vanguard to avenge our people." Zhang Jin's eyes also burned with murderous intent, resembling a ferocious tiger ready to strike. "Transmit the order. Advance the entire army." Chapter 70. The Erupting Mushroom Cloud. At that very moment, 50 kilometers away from the defensive line, in the county town of Linyu, the division commanders Yanoji Masaneo and Kurofuji Ritsu were embroiled in a heated argument at the county office. The bespectacled and genteel Kurofuji Ritsu angrily admonished Yanoji Masaneo, Yanoji, your mind must be deranged. Why eliminate all the Shingwa people in the city? Without these hostages to act as shields, we are left with no choice but to confront the Shingwa forces head-on. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the losses we will incur? How many valiant warriors of the Empire will perish because of this? Upon hearing Kurofuji's audacity to criticize him, Yanoji Masaneo was instantly consumed with rage. He raised his hand and slap, slap, slap. The hall echoed with the sound of resounding slaps. With each strike, Kurofuji's face swelled visibly, his eyes filled with stars. Dazed, he took a moment to regain his senses, yet just as he was about to explode in anger, he was pulled aside by Kemidata Division Commander Kemidata Shichiro. Kurofuji, do not act impulsively. Yanoji is the favored son-in-law of Lady Mei Xiaojing. We cannot afford to offend him. Hearing this, Kurofuji deflated like a punctured balloon, no longer daring to speak. At that moment, as the three stood in silence, a flustered aide rushed in, bowing deeply to the trio. Honorable division commanders, Commander Inukai has sent an urgent telegram, instructing us to hold Linyu County and await reinforcements. Furthermore, General Kurofuji has been appointed the highest military commander in Linyu, responsible for military operations. Upon hearing that he had been made the supreme military commander, Kurofuji turned to Yanoji Masaneo, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. However, the aide's next words left him utterly dumbfounded. Moreover, it is ordered that Division Commander Yanoji return to Fontian immediately. The Yanoji Division will be temporarily managed by Kurofuji Ritsu. After bowing to Yanoji, the aide continued, General, the torpedo boats dispatched by the military have arrived at the Linyu dock. You must proceed at once. Without waiting for a response, he dragged Yanoji towards the door. It was only after Yanoji had walked for some time that Kurofuji and Kemidata finally processed what had transpired. Baka, this coward Yanoji dares to flee in the face of battle. He is unworthy of being a soldier of the Empire. Kurofuji's furious roar echoed through the hall. After a lengthy tirade, Hiding Ryzen finally calmed down and remarked, Komida-kun, we are not currently facing the garrison commander Song Yunja of Jinfu Town, but rather the formidable General Zhang Jin of Yan'an. This individual has been opposing us since our time in Shenqing. His ability to eliminate the Hashiyama division in such a short span signifies that his strength is at least several times greater than ours. That wretched Noziri has decimated all our reinforcements. If we wish to hold our ground, our best strategy is to consolidate all our forces within the county town. In Hiding's eyes, Zhang Jin commanded a powerful armored division, and engaging him in open-field trench warfare would undoubtedly be tantamount to suicide. However, the dynamics within the confines of the city would differ. Even if Zhang Jin possessed large-caliber artillery, how could he possibly reduce an entire city to rubble? And where would he procure such an abundance of ammunition? The more Hiding pondered, the more convinced he became of this rationale. Komida also expressed his agreement. Hiding-kun, let us engage the Shingwa forces in an urban assault, demonstrating the might of the imperial army. An hour later, outside the county town, Zhang Jin stood upon a small hillock adorned with lush greenery, gazing at the quiet city in the distance. While it was labeled a city, it was merely a structure built of compacted yellow earth, its gate a modest 4 meters high, hardly imposing, let alone majestic. General, the troops of the Morning Faction, totaling 3 divisions and 8,000 men, have all retreated within the county town, seemingly intending to utilize the buildings for a strategic standoff. Zhang Bailey set down his binoculars. Zhang Jin could not help but scoff at the notion. A standoff? Do they truly believe they are worthy of such a contest? Zhang Xiong, where is the Air Force? Reporting, General, they are about to enter the territory of Linyu. No sooner had the two exchanged words than a buzzing sound filled the air. Zhang Jin instinctively looked skyward towards the south. As the buzzing intensified, he discerned over 20 dark shapes emerging on the horizon, growing larger until they hovered above the county town. It was 24 colossal B-36 strategic bombers. Upon arrival, the aircraft opened their belly hatches, and 2 spherical objects resembling spinning tops plummeted from the cargo bay, descending rapidly towards the ground. Just before reaching the midpoint of their fall, a white device suddenly ejected from the bomb's tail, causing the descending bombs to momentarily halt, their speed noticeably reduced, though in truth, they were still plummeting at a remarkable pace. Within mere moments, the bombs descended upon the county town, a total of 48 in all. As the bombs fell, Not only did they captivate the attention of Jiang Bailey and others, but the soldiers huddled within the town also noticed the peculiar objects. However, these bombs appeared so bizarre, akin to children's wooden spinning tops, that they evoked more amusement than fear among the soldiers. One soldier even remarked, "Matsushima-kun, what are those things in the sky? Could they be gasoline barrels? Surely the Xinhua forces are not so destitute as to resort to hurling barrels at us. What is there to find strange? I have heard that the people of Xinhua are unable to produce their own ammunition and must rely on imports. Perhaps they have exhausted their supply of bombs and intend to intimidate us with gasoline barrels." The cacophony outside drew the attention of Haiding and Kuei-Tian, who were busy organizing defensive forces within the government office. Upon witnessing the gray behemoth adorned with white parachutes descending from the sky, they momentarily froze, exchanging bewildered glances. Could this be a bomb? Surely not. Haiding, observing the throngs of soldiers gathered in the streets, erupted in fury. "Baka, return at once." Just as Haiding spoke, 48 bombs descended to a mere few meters above ground. As they neared the earth, all the bombs detonated simultaneously, sending the mourning soldiers scrambling for cover. Yet, to their astonishment, the explosions did not unleash any destructive force. Instead, they released a vast cloud of white, viscous substance. Before the bewildered soldiers could comprehend the situation, the white material ignited in a roaring inferno, incinerating them before they had a chance to react. The immense shockwave from the explosion swept through the vicinity, resembling a tempest of unprecedented ferocity, toppling buildings and hurling people and vehicles alike. Among those caught in the chaos were Haiding and Kuei-Tian, who were fatally slammed against a wall by the force of the blast. In an instant, dozens of mushroom clouds ascended into the sky above the county town. Chapter 71. Has the secret been exposed? Outside the city, Zhang Jin and his companions stood atop a low rise, witnessing the city walls shatter into fragments as the mushroom clouds billowed upward, revealing the interior shrouded in swirling smoke and dust. A colossal sandstorm raged beneath the mushroom clouds, evoking an apocalyptic scene. The sight chilled even Jiang Bailey, while a shiver coursed through Zhang Jin's spine. The power of the cloud bombs was truly terrifying, especially those weighing several tons, an astonishing force indeed. Not without reason they were dubbed mini-nuclear bombs. "Commander, is this truly a bomb?" Jiang Bailey, regaining his senses, asked in shock. Zhang Jin smiled slightly. "Indeed, it is a bomb, albeit larger and more powerful than usual. There's nothing to worry about." Jiang Bailey, observing his commander's nonchalance, opened his mouth to speak but found himself at a loss for words. Could a mere handful of bombs annihilate an entire city? Sensing Zhang Jin's reluctance to elaborate, Jiang Bailey wisely refrained from further questioning. "Yinja." Song Yinja hurried forward upon hearing Zhang Jin's call. "Commander." Zhang Jin replied calmly, "It is your turn. Cleanse the city with no mercy." "Yes, Commander." After dispatching everyone, Zhang Jin quickly retrieved his phone, checking the battery level. 675667. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he beheld the surging power. How delightful it was to profit from striking the enemy. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards the northern horizon, where it seemed that hundreds of thousands, even millions, of electric power awaited him. Zhang Jin took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, suppressing the restlessness within. It was not yet the opportune moment, for he was not prepared to initiate a large-scale confrontation. Zhang Jin understood clearly that with his current 3 divisions, seizing control of the northeastern region of Xinhua was utterly unrealistic. At the very least, he must await the formation of his 10,000 new recruits before contemplating such an endeavor. Moreover, there was a critical aspect to consider. Zhang Jin aspired to ascend to great heights and cast a watchful gaze over the world, rather than engage in feudal warfare for the mere sake of fighting. While he lacked not for weapons and ammunition, he was in dire need of officials. He was, after all, devoid of resources and merely occupying territory without governance. Was he to simply serve as a pawn for others? Zhang Jin was certainly unwilling to do so. Furthermore, the northern region was beset by a severe calamity. At such a time, to focus solely on warfare while neglecting disaster relief would surely invoke the ire of the populace. After contemplating the myriad challenges before him, his desire to head north was utterly extinguished. As for the notion of national interests, Zhang Jin could only assert that he lacked the grand ambitions to sacrifice himself for others, for he was, after all, a stranger in this world. In the northeastern region of Xinhua, within the governor's office of the occupying army, Governor Yamamoto sat with a grim expression. He had only recently been appointed to his position by the mourning emperor, and now he faced such a significant crisis, stirring a deep sense of discomfort within him. He turned to the commander of the occupying forces, Inoyoshi Isamu. Inoyoshi, what on earth transpired? Why did the Empire's 4 standing divisions fail to overpower even the local military of Xinhua, resulting in their complete annihilation? Shouldn't you offer me an explanation? Inuyoshi's countenance was equally troubled. The annihilation of his 4 divisions had left his reputation severely tarnished, almost bruised. Now, hearing Yamamoto's reproach, he felt an urge to dig a hole and hide away. He quickly rose and bowed, stating, "Your Excellency, it is my dereliction. I am willing to accept punishment." Seeing Inuyoshi's sincere demeanor, Yamamoto's expression softened slightly. "Inoyoshi, the annihilation of 4 divisions is no trivial matter. The headquarters is likely in turmoil, and it won't be long before accountability is demanded. What shall we do now? Do you truly wish to seek a secluded chamber for seppuku? And you, to Fukawa?" Yamamoto suddenly directed his gaze at the rotund figure of the intelligence chief, Fukawa. Yamamoto's sudden admonition rendered both Inoyoshi and Fukawa silent. They certainly did not wish for death, as seppuku for the mourning emperor was merely a pretext to manipulate ordinary officers into sacrificing their lives. Fukawa finally spoke, "Your Excellency, our defeat is entirely due to Zhang Jin's advanced tanks and aircraft. If we could obtain the blueprints for these technologies or locate their armaments factory, the headquarters would not only absolve us of blame, but would also reward us." Armaments factory. Yamamoto, with a look of astonishment, pondered over 3 words as he gazed at Tohei Koichi. "Tohei-kun, are you suggesting that Zhang Jin crafted these weapons himself?" Tohei Koichi nodded emphatically, "Your Excellency. We have been tracking the origin of Zhang Jin's weaponry since our time in Shuncheng, all the way to Yan'an. We have been vigilantly monitoring both the maritime and terrestrial routes leading to Yan'an, yet have uncovered nothing, while Zhang Jin's arsenal continues to expand. Of course, this alone does not substantiate the existence of a munitions factory. What truly convinces me is a group of Prussian individuals. Our intelligence personnel in the West received a top-secret message indicating that the Prussian Empire has discreetly dispatched an inspection team to the Far East. Their purpose remains unclear. Yet our informants in Yan'an have reported sightings of these individuals in Beiping City, which is decidedly unusual. Our intelligence operatives in Beiping swiftly initiated action, and we have finally discerned their intentions." Tohei Koichi's concluding statement immediately captured the attention of both Yamamoto and Inukai. "We discovered that they have come to procure weapons from Zhang Jin." A hint of astonishment illuminated Tohei Koichi's expression as he relayed this information. It is noteworthy that the Prussian Empire was once the preeminent military power in the world, excelling in both military production and design. The sheer notion of such a formidable force seeking to acquire arms from Zhang Jin was nothing short of astonishing. Yamamoto and Inukai were equally taken aback. Questioning their own hearing, Prussians traveling to the Far East to purchase weapons from a local warlord? Tohei-kun, is this truly the case? Inukai could not suppress his urge to confirm. Tohei Koichi nodded once more with assurance. "I have verified this information multiple times. Commander, the tanks of the Xinhua people indeed possess remarkable qualities. Our armored vehicles are like eggs striking upon stone when faced with their tanks, utterly defenseless. Despite both being classified as medium tanks, the disparity is staggering, undoubtedly due to some new technology possessed by the Xinhua. I have instructed our intelligence personnel to take action. Once we acquire the blueprints and prototypes, they will be dispatched immediately." Chapter 72. The Empress Dowager, Inukai observed Tohei Koichi's earnest demeanor, a faint smile of irony creasing his face. As a high-ranking official of the Imperial Army, he knew the underlying truths. The designation of the Type 97 as a medium tank was merely a facade for self-aggrandizement. By Western standards, it would barely qualify as a light tank. The rationale behind this misrepresentation stemmed from their dire financial circumstances. Each battle they fought consumed resources painstakingly earned by the industrious women of the empire. Contemplating the plight of his own wife and daughters, Inukai felt a surge of empathy. It was indeed a challenging endeavor. Yet, he merely offered a wry smile and refrained from voicing his thoughts. In his view, Zhang Jin's weaponry did possess certain unique attributes, and should they manage to procure a few, even if they did not manufacture them, understanding their weaknesses would be a significant achievement. He immediately remarked, "Lord Tufei, Your suggestion is indeed commendable. If we can truly acquire the design blueprints and prototype vehicles, and subsequently obliterate his arms factory, you shall not only receive accolades from the headquarters, but also be generously rewarded by His Majesty the Emperor. I shall issue an order shortly to mobilize all available military forces under the occupying army's command, which you may deploy at your discretion. Yamamoto's voice resonated. The governor's office will also extend its utmost support to you. Meanwhile, as the mourners prepared for action, Zhang Jin was en route back to the northern Ping prefecture. Seated in the sedan chair, he perused the confidential documents handed to him by Zhang Chong. Upon encountering a particular piece of intelligence, he was momentarily taken aback. Who is this Zhongfu? Wasn't Yuan Shiqing deceased? Zhang Chong hastily turned his head and explained, General, this Zhongfu refers to Yuan Shiqing's son, Yuan Jijing. After we eliminated Yuan Shiqing, Yuan Jijing ascended to the position of Prime Minister and Minister of the Privy Council. He has even formed an alliance with the Empress Dowager Rong. According to our sources, Yuan Jijing, much like his father, spends nearly every night in the royal bed. Just days ago, he was conferred the title of Zhongfu by the Empress Dowager, had it not been for his father's precedent. He might have outright claimed the title of Yafu. Zhang Jin was genuinely astounded. Was it possible for the Empress Dowager to engage in such dynastic succession? Unable to suppress his astonishment, he remarked, Our Empress Dowager certainly possesses a remarkable flair for manipulation. General, Empress Dowager Rong is indeed formidable. Her greatest talent lies in her ability to navigate the currents of power. Prior to Yuan Shiqing, she had entangled herself with several influential ministers. One by one, these men have been eliminated, yet she remains unscathed. Zhang Jin could not help but recall the myriad charms of the Rong family, where even the slightest gesture could evoke profound fantasies. With such a woman by one's side, who would willingly choose to be less than a beast? However, the thought of how many hands had passed through the Empress Dowager's life extinguished any other thoughts Zhang Jin might have had. Yet, as he stroked his chin, he mused that perhaps occasionally playing the role of a father wouldn't be amiss. He quickly returned to his senses, awkwardly touching his lips, wondering what had come over him. There were countless beauties in the world. Why was he fixating on being a father to someone else? Just then, a troubling thought crossed his mind. Zhang Chong, didn't the intelligence department report that all members of the Yuan family were deceased? How could another one emerge? Did he sprout from the ground? Zhang Chong quickly clarified, General, at the time of our, unfortunate bombing, Yuan Jijing was not present in the residence and thus escaped the catastrophe. Zhang Jin then casually inquired, How old is this Yuan Jijing? General, according to the intelligence department's investigation, Yuan Jijing is already 19 years old this year. By heaven! Zhang Jin's mind was suddenly inundated with a flurry of thoughts. At that moment, he heard Zhang Chong continue, What you may not know, General, is that despite his youth, Yuan Jijing is exceptionally gifted and possesses a cunning mind. He was once a key advisor to Yuan Shiqing, and Yuan Shiqing's rise to power was not without Yuan Jijing's strategic counsel. Zhang Jin's brow furrowed at this revelation. He was not particularly concerned about the machinations of this Yuan Jijing, but rather the complications it might bring. After all, he had just annihilated the entire Yuan family. How cordial could their relationship possibly be? Perhaps it would be better to send him to meet Yuan Shiqing after all? Zhang Jin rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought, and a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. He raised his gaze to Zhang Chong and inquired, Is there any information on where Yuan Jijing resides? Can the intelligence office find out? Zhang Chong replied, Report, General. Yuan Jijing spends most of his time in the Tongming Hall of the Imperial Palace. It seems he is quite frightened by our bombardments. Is that so? Does he believe that hiding within the palace will deter me from striking? Zhang Jin retorted, You must immediately dispatch orders to the aviation department to send another Tianqi aircraft. Yuan Jijing is all alone. I am certain he longs for his family. If we can facilitate a reunion, surely he will express his gratitude towards us. This is the essence of being a good person to the end. Zhang Chong hurriedly responded, General, I shall convey your orders at once. However, what about the Empress Dowager? What if they are together? Zhang Jin looked at Zhang Chong with astonishment. Is the Rong clan, with her status as Empress Dowager, so shameless as to engage in wrongdoing in broad daylight? If that is the case, it is merely her ill fate. His tone was devoid of any emotion, sending a shiver down Zhang Chong's spine as he bowed in acquiescence. Yes, General. In the capital, within the Imperial Palace, in the Tongming Hall. Yuan Jijing sat upon the dragon throne, clad only in a silk robe resembling a bathrobe, exposing a gaunt chest. Nestled in his arms was a stunningly beautiful woman, adorned solely in a golden dragon and phoenix bellyband, revealing ample fair skin. Zhang, it is nearly midnight. I must take my leave. It would not do for to discover us. Yuan Jijing showed no intention of releasing her, his demeanor commanding as he declared, I am his uncle. Does he dare to defy me? He then gently lifted Rong's exquisite face with a finger, smilingly saying, My dear Empress Dowager, let us indulge in a different kind of play later. Rong's body stiffened at his words, feeling a mix of reluctance and the need to conceal it. She forced a smile. I shall heed Zheng's wishes. Prime Minister, just as Yuan Jijing was about to act. A voice with a quacking tone echoed from outside the hall. Yuan Jijing's expression darkened, and he barked, Come in. A venerable eunuch pushed the door open and entered. His head bowed as he approached Yuan Jijing, stating, Prime Minister, Deputy Minister Song Gongming insists on urgent matters that require your attention outside the palace. Yuan Jijing cast a regretful glance at the woman in his arms and said, You may return for now, but do remember to come back tonight. Rong silently rose and made her way to the rear hall, prompting Yuan Jijing to express his displeasure. Let him enter. Soon, a short, dark-complexioned, middle-aged man entered, kneeling promptly upon arrival, exclaiming, I, Deputy Minister Song Gongming, pay my respects to the Prime Minister. Yuan Jijing quickly rose to assist Song Gongming, urging, Uncle, please rise. We no longer adhere to such formalities. Your kneeling will surely diminish my longevity. Song Gongming stood up, his expression serious. Prime Minister, the sovereign is sovereign, and the minister is a minister. An old official would not dare to overstep. Yuan Jijing was momentarily elated by Song Gongming's words and quickly waved his hand, saying, Uncle, as of now, I am merely the Prime Minister. Matters of the future can be discussed later. Has Uncle come to me with something of importance? A glimmer of inscrutable meaning flickered in Song Gongming's eyes, yet his expression remained solemn as he replied, Your Excellency. The Imperial Guard has just received news that Zhang Jin has recently annihilated 4 divisions of mourners in Yan'an. His momentum is now formidable, and if we do not take decisive measures soon, we may soon find ourselves at the mercy of unknown forces. Upon hearing Zhang Jin's name, Yuan Jijing's countenance darkened instantly. This man had single-handedly obliterated the Yuan family overnight, leaving him as the sole survivor, burdened by the irreconcilable grudge of paternal murder. The mere mention of Zhang Jin's rising prominence ignited a tempest of fury within him. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Yuan Jijing's eyes. Uncle, has the famine in the Central Plains not yet abated? Confused, Song Gongming responded, Indeed, Your Excellency. The drought in the Central Plains has persisted for 2 years now. With the riverbeds dry and the fields cracked, the populace suffers greatly. Though the court wishes to provide aid, it is a challenge to nourish the hungry without resources. Song Gongming displayed a visage of profound concern, as if he were deeply invested in the welfare of the common folk. Uncle, this matter can be resolved quite simply. You must immediately issue an imperial decree allowing them to travel to Yan'an for sustenance. Furthermore, inform them that General Zhang has consented to provide them with provisions. Yuan Jijing sneered. I am eager to observe how Zhang Jin manages the influx of countless refugees. Song Gongming was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped Yuan Jijing's intent to exploit the plight of the disaster-stricken populace to undermine Zhang Jin. Should he refuse to supply food to the starving masses, his reputation would suffer, and the desperate citizens, driven to madness by hunger, could incite even greater turmoil, all of which would ultimately reflect poorly upon Zhang Jin. With admiration, Song Gongming regarded Yuan Jijing, exclaiming, Your Excellency, you are indeed one of the most astute minds in the realm, achieving victory without engaging in battle. I am unworthy in comparison. Though Yuan Jijing was indeed clever, his age rendered him modest, and the compliment from Song Gongming felt akin to a teacher praising a student, bringing him joy and prompting a hearty laugh. Half an hour later, Song Gongming retreated from the Tongming Hall, only to turn towards a nearby corridor. Just as he passed through, a delicate voice called out from behind him, Master Song. Startled, not from fear, but from excitement, he turned to see a captivating figure gazing at him. It was none other than the Empress Dowager, Rong, clad in a sheer veil that hinted at a bright yellow undergarment, and adorned with red silk shorts that revealed her long, alabaster legs. She exuded an allure that was utterly irresistible. Song Gongming found himself parched, his senses ablaze, unable to tear his gaze away. Rongshi seemed to perceive the fervent gaze of Song Gongming, her eyes shimmering like flowing water as she stepped forward and fell into his embrace. Moments later, the two emerged from around the corner, Rongshi casting a lingering glance at Song Gongming before inquiring, "Have you inquired about the matter I entrusted to you?" Song Gongming, who was bowed low tying his jade belt, quickly lifted his head and replied, "Your Majesty, it appears that Yuan Jijing indeed harbors treasonous intentions. However, he has only just ascended the throne and is biding his time." He added, "Once his position stabilizes, I fear." Rongshi's expression immediately turned sorrowful. "I had hoped he would be as benevolent as Shi Chong, which is why I risked everything to align myself with him, seeking a life of stability. I never imagined he harbored such ambition. What are we, a mother and child alone, to do?" As tears welled in the beauty's eyes, Song Gongming could not remain indifferent. He patted his chest reassuringly, declaring, "Rest assured, Your Majesty. As long as I, Song Gongming, am here, I will ensure that neither you nor His Majesty suffers the slightest injustice." Upon hearing his words, Rongshi's face brightened with joy, and she threw herself into Song Gongming's embrace. "Brother Gongming, how kind you are to me." The affectionate address sent a shiver through Song Gongming, who hastily returned her embrace, saying, "Your Majesty, do not worry. The moment I leave the palace, I will make arrangements to eliminate that traitor Yuan Jijing at the first opportunity." Just as the two were lost in their tender exchange, a sudden, piercing shriek echoed from above, startling them into separation as they looked skyward. A dark shadow swiftly descended, darting past the air above the Tongming Hall, followed by a deafening explosion that sent the resplendent roof of the hall soaring into the sky. The unexpected blast left Rongshi and Song Gongming staring at one another in bewilderment, their expressions shifting as they hurried toward the source of the commotion. Upon arriving at the front of Tongming Hall, they were rendered speechless by the sight before them. The once majestic hall had been reduced to mere rubble, resembling a massive mound of stones, devoid of any semblance of its former grandeur. What? Song Gongming stammered, utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, he and Rongshi had conspired to eliminate Yuan Jijing, only to find that he had been obliterated in an explosion. Meanwhile, amid her shock, Rongshi felt an overwhelming sense of elation. Yuan Jijing, unlike her father, had treated her as an object of curiosity, never truly regarding her as a person, merely because she was the Empress Dowager of Daxing. The capriciousness with which he summoned her and dismissed her ignited her fury. What truly incited her wrath was Yuan Jijing's audacity to propose marriage to her daughter, aspiring to become the emperor of Xinghua. Such a threat crossed the line for Rongshi. Otherwise, she would not have sought camaraderie with someone as insignificant as Song Gongming. As for who had orchestrated Yuan Jijing's demise, Rongshi harbored a firm suspicion. In all the realm, who but the one from Yan'an would dare to bomb the imperial palace in broad daylight? Rong's lips involuntarily curled into a faint smile as her mind began to wander. Could it be that Zhang Jin harbored feelings for her, reluctant to let others possess her? Or was he intent on eliminating threats? She quickly snapped back to reality. This was not the time for idle thoughts, but rather an opportunity to secure her greatest advantage. Rong's gaze then fell upon the stupefied Song Gongming, and she approached him, whispering, "My Lord Song, with the Yuan family now extinguished, your influence within the court remains unparalleled. Why not take immediate action to seize the position of chief minister? Then you could be by my side each day." Rong's alluring voice stirred something within Song Gongming. Days slipped by unnoticed. During this time, Zhang Jin remained at his military governor's residence, diligently contemplating the development of Yan'an. With thousands of tons of gold at his disposal, he was rich beyond measure, pondering how best to allocate his newfound wealth. While the military governor's residence was tranquil, the entire realm was ablaze with fervor. The day after Zhang Jin annihilated 4 divisions of the Morning Empire, newspapers heralded this unprecedented victory, igniting a wave of excitement throughout Xinghua. It is essential to understand that the Morning Empire had long been regarded as a formidable presence, akin to a small Japan, notorious for their brazen and unscrupulous conduct. Even the former chief minister, Yuan Shiqing, would bow and scrape before them. Now, with Zhang Jin's complete destruction of 4 divisions and over 100,000 men, what a monumental feat it was. This victory instantly ignited the people's fervor. Although Zhang Jin had previously defeated the Morning forces at the Battle of Shensheng, that conflict had taken place at sea, and the true toll of lives lost was known only to Zhang Jin and the Morning Empire's elite. The public only knew that Zhang Jin had obliterated the Morning Empire's Marine Corps and defeated one of their fleets, but the exact casualties remained unclear even to the court. This time, however, it was a face-to-face annihilation of 4 divisions. Such a resounding achievement left the populace in awe and filled them with reverence. In an instant, the already celebrated hero Zhang Jin rose to even greater prominence, becoming the exemplar for parents in educating their children. With his fame soaring, so too did his prestige, inspiring countless individuals to pledge their loyalty. It was believed that should Zhang Jin call upon the people, they would undoubtedly rally to his side. Yet, while the common folk rejoiced, those in high positions found themselves restless. Just a short while ago, Zhang Jin had decimated the former chief minister's family, and now he had swiftly dispatched his successor, and in such a brazen manner. Who would not fear such a domineering figure? At the Jinfu train station, Jiang Bailey descended from the train, accompanied by a throng of followers. Following closely behind him was a robust, middle-aged man in his 40s, his expression resolute. Upon stepping off the train, he quickly approached Jiang Bailey, asking, "Brother Bailey, you truly did not deceive me, did you?" Jiang Bailey looked helplessly at the middle-aged man, who had asked him countless times, and said, "Brother Shirchong, I have told you repeatedly that it is indeed true, more authentic than real gold. Even if you do not trust me, can you doubt the great marshal? You have certainly heard of his illustrious reputation. Would he have any reason to deceive you?" The middle-aged man pondered for a moment, and thus ceased his inquiries. Soon, the group arrived before a fleet of trucks. Jiang Bailey wasted no time and directly boarded one of the truck's compartments. The middle-aged man, seeing this, hurriedly beckoned the others to board. With a rumbling sound, the convoy departed from the station, heading toward the outskirts of the city. 2 hours later, the convoy had left the urban environment and entered a desolate wilderness devoid of any signs of human presence. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a base, and the drowsy Jiang Bailey and his companions immediately stood up. Ahead lay an enormous dock, and upon seeing the colossal vessels moored there, everyone was left in awe. 5 gigantic battleships lay quietly at their respective docks, accompanied by more than 10 smaller heavy cruisers. The middle-aged man appeared as if he had spotted a long-lost lover. His eyes fixed intently on the largest battleship, his mind momentarily blank. Jiang Bailey's words were indeed true. Zhang Jin truly commanded battleships. The great Qing Empire had, astonishingly, acquired battleships. The man was overwhelmed with a mix of emotions, his eyes reddening. This man was none other than Zheng Shichong, the Vice Minister of the Navy Department of the Great Qing Empire and the commander of the First Fleet. While his title sounded impressive, the Navy Department only commanded a single fleet, the First Fleet, comprising around 30 warships, with the largest being the Great Qing, a mere light cruiser of about 3,000 tons, along with 6 destroyers exceeding 1,000 tons, while the rest were small gunboats and torpedo boats. Zheng Shichong had accompanied Jiang Bailey to the north due to the latter's claims of a 10,000-ton behemoth, following out of a blend of skepticism and curiosity. In his heart, Zheng had doubted the existence of such grand vessels, believing that even 5,000 or 6,000 tons would suffice. Yet, he had never anticipated the actual presence of such colossal battleships, each weighing several tens of thousands of tons. As Zheng Shichong stood in a daze, a general clad in naval uniform strode forward and saluted him, saying, "General Jiang, greetings. I am Mi Yun, the commander of the First Fleet of Yan'an." Chapter 75. The Sudden Turmoil in Yan'an. Jiang Bailey quickly raised his hand in return. "General Mi, greetings." He then tugged at Zheng Shichong's arm, urging, "Brother Shichong, this is General Mi, the commander of the First Fleet of Yan'an." Zheng Shichong, suddenly pulled, shot Jiang Bailey an annoyed glance. "What is it?" His gaze then returned, mesmerized, to the magnificent warships ahead. Jiang Bailey could not help but rub his forehead, feeling a mix of exasperation and concern. How could this fellow be so oblivious to social niceties? With a sigh, he tugged at Zheng Shichong once more, raising his voice, "Brother Shichong, there will be plenty of time to admire the warships. Should you not greet General Mi?" Zheng Shichong suddenly awakened and turned to face Mi Yun. He then performed an action that left Jiang Bailey utterly astonished. A broad smile unexpectedly appeared on Zheng Shichong's face as he warmly extended both hands to firmly grasp Mi Yun's, exclaiming, "General Mi, I have long admired your esteemed reputation." The abrupt warmth of Zheng Shichong took Mi Yun by surprise. The The rapid shift in demeanor was rather startling. After exchanging some cordial pleasantries, Mi Yin led the two men toward the dock. Zhang Bailey hurried a few steps ahead, approaching Zheng Shichong with a look of bewilderment. Brother Shichong, you truly are a sight for sore eyes after 3 days apart. Upon hearing this, Zheng Shichong couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Brother Bailey, are you not aware of the current state of the Navy? The court has long harbored intentions of disbanding the First Fleet. If I remain oblivious to the situation, our Grand Navy may, alas, cease to exist. This is the culmination of generations of dedication from us naval personnel. If it were to perish under my watch, how could I face those ancestors who devoted their lives to the Navy? Zhang Bailey fell silent, seemingly reflecting on his own military academy, which had also struggled to survive, relying on connections and pleas for support. If not for the great commander, all right, Zhang Bailey suddenly exclaimed with renewed vigor, with the great commander at the helm, the Navy shall not perish. However, Brother Shichong, you must consider the implications. The great commander and the court are at odds. Zheng Shichong halted his steps, turning to face Zhang Bailey. I am acutely aware of that. The Navy of Xinhua is meant to protect its people, not to serve as a tool for profit or a lapdog for certain individuals. We must return to our rightful path. To serve the world and shed blood on the battlefield is the aspiration of our lives. A smile broke across Zhang Bailey's face as he clasped Zheng Shichong's arm. Let us strive together. The two exchanged a glance and simultaneously burst into hearty laughter. At that moment, the trio had arrived before the largest warship, where Mi Yun cheerfully introduced, this is our domestically produced Zhang-class battleship with a full displacement of 73,000 tons and a cruising speed of 31 knots. It is equipped with 9 triple-mounted 460mm main guns, 12 155mm dual-purpose guns, and an additional 278 other artillery pieces. Essentially, it was a heavily modified version of the Yamato-class. Zhang Jin, of course, lacked the ability to make such modifications himself. Rather, he had amassed a wealth of information from the modern world and held a keen interest in the modified weapons shared by various online enthusiasts. He had consequently gathered a considerable collection, including the Yamato-class battleship. To his astonishment, arriving in this world rendered it a reality. Naturally, Zhang Jin did not hesitate to extract 5 of them, as there was no cost involved. Why not seize the opportunity? Subsequently, he extracted 12 Iowa-class battleships, which he named the Tianquan class. In addition to the battleships, Zhang Jin did not overlook aircraft carriers, directly extracting 5 Midway-class carriers, which he designated as the Tianshu class. Beyond these, he also acquired 36 Des Moines-class heavy cruisers, renamed Yaoguang, and 72 Gearing-class destroyers, which he called the Pajuan class. Of course, while warships may come with the wind, the sailors aboard them certainly do not. Zhang Jin was acutely aware of the significance of maritime power. Gritting his teeth, he decided to allocate 20,000 units of energy to summon 3,000 elite naval soldiers, 500 distinguished officers, and 58 elite commanders at the grassroots level. After all, a fleet requires a home port. With a determined resolve, he extracted an enormous port to station his warships, resulting in a further depletion of 5,000 energy units. These expenditures left Zhang Jin's finances considerably diminished, with only 416,007 units remaining. This also elucidated his inclination towards recruiting local talents. By forming an army with the individuals he summoned as the backbone, he could conserve a substantial amount of resources. Returning to the present, Mi Yun's introduction left Zheng Shichong in utter astonishment, his mouth agape in shock. He soon found his emotions in turmoil, as the battleship in question surpassed the total tonnage of all vessels in the Xinhua Navy. Although this realization unsettled him, he quickly regained his composure, recognizing that the strength of Zhang Jin's navy was, in essence, a reflection of the might of the Xinhua Navy. After all, they were all compatriots. General Mi, how many warships does your fleet comprise? What is their total tonnage? Zheng Shichong inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Mi Yun smiled faintly. General Zheng, we are but a modest fleet, far inferior to the foreign navies. Our fleet consists of 5 Zhang Jin-class super battleships, 12 Tianquan-class battleships, 5 Tianshu-class aircraft carriers, 36 Yaoguang-class heavy cruisers, 72 Pajuan-class destroyers, and 12 Tanlong-class submarines. The Tanlong-class submarines, classified as 641B type, are large, ocean-going conventional submarines capable of launching ballistic anti-submarine missiles, more accurately described as rocket-assisted torpedoes, which differ fundamentally from modern missiles. The previously equipped German submarines had been entirely sold to the Prussians by Zhang Jin. At this moment, Mi Yun casually remarked, the total tonnage? It is approximately 2 million tons. Zhang Shichang involuntarily swallowed hard. The so-called third-largest navy in the world, the Daxing Empire, boasted a total tonnage of just over 1.2 million tons. The realization that Zhang Jin's fleet reached 2 million tons was staggering, signifying a formidable presence across the seas. Observing Zhang Shichang's astonishment, Mi Yun cheerfully proposed a condition. Should General Zhang manage to bring over the entirety of the court's navy, see that ship over there? He pointed to a Zhang Jin-class battleship. It shall be yours. Zhang Shichang's heart raced with excitement, and he suddenly grabbed Jiang Bailey and headed for the exit. Jiang Bailey was momentarily bewildered. Brother Shichang, what are you doing? What do you think? Hurry, take me to the train station. I must gather people. A month later, in Yan'an, at the governor's office, Zhang Jin stood transfixed as he read the telegram handed to him by the newly appointed Minister of Civil Affairs for Yan'an, Xiaoyuanji. He rose abruptly, his face a mask of shock. When did this happen? Why is this only being reported now? Chapter 76. Millions of refugees heading to Yan'an. Xiaoyuanji, with a grave expression, replied, General, for over half a month, refugees have been continuously pouring into our Hanzhou and Xingzhou from the Central Plains. The officials of Handan and Xingtai paid little heed and took no action, resulting in a burgeoning influx of refugees. My subordinates have dispatched inspectors, revealing that nearly 1 million displaced individuals have already flooded into Handan and Xingtai, beginning to spread towards Taozhou, Shimen, and Sanqing. Moreover, the disaster-stricken populace from the Central Plains, Bingzhou, and eastern Shandong continues to stream into our Yin South. If mismanaged, this could lead to irrevocable chaos for Yin South in an instant. Zhang Jin's expression gradually turned icy as he turned to Gu Chun, who stood beside him. The calamity in the northern regions has persisted for 2 consecutive years. Why do they choose this moment to arrive? Zhang Jin was resolute that this was no mere coincidence. It was highly likely that someone was orchestrating trouble for him. The thought of someone daring to create difficulties ignited a surge of anger within him. Gu Chun did not disappoint Zhang Jin. Commander, my intelligence department has uncovered that the new cabinet premier, Wang Dui, issued the order. He claims that you, Commander, have prepared ample provisions and intend to welcome the refugees, even redistributing land to them. Given your esteemed reputation, people from various regions have taken this to heart, hastily gathering their belongings and heading towards Yin South. According to our intelligence department's estimates, the number of refugees heading to Yin South is at least 10 million. 10 million refugees. Zhang Jin felt a shiver run down his spine. As Xiaoyuanji had said, if these refugees discovered they had been deceived, would they turn to the court for redress? No, they would only place the blame on Zhang Jin. In that case, Yin South would undoubtedly plunge into turmoil. If it were officials, Zhang Jin would not hesitate to eradicate them. But these were common people, already burdened by suffering. How could he bring himself to act against them? Suddenly, Zhang Jin clenched his fists, his eyes shining with a spark of inspiration. The loss of the old man's horse may well be a blessing in disguise, for he had conceived an excellent idea to accelerate the development of Yin South. What was Zhang Jin lacking? Was it not people? With this thought, a smile crept across his lips. Xiaoyuanji, issue an order immediately to all prefectures and counties to recruit and gather the refugees. Commander, do you intend to utilize these refugees? Zhang Jin nodded. You are correct. Yin South is in dire need of rejuvenation. To develop it gradually could take several years, if not more. However, with the assistance of these disaster victims, the scenario changes entirely. We could employ them to construct transportation networks, urban areas, reservoirs, and docks, requiring only a modest investment of money and provisions. Why not seize this opportunity? Xiaoyuanji's eyes brightened as he clasped his hands in reverence. Commander, your wisdom shines brightly. Zhang Jin smiled in satisfaction before adopting a serious demeanor. What of the petrochemical plant, steel mill, cement factory, and machinery plant? Are they operational yet? Regrettably, factories requiring labor are prohibitively expensive, necessitating 5,000 units of electricity each, while those employing only a few technicians require merely 500. It is obvious which option to choose. Xiaoyuanji responded earnestly. Commander, the necessary workers were recruited a month ago, and after a month of training, they are now barely ready to commence operations, albeit at only 1/10 of the target capacity. Zhang Jin remained unperturbed, understanding that it would take time for a group of illiterate roughnecks to acclimate to a modern factory environment. Transformation could not occur instantaneously. He was keenly aware of this fact. Moreover, when selecting factories, he had always opted for the largest ones: petrochemical plants and cement factories with capacities in the tens of millions, steel mills boasting 8 million tons, and colossal agricultural machinery factories. Even 1/10 of their output would constitute a staggering figure. Observing the anxious expression of Xia Yuanji, he offered a reassuring smile. Achieving even 1/10 of the capacity is commendable. The welfare of the populace is of paramount importance. We must proceed steadily and avoid lofty ambitions. Zhang Jin's praise alleviated Xia Yuanji's tension, as he feared that the commander might be overly eager, potentially resulting in complications. He bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "Your wisdom is unparalleled, Commander." After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Jin suggested, "Let us first organize the refugees and focus on constructing roads and bridges. I do not require every village to be connected by roads. Merely ensuring that every county is accessible will suffice. Furthermore, I intend to establish a new city in Beiping." As he spoke, he approached a large table displaying a vast city model. Absent of ancient walls, it featured towering skyscrapers, wide avenues, picturesque parks, glistening reservoirs, traffic lights, and subways. Being a modern individual, Zhang Jin possessed the knowledge of urban construction and foresight for future needs. "This new city I aim to build can accommodate millions, and we can utilize this opportunity to develop it alongside the influx of refugees." Xia Yuanji gazed in awe at the grand model before him. The endeavor of reconstructing a city was monumental, regardless of the era. It indeed presented an excellent solution for resettling the refugees, potentially mobilizing over 1 million individuals. Suddenly, Xia Yuanji's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he bowed again to Zhang Jin, saying, "Commander, I believe we can seize this opportunity to establish a bank, facilitating the circulation of our own currency. The daily needs of millions of refugees represent a significant sum, inevitably attracting numerous merchants. We could convert all relief funds issued to the populace into our currency, allowing them to purchase food and everyday necessities. The military governor could issue a decree stating that traders may exchange the new currency for gold and silver at our bank at any time." Zhang Jin scoffed at the notion of free exchange. What audacity! A band of speculators. "Issue orders immediately. As soon as the new currency is printed, it shall be circulated in Yinan and eBay, while the old currency is rendered obsolete. Anyone who dares refuse it shall face execution." His fierce declaration sent a shiver down Xia Yuanji's spine, and he offered a wry smile, recognizing that simplifying complex issues was indeed the commander's forte. Yet it seemed that Yinan would soon be awash with blood. "Yuanji, have you printed the new currency?" Zhang Jin suddenly recalled the pivotal question. Xia Yuanji promptly replied, "Yes, Commander, the printing facility has completed the new currency." After finishing, he handed a document to Zhang Jin. Upon opening it, Zhang Jin discovered 6 new banknotes: 10 yuan, 5 yuan, 2 yuan, and 1 yuan, along with 6 types of coins: 50 cents, 20 cents, 10 cents, 5 cents, 2 cents, and 1 cent. The coins were copper-plated, and the smaller denominations were crafted from fine steel, each adorned with exquisite portraits. Zhang Jin, upon seeing the depiction, realized it was none other than himself, vividly illustrated. "General Xia," he said, bowing slightly, "my subordinates and I believe that this new era heralds a remarkable transformation, all thanks to your leadership. The world sings your praises, and the populace holds you in reverence. We propose to imprint your likeness on this new currency. The people will undoubtedly embrace it, thus alleviating some of our burdens." Zhang Jin, with a resigned gesture, replied, "Do as you will. By the way, what shall we call this new currency?" "We refer to it as the general's coin." Xia Yuanji answered eagerly. "The general's coin?" Zhang Jin thought, feeling a tumult of mixed emotions in his mind. Was this flattery or mockery? "General," Xia Yuanji's expression suddenly turned serious. "There is another pressing matter concerning food supplies. If indeed we face millions of refugees, our current provisions will sustain us for merely a month. Earlier, I dispatched men southward to the Nanyang to purchase grain, but the locals are too fearful to sell to us. Our informants reveal that the Eagle Nation and the French are meddling, preventing local traders from doing business with us. The mention of Nanyang and grain ignited a spark in Zhang Jin's eyes. How had he overlooked such a crucial region? At this time, Nanyang was not a nation, but rather a collection of Western colonies. If he could gain control over this fertile land, which yielded 3 to 4 harvests a year, he would never have to worry about food again. With this thought, Zhang Jin felt an uncontrollable urge to act. He exclaimed, "These damned Westerners dare to obstruct me. Do they think the East is without a champion? Zhang Chong, relay the orders to assemble the first fleet immediately. I shall personally journey to Nanyang, and while I am at it, I will pay a visit to the capital." A cold glint flashed in Zhang Jin's eyes. "Those who dare use me as a pawn must be prepared to face dire consequences. Yuanji, I entrust Yan'an to you. I hope to return to find a transformed Yan'an." Xia Yuanji, who had emerged from his ranks, was someone in whom Zhang Jin placed great trust, and he felt secure in handing over Yan'an to him. "Rest assured, General, I shall not fail in this mission." As Zhang Jin regarded the earnest Xia Yuanji, his expression suddenly hardened. "Although we have a plan to address the refugee crisis, the officials of Qing and Han prefectures have failed to report, neglecting their duties and nearly causing a catastrophe. Issue an order to execute all officials above the county level in both prefectures as a warning to others. As for their successors, let them be appointed from the local towns. Should there be any further negligence or lawlessness, they shall meet the same fate." Zhang Jin found himself in a difficult position. Even a skilled cook cannot prepare a meal without ingredients. Though he could summon political personnel through his phone, managing a few dozen individuals was feasible. Yet this was no small matter. However, one must acknowledge that the provinces of Yan'an and Yanbei encompass 15 prefectures and over 200 counties, necessitating a workforce of at least 10,000 civil servants. The resources at Zhang Jin's disposal were but a mere drop in the ocean. Therefore, from the outset, Zhang Jin had no intention of relying solely on his summoned confidants. Rather, he intended for them to oversee crucial areas such as judicial supervision, financial taxation, and customs, while still appointing local officials in other sectors. Yet, even under these circumstances, Zhang Jin found himself lacking personnel. His rapid ascent left him little time to cultivate his own cadre, resulting in a frustrating inability to seize the lucrative opportunities presented in the Northeast. Consequently, over 90% of the officials in the current administration remained the original appointees, which, paradoxically, had its advantages. Exercising authority over them became considerably easier. Failures could be met with severe consequences, ranging from incompetence to corruption. The following morning, at the Jinfu naval port, the entire First Fleet, spearheaded by 5 Zhang Jin-class battleships, set forth, leaving only a handful of destroyers to defend the port. Were it not for the deployment of such a formidable fleet by foreign nations, the logistical challenges alone would be daunting. However, Zhang Jin was different. He was akin to an inexhaustible human supply station, ensuring that nothing was beyond reach as long as he was present. In addition to the naval fleet, Zhang Jin also brought along 24 Austin-class dock-landing ships and 10 Sacramento-class supply ships, fully loading the newly formed 4th and 5th Infantry Divisions with personnel and equipment. This expedition was primarily to procure provisions without the intent of monetary compensation, hence the necessity of bolstering his forces. Naturally, if he could acquire additional resources along the way, it would be even better. After all, he anticipated hostility from several quarters during this venture, and the prospect of gaining substantial energy through conflict was tempting. This was a significant reason for Zhang Jin's personal journey to the South Seas. On board the flagship, the Zhang Jin Grand Marshal, Zhang Jin stood enthusiastically on the upper deck, gazing at the vast fleet that enveloped his vision. A swell of ambition surged within him, reminiscent of the great Zheng He of yore. He was confident that it would not be long before the nation's resurgence would ascend back to the pinnacle of global prominence under his leadership. "Grand Marshal, the fleet is prepared. Shall we set sail?" Mi Yun inquired, approaching Zhang Jin. "Let us depart," Zhang Jin commanded, and the harmonious sound of the steam whistle resonated through the air as the Zhang Jin-class battleship gracefully commenced its journey toward the boundless sea. 2 days later, around midday, not far from the shores of Shin City, a formidable formation of battleships and destroyers arranged in 2 columns sheltered 34 landing ships, supply vessels, and 5 aircraft carriers within their ranks, while 36 heavy cruisers patrolled the perimeter, creating an imposing spectacle that was both awe-inspiring and intimidating. On board the Tianshu No. 1 aircraft carrier, Zhang Jin stood before a CH-53 Super Stallion helicopter. This helicopter was not part of the carrier's standard equipment. Rather, Zhang Jin had requisitioned an unmodified midway-class model for the local naval forces, having only recently familiarized themselves with their capabilities. Would not have been able to operate a modified version. On the Tianshu-class aircraft carrier, there are 36 Tian Shizha A-1 attack aircraft and 42 F-8F fighter jets, in addition to 5 CH-53 helicopters specifically extracted by Zhang Jin for each carrier. Moreover, the helicopters aboard the Austin-class dock landing ships have been replaced by CH-53E helicopters under Zhang Jin's directive. At this moment, Zhang Jin stands before a maritime stallion, instructing Mi Yun, prepare the carrier-based aircraft squadron for immediate support. Mi Yun promptly stands at attention, assuring him, rest assured, General. The carrier-based aircraft have already been deployed. They will obliterate all of the court's air defense capabilities before your arrival. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin refrains from further conversation and swiftly boards the helicopter, already filled with fully armed soldiers, while he, too, is equipped and holds an AK-47. Action. With Zhang Jin's command, the helicopter ascends rapidly, followed by over 20 helicopters from other warships, forming a dense formation in the sky, racing towards the capital. 2 hours later, the helicopter fleet hovers over the imperial palace in the capital, while inside the palace, in the Fengtian Hall, the newly appointed Chief Minister Wang Dui is addressing a matter that leaves all officials astounded. Chapter 78, The Nine Seals. A proclamation of praise. Within the Fengtian Hall, the Rong family and our young Emperor of Guangdong remain seated high upon the jade steps. Yet the seats once belonging to Yuan Shiqing and Yuan Jijing have vanished without a trace. Alas, none of the high-ranking officials present possess the commanding power of the Yuan family. With Yuan Jijing's death, the entire Yuan clan has fractured instantaneously. Initially, the Rong family had hoped to install her old paramour as chief minister, but regrettably, circumstances did not align, and the other officials dismissed the notion entirely. Even with the Rong family's intervention, they could only secure one of the positions of chief minister or privy councillor. The Rong family understands the significance of military power and knows how to make the right choice, which is precisely why Wang Dui holds the position of chief minister. This cunning individual is not to be underestimated. He was one of Yuan Shiqing's key aides in the political arena, previously serving as a cabinet minister and finance minister, earning him the title of the nation's fiscal deity, with influence that is undeniable. Wang Dui stands in the center of the hall, addressing the high-ranking Rong family and the young emperor with righteous fervor. Your Majesty, esteemed Empress Dowager, throughout history, the rise and fall of dynasties has invariably stemmed from power struggles. This cabinet believes that to unify the realm and ensure the well-being of the populace, there is but one path forward. We must adopt the Western system, implementing a constitutional monarchy in our great Qing to achieve lasting peace and prosperity for millennia to come. The hall erupts in a cacophony of uproar, and Rong, seated beside the emperor, turns pale with shock, abruptly rising to her feet and pointing at Wang Dui, berating him. Wang Dui, how dare you? Even Song Gongming, standing at the forefront of the military officials, cannot contain himself. He understands why Wang Dui has chosen this moment to advocate for a constitutional monarchy. It is, at its core, a struggle for power. Feeling threatened by the alliance between him and the Rong family that seeks to suppress him, attempting to sever his influence. Such a malicious ploy, he naturally cannot acquiesce to. He emerged with an unyielding gaze fixed upon Wang Dui. Wang, esteemed Chancellor, your earlier remarks seem rather biased, do they not? If the constitutional monarchy were as splendid as you claim, why have the great powers of the Franconian Empire, the Prussian Empire, and the Rose Empire not adopted it? Are their emperors the ultimate arbiters? Could it be that they are all fools? The moment Song Gongming's words resounded throughout the grand hall, an eerie silence enveloped the space, and every pair of eyes turned toward the two formidable figures in confrontation. Some even bore expressions of anticipation, pondering that should either of these titans fall, they might ascend a step in the hierarchy, perhaps even savor the favor of the one atop the throne. Just as the thoughts of those within the hall diverged, a sudden, ominous drone of helicopter blades pierced the air from outside the palace. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, the sharp reports of machine gun fire erupted, bullets whizzing and impacting against the palace's outer walls and the grand red pillars. Several projectiles found their way through the windows, raining down onto the hall's floor, and tragically striking a few unfortunate souls standing at the back. The ensuing cacophony of wails from both inside and outside the palace melded into one harrowing sound. As for the remaining dignitaries, their panic was palpable, each scrambling to find refuge. Upon entering the hall, Zhang Jin was greeted by a scene that starkly contrasted the grandeur typically associated with the court. The once mighty officials were now huddled behind the dragon-carved pillars or sprawled on the ground. Among them, our esteemed privy councillor, Song Gongming, was particularly noteworthy, crouched low, clutching his head with his rear end elevated high in the air. Meanwhile, the young emperor, perched upon his lofty throne, had sought solace in the embrace of Lady Rong, seeking comfort in the face of such unprecedented chaos. Observing the high-ranking officials, who resembled ordinary folk gripped by fear, Zhang Jin felt a pang of disappointment. After all, he had a penchant for heads rolling. A cough at the entrance drew the attention of everyone within the hall. Upon seeing Zhang Jin, expressions of shock and disbelief spread across their faces. Why has this harbinger of death returned? Memories of being confined in a pigpen at Zhang Jin's hands flooded their minds, causing involuntary shivers to run down their spines. Without unnecessary preamble, Zhang Jin strode forward into the hall, demanding, "Who is Wang Dui?" Wang Dui? The crowd momentarily froze, their gazes converging on a middle-aged man cowering behind a pillar. Zhang Jin's eyes followed theirs, landing squarely on the man. He approached with purpose, locking eyes with Wang Dui, declaring, "You are Wang Dui." Wang Dui, witnessing Zhang Jin's fierce approach, furrowed his brow in trepidation. Having been away on official business when Yuan Shiqing and his entourage were imprisoned, he did not recognize Zhang Jin, and with a frosty demeanor, he retorted, "Which faction do you belong to? How dare you intrude upon the royal palace? Are you unaware of the stringent laws of the realm?" Zhang Jin regarded the imperious Wang Dui and swiftly drew his blade, bringing it down with lethal precision. The gleaming weapon cleaved through Wang Dui's head with the ease of slicing through cabbage, and in an instant, blood erupted forth. A chorus of gasps filled the hall as Zhang Jin looked down at the bisected Wang Dui, coolly stating, "Oh, by the way, I should have mentioned, I am Zhang Jin." Standing not far away, Song Gongming watched in horror as Wang Dui was cleaved in two by Zhang Jin. Yet, amidst the terror, he felt a surge of elation, for he was well aware of Zhang Jin's motives. This was all about the plight of the refugees. It was he who had initially suggested this approach to Wang Dui, and he never anticipated that this foolish novice would dare to provoke Zhang Jin. Just as Song Gongming reveled in his secret delight, Zhang Jin suddenly turned his gaze toward him. The cold indifference in his eyes caused the temperature in the grand hall to plummet, rendering Song Gongming's body rigid and unresponsive. He attempted to speak, but words lodged in his throat, leaving him utterly voiceless. "Song Shumi, it has come to my attention that you were the one who advised Wang Dui on the refugee strategy in Yan'an." Zhang Jin's emotionless voice reverberated in Song Gongming's ears like thunder, causing his legs to turn to jelly. "Should I cleave you in two as well? Or have you torn apart by 5 horses?" Zhang Jin's bloodstained sword grazed Song Gongming, the imminent threat of death causing him to tremble in terror. "Zhang Qing, might you spare Song Gongming this once for the sake of the Empress Dowager?" The anxious voice of the Rong family suddenly echoed from the Jade Steps. Zhang Jin paused, a smile breaking across his face. If the Empress Dowager speaks, then surely it shall not be a problem. However, upon hearing Zhang Jin's compliance, Rong's heart blossomed with joy, only for her smile to freeze as Zhang Jin continued. "How should the Empress Dowager express her gratitude to me? I propose this. I, Zhang, am a straightforward man and will not make things difficult for you. Simply grant me the title of Grand Marshal of the Empire and Governor of the Northern Territories. It would be even better to add that I shall oversee all military and administrative affairs in the northern provinces and act as I see fit." Chapter 79. The Emperor is actually a woman? Grand Marshal of the Empire? Governor of the Northern Territories? The dignitaries in the hall were left in a state of stunned disbelief. Although the Great Qing Kingdom had undergone reforms based on Western systems, a title of Grand Marshal had never existed. The highest rank was merely general. And what of this northern governor? Did Zhang Jin intend to rule independently? In that moment, the dignitaries' imaginations ran wild. Rong, observing Zhang Jin's brazen demeanor and the bloodshed he had wrought in the hall, felt a mix of shock and resignation. With Zhang Jin's audacity on full display, how could she dare to refuse? Yet, a hint of disappointment lingered in her heart. She had expected Zhang Jin to have more personal intentions, only to find her hopes dashed. Taking a deep breath, she finally spoke. Very well, I shall grant your request. Someone hastened to draft the decree. Wait. Zhang Jin abruptly called out to the eunuch who was about to draft the decree. Also, remember to add one more phrase. Confer upon Zhang Jin the title of Duke of Qin, general overseeing all military affairs, Grand Chancellor, with the honor of 9 ceremonial gifts. The authority to wield the yellow imperial seal, to be exempt from attendance in court, and to enter the palace without bowing, even wearing a sword. An instant silence fell over the hall, as all present stared at Zhang Jin in wide-eyed astonishment, their expressions reflecting a collective disbelief that in modern times would surely have elicited an exclamation of incredulity. Why, in ancient times, was there such a thing as meritorious service to the dragon? It is indeed the case that certain matters are too delicate to be openly spoken of, necessitating the intervention of others. Yet, here stands this individual, boldly articulating thoughts in front of a multitude without a hint of embarrassment. The expression on Rong's face was equally grim, her heart heavy with sorrow. All she desired was to ascend to the position of Empress Dowager. To wield a semblance of power, why must it be so arduous? Anyone would wish to take advantage of their vulnerable state as orphans. Zhang Jin slowly ascended the jade steps to stand before Rong, lifting her panicked, delicate visage, her rosy lips vibrant and tempting, inciting a desire to taste them. However, recalling that this enchanting beauty had once yielded to countless suitors, Zhang Jin lost his appetite and promptly turned to the young emperor, lifting him from the dragon throne with ease. The young emperor, Jin Yi, was unexpectedly hoisted into the air by Zhang Jin, exclaiming in shock, "Ah, what are you doing?" Zhang Jin smiled slightly. "Dear emperor, as the supreme ruler of the Daxing Empire, shouldn't you express your opinion?" Suddenly, a look of astonishment crossed Zhang Jin's face as his gaze fixated on the young emperor's chest, where 2 protrusions had appeared. The emperor was, in fact, a woman, or rather, a girl. How could this be? A tempest of thoughts surged within Zhang Jin's mind, while the young emperor, noticing his unwavering gaze, glanced down, her face immediately flushing crimson. Then, as if recalling something, her complexion turned pale. "Zhang Qing, what are you doing?" Rong's shocked voice rang out from behind. In truth, Zhang Jin had only lifted the young emperor for a fleeting moment. He discreetly set the emperor down, scrutinizing her closely. She was as radiant as jade, with rosy lips and white teeth, the epitome of a charming youth. Yet, upon closer inspection, there was a hint of feminine allure in her features, along with a petite and delicate frame. No wonder everyone remarked that the young emperor was effeminate, timid, and lacking the dignity expected of a ruler. It turned out she was indeed a woman. Thoughts whirled in his mind, yet his expression remained inscrutable. He turned to the visibly anxious Rome and smiled gently. "Since the Empress Dowager is unwilling to acquiesce, I shall have no choice but to petition Her Majesty." I consent, I consent," Rong hastily replied, her earlier hesitation evaporating. She immediately took the young emperor's hand and began to walk outward. Witnessing this scene, Rong's complexion paled dramatically, and disregarding Zhang Jin's formidable presence, she stepped in front of him, exclaiming, "Zhang Jin, have I not already agreed? Why do you not release Her Majesty?" Zhang Jin looked at the visibly distressed Rong and suddenly burst into laughter. "Empress Dowager, has your mind faltered? Why should I, Zhang Jin, feel compelled to justify my actions to anyone? Begone." Zhang Jin's sharp reprimand startled the Rong family, causing them to instinctively yield the path. By the time she regained her senses, Zhang Jin had already escorted the young emperor out of the palace. Just as Rong was steeling herself to summon guards to intercept Zhang Jin, his voice floated in from outside. "Your Highness, the emperor shall accompany me for a brief excursion. Once I ensure his safety, I shall return him to you. Worry not." Upon hearing that Zhang Jin merely intended to use the young emperor as leverage, Rong exhaled a sigh of relief, the tension in her eyes dissipating significantly. In this fleeting moment, it seemed unlikely that Zhang Jin would uncover any hidden truths. Outside the palace, Zhang Jin, disregarding the young emperor's struggles, effortlessly hoisted him onto his shoulder and proceeded towards the helicopter. 2 hours later, within a lounge aboard the aircraft carrier, the young emperor, visibly panicked, gazed at Zhang Jin, whose piercing eyes were fixed upon him. Suddenly, Zhang Jin stood and approached the young emperor, seizing his collar and tugging forcefully. The sound of tearing fabric echoed through the cabin, followed by the emperor's terrified scream. Zhang Jin examined the young emperor's shoulders for a moment before releasing him and slowly returning to his seat. "Are you a girl?" The young emperor clutched his chest in fear, staring at Zhang Jin, who had stripped him of his attire, yet audaciously posed the question. Under Zhang Jin's sword-like gaze, the young emperor dared not withhold an answer, lowering his head and mumbling a response. Observing the young emperor's submissive demeanor, Zhang Jin commanded, "Lift your head." Upon hearing the order, the young emperor involuntarily raised his head. Zhang Jin's voice followed with another directive, "Undo your hairpin." The command made the young emperor tremble, and with shaking hands, he released the pin atop his head. Instantly, his hair cascaded down like a waterfall, smooth and lustrous, as if treated with the finest conditioner. Zhang Jin momentarily stood in astonishment, for the young emperor had transformed into a breathtakingly beautiful maiden with bright eyes and delicate features, embodying purity and youthful innocence. Clearing his throat after a brief pause, Zhang Jin strode towards the door, only to return shortly, carrying a military uniform. "Put this on," the young emperor, glancing between Zhang Jin's unwavering gaze and the uniform on the table, found himself momentarily at a loss. Just as uncertainty clouded his mind, Zhang Jin's icy voice pierced through, "Change, or perish." The chilling tone, almost capable of instilling dread, left the young emperor, accustomed to a life of submission, no room for hesitation. He quickly set about changing his attire. To the young emperor's relief, as he donned the uniform, Zhang Jin remained still, merely surveying him with an oddly peculiar expression, as though observing a pet. "What is your real name?" Zhang Jin suddenly inquired. The young emperor bowed his head. "Jinyu." Jinyu. Zhang Jin murmured two words, a strange glimmer flashing in his eyes, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table, causing the young emperor's heart to race. After an uncertain passage of time, he slowly uttered, "You may depart. I shall arrange for your return to the capital." The young emperor was momentarily stunned, unable to believe that she was to be sent back so soon. Was her abduction merely a pretext to disrobe her and ascertain her gender? At that moment, Zhang Chong pushed the door open and entered, exclaiming, "General, ensure the safety of Her Majesty during her journey back to the capital." "Yes, General," Zhang Chong responded crisply. Then gestured, "Your Majesty, please." The young emperor, in a daze, rose to her feet. As she approached the door, she paused and turned to Zhang Jin, asking, "Zhang Qing, do you wish to be emperor?" Zhang Jin hesitated for a moment before responding, "Who in this world does not aspire to be emperor?" The young emperor shook her head, declaring, "I do not wish for such a position. Being emperor holds no allure for me. I desire only a simple life. If you wish to take the throne, I can relinquish it to you at any moment." Her lack of attachment left Zhang Jin momentarily taken aback, but he soon chuckled, "That is a matter for the future. Zhang Chong, escort Her Majesty back." Days later, in the kingdom of Annam, Saigon, as the headquarters of the French Empire in the South Seas. This bustling city was a hub for the continuous influx of rice, medicinal herbs, tea, timber, and other raw materials from the occupied territories. With a population numbering in the hundreds of thousands, it bustled with Westerners who had traveled thousands of miles in search of fortune. At the docks, emaciated men, bare-chested and barefoot, toiled to drag bags of rice to the beach, quickly forming small mountains of grain. Surrounding the beach stood squads of French soldiers, alongside constables from the governor's office armed with clubs, patrolling the laborers. Any worker who lagged would be met with a sharp reprimand and a blow from a club. "Look, what is that?" Suddenly, a French soldier near the beach pointed toward the sea. The crowd turned to gaze, noticing an unfamiliar black line where the sea met the sky. The alarm horn atop the coastal watchtower blared ominously. The French soldiers on the beach froze. This was a sound reserved for large-scale enemy invasions. Instantly, the soldiers' expressions changed, and they fled toward the city. Boom! Just as chaos erupted in Saigon from the sudden alarm, violent explosions resonated from both within and outside the city. Shells whistled over the sea, landing on the coastal artillery fortifications surrounding Saigon, engulfing them in flames and destruction. At the heart of the city stood an opulent cluster of Western-style buildings, the very site of the French Empire's colonial governor's residence in the South Seas. At this moment, a grand banquet was being held at the governor's residence when a sudden barrage of cannon fire erupted, throwing the mingling foreign dignitaries into a state of chaos. Governor Bauds was equally startled, quickly turning his gaze towards the source of the explosion, where billowing clouds of smoke rose from a low hill not far outside the city. Just then, a violent explosion resounded again, and the ground began to shake violently, causing Bauds to lose his footing and fall to the ground. Governor! Governor! A French general hurriedly approached Bauds, pulling him to his feet. An unfamiliar fleet has appeared at sea. I believe it is imperative for you to take a look. An unfamiliar fleet? Bauds felt a surge of anxiety. Could it be the Americans? Impossible. They are allies. As for the other Western powers in the South Seas, they are merely insignificant entities before the French Empire. Could it be the Prussian Empire? The Empire of Austria? A flurry of conjectures raced through Bauds's mind. Soon, the two arrived at the dock, where an officer rushed towards them. Governor, all 6 of our artillery positions in Saigon have been destroyed. Bauds's expression darkened immediately. He picked up a telescope and peered towards the sea, but the distance was too great. He could discern nothing more than a shadowy mass. Governor, the lookout tower reports that the unidentified fleet is rapidly approaching us. The earlier officer rushed back to him. Upon hearing this, Bauds commanded, immediately organize a defense. We must not allow the enemy to land. Even at this moment, Bauds still believed that the vessels at sea were merely minor ships. Otherwise, he would not dare to organize a defense on the shore. As time passed, the ships drew nearer. Boom! The telescope slipped from Bauds's hands, crashing to the ground as he stared in horror at the sea, muttering incessantly, battleships. Battleships. One ship alone would not have frightened him so, but a multitude was indeed daunting. A moment ago, he had caught a glimpse of a dozen massive vessels. Their sheer size left no doubt that they were battleships. Amidst his terror, Bauds thought he might be imagining things. How could a single fleet possess so many battleships? The French Empire had only 7 in total. Doubtful. Bauds quickly retrieved the telescope from the ground and once again gazed towards the sea. At that moment, the fleet was within mere nautical miles of the coast. And through the telescope, he could clearly see the outlines of the battleships. His attention was instantly drawn to the foremost dozen battleships, their colossal forms and enormous cannons appearing even larger than the greatest warship of his own nation, sending a chill down his spine. Boom! Just as Bauds stood in shock, several of the largest ships in the battleship formation suddenly erupted in bursts of flames, and dozens of dark projectiles descended upon the city of Saigon. Boom! 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 Billowing mushroom clouds ascended from the city, as countless edifices were instantaneously shattered into fragments like fireworks. Bauda witnessed firsthand as a colossal fortress, which he had lauded as impenetrable, was struck by a naval shell, transforming into a cascade of rubble that soared into the sky. The indigenous people were oblivious to the devastating power of the battleship's artillery. They were unaware that a single shot could obliterate an entire company. Even fortified structures might not withstand such might. Thus, Bauda made a most sagacious decision. Quickly, raise the white flag. We surrender. Chapter 81. Jack the Ripper, Zhang Jin. On the flagship, Zhang Jin stood with vigor on the bridge, a smile unwavering on his face as he beheld the fireballs erupting from Qigong City. Commander, the defending forces of Qigong have surrendered. Mi Yun approached Zhang Jin, announcing the news. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin swiftly grasped his binoculars and observed a vast white flag fluttering in the wind on the beach. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was merely a double bed sheet, with 7 or 8 individuals struggling to hold a thick wooden pole aloft, desperately ensuring their visibility. Signal the landing craft to disembark immediately. A grin crept across Zhang Jin's lips. This was indeed reminiscent of the style of the Frankish. Shall we bombard them further, Commander? Mi Yun inquired, somewhat apprehensive. Fear not. These Westerners lack the audacity, unless they are prepared to embrace death. Zhang Jin's orders swiftly reached the amphibious landing craft squadron, as over 20 vessels swiftly formed a line, accelerating toward the shore. Simultaneously, the other warships aimed their cannons at the coastline, ready to unleash a barrage upon any slightest movement from the Frankish. However, Mi Yun's concerns proved unfounded. The Frankish Empire exhibited a commendable understanding of the rules concerning prisoners of war. As Zhang Jin and the army troops made landfall, the enemy had already gathered their weapons, arranging them neatly, while their personnel stood in orderly lines upon the beach, awaiting their transfer to a POW camp. At the forefront, Bauda gazed at the tanks disembarking from the hovercraft onto the shore and the battleships that had approached, their formidable cannons ever reminding him of the sagacity of his prior decisions. Yet, he was taken aback to find that he recognized neither the flags on the warships nor the insignias on the tanks. Just as Bauda pondered this perplexity, a hovercraft buzzed onto the beach, and squads of soldiers, clad in steel helmets and brandishing assault rifles, surged forth from the craft. Upon stepping onto the beach, Zhang Jin was immediately captivated by the towering piles of sacks amassed on the shore. What are these? Zhang Chong hurriedly approached Zhang Jin, stating, Commander, they are filled with rice. Oh, where do these foreigners intend to transport it? To the west? They seem not to consume rice, do they? Zhang Chong shook his head, replying, No, they plan to set it ablaze. Burn it? Zhang Jin's voice involuntarily rose, incredulous at the thought. Such fine provisions, why would they incinerate them? Commander, the South Seas are unlike our Xinhua. They can yield 3 to 4 harvests a year, producing an abundance of grain that they cannot possibly consume. In their quest to dominate the occupied territories, the Francois people annually confiscate the majority of the grain, selling what they can and incinerating the rest. This day is referred to as the Day of Grace, during which they hold grand feasts to witness the spectacle of grain being burned. Zhang Jin found it hard to believe that, amidst the widespread famine displacing millions in his homeland, such a vast quantity of food would be destroyed. How much grain was there? His subordinate had inquired and reported approximately 100,000 tons, coinciding with the harvest season in the South Seas, where the Francois had requisitioned at least 3 to 4 million tons of grain from the occupied region. Zhang Jin's eyes lit up. He had fortuitously stumbled upon a solution to his dilemma. Go, bring me their spokesperson. Before long, a corpulent Westerner was brought forth. General, I present to you Governor Bods of the Francois Empire in the South Seas. Without preamble, Zhang Jin cut to the chase. I will take that grain, and furthermore, gather 10 million tons within 2 weeks. Should you fail, his expression grew icy as he gestured towards a large group of Francois soldiers in the training ground. Their fate shall mirror yours. No sooner had Zhang Jin's words left his lips than dozens of M2 machine guns erupted in unison, and thousands of unsuspecting Francois soldiers were reduced to a gruesome heap of flesh. The ground was strewn with dismembered limbs, staining the beach a deep crimson, resembling a hellish scene. Bods clutched his head in horror, screaming in disbelief. The Westerners had committed countless atrocities in the South Seas, and even Bods was aware of the bloodshed inflicted upon the locals, viewing those with yellow skin as less than human, mere monkeys in their eyes. Yet now, those he deemed inferior had gruesomely dispatched noble Westerners, leaving them in a state of utter shock, fear, disbelief, and a flicker of anger that threatened to drive Bods to madness. Amidst the chaos in Bods's mind, Zhang Jin's calm voice cut through. Mr. Bods, I presume you have heard of a certain Eastern punishment known as lynching? Not many, just 3,000 cuts. Oh, I almost forgot that, Mr. Bods is not from the East. No matter, allow me to elucidate. Your garments will be stripped away, and a fishing net will be wrapped around you. Zhang Jin gestured with his hands. This will cause numerous little bumps to protrude on your skin, and eventually, someone will slice them off, one by one. Zhang Jin narrated this with an enthusiasm akin to casual banter between friends, but to Bods, it sounded no different from the voice of Satan. Rest assured, you need not worry about dying too soon. I have already experimented on a Westerner, ensuring you will experience the entire ordeal. Bods, already feeling a sense of familiarity with the discourse, widened his eyes in realization upon hearing Zhang Jin mention a Westerner, exclaiming, You are Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin turned to regard Bods, who had suddenly collapsed in fear, and with a playful expression remarked, Mr. Bods, you know me? At this moment, Bauda was paralyzed with fear. Although he had never encountered Zhang Jin, the latter's formidable reputation resonated throughout the West, where he was infamously dubbed Jack, the Ripper Zhang Jin. His image had been thoroughly demonized, even when lulling children to sleep. Parents would resort to invoking Zhang Jin to frighten them, claiming that in the East there exists a devil named Zhang Jin, who feasts daily on human flesh and drinks human blood. Bauda had initially thought such tales were mere exaggerations, but now, faced with the man himself, he found him even more terrifying than the legends suggested. Trembling with trepidation, he hastily nodded and said, Esteemed General Zhang Jin, please rest assured, we shall fulfill your demands. Zhang Jin nodded in satisfaction and continued, Moreover, from this day forth, all officials in your Indochina occupied territories must be replaced with citizens of Xinhua. I grant you 1 month to execute this change. As for the candidates, they shall arrive in a few days. Zhang Jin had already formulated a plan, intending to bring hundreds of thousands of refugees to Nanyang. We shall obey your command. Bauda, though reluctant, dared not defy Zhang Jin's orders. He was acutely aware that even if the naval forces of the Fablengsi Empire were to embark on a transoceanic expedition, They would not necessarily stand a chance against the formidable fleet before him. Furthermore, such a scenario was impractical. Consequently, Bauta understood precisely what he needed to do. In terms of pragmatism, Westerners often excel beyond their Eastern counterparts. At the very least, they would not resort to self-destructive acts with explosives. "General, we have requisitioned all the grain," inquired Zhang Shichong, who had been closely following Zhang Jin after Baoda's hasty departure. Zhang Jin cast a puzzled glance at Zhang Shichong. "What does that have to do with us?" Chapter 82, The Insatiable Clown. The sudden appearance of the Great Qing Empire's army in Nanyang, capturing the tens of thousands of occupying troops of the Fablangxi Empire, sent shockwaves throughout the region. The news spread swiftly the following day, reaching the Western world and creating a considerable uproar. At the Nanyang governor's office, Zhang Jin looked at the battle report handed to him by Zhang Chong, incredulous. "Are you saying that all the Fablangxi troops have surrendered?" "Indeed, General," Zhang Chong replied, equally astonished. He had never witnessed such a capitulation from the Fablangxi Empire. It was so clean and decisive that it felt less like a battle and more like herding sheep. "General, the newly formed 4th and 5th Divisions have taken over all military camps in the colonial region, and the Fablangxi soldiers have been assembled, totaling 158,637 individuals." Zhang Jin stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before instructing, "You must issue orders immediately to transport all these soldiers back to our homeland. Yan'an is in dire need of revitalization, and we require these men to shed their blood for our cause." "Yes, General." The sound of boots echoed as Yanning strode in confidently from outside. "General, a man claiming to be Li Di-sun has arrived, asserting that he is the king of Nanyue, appointed by the Xinhua court, and wishes to meet with you." "The king of Nanyue? Where has this newcomer emerged from?" The eagle-eyed Yan swiftly addressed Zhang Jin, who wore a mask of confusion. "My lord, I have conducted an investigation, and this individual is none other than the king of the kingdom of Annam, supported by the Franks, and the 18th monarch of the southern Yu, duly conferred by the Xinhua court. He is one of the 12 vassal kings of foreign domains appointed by Xinhua. A capricious character. He harbors a profound hatred for the people of Xinhua, frequently colluding with the Franks to murder Xinhua merchants who venture to Annam for trade, thus seizing their wealth. He has even dispatched troops to assist the Franks in their incursions upon our territory." Zhang Jin's expression turned icy as he turned to the nearby weapons rack, seizing a large cleaver, and commanded, "Let him enter." Moments later, a middle-aged man clad in a resplendent bright yellow tunic entered, followed closely by 4 small kalami. Upon seeing Zhang Jin, the man clasped his hands in salute and smiled, proclaiming, "I am Li Di-sun, your majesty. It is an honor to meet you, General." When Li Di-sun emphasized the title of duke, it was as if he were declaring, "Did you not see? I am a noble. Do pay your respects." Though Zhang Jin did not discern the underlying implications of Li Di-sun's words, the man's haughty demeanor made it abundantly clear that he regarded Zhang Jin with disdain, provoking a chuckle within him. He could not fathom whether Li Di-sun was merely foolish or believed himself to possess some hidden advantage, thus daring to flaunt his arrogance before him. "What brings you here?" Zhang Jin's tone was icy, prompting Li Di-sun to momentarily falter. During his visit to the capital of Xinhua years ago, he had been met with lavish hospitality from the emperor and profound respect from all the civil and military officials. It was then that he grasped the reason behind his ancestors' fervent tributes to Xinhua. It was a venture laden with profit, where a trifling offering could yield 100-fold or 1,000-fold return. Even requests were met with eagerness. This realization prompted his hasty arrival upon hearing that Zhang Jin had seized the entire Indochina from the Franks, for he believed the people of Xinhua to be easily deceived. Despite his dissatisfaction with Zhang Jin's demeanor, the prospect of soon becoming a true king dulled his grievances. He thought, at worst, he could send an official letter to Xinhua, requesting the emperor to execute this insolent man. Oblivious to the fact that he stood before the illustrious Zhang Jin, Li Di-sun continued with a beaming smile, "Young general, I have come to express my gratitude for your forces expelling the Franks. In appreciation, I am willing to offer 500 tons of grain and 50 jin of exquisite tea to your esteemed army. However, I have a request. Could you transfer all the Franks' weaponry to us? I assure you, I will send an envoy to the capital to express my profound gratitude for the imperial favor." Zhang Jin, watching the presumptuous Li Di-sun, was filled with a mix of amusement and annoyance. Without further ado, he gripped his blade and swung it toward Li Di-sun's head. With a sickening thud, half of the man's head flew off, blood splattering the air. Zhang Jin swung his mighty cleaver several times, directly felling the remaining small Karami to the ground. With the bloodied blade in hand, he coldly commanded, "Send the order down. All officials of the Southern Kingdom are to be executed. Any who dare resist shall face the annihilation of their entire clan." At that moment, as Zhang Jin raised his slaughtering knife, the fleet he had brought to the southern seas began to launch attacks in all directions. In the kingdom of Ini, near the city of Jakarta, at dawn, an air-cushioned landing craft sliced through the waves and swiftly approached the shore. Following it, one after another, Shafi tanks descended from the landing craft. The landing craft then made its return, shortly reappearing once more. Within 20 minutes, a rapid assault unit composed of a dozen tanks and over 30 armored vehicles sped towards Jakarta. At this time, the entire kingdom of Ini was still under the dominion of the Tulip Kingdom, and thus Jakarta was also known as Batavia. The beach was not far from the city, merely a 10-minute journey to the imposing Western-style city walls. The roaring engines outside startled the drowsy soldiers of the Tulip Kingdom, who quickly rushed to the walls to peer down. Upon seeing the tanks outside, they were left utterly bewildered. As a Western nation, the Tulip Kingdom also possessed its own armored forces, including several Vickers tanks and a number of AC-3D armored vehicles within Jakarta. However, compared to the tanks before them, their Vickers seemed like mere infants in swaddling clothes. Just as the Tulip Guard stood in stunned silence, a sudden wailing filled the air. 9 large black dots appeared on the horizon. With a series of thunderous explosions, the seemingly impregnable fortifications were instantly shattered in a blaze of fire. Following the obliteration of the surrounding bastions, the naval cannons began to rain devastation upon the city, leveling the barracks and the governor's residence to the ground. The 406mm naval guns of the Tianquan-class battleships wielded unimaginable power, especially when all 9 cannons fired simultaneously, capable of erasing an entire military camp in an instant. Thus, when the armored division entered the city, they encountered little significant resistance, as most of the defenders had already met their fate along with their barracks. Once the thunderous bombardment ceased, the citizens who emerged from their homes to assess the situation were greeted by the sight of armored vehicles adorned with the flags of the Xinhua Dragon and the Dingbei army rushing through the streets. Chapter 83. 1,000 Hailstorms Unleashed. A considerable number of Xinhua citizens resided in Jakarta. Upon seeing the flags on the vehicles, disbelief washed over them, and they rubbed their eyes to confirm the reality before them. Instantly elated, a middle-aged man shouted towards the courtyard, "Quick, come out. It's the army of the court. It's our own army. Everyone, come out. The army of the court has arrived." A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. Those who had been hiding in their homes rushed out, and upon confirming that it was indeed the native army of Xinhua, they erupted into jubilant celebration. The familiar cheers resonated through the streets, causing the convoy to come to an immediate halt. A major officer emerged from an armored vehicle and approached the middle-aged man who had just called out. "Fellow countrymen, are you from Yan'an?" The warm dialect stirred the middle-aged man, who nodded vigorously in excitement. "Yes, yes. Is the commander also from Yan'an?" The major's face broke into a smile. "Indeed. We hail from Yan'an, part of the northern governor's forces, led by the esteemed General Zhang Jin of the Dingbei army." "Commander, have you truly come from Xinhua?" At that moment, a frail, elderly voice emerged from behind the middle-aged man. The major looked up to see a stooped old man, trembling as he leaned on a cane. Making his way from a nearby house, the middle-aged man hurriedly assisted the elder to the major, saying, "Commander, this is Elderly, the most respected figure in our community." The major replied with a grin, "Elderly, there's no need for doubt. Your voice alone reveals your identity." The elder, moved to tears, grasped the major's hand and exclaimed, "After decades, I have finally witnessed our imperial army once more." He then turned to the gathering descendants of Xinhua and proclaimed, "Come forth, everyone. Our army has arrived. No one will dare to bully us again." The elder's words evoked tears in many eyes. The people of Xinhua are known to be among the most industrious in the world, in stark contrast to the opportunistic Abrahamites who resort to unscrupulous means to seize others' wealth. Every coin earned by the Xinhua people is a product of their labor. Yet, this industriousness has drawn the envy of others, particularly in the current climate of weakness exhibited by the Xinhua court, which has emboldened the arrogance of foreign nations. Here, for instance, the despicable Tulip people have treated the Xinhua citizens within their borders as livestock, periodically reaping their rewards. "Commander, we have captured the governor of the Tulip people." At that moment, an armored vehicle approached, and a few soldiers dragged a foreigner from the vehicle. Without hesitation, the major drew his pistol and aimed it at the foreigner's head, pulling the trigger with a decisive bang. The bullet struck the center of the foreigner's forehead, causing a spray of blood to erupt from the back of his head. The major holstered his weapon, the atmosphere around them growing tense as he surveyed the stunned descendants of Xinhua and declared, by the order of the Grand Marshal of the Great Qing Empire, Duke of Qin, Northern Governor, and Commander of the Dingbei Army, Zhang Jin, from this day forth, all territories of the Tulip Kingdom in the East Indies shall belong to Xinhua. With the crowd of Xinhua citizens swelling around him, he raised his voice once more. Fellow countrymen, are there any among you willing to join the Dingbei Army to protect our elders and kin? Those selected will receive a monthly stipend of 10 great martial coins. He added, that is equivalent to 20 silver dollars. The major's proclamation immediately stirred excitement. 20 silver dollars is no trivial sum in Xinhua, Nanyang, or even in the Morning Empire. According to the exchange rates of this world, 1 American dollar exchanges for 5 Prussian marks, or 25 Eagle pounds, or 4 silver dollars. In other words, 20 silver dollars can be exchanged for 5 May dollars. Meanwhile, in the homeland of Xinhua, very few people earn $20 a month. Those with any significant income belong to affluent families. Of course, one cannot compare this with the Western world, where an ordinary worker in the Great Eagle Empire earns around 40 Eagle pounds monthly. And the people of May are not far behind, averaging 60 May dollars. This stark contrast reveals that Xinhua still has a long journey ahead. Let us not linger on this matter. When the major mentioned recruitment, many young hearts were stirred. Coupled with the allure of high salaries, a multitude of applicants soon gathered, with thousands of young men enlisting in a short span. As for managing these recruits, Zhang Jin wasted no time. He summoned 5,000 elite soldiers and 1,000 elite officers directly from his phone. He had already devised a plan, intending to use these soldiers as the backbone, recruiting Xinhua-descended youth from Nanyang. Upon investigation, he discovered that millions of Xinhua nationals resided there, making the recruitment of soldiers rather straightforward. As for resources, Zhang Jin had recently captured over 100,000 phalanxy soldiers, accruing more than 70,000 units of energy, which rendered him quite affluent. He began to envision the possibility of vanquishing all foreign adversaries in Nanyang and the substantial energy he would gain from such victories. It must be said, the Westerners in Nanyang were far easier to defeat than the stubborn foes from northeast Xinhua, who charged forward as if driven by a death wish. When he had previously used aerial bombs to level cities near Yuguan, the remaining adversaries fought fiercely, inflicting injuries on the 1st Infantry Division tasked with clearing the battlefield, 1 severely wounded and over 20 lightly injured. Such a casualty rate of 1 in 50,000 had weighed heavily on Zhang Jin's heart for quite some time. At the governor's office in Saigon, Yanning rushed into Zhang Jin's office. Report, Commander. The newly formed 4th Division, specifically the 41st Infantry Corps, has informed us that the Eagle Empire is mobilizing large numbers of troops at the borders of the Siam Kingdom. Intelligence from the Indian station revealed that the Eagle Empire's commander in India, Stedrim, had gathered 5 local infantry divisions, 3 from member nations, and 20 indigenous infantry divisions, totaling approximately 400,000 troops. Upon hearing this, a smile crept across Zhang Jin's lips. For 100,000 troops, this foreign foe seems to take us quite seriously. However, has his head been struck by a mule, thinking we would engage in direct, traditional combat? Relay the orders to deploy 4 rocket artillery divisions to the front lines and prepare the aircraft carrier fleet. The moment they assemble, we shall strike them fiercely. 2 days hence, upon the plains bordering the Kingdom of Siam, an incessant stream of troops converged from various directions within Siam. The supreme commander of the Indian garrison, Stedrim, beheld the swelling ranks of soldiers gravitating towards his position, a self-satisfied expression blossoming upon his countenance. As the highest military leader of the Eagle Empire in the Indian territories, he had long amassed considerable wealth. With his insatiable greed satiated, his lust for power surged. He had set his sights on the recently vacated position of Minister of the Army in the Eagle Empire, contemplating the necessary maneuvers to secure it when he suddenly learned that Zhang Jin had seized the territory of the Phalanx people. Elation coursed through him. Was this not the ready-made merit he had been seeking? If he could vanquish Zhang Jin's forces in Annam, the coveted title of Minister of the Army would surely be within his grasp. Simultaneously, 30 kilometers from the assembly point of the Eagle Empire's forces, for divisions with 108 BM 2142 rocket launchers were meticulously arrayed upon the plains. Chapter 84. A Frustration of Expectations. Commander Zhang 16 set down the telephone and issued a resounding command. I order the measurement of Target 1. Full fire coverage. Yes, the messenger replied loudly, promptly relaying Zhang 16's orders over the radio. The rocket launchers, previously stationary, sprang to life upon receiving the command, rapidly elevating and adjusting their angles to the west. With a whoosh, flames erupted from the bases of the launchers as the first rocket ascended, swiftly followed by the second and third. Over 1,000 rocket launchers unleashed a barrage of more than 122 mm rockets, painting the sky with streaks of orange flames trailing white trails, cascading like a meteor shower, each rocket pursuing the next in a breathtaking spectacle. At the Great Eagle Coalition's position, Stedrim stood atop an armored vehicle, poised to issue commands for a comprehensive assault when he suddenly observed a multitude of dark dots materializing in the sky. Upon closer inspection, his face drained of color. These were unmistakably bombs raining down. Panic erupted from the military ranks, causing the previously orderly formation to scatter chaotically. Alas, no matter how swiftly they fled, they could not outpace the descent of the projectiles. Before they could even lift their feet from the ground, the first wave of rockets struck. The violent explosions erupted, accompanied by countless flames blossoming on the ground, each explosion obliterating nearby soldiers. Before the initial wave of devastation subsided, a second wave of rockets rained down, engulfing the fortunate survivors in flames, and just then, the third wave arrived. Over 40,000 rockets rained down upon a vast plain stretching for miles, the ensuing explosions generating billowing clouds of smoke that obscured the sky. As the haze gradually dissipated, what was once a densely populated expanse of soldiers lay blanketed in a grim layer of corpses and mangled flesh. Our proud General Sturlam was reduced to mere fragments in the initial wave of the rocket assault. At that moment, dark silhouettes reappeared in the heavens. But this time they were not rockets. Rather, they were hundreds of aerial attackers, striking machines that swooped down upon the parts of the Eagle Federation forces untouched by the initial bombardment, akin to majestic eagles sensing their prey. Bomb after bomb descended, and upon reaching the mid-air, they detonated with a violent force, unleashing countless cylindrical explosives that scattered across the sky. In an instant, they plummeted into the retreating troops below, exploding with a resounding bang. The soldiers of the Eagle Federation, perplexed, noticed that these bombs yielded little destructive force, instead releasing a gelatinous substance. As the soldiers struggled to comprehend the situation, flames erupted violently, transforming the battlefield into an inferno of unimaginable heat. Within moments, numerous soldiers were incinerated into charred remains, while those fortunate enough to escape the immediate blaze found themselves engulfed in flames, running in anguish or rolling on the ground in despair. Alas, their frantic efforts to extinguish the fire only seemed to ignite their bodies further. Those who attempted to aid their comrades fared no better. A mere touch of white phosphorus would turn them into fiery specters. Even more horrifying, the blazing white phosphorus unleashed a toxic mist that suffocated even the luckiest souls who had evaded the flames. An hour later, reconnaissance aircraft flew over the gathering place of the Eagle forces, revealing that the once verdant fields had been transformed into desolate, charred earth, utterly lifeless and void of vitality. In the South Seas governor's office, Zhang Jin glanced at his phone, marveling at the inexplicably accumulated power of 150,000. He couldn't contain his smile. Though he lamented the fact that he had not annihilated the Eagle forces entirely, he had nonetheless accomplished his objectives. Yet Zhang Jin was not one to suffer indignities. The audacity of the Eagle Empire to provoke him would not go unpunished. Zhang Chong, he commanded, issue orders for the fleet to converge upon the colonial territories of the Eagle Empire, flatten their coastal cities. Furthermore, direct the Air Force deep into their hinterlands. Let them rain destruction upon the land. Inform me Yun and the others not to worry about the expenditure of ammunition and fuel. I have but one demand: no cessation of operations without my explicit command. Zhang Jin recognized his limitations in governing such a vast expanse. But if he could not possess it, he would not hesitate to turn it into a hell's cape. As for the expended ammunition and fuel, with a chuckle, Zhang Jin smiled, for he was least concerned about the depletion of ammunition. As long as there was power, he could level an entire planet with his firepower. By the way, he called out to Zhang Chong, who was about to depart, advising him, "Instruct the men to capture every Westerner in the South Seas for me. We in the North are busy with construction, and we require a substantial amount of free labor. They are just the right fit." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong scratched his head, puzzled. "Commander, why don't we recruit some locals in the South Seas?" Zhang Jin, noticing Zhang Chong's bewilderment, reproached him with a hint of exasperation. "Can't you aspire to something greater? Who do you think I am? Am I not deserving of the title of the foremost figure in the Far East? And our Northern Army, aren't we among the most formidable forces of this era? With such lavish resources, how can we settle for mere natives? Foreign laborers are far superior. When Western nations come to visit, we can take them to see our coal mines and highways. With so many Europeans working for us for free, how impressive would that be? This is what we call a familial bond. Do you understand?" After imparting this lesson to Zhang Chong, he waved his hand dismissively, and Zhang Chong, as if granted a reprieve, hurried away. Meanwhile, Zhang Jin settled down to review the urgent documents sent from Yunnan, looking at the small stack of papers before him, a trace of helplessness emerging on his face. Although he wielded supreme authority, capable of commanding the death of an individual or even thousands with merely a word, and could have whatever he desired, he also bore witness to his own struggles, did he not? Each day was filled with delicacies. Yet he couldn't even find a simple steamed bun to enjoy. Furthermore, countless affluent families sought to place their daughters in his embrace, each one as beautiful as a flower, all willingly desiring his attention. This, in essence, stripped him of the right to pursue romance. Consumed by the daily monotony, he felt quenched yet deprived of sweetness. Alas, the heights of power can be isolating. Chapter 85. The temptation is overwhelming. After a moment of self-reflection, Zhang Jin focused his mind on the documents at hand. Those that reached him were undoubtedly of utmost importance, such as allocations exceeding 100,000 military coins, the construction of public railways, military reorganization and redeployment, promotions and appointments of officials above the provincial level, and the autumn death penalty review. Among the papers in his hand was the autumn death penalty list for the provinces of Yunnan and Yanbei. In ancient times, the process for capital punishment was scrupulously strict, requiring 3 submissions for approval and a 5-step protocol, where execution could only take place 3 days after the emperor's approval. However, as is often the case, officials had ways to circumvent these regulations, often leading to untimely deaths during torture, illness in prison, or fatal accidents along the way. Zhang Jin was no longer a naive novice. He had taken the time to read extensively during his idle hours, for no one wishes to be deceived by others. Because of this, he understood well that the so-called 3 submissions for approval were merely designed for the affluent and powerful. While ordinary citizens had no hope of receiving such treatment, there was no one to advocate for them, as they were merely a statistic. Zhang Jin's mind was in turmoil, stirred by a tempest of thoughts. Having risen from humble beginnings, he understood the plight of the common people all too well. He immediately commanded, "Zhang Chong, convey my directive to all jurisdictions. No corporal punishment shall be inflicted upon those imprisoned before they are duly convicted. Those who dare to defy this order, regardless of the consequences faced by the victim, shall be executed alongside the perpetrators of such punishments." He could scarcely believe anyone would risk the guillotine to torment a prisoner. Even if one were audacious enough, what of the others present? After further contemplation, Zhang Jin deemed it prudent to add, "Let it be known that this applies to prisons as well." Additionally, he instructed, "Inform the legislative office that should the crimes of human trafficking or the violation of women be substantiated, the perpetrators shall be executed without delay." Zhang Chong bowed his head, diligently noting Zhang Jin's commands in a small notebook before straightening up and affirming, "Yes, Commander." Time flowed like water, and before long, night had descended. Zhang Jin finally completed a substantial stack of official documents and stretched, ready to rise, when he unexpectedly noticed a letter concealed beneath the pile. Curiosity piqued, he retrieved it, and the envelope bore just 2 characters, Jinyu. Zhang Jin paused, instantly recognizing the sender. It was none other than the young emperor. What could she possibly want to communicate? Was there something amiss? Upon opening the envelope, he extracted a sheet of paper, marveling at the exquisite quality of the royal stationery, a tactile delight. As he focused on the written words, astonishment flickered in his eyes. The letter contained not matters of state, but rather domestic musings, tales of being scolded by the Rome clan that day, recounting incidents that had transpired in the court the previous day, and her clandestine escapades. Was she confiding in him as a confidant? Zhang Jin chuckled wryly, dismissing the letter to the side. He had far too many pressing matters at hand to indulge in the whims of a child. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall of the governor's mansion, melodious music echoed through the opulent space, adorned with fine wines and sumptuous delicacies. White female attendants glided gracefully among the guests, their faces a mask of humility and courtesy. The attendees comprised Chinese scholars, merchants, and common folk from the former colonies of the Francophone Empire and the Kingdom of Tulips, yet they appeared stiff and apprehensive, devoid of the merriment typically associated with such gatherings. Such unease was understandable. Zhang Jin's reputation loomed large. In a matter of days, he had swept through the entire South Seas, reportedly leaving the Eagle Empire's forces in India, known as the Peafowl Empire, in disarray. The commander has arrived. The guests in the hall fell silent, their voices stifled by an air of trepidation. The attendants, too, dared not utter a word, moving with utmost caution. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, a resounding voice heralded the arrival of the commander from outside. At once, the guests dropped to their knees, bewildering the white attendants, though some quick-witted individuals instinctively followed suit. Before long, Zhang Jin strode through the entrance, only to be taken aback by the sight of a multitude of people kneeling in the dim light. As he contemplated urging them to rise, his gaze fell upon a dozen or so foreign attendants standing brazenly nearby, causing his expression to darken instantly. With a voice steeped in fury, he commanded, "Bring forth these insolent wretches and execute them." The palpable menace in Zhang Jin's voice sent shivers down the spines of those on their knees, prompting them to press their foreheads to the ground in terror. Who in the South Seas did not recognize Zhang Jin as the reincarnation of a deity of slaughter? The merchants and scholars summoned to this gathering were already tinged with trepidation, and now their anxiety had escalated to sheer dread. Initially, the foreign attendants appeared unconcerned. However, as they were forcibly restrained, their fear became evident. They struggled and cried out, only to be met with the menacing elevation of rifle butts. Meanwhile, those white individuals possessing a modicum of discernment felt a wave of relief wash over them, as the act of kneeling became a matter of course, effectively breaking their defiance, which was precisely Zhang Jin's intention. "Everyone, please rise." Zhang Jin gestured with a wave of his hand, and the kneeling populace exhaled in relief, hastily bowing their heads in respect, exclaiming, "Thank you, Commander." They stood up, yet each one kept their gaze lowered, resembling children caught in wrongdoing, too fearful to meet Zhang Jin's eyes. Observing the silent assembly and the palpable tension among the crowd, Zhang Jin found himself momentarily bewildered. Was he truly so fearsome? Yet, perhaps it was for the best. At the very least, these individuals were deterred from any insidious schemes. In that moment, Zhang Jin's thoughts turned away from hosting a banquet, and he directly conveyed the purpose of this gathering. "I have invited you here with no ulterior motives, merely to inform you that I intend to establish 4 governorates: Annam, Siam, Java, and Lusong. We are all compatriots, and I will not forget your roles within these positions. Thus, I have resolved to organize a selection process for officials among the citizens of our homeland and the South Seas. Rest assured, we will not be testing you with the 8-legged essays, but rather with inquiries into practical knowledge and the rudiments of governance." Zhang Jin's words left the attendees momentarily stunned before expressions of ecstatic joy broke forth. The people of Xinghua harbored an inherent enthusiasm for the notion of officialdom, and upon hearing that they could attain such positions, they could hardly contain themselves. An elderly gentleman, trembling with age, stepped forward with a look of apprehension, inquiring, "Commander, does this mean that anyone from our Xinghua can hold office?" "Indeed," Zhang Jin replied with unwavering affirmation. "As long as one is a descendant of Xinghua and has not committed any crimes against our homeland or its people, they are welcome to participate." Instantly, the atmosphere in the hall transformed into one of fervor, as the prospect of gain ignited a new intensity in the gazes directed at Zhang Jin, mingling reverence with fervent desire. Meanwhile, in a dormitory of the Imperial University in the capital of Xinghua, a figure burst through the door, panting heavily, exclaiming, "Good news! Tremendous news! We finally have a destination." A young man, seemingly lethargic as he lay on the upper bunk, immediately sprang to life upon hearing the news. Without a care for his precarious perch, he executed a graceful somersault and landed with a resounding thud. The impact sent him crashing to the floor, grimacing in pain. Yet he swiftly regained his composure and eagerly approached the lean man nearby, exclaiming, Is there news from the court? Are there any vacancies? The lean man, brimming with excitement, replied, What court? It's south, not from the court. It's from Yan'an. General Zhang from Yan'an is openly recruiting public servants. At this, the young man deflated like a punctured balloon, his enthusiasm waning as he waved dismissively. How trivial. What positions could a minor place like Yan'an possibly offer us? They're likely just putting on a show. Even if there were decent positions available, they would be hoarded by the officials for their descendants. It is far better to wait for news in the capital. The current Imperial University, a remnant of the former Guozijian, had transformed since the abolition of the imperial examination system. The court now selected officials primarily from the top graduates of various universities, providing a new avenue for scholars. However, as the authority waned and corruption flourished, any vacancies that arose were typically distributed among officials, leaving only the most undesirable positions for others. Yet, even such roles within remote counties attracted throngs of aspiring candidates. Unfortunately, with so many vying for limited opportunities, success hinged on one's initiative. The young man's dormitory companions were similarly devoid of wealth or connections, destined to remain in academia and gamble on fortune. Perhaps, if a position in some forsaken locale became available, they might seize the chance. The lean man interjected, Lin Xingji, let me finish. This recruitment isn't for Yan'an. It's for Nanyang. The newspapers reported that Duke Qin, General Zhang Jin, heeded the will of the people of Nanyang and sent troops to help them defeat the invaders. The locals, grateful for the Duke's benevolence, willingly pledged their allegiance to him. Despite his reluctance, the Duke ultimately had to accept their loyalty and established 4 governorates in Nanyang. These new offices are ripe for development. Not only are there vacancies for heads and deputies in each county, but even the subordinate offices of the governorate are unfilled. If we can pass the examination, we might secure positions as directors or deputy directors. The other 2 occupants in the room brightened at this prospect. Just as excitement began to swell, a derisive voice interrupted. What? You wish to venture to that desolate place in Nanyang? Aren't you afraid of succumbing to the venomous creatures there? Lin Xingji shot a venomous glare at the speaker, whose mocking tone had marred the moment. But uncertainty flickered across his face. The Daxing Empire had been isolated for far too long, and the perceptions of its people remained entrenched in antiquity. Believing Nanyang to be rife with venomous insects and inhospitable terrain, as the 4 individuals exchanged silent glances, a clear, resounding voice suddenly broke the stillness. Lin Xingji, how do you know that Nanyang is a land of desolate mountains and treacherous waters? Have you ever been there? Lin Xingji turned to see a tall, handsome young man striding confidently towards him. Lin Xingji furrowed his brow. Tang Lin, on what grounds do you claim that I am mistaken? Have you traveled there yourself? Tang Lin smiled slightly. I have not visited, but someone in my family has. Aside from being a bit stifling, it is quite similar to our Xinghua. I have made up my mind. I shall depart for Beiping tomorrow. He glanced at Lin Xingji and the others, pausing before continuing. You must contemplate this carefully. It is indeed a rare opportunity. The reason General Zhang is fervently recruiting officials is due to the establishment of 4 new governor's offices, which requires a substantial number of officials. Should you miss this chance, the prospect of soaring to success may prove exceedingly arduous. Tang Lin's words plunged the dormitory into deep contemplation once more. After a moment, a slender young man suddenly raised his head and declared, Tang Lin, I will accompany you. Me too, chimed in another. I also wish to go. The remaining 2 young men hastily agreed, leaving only Lin Xingji unmoved. In his view, finding a secluded corner in the homeland was infinitely preferable to venturing to Nanyang. He could not help but scoff as he watched the 4 hurriedly packing their belongings. A bunch of fools. Simultaneously, at a school diagonally opposite the Imperial University, a group of vibrant young women gathered, chattering excitedly. Have you seen today's newspaper? I heard that General Zhang from Yan'an is openly recruiting officials, and it's open to both men and women. What? Open to both genders? Women can hold official positions? The girls surrounding her were momentarily taken aback. The beautiful girl, noticing their disbelief, quickly produced a newspaper. Look for yourselves, it's in black and white. The others leaned in eagerly, incredulous exclamations following. It's true. At that moment, the most stunning girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ladies, I have made my decision. I will sit for the examination. As soon as she spoke, a voluptuous, attractive girl echoed her sentiment. I shall go too. Sisters, let us venture together. It will be safer that way. Indeed, Indeed, let us go together. We shall share both hardships and joys. It is likely that Zhang Jin himself had not anticipated the immense stir that a mere recruitment notice would incite. The moment the newspaper was published, from the south to the north, across rivers and seas, countless individuals were stirred to sleeplessness, hastily packing their belongings and boarding trains heading north. Ludong, Defu. Since the rise of Yan'an, this area had become the front line of the court, with the Ludong army of 70 to 80,000 troops stationed here, adopting a posture of readiness against potential threats. However, this was merely precautionary. Ever since the Battle of Yuguan, who was unaware of the might of the Dingbei army, Ludong found itself living in constant fear. Nevertheless, the local elite breathed a sigh of relief, for it seemed that Zhang Jin had no intentions of advancing southward. As a crucial junction for north-south transportation, Defu Railway Station witnesses trains from both directions halting for extended periods, contributing to the bustling atmosphere of ditching. Chapter 87. Rapid Changes. At this moment, numerous patrolling soldiers are seen traversing the vicinity of Defu Railway Station, adopting a posture of vigilance. This heightened alertness is not due to the arrival of any significant dignitaries, but rather a directive from the governor's office of Yan'an, which emphasizes the necessity of ensuring the safety of students heading to Beiping. The prominent figures of Defu, aware of the seriousness of the situation, hastily gathered at the station, assuming the roles of attendants. Among the officials, none are without considerable burdens. Zhang Jin, currently basking in the zenith of his power, might have faced an insurrection in East Shandong had it not been for his ruthless methods, often resulting in executions. At the entrance of the station, a young constable, observing the throngs of patrolling officers, could not contain his irritation as he remarked to an older constable beside him, "Chief, are we really making such a fuss over a few students taking an exam? I heard even the governor has arrived." The older constable regarded the youth with a slow, measured gaze and replied, "What do you understand? The one in the north is currently basking in authority. Who knows? That day might see Zhang as the new ruler of Daxing, and the officials might be eager to curry favor." The young constable, bewildered, retorted, "Chief, aren't we part of the court?" "Huh, what nonsense court? Have they provided us with money or sustenance? They merely view us as expendable pawns." The mention of the court incited the older constable's ire, prompting him to launch into a tirade against it. He gestured towards the surrounding officers and soldiers, exclaiming, "Look at these individuals. Who amongst them is willing to serve the court? I dare say, the moment they hear of the Northern Army's arrival, they'll be elated. Oh, you have yet to visit Yan'an. They live in a different world compared to our own." Suddenly, the older constable's expression transformed to one of envy as he recounted, "Just the other day, I took a stroll across the way. Do you know that even the most ordinary families over there can afford to feast on large white buns daily? I heard it was General Zhang's birthday recently. Do you know what he did? Every man, woman, and child received 5 meat cans." Meat cans. The older constable could not suppress a swallow. It had been nearly a year since he had inhaled the aroma of meat. Meat cans. "Chief, am I hearing correctly? General Zhang actually distributed meat cans to the common folk?" The young constable was rendered speechless, disbelief etched across his face. "Am I deceiving you? Should I lie? Let the heavens strike me down." At that moment, several individuals had gathered around, and upon hearing the older constable's solemn oath, they exchanged skeptical glances, clearly thinking that he had exhausted the patience of the heavens. "You." The older constable, now quite agitated, raised his hand to the sky, declaring, "If I am lying to you, may I be cleaved by General Zhang's mighty blade. Does that suffice?" The surrounding constables, now convinced, expressed their astonishment. "Wow, General Zhang is truly benevolent. Indeed, you have no idea. Our General Zhang not only distributes meat cans, but also seeds. The North has begun to plant new seeds, and it is said that one moo can yield 1,000 kilograms of corn. 1,000 kilograms. What seeds are these? Did the heavens bestow them? Do the common people believe this? Why wouldn't they? Zhang Dashui has declared that if the harvest falls short of 1,000 jin, he will compensate for the deficiency. With Zhang Dashui's esteemed reputation, who among the common folk would doubt him? Moreover, he has issued an announcement stating that those who cultivate new grain varieties will be exempt from taxes for 3 years, with no dues whatsoever. Even after 3 years, if taxes are imposed, it will merely be 1/10 of the yield. Such an advantageous proposition, who among the populace could resist? Even if the returns are modest, it is certainly worthwhile. Alas, Wang Shu, I have also heard that education is completely free over there. They even distribute milk, eggs, and meat daily? What is that? I have also learned that they have constructed numerous factories, and simply by working there, one can easily earn over 10-Y coins a month. 10 coins. We toil endlessly, yet only earn 2 or 3 coins. It's utterly disheartening. Were it not for my elderly mother, I would have left long ago. Just look at the lives they lead. Fluffy white buns, canned meat, and cabbage dumplings, eating whenever they please. Meanwhile, we must deliberate for days just to afford a piece of tofu. Comparing ourselves to them is enough to drive one to despair. As the crowd continued lamenting, their spirits dwindling, the old constable suddenly remarked, "If only Zhang Dashui would come here." At his words, the other's eyes sparkled with renewed fervor. On the train, Tang Lin and his dorm mates sat in their seats, lulled into a drowsy state by the rhythmic clattering of the tracks. "Look, we've arrived in Yan'an." A sudden chorus of exclamations erupted in the carriage, stirring the passengers from their stupor. One by one, they sprang up, craning their necks out the window. Tang Lin and his companions did the same, but all they could see beyond the glass were endless trees and verdant fields, nothing particularly remarkable, prompting a collective expression of disappointment. "Look there!" Just as they were about to withdraw their heads, someone excitedly pointed ahead. The crowd quickly turned their gaze, and there, not far from the railway, were vehicles they had never seen before, leveling the ground. As the train passed, an unbroken line of vehicles stretched into the horizon, surrounded by bustling workers seemingly engaged in road construction. Just as curiosity peaked, the vehicles vanished, replaced by a broad, freshly paved asphalt road marked with white lines, exuding an air of grandeur. An hour later, the train had covered over 100 kilometers, and the expansive road continued to parallel their journey. Tang Lin could not help but exclaim, "Yan'an is truly prosperous to have constructed such an extensive road. What you see is just the beginning." This road directly connects to Beiping, spanning hundreds of kilometers. A middle-aged man seated across the aisle interjected, pride evident on his face. "You outsiders are unaware of the wonders of Yan'an. Our Zhang Dashui has promised to connect all the county towns in Yan'an and Yanbei with grand roads. Every household will have electricity, and soon we will be enjoying fluffy white buns under electric lights while watching television." Tang Lin and his companions were momentarily stunned, and the tall, slender man curiously inquired, "What is a television?" The middle-aged man momentarily hesitated, offering an awkward smile as he remarked, "I have only heard of this thing on the radio, but it seems to exist in Beiping City. Perhaps you will see it when you arrive." As silence enveloped the carriage, the large speaker suddenly blared to life. "Dear passengers, we are about to arrive at the only oil production base in Xinhua, the Yan'an oil field. Established on July 1st of this year, it has now achieved full operational capacity, producing 50,000 tons of oil daily, and has become the world's largest petrochemical base, with an annual output of 12 million tons of gasoline and diesel." The sweet voice from the broadcast evoked astonished expressions among the passengers, particularly among the intellectuals like Tang Lin, who understood the significance of oil, their hearts brimming with awe. At that moment, an immense factory suddenly came into view, its towering white steel chimneys reaching for the heavens, with buildings stretching beyond the horizon. Time seemed to slip away, and soon the petrochemical complex faded from sight, replaced by an expansive plain where oil rigs tirelessly rose and fell, the distant roar of engines barely audible. "Tang Lin, do you think this train is moving a bit too fast? Have we really reached Baozhou so soon?" At last, someone noticed the train's unusual speed. Tang Lin was momentarily taken aback, realizing it was indeed quite rapid. They had barely passed Daxing when they arrived at Baozhou. Unfazed, the middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively, saying, "What is there to be puzzled about? Other places have single-track railways, where trains must wait for each other, hence they run slower. Here in Yan'an, we have a double-track railway, one line heading south and the other north, so we can race along without worrying about oncoming trains." Just as the middle-aged man spoke, the shrill train whistle echoed, followed by the sight of another train racing past their window. As Tang Lin felt the gust of wind generated by the passing train, ruffling his clothes, his mind was equally tumultuous, and a thought surged forth. Perhaps Yan'an truly was a different kind of place. 2 hours later, the piercing sound of the train whistle blared once more, and shortly thereafter, the carriage's announcement echoed, "Dear passengers, we are approaching the final destination of this train." Tang Lin, Wu Xiaolin, and others, seated in their places, instantly perked up, swiftly rising to gather their belongings as they made their way to the carriage door. Before long, the train pulled into the station, coming to a gentle halt. Upon disembarking, Tang Lin and his companions were struck dumb by the scene before them, particularly Tang Lin, who had previously visited Beiping and now felt utterly disoriented, exclaiming, "Is this Beiping?" Before them lay a burgeoning new city, already taking shape, with towering skyscrapers standing proudly within the urban landscape, some reaching heights of dozens or even hundreds of meters. The only blemish on the aesthetic was that these buildings appeared newly constructed, resembling mere frameworks. Nevertheless, it does not diminish the awe inspired by such towering edifices, which seemingly belong only to the Western world. Those preparing for the civil service examination come forth and register. The resounding announcement at the exit promptly jolted Tang Lin and his companions back to reality. With his luggage in hand, Tang Lin urged, "We must hasten. The commotion is substantial, and many will surely come to participate. If we delay, we may find no refuge, even in a dilapidated temple." Upon hearing this, the others grew anxious. They had previously agreed that lodging in hotels or inns was beyond their means. Their only recourse was to seek shelter in a rundown temple and forage for wild vegetables. Their meager funds would barely sustain them until the examination, which was precisely why they had arrived early. Yet, observing the bustling crowd at the station, it was evident that many shared their intentions. What are we waiting for? Let us move swiftly. If we linger, we shall be left to sleep on the streets. The four immediately surged forward, pushing through the throng, straining to exit the station. And upon glimpsing the source of the announcement, their expressions shifted dramatically. Before them, an extensive queue had formed, with the shortest line comprising at least 100 individuals. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and line up," Tang Lin shouted, racing towards the shortest queue. The others quickly followed suit. After half an hour, Tang Lin finally found himself propelled to a table where two individuals were seated. One raised a camera and snapped a picture of him, while the other, a young man, inquired, "Name and place of origin?" "Xiangzhou, Tang Lin," he replied promptly. The young man scribbled a few notes and handed Tang Lin a stamped piece of paper. "This is your examination permit. Guard it carefully, for you will need it to enter the examination hall. Oh, and take this card. It entitles you to complimentary accommodation at any hotel in the city until the examination, with breakfast provided and lunch and dinner at your own expense." He then handed Tang Lin a small stack of currency. "This is your examination subsidy, a total of $10. Next, Tang Lin, momentarily dazed, was nudged aside by the crowd and took a moment to regain his composure. He gazed at the money and card in his hands, astonished that this was not a dream. "Shaolin, pinch me. I cannot believe it. Zhang Dashui is actually giving us money. If we can collect this several times, we might become wealthy." Tang Lin regarded the gluttonous expression of his plump companion, momentarily speechless. "Are you foolish? Or do you believe the eminent figures of Yan'an are naive? Do you think Zhang Dashui's money is so easily obtained? Jinbao, spare yourself the daydreaming. Did you not see the sign on the table? Those who fraudulently claim subsidies will face dire consequences. Have you not heard of Zhang Dashui's methods? He threatens to eradicate entire families. Even the vermin in your abode would be scalded, leaving none alive." The plump man turned pale with fright, glancing around nervously. "Brother, please do not frighten me. I was merely jesting. Enough of this nonsense. Let us quickly find an inn." As nightfall approached unnoticed, the sky suddenly darkened, heavy clouds gathering, and a gentle rain began to descend from above. In a quaint Western-style villa not far from the First Armaments Bureau of Yan'an, two men were observing the location through binoculars. Chapter 89. A Frightening Rainy Night. Part 2. Inside the building, one tall man bowed to a shorter companion, addressing him as Chief Yajian. "According to our reliable intelligence, this is indeed Zhang Jin's Weapon Research Institute. All the weapons originate from here." "Excellent," Yajian remarked, a smile gracing his face. "Li Sang, you have done remarkably well. I have already reported to the headquarters. Once the Empire occupies this area, you shall be the governor of all Yan'an." The tall man immediately displayed an expression of astonishment, nodding and bowing in gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, Chief Yajian." With a smile, Yajian gestured dismissively. "Li Sang, you may attend to your matters." The tall man quickly bowed again, understood. Once the door closed behind him, Yajian's expression turned icy. "Yamamoto, after tonight's operation concludes, send someone to discreetly eliminate him. Remember, it must appear as an accident. We cannot allow that madman Zhang Jin to catch even the slightest hint of our intentions." Meanwhile, as the tall man exited the villa, he glanced up at the still-lit house. a look of disdain crossing his face. "Damn it," he muttered, before hastily approaching an antique car, which promptly roared to life and sped away. After a brief journey, the vehicle arrived at the gate of another villa, where 4 foreign soldiers stood guard. The tall man alighted from the car, nodding and bowing respectfully to the soldiers before making his way toward the villa. Upon entering the living room, he found an elderly Western gentleman awaiting him. The tall man quickly approached, bowing. "Mr. William." The elderly gentleman regarded him with an air of arrogance. "Have the tasks been completed?" The tall man replied eagerly. "Everything is in order. The agents may act tonight." Only then did a smile break across William's face. "Mr. Lee, you have done splendidly." He turned to retrieve a substantial stack of money from the table, handing it to the man. "Here is your reward, 10,000 yuan." As the man gazed at the thick wad of cash, a glimmer of greed lit up his face. He hurriedly accepted it, bowing repeatedly. "Thank you, Mr. William. Thank you." Elated, he exited the villa. Just as he left, a young man standing behind the elder spoke up. "Mr. William, why do we not act directly ourselves? Why rely on the agents?" William turned and seated himself on the sofa, his demeanor serious as he addressed the young man. "Lieutenant Gust, this is not the West. We are in the East. Our presence as foreigners here is already conspicuous. If we were to act openly within the city, we might not even reach the Weapons Research Institute before the local guards detected us. What then? Should we flee or wait for Zhang Jin to eliminate us? Do not forget, this damned fellow is a demon, having annihilated tens of thousands of our troops and 300,000 servants in Siam." Upon hearing this, Major Gust's eyes darkened with disdain. "Mr. William, do not dare to compare the wretched beings of Hindustan with our native forces. They have already succumbed to corruption and are unworthy of being called soldiers." Though Major Gust uttered these insults, an undeniable envy glimmered in his gaze. Who does not know that Hindustan is a veritable treasure trove? It is said that even a lowly soldier can amass a fortune after just a few years of service. Despite his youth, Major Gust's promotion to major was solely a result of his own struggles through blood and fire. He possessed no significant background, or else he would not have been dispatched to North Ping. In the entire Western world, who is unaware of the rampage of the bloodthirsty maniac from the Eastern continent? Not only does he slay his own kin, but he shows no mercy to us Westerners either. The tales of his tortures, flaying, dismemberment, death by 1,000 cuts, and other ancient cruelties have spread like wildfire in the West, as many Westerners have perished under these torturous methods, all at the hands of Zhang Jin. However, with the rise of the Prussian Empire, the entire Western world is shrouded in ominous clouds, unable to afford any attention to the affairs of the Eastern continent. Otherwise, we might witness yet another coalition march eastward. As for why Major Gust finds himself in North Ping, it is undoubtedly due to the sudden emergence of a plethora of new weapons within Prussian territory, alongside a formidable fleet. The nations of the West were immediately struck with fear, leading to an urgent inquiry into the origins of these weapons. Soon, all intelligence pointed to a singular direction: the East, Zhang Jin. In an instant, the once quiet city of North Ping became bustling with activity. As foreigners from various nations arrived under different pretenses. "Major Gust, your purpose in coming here is not solely to acquire design blueprints. Rather, a paramount objective is to thwart the resurgence of Xinhua. This world should be dominated by the noble peoples of Europa. The accursed yellow-skinned monkeys are destined to serve merely as our resource providers, fit only to kneel before us, never to rise. This is the consensus of the entire Western world." At this juncture, the elder Westerner paused, a glimmer of cunning illuminating his eyes as he continued leisurely. "Do you know how we discern that these weapons originated from the West? You cannot genuinely believe that our intelligence agencies are so adept as to uncover such details, can you? Furthermore, even if we did ascertain the truth, would you believe that these advanced weapons were produced by a nation we tread upon? Such intelligence would be dismissed as a jest by those who reside in lofty positions." Gust's countenance grew serious at William's words, confusion clouding his eyes. "Could it be that the Prussians informed us? How could that be possible?" "What is impossible?" William retorted. "Do you truly think the Prussians harbor any friendship with the people of Xinhua?" Gust was thoroughly bewildered. "Mr. William, if your assertions hold true, why would the people of Xinhua sell weapons to the Prussians? Why? It is merely for profit. Guster, you must comprehend an essential truth. Between nations, genuine friendship is an impossibility, and true camaraderie is even more elusive. The only bond that unites them is the entanglement of interests. If one were to take this to heart, one would be destined to lose. Why did Zhang Jin sell arms to the Prussians? It was merely to incite turmoil in the West, to instigate a great war, thereby diverting our attention eastward. This is a reality acknowledged by the Prussians, and it is equally recognized by us. Guster was momentarily stunned, his mind overwhelmed by the notion of a great conflict, involuntarily recalling the devastating war from over a decade ago, causing him to shudder. Mr. William, if we are aware of this, why do we not intervene? Why? William shook his head, bearing a grave expression as he replied, "It is beyond our ability to stop it. No one can intervene. The Prussians need to rise anew. Their emperor requires validation, and we too require this war to divert the gaze of our populace, lest the Great Depression consume us. Even certain lofty individuals seek to profit immensely from this conflict. Enough of such matters." William, evidently reluctant to continue, waved his hand dismissively. "Major Guster, prepare yourself. The agents of morning should commence their actions." At 8 o'clock in the evening, dense clouds obscured the entire sky, rendering it pitch black and devoid of light. Suddenly, a colossal flash of lightning illuminated the heavens, followed by the deafening roar of thunder. The sound of rain began to fall lightly, intensifying rapidly. Chapter 90, A Heavy-Handed Strike. In a narrow alley before the first armory of Yan'an, Yajima, accompanied by a dozen mourners, pressed against the wall, silently observing the stillness of the armory. He turned to Yamamoto and remarked, "Yamamoto-kun, the Xinhua have cunningly concealed their weapons research facility within this armory, neglecting to station troops here. Had it not been for our informant's repeated confirmations, who would believe that Zhang Jin would place such a vital location here? I have observed that only one person is on duty at night, which conveniently facilitates our plans." Yamamoto stood behind, utterly astonished. How could such a significant site be left unguarded? What audacity! Yajima scoffed. The Xinhua revel in subterfuge. They have an old adage, the most perilous place is often the safest. They deceive themselves, or else we would not have this opportunity. As the rain intensified, the once bustling street, filled with sporadic automobiles and hurried pedestrians, became deserted. Yajima glanced at the time and gestured towards the armory. Immediately, Yamamoto led his team toward it. As they approached the brick wall, one member took a running leap, grasping the ledge with ease, and executed a swift and graceful maneuver into the enclosure. With a thud, a sound resonated from within the wall, and shortly thereafter, the main gate swung open from the inside, revealing a mud-splattered Yamamoto emerging triumphantly. The individuals outside the door rushed in, and upon noticing no immediate danger, Yanai swiftly approached. As he entered the courtyard, a small figure dashed over exclaiming, "Chief, the situation has been resolved." Yanai surveyed the row of houses within the courtyard, furrowing his brow. The intelligence they received merely indicated that the Weapons Research Institute was located here, but the exact location remained unknown. He promptly instructed, "Search each room thoroughly. Be swift." "Understood." Yamamoto replied with a bow before hastily departing. Half an hour later, Yamamoto returned at a brisk pace, announcing, "Chief, we have discovered a secret chamber. Inside, there is a safe, which should contain what we are seeking." Yanai's face lit up with excitement. "Lead the way." Soon, Yamamoto guided Yanai to an inconspicuous storage room in the rear courtyard. At that moment, a section of the floor had been pried open, revealing a dark tunnel beneath. Following Yamamoto down, they quickly arrived at a concrete basement filled with wooden racks, all brimming with file bags. Yamamoto brought Yanai to a safe nestled in the corner of the racks. "Chief, this is the safe. We feared there might be a trap inside, so we did not attempt to open it." Yanai nodded, responding, "Yamamoto, you have acted wisely. Our plan to retrieve the weapon samples has already failed. If these blueprints were to be destroyed, we would be left with no choice but to take our own lives." He commanded, "Have the safe brought upstairs, and gather all the documents as well." As they exited the building, the rain intensified, pouring down as if someone were dousing the earth from above. Instead of frowning, Yanai felt elated. Such weather was a boon for him. Suddenly, the roar of a truck echoed outside. Yanai quickly summoned his men to load the prepared items onto the vehicle before joining them in the truck. The truck surged into the torrential downpour, and just then, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, revealing the words emblazoned on the side, "Night Patrol." Half an hour later, the truck arrived at a desolate old street in the city, adjacent to a towering mountain standing 300 to 400 meters high. With Zhang Jin establishing a new city outside the ancient Pingu city, more and more citizens were migrating to seek a livelihood in the new settlement. After all, that area had recruited over 1 million refugees to build the city, creating a substantial population that naturally fostered a thriving market, revitalizing the once silent ancient city. This was also why Zhang Jin opted for labor in lieu of relief, allowing these refugees to spend money, thereby promoting the circulation of the great marshal's currency and invigorating the economy of Yan'an. Without further ado, Yanai joyfully leaped from the truck, ready to call for Yamamoto to join him, when his expression suddenly shifted. He noticed that a circle of foreigners had gathered around the truck without him realizing. Yanai, discerning the situation, understood he had long been targeted. Spotting a familiar face among them, he involuntarily exclaimed, "You are from the great Eagle Empire." Guster listened to the emphatic exclamations of Yejian with a cold sneer, showing no intention of speaking. With a swift motion, he intended to draw his weapon. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed, startling Guster. He had not yet given the order to fire. Just then, a throng of people surged forth from the surrounding courtyards. Upon closer inspection, Guster realized they were the city's patrol officers, and a chill ran down his spine. This was bad. Yejian and Yamamoto also turned pale, their legs trembling uncontrollably. As the longest-serving spy within the northern Ping prefecture, Yejian was acutely aware of Zhang Jin's ruthless disdain for traitors. The thought of the cruel punishments Zhang Jin would impose on other traitors compelled Yejian to take an unexpected action. He raised his gun to his own head. The three factions were momentarily stunned at the sight of Yejian, blood splattering everywhere. "Arrest them all," commanded a young man who appeared to be a leader among the patrol officers. After apprehending everyone, the young man hurried into a courtyard, where two figures stood. One was Wang Lian, the deputy director of the Northern Ping Prefecture's police department, whom Yejian and William had previously encountered, and the other, if Zhang Jin had any recollection of the Shun City prison, would recognize as Yun Tong, a director of the Yan'an branch of the Mountain Sea Society. "Wang, we have captured the traitors and the Americans." Upon hearing this, Wang Lian turned to Yun Tong, asking, "What shall we do now, Director?" Yun Tong smiled slightly. "My purpose in coming to Yan'an is singular, to procure a shipment of weapons from Zhang Jin. Unfortunately, we lack funds and must devise another plan. With these arms, we can negotiate terms with Zhang Jin." Wang Lian's face lit up with a grin. "Those weapons are likely Zhang Jin's lifeline. He will have no choice but to meet our price." Sharing a glance, the two men erupted into hearty laughter. At the Nanyang governor's office, Zhang Jin donned his attire and glanced back at the several pale figures on the bed, satisfied as he exited towards his office. As he walked, he remarked to Zhang Chong, "The few foreign women you selected are quite commendable. Dispose of them shortly." As a purebred citizen of Xinhua, Zhang Jin had no desire for his lineage to be scattered abroad, especially since these women were hardly virtuous, having inherited the misdeeds of their parents in the East. It was a case of retribution. Following Zhang Jin, Zhang Chong immediately gestured to the soldiers on guard, who promptly raised their weapons and advanced towards the room. Just as Zhang Jin returned to his conference room, Yanning entered with urgency. "Commander, we have just received an urgent telegram from Yan'an. A group of traitors has launched a surprise attack on our Weapons Design Institute. But they have now been apprehended by Deputy Director Wang Lian of the Northern Ping Prefecture's Security Office." The Weapons Design Institute? An attack? Zhang Jin was momentarily taken aback. When had he established a Weapons Design Institute? How was he unaware of it? As he casually accepted the intelligence handed over by Yanning, realization dawned upon him, prompting a self-reproachful pat on his forehead. He had completely forgotten that. In a bid to lend a semblance of legitimacy to the weapons exchanged for mobile phones, he had whimsically established a weapons design office. To bolster its credibility, he had clandestinely veiled it under the guise of an arms repair facility. In truth, there were neither designers nor design blueprints within, however, to render the facade more convincing. Zhang Jin had meticulously prepared a safe and a dozen large racks. Inside, he had placed a hodgepodge of foreign texts fabricated by his associates. Now, with this matter at hand, it all came rushing back to him. His brow furrowed as he pondered the implications. Although the design office was merely a jest, how had the mourners become privy to this information? That piqued his interest. Yanning seemed to sense Zhang Jin's confusion and quickly added, "Commander, the intelligence department has conducted an investigation. The information was leaked from Deputy Director Wang Lian of the police department, a ruthless character indeed. Not only did he sell intelligence to the mourners, but he also sold it to the Eagle Nation. Zhang Jin's brow knitted further. What's the deal with Wang Lian? Isn't he the one who leaked the information? Why has he been apprehended? Yanning hastily clarified, Commander. The intelligence department has uncovered that Wang Lian is affiliated with the Shanghai Society. His actions were a ploy to lure the mourners into a surprise attack on the design office. The Shanghai Society stands to gain, intending to use this situation to negotiate terms with you, hoping to exchange for a batch of arms. As for why they didn't carry out the assault themselves and instead sold the intelligence to the mourners, they aim to protect Wang Lian as their pawn, planning to ambush when he transports the materials. This way, Wang Lian earns merit, and they acquire what they desire. A smile spread across Zhang Jin's face. Recognizing the irony of the situation, they were attempting to exploit him while treating him as a fool. His expression darkened suddenly. Send a telegram to Chenjia, instructing him to mobilize troops and eliminate these foolish beings without mercy. Yanning was momentarily taken aback. Commander, the intelligence department has yet to ascertain the source of Wang Lian's information. Zhang Jin responded with a nonchalant smile. What need is there for investigation? Simply eradicate all officials in Beiping Prefecture. The calmness of his tone sent a shiver down Yan Ying's spine. Zhang Jin continued. Furthermore, dispatch a message to Xia Yuanji, urging him to seize this opportunity to apprehend all armed guards from Western nations in the Northern Territories and send them to the construction teams. They must shed their last drop of blood for Yan'an. Chapter 91. The Great Slaughter of Ages. In Beiping Prefecture, on 9th Avenue, within the consulate of the Great Eagle Empire in Yan'an, William paced the living room, anxiety etched across his face. Dawn was approaching, yet Gust had still not returned. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from outside, startling William to his core. A cacophony of hurried footsteps approached the hall, and before William could fully comprehend the situation, the grand door was violently thrust open. A dozen foreign soldiers rushed in, among them an officer who hastily approached William, exclaiming, Mr. William, we are surrounded by the troops of the Northern Army. A wave of weakness washed over William, and his mind momentarily blanked. Could it be that Gust and the others had been captured? At that moment, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed from outside the living room, each step resonating like a drumbeat against William's heart, leaving him breathless. He fixed his gaze on the entrance, and soon a figure emerged, a captain of the Northern Army, followed by several soldiers who stormed in. What do you intend to do? This is the embassy of the Eagle Empire, not a place for you to intrude at will. Upon realizing that only a captain had arrived, relief washed over William, though his brow furrowed as he began to deliver a grandiloquent speech. Suddenly, a fierce wind seemed to whip across his face, and with a resounding slap, a powerful hand struck him. Instantly, William's visage contorted, and a mixture of blood and pale matter erupted from his mouth as he was sent soaring before crashing to the floor. The captain squatted down to observe William's visibly swollen face, coldly remarking, You should consider yourself fortunate. The general ordered one to be spared for show. Otherwise, you would already be dead. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the trembling soldiers of the Eagle Empire, commanding, Surrender your weapons, and I can assure your safety. Should you resist, you know the consequences. The captain's emotionless tone sent shivers through the ranks of Eagle soldiers, who hastily discarded their firearms. Except for the one lying on the ground. Bring me everyone alive in this house. A soldier hesitantly queried, Captain, should we also take the dog? The captain stiffened, turning sharply to glare at the soldier, retorting, Did I not say everyone alive? Changxi, I entrust you with a task. Search the entire building. I have but one requirement. There must not be a single living thing aside from the one on the floor. The soldiers stood momentarily dumbfounded by the captain's demand, scratching their heads. Captain, how can we accomplish that? The captain, with an expression of exasperation, scolded, Are you foolish? If you can't manage this simple task, you just scramble the eggs in the kitchen, chop up the chickens and fish, and then flood the entire house with boiling water? Isn't that a solution? The soldier, taken aback, blurted out, Why not just burn it down then? Ah, that is a splendid idea. I shall leave it to you. Meanwhile, at the embassy of the Morning Empire in Yan'an, a large contingent of troops was also present. However, the plight of the Morning people was far more dire. One by one, they were dragged out from the yard, bound and forced to kneel on the street. The executioners stepped forth, raising their mighty cleavers high before bringing them down, and in an instant, dozens of heads flew into the air. Surrounded by soldiers from other nations being forced into vehicles, The onlookers were horrified by the gushing fountains of blood, and one by one, they ceased their struggles, obediently climbing aboard the trucks. Meanwhile, within the precincts of the Beiping Police Department, Wang Lian and Yun Tong were ensconced in Wang Lian's office, deliberating on how to extract the utmost advantage from Zhang Jin. Wang Lian, brimming with enthusiasm, proclaimed, "Director Yun, this crucial matter mandates that we procure at least 10,000 rifles." Upon hearing this, Yun Tong cast a disdainful glance at Wang Lian. "Is that your only ambition? Are you aware of the extent of Zhang Jin's dealings with the Prussians? He has sold them thousands of tanks. 10,000 rifles would be nothing short of a slap in the face to our esteemed General Zhang. I have already reported to the chairman. These assets are worth no less than 10 infantry divisions. The chairman suggested we demand the equipment of 10 infantry divisions. What do you think? Is this heap of scrap truly that valuable?" Wang Lian gasped in astonishment. "Indeed, these are weapon design blueprints. If not for our geographical remoteness from the West and the imminent unrest, the chairman would have sought to sell them to the Westerners for greater profit." Wang Lian, however, was captivated by the notion of unrest rather than Yun Tong's words, and with a look of elation, he inquired, "Has the chairman decided to initiate action?" Yun Tong nodded with a smile. "We owe this opportunity to Zhang Jin. He has executed 3 high-ranking ministers, inciting widespread panic, while the government, feeble and inept, dares not confront him. Many local gentry are disillusioned and are contemplating aligning with us. This is a fortuitous opportunity that the chairman would not let slip by." Wang Lian clapped his hands in excitement and sprang to his feet. "Splendid. By the way, has the chairman mentioned what to do about Yan'an? There are numerous officials and families harboring resentment towards Zhang Jin there. If we could consolidate these officials and forces, we might be able to topple Zhang Jin in one fell swoop." Yun Tong hesitated momentarily. The chairman currently has no plans to confront Zhang Jin. Wang Lian grew even more animated. "Director Yun, this is a golden opportunity. If we can assist the chairman in securing Yan'an, we would be hailed as heroes. And surely the chairman would grant us titles and promotions." Just as Yun Tong found himself swayed by the allure of Zhang Jin's downfall and was about to acquiesce, the office door was suddenly kicked open, and a throng of soldiers surged inside, aiming their weapons at the 2 men. Seeing the guns pointed at them, Wang Lian and Yun Tong dutifully raised their hands. Moments later, several soldiers approached, binding them with ropes and dragging them from the office. Wang Lian's expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to speak, but was rendered speechless by the scene outside. Police officials were being hauled out, bound and helpless. Among them, their superior, Police Chief Li Kuei. "Chief, esteemed colleagues, what have we done to deserve this? Why are we being arrested? You must inform us." They protested. "To apprehend us without any explanation, what kind of treatment is this?" Li Kuei-gong had just finished shouting when a voice, neither warm nor cold, suddenly rang out behind him. "Oh, do you wish to know?" Chapter 92. We were all mistaken. Li Kuei's body involuntarily stiffened. He recognized this voice all too well. It was the very voice that had commanded the execution of thousands during the eradication of the Yan'an Chamber of Commerce. Trembling, he turned around to see Yan'ing striding toward him. Li Kuei's face turned ashen, and he stammered while looking at Yan'ing. "Why, Director? You're not just anyone. You are indeed the director of the attendant office of the Northern Governor's Mansion." Yan'ing wore a faint smile that sent chills down Li Kuei's spine, leaving him feeling as if he had been frozen in place. Ignoring Li Kuei's trepidation, Yan'ing patted his shoulder and remarked, "You, my friend, have struck it rich. To have someone like Deputy Director Wang under your command, daring enough to scheme against the general. What a shocking turn of events." Li Kuei felt utterly paralyzed, turning to the equally dumbfounded Wang Lian, and furiously shouted, "You dog of a Wang Lian, what wicked deeds have you committed? You scoundrel, you've implicated us all. I swear I'll kill you." The other officials who had been captured glared at Wang Lian with fury, practically wishing to devour him. At that moment, Yan'ing, ever eager to stoke the flames, added, "Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that due to Wang Lian's collusion with traitors intending harm against Yan'an, his crimes are heinous. To ensure peace in the northern region, the general has decided not to further investigate his accomplices." Upon hearing that there would be no further inquiry into Wang Lian's associates, the officials breathed a sigh of relief, believing they had escaped unscathed. However, Yan'ing's next words left them utterly dumbfounded. "Therefore, the general has decided to execute all officials of the Beiping Prefecture, restoring a clear sky over Yan'an." The pronouncement of slaughtering all city officials stunned everyone into silence, followed by disbelief. How dare Zhang Jin do such a thing? Unfortunately, Yanning did not grant them the luxury of further contemplation. With a sweeping gesture, all were taken away. In the southern Qing court, Jinling, in a villa near the palace's moat, an elderly man, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, stood in the yard, gazing obsessively at the towering city walls across the river. Suddenly, he spoke to himself, "Fair, look at how magnificent the scenery is. In just a few days, it will be ours." The old man abruptly turned to see a striking figure behind him, his expression filled with fervor as he declared, "At that time, your father will be the emperor, and you, the imperial princess of the empire." Approaching him was a girl in a white dress, seemingly in her late teens, with an exquisite beauty. Her large, intelligent eyes added an air of wisdom to her already captivating visage. This girl was none other than Tang Xian, the eldest daughter of Tang Yi, the current chairman of the Shanghai Society, who had been rescued from the prison at the Shun Manor. Tang Xian looked at her father, who was speaking so boastfully, and could not help but softly interject, "Father, the Daxing Empire has endured for hundreds of years, its influence deeply rooted. It will not be so easily toppled." In those years, the esteemed director Tang Yi's face darkened with irritation upon hearing his own daughter douse him with cold water. "That's enough," he exclaimed. However, Tang Xian remained unfazed by her father's outburst and calmly continued, "Father, I came to inquire whether you have any actions planned in Yan'an that you failed to inform me about." Tang Yi's stride faltered, a fleeting look of guilt crossing his features before he quickly regained his composure. Rubbing his nose, he turned to Tang Xian with a look of feigned surprise. "Xiner, how could you say such a thing? What could your father possibly conceal from you?" Tang Xian furrowed her brow slightly. She knew her father well enough to recognize the telltale sign of guilt. "Father," she stated emphatically, fixing him with a serious gaze, "I have already informed you that Zhang Jin is a lion, a fully grown lion, who has brought even the formidable nations of Yinghua and Fengsang to their knees. If we provoke him, we might not only lose this palace, but our very lives as well." What of his prowess? He is merely a governor. Once I ascend to the throne, it will only require a single command. Tang Xian was momentarily rendered speechless by her father's unfounded confidence, and a pang of regret washed over her. She should never have allowed Tang Yi to vie for this position. Had she not been there to support him all these years, he might have met his demise countless times over. As the two fell into silence, a middle-aged man rushed in, his expression grave as he reported, "Director, Miss, we have just received news from Yan'an. Our branch there has been completely eradicated by Zhang Jin." "What?" Tang Yi exclaimed, his face paling in disbelief. "How is this possible? Did Yin Tong not communicate that everything was proceeding smoothly?" "Director, the specifics remain unclear, but it is known that Zhang Jin has arrested all officials in Beiping Prefecture, declaring his intent to execute them by noon tomorrow." Tang Xian's countenance, too, shifted dramatically as she asked in shock, "How dare Zhang Jin? Does he not fear a rebellion from the officials in other regions?" She was genuinely taken aback, having never witnessed such unabashed audacity. Throughout history, the principle of the law does not punish the masses emerged precisely to avoid inciting public outrage. Killing officials from one region is one thing, but how will others perceive it? Might they not also face execution? Overwhelmed with fear and anxiety, her mind drifted from governance. Naturally, chaos would ensue. Coupled with the machinations of those with ill intentions, it could swiftly escalate into a significant upheaval, a scenario no ruler would wish to witness. Hence the emergence of the law's leniency towards the many. What of Yan'an? With Zhang Jin's initiation of slaughter, has there been no disorder? The middle-aged man shook his head and replied, "No disorder whatsoever. The entire military force of Yan'an is under Zhang Jin's command, and the common folk support him. A mere handful of officials and gentry cannot shake his foundation." Upon hearing this, Tang Xian's delicate face revealed a contemplative expression as she pondered, "To win the hearts of the people is to secure the realm. I had previously thought that the people's hearts referred to the sentiments of the powerful and the gentry, but it seems I was mistaken." She then lifted her head to gaze intently at Tang Yi and remarked, "Father, perhaps it is time for us to revise our strategies." In Nanyang, at the governor's office, Zhang Chong hurriedly approached Zhang Jin and said, "General, we have just received an urgent telegram from our intelligence station in the west." Chapter 93. Zhang Jin's auspicious day. Zhang Jin lifted his head from a pile of documents. "What is it? Is someone plotting against us again?" "Not at all. The Prussians have suddenly launched an offensive, and within less than 2 days, they have annexed the Habsburg Empire and the Tulip Kingdom. They are now amassing troops at the border of the Boland Kingdom, seemingly intending to seize it. Zhang Jin's eyes instantly brightened. Oh, really? Hilary can't sit idle any longer. What is the response from the Rose Empire? We have just received news that Emperor Starklin of the Rose Empire has mobilized a substantial force to the Boland Kingdom's border. And what of the Eagles? How are they reacting? When the Prussians attacked the Tulip and other nations, they were quite vocal, protesting daily and clamoring to form a coalition to strike against the Prussian Empire. Yet now, with the Prussians advancing on the Boland Kingdom, these nations seem to have become blind and mute. Zhang Jin could not help but scoff. These nations are not to be underestimated. The Boland Kingdom is a sensitive line between the Prussian Empire and the Rose Empire. The sudden concentration of Prussian forces at the Boland border is most unsettling for the Rose Empire, while the Eagles and the Frankians are merely spectators, hoping for a conflict between the two nations so they can reap the benefits. The Rose Empire is one of the most formidable nations of our time, far beyond the likes of the Habsburgs or the Tulips. If a conflict were to arise between them, the outcome would be uncertain. Although Zhang Jin had sold thousands of tanks to the Prussians, enabling them to rival the peak strength of the Prussian Empire, Zhang Chong suddenly displayed a hint of confusion. General, if that is the case, why would the Prussians still engage with the Rose Empire? Zhang Jin, with a cheerful demeanor, approached a world map and stated, "The Eagles and the Frankians are not fools, nor are the Prussians. The Boland Kingdom is merely a stepping stone for the Prussians. They wish to gauge the reactions of the Rose Empire and the Eagles." He pointed at the Prussian Empire on the map. The Prussian Empire is currently embroiled in 4 fronts. To the east lies the Rose Empire. To the south, the Kingdom of Sardinia. To the west, the Frankian Kingdom. And to the north, the sea, while also contending with the vast fleet of the Eagles. Despite the weapons we have provided them, our dear Hilary remains somewhat apprehensive and is not yet bold enough to advance westward. Hence, the expansive territory of the Boland Kingdom appears most enticing. A look of realization dawned on Zhang Chong's face. General, will the Rose people acquiesce? Why not divide it equally? Zhang Jin replied with a smile. Rest assured, they will not come to blows. You are to promptly inform our associates within the Prussian Empire that should the Prussians require petroleum once more, we shall not decline their request. We are ready to oblige. Furthermore, instruct the intelligence personnel to establish an underground oil storage facility along the eastern and southern coasts of the Mediterranean, capable of holding 1 million tons of fuel. I have significant use for it. Our singular objective now is to instill confidence in the Prussians, enabling them to create unrest on the Western continent. Indeed, Commander. Upon concluding the discussion regarding the Prussian affairs, Zhang Chong reported again. Commander, General Xia has opened a telegram stating that our penicillin factory is now operational. Zhang Jin's expression instantly brightened at the news of the factory's inauguration. This was his treasure trove, and as the world war unfolds, wealth shall flow abundantly. Therefore, you must promptly inform Xia Yuanji to dispatch someone with the medicine to the west. Certain individuals will undoubtedly find it invaluable. Yes, Commander. Wait a moment. Zhang Jin called out to Zhang Chong, who was about to depart. Prepare yourself. We must return to Yan'an. He had been in the south for nearly half a year, and with the spring festival approaching, it was time to head back. Zhang Chong nodded and replied, Commander, our swift departure will not hinder the personnel arrangements in the South Seas. As long as the military is under our control, no one can stir up trouble. Those who dare to cause unrest shall face dire consequences. Zhang Jin replied nonchalantly. As long as he wielded military power, he had nothing to fear, even if all the officials and locals turned against him. Otherwise, how could he have dared to incite chaos in Beeping Few? It was merely the strength of his arsenal that empowered him. Commander, I shall prepare at once. On the morning of the 25th day of the 12th lunar month, at the Jinfu Pier, Zhang Jin gazed at the markedly desolate harbor. A sweeping view revealed the absence of vessels. The dockworkers, once bustling with activity, now sat in groups of 5 or 10, idly chatting. Ever since Zhang Jin had purged the Westerners and the Japanese in Yan'an, the region had become a place of dread for others, and naturally, no one dared to venture there. Thus, this was the reason for Zhang Jin's unfazed demeanor. He had anticipated such an outcome. To him, those who sought to prosper at this time were predominantly desperate individuals, intent on plundering, bearing little value, perhaps only suited for menial tasks like coal mining or railway construction. For the nation to rise again, External trade is indeed essential, but not in a predatory manner. Rather, it should focus on the export of industrial goods. As Zhang Jin pondered this, he suddenly halted and turned to ask, Zhang Chong, how is the extermination plan progressing? Zhang Chong promptly stepped forward. Commander, the operation has already commenced. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Zhang Jin's face. In the Melaga Empire, the great city of New York, at the Empire State Building, a short figure stood atop the highest office, gazing over the entire city. One cannot deny the advancement of the Western world. At this juncture, New York City already bore the semblance of a modern metropolis, with towering buildings and vibrant nightlife. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Come in. With a creak, another short figure entered through the door, presenting a dossier to the diminutive one. Akiyama-kun. This is the complete list of all the major factories in Melaga that we have compiled. Akiyama promptly turned around to accept the dossier, scrutinizing its contents intently. According to the latest data we received, the majority of the industrial capacity of the Melaga Empire stems from companies such as VOT, Tongyong, Martin, and Grumman. If these companies were to be eliminated, we could potentially cripple 70% of the Melaga Empire's industrial strength. Akiyama's face broke into a satisfied smile. Yamato-kun, your team has done commendably. I will commend you to the commander. Thank you for your guidance, Akiyama-kun. Akiyama handed the dossier back to Yamada. Please relay this intelligence back to Yen immediately. The Air Force must be anxious. Chapter 94. Airstrike on the Melaga Empire. In the Yenbei Province, Zhongbei Prefecture, at the Zero Air Force Base, Director Li Xing, Chief of Staff Zhao Lin, and several other Air Force generals were gathered around a massive sand table depicting a map of the Melaga Empire. With a serious demeanor, Li Xing stated, "This is the location of the surprise attack just relayed from our intelligence station in Melaga. Our mission is to collaborate with the intelligence department to annihilate everything in these coordinates. This operation is classified as top secret and will be executed by the 1st Air Force." Li Xing looked up at the commander of the 1st Air Force. Pan Shun. Commander Pan, the commander demands that this operation achieve swift success, leaving the Melaga forces no chance to respond. How do you propose we strike? Pan Shun pondered for a moment, then responded, Director Li, our 1st Air Force possesses 193 B-52G strategic bombers, capable of carrying over 200 tons of conventional munitions in a single sortie. That's insufficient. Li Xing shook his head. The list enumerates 627 factories. That means each one would receive less than 10 tons of munitions. How can that suffice? Each factory requires at least 50 tons. A hint of concern crossed Pan Shun's face, when suddenly the Chief of Staff of the 1st Air Force interjected. Commander, we still have 207 decommissioned B-52F bombers in storage. They have been decommissioned for less than half a year and can be restored with minimal maintenance. Pan Shun's eyes lit up momentarily, only to furrow his brows again. We have the bombers, but we lack sufficient pilots. Upon hearing this, Li Xing immediately turned to Zhao Lin, Chief of Staff. Promptly assign 500 pilots to this operation. Ensure they are our own personnel. After issuing the command, Li Xing stroked his chin, contemplating. To drop 50 tons of high-explosive bombs on each factory, we would need at least 1,000 long-range strategic bombers. We currently have 400. Where do we procure the rest? Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated Li Xing's eyes. He had nearly overlooked an excellent resource. What about the B-36 bombers equipped by the 2nd and 3rd Air Forces? Chief of Staff, how many B-36 bombers do we have? Zhao Lin, who had just returned, reflected for a moment. Including both active and decommissioned units, we have approximately 700 to 800. Excellent, Li Xing exclaimed, excitement coursing through him as he rubbed his hands together. Chief of Staff, issue an immediate order to consolidate all B-36 bombers. Upon hearing Li Xing inquire about the B-36, Zhao Lin instantly discerned his intentions and could not help but douse him with a dose of cold reality. Our pool of pilots is limited. Should we deploy all these antiquated aircraft, our current aviators would be utterly insufficient. Furthermore, we lack navigators, radio operators, and bombardiers, unless we mobilize a contingent of local personnel. Zhao Lin's words plunged Li Xing into silence. After a moment, he lifted his head and declared, "This matter is beyond our jurisdiction. We must report it to the commander." "Very well, I shall promptly contact Director Yan." A few minutes later, Zhao Lin rushed back, urgency etched on his face. "The commander has responded. We are to proceed as we see fit, without hesitation." A look of delight spread across Li Xing's face as he quickly replied, "Time is of the essence. We must dispatch messages to the Second and Third Armies immediately, instructing them to spring into action. I give them 10 hours. Preparations must be complete by dawn tomorrow." "Understood, Director." The following day, at 2 o'clock in the morning, the 31st Fighter Wing's encampment buzzed with sudden activity. Gao Yuanhang, Lu Yunqin, and others were abruptly summoned, groggily boarding a C-130 transport aircraft. Inside the cabin, dozens of elite pilots from the 31st Wing were already seated. Lu Xingong, stifling a yawn, turned to Gao Yuanhang and remarked, "Captain Gao, are we embarking on another covert mission?" Gao Yuanhang shot him a glance. "Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you." Lu Xingong's face flushed with embarrassment. "I was merely curious. After all, our last operation, silence." Gao Yuanhang's expression darkened at Lu Xingong's incessant chatter. "Lu, recite the confidentiality regulations 100 times in your mind." Lu Xingong, startled from his stupor, noticed the keen gazes around him and realized he had overstepped, promptly lowering his head in silence. Uncertain how much time had passed, the transport aircraft began its descent, landing swiftly on solid ground. The sound of the opening hatch jolted the drowsy pilots awake, prompting them to rise and form ranks. Within moments, they had arranged into 4 neat columns. March. As they exited the aircraft, the intense illumination from the airfield forced them to shield their eyes. Once they adjusted, they were awestruck by the scene before them. Stretching out on the brightly lit, expansive runway was a long line of B-36 bombers, extending into the darkness. Gao Yuanhang's eyes sparkled. These were the very aircraft they had trained on, the peacekeepers. Having previously participated in a mission, he was astonished to find himself presented with another opportunity. Attention! Just as Gao Yuanhang's heart raced with anticipation, a clear voice pierced the air. Instinctively, he stood at attention. A stern-faced general strode forward, bypassing any pleasantries, and coldly instructed, "Refer to the boarding cards you received prior and locate your aircraft. You will serve as pilot and co-pilot for a highly classified mission. The task at hand is exceedingly formidable. You must comprehend that even the slightest error while piloting an aircraft could mean that you and your crew will never have the opportunity to reunite with your parents, spouses, or children again. This is the kind of finality where even the remains are beyond reach." The commanding general's resonant voice instantly stiffened the bodies of Gao Yuanhang and his companions. Before they could ponder further, the chilling voice resonated once more. "You now have 10 minutes to locate your aircraft. Disperse." As the command was uttered, all the pilots immediately scattered, clutching their slips of paper and racing toward a line of bombers. "Sir, these individuals have only piloted strategic bombers during training. Can they accomplish the mission?" A colonel, who had remained silent behind the general, suddenly inquired. The authoritative voice responded again. "There are no contingencies. They have only 2 choices: success or death." At that moment, Gao Yuanhang located the bomber he was to pilot and was astonished to discover that the other crew members aboard were all from his squadron: co-pilot Lu Yunqin and navigator Lu Xingong. Gao Yuanhang felt as if a herd of wild horses galloped through his mind, his initial excitement swiftly morphing into anxiety. How could they possibly complete the mission without an instructor accompanying them? "Falcon 1, please set your coordinates." A voice crackled through the communicator, snapping Gao Yuanhang back to attention as he began the necessary operations. Once all preparations were complete, the takeoff command promptly followed. He dared not be complacent. Firmly pushing the control stick, and the massive B-36 surged forward. Chapter 95, A River of Blood. In the Kingdom of Moj, nestled within a vast forest near the Pacific Ocean, an enormous aircraft had mysteriously appeared. This was a temporary airfield secretly established by the intelligence agency of the Galactic Empire, specifically to support the annihilation plan. At that moment, bombers were continuously landing, refueling, and taking to the skies again. The audacity of this operation stemmed from their strength. At this juncture, despite the Galactic Empire's formidable industrial capabilities, its military strength was alarmingly weak. With only a few 100,000 regular troops and an air force comprised of outdated aircraft, only the Navy was somewhat respectable. With such a defense, it was impossible to contend with the B-52 bombers, which could reach speeds of 0.88 Mach, let alone the B-36, which could hit 700 kilometers per hour. Moreover, considering the altitude restrictions, they could largely disregard threats from heavy anti-aircraft artillery and operate with relative impunity. Several hours later, on the eastern coast of the Malige Empire, in the city of Xiatu. As one of the most significant industrial cities in the Malige Empire, the skyline was dominated by countless towering smokestacks, from which billowing clouds of smoke ascended, casting a gray pall over the sky. At that moment, it was afternoon, and the factory workers, having just finished their lunch, were flocking toward a factory as immense as the city itself. As the workers trudged listlessly into the workshops, a sudden roar echoed from the heavens above, prompting them to gaze upwards. Two dark silhouettes were hurtling towards them from the south, rapidly enlarging. Within mere minutes, the colossal aircraft loomed over the factory. Just as curiosity etched itself onto the faces of the workers, countless dark objects cascaded from the belly of the plane, plummeting like ominous raindrops. Upon witnessing the unexpected downpour from the sky, the workers' expressions shifted instantly, and they bolted towards the factory exit. In a catastrophic moment, a bomb descended from above, crashing into a building and creating a gaping hole in its roof. The ensuing explosion erupted with a force akin to a bursting balloon, shattering the structure into fragments. The workers, who were frantically fleeing outside, were either hurled away by the blast or struck down by the debris, their fates sealed by the sharp metal shards that pierced through them. For the fortunate few who managed to escape, their respite was short-lived as another bomb fell swiftly, reducing them to mere remnants before detonating violently, obliterating all in proximity. The shockwaves surged forth, akin to a tempest of unimaginable ferocity, launching everything skyward. The relentless explosions and towering columns of smoke enveloped the factory within moments, leaving no one to emerge from the chaos. In preparation for this assault, the bombers carried not only 500-kilogram aerial bombs, but also a mix of white phosphorus bombs, napalm, and cluster munitions. After the two bombers completed their devastating mission and retreated, the military police of the Malige Empire arrived, only to find what was once a factory now reduced to smoldering ruins. Simultaneously, explosions reverberated throughout the Malige Empire, with billowing clouds of smoke overshadowing every industrial city. Even the capital was not spared. The Prime Minister, Slorif, was startled by the cacophony of blasts, soon followed by the jarring sound of air raid sirens. Just as he rose to his feet, a military officer entered urgently. "Mr. Prime Minister, unidentified bombers are hovering over the capital. Please seek refuge in the underground facilities." Without hesitation, Slorif followed the officer towards the exit. However, before he could leave his office, a middle-aged man rushed in. "Mr. Prime Minister, we've received dozens of calls. Major factories in cities like Xiatu and Old Xingshan have been bombed by unidentified aircraft." Slorif froze. A sudden clarity struck him, and his complexion paled, nearly causing him to faint. "Mr. Prime Minister," another individual rushed in. "The Central States have just sent a telegram. They too are experiencing bombings, resulting in severe casualties." At this moment, even the most naive could perceive the gravity of the situation. Soon, another individual rushed in, reporting that yet another location had been bombed. At this juncture, Slorif felt as though stars were colliding in his vision. He leaned against the wall, desperately staving off the urge to faint, and bellowed, "Quickly, have all regions report their damages immediately. Instruct the intelligence department to act at once. I demand to know the origin of these aircraft." On board the B-36 bomber, Gao Yuanhang, having just completed a bombing run and preparing to depart, was suddenly startled by the shrill alert of the cockpit radar system. His expression shifted dramatically. The B-36 variant was equipped with rudimentary radar, often unreliable, and when the alarm sounded, it generally indicated that enemy aircraft were perilously close. Just then, a series of loud thuds reverberated through the bomber's skin, and several small holes appeared on the fuselage. Enemy aircraft were trailing behind. Gao Yuanhang felt a jolt of adrenaline course through him. Without a moment's hesitation, he slammed the throttle forward, and the roar of the engines surged to life as the bomber accelerated forward. A pursuing P-26 fighter, witnessing the sudden retreat of the massive bomber, momentarily froze before hastily pursuing it. To the astonishment of the P-26 pilot, despite pushing the engines to their maximum power, he found himself not closing the distance but instead falling further behind. Within moments, the bomber had vanished from sight. The P-26's maximum speed was a mere 377 kilometers per hour, while the B-36 soared above 700 kilometers, a staggering disparity that left the fighter completely outmatched. Elsewhere, other aircraft ascended to intercept. Anti-aircraft fire erupted in full force. The B-52 bombers, however, faced no such challenges, cruising at speeds of 1,000 kilometers per hour with advanced warning systems that rendered them nearly invulnerable to the defenses of the time. As for the B-36 bombers, though slightly outdated, they maintained absolute advantages in speed and altitude. Yet, their sheer size and weight rendered them cumbersome, and despite efforts to avoid detection, several bombers fell victim to the defenses of Melaga. Half a day later, within the grand office of Melaga's supreme headquarters, Slorif sat grimly in his chair, listening to reports from his subordinates. Mr. Supreme Leader, the states have reported their losses. A total of 613 factories have been bombed, with 99% completely destroyed. These factories were among the largest in our nation, accounting for approximately 50% of our industrial output. The reporting official bore a grave expression, recognizing that the Melaga Empire had suffered a devastating blow, one that would take decades to recover from. Clenching his fists, Slorif reflected on the flourishing state of the Melaga Empire under his leadership. He had paved the way for its prosperity, convinced that once the Western conflict erupted, the future would belong to the Melaga Empire. Now, all hope lay in ruins. His confidence had stemmed from these large factories, and without their industrial support, how could the Melaga Empire claim dominion over the world? Have we ascertained who is responsible for this? Suolifu clenched his teeth and spat out a statement. He was now intent on vengeance, willing to go to any lengths to retaliate against the forces that dared to disturb the peace. It had been uncovered that during this period, a group of individuals from the Empire of Morning had been inquiring about the location of our factory, even sending people to conduct on-site investigations. We have traced their identities, which appear to be that of merchants, but in reality, they are intelligence agents from the Empire's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, tasked with gathering information on our nation. Furthermore, our intelligence operatives discovered that they were constructing a secret airbase deep within the jungle in collaboration with officials from the nation of Moj. Immediately, Shralif's face flushed with anger. Apply pressure on Moj to dispatch troops and destroy that airfield. Capture those damned individuals and interrogate them rigorously. From this moment forth, cease all trade with the Empire of Morning. Immediately instruct our representatives in the Empire to lodge a formal protest with their government. Do any of you have objections? After Shralif's declaration, he glanced towards the officials present, who naturally had no dissenting opinions. In truth, it was evident to any discerning observer that the situation was riddled with inconsistencies. The mere presence of over 1,000 heavy bombers in the sky was beyond the means of such a financially strained nation as the Empire of Morning. Yet, they found themselves in a predicament where they had to provide an explanation to their citizens, leaving them no time to pursue the true perpetrators. Thus, with the Empire of Morning conveniently positioned as a scapegoat, they could not only appease their populace, but also maintain some maneuverability. Otherwise, should they uncover a powerful force that they could not confront, it would surely complicate matters. Therefore, the identity of the actual bomber was trivial. What mattered was ensuring there was a fall guy. The homeland of the Melaga Empire was suddenly subjected to a large-scale aerial assault, causing significant industrial damage. And within an hour, the news had spread across the globe. Reactions were mixed. Some were jubilant, while others were filled with dread. The latter group included allies such as the Great Eagle Empire and Franxi, who relied heavily on the Melaga Empire as a crucial logistical base to contend with the Prussian Empire. The abrupt attack left them in a state of anxiety. Meanwhile, the most elated were the Prussian Empire. What had held them back from taking action against the coalition of Melaga, Eagle, and Franxi was their overwhelming strength, which had instilled a sense of trepidation in them. But now, with one leg of the three-legged table compromised, what was there to fear? Of course, the most bewildered were the Empire of Morning, which had spent lavishly on oil and scrap steel, only to find it seized by Melaga and faced with a reprimand from their envoy, leaving them utterly confused about the unfolding events. On the highway leading from Jinfu to Beiping, Zhang Jin gazed through the car window at the expansive 8-lane road, with its pristine white lane markings and meticulously trimmed greenery lining the sides. Streetlights stood every few meters, exuding a modern ambience. Are those streetlights powered yet? Zhang Jin casually inquired. Sitting in the passenger seat, Zhang Chong quickly replied, General, not yet. The Pingjin power plant is still undergoing testing. It is expected to supply electricity to Beiping and Jinfu next month. Zhang Jin nodded. What about the light bulb and television factories? Have they commenced production? Do not wait until the power is restored to find there are no places to purchase light bulbs. Rest assured, The light bulb and television factories began production 3 months ago. General Xia has established the Broadcasting and Television Preparatory Office in accordance with your directives and is currently assembling television channel programs. Furthermore, inform Xia Yuanji not to focus solely on news. It is essential to produce more television dramas and films to effectively promote our glorious achievements. Indeed, General. Oh, by the way, what is the determined electricity price? Have they made any progress? General, it has been reported that the price is set at 1 cent per kilowatt hour. Zhang Jin furrowed his brow. Currently, 1 yuan can buy 500 steamed buns, which translates to 5 steamed buns per kilowatt hour. Excessively expensive. After all, only a minority earn around 10 yuan in great general currency monthly, while the majority of citizens are grateful to have an income of 2 to 3 yuan. It is too costly. Inform Xia Yuanji that to popularize electricity, we must not only consider the present, but also look towards the future. Reduce the electricity price by another tenfold, to 1 mil per kilowatt hour. He has not invested any costs in constructing thermal power plants or electric poles and cables. These can be exchanged from his resources, thus bypassing the need to recoup costs and achieving a direct outcome. Moreover, the electricity industry is inherently lucrative. With nearly 90 million households in Daxing, even if each household uses 30 kilowatt hours a month, Zhang Jin can effortlessly earn 2 to 3 million, including industrial electricity usage. Earning 10 million great general currency monthly is exceedingly delightful. This is merely the present. As electrical appliances become widespread, the financial influx will naturally surge, making monthly earnings exceeding 100 million commonplace. General, it is snowing. Zhang Chong suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin turned to gaze out the window, witnessing white flakes continually descending from the sky. He opened the car door and stepped outside, the biting cold wind sweeping past him, instantly invigorating him. Raising his hand, several large snowflakes landed on his palm, crystalline and pure as jade. In this unpolluted era, Zhang Jin felt as though he had returned to his childhood, where the sky was a deep blue and the air was fresh, with the 24 solar terms distinctly observed. Rain fell when it was time for rain, and snow fell when it was time for snow. Unlike the modern era, where snow is scarce and winters often feel like the transition between spring and summer, Zhang Jin gazed into the distance, where lush green fields stretched before him, and at the horizon stood a towering metropolis, resembling a colossal ancient beast lying dormant upon the earth. All that has passed, the illustrious figures of yore. Let us look to the present. Chapter 97. The Pulse of the People. Yan'an, Taozhou Prefecture, Heqing County. In Gaoqiao Town, Dajianzi Village, with the approach of New Year's Eve, the entire village is adorned with festive decorations. At the village entrance, a robust man and his wife are carrying fresh mud to the courtyard wall, intending to renovate it. When they hear a voice from behind, Xiuzi's wife, is that wall being painted? The robust man swiftly turned around to behold a middle-aged fellow pushing a bicycle adorned with a large frame, who approached with a beaming smile. Uncle Bing. Off to the town, are you? The middle-aged man gestured toward a sizable piece of fatty meat resting on the rear rack, with the new year approaching. Your aunt sent me to the town to procure 20 pounds of meat to indulge the children. The robust man swallowed hard at the sight of the glistening fat. You've bought so much. Not really, merely $1's worth. The harvest this year is bountiful. With General Zhang in power, we've been exempted from taxes for 3 years. From now on, we can look forward to prosperous days. After speaking, he cheerily walked away. Unexpectedly, the robust man's wife was incensed by this display, casting her wadal to the ground with a thud, collapsing onto the earth in tears. We can't go on like this. Look, during the festive season, people are either buying meat or eggs, all eagerly awaiting a splendid feast. And here we are, subsisting on cornbread even during the new year, sharing a single steamed bun among several of us. This life is unbearable. Seeing his wife suddenly collapse in distress, the robust man glanced around nervously and whispered, "Get up. What nonsense are you spouting? Don't you know our second son hasn't he yet wed? We must save our money to build him a house." Humph, look at you, acting like a shrew. We used to struggle for cornbread, and now, just a few days into better times, you're turning your nose up at it? I don't care. Your brother is your brother, but am I not your wife? And what about our son and daughter? Look at other children. They have new clothes. And the girls have red ribbons. Our kids look like little beggars. During the new year, every family feasts on meat dumplings. And what does your mother do? She buys half a cabbage, makes 30 vegetarian dumplings to freeze outside, and adds a plate of peanuts for the New Year's Eve dinner. After toiling all year to support our family, you expect me to eat this? The second son is just a soldier. Why should we fund his house? I don't care. I want meat and eggs. If you refuse, I'll take our son and return to my parents. Enough. Have you made enough fuss? Why did the second son join the army in the first place? Wasn't he to earn 15 silver dollars to marry you? He used to serve under a warlord, living in constant peril. Now, he has finally been enlisted by General Zhang, and we hope he returns soon to marry and continue the family line. Continue the family line? Who will support that? A mere soldier, whose life is not even his own, and who can't save a penny. Who would marry him? You insolent woman, enough? Speak again, and I swear I shall strike you. The robust man, incensed by his wife's words, felt his face flush with anger, ready to raise his hand. But just then, a voice from behind interrupted. Chiozi, Chiozi, come quickly. Someone is looking for you. The robust man quickly turned to see the village chief approaching with an officer, followed by a small truck. Allow me to introduce to you. This is 2nd Lieutenant Lin from our garrison police detachment, who is here to see you. Upon realizing that a government official was seeking him, the burly man instantly adopted a more reserved demeanor, nervously twisting his hands as he inquired, Sir, do you need something from me? With a warm smile, 2nd Lieutenant Lin grasped the man's hand and said, You must be Wang Wu's elder brother, am I correct? Where are your parents? The lieutenant's amiable demeanor left the burly man momentarily taken aback, prompting him to respond quickly, My father and the others have gone to town to sell roasted sweet potatoes. Is there something you wish to discuss? With a grin, the lieutenant replied, I wanted to talk to you about the upcoming new year. The general has issued an order to reward the families of soldiers. Each military family will receive a subsidy of $10, 30 cans of pork, 20 cans of beef, 2 cans of fruit, a case of cola, 2 bolts of thick khaki fabric, and a radio. $2? Canned goods? Khaki fabric? A radio? The burly man found himself momentarily bewildered. He was well aware of canned goods. Every household received 2 cans on the general's birthday, and they had nearly swallowed their tongues in delight, as it was their first experience with meat. The thick khaki fabric was indeed a prized possession, durable and sturdy. It was the favorite among farming families, yet rarely available in the market, even for those with wealth. To think the general had bestowed 2 bolts upon their family. As for the radio, the burly man did not regard it with much significance, as food and drink were undeniably more vital. At that moment, a crowd had gathered around, captivated by the spectacle. Upon hearing that soldiers received such generous gifts, a wave of astonishment swept through the onlookers, particularly as they learned about the rewards during festive seasons. Envy glimmered in their eyes, wondering if their own families with soldiers might also be graced with such abundance. All right. 2nd Lieutenant Lin suddenly recalled something and retrieved a wine-red savings book from a file, presenting it to the burly man. This is a stipend savings book specially sent back by your brother. He is now a private first class, earning $16 a month. This book contains 5 months' worth, totaling $80. You may withdraw at any time at the savings office in town. The lieutenant's words ignited a fresh wave of excitement. $16 a month. Some among them toiled at the coal mines for a meager $10. Yet here was a soldier earning 16? This revelation stirred a collective yearning among the crowd, many wishing to enlist their sons or husbands into the military. Such sentiments echoed throughout the entirety of Yan'an and Yanbei, causing a tremendous stir. It was only then that people recognized the distinct advantages of serving under Zhang Jin, igniting an overwhelming enthusiasm. At the North Ping governor's office, Zhang Jin rarely found a moment of respite, seated in his office with a 17-inch black and white Panda television on his desk. Unfortunately, Zhang Jin had scoured every industrial archive, only to discover that the best available models dated back to the 1980s. Colorful televisions were nowhere to be found. Thus, he settled for a black and white set. Yet he had already commissioned research and development efforts. With the successful technology of the black and white television, he anticipated results would soon follow. Thud, thud, thud. Zhang Chong strode into the office, announcing, General, the antenna has been erected. Chapter 98. A grand display of Zhang Jin's strength. Turn on the television. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Jin promptly straightened his posture as Zhang Chong hurried to the television and switched it on. The screen flickered to life, revealing a circle formed by black and white squares, evoking a sense of inexplicable familiarity within Zhang Jin. The scene then shifted to a man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, who addressed the audience with a resonant voice. Dear viewers, welcome to Channel 1 of Xinhua. This is the live broadcast of the noon news on the 21st day of the 12th lunar month. The Malaysia Empire has suffered an air raid by unidentified armed forces, resulting in over 50% of its industrial capacity being crippled and casualties exceeding 1 million. Reports suggest that this was secretly orchestrated by certain extremist terrorists from the Daxing Empire. The Governor's office of our Northern Territory has issued a statement condemning the actions of the Daxing Empire. On the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, General Zhang Jin attended the furnace opening ceremony at the Pingjin thermal power plant, heralding the imminent arrival of the electrical age in Yan'an. General Zhang Jin provided crucial directives to ensure the basic livelihood of the populace, announcing a reduction in electricity prices. The articulate delivery, coupled with real-time visuals, was indeed far superior to merely listening to the radio. 10 minutes later, as the news concluded, the screen transitioned yet again, this time to the television adaptation of Journey to the West, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the black-and-white version he had watched in his youth. Zhang Jin found himself engrossed, to the extent that he forgot to eat. Time slipped away unnoticed until the conclusion of the series snapped him back to reality. A classic. Indeed, he had lost count of how many times he had watched it, yet it remained endlessly captivating. Zhang Chong, go summon the personnel from the Industrial Bureau. An hour later, Gu Xingyun, the acting director of the Industrial Bureau, hurriedly entered with Zhang Chong. Without waiting for Gu to offer his respects, Zhang Jin inquired directly, "What is the current production status of our televisions? What about the costs?" "Reporting to you, General, our television factory in Jinfu has reached its design production capacity, manufacturing 100,000 units per month. Due to our high output, we produce nearly all materials in-house, bringing the cost down to 50 yuan. What is the retail price?" Gu Xingyun bowed slightly. "The nationwide uniform price is set at 200 yuan. Zhang Jin nodded, considering it reasonably priced, roughly equivalent to 12 months' wages for an ordinary worker. "What is the current inventory?" "We have a total of 300,000 units in stock." "And what are the radios?" "Reporting to you, General, our semiconductor radio production line commenced earlier, and there are approximately 1 million units in our warehouse. The domestic price is 16 yuan per unit, while the international price is 20 eagle pounds. How are sales faring? Do you have any data?" "Reporting to you, General, our manufactured radios are compact and exquisite, not only aesthetically pleasing but also powerful, capable of automatically searching for radio signals. They are exceedingly popular abroad. Our current monthly output can reach 300,000 units, primarily for export." Zhang Jin nodded in understanding and turned to Zhang Chong. "Go summon the heads of several departments in the administrative office." "Yes, General." After instructing Zhang Chong, Zhang Jin pondered momentarily. "You from the Industrial Bureau, compile a summary of your achievements during this period. In a few days, we will hold a general assembly, and you shall present your report." Gu Xingyun hurriedly bowed. "Yes, General." Not long after Gu Xingyun's departure, 5 individuals, Zhang Chong, Xia Yuanji, Lu Yin, Li Shanchong, and Hu Yong, entered together. These 5 were exceptional talents that he had summoned with considerable effort from his mobile device. And it was their contributions that allowed Zhang Jin to roam freely. The officials bowed and greeted. "We have seen the Great Marshal." Zhang Jin smiled and raised a hand, saying, "There is no need for excessive formalities. I have called you here to inquire about our progress in Yan'an during my absence." Xia Yuanji immediately bowed and responded. "In reply to the Great Marshal, we have primarily focused on 5 key areas: transportation, education, industry, foreign trade, and finance. I oversee the financial sector, and the Xinhua Bank we established has already expanded to cities above the county level. We anticipate commencing operations by early next year. In the provinces of Yan'an, Yanbei, and Ludong, our savings institutions have reached even the town level. Moreover, we have opened business points in significant cities of countries such as Fujian, Malaysia, and Inghua." Zhang Jin inquired about the circulation of the Great Marshal currency, his most pressing concern. In response, "Our Great Marshal currency is exquisitely crafted, making it impossible for anyone to counterfeit. Furthermore, as it is pegged to gold, it has already begun circulating nationwide, with even Xinhua and Fujian adopting our currency." "Excellent." A smile finally broke across Zhang Jin's face, for he understood the power of financial leverage. After Xia Yuanji concluded, he quietly withdrew, and Lu Yin stepped forward with a bow, stating, "Great Marshal, I also have significant progress to report regarding foreign trade. Previously, Our exports consisted mainly of ores, tea, pig bristles, tung oil, and silk. Although international trade had cooled recently, the turmoil in the Western continent has created a demand for our products: oils, spare parts, steel, non-ferrous metals. Pharmaceuticals, instant noodles, and luncheon meat are all in high demand. Particularly, our pharmaceuticals and medical supplies are being produced at full capacity. With orders extending a year into the future and new orders continue to pour in, the Industrial Bureau has submitted a request to increase the number of pharmaceutical factories. Indeed, Zhang Jin acknowledged, gesturing for Liu Yin to continue. As war looms, aside from ammunition, pharmaceuticals are of utmost importance. Inform Gu Xingyun to coordinate among the industrial departments to expedite the establishment of new pharmaceutical factories. Zhang Jin was reluctant to continue exchanging factories via his mobile device, as this recent effort had consumed considerable resources. He had initially hoped that the raid on Myligia would yield a substantial amount of power. But with the loss of 1 million lives, he had only received less than 200,000. He finally comprehended the definition of power in relation to his device. It was only those foreign entities hostile to Xinhua that truly counted. Moreover, he recognized the necessity of preparing for the future. He could not rely solely on his mobile device. Enemies would eventually be vanquished, and to maintain an invincible position, the only viable strategy was to strengthen oneself independently, without external aid. Yes, Great Marshal, Liu Yin replied, and Li Shanchong immediately stepped forward, bowing as he announced, Great Marshal. With the assistance of the displaced populace, we have successfully constructed one primary school at the town level across the entirety of Yan'an and Yanbei, one middle school at the county level, and one high school at the provincial capital level. However, there remains a significant shortage of teachers. I request permission to not only recruit domestically, but also establish recruitment points in other nations. Very well. Thank you, Great Marshal. Li Shanchong promptly bowed again and continued. Your Majesty, the public service examination has concluded successfully. A total of 216 talents have been selected from Nanyang, while 638 have been chosen locally. For the vast territories of Nanyang, only 20,000 personnel are required to be dispatched. As for the remainder, I propose they be assigned to various offices in Yan'an and Yanbei. Zhang Jin nodded in approval, agreed. Issue an order in my name to dismiss all current officials in the 2 provinces, replacing them with the newly selected personnel. I shall grant them 1 week for the transition. Those who fail to do so adequately will face severe consequences. Zhang Jin had long harbored disdain for the obsolete officials and saw this as an opportune moment to eradicate them entirely. The sheer audacity of his command left Xia Yuanji and the others momentarily stunned. Was such brutality truly necessary? However, recalling Zhang Jin's decisive nature, their astonishment quickly dissipated. If anyone else dared to act so boldly, it would likely incite rebellion in the provinces, but with Zhang Jin at the helm, the local officials would flee faster than rabbits. At that moment, Zhang Jin's voice resonated once more. Remember to inform the newly appointed officials to keep their hands and minds in check. It is not only the heavens that watch over them. My great axe is also looming. He urged them to contemplate whether it was worth risking their lives for trifles. Chapter 99, Summary of Military Strength. Now, let us proceed. Zhang Jin, radiating an intimidating aura, shifted the conversation. Hu Yong stepped forward, bowing respectfully, reporting to the great commander. In accordance with your orders, I have gathered nearly 1 million refugees in Yan'an and Yanbei to undertake large-scale construction. And we have now completed the dual-line construction of the Jinpu, Pinghan, and Jingfeng railways. As for the roads, the connectivity between the counties you mentioned is nearing completion. With little else to report on transportation construction, Hu Yong concluded and withdrew. Next, it was Fang Qiao's turn to present the main event. Fang Qiao stepped forward and bowed to Zhang Jin, commencing his report. Great Commander, we have established 181 large-scale factories in Yan'an, including steel and petroleum bases. With an annual production capacity of 17 million tons of steel and 15 million tons of oil, these facilities can produce automobiles, airplanes, tractors, and various light, medium, and heavy machinery. Furthermore, we have also established factories for communication instruments and television bases, among other burgeoning industries. Fang Qiao's excitement grew with each word, his face beaming with exhilaration. This is truly a prosperous era never before witnessed in our nation. Zhang Jin, moved by Fang Qiao's words, felt a pang of regret. All these developments had come at the cost of electrical resources, and he realized that after all the exertion, his available power had dwindled to less than 200,000 units. He took a deep breath, suppressing his minor grievances, and inquired, "What is the fiscal state this year? Are we facing a deficit?" Xia Yuanji promptly stepped forward and bowed. Reporting to the Great Commander, "Our total revenue this year is 12.7 billion Great Commander coins, primarily from weaponry and maritime trade. Our expenditures total 7.5 billion Great Commander coins, including military expenses of 1.2 billion, government finances of 0.7 billion, and refugee resettlement costs of 5.6 billion. Zhang Jin's expression turned contemplative. Military spending was largely attributed to salaries and provisions, while other expenses stemmed from his exchanges made through his mobile device, as he would otherwise have spent an exorbitant amount. Furthermore, the resettlement of the displaced populace is merely a temporary measure. Once these individuals are accommodated, the funds currently allocated will be conserved. It appears that he is focused solely on generating income without expenditure. Moreover, the need for resources is bound to increase in the future. After all, money spent is money in circulation, while money hoarded is but worthless paper. It seems imperative to expand the military and establish educational institutions as well. Zhang Jin pondered for a moment before inquiring, "What is the current salary for teachers?" In response, the general replied, "According to the regulations of the state of Xinhua, professors earn between 400 to 600 de shui coins, associate professors between 200 to 400 coins, university lecturers between 100 to 200 coins, and assistant lecturers between 50 to 100 coins." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin couldn't help but be impressed by the emphasis placed on intellectuals during this era. "What about mid-level and senior teachers?" he asked. "The state does not prioritize grassroots education and has no specific regulations," the general replied. "In conjunction with the Ministry of Education, we have established a 12-tier teaching qualification system, which includes 4 levels for secondary schools and 4 levels for primary schools, ranging from 5th-level lecturers to 12th-level lecturers. The lowest tier, the 12th-level lecturer, earns a monthly salary of 20 de shui coins, with each advancement yielding an additional 10 coins. A 5th-level lecturer makes 90 coins monthly. For primary school teachers, the lowest salary is 20 coins a month, which translates to an equivalent of 10,000 in today's currency, categorizing them as high earners. "Very well, let us proceed with this plan," Zhang Jin declared decisively, prompting a sigh of relief from the general, who promptly bowed and replied, "Your wisdom is unparalleled, Great Marshal." Unbeknownst to them, several hours had passed as the 5 individuals completed their reports on the affairs of the administrative office. After their departure, Zhang Jin summoned all personnel from the Military Affairs Office. The Northern Frontier Governor's Office is divided into the Administrative Office, Military Affairs Office, Supervisory Office, Attendance Chamber, and the Judicial and Prosecutorial Courts, while the Military Affairs Office consists of departments for staff, logistics, armaments, military law, and training. Before long, prominent figures such as Chief of Staff Li Qin, Army Supervisor Chen Jie, Navy Supervisor Mi Yun, Air Force Supervisor Li Xing, and Training Director Jiang Bailey entered the office. Noticing the time, Zhang Jin wasted no words and asked directly, "What is our current military strength?" Li Qin immediately stood at attention and reported, "Great Marshal, our army has established 8 heavy armored divisions, 24 mechanized infantry divisions, 6 mountain divisions, and 3 airborne divisions, totaling 702,000 personnel. The Air Force comprises the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Air Armies, with the 1st Air Army currently equipped with 193 B-52G bombers, 216 MiG, 21 fighters, 108 A-10 attack aircraft, and 72 C-5 transport planes. The 2nd and 3rd Air Armies are equipped with 4 320 P-51D fighters, 724 B-36 bombers, 144 C-130 transport planes, and 36 AC-136 attack aircraft. As for the Navy, we possess 6 Zhang Jin-class super battleships, 16 Tian Quan-class battleships, 12 Tian Shu-class aircraft carriers, 48 Yao Guang-class heavy cruisers, 120 Tian Xian-class light cruisers, 279 Pei Jun-class destroyers, and 42 Tan Lang-class submarines. Aside from the regular armed forces, local counties have established police battalions, while the provincial government has set up a police headquarters, all under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of the Army. The total military strength amounts to 1,130,000. Zhang Jin was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he had become a man wielding such immense power. Filled with countless emotions as he reflected on how, in just over a year, he had ascended to such heights. This achievement, of course, was solely due to the elite forces summoned through his mobile phone. Without that, even a decade might not have sufficed to amass such a formidable army. Now that everything was in place, wasn't it time for him to take some action? Zhang Chong. Zhang Jin suddenly called out, prompting Zhang Chong to hasten over. General, go convey my orders. Summon the governors and military supervisors from the northern provinces to Beiping. Inform them that I, Zhang Jin, am hosting a gathering. Tell them that I never compel anyone. Their attendance is entirely voluntary. However, I am indifferent to their choices. I just wonder if the heavens might rain down bombs. Those who are reluctant should be cautious, lest they find themselves in peril, and when the time comes, their corpses may be untraceable. Yes, General. I shall attend to it immediately. In Qinshi, at the military governor's office, Governor Zhang Yuliang slammed the telegram onto his desk, his face a mask of anger. What does that damned Zhang Jin intend? Does he seek to incorporate me, Zhang Yuliang? Does he truly believe himself a local emperor simply because others flatter him? Calm down, General, urged Chun Hu, the military chief of staff, standing before Zhang Yuliang's desk. Zhang Jin is formidable. Offending him would yield no benefit. If you are unwilling to attend, simply send a representative to convey your regards. Humph. Look at this nonsense, Zhang Jin spouts, threatening that if we do not attend, bombs will fall from the sky. Clearly, he is attempting to intimidate me. How absurd. Having endured the humiliation from the little devils before, now another Zhang Jin emerges, as if I, Zhang Yuliang, am made of clay. If it comes to it, we can always relocate to the capital and live as wealthy gentlemen. Chun Hu expected Zhang Yuliang to express some principled stance, yet was taken aback by his pragmatic response, momentarily speechless. The current Zhang Yuliang was no longer the man he once was. His spine had been metaphorically broken during the war with the Rose Empire. General, Chun Hu suddenly spoke, his expression turning grave. Zhang Jin is at the peak of his power, with robust forces at his command. Even the Morning People and the Eagle Nation stand no chance against him. With our mere 200,000 brothers, we might only serve to fill the gaps in his ranks. Chun Hu did not continue, for Zhang Yuliang understood the implication, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. After a moment, he seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon, weakly waving his hand. Enough, enough. Go tell Zhang Jin that as long as he is willing to march north and drive out the Morning People, I am more than willing to relinquish Qinshi to him. Alas, Huzi, I find myself weary and plan to lead the troops to the capital for a few days of rest. If you wish, you may remain here to oversee affairs. If not, you may accompany me south to recuperate for a few days. Chun Hu, without a moment's hesitation, declared, I am willing to remain behind to guard Qinshi for our esteemed commander. No matter how arduous the conditions may be here, it is still your foundation, and we cannot simply relinquish it. I am prepared to stand watch on your behalf. Zhang Yuliang, moved by Chun Hu's heartfelt sincerity, responded without delay, very well. Seemingly feeling that he had been too ungrateful, he promptly raised his hand and patted Chun Hu's shoulder vigorously. Huzi, my good brother, I hereby appoint you as the acting commander of Qinshi to lead the 34th and 35th armies in defending our territory. Now go and relay my orders for the 30th, 31st, 32nd, and 33rd armies to prepare to march south with me immediately. Although Zhang Yuliang wished to evade the conflict, he understood the vital importance of military strength. Without it, who would recognize him? Outside the commander's residence, as soon as Chun Hu emerged, he was surrounded by a throng of officers. One of them, unable to contain his impatience, inquired, Chief of Staff, what did the commander say? Chun Hu's expression darkened as he shook his head and replied, the commander intends to lead the troops south. South. The gathered officers erupted in a cacophony of discontent. A bearded officer voiced his frustration. Damn it all. All he does is run. Why not stand with Commander Zhang? Perhaps if we support him, we could return to the northeast. Another chimed in. Enough of this miserable existence. I've had my fill of it. I declare today that any of you who wish to leave may do so, but my brothers will not budge. We want to go home and reclaim our dignity. The fervor was palpable as voices clamored in agreement, not just among the officers, but also the soldiers stationed outside the residence, who began to stir restlessly. Being from the north, they were naturally reluctant to march south. which drew Zhang Yuliang's attention as he strode out to investigate the commotion. Upon seeing the multitude of officers at the entrance, his countenance darkened, and he sought to assert the commander's authority. Suddenly, a shadow hurtled toward him, landing a fierce blow to Zhang Yuliang's handsome face, leaving him dazed and momentarily disoriented. Before he could regain his composure, a furious shout rang out, "Beat the hell out of him." Following that, a barrage of fists and feet rained down upon him, and in excruciating pain, he succumbed to darkness. While tumult brewed in Qinshi, the situation in Bingzhou was equally tumultuous. Upon receiving a telegram, Commander Yin Qishan summoned his trusted confidants late into the night. "What do you all think Zhang Jin intends to do?" he inquired, visibly agitated. The officers present lowered their heads in silence, except for Shang Yun of the 54th Army, who boldly stood and remarked, "Commander, do we even need to ask? He simply desires to annex us. If it comes to it, we can fight." "Fight? How do you propose we do that? With our meager forces in Bingzhou, do you think we could even provide a crumb for Zhang Jin?" Shang Yun was left bewildered by Yin Qishan's retort. He had assumed that his commander was eager for confrontation, but it now appeared he had misjudged the situation. Yin Qishan, observing Shang Yun's confusion, could only shake his head in resignation. If it were the court or another formidable force, he would certainly not concede easily. A struggle would be necessary. After all, there exists an unspoken understanding among them. In the event of defeat, they would merely gather their belongings and retreat to the next wilderness. They would continue to indulge in sumptuous delicacies and bask in the glory of wealth and prosperity. However, encountering the likes of Zhang Jin, a madman, sent a chill down Yin Qishan's spine. This man truly dared to commit murder. Most importantly, Zhang Jin possessed the strength to back up his threats, which was precisely why Yin Qishan refrained from acting recklessly. The commander, having received a scathing rebuke from Shang Yun, was rendered speechless, gazing inquiringly at Yin Qishan. Yin Qishan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. What was Zhang Jin's intention? What could he possibly want, if not to merely survive and steal a fleeting existence? However, he hesitated to voice such thoughts, as he still valued his own dignity. Just as the esteemed Yin was on the verge of internal turmoil, a sharp-witted individual rose to speak. The Deputy Minister of Affairs from the Military Governor's Office, Qian Jun, stood up and asserted, "Commander, Zhang Jin's might is formidable. With the meager forces at our disposal, engaging him in direct confrontation would be unwise. This man is known as a butcher, indiscriminately spilling blood and reveling in brutality, particularly fond of exterminating entire families. Should we oppose him, a victory might be favorable, but should we face defeat, our lives and those of our kin would surely be at risk." The prominent figures present, already feeling anxious, turned pale at Qian Jun's words. If they were to battle outsiders and perish, it could be seen as a noble sacrifice. However, if they were to clash amongst themselves and face death, it would be a most unjust end, with their reputations tarnished and lives lost as if they were mere feathers. In that moment, all eyes turned to the esteemed Yin, a man known for his awareness of the times. Otherwise, he would not have thrived until now. After a brief moment of contemplation, a hint of resignation appeared on Yan's face, and he sat back down in his seat, declaring, "Very well, I shall content myself with being a wealthy gentleman. If he desires this territory, let him have it." He instructed them to respond to Zhang Jin, affirming his attendance at the banquet. The assembled dignitaries from Bingzhou breathed a collective sigh of relief, their faces brightening with joy. At the Beiping governor's office, Zhang Chong was meticulously reporting to Zhang Jin, "Commander, the military governor of Bingzhou, Yin Qishan, has agreed to attend the banquet. Unfortunately, the military governor of Qinshi, Zhang Yuliang, was assassinated yesterday. The acting military governor of Qinshi, Yang Hu, has expressed his willingness to pledge allegiance to our Yin Nan. Furthermore, we have yet to receive any news from the military governors of Ganzhou, Ma Longfang, and Suizhou, Wang Defa, as well as various factions from the borderlands." Upon hearing this, a smile graced Zhang Jin's lips. "Is that so?" Chapter 101. The Wrath of Thunder. Zhang Chong hastily closed the document and continued, "Commander, the military governor of Ganzhou, Ma Longfang, is notorious for his arrogance and cruelty, indulging in debauchery, and is infamously known as one who spares no one who opposes him, leaving a trail of bloodshed across the northwest. The common folk tremble at the mere mention of his name. His troops are equally monstrous, engaging in rampant pillaging and unspeakable acts. Their reputation in the northwest, is utterly tarnished. According to reports from the Northwest Intelligence Station, fearing assassination, Ma Longfong has transformed his garrison in Jincheng into a fortress, expelling all civilians and filling the city with his loyal troops. He even procured a substantial quantity of cement and steel from abroad to fortify the city, proclaiming it a steel fortress. "Oh, is that so?" Zhang Jin offered a faint smile, remarking, "Since this individual possesses such remarkable capabilities, we shall reluctantly assist him in testing his mettle." He commanded the 2nd and 3rd Air Force to immediately deploy bomber units, instructing them to reduce this so-called iron fortress to rubble. "Inform Li Xing that I am neither short of ammunition nor funds. Bombard it mercilessly. I do not wish for a single beast to escape." "Yes, Commander." Zhang Jin, observing Zhang Chong bowing in acknowledgement, continued his inquiry. "What is the situation regarding Suizhou, Ningzhou, and the various factions beyond the Great Wall?" Reporting to the commander, Ningzhou is firmly under the control of Ma Longfong. Suizhou and the factions beyond the wall are backed by the Rose Empire and show utter disregard for the Xinhua court. A glint of cold light flashed in Zhang Jin's eyes as he replied nonchalantly, "Is that so? They do not even regard the court. I, a mere governor of the northern frontier, must surely be invisible to them. Since they look down upon us, let us advance a little closer. Order the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Armored Divisions stationed in Yanbei to march north immediately. Inform them that any who dare resist shall be annihilated." Gansu, Jincheng, the garden of the military governor's residence. Within a lavishly adorned room, the desperate pleas for mercy and agonized wails echoed intermittently. The soldiers on guard outside appeared accustomed to the sounds, some even engaging in hushed conversations. "Whose wife is the governor entertaining today? That voice sounds unfamiliar. Have you not heard? Yesterday, Commander Yang led a team out to forage and intercepted a merchant convoy from the south. Inside, there was a pair of mother and daughter, both stunningly beautiful. The daughter is a twin. The governor was absolutely delighted, and they have been in there all day." "Commander Yang? Surely he is not the one who has offered his wife and daughter to the governor? It is said they even played a 4-person game together. How else could he hold the rank of commander? But what is so unusual about this? Which officer in the Gansu army has not had their wife or daughter attended to by the governor? I have even heard of some offering their own mothers, all in hopes of ascending the ranks. Enough of this idle chatter. Next month, it will be our turn to forage. I have heard we are heading to the villages in the west, where we haven't raided in ages. Who knows, we might snag a few lovely ones. And then we can also..." Suddenly, as the soldiers whispered amongst themselves, the door burst open, and Ma Longfong swaggered out. Bare-chested, "Chop up the people inside and feed them to the dogs." The soldiers exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a mix of familiarity and fear. This man truly regarded human life with utter contempt. Just then, a buzzing sound pierced the air as several soldiers prepared to enter the room. Ma Longfong looked up, puzzled, only to see a massive, ominous cloud approaching from the east. Upon closer inspection, his legs turned to jelly. What appeared to be dark clouds were, in fact, a swarm of aircraft. In a panic, Ma Longfong scrambled toward the yard's exit. Even a fool would understand that the military governor's residence was the target of the impending bombardment. Rushing out of the military governor's residence, Ma Longfong exhaled a sigh of relief. Above, the aircraft had already reached the skies over Jincheng, a dark mass of planes blotting out the sun. The sight sent shivers down Ma Longfong's spine, compelling him to flee without hesitation towards a nearby civilian house. He couldn't help but regret not having dug a cellar for refuge. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from behind him, followed by a wave of heat that enveloped him, searing his back with intense pain. He was violently propelled into the air, crashing heavily against a mud wall. With a cry of agony, Ma Longfong felt as though his very insides had shattered. The cacophony of explosions behind him startled him, and despite the pain, he struggled to rise and glance back towards the governor's residence. What he beheld was a scene of utter devastation. The once mighty building lay in ruins, with no structure left unscathed. A wave of dread washed over him as he realized that the destruction extended beyond the governor's residence. Surrounding houses were engulfed in flames, and the air was filled with the anguished cries of wounded soldiers. Bombs continued to rain down from above, each creating ominous, orange-hued mushroom clouds that rose into the sky. The landscape around him was reduced to rubble, and Ma Longfong's expression shifted dramatically as he spotted several dark shapes descending rapidly towards him. There was no time to escape. He hastily threw himself to the ground, A cylindrical object landed beside him and erupted with a loud bang, dispersing a cloud of powdery debris. Fearful yet hopeful, Ma Longfeng initially thought it was a dud and attempted to rise. Just then, a ferocious blaze erupted from nowhere, transforming him into a figure engulfed in flames. Screams of despair filled the air as Jin Shang succumbed to a fiery inferno. Countless bombs fell like rain, and with each thunderous blast, buildings crumbled into dust. The Air Force had deployed only 300 B-36 bombers, carrying an astounding 9,000 tons of high explosive and white phosphorus bombs, sufficient to reduce the entire city to ruins. Meanwhile, outside the chaos, in the residence of the Uli Governorate in Kowloon City, a seemingly insignificant governor's office oversaw a vast expanse of land, from the northern sea to the Ob River, encompassing approximately 320,000 square kilometers. However, the population numbered less than 10 million. Kowloon City stood as the largest and most prosperous city within the Uli Governorate, yet the feeble central government had lost control, with the entire region nearly dominated by the Rose Empire, which disregarded the government's authority and harbored ambitions of independence. At that moment, within the main hall of the governor's mansion, Governor Rual was pacing anxiously, occasionally striking his palm with an expression of urgent distress. "General Graf has arrived," a sudden voice echoed from outside the door, causing Governor General to become visibly agitated as he hurried towards the entrance. He was met by the sight of a foreign officer clad in the uniform of the Rose Empire. "General Graf, I have just received intelligence that Zhang Jin's armored forces have entered the vast grasslands and are swiftly advancing towards Kowloon City." Graf, a general of the Rose Empire and the supreme commander of the Yuri Army Group, interrupted. "Governor General, please remain silent." Graf, clearly irritated by General's interruption, continued with an air of arrogance. "With the formidable Rose Army at our disposal, your so-called Zhang Jin is nothing more than a mere clown." Chapter 102. Horse Riding and Slaughter. Graf's confident demeanor immediately instilled a sense of reassurance in General, calming his nerves. "Governor General, my army boasts 700 tanks, 300 aircraft, and thousands of artillery pieces. We shall ensure that those Xiangua people face utter annihilation. Once we have eliminated these wretched foes, I will lead our forces back to teach your Zhang Jin a lesson, making him understand the might of our steel tide, the essence of invincibility." Although Graf had received reports from the Rose Empire's military command indicating that Zhang Jin had defeated the Fujiang and Ingwa forces, his arrogant disposition led him to dismiss such claims as mere fabrications. In his eyes, the Rose Empire was the most dominant force in the world, and Zhang Jin, a mere local warlord, could not possibly pose a significant threat to his hundreds of thousands of troops. He simply did not believe it. General, equally stirred by Graf's fervent declarations, quickly pledged his loyalty. "General Graf, I am willing to place all of Yuri's forces under your command." Graf, pleased with General's enthusiastic response, smiled broadly. "Governor General, this is also your opportunity. We can compel the Xiangua court to recognize your Yuri kingdom through the use of force. In due time, you shall be the sovereign of all Yuri." The mention of being the king of Yuri delighted General immensely. Although he had long harbored ambitions of independence, he had been uncertain of the Rose Empire's intentions and feared the dispatch of imperial troops. With Graf's clear affirmation, he felt a surge of excitement and eagerness. "Governor General, should you wish for our assistance, the Rose Empire has one condition. You must cede the North Sea and the Tongnu Sea to us." Upon hearing this, General, undeterred by the thought of relinquishing a portion of land, responded without hesitation, "Agreed." 2 days later, on the vast grasslands 100 kilometers from Kowloon City. It must be said that the grasslands indeed served as an excellent training ground for armored divisions. Led by Li Jie, the 1st Armored Division traversed over 1,000 kilometers of the expansive grasslands in just a little over 2 days. Zhang Jin's newly formed 8 armored divisions were fully equipped with T-64 tanks, each division boasting 350 tanks, as well as a number of M113 armored vehicles. Zhang Jin had initially intended to equip BMP-1 infantry fighting vehicles, but upon considering the cramped interior of the BMP-1, he decided against it. Although the M113A2 lacks the firepower of the BMP-1, it excels in comfort and maneuverability, making it well suited for extensive deep operations. On a fortified M113 armored command vehicle, Li Jie gazed at the recently received deployment map from the intelligence personnel, a look of astonishment gracing his features. The Rosians possess remarkable audacity to station an entire army in front of us. They clearly do not regard us as a threat. Chief of Staff Dong Chung pointed at the deployment map, stating, "Commander, look here. The Rosians have positioned 20 infantry divisions and 10 tank brigades along the front line, evidently aiming to shatter us in one fell swoop before redirecting their forces to confront the 2nd and 3rd divisions. The tank brigades of the Rosian Empire are not comparable to the armored divisions under Zhang Jin's command, which boast hundreds of tanks. Their organization is compact. Each brigade comprises merely 2 tank battalions, each equipped with 5T, 35 heavy tanks, 10T, 28 medium tanks, and 10T, 26 light tanks. Thus, while 10 tank brigades may seem formidable, each brigade consists of only 50 tanks. Upon hearing this, Li Jie could not help but let out a cold laugh. They have laid out a grand feast. If we do not partake, how could we possibly honor their efforts? He commanded, "Relay my orders to accelerate our advance. We must capture Kulyuan City before nightfall." 20 kilometers away from Kulyuan City, on a series of small hills stretching for dozens of kilometers, dense formations of Rosian soldiers were vigorously wielding their shovels to dig trenches. In front of the hills, a vast expanse of Uli cavalry clad in leather armor and felt hats loomed ominously. On a 10-meter-high mound, Graf stood at the edge of the trench, while Uli Governor Rao, with a stony expression, followed closely behind. Observing the swarm of cavalry below, his countenance grew increasingly somber. For being treated as cannon fodder could hardly be a source of comfort. "General Antilai," Graf spoke decisively, "convey the order. The moment the Xinhua forces appear, the entire army shall advance immediately. We must swiftly crush the enemy in front of us." The bearded general following Graf promptly saluted, "Yes, General Graf." As the bearded general departed, a captain hurried over, "General Graf, reconnaissance reports indicate that the Xinhua armored units are less than 30 kilometers away, numbering at least 300 to 400 tanks." Graf's expression remained unchanged. In his mind, he deemed his own tanks superior, regarding others as mere scrap metal. He turned to Governor Rao, saying, "Governor Rao, the time has come to demonstrate your loyalty to the Rosian Empire. When the Xinhua forces arrive, I expect your cavalry to charge forth and provide our tank divisions with the opportunity to encircle them." Rao, steeling himself, pounded his chest with a fist and bowed. "General Graf, I shall prepare at once." Graf watched Rao hastily depart, his demeanor suddenly turning cold as he addressed the returning General Antilai. "General Antilai, when the Uli forces initiate their assault, command the Air Force to strike immediately and catch the Xinhua forces off guard. Then, seize the opportunity to disperse our anti-tank artillery units and position them for ambush." Graf's eyes gleamed with intensity. Intelligence from the military headquarters indicates that the armor of the Xinhua tanks appears exceedingly robust. Typical anti-tank artillery is unlikely to penetrate their defenses. I have deliberately assembled a batch of the latest 57mm anti-tank guns from my homeland, specifically designed to counter the formidable heavy tanks of the Xinhua forces. Although General Graf is exceedingly arrogant, he possesses a certain shrewdness, allowing him to retain a fallback plan. However, he will soon discover that any weapon pales in comparison to the relentless tide of steel emanating from the east. "General Graf, what shall we do about the cavalry if we proceed with an airstrike?" Antilai inquired. Graf, revealing a cruel smile, replied, "A mere band of detestable yellow-skinned monkeys. Their demise would be a welcome outcome. That foolish Zanar has no right to claim the title of king over Yuri. This land rightfully belongs to Rose." As Graf spoke of the land, the greed in his eyes became almost palpable. "General Graf, the Xinhua forces have arrived." An officer rushed over, prompting Graf to gaze forward. In the distance, a massive cloud of dust was rapidly approaching, where the earth met the sky. Chapter 103. A large-scale main force battle. Beneath the hills, Governor Zanar of Yuri watched the advancing dust cloud, his heart racing and palms sweating, wishing he could turn his horse around and flee. Yet, the promise made by Graf echoed in his mind. If he could defeat Zhang Jin's army, he would be the king of all Yuri. His initial fear transformed into a restless anticipation. The other Yuri cavalrymen appeared eager, unaware of the true power of tanks, and they scornfully regarded Rose's armored vehicles, believing that only cowards would ride such contraptions. At that moment, the tank battalion of the 1st Division drew ever closer, the outlines of the tanks becoming discernible. Their rapidly spinning treads kicked up dust and debris, forming a colossal wall of sand that reached towards the heavens, roaring forth like a torrent of steel, unstoppable and thunderous. The sight left the cavalrymen at the foot of the hill feeling a chill run down their spines, and their steeds grew restless with fright. Observing this, Zanar raised his saber high and bellowed, "Warriors of the steppe, the time has come to prove your valor to the heavens. Break through the ranks of the Xinhua forces and annihilate them. Charge!" Upon hearing Zanar's command, the Yuri cavalrymen drew their sabers and surged forward towards the tanks, a distance of 1 or 2,000 meters. Meanwhile, Li Jie, positioned on the M113 command vehicle trailing behind the tank battalion, looked on in astonishment at the cavalry charging headlong into the steel onslaught. Was this audacity or folly? His expression soon turned icy as he issued orders. The forward armored units need not hesitate. The commander has decreed, engage with lethal force. As the two armies drew closer, the Yuri cavalry suddenly lowered their curved swords, removing a bundle of hand grenades from around their horses' necks, preparing to unleash a rain of explosives. The dozens of T-64 tanks, arranged in a line, unleashed a barrage of fire from the coaxial machine guns on the right side of their turrets and the anti-aircraft machine guns mounted atop the commander's cupola. Caught entirely off guard, the Yuli cavalry were ruthlessly mowed down by the rapid fire of the 127mm anti-aircraft guns. Each spinning bullet struck the galloping horsemen with devastating precision, either tearing gaping holes in their chests, severing half of their heads, or reducing various parts of their bodies to mere fragments, often piercing through 4 or 5 men at once. The fate of the cavalry's steeds was even more tragic, as many were shot clean through the head, resulting in a gruesome spectacle of blood and carnage. In an instant, a vast number of cavalrymen fell in a deluge of death. Suddenly, a buzzing sound filled the air, and a large formation of aircraft emerged from the direction of Kowloon City. Dozens of I-15 fighters and over 20 Ant-40 bombers of the Rose Empire. As these formidable aircraft charged aggressively towards Li Jie's forces, a squadron of P-51 Mustangs, adorned with the blazing red phoenix insignia, surged forth from the thick clouds above, raining down a hail of fire from their elevated position. In an instant, the Rose Empire's planes were transformed into a flurry of wreckage, plummeting to the earth amidst billowing smoke, while the remaining aircraft scrambled to evade the descending onslaught. However, their efforts proved futile. The Mustangs descended upon them with such swiftness that they had no time to react, becoming engulfed in flames. Amidst the aerial chaos, the skies above the 1st Division suddenly filled with countless orange points of light, resembling a meteor shower streaking across the heavens. These fiery projectiles crashed down upon the defensive lines at the earthworks held by Graf. The cacophony of explosions echoed like thousands of firecrackers igniting simultaneously, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Countless plumes of flame erupted from the Rose earthworks, coalescing into a colossal wall of fire that obscured the sky. At this moment, the Yuli cavalry engaged in direct confrontation had suffered staggering casualties, failing to impede the advance of the tank battalions for even a minute. The unexpected onslaught left the flanking Rose tank forces momentarily stunned. As they hesitated, the armored units of the Dingbei army split into 2 routes, advancing towards the Rose tanks. The leading Rose T-35 heavy tank, upon spotting the approaching Dingbei tanks, quickly aimed its short-barreled cannon at a T-64 tank. With a thunderous roar, an armor-piercing shell was fired, striking one of the T-64 tanks in an explosion of flame. The Rose soldier, initially grinning at the sight of his hit, soon found his smile frozen in disbelief as the smoke cleared to reveal the T-64 unscathed, its reactive armor having absorbed the impact without so much as a dent. At this juncture, the distance between the two forces had narrowed to less than 1,000 meters, yet the Dingbei tanks refrained from firing, continuing their deliberate advance toward the tanks of the Rose Empire. Boom! The Rosian tanks swiftly opened fire, and in an instant, the battlefield was a flurry of shells. However, the Rosians were engulfed in despair. At a distance of 700 to 800 meters, their short-barreled tank guns were utterly ineffective against the frontal armor of the T-64. Shells either ricocheted off or met their targets with the same futility as an egg striking a rock. Just as the Rosians were paralyzed with fear and indecision, the tanks of the Northern Army unleashed their firepower. With a slight pause, the foremost T-64 tank belched forth a fireball from its barrel. and an armor-piercing round was propelled into the sky. It swiftly struck a T-35 tank, tearing through its armor and igniting it in a blaze. The turret of the T-64 spun rapidly, targeting another Rosian tank, and another shell was discharged. This time, fate was particularly cruel to the Rosian tank, which erupted into fragments in a violent explosion as the shell penetrated its hull. On the earthen fortifications of the Rosian Empire, Graf staggered up from a mound of debris, surveying the surroundings littered with severed limbs and the mangled remains of Antaliat. A wave of relief washed over him. Had Antaliat not thrown him into the trench, he might have already met his maker. With his heart racing, he took a moment to observe his surroundings. The trench he occupied was buried beneath loose earth, strewn with the bodies of Rosian soldiers. In front of the fortifications, the once formidable cavalry of the Uli had vanished, leaving behind a carpet of corpses on the prairie. The grass and ground stained a deep crimson. As Graf's expression shifted to one of horror, the sky once again filled with a myriad of orange-red lights. Chapter 104, Blood-Soaked Frontier. Countless rockets rained down once more, engulfing the Rosian position in a fierce inferno. This time, Graf was not so fortunate. A rocket landed directly at his feet, exploding and consuming him in flames. Meanwhile, the tank battle was drawing to a close. The outdated T-28 and T-35 tanks could hardly contend with even the Panzer IV, let alone the epic-making T-64. The once formidable torrent of 500 tanks had transformed into grave markers of scrap metal scattered across the prairie, while the Rosian aircraft also fell from the sky. Reduced to wreckage, Li Jie emerged from the command vehicle, glancing at his watch with a deep sense of reflection. An entire hour. That was no small feat. He ordered the infantry to advance and secure the battlefield. Boom. Just as Li Jie issued his command, flames erupted from a tank ahead, followed by another, then a third. In mere seconds, flames engulfed over 20 tanks, startling Li Jie into retreating back into the command vehicle. Grabbing the radio, he exclaimed, "First Battalion, what is happening?" A voice crackled back over the radio, belonging to Wang Kai. "Report to the division commander. The Rosians have suddenly launched an attack with their anti-tank guns. They are using small-caliber anti-tank guns and have not inflicted any damage on our tanks. Commander, the regiment requests to launch an attack." Upon hearing this, Li Jie let out a sigh of relief, only to have his expression turn cold immediately. No, launching an attack now would be too advantageous for them. "Stand by." Li Jie set down the radio and promptly turned to Chief of Staff Dong Chung. "Notify the Air Force, requesting carpet bombing of Area 4. "Understood, Commander." The anti-tank artillery fire had failed to inflict any damage on the Northern Army's tanks, causing Rose to cease her bombardment, seemingly waiting for Li Jie and his men to draw closer before resuming fire. For a moment, the battlefield fell into an unprecedented silence. However, this tranquility did not last long, as it was soon shattered by a buzzing sound from above. A dark formation of aircraft appeared, flying in from the east. It was a fleet of B-36 long-range bombers, numbering well over 100. Only Zhang Jin, with his vast resources, could afford to do this regularly. Otherwise, other nations would fear being criticized by their legislators, and smaller countries would face bankruptcy. Before long, the bomber squadron hovered over the earthen fortifications that had been flattened by rocket artillery. In no time, a dense barrage of bombs began to rain down from the sky. As they fell, the tightly packed bombs suddenly expanded, transforming into a vast black cloud that blotted out the sun, so dense it sent chills down one's spine. In an instant, the bombs detonated upon striking the parched prairie, releasing plumes of white smoke that billowed into the air. Before anyone could regain their composure, the white substance ignited, turning into a raging inferno in the blink of an eye. Eerie screams erupted from the grass, as the once deserted prairie suddenly became a scene of chaos, with numerous burning figures running frantically, wailing in despair. These individuals were the anti-tank troops deployed by Jelf. As Li Jie gazed ahead and discovered such a multitude concealed within the dry grass, a sense of relief washed over him. Had they marched boldly forward, they might have faced dire consequences. If they had lost several tanks to Rose's forces, where would he have put his old face? Now, with tens of thousands of incendiary bombs deployed, everything was resolved. They merely awaited the harvest of their efforts. Half an hour later, after a brief nap in his seat, Li Jie stretched languidly and emerged from the vehicle, surveying the nearly extinguished flames. He turned to Dong Chung in the cabin. "Chief of Staff, Relay the order to bypass the current battlefield, capture Kulu City, and then take prisoners before clearing the area. Half an hour later, at Kulu City, Li Jie led the intact 1st Armored Division, encircling the city tightly. "Commander, shall we launch the attack immediately?" Wang Kai, standing beside Li Jie, inquired eagerly. Li Jie shook his head. "We came here to reclaim our homeland, to win the hearts of the people. Launching an attack too casually is unwise. We must conquer their hearts first. Chief of Staff, immediately send a message to the Air Force, instructing them to send bombers again to obliterate this city from the prairie. Order the rocket artillery and the artillery units to commence bombardment. I want every shell fired. Reduce it to rubble." Dong Chung and Wang Kai were momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe their own ears. Is this what was meant by the art of psychological warfare? After a brief pause, Wang Kai could not help but raise his thumb in admiration. "Commander, your strategy is truly unprecedented." Li Jie shot Wang Kai a disapproving glance and coldly replied, "This is not the Central Plains. To compel them to submit, there is only one path. We must instill fear in them, instill terror. We must strike until they dare not harbor any disloyalty." Li Jie asserted with unwavering conviction, his demeanor growing increasingly stern. "Execute the orders. Inform the units at the battalion level to commence a comprehensive purge. I want the forces of the Ross and the Yuri Governorate completely eradicated." Days later, in Beiping, atop the Palace Gate Tower, Zhang Jin gazed down at the streets below, festooned with vibrant decorations, a resplendent sea of red spreading as far as the eye could see, exuding an atmosphere of jubilation. At the far end of the ancient city, a magnificent new city had risen, its towering skyscrapers radiating vitality akin to the current Yan'an. "Commander, the new city of Beiping is projected to be completed in another year. According to your plans, the drainage and transportation systems are being constructed to the highest standards. It will feature 5 subway lines, and all streets will be no less than 4 lanes in each direction. The drainage system consists of 12 vertical shafts, each 70 meters deep and 40 meters wide, interconnected by pipes with a diameter of 12 meters. The entire new city will accommodate a population of 8 million. Xia Yuanji enthusiastically informed Zhang Jin about the construction progress. A smile graced Zhang Jin's face. The rapid development of Beiping's new city was greatly aided by the contributions of millions of displaced persons. Without them, this new city would have taken at least a decade to materialize. "Commander," Zhang Chong hurried over. "Li Jie has just sent word of a victory. They have flattened Kulong City, annihilating the forces of the Ross Empire in Yuri, and the troops of the Yuri Governorate are expanding their gains." Suddenly, amidst Zhang Chong's report, the city erupted with the sound of firecrackers, followed by the thunderous booms signaling the arrival of the new year. In the Ross Empire, at White Bear City, the palace was filled with the sounds of crashing objects, followed by an immense roar of fury. Chapter 105, The Powerful Butterfly Effect. Damgraf, why did he not inform the military command during his operation? Does he even regard me as emperor? Stacklin's furious voice echoed throughout the palace. After venting his wrath for a while, Stacklin finally sank into a chair, gasping for breath. "What about our losses?" Standing before the desk, the chief of staff of the Ross military, Gudshave, bowed deeply. "Most exalted Emperor Stacklin, all 23 infantry divisions, 2 artillery divisions, and 10 tank brigades stationed in Yuri have been completely obliterated by the Xinhua forces." As Gudshave spoke, his expression darkened. Graf failed to promptly notify the military command upon learning of the Northern Army's invasion. Instead, he gathered all our troops in Yuri near Kulong City. The Northern Expeditionary Army seized the opportunity and directly deployed over 100 heavy bombers, reducing the entire city of Kulun to rubble. With a forceful blow to his desk, Starklin's anger surged, and his brow furrowed. "Are the aircraft and tanks of the Northern Expeditionary Army truly that formidable?" Gyutsev quickly interjected, "Your Majesty, the Prussians have always held themselves in high regard. They have managed to procure a substantial number of tanks and aircraft from the Northern Expeditionary Army. This can only imply one thing. The weaponry of the Northern Expeditionary Army is far superior to what the Prussians manufacture themselves. Our intelligence department has gathered information indicating that the Prussian forces are equipped with Tiger, Panther, and Panzer IV tanks, all supplied by the Northern Expeditionary Army. Moreover, they possess Bf-109 fighters and B-29 bombers." Starklin's expression transformed into one of disbelief. He was well aware that these weapons had enabled the Prussians to conquer nations such as Berlin and Habsburg. What astonished him was the realization that these armaments were all produced by the Xinhua. Accustomed to a lofty perspective, Starklin's initial reaction was skepticism. He preferred to believe that some external force was arming the Prussians through the Xinhua. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of this notion. And his demeanor calmed as he abruptly rose, gazing sternly at Gyutsev. Gyutsev, we cannot let the blood spilled in Uli be in vain. Command the Far East Command to mobilize all available forces. This time, I intend to make the Xinhua understand the cost of provoking the Rose Empire. Gyutsev was momentarily taken aback by Starklin's sudden fervor, and after a lengthy pause, he regained his composure. Your Majesty, the aircraft and tanks of the Xinhua are currently superior to our active forces. Starklin brusquely interrupted Gyutsev, displaying evident dissatisfaction. Are you merely going to stand by and watch Uli fall into the hands of the Xinhua? What will become of the Rose Empire's dignity then? Humph. The Xinhua is not the Prussians. They are not yet worthy of the Great Rose's attention. They will simply have to pay the price. Our armaments factory has recently produced a new type of tank capable of countering the Prussian Tiger tanks. This is a perfect opportunity to sharpen our skills against the Xinhua. Notify them to dispatch all new tanks to the Far East, along with anti-aircraft artillery and aircraft. Everything must be replenished for the Far East. Inform Greet that I do not wish to be disappointed. Starklin's authoritative voice rendered Gyutsev momentarily speechless, and he promptly stood at attention. As you command, my Majesty. In Yunnan. At the General's office, Chief of Staff Li Qin and Intelligence Director Gu Chun arrived early at Zhang Jin's office. Zhang Jin was enjoying a bowl of corn porridge accompanied by pickled vegetables, relishing every moment when he noticed Li Qin and Gu Chun rush in. With a smile, he beckoned, "Come, join me for a bite." Zhang Chong served them 2 bowls of corn porridge. Without hesitation, Li Qin and Gu Chun accepted the invitation. Taking their seats at the table, Zhang Jin slurped a spoonful of porridge and inquired, "What brings you here?" Gu Chun quickly swallowed his youtiao and replied, "Our intelligence personnel in Baixiong City have just sent an urgent telegram. Starklin has ordered the mobilization of all forces in the East, seeking to teach us a lesson." Zhang Jin offered a non-committal smile, remarking on the obstinate nature of this fellow, who possessed a tenacity that could not be swayed by any force. "Commander, Starklin is rather headstrong, utterly dismissive of others' opinions, and has always acted unilaterally." Gu Chun, in a moment of exasperation, began to criticize Starklin but abruptly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. He looked up to find Li Qin with his head buried in his bowl, engrossed in his meal. Those unaware might think he was attempting to bury himself. Zhang Chong, at that moment, also gazed up at the ceiling, seemingly lost in admiration of something unknown. Eventually, he turned his stiff expression towards his superior, locking eyes with a pair of amused orbs, which startled Gu Chun, compelling him to lower his gaze and refrain from further comment. It was then that Zhang Jin's calm voice broke through the silence. "Continue." Gu Chun, apprehensive, swiftly diverted the conversation, stating, "Commander, our intelligence department has confirmed that the Rose Empire has a total of 54 divisions in the East, including 10 artillery divisions, 24 tank brigades, and 5 air divisions, amounting to approximately 120,000 personnel. To counter the pressure from the Prussian Empire, the Rose Empire has developed a new tank named the T-34, whose performance rivals that of the Panzer IV. They have also created a ground attack aircraft, the I-2, and a fighter plane known as the La-7, which can reach a maximum speed of 677 kilometers per hour, nearly matching our Mustang fighter. However, the La-7 structure is primarily wooden, rendering it less protective than the Mustang. Zhang Jin furrowed his brow. The war had not yet commenced. Yet these Western powers were advancing at an alarming pace. Gu Chun, sensing the unease in his commander, elucidated, "Commander, after acquiring the Bf-109 fighter aircraft we provided, the Prussians promptly began developing their own. In less than 6 months, they produced a fighter called the Nightingale, which surpasses the Bf-109 in various performance metrics. They are also secretly developing a new aircraft, codenamed Me-262, and prototypes have already been created. The formidable weaponry of the Prussian Empire has instilled a sense of dread in the Eagle Empire and the Rose Empire, prompting them to embark on the development of new aircraft as well, even dispatching agents to the Prussian Empire to steal intelligence. The La-7 and I-2 are products of such endeavors." Zhang Jin nodded solemnly. recognizing that his butterfly's wings had indeed stirred a tempest, elevating the entire Western world to a higher starting point. He pondered whether the forthcoming Great War would witness the emergence of jet-powered combat. Surely, more lives would be lost in such a conflict, he mused, stroking his chin with a faint smile. As a favored child of fortune endowed with a myriad of hidden cards, how could he possibly regard the West's modest advancements with any seriousness? In fact, he hoped these nations would intensify their efforts, ideally to the point of annihilation. Commander, the Rose Empire has dispatched all its secretly developed new weaponry to the east, intending to test its might against us. Is that so? Zhang Jin chuckled, relishing the thought of someone foolishly challenging him. Since they are willing to come, let us prepare a grand stage for their revelry. We shall host them splendidly. In the Uli region, the North Sea. Chapter 106. Where the foe may go. So too may I. The 15th day of the first month, early morning. In the jurisdiction of the Uli governor's office. North Sea Lake stands as the largest inland lake within the borders of Xinhua, following the capture of Kulin City. The 1st Armored Division of the Northward Advance Corps swiftly arrived here to establish defensive fortifications. Early in the morning, at the makeshift airstrip, Commander Li Jie and his comrades, including Dong Cheng, were already present. Suddenly, a buzzing sound filled the sky, startling them into alertness. They quickly stood to attention as a C-130 transport aircraft descended gracefully, landing securely on the airstrip. Moments later, Zhang Jin, accompanied by Li Qin, Chen Jie, and others, disembarked from the plane. Li Jie approached him, exclaiming, "General." Zhang Jin raised a hand in acknowledgement and proceeded forward, for before him lay the vast expanse of North Sea, its waves shimmering endlessly. Standing upon the lakeshore, Zhang Jin closed his eyes, relishing the gentle sea breeze, and could no longer suppress a broad smile, bursting into hearty laughter. His joyous mirth drew curious glances from Li Qin and the others, who wondered at their leader's exuberance. As they speculated the cause of his delight, Zhang Jin suddenly turned to Li Qin and commanded, "Convey my orders. Assemble the Northward Advance Corps, comprising the 1st Armored Division, the 201st and 202nd Mechanized Infantry Divisions, and the 301st and 302nd Motorized Infantry Divisions, alongside 2 Rocket Artillery Divisions and 1 Heavy Artillery Division to form the 1st Army, with Li Jie concurrently appointed as Army Commander. The 2nd Army shall consist of the 2nd Armored Division, the 203rd and 204th Mechanized Infantry Divisions, and the 303rd and 304th Motorized Infantry Divisions, with Hu Tong, commander of the 2nd Armored Division, also serving as Army Commander. The 3rd Army will be established from the 3rd Armored Division, with Chun Jun appointed as Army Commander. Li Qin, you shall serve as the Corps Commander, responsible for the Northern Front. The designation of the North Army will commence with the number 1 for Armored Divisions, 2 for Mechanized Infantry Divisions, and 3 for Motorized Infantry Divisions, with other independent branches such as Rocket Artillery, Heavy Artillery, Air Defense, and Engineering troops following suit. According to the structure, the North Army's Rocket Artillery Division is equipped with 288 Hail rocket launchers, while the Heavy Artillery Division boasts 2 S-19 self-propelled howitzers, TOS-1A rocket launchers, and M119 105mm howitzers, among others. Upon hearing Zhang Jin's appointment of him as the frontline commander, Li Qin's face lit up with excitement, and he promptly saluted, pledging, "Rest assured, General, I will ensure the mission is accomplished." Zhang Jin nodded, and then turned to Zhang Chong, instructing, "Send a telegram to Xia Yuanji, urging them to immediately recruit the northern migrants to cultivate this land. Tell them, as I say, anyone willing to come here will be exempt from taxes on the cultivated land for 20 years. Additionally, I will subsidize 100 generals' coins per household annually for 5 years. We cannot let such a splendid place remain without villages or towns. It would be a pity. The Central Plains are populous enough to easily settle 400 to 500,000 here." "General," Li Jie rushed over to report, "we have just received a telegram that the commander of the Eastern Corps of the Rose Empire, Bao Duifu, has already led the main force towards North Sea Lake." Zhang Jin furrowed his brow slightly. Although he had just established 3 legions in one breath, the entirety of Uli still contained only 3 armored divisions. The 1st Division was stationed at Beihai Lake, the 2nd Division was positioned near the western border by Lake Tenu, and the 3rd Division had been tasked with eradicating the remnants of Uli. As for the other auxiliary forces, they were still en route and would not arrive anytime soon. This meant that the entire burden of the battlefield had suddenly fallen upon the 1st Armored Division. Zhang Jin glanced at the resolute Li Jie and asked, "What do you think? Do you have confidence?" Li Jie stood tall, legs together, and declared, "Report, Commander. The 1st Armored Division is willing to offer our blood for the glory of Xianyuan." "Excellent," Zhang Jin exclaimed, noticing the sudden determination in Li Jie. He clapped Li Jie on the shoulder with fervor and declared, "Aside from the Russians, we have only one division here, and we can do as we please. Dream on. Li Jie, I will ensure that the Air Force provides full support for you. What are a mere 100,000 troops to me? I can obliterate them to ashes." In this regard, Zhang Jin held absolute confidence. Wherever he stood, there existed an inexhaustible arsenal, capable of replenishing troops and weaponry at any moment. Most importantly, this was his home ground, and the 3 air forces under his command could execute missions without interruption, with boundless ammunition and a vast fleet of aircraft. Even if the Russians were to bring millions more, their fate would remain unchanged. However, the immediate concern was how to draw the main forces of the Russians together to engage in a decisive battle. "Li Qin, as my chief of staff, what are your thoughts?" Zhang Jin inquired, seeking guidance. Li Qin, truly an elite military talent summoned at great expense, had already formulated a strategy. Upon hearing Zhang Jin's question, he promptly replied, "Commander, the Russians are mobilizing their armies solely to defeat us, to reclaim their dignity, and to showcase the might of the Russian Empire. We might as well turn their strategy against them." Li Qin took a map from a soldier, pointing at a large red dot on it. "Commander, look here. The Russian headquarters is located at this point, approximately 700 kilometers from us. The first third of the journey is through rugged mountains. Once we pass that, we will enter a vast plain." He then indicated a location where the plains met the mountains, adding, "If we can send a contingent to secure this position, it would be akin to driving a nail into the Russians' rear flank. At that point, if the Russians wish to ensure their retreat is secure, they will have no choice but to concentrate their efforts here." However, Li Qin continued, "This will only delay part of the Russian forces. To annihilate their main body, we must establish another battlefield." Suddenly, he pointed to a location on the plains, saying, "Commander, observe this spot. This is a crucial passage the Russians must take to advance southward. If we set up a defensive line here, we will effectively block their advance. They will have only 2 paths: retreat to circumvent Beihai Lake, which would take at least half a month, or press forward southward with resolve. As soon as they advance southward, we could certainly command the assembled 3rd Division to maneuver around the rear of the Russians, thereby creating a grand encirclement, akin to capturing turtles in a jar." At this point, Li Qin furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "However, this territory is no longer ours." Hearing this, a fierce glint flashed in Zhang Jin's eyes as he declared with unyielding authority, "If the invaders can march forth, so can we. This shall be our chosen ground." Chapter 107. Luring the snake from its hole. The plan was meticulously crafted, and Zhang Jin, his expression grave, proclaimed, "I command." Instantly, the officers present stood at attention. Zhang Jin's resonant voice soon echoed, "Transmit the order to Air Force Commander Li Xing. The entire army is to be on high alert. All fighter jets and bombers must be on standby for 24 hours. "Understood." Zhang Chong saluted and turned to leave. Li Qin, licking his lips, interjected, "Commander, the 2nd and 3rd Air Forces are equipped with propeller-driven aircraft, which cannot fully suppress the Russian Air Force. Should we not reconsider?" Zhang Jin, gazing once more at the majestic expanse of North Sea Lake, underwent a shift in demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, his expression returned to calm, and he replied coolly, "An army is forged through battle, not merely through armament. The finest weapons in the hands of sheep will only become mere sticks for kindling. It is time for them to truly experience the reality of the battlefield." During this period, Zhang Jin had noticed a troubling trend within the army. While it was inconceivable for them to rebel against him, a disturbing arrogance had emerged among the local populace, prideful, self-satisfied, and dismissive of others, exuding an air of unparalleled superiority that deeply unsettled Zhang Jin. This time, he aimed to unequivocally convey that their invincibility was not solely of their own making, but rather a consequence of the weapons they wielded. Once these weapons ceased to render them invulnerable, they too would fall and meet their demise. In Zhang Jin's eyes, only those who had endured the crucible of war could be deemed true elite. Otherwise, They were merely ineffectual fighters who could only triumph in favorable conditions. One should not blame Zhang Jin for his coldness. Rather, one should chastise a world that is excessively harsh, a place where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. To secure the warmth of countless homes behind him, one must become more ruthless and unyielding than one's adversaries. Although Li Qin could not fathom his commander's intentions, the unwavering tone of Zhang Jin compelled him to remain silent. Very well, let us commence our actions. I shall await your good news here. And by the way, if we can capture any prisoners, let us seize as many as possible. We require more international allies to assist us. As Zhang Jin diligently orchestrated the response against the Russians, the winds of change also swept through Yan'an, stirred by the Russians' bold advance. At the Beiping mansion, Yang Jia's residence, the newly appointed administrative inspector of Beiping, Yang Tsong, had just alighted from his sedan when the butler, who had been waiting at the entrance, promptly approached him, exclaiming, "Sir, individuals are arriving from the south." The previously relaxed demeanor of Yang Tsong immediately shifted, and he hastened into the official office, where he soon encountered an elderly gentleman and a strikingly beautiful woman seated in the main hall. Upon seeing the elder, Yang Tsong's expression immediately turned solemn as he deeply bowed in greeting, saying, "I have met Mr. Wan." The elder with the surname Wan slightly waved his hand. "Yinhua, there is no need for such formalities. Allow me to introduce you. This is Miss Baihizi, the leader of the Yan'an operations team from the Morning Empire's Special High Directorate." A morning person? Yang Tsong's countenance instantly changed, for he was acutely aware of the deep-seated animosity that the higher-ups harbored towards those of the Morning faction. If this were to be exposed, not only would his life be in jeopardy, but that of his entire family as well. In his shock and fury, the respect on Yang Tsong's face swiftly dissipated, and he raised his voice to question the elder. "Mr. Wan, what do you mean by this? Are you attempting to thrust me into an abyss from which I cannot return?" The elder regarded the agitated Yang Tsong with an unhurried demeanor. Taking a sip of tea from the table, "Yang Tsong, do not forget your own position. If the Yan'an intelligence agency were to learn of this, do you think you would escape unscathed?" Yang Tsong's body stiffened, his anger draining away to leave his face pale. "Mr. Wan, your visit to Beiping is..." The elder, observing Yang Tsong's sudden capitulation, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. "Yinhua, I am here to present you with an extraordinary opportunity for wealth and power. I have heard that Zhang Jin has left Beiping for the border." Yang Tsong, having been thoroughly ensnared by the elder, dared not conceal the truth and quickly replied, "Indeed, it is so. I have heard that the Rose people from the north have launched an incursion, and many troops stationed near Beiping have already vacated their camps and headed north." The elder fell into deep thought, his fingers unconsciously tapping rhythmically on the table, causing Yang Tsong's heart to race with trepidation. Just as Yang Tsong felt he might collapse, the elder's aged voice broke the silence. "Yinhua, the Rose Empire is one of the great powers of our time. With their large-scale advance southward, Zhang Jin will surely be no match for them. Once the northern army suffers defeat, our opportunity will arise. What you must do now is to secretly contact the officials and military officers who are discontent with Zhang Jin. As for how to ensnare these officials, simply provide the list to Miss Baihizi, and she will assist you." Miss Baihizi, seated in a grand chair, promptly stood up, her fitted suit accentuating her curvaceous figure, particularly the two prominent curves that immediately drew the attention of those in the hall. She bowed slightly, stating, "Rest assured, Mr. Wan, persuading men is my specialty." As she spoke, she suddenly began to unfasten the top two buttons of her white shirt, revealing a deep cleavage that nearly caused Yang Tsong's eyes to bulge. With a playful glint in her eyes, she smiled seductively. Yang sang, "Would you care to try?" Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Yan'an Intelligence Department, Director Rong Yun, responsible for northern affairs, looked at the report in his hands, a smile creeping across his face. "These rats are finally beginning to stir. Inform the brothers below not to alarm them. They must be given ample space to move. The chief wishes to see how many hidden bugs will reveal themselves." Humph. These individuals believe that after the chief has purged the officials, he will not dare to wield the blade of justice again, allowing them to act with impunity. It is just as well to use the blood of these pests to demonstrate to the world that any attempts at subterfuge under the chief's watch will only lead to one outcome: death. Within the borders of the Rose Empire, nestled between a sprawling mountain range and the Angara River, lies the picturesque city of Butsk, which serves as the sole passage from the western region of the Rose Empire to the northern lake. as well as the only railway traversing the eastern territories of Rose. It can be asserted that by vanquishing the rebellious forces in Uli and regaining control, Zhang Jin effectively severed the vital artery connecting the western and eastern territories of Rose, transforming the eastern lands into an isolated enclave. This strategic maneuver is one of the primary reasons behind the Empire's considerable military mobilization. At this juncture, the main force of the 1st Armored Division of the Northern Defense Army has discreetly advanced along the railway to this location, establishing defensive lines across a 20-kilometer-wide plain flanked by the river and mountains. Li Jie stood amidst a grove of trees, their branches stripped bare, remnants of the heavy snowfall from the previous night blanketing the ground. As he sank into the snow, nearly half his foot disappearing beneath the surface, he gazed at the railway line obscured by the snow not far away, his face betraying not a hint of distress, but rather a glimmer of joy. Let it snow, he thought. This way, the Rose forces will find it exceedingly challenging to retreat. They can only brace themselves for confrontation. Commander, urgent report from the front. The Rose military convoy is less than 20 kilometers away. Chapter 108. Passion in the Sky. On the railway line directly opposing the defensive line of the Northern Defense Army, military convoys moved steadily along the track. Among them, the commander of the Far East Station troops, Gudviv, stood at the window of a carriage, surveying the endless expanse of white outside, his brow furrowed in concentration. The harsh northern wilderness, synonymous with Siberia, had become even more unforgiving under the snowfall. With temperatures plummeting to several degrees below zero, even the warmest attire could not stave off the biting cold for long. Though spring was approaching, bringing with it a slight increase in temperature, it still hovered around -20 degrees. While the presence of the railway provided some assurance, his greatest concern was the potential sabotage by the Xinhua forces. The very thought of marching through the vast, snowy landscape sent a shiver down Gudviv's spine. Tap, tap, tap. General Gudviv, reconnaissance reports that the Xinhua forces have unexpectedly crossed the border and established a defensive line in the Angara River Valley, 20 kilometers ahead. A change swept across Gudviv's face. The audacity of the Xinhua forces was astonishing. How dare they intrude upon the territory of the Rose Empire and set up defenses? General Gudviv, should we halt our advance? No need. If the Xinhua forces truly intended to attack, their bombers would have obliterated us countless times by now, Gudviv replied, his expression darkening. These wretched yellow-skinned monkeys have only one division stationed at Lake North. It stands to reason the forces ahead are similarly limited and arrive so swiftly. They cannot be transporting heavy weaponry. Huh? Do they truly believe one division can impede our million-strong army? Are they made of iron? Since they have presented themselves, we shall consume them and teach the Xinhua forces a lesson. At the Northern Defense Army's defensive line, the commander received another report from reconnaissance. The Rose convoys have not halted. In fact, they are accelerating towards us. Dongcheng approached Li Jie and remarked. Li Jie smiled faintly. That old rascal Gyudwi must have calculated that we arrived in such haste that we would be devoid of heavy weaponry. Do you think we should inform him? Dongcheng immediately chuckled. Commander, he has journeyed from afar. We ought to create some commotion for his sake. Very well. I shall heed your counsel. Order the artillery battalion to fire a few rounds. Li Jie's command swiftly reached the self-propelled artillery regiment, where dozens of 2S-19 self-propelled howitzers stationed at the rear elevated their barrels. Boom. The first self-propelled artillery erupted in a burst of flames, a high-explosive shell soaring into the sky. Following closely were the second and third. Upon closer observation, one would notice that although these shells flew towards a singular direction, their trajectories diverged, forming an elongated line with intervals. Dozens of dark projectiles sliced through the air in succession, racing over the battlefield and descending upon the swiftly approaching train. Before long, the first shell arrived, grazing the locomotive with pinpoint accuracy before crashing to the ground. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as the locomotive disintegrated. The immense shockwave from the 155mm shell obliterating the front and hurling the coal cars behind into the air. The rapidly moving military train was suddenly attacked, and the inertia sent the following carriages soaring upwards, just as the shell struck, crashing down onto the airborne carriage. Boom! The carriage was instantly reduced to fragments. The second military train, witnessing the sudden ascent of the carriage ahead, urgently pulled the brakes. Screech! The wheels, spinning at high velocity, abruptly halted. sparking a shower of fire as they skidded to a stop after several dozen meters. Just as the train driver exhaled a sigh of relief, his eyes widened in alarm as a shell descended from above, targeting his locomotive. Just as he contemplated escape, the shell struck with a ferocious explosion. Gyudwi, aboard the 5th military train, observed the flames erupting from the front train and, without a moment's hesitation, shouted, "Stop the train." He dashed to the carriage door, yanked it open, and leapt down. Fortunately, though the train was moving quickly, it was merely at 30 kilometers per hour. Gyudwi executed a practiced roll upon landing and sprinted toward the nearby woods. Boom! A violent explosion reverberated behind Gyudwi, followed by a rush of heat sweeping over him, prompting him to dive to the ground. Whoosh! A shard of debris whizzed past his head, embedding itself ahead, a piece of shattered carriage skin, sending shivers down Gyudwi's spine. He scrambled up and dashed into the woods, finally allowing himself a breath of relief as he glanced back towards the train, now in ruins. At that moment, bombs continued to rain down from the sky, leaving Gyudwi in awe. The artillery shells from the Dingbei army seemed almost sentient, striking the train with unerring precision. Hastily, he raised his binoculars to the heavens, spotting 3 dark specks circling above Dingbei's reconnaissance aircraft. At this moment, the surviving soldiers from the military train rushed over. Gyudwi seized a telegraph operator and shouted, "Quickly, send a message to the Air Force, instructing them to deploy all aircraft. I intend to obliterate the positions of the Xinhua forces." On a towering mountain near Lake Beihai, a new trapezoidal structure loomed, several dozen meters tall, adorned with the emblem of the Rose Empire. On its 2 sloped sides, circular matrices composed of densely packed square modules were visible. This was the renowned Paving Claw long-range early warning radar, with a detection range of 800 kilometers. Upon his arrival, Zhang Jin had exchanged his phone for this device. With it, nothing in the skies above the Rose Empire would escape detection. "Report, Commander." The radar indicates a large formation of aircraft gathering 500 kilometers away. Based on their flight patterns, they appear to be 300 Rose La-7 and I-2 fighter jets. Standing in the control room, Zhang Jin immediately inquired, "How far is it from the 1st Division's defensive line?" "Commander, they are 240 kilometers away. Order the Air Force to take off immediately and annihilate the enemy aircraft." "Yes, Commander." With Zhang Jin's command, the Mustang fighter squadrons, which had long been awaiting at the makeshift airfield, soared into the sky, heading towards the 1st Division's positions. Half an hour later, Gyudwi heard a buzzing sound approaching from behind, jolting his previously waning spirits. The earlier battle losses had been reported. The Dingbei army's artillery had destroyed 7 of their military trains. In this southern advance, to transport more soldiers, Gyudwi and the high-ranking officials had devised numerous strategies, cramming 500 to 600 men into a single car. The loss of these 7 train cars, comprising over 100 carriages, resulted in casualties of 40 to 50,000 men. A tremendous humiliation. "Quickly, guide the Air Force to the coordinates," Gyudwi exclaimed impatiently. Just as he issued the command, a shadow suddenly darted overhead, followed by a second and a third. He instinctively looked up to see gray aircraft streaking past, with a faint red marking visible on their fuselages. They were the Xinhua fighters. Chapter 109, Full-Scale Assault. The sudden appearance of the Dingbei army's aircraft momentarily shocked the aggressive Rose formation, clearly unprepared for such a scene. The atmosphere thickened with tension as the impending battle loomed closer. As both sides remained at a standstill, a Mustang suddenly accelerated forward. It was Gao Yuanyang. The unexpected emergence of the Mustang fighter severed the taut string of tension between the 2 forces. Several La-7 fighters directly opposite him opened fire. The sound of 20mm cannon shells whizzed past Gao Yuanyang, but thanks to his exceptional skill, he maneuvered adeptly, avoiding the onslaught. He then firmly pressed the firing button, unleashing 6 machine guns mounted on his wings, obliterating one of the Rose fighters mid-air. Subsequently, he pulled the control stick to the right, ascending in a tight turn to evade a cannon shell fired by another Rose aircraft. At that moment, 11 Mustang fighters surged forward, forming a grand circle with Gao Yuanyang in the sky, continuously spiraling. Other Dingbei fighters followed suit, creating several large aerial circles, embodying the renowned Leiferbear circle tactic. The incoming Rose fighters, evidently unaware of the potency of this circular formation, were met with a hail of gunfire that instantly obliterated them mid-air. The trailing Rose fighters hastily altered their course, attempting to launch an attack from a different angle. Just as they attempted to adjust their heading, a Mustang, spiraling within the circle, had already aimed its machine guns at them. The relentless barrage of bullets ruthlessly shredded the La-7's fuselage. As the Rose fighter, having completed its turn to attack, suddenly realized that another aircraft was menacingly fixated on it, it was too late. A series of bullets rained down, instantly staining the cockpit with blood, which quickly morphed into chaos. In just a few minutes, under the Laferbear tactic, hundreds of Rose fighters were reduced to fiery wrecks. It was only at this juncture that the Rose pilots comprehended the formidable nature of the large circle, no matter which direction they attacked from. There was always a fighter waiting to ambush them. However, amidst the Rose squadrons were resolute pilots who quickly discerned the flaw in the circular strategy. They swiftly adapted their tactics, leveraging their numerical superiority by launching simultaneous assaults on a single direction, followed by an equal number of planes attacking the flank of the circle. After downing one oncoming fighter, Gao Yuanhang was soon pursued by another. He hastily opened fire, reducing the approaching aircraft to a fireball, then swiftly ascended to evade a barrage of shells. Unbeknownst to him, as he dispatched the Rose fighter, another quickly closed in from behind. If he hadn't evaded, he would have surely become engulfed in flames. While Gao Yuanhang was dodging bullets, a Mustang opposite him lacked his finesse. After downing several Rose fighters, it was caught off guard by a Rose fighter that seized the opportunity, delivering a critical blow to its tail, causing it to plummet from the sky, followed by the deployment of a small white parachute. With the Laferbear tactic compromised, Gao Yuanhang was left to fend for himself. Fortunately, the Mustang maintained an advantage over the Rose fighters. Despite slightly inferior maneuverability, the La-7's wooden construction rendered it significantly lighter. As Gao Yuanhang ascended sharply, two Rose fighters relentlessly pursued him. Observing this, he gripped the control stick firmly, sending his aircraft soaring straight into the sky, then arcing gracefully through the air to position himself behind the two Rose fighters. Suddenly, 6 machine guns erupted, obliterating one of the Rose fighters. The remaining Rose fighter, upon sensing Gao Yuanhang's approach from behind, executed a sharp right turn to evade his trajectory. Gao Yuanhang would certainly not let him escape. He accelerated to pursue. As the two engaged in a fierce struggle, the battles among other aircraft intensified, with fighter jets plummeting from the skies, some belonging to the Russians, and others to the Dingbei army, though the former were falling in greater numbers. Bang! Bang! Gao Yuanhang narrowly dodged several incoming shells, and upon observing the pursuing aircraft suddenly decelerate, a smile finally graced his face. Running low on fuel, are we? Now it's my turn. Just as the Russian aircraft, alarmed by the fuel gauge, prepared to turn back, Gao Yuanhang's Mustang surged skyward, executing a roll in midair, positioning its nose menacingly over the Russian fighter. Bang! 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 6 fiery serpents erupted, obliterating a panicking Russian fighter into mere fragments. At this juncture in the aerial combat, the Russian Empire's aircraft were dwindling, with only a handful encircled by the Dingbei army, while their bombers had been annihilated at the onset of battle. On the ground, Gudvif's complexion drained of color as he watched his aircraft plummet down like dumplings, his fear morphing into trepidation about the future. If the Dingbei army's fighters descended upon them in droves during his offensive, the battle would be unwinnable. Amidst his turmoil, the aerial skirmish finally came to an end. As he gazed at the retreating Dingbei formations, Gudvif felt his heart plummet, yet he found himself trapped in a predicament. He understood Starklin's temperament all too well. Should he dare retreat, he would surely face imprisonment. If fortune favored him, he might only end up in the frigid lands to cultivate potatoes with his family, but if misfortune befell him, he would meet his maker. With no avenue for retreat, Gudvif realized he could only march forward into the abyss. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, "Send word to gather the troops. We must drive the Xinhua forces out." "General, there's trouble." An officer rushed in, breathless. "Our rear troops report that a detachment from Xinhua has suddenly seized Butsk Mountain." "What did you say?" Gudvif grasped the officer's collar, incredulous. Butsk Mountain lay not far from Butsk City, crucially blocking their return route along the railway valley. "Inform Joseph to lead his army and reclaim Butsk Mountain at all costs. Do not give me casualty figures. I only want Butsk Mountain." "Understood, General Gudvif." The officer saluted hurriedly and departed. Gudvif cast a dark look toward the Dingbei positions and then at the setting sun. Clenching his fist tightly, he resolutely ordered, "Command Veshans to mobilize his troops immediately and launch a night assault on the Xinhua defenses. The tank division will follow closely. They possess only one division. I refuse to believe they can withstand our million-strong army." At the Beihai Lake radar station, Li Qin hastily approached Zhang Jin, holding a document. "Commander, the incoming Rossian squadrons have been annihilated by our forces. Our forces have lost 39 P-51 Mustangs, with 62 aircraft sustaining damage requiring repairs. 11 pilots have perished, and 24 have been injured, while we have successfully obliterated 317 enemy aircraft. The Rossians' combat machines indeed possess unique attributes, showcasing superior maneuverability compared to our Mustangs. Were it not for the Mustangs' greater speed, thicker armor, and our pilots' more extensive experience, we might have found ourselves in a situation of mutual destruction. However, the Rossians have a limited number of their advanced aircraft, and in this battle, we have decisively eliminated their superior machines. For the foreseeable future, they will pose no threat to us. Commander, shall we deploy bombers to annihilate the Rossian industrial base?" Zhang Jin shook his head. "The Rossians may still serve a purpose for us in the future. If we eradicate them entirely, we would merely be doing a favor for certain parties. Inform Li Jie that our objective is to advance to the Arctic Sea. The affairs of the West are none of our concern." Chapter 110, At All Costs. At the position of the 1st Armored Division, Li Jie surveyed the distant throng of Rossian soldiers through his binoculars, instinctively pursing his lips. As an armored division, our battlefield should be one of assault, relentless and vigorous. Trench warfare is the domain of mechanized infantry divisions. Turning to Chief of Staff Dong Cheng, he inquired, "When will the infantry division assigned to us arrive?" "At least a day," Dong replied, leaning closer. "Commander Chun has just sent a telegram. He and the 3rd Division have crossed Yarsk and will likely block the Rossian retreat by tomorrow afternoon." Li Jie's spirits lifted at this news. "Tell the brothers to hold steady. We must not scare the Rossians back. If we can endure until dawn, our mission will be accomplished, and then we shall teach these scoundrels a proper lesson." Just as Chun Jie finished his words, a sharp whistling filled the air, followed by dozens of dark projectiles crashing into the front lines, causing Chun Jie's expression to change abruptly. He recognized the prowess of the Rossian artillery, but had not anticipated such an onslaught so early in the conflict. Was this a death wish? Indeed. As the Rossians commenced their bombardment, the circling Mustangs, like cats sensing blood, swooped down. Moments later, thunderous explosions erupted from several kilometers away, massive plumes of smoke thrusting skyward, shaking the ground beneath. Li Jie realized the Rossian artillery positions had been obliterated, but something felt amiss. Could the Rossians be so foolish as to fire their artillery? Fully aware of our air force overhead, was this a display of sheer ignorance? Unlikely. The only explanation was that the Rossians aimed to deceive them. "Commander, the Rossians are advancing," Dong Cheng cautioned in a hushed tone. Li Jie swiftly turned his gaze forward, observing a dense formation of Rossian soldiers approaching in a skirmish line. "Prepare." He raised his hand, and simultaneously, over 100 M2 Browning, 50 caliber machine guns, and dozens of 4-barreled 20mm anti-aircraft guns leveled their barrels in readiness. As the Rossian troops advanced 500 meters, a sudden wave of the hand unleashed a cacophony of gunfire that reverberated across the battlefield. Streams of orange-red projectiles, imbued with the aura of death, cascaded down upon them like relentless raindrops. The foremost Rossians bore the brunt of this assault. The hail of bullets shattered their bodies into grotesque fragments, scattering blood and flesh in every direction. In the blink of an eye, the advancing Rossians were decimated, leaving only a fortunate few who, having narrowly escaped annihilation, lay prostrate on the ground. Witnessing the gruesome spectacle of dismembered corpses surrounding them, a scene so blood-soaked it resembled a descent into hell, many were left paralyzed by fear, their hearts racing as they leapt to flee, only to be met with a barrage of bullets that rendered them into mere shards. Joseph, the frontline commander, lay flat on the ground, paralyzed by the whistling sound of bullets overhead, too terrified to raise his head. "Damn those yellow-skinned monkeys. How dare they assault us with anti-aircraft fire?" Images of soldiers torn apart by explosive shells flashed through his mind, igniting a seething hatred within him. "Quick, alert the artillery. Obliterate these yellow-skinned fiends." Li Jie, observing the sudden stillness of the battlefield, felt an ominous dread wash over him. He shouted, "Retreat to the 2nd defensive line." After issuing the command, he swiftly climbed over the trench and sprinted towards the second line of defense, the soldiers in the trench following suit, hastily withdrawing. Upon leaping into the trench of the second defensive line, Li Jie barely caught his breath when the air above began to howl ominously. A thunderous explosion erupted from the first line, sending plumes of flames soaring into the sky. The searing gusts of wind swept through the trench, even reaching Li Jie. Damn it, these wretched dogs have learned some cunning. He cursed, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. Just wait for your misfortune. Meanwhile, high above the battlefield, dozens of black-painted P-61C night fighters circled silently, and upon witnessing the explosions, they lowered their noses and dove towards a spot illuminated by the fiery glow. At the Rosian artillery position, several dozen 152mm howitzers continuously belched fire. Faster, faster, damn it, move quicker. A Rosian officer bellowed, instilling a relentless urgency in the winter-sweating gunners, who dared not pause. They mechanically loaded shells, sealed the breaches, and pulled the firing cords to unleash their deadly projectiles, their minds dulled from the repetitive motions. Suddenly, a colossal buzzing sound filled the air, causing the Rosian gunners to momentarily falter, their gazes drawn skyward. However, the artillery officer's expression shifted to one of alarm as he shouted, "Take cover, enemy attack." Regrettably, the artillerymen had become numb to the relentless bombardment, their nerves momentarily unresponsive. It was only when the deafening roar from above intensified that they regained their senses, attempting to evade the impending doom, but it was too late. The P-61 fighter aircraft descended sharply, releasing a barrage of bombs from beneath its wings and fuselage. In an instant, countless fiery explosions erupted from the positions, sending the Rosen artillerymen flying. Shortly thereafter, the air was filled with the cacophony of detonations akin to firecrackers, as colossal orange mushroom clouds ascended skyward. The artillery pieces were hurled into the air, clearly ignited by the bombs that had detonated the ordnance at the positions. Within mere moments, the entire artillery encampment was engulfed in a sea of flames. The thunderous sound of the artillery position being obliterated immediately captured Gudwife's attention. Gazing at the inferno that illuminated nearly half the sky in the distance, he was momentarily taken aback. How could this be? The enemy's aircraft were capable of operating at night? Were they not concerned about colliding with the surrounding mountains? Gudwife was perplexed, but his expression soon turned grave. The failure of Joseph's assault heightened his sense of urgency. His new aircraft had been entirely depleted in the battle, leaving him without any trump cards. The only recourse now lay with the ground forces. If they could not breach the enemy's defenses tonight, the prospect of aerial support the following day would render their task even more formidable. No, they could not afford to wait until dawn. Tonight represented their best opportunity. Resolving himself, Gudwife abruptly raised his voice. Send an urgent message to Joseph. Instruct him to launch an assault on the enemy positions at all costs. Casualties are inconsequential. His forces may be depleted, but I will dispatch reinforcements. He must maintain relentless pressure on the enemy, granting them no respite. Chapter 111. The Rain of Thermobaric Bombs. Bang, 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 boom. The commander of the 2nd Regiment of the 1st Armored Division, Yang Di, ducked his head to avoid the mud splattered by an exploding shell. Damn it, how many waves have they sent? Commander, it appears to be the 7th wave. These bastards have truly lost their minds, risking their lives for mere scraps of bread. Yang Di cast a disdainful glance at the 1st Battalion commander, Wang Daniu, who still had the audacity to jest. Go, fire illumination flares. Understood. Before long, dozens of illumination flares soared into the sky, illuminating the battlefield as if it were broad daylight. Yang Di hastily grasped his binoculars and surveyed the scene. Directly ahead of the defensive line, layers upon layers of bodies lay strewn across the ground. In the glow of the flares, streams of blood coalesced into eerie crimson rivulets, mingling with gruesome severed limbs and mangled corpses. The sight was more hellish than hell itself. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as he beheld Rosen soldiers, crouching low, charging across the corpses. Such resolve evoked a sense of admiration within Yang Di. How could such valiant soldiers not be greeted with the utmost respect? Prepare the anti-aircraft guns. Upon the trenches, hundreds of quadruple and double-barreled 20mm anti-aircraft guns were repositioned, as the soldiers of the 1st Division found the M2 heavy machine guns lacking in firepower. Leaving them unsatisfied, Zhang Jin, with a decisive wave of his hand, ordered the arrival of over 1,000 Oerlikon anti-aircraft guns. With grandiose declarations of ample barrels and abundant ammunition, he allowed Li Jie and his comrades to unleash their fury. What we witness now is a testament to that. The trenches are lined with anti-aircraft guns, while discarded barrels lie strewn behind. The thunderous sounds of artillery erupted once more across the battlefield, prompting the advancing Ross soldiers to hastily seek refuge among the piles of corpses. Alas, their efforts proved futile. The Dingbei army held the high ground, and the shells, seemingly guided by an unseen force, plowed through the front lines, where limbs and flesh were sent flying. The Ross soldiers, hiding amidst the bodies, were struck down without so much as a whimper, their bodies riddled with gaping wounds. After the relentless barrage had swept across the battlefield, silence descended once more. Under the illumination of flares, the grotesque remnants of dismembered limbs appeared as though clad in armor, peppered with fragments of shells. While countless shattered firearms stood like monuments in the ground, the scene evoking a chilling sense of dread. It was now midnight. The continuous and intense combat left Yang Di's hands trembling violently, nearly unable to grasp his weapon, his face smudged with the soot of gunpowder, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. Save for his gleaming white teeth, the acrid scent of gunpowder hung thick in the air, almost tangible, each breath feeling as though it choked the throat with the unbearable discomfort that came with it. "Commander Yang! Commander Yang!" A sudden voice called out from behind, and turning around, Yang Di saw the third commander, Wei Xing, striding towards him. "Commander Yang, you should retreat. Our 3rd Division will take over the position. The division commander has prepared hot wontons and stewed beef for you. Go enjoy a proper meal." Wei Xing spoke rapidly, then glanced around. What about the casualties in the 2nd Division? Upon hearing that Wei Xing had come to relieve them, a wave of relief washed over Yang Di, causing him to collapse onto the trench floor, exhaling weakly. "We lost 1/5. Wei Xing's expression stiffened immediately. A regiment in the armored division comprised roughly 3,000 men, meaning 600 had perished. While this number might seem trivial in other nations, for the Dingbei army, it represented a catastrophic loss, greater than any suffered during their sweeping campaigns against hundreds of thousands of Eagle Nation troops in the South Seas. At a loss for words, Wei Xing could only offer a silent pat on Yang Di's shoulder. "We will take it from here." No sooner had the 2nd Division withdrawn than a messenger rushed to Wei Xing. "Report, Commander. The Ross tanks are advancing. Fire the illumination flares." Wei Xing commanded, seizing his binoculars to survey the area. As the flares ascended, he beheld a battalion of Ross tanks trampling over the fallen, a staggering sight of hundreds approaching. "Notify the artillery regiment to eliminate them." Wei Xing's command echoed, and soon after, a mournful wail resonated from the heavens. The sound of explosions echoed as dozens of shells soared overhead, crashing into the ranks of the Rossian tanks. The cacophony of detonations erupted, and while a couple of shells might have posed little threat to a solitary tank, the barrage that descended upon them was a different matter entirely. The fiery orbs of destruction unleashed splintering debris and shockwaves that instantly rendered several tanks within the blast radius incapacitated, with 2 suffering catastrophic fuel tank explosions. Wei Xing furrowed his brow in concern. The Rossian tanks advanced with reckless abandon, undeterred by the onslaught. The artillery unit struggled to keep pace with the relentless wave of armored vehicles drawing ever closer. With a sardonic smile, Wei Xing commanded, "Anti-tank teams, advance." At his behest, dozens of soldiers brandishing RPG-7 rocket launchers sprang to their feet. "Deploy thermobaric warheads," he bellowed. The soldiers swiftly affixed cylindrical munitions to the launchers and prepared to fire. The anti-tank troops hoisted their launchers onto their shoulders, aiming at the Rossian tanks 100 meters away. With a swift whoosh, a thermobaric warhead was launched, striking the turret of a Rossian tank. An instant later, flames engulfed the vehicle, and illuminated by the flares, something was seen launching from the inferno. As the fire subsided, it became evident that half of the turret had been blown away, and the fate of its crew was tragically sealed, likely succumbing to the searing heat generated by the warhead. Other anti-tank gunners followed suit, unleashing their thermobaric rockets, and the battlefield erupted into a series of fiery explosions, rendering numerous Rossian tanks as mere scrap metal. The sudden and devastating assault left not only the Rossians in stunned disbelief, but also Wei Xing and his comrades, who were equally astonished by the overwhelming effectiveness of the rockets. Like stones striking eggs, the ease of it was almost unfathomable. In the rear of the Rosian forces, the commanding General Gudweef observed the massacre of his tank battalion with a rising sense of dread. Infantry faltered, the air force faltered, artillery was ineffective. And now even the tanks lay as useless as scrap iron. How could this battle continue? Amidst his turmoil, a messenger rushed to him with urgent news. General Gudweef, His Supreme Majesty the Emperor has personally sent a message promoting you to Imperial Marshal. He expects you to rally your forces and preserve the great reputation of Rose. Gudweef felt a chill coursing through him, his body stiffening at the implications. This was a death sentence issued by His Majesty Starkland. As he slowly regained his composure, the first light of dawn began to illuminate the eastern sky, dispelling the darkness of the night. Just as Gudweef contemplated a strategic retreat, an officer sprinted towards him, exclaiming, "Marshal Gudweef, we have spotted an armored unit of the Xinhua forces advancing from the rear." Goodwill was momentarily stunned, his mind suddenly ignited as if struck by a brick. He comprehended everything. The Xinhua people had calculated their encirclement from the very beginning, only to be met with laughter. Did they truly believe that a mere few thousand could vanquish him, commanding an army of hundreds of thousands? In his fury, the retreat he had once contemplated was instantly replaced by a surge of determination. Since the situation had deteriorated to such an extent, he resolved to fight back. He issued orders for Joseph to launch another offensive, promising to dispatch all available tanks to his aid. He could hardly believe that with hundreds of tanks mobilized, supported by infantry, the Xinhua forces could withstand the onslaught. As Goodwill's orders were disseminated, another wave of zombies and soldiers began to assemble. Behind them, rows of tanks advanced, with hundreds congregating to occupy a vast expanse, their dark exhaust transforming the sky into a hazy gray. At the northern defense line, Li Jie personally arrived at the front line. Observing that the Rose forces had amassed even more troops than before, he immediately grasped their intent to unleash a fierce assault. However, at that moment, Li Jie had no intention of defending. With the 3rd Armored Division having blocked the Rose forces' retreat, his pent-up anger could no longer be contained. He resolved to strike directly. He commanded his entire division to prepare for an assault. Just as Li Jie's orders were relayed, a piercing whistle suddenly resonated from above, followed by silver aircraft soaring overhead. This was a type of plane Li Jie had never encountered before, with 2 large cylindrical tanks mounted at its rear, appearing quite peculiar. As the squadron traversed their defense line, the aircraft nosedived straight toward the Rose tanks. With a thunderous roar, the 30mm Gatling cannon on the aircraft opened fire. A cloud of white smoke enveloping them as armor-piercing rounds rained down, shredding the tops of the Rose tanks and obliterating a row of them. The subsequent waves of Warthog attack aircraft were equally relentless. A barrage of shells would inevitably reduce one or even several tanks to scrap metal. Though the Warthog had its shortcomings, the supersonic armor-piercing shells fired from its Gatling gun could pierce through even modern tanks, let alone the antiquated models of the time, leaving them utterly devastated. As a result, the first wave of Warthog attacks rendered hundreds of Rose tanks inoperable. Soon, not a single intact tank remained on the battlefield. The soldiers surrounding the tanks fared no better. Any direct hit from the shells obliterated them, and those merely grazed by the explosions were left maimed. The scene was truly horrific. This sudden and fierce assault left Goodwill in utter disbelief, his mind a blank slate, with only one thought echoing repeatedly. Who am I? And where am I? After enduring a night of harrowing conflict, the soldiers of the Rose Empire found their nerves frayed to the breaking point. Faced with such a cataclysmic onslaught, their resolve shattered, and they retreated in disarray. In an instant, the battlefield fell eerily silent once more. While the Rose troops faltered, the soldiers of the Northern Defense Army surged forward with elevated morale, leading the charge with their T-65 tanks. The overwhelming tide of steel sent the Rose soldiers into a frenzy, prompting them to hastily deploy their newly acquired 57mm anti-tank guns. The elongated barrels appeared formidable. Yet when they opened fire, they were met with dismay. The anti-tank guns they believed could destroy heavy tanks proved futile. Like a basketball rebounding off the rim, their projectiles were deflected, and even direct hits resulted in minimal damage, merely leaving a smudge on the tank surfaces. Exposed and vulnerable, they soon found themselves under a barrage of rockets that obliterated both men and artillery alike. The prospect of regrouping for a counterattack was nothing short of impossible. Hundreds of aircraft circled menacingly overhead, ready to swoop down at the slightest indication of assembly among the Rose troops, wreaking havoc upon them. General Gudviev, gazing at the overwhelming aerial presence, felt his mind unravel. How could one of the world's great powers be subdued by an obscure military warlord? A message soon arrived, extinguishing any flicker of hope within him. A messenger rushed towards him, breathless. General Gudviev, the forces of the Xinhua army are advancing from the rear. It was over. They were utterly doomed. With no reinforcements and the realization of impending encirclement, Gudviev understood all too well the grim fate that awaited them. Looking around at the soldiers, their spirits crushed and faces etched with confusion, the last vestiges of Gudviev's resolve evaporated. Joseph, we must surrender. Continuing this fight is devoid of meaning. His declaration of surrender sent shockwaves through the ranks. In the past, such a notion might have been brushed aside in the Rose Empire. But since Starklin ascended to the throne, the stakes had changed dramatically. A commander facing defeat could expect imprisonment at best and execution at worst, and the consequences for their families would be dire. Yet, observing the anxious faces of his comrades, Gudviev found a newfound clarity. He proclaimed loudly, "The decision to surrender rests solely with me. You shall bear no responsibility. You are merely following orders. Our defeat does not stem from our inadequacies nor the superiority of the Xinhua soldiers, but rather from the overwhelming might of their aircraft." Throughout, Gudviev maintained the conviction that the Rose forces were not inferior, but merely outmatched by the enemy's superior numbers and technology. Victory would have been ours, without a doubt. With Gudviev's assurance, the demoralized Rose soldiers finally began to relax. At the 1st Armored Division's position, as Li Jia's main forces surged forth, he received a telegram that left him utterly astonished. The Rosians had surrendered. At the Beihai Lake base, the sun had already risen high in the sky. Zhang Jin had just risen from his slumber when Zhang Chong burst in, excitement etched on his face. "Commander, the Rosians have surrendered." Zhang Jin was taken aback. How could it have happened so swiftly? He had anticipated that the Rosians would fight to the bitter end. To prepare for such a scenario, he had exchanged a considerable number of heavy 6-8-ton vacuum bombs, intending to teach the Rosians a harsh lesson. "What are the casualties?" he inquired. "Report. Commander, our forces suffered 326 fatalities and 982 injuries, while we annihilated 653 enemy troops and captured 163. Over 10 million rounds of various artillery shells were expended, along with more than 150,000 aerial bombs. As for bullets, it seems they were scarcely used. Li Jia's men directly employed anti-aircraft guns as rifles." Chapter 113, Reclaiming Northeast Xinhua. With over 3,000 fallen, a grave expression settled upon Zhang Jin's countenance. He was indifferent to the ammunition expenditure. He had plenty of that. What truly weighed on him was the staggering loss of life. A casualty ratio of 1-to-1 was far too heavy. Yet, it also provided some solace, affirming that his soldiers were indeed capable of enduring arduous and fierce battles. "Send the orders. All fallen soldiers shall be interred in the imperial cemetery. I will personally lead the civil and military officials to pay tribute." He continued, "As for compensation, it must be expedited. Inform the Ministry of Civil Affairs that I decree each martyr who sacrificed for the Empire shall be honored with a hero's plaque and a one-time subsidy of 1,000 yuan. Those with parents and children shall receive support from the court. In the future, when the court recruits civil servants, priority will be given to the families of these heroes. Furthermore, when the children of these martyrs apply for university, local institutions shall waive entrance exams and tuition fees, while national institutions will lower their admission thresholds by 20 points, also exempting them from tuition. Do not perceive this as unjust. This is the wealth earned at the cost of their forebears' lives." At the very least, Zhang Jin ensured fairness, allowing all fallen heroes to rest in peace. "Are the prisoners gathered? Transport them immediately. We need them for railway construction." "Commander, after Gyudwi's suicide, the remaining Rosian prisoners have shown signs of instability, with multiple suicide attempts reported." "Oh, what is the reason for their despair? Why are they resorting to such actions?" According to some soldiers, they feared that after surrendering, the Rosian High Command would mistreat their families. Zhang Jin stroked his chin, pondering that given the current temperament of the Rosian Emperor, it was indeed plausible. Suddenly, a bright idea struck him, and he declared, "Immediately send a telegram to the Rosian state, instructing them to send all relatives of these prisoners without exception. Should they dare to refuse even one, I will make them experience the fate of the Americans." Yes, Commander. As Zhang Chong departed, Li Qin hurriedly approached. Commander, my reinforcements have arrived at the Beihai Lake Station. Zhang Jin felt a sudden surge of spirit. After he annihilated Godweef's army, the entire Rose army in the northern wasteland likely numbered less than 200,000. He approached the map, pointing to the vast ocean at the northern edge, and declared, "Inform them that I have no specific tasks for them. Their sole mission is to charge forward, charge, and charge again, until we reach the seaside." As for the western front, Zhang Jin gestured towards a colossal river that spanned from north to south across the entire wasteland, stating, "We will advance to the Yeni River." "Yes, Commander," Li Qin promptly replied, then inquired, "Sir, should we construct fortifications at the Yeni River?" "Of course we should," Zhang Jin responded without hesitation, his expression suddenly turning cold. "However, now is not the time. Let us capture more deer before we proceed." He ordered the remaining 5 armored divisions to form 5 new corps, directing the 4th Corps to immediately head to the border of Yan'an and northeast. The 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th Corps were to advance northward along the border, encircling the entire northeast. He commanded the naval forces to move north as well, sealing off the entire northeastern maritime region. "I want simultaneous advances from all sides to eradicate the surrendering forces. By the way, didn't you mention that a high-ranking official from the surrendering side wishes to defect to us? Let him show his sincerity quickly, otherwise he will lose his chance." With a robust army at his command, Zhang Jin was poised to sweep through the northeast, bolstered by the allegiance of Qinshi, Bingzhou, and the border regions, bringing the entire northern territory under his control. At that point, he would march south towards the Rose Empire's palace. Damn it, that scoundrel Godweef. I valued him so highly and even promoted him to marshal, yet he dared to surrender to the Xinhua people. How dare he? Starklin's furious roar echoed through the palace, silencing the Rose officials within. At that moment, an official stepped forward. "Your Supreme Majesty Starklin, the Xinhua have sent us an ultimatum demanding the immediate handover of all relatives of the captured soldiers. Otherwise, they threatened to bomb our territory. This included Godweef's family." Bang! Starklin slammed his fist on the table, his eyes blazing as he glared at the official. "What? Do you wish for me to compromise with the Xinhua? That cursed Godweef deserves to die, and so do his kin. Your Majesty Starklin." The chief of staff of the Rose Empire, Andikov, suddenly interjected, emphasizing his words. "It is possible that Zhang Jin is the true culprit behind the bombing of the Melaga Empire." Starklin's brow furrowed. He was acutely aware that the unexpected bombing of the Melaga Empire had set their industry back by 2 or 3 decades. If it were indeed Zhang Jin, the yellow-skinned monkey responsible, a shiver ran down Starklin's spine, and his expression darkened considerably. After a prolonged silence, Starklin suddenly raised his head to look at Andikov and asked, "Marshal Andikov, do we stand a chance of defeating the Xinhua?" At this moment, it was Andikov's turn to fall into silence. After a prolonged pause, he deeply bowed and addressed, "Your Supreme Majesty Starklin, our most advanced aircraft and tanks are no match for the Xinhua forces. In this recent conflict in the Far East, the Xinhua military deployed merely 2 armored divisions. Yet they have driven Godweef into a dire predicament. Your Majesty, Godweef is an exceedingly proud individual, and the fact that the Xinhua have compelled him to surrender illustrates the depths of his despair." Starklin's expression immediately turned ashen, and he glared at Andikov with fury. "Are you suggesting that our million-strong army in the east cannot even contend with the 2 divisions of Xinhua?" Andikov hastily bowed again. "Your Majesty, Godweef did not succumb to the land forces of Xinhua, but rather to their air force. During the battle, hundreds of their aircraft remained airborne at all times, ready to support ground operations. Without air superiority, Godweef could only advance against Xinhua's positions at the cost of his own troops. You must have seen the telegram he sent. We lost nearly 200,000 soldiers in a single night, which accounts for a quarter of Godweef's forces. It can be said that the Xinhua have expended astronomical amounts of ammunition to achieve this victory." Starklin's expression darkened further, a sense of frustration gnawing at him. What did this signify if not that the Xinhua were indeed superior? Suddenly, amidst the oppressive atmosphere within the palace, an officer burst in, exclaiming, "Your Majesty Starklin, urgent news. The Prussian forces have declared war on the Franxi Empire." The attendees in the palace were instantly filled with astonishment. The recent heavy troop deployments by the Prussians along the border had been suffocating, and now, relief seemed at hand. Even Starklin, whose countenance had been grim, allowed a hint of a smile to break through. "Surely, the Prussians would not dare to attack them. Yet, the thought of Zhang Jin caused Starklin's elation to dissipate, and his expression darkened once more. The high-ranking officials of Ross, observing Starklin's sudden shift in demeanor, promptly stifled their excitement and stood in silence, hesitant to move. Starklin's voice turned icy as he stated, "The Prussians' assault on Franxi will inevitably draw their heavy forces from the Eastern Front, allowing us to act. How shall we confront Zhang Jin, that wretched yellow-skinned monkey? Speak." The officials exchanged glances, realizing that Starklin's tone indicated a desire for confrontation with the Xinhua. "Your Majesty Starklin." Andakov stepped forward, speaking earnestly. "We have less than 200,000 troops remaining in the Far East, which are woefully inadequate against the Xinhua. If we were to draw forces from the West, it would take at least a month. The Xinhua's army is predominantly mechanized, and by the time we muster our forces, they may have already seized the entire Far East. Our immediate priority must be to establish a defensive line along the Yeni River to prevent the Xinhua from expanding westward. Your Majesty, please understand that the strength of the Xinhua is no less formidable than that of the Prussians, particularly in the realm of air power, where they surpass the Prussians entirely. If we venture into war with the Xinhua people without complete preparation, our chances of victory are almost non-existent." Andakafu's resounding voice momentarily jolted Starklin, whose mind had been clouded by anger. Although he recognized the truth in Andakafu's words, Starklin was unwilling to concede. "Marshal Andakafu, are we to simply let this go?" "His Majesty, we require time. Once we develop aircraft more advanced than those of the Xinhua, we can effortlessly crush them." Starklin, not one to be underestimated, understood the virtue of patience and promptly declared, "Then let us spare these wretched yellow-skinned monkeys. Inform the military industry to accelerate their efforts. Their time is running short." In northeast Xinhua, Fengtian Prefecture, the Dingbei army suddenly mobilized a massive force. The ever-watchful Fusang people, who had been monitoring the movements of the Dingbei army day and night, were immediately alerted to the news. Chapter 114. The frenzy of the Fusang people within the conference room of the Fusang governor's office in northeast China, the newly appointed governor, Shanting Jiwen, the newly appointed commander of the expeditionary force, Komagashira, and the head of the intelligence agency, Lin Xia, gathered. Since the last defeat, the high-ranking officials in northeast Fusang had been entirely replaced, yet the new appointees bore little difference from their predecessors, all being staunch hardliners. "Lin Xia, is the intelligence accurate?" Shanting Jiwen inquired gravely, glancing at the information in his hand. Lin Xia promptly stood and bowed, stating, "Your Excellency, our intelligence agency has verified it. The Rose People's army in the Far East has been entirely annihilated by the Dingbei army. They have penetrated deep into the Far East to eliminate the remnants of the Rose forces, according to reliable reports. For newly formed corps of the Dingbei army have advanced north, while another newly established corps is approaching Liaodong along the Yuguan corridor, seemingly intending to encircle the northeast. The northeast belongs to our Fusang Empire. They dare to come, we shall eradicate them." Komagashira, the commander of the expeditionary force, had a much simpler view, encapsulated in one word: fight. With fervor, Komagashira exclaimed, "Your Excellency, Lin Xia, the Empire has developed a new anti-tank weapon, named Stingray, to counter the Dingbei army's tanks. It can penetrate armor over 100 millimeters thick. With this weapon, the Dingbei army's tanks pose no threat at all. As for the Xinhua aircraft," a cruel smile spread across Komagashira's face. "With so many Xinhua people in the northeast, we can bind more of them at our positions. I refuse to believe the Dingbei army would dare to act. If that fails, we can engage them in urban warfare. With so many cities in the northeast, the Dingbei army cannot possibly reduce them all to rubble. The Rose people are foolish, but we are not. Why should we match our weaknesses against the Dingbei army's strengths? We possess 1,800,000 troops and 8 million settlers in the northeast, capable of waging total war against the Dingbei army." Komagashira's assertions piqued Shanting Jiwen's interest. "Komagashira, do you possess any effective strategies?" "It is not a matter of strategy. It is merely a desperate gamble. Since we cannot defeat them, let us transform the entire northeast into a hell, distributing weapons to the settlers beyond our city. We shall incite them to launch an assault on the forces of the Northern Army. Even if they are unable to vanquish them, they can certainly create significant disruption, thus granting us precious time. We can utilize this interval to fortify major cities such as Fengtian and Chun City, preparing for our steadfast defense." Xiong Jingchuan's resolute tone caused Yamamoto Shurjin to momentarily stiffen. He had anticipated that Xiong might possess a strategy to defeat the Northern Army, only to realize that it was a call for a suicidal attack, a desperate gamble of life and death against them. In truth, they were all acutely aware of the outcome. Xinghua had already shifted from offense to defense, and against the formidable might of the Northern Army, their fate seemed sealed. The only recourse left was to launch desperate assaults at the cost of their own lives, merely delaying the inevitable. Silence enveloped the three of them. Suddenly, a military officer burst through the door, exclaiming, "Commander, the Northern Army has launched an attack on us." On the 28th of February in the 25th year of Guangdong, Zhang Jin publicly announced to the nation that 5 heavy armored divisions, 16 mechanized infantry divisions, 16 motorized infantry divisions, and 10 artillery divisions, totaling 700,000 elite troops, had encircled the northeast as of yesterday. Our forces will initiate a comprehensive offensive at dawn today. On the same day, the 2nd and 3rd Air Armies, with their 3,600 Mustang fighters, 900 B, 36 heavy bombers, and 1,000 Sky Raider attack aircraft, completed preparations for frontline deployment. The main fleet of Yan also successfully established a blockade along the northeast coast, near the front lines of Jinzhou. The 15th Mechanized Infantry Division of the 8th Corps was advancing towards the city. A series of explosions erupted as the advance team's mine-clearing vehicle traversed the dirt road leading to Jinzhou. "Alert!" shouted squad leader Li Mao from the turret of the M113, immediately aiming the M2 heavy machine gun to one side. Indeed, a group of soldiers clad in white mourning garments charged forward, brandishing long wooden poles topped with conical iron heads, resembling crude toilet plungers. With a resounding bang, Li Mao squeezed the trigger, unleashing a barrage of 127mm rounds that shattered the oncoming soldiers into pieces, limbs, and entrails strewn across the ground. Yet, Li Mao did not relent. He lowered his aim and swept the gun across the knee-high wild grass, eliciting wails from within as plumes of blood and unidentified flesh erupted from the underbrush. Only after exhausting his ammunition did he finally ease his finger from the trigger. The once lush wild grass lay ravaged, a testament to the fierce exchange. But the assault was far from over. Li Mao waved forward decisively, "Charge." The soldiers inside the armored vehicle surged forth, well aware that Zhang Jin understood the madness of the enemy better than anyone in this era. Thus, Zhang Jin has revamped the entire military, replacing all semi-automatic rifles with the Type 81, upgrading helmets to those equipped with netting, and outfitting soldiers in winter combat uniforms, each provided with a bulletproof vest, rendering them veritably armed to the teeth. The troops under Zhang Jin enjoy excellent rations, feasting daily on sumptuous meals, coupled with rigorous training, making each soldier robust and formidable. In contrast, soldiers from other regions might be overwhelmed merely by the weight of their gear. Upon disembarking, the soldiers swiftly crouched and dashed into the underbrush, shortly followed by the sound of intense gunfire. Moments later, a resolute voice echoed through Li Miao's communicator, "Safe?" Instantly, Li Miao's taut nerves relaxed, and he responded over the communicator, prompting an armored ammunition vehicle to approach. Since entering northeast China, countless assaults had occurred, and Li Miao had grown somewhat numb to it. Every 10 kilometers seemed to bring yet another encounter. At the front command post of the Dingbei army, Li Qin approached Zhang Jin with a grim countenance, stating, "Commander, the enemy has altered their strategy, opting for guerrilla tactics, laying landmines across roads, and ambushing our marching routes with small squads. Consequently, our advancement is sluggish, and we may fail to meet our objectives within the designated time frame." Observing Li Qin's furrowed brow, Zhang Jin chuckled, "They employ guerrilla tactics. We can counter them just as effectively. Relay the message to rally the populace of northeast China to spontaneously form extermination squads to assist us in eliminating the enemy. We can readily distribute the weapons seized from the Russians." Li Qin's eyes brightened. With the support of the local populace, their task of routing the enemy would be significantly easier. At that moment, Zhang Jin's eyes narrowed slightly as he stated, "We must not only deliver a heavy physical blow to the enemy, but also shatter their morale. Dispatch a message to the 1st Air Force, commanding them to commence airstrikes on the enemy's homeland immediately, allowing them to select the targets as they see fit. My only stipulation is for operations to be continuous for 24 hours. Let us bombard for a month without pause." Chapter 115, An Ingenious Carpet Bombing. In Yan'an, At the Bahang base, the 1st Air Force, as Zhang Jin's ultimate trump card, is equipped with the finest and most advanced aircraft, with all operational and ground personnel comprised of summoned forces. Following a recent reorganization, the 1st Air Force now consists of 5 fighter divisions with 940 4 Phantom II fighter jets, 3 bomber divisions with 432 B-52G bombers, 3 attack divisions with 432 A-10 attack aircraft, and 2 transport divisions with 288 C-5 transport planes. At this moment, within the operations room at the airfield, Commander Pan Shun and Chief of Staff Wu Jia were deeply engrossed in a map, with the Chief of Staff remarking, "Look, the enemy's homeland is a mere 1,300 kilometers at its closest and 2,200 kilometers at its farthest, encompassing an area of approximately 380,000 square kilometers. Our most formidable explosive at present is the Blue 82 vacuum bomb, capable of incinerating a radius of 500 meters upon detonation. In essence, a single bomb can obliterate an area of approximately 2 square kilometers. For 380,000 bombs, we would require a staggering 1.9 million of these spherical explosives. The only aircraft at our disposal capable of delivering such bombs is the C-5 Galaxy, which can carry 18 at a time. If we calculate 3 round trips per day, 244 transport planes could drop 400,000 bombs in a month. It would take at least 7 months to complete a single bombardment, which is exceedingly slow." Wu Jia looked at Pan Shun, utterly exasperated, and said, "Commander Pan, even if our bombs are of little value, they must surely cost more than those of the surrendering Japanese, would they not? What do you take these bombs for? Mere stones to be casually tossed about? This approach is rather convenient. We could subject the surrendering troops to a thorough bombardment without needing any specific strategy, simply demolishing one location after another." Wu Jia clearly held reservations about Pan Shun's comprehensive combat plan, insisting, "Commander, I advocate for targeted strikes. This strategy ensures the safety of our pilots, preventing the surrendering forces from discerning our trajectories, while simultaneously undermining their morale, forcing them to live in constant fear." Both men articulated their reasoning vigorously, ultimately presenting their operational plan to Zhang Jin. At this moment, Zhang Jin was already present at the western front of northeast China, where the surrendering troops were equally frenzied. Thousands of their guerrilla squads were dispersed across the mountainous plains, with the potential for a death squad to emerge at any moment, leaving the military somewhat overwhelmed. Although the weaponry of the surrendering Japanese was decidedly subpar, they were relentless in their assaults. Take, for instance, their so-called happy sticks, which are rather absurd and would have long been discarded by Western nations. Yet, the surrendering troops regarded them as treasures, believing it entirely justified to wield them against tanks. After entering northeast Xinghua, the surrendering troops employed this suicidal tactic, resulting in the destruction of the tracks on 3 tanks from the Dingbei army and rendering 7 M113 armored vehicles inoperable. Fortunately, the call to mobilize the local populace against the surrendering troops was fervently embraced in the northeast. With the assistance of the local citizens, these insurgents hiding in the woods and desolate mountains quickly became exposed and were swiftly eradicated. The main force of the 7th Army Corps also advanced towards the first city of northeast China, Tongliao. Zhang Jin gazed grimly at the dilapidated city tower ahead. Although he was mentally prepared, witnessing the surrendering troops using civilians as human shields ignited a fierce rage within him. "Commander, what shall we do?" inquired Chen Su, the corps commander, his expression grave as he looked at Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin, with a steely demeanor, uttered a single word: "Attack." At this juncture, further hesitation would only embolden the surrendering troops. Decisive action was imperative to quash their audacity and make them realize that using civilians as shields would yield no advantage, thereby preserving the lives of the majority. After all, this predicament was inherently unsolvable. Whether one acted with caution or not, criticism would ensue. Thus, it was best to cut through the chaos with swift precision. Upon hearing Zhang Jin's command, Chen Su immediately felt a surge of confidence and promptly conveyed the orders. On the city wall, Sato Ken, the commander of the 72nd Brigade responsible for defending against Liao, observed the seemingly stagnant movements of the Dingbei army below. His heart, which had been racing, settled back into a steady rhythm. The situation was dire. The formation of the Dingbei army was utterly intimidating, with a dense array of tanks and armored vehicles numbering at least 1,000, casting a dark shadow over the ground. Above, Hundreds of Mustang fighter planes circled relentlessly in the skies, occasionally diving down before soaring back up, causing the hearts of those hidden within the city to race erratically. Everyone, you can see that Commander Xiong's strategy has taken effect. The Xinhua forces are utterly. Sato Kanhen finished his motivational speech when a piercing wail cut through the air, followed by a barrage of shells crashing onto the city wall. Explosions erupted, with fireballs soaring from the battlements, the stone structure disintegrating into fragments, raining debris like a storm upon those below. Without exception, Sato Ken and his men standing beneath the arrow tower were buried under the collapsed structure. Another wave of shells descended, this time targeting the massive iron gate within the city entrance. A brilliant flash ignited as the fortified wall groaned and fell to the ground. Relay the command. Should any Xinhua forces resist, immediately call for aerial support for a swift resolution. At that moment, the armored division's tanks surged into Tongliao like a mighty river. The sounds of gunfire and cannon blasts erupted within the city. With Zhang Jin's orders, the soldiers entering the city showed no inclination to linger in battle. Upon spotting any Xinhua forces, they swiftly called in air support. Almost instantly, a Mustang fighter would dive down, followed by an explosion of orange flames, reducing a building or residence to rubble. Under the overwhelming assault of the Air Force, the Xinhua soldiers had no chance to mount a defense. Coupled with the relentless strikes from Dingbei army snipers targeting the disorganized Xinhua officers, the enemy's forces crumbled within less than an hour. Most of the terrified Xinhua soldiers surrendered, raising their weapons in defeat, while a few, too deeply entrenched in their desperation, fought back, only to be obliterated by Mustang bombs on the spot. Outside the city, Chen Su hastily approached Zhang Jin and saluted, "Commander, Tongliao has been reclaimed." Zhang Jin nodded, refraining from inquiring about casualties. Instead, he commanded, "Disperse our troops to rescue the injured and trapped civilians. Inform Xia Yuanji to immediately send administrative personnel to assess losses and casualties and compensate the civilians at the highest standards." After issuing his orders, Zhang Jin intended to board a vehicle for the next destination when Zhang Chong abruptly leaped from the command vehicle, exclaiming, "Commander, urgent dispatch from the Air Force." Zhang Jin took the message and, upon reading it, broke into a smile. "Tell Pan Shun and Wu Jie that their plan has my full approval. Inform Wu Jie that I appoint him as the commander of the Precision Bombing Command, with the authority to mobilize all bombers from the 3 major air forces. Pan Shun, I designate him as the commander of the Comprehensive Bombing Command. In addition to his existing transport aircraft, I will provide him with an additional 1,000 C-17 transport planes. All transport aircraft from the 3 major air forces will also fall under his command. I shall allocate 5 million Blue 82 bombs to them for their leisurely enjoyment." Zhang Jin is currently flourishing, with his energy reserves soaring to nearly 1 million. After all, weaponry incurs no costs, and the only expense lies in summoning pilots and ground crew, which he can certainly afford. Chapter 116. International Labor Corps. Zhang Jin's orders swiftly reached the command center of the 1st Air Force. Upon receiving a response from his superior, Pan Chun immediately turned to Wu Jie and said, "Let us cease our contention. The city shall belong to you, and the remainder shall be mine." How does that sound? Agreed. Wu Jie replied promptly, and the two proceeded with their respective plans without further discussion. In Fengtian City, Governor Shanting Jiwen convened with Army Commander Kumamoto and Intelligence Chief Lin Xiaohawk once again, though this time their expressions bore not only gravity, but also a hint of trepidation. The ferocious offensive of the Dingbei army had far exceeded their expectations, rendering all their preparations futile. "Your Excellency, Commander," Lin Xiaohawk spoke gravely. "Reports from our agents in the east and west indicate that the Dingbei army shows no regard for the lives of the civilians within the city. Their air force has launched attacks indiscriminately, bombing any location where our soldiers are present. This mode of assault left the Empire's warriors utterly powerless. No matter how valiant they were, they could not withstand the onslaught of bombs." Kumamoto furrowed his brow in concern. How dare the Dingbei army act so recklessly? Do they not fear public opinion? Kumamoto-kun, Shanting Jiwen interjected. "There's a saying among the Xinhua people, a true man knows no fear. Perhaps we have been overly optimistic." He continued, "It appears our established battle plan has failed, having not achieved the desired effect at all." Kumamoto fell silent, and at that moment, Lin Xiaohawk added, "Commander, due to our continuous defeats, the soldiers below are gradually losing their will to fight. The expressions of Zhang Jin and Kumamoto darkened. This was precisely what they dreaded. While militarism could inspire fierce combat, it relied on one crucial condition: victory, uninterrupted victories. But what of the present? Since confronting the Dingbei army, they had long forgotten the taste of triumph. All they faced was slaughter, with no glimmer of hope for victory in sight. Such warfare instilled fear in the hearts of high-ranking officials like Zhang Jin and Kumamoto, let alone the soldiers below. The Empire's warriors would never cower in fear. Kumamoto vehemently refused to admit any semblance of fear, asserting, "I have stated before, even if we cannot best the Xinhua people, we shall ensure that the entire Northeast pays the price." Zhang Jin gazed at Kamai Chuan, who appeared almost frenzied, and a glimmer of fervor ignited in his eyes. He abruptly rose to his feet and proclaimed, "You are indeed correct, Kamai-kun. Let us spill the last drop of blood for the Empire." At the mention of half a year, Zhang Jin's fervor was infectious, prompting both Kamai Chuan and Lin Xiaoying to rise in unison, enthusiastically echoing his call. Report. The sudden exclamation interrupted their fervent chants, and the ensuing message left the trio astounded. The messenger bellowed, "Your Excellency, Commander, General Sato has sent a telegram. The Dabin Division has surrendered to the Xinhua forces." Surrender? Kamai Chuan found it hard to believe his ears. How could warriors of the Empire capitulate to the Xinhua? Such a notion was utterly inconceivable and unacceptable to him. Almost immediately, the room erupted with furious roars. "Get lost. The Dabin Division is doomed." Meanwhile, outside Chuncheong, Zhang Jin surveyed the over 20,000 disarmed soldiers standing obediently, frozen in place, and a smile crept across his face. Oshima Shigehiza, the commander of the Dabin Division, followed closely behind Zhang Jin, bowing in obsequiousness. "My lord, all 24,624 soldiers of the 4th Division are here, awaiting your orders." Zhang Jin, noticing that Oshima only reached his chest in height, patted his shoulder with vigor. "Excellent, Mr. Oshima. Your choice is sagacious. I assure you, as long as my soldiers are fed, you shall have your share as well. Welcome to the International Labor Corps, where you will contribute to the cause of Xinhua's development." Oshima was momentarily taken aback. As a member of the Xinhua, he only understood a few phrases in their language, and Zhang Jin's lengthy discourse left him bewildered. Yet, seeing the smile on Zhang Jin's face suggested a positive outcome, prompting him to bow deeply. "Thank you for your support, my lord." This time, it was Zhang Jin who was momentarily stunned by Oshima's elation, and a mysterious smile reappeared on his face. The surrender of the Osaka Division was akin to casting a massive stone into a river, provoking a ripple effect that unsettled the already anxious Xinhua soldiers. Just then, Zhang Jin publicly issued a proclamation to the Northeast Xinhua soldiers, assuring them that if they chose to lay down their weapons and surrender, their lives would be safeguarded, and they would be reunited with their families. As for the location of their reunion, that remained uncertain. However, Zhang Jin was known for his integrity and would not deceive them. Amidst the tumultuous winds of the Northeast, in the heart of the Xinhua Empire, Dongjing City, the Emperor of the Xinhua summoned his high-ranking ministers early in the morning. Before long, the Prime Minister Miyakuni Shinichi, Finance Minister Aso Shige, Army Minister Tojo Yumi, Chief of Staff Yansha Isamu, Navy Minister Tamamura Hachiro, and Military Affairs Minister Yamamoto sat in attendance. The Emperor, with an impassive expression, occupied the seat of honor and, with an ethereal voice, addressed the kneeling ministers on either side. "Gentlemen, you have all seen the telegram from Zhang Jin. The Dingbei army has audaciously attacked our territories in the Northeast. This is a blatant provocation, and the Empire must respond." As the words of the mourning emperor fell, an immediate silence enveloped the palace. Even the sound of breathing seemed to halt. How could you think that the Empire would falter against a mere provincial warlord? The mourning emperor was no fool. He was acutely aware of the strange atmosphere within the palace. "You wretched officials," he exclaimed in fury, prompting the high-ranking ministers to bow deeply in response. At that moment, Higashijo Mei hurriedly bowed again and reported, "Your Majesty, we have just received the latest battle report from Yamato Shigenabu. The Dingbei army has breached our 3-tiered defensive lines and has taken control of the entire Longjiang region, with much of Jizhou also captured. The Empire has lost 1/3 of its forces in the Northeast, and nearly half of the millions of settlers have perished. Moreover, the Dabin Division has surrendered under the leadership of its commander." The implications of Higashijo Mei's words were earth-shattering. leaving the mourning emperor momentarily breathless, almost collapsing in shock. By the heavens, I shall send their wives and daughters to the comfort homes. Masao Shige cautiously raised his head, uttering a statement that nearly infuriated the mourning emperor. Your Majesty, their wives and daughters are already serving the empire within those homes. By the heavens. The mourning emperor berated Masao Shige, rising abruptly to declare, send orders to Yamato Shijinobu, urging them to uphold the spirit of noble sacrifice. We must never surrender to Zhang Jin. Also, mobilize the entire navy. We shall seek an opportunity to engage the main forces of the Dingbei Navy in battle and secure our maritime supply lines. The empire shall never know defeat. The mourning emperor's voice echoed through the hall, and before the ministers could rise to protest, a buzzing sound akin to a swarm of bees resonated from outside the palace. Chapter 117. Sea of Fire, Sea of Blood. At that moment, the buzzing grew increasingly dense and louder. Higashijo Mei's expression suddenly shifted, and he gasped, Your Majesty. It is the sound of airplanes. The mourning emperor's brow furrowed. The airspace above the palace was a no-fly zone. Who had the audacity to fly above him? His simmering anger compelled him to stand, exclaiming, Go and investigate. The mourning emperor had never considered the possibility of enemy aircraft appearing, nor had Mei. His change of color stemmed solely from the fear that the army's aviation unit might be committing some foolish act, provoking the already furious emperor. Soon after, they exited the palace. The once brilliant sunshine abruptly turned overcast, and a tremendous roar reached the ears of the mourning emperor and his entourage. Looking up, the mourning emperor's legs weakened. Had it not been for Mei's quick reflexes to support him, he would have collapsed to the ground. Above them, a swarm of aircraft approached from west to east, densely packed as if a gray shroud had been cast across the sky, blocking the sunlight completely, sending chills down the spines of Mei and the others. True to his reputation as a former prime minister, Mei managed to maintain a semblance of composure amidst his terror. He swiftly seized a pair of binoculars from a guard officer. Upon spotting a red insignia on the aircraft, his eyes widened in horror, and he exclaimed, It is the Dingbei Army's warplanes. The atmosphere became tense as the onlookers turned pale. At that moment, the city's anti-aircraft artillery roared to life, launching shells that streaked through the sky with an orange glow, hurtling towards the formations of aircraft above. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted in the sky, orange fireballs bursting forth, and black smoke quickly engulfed the heavens. However, Mei Xiaojia and her companions could not find joy in the spectacle of the anti-aircraft guns firing, for the explosions occurred far from the high-flying aircraft. Order the Air Force to launch an immediate attack and shoot them all down, the bereaved emperor exclaimed through gritted teeth. Your Majesty, the ground forces should have already taken off by now. We must retreat to the underground fortifications. It will be too late if we delay any longer, Mei Xiaojia said, disregarding all notions of hierarchy as she pulled the emperor toward the underground shelters. Buzzing, just as Mei Xiaojia had predicted. Dozens of green propeller-driven fighters emerged from some hidden corner, racing towards the bombers above. In truth, only 2 or 3 minutes had elapsed since the emperor and his entourage had emerged, and the response from the bereaved nation was swift, albeit futile. The pilots soon realized they had reached their limits, as the enemy formations still circled high above, a daunting gap remaining between them. Meanwhile, aboard one of the B-52 bombers, Chief of Staff Wu Jie of the 1st Air Force glanced down indifferently at the frantically flailing fighters below, issuing a cold command, release the bombs. As for targeting, let's skip that. This bombing will rely solely on free fall. Wherever they land, they land. With ample resources at their disposal, they were unconcerned. At Wu Jie's command, hundreds of bombers opened their bomb bay doors, unleashing 340-kilogram white phosphorus gasoline bombs that rained down like dumplings. One can only imagine the terrifying spectacle of such a bombardment. Enough to instill fear in the hearts of those below. The densely packed black dots fell from the sky like countless dark beads cascading downwards. Coincidentally, it was a day of rest, and the streets of Dongjing City were bustling with people. Upon witnessing the bombs descending from the heavens, chaos erupted as the populace scattered in panic, the city descending into disarray amidst cries for help and the clattering of fallen belongings. At that moment, the bombs had begun to descend like raindrops, followed by violent explosions. Flames erupted, scattering white powder, and the unsuspecting soldiers of the bereaved nation were engulfed in raging fires. The most terrifying aspect was that when the flames made contact with skin, it was akin to an encounter with sulfuric acid, instantly burning large holes that exposed the stark white of bone beneath. The white phosphorus gasoline bombs developed by Zhang Jin were no ordinary incendiary devices. They contained a mixture of gasoline, white phosphorus, colloid, aluminum thermite, and calcium powder. Consequently, upon contact with skin or liquid, a violent reaction would occur, rapidly corroding human flesh. In the city, one may often witness a harrowing scene. Countless mourners engulfed by raging flames, swiftly reduced to bloody skeletons amidst their anguished cries. This gruesome spectacle horrifies all who behold it, sending them into a frenzied flight. Yet where could they escape? The inferno and the wailing figures surround them on all sides. In a desperate bid for survival, some leap into a pond, believing they might evade the catastrophe, only to find that the gasoline ignites even atop the water's surface, burning ferociously. The intense heat causes the pond to boil, and those within become akin to chickens in a pot. As the fire rages on, the oxygen in the vicinity is gradually consumed, and combined with toxic fumes, those struggling to flee succumb to asphyxiation, only to be consumed by the flames. High above, Wu Jie gazes down at Dongjing City, now shrouded in fire over a vast expanse, smacking his lips in satisfaction before leading his fleet away. Meanwhile, the inferno within the city shows no signs of abating. Rather, it intensifies and spreads, its immense heat even affecting the airflow above. The fighter jets soaring at thousands of meters suddenly encounter turbulence, causing many to panic and plummet from the sky, engulfed by the flames below. Simultaneously, at the mistakenly besieged naval shipyard, Pan Chun directs over 100 C-5 transport planes to hover above the factory. Accompanying the transport aircraft are dozens of F-4 Phantom fighter jets. Unfortunately, the transport planes lack the altitude capability of bombers, leaving the mourners' fighters in envy. The arrival of this aerial fleet instantly raises alarms at the munitions factory, and a barrage of anti-aircraft shells erupts beneath them. The mourners had never anticipated an attack on their homeland, resulting in woefully inadequate air defenses. In such a crucial city, the largest anti-aircraft artillery is merely 75 millimeters, with a shooting altitude insufficient to reach 9,000 meters. In rural areas, the defenses are even more pathetic, typically 40 to 50 millimeters at best, with poor design and limited range, merely serving to entertain themselves with futile hopes. At that moment, one transport plane slowly opens its cargo bay, from which a massive, spinning bomb emerges, plummeting towards the ground with alarming speed. As it descends, a parachute deploys, abruptly halting the bomb's descent. Had it not been for this mechanism, the weight of the bomb would have driven it deep into the earth. Mere seconds later, the bomb crashes into the factory area, and a white cloud of explosive debris erupts into the air, followed by a colossal orange flame that ascends, forming a gigantic mushroom cloud. The flames beneath the cloud expand rapidly, tearing apart all structures in their path, enveloping hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. On board the transport plane, Pan Chun, peering through a high-powered scope at the towering inferno rising from the ground, cannot help but display a look of astonishment. The power of the bomb far exceeds his expectations. At that moment, 7 spherical bombs plummeted downwards, and the ensuing inferno swiftly engulfed the entire shipyard. As the billowing black smoke gradually dissipated, the once standing factory buildings were now reduced to mere ruins, with 8 glaring craters starkly visible. The shipyard, renowned as the finest in the Far East, was thus effortlessly erased from existence. Pan Chun straightened his posture and commanded, "Send the order down. Using this location as a reference, drop a bomb wherever there are structures. Inform everyone that the commander has declared we have an abundance of bombs, and we shall drop as many as we desire, in whatever manner we choose." Commence the operation. Chapter 118. Should the public acknowledge Zhang Jin's crimes? At this juncture, a full day and night had elapsed since Wu Jie bombarded the capital of the fallen state, and the flames raging within the city had dwindled to mere flickers. The imperial palace of the fallen state, now more aptly termed ruins, had transformed from its once exquisite splendor into crumbling walls and scattered debris. Suddenly, a section of the charred ground within the palace ruins trembled, revealing a subterranean cavity. Soon after, a figure donned in a gas mask emerged, surveying the surroundings before returning to the depths below. Shortly thereafter, the emperor of the fallen state, accompanied by Chancellor Mei Xiaoji and other high-ranking officials, emerged. Upon witnessing the desolation where they once stood, the emperor's countenance paled instantly. Gazing around, it was evident that not only the palace but the surrounding areas fared no better. Everything flammable had been incinerated, leaving behind remnants of shattered walls, blackened as if coated in a thick layer of grease, exuding a pungent odor of smoke and fire. Desolation. Silence. No sounds could be heard, nor any sign of life to be seen. The only remnants were faint outlines of charred human forms scattered across the ground. This terrifying scene caused the heart of the fallen emperor to momentarily halt, a chilling sensation surging from his feet to the crown of his head, compelling him to shiver and awakening his senses. "Quick, send out our people," the emperor uttered, his voice trembling. The others were equally stricken with fear. Someone suggested, "Your Majesty, we should leave this place." "No." The emperor shook his head. "There is no place safer than here." Mei Xiaoji and the others were momentarily taken aback, but then realized that this area had already endured bombardment, and the Northern Air Force would not strike here again. Several hours later, a large, dark tent was erected where the palace once stood, with the fallen emperor seated within. Chancellor Mei Xiaoji, stooping with a grave expression, reported, "Your Majesty, 3/5 of the entire Dongjing city have been consumed by flames, resulting in at least 200,000 deaths, with no survivors. The Northern Army employed a type of bomb that burns for an extended duration. It contains substances that water cannot extinguish. A mere touch of this flame can create a gaping hole in a person's body, and if one is exposed for mere seconds, they would be reduced to bones, and then to charcoal, extinguishing only when nothing remains to burn." As Dong Tiao Mei Xiaojing spoke, his expression grew increasingly somber. The citizens of the empire, even those who had not perished in the flames, were still at the mercy of these incendiary bombs, which carried lethal toxins capable of rendering individuals unconscious. Those who could have escaped were, tragically, consumed by the fire without realizing it. When the imperial soldiers endeavored to rescue those sheltered in the air raid shelters, they discovered that all the inhabitants had succumbed to asphyxiation. Furthermore, within a forested shelter, they found thousands of imperial citizens boiled alive. Such cruelty is beyond comprehension, Your Majesty. Mei Xiaojing's eyes were bloodshot, his face etched with anguish. "Cursed be Zhang Jin, cursed be the Dingbei army. How dare they brazenly contravene the Geneva Conventions? They have perpetrated unspeakable atrocities against innocent civilians. We must publicly denounce their crimes to the Western world and the entire globe." Yet, alas, they found themselves reduced to mere verbal protests, for they had suddenly realized that the Dingbei army had grown formidable to the point that they could only look up in awe, leaving them powerless to take any meaningful action. The grieving emperor sat upon the throne, resembling a lifeless statue, before finally uttering, "What of the other regions?" At once, an official responsible for domestic affairs stepped forward, his demeanor betraying the gravity of the situation. Indeed, he trembled as he relayed, "Your Majesty, reports of battle losses have just arrived. All the shipyards across the empire have been subjected to airstrikes, reduced to rubble. Daban, Guangdao, and Jingdu have also faced aerial assaults." As the official spoke, he suddenly shook uncontrollably. According to the rescuers, they claim that all 3 cities have been utterly annihilated. And after a night of searching, not a single survivor was found. It seems that everyone was burned to death. An overwhelming shockwave coursed through the gathered assembly, swiftly followed by an all-consuming dread. None had anticipated Zhang Jin's mercilessness, leaving no room for mercy. "Your Majesty." Mei Xiaojing stood resolutely, his expression grave. "This is not the time for lamentation and despair. We must take immediate action." Without awaiting the emperor's response, he continued, "First, we must deploy all fleets at once. Zhang Jin may target them next. Second, we must urgently relocate our vital factories. If relocation is impossible, we must bury them on site. Your Majesty, esteemed colleagues, do not forget the plight of the Mei people. What they endured may very well mirror our current predicament. We cannot afford to be complacent." Upon mentioning the Mei nation, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. The Melaga Empire had faced an unprecedented aerial assault, with nearly all its major factories obliterated. A nation of such vastness had been ravaged overnight. They, a mere speck, could hardly escape being plowed through repeatedly. Mei Xiaojing's voice rose once more. "Third, we must immediately evacuate the populace from the major cities. We cannot withstand another bombardment." Just as his words lingered in the air, an officer rushed in, nearly tumbling over himself. "Your Majesty, the bombers are returning." The grieving emperor felt a deafening roar in his head, a sudden warmth in his throat. And before he could comprehend, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his vision fading into darkness as he lost consciousness. As Mei Xiaoji and others watched the emperor suddenly collapse, a sense of panic enveloped them, causing them to momentarily forget all else. The surrender of the Great Board Army, marked by the raising of a white flag, indeed sent shockwaves through the ranks of the surrendering troops, leading to a significant decline in morale. En masse, the disheartened soldiers began to lay down their arms and surrender. In the northeastern region of Xinghua, in the Spring City, Governor Zhang Jin strolled leisurely through the back garden, admiring the unique landscapes of the north. Following closely behind him was Li Qin, who remarked, "Commander, the main forces of the 6th, 7th, and 8th Corps have encircled Liaodong, and it won't be long before they reach Fengtian. There's no rush. Let us proceed at a measured pace. They are but a cluster of grasshoppers after autumn." Zhang Jin replied nonchalantly, "This is not the time for us to be anxious. I am rather curious to see how the old tricksters in Fengtian will react upon hearing news of the bombardment of their homeland." "Commander," Zhang Chong suddenly caught up from behind, "I have just received word that the news of our bombardment has reached the Western newspapers, causing quite a stir. They even claim that the incidents involving the Melaga Empire were orchestrated by us." Zhang Jin's expression remained unchanged, and he calmly responded, "Inform those newspapers that it was merely my desire to savor the fish of the Pacific Ocean that led me to deploy some aircraft for a little bombardment. As for the surrender, it is purely a misunderstanding. Our pilots simply misjudged such a minuscule area as a fish and dropped a few bombs. It is entirely understandable. Let us allow them to continue for a few more days, as a gesture of goodwill." Chapter 119. The fate of heaven and earth is about to be determined. "Commander, there is another matter. The World Federation headquarters has sent us a notice stating that they intend to send an inspection team." Zhang Jin's demeanor slightly cooled, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Excellent. Let them come. I am eager to hear their perspective." Zhang Chong saluted and turned to leave. Li Qin, who followed closely, continued, "Commander, Oshima Choju has just informed me that he has a friend, Akita Jun, who is the commander of the Fengtian garrison. He wishes to align with us and claims he can assist in eliminating Yamamoto Shibumi and Kamaikawa, as well as open the gates of Fengtian." "Oh, what is his request?" "He has but one stipulation, that we refrain from bombing his hometown." "Where is that?" "Dabin." Zhang Jin momentarily faltered, realizing that Dabin had already been reduced to rubble under his command. He soon comprehended that Oshima Choju had surrendered, and naturally, no one would inform him of such matters. Akita Jun, unaware of the situation, had evidently been kept in the dark by the higher-ups of the surrendering faction. Otherwise, the military would have collapsed long ago. "Well, you tell him that I accept his terms. As long as he can fulfill his promises, not only will I refrain from bombing Dabin, but I will also grant him 10,000 Great Commander coins to facilitate a reunion with his family." The current value of the Great Commander coin had significantly changed. With the flourishing trade with the West, it had not only circulated throughout the East, but had also become a prominent hard currency in the West. Who issued the death command to Zhang Jin, insisting that his possessions could only be acquired with Deshui coins. To exchange for Deshui coins, one could only use gold or supplies, or perhaps jewels, antiques, and other valuable items that Zhang Jin found intriguing. In the northeast of Xinghua, at Fengtian City, Governor Santing Jiwen, Commander Xiong Jingchuan, and Chief of Staff Lin Xiaoying gathered for the third time, yet this occasion found them in an even more despondent state. Their brows furrowed with an inescapable sorrow, resembling the tragic visage of a sunset. "Xiong Kuan, Lin Kuan, the Dingbei army has brazenly launched airstrikes on our homeland. Although the imperial forces fought valiantly, several cities have been obliterated, resulting in the loss of millions of imperial citizens. The general headquarters, having already exposed the atrocities of the Dingbei army to the World Federation, hoped that the Federation would exert pressure on them, but all of this would require time. The headquarters urged us to take proactive measures to deliver a severe blow to the Dingbei army, preventing them from dispatching further bombers." Santing Jiwen, his countenance darkened, recounted the headquarters orders, at which point Xiong Jingchuan's discontented voice broke forth. "What proactive measures? This merely seeks to draw the fire of the Dingbei Air Force upon us." Santing Jiwen, suddenly agitated, glared at Xiong Jingchuan with fury. "Xiong Kuan, are you no longer a soldier of the Empire? Have you ceased to heed the orders of the headquarters?" "The headquarters? Huh." Xiong Jingchuan laughed derisively. Why should I heed the commands of the headquarters? Their duty is to defend the homeland. Yet what of my loved ones? My family has been annihilated by the bombers of the Dingbei army. Not a single one left. They are the negligent ones, the scoundrels. They deserve to perish. By the end of his outburst, Xiong Jingchuan was nearly beside himself. Upon learning that the entire city of Guangdao had been reduced to rubble, he had already descended into madness. His beloved mother and sister were gone, and the mere thought of their shared joyful days now extinguished filled him with a consuming rage. He loathed Zhang Jin, detested the headquarters, and harbored a deep-seated hatred for the war that had stripped him of everything. After his venting, Xiong Jingchuan regained his composure and looked at the equally tormented faces of Santing Juwen and Lin Xiaoying, both of whom were intimately acquainted with grief. As the city of Dongjing had been ravaged under Wu Jie's bombardment, leaving only a fraction of its populace, their relatives, coincidentally, were on the list of those who perished in the flames. Xiongkuan, Linkuan, to deploy outside the city now would be akin to self-destruction. Even if we manage to lure some bombers away, can we guarantee that the Dingbei army will spare our homeland from bombardment? Xiong Jingchuan's expression turned coldly resolute. Since we have already resolved to sacrifice ourselves for the empire, let Fengtian City transform into a veritable powder keg. Even if we cannot defeat them, we must ensure they feel our pain. We can turn the entire city into a colossal cauldron of gunpowder. Once the Dingbei army breaches our defenses. At this point, madness gleamed in his eyes as he gestured with both hands, with but a single explosion. The entire city shall be leveled, and the Dingbei army, along with all its inhabitants, shall accompany us in death. As Kamaikawa articulated his plan for destruction, outside the governor's residence, a contingent of several hundred mourning soldiers unexpectedly arrived at the gates. The guards stationed at the entrance, recognizing their comrades, lowered their vigilance. Only a somber major stepped forward, darkly declaring, "This is the governor's mansion, not a place for your soldiers. Leave immediately." A colonel seated on the front motorcycle dismounted without hesitation, drawing his pistol and aiming it at the officer. The gunshot rang out, and the major fell, a gaping wound appearing on his forehead. The mourning colonel swiftly redirected his weapon towards the other soldiers on guard, but the trigger refused to budge, as the weapon jammed at a critical moment. Fortunately, soldiers from the truck behind him raised their weapons and opened fire, swiftly knocking down the guards. "Quickly, eliminate everyone within the governor's mansion," commanded the mourning colonel, Akita Jun, as he was the first to charge inside. At that moment, Kamaikawa had just commenced his discourse on the plan when the sound of gunfire erupted outside. The expressions of the three individuals within the room shifted dramatically. As Kamaikawa drew his handgun, the door was violently kicked open, and a dozen mourning soldiers surged in, aiming their rifles at the trio. Startled by the sudden intrusion of the mourning soldiers, the three were momentarily taken aback, only to see Akita Jun stride confidently into the room. Kamaikawa was the first to regain his composure, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do?" With an icy demeanor, Akita Jun offered a salute and solemnly proclaimed, "Commander, we have reached an agreement with the Dingbei army. If you perish in battle, they will refrain from bombing Daban and will spare our homeland. They will also allow us to depart." At this juncture, Akita Jun bowed to Kamaikawa and the others, assuring them, "Rest assured. I shall inform the headquarters that you all died for the empire." The trio, including Yamamoto Shibumi, was left in a state of shock. Just as Akita Jun raised his hand, Kamaikawa, in alarm, hastily interjected, "Akita Jun, Daban has already." Before Kamaikawa could finish, Akita Jun's hand descended, and a barrage of gunfire erupted within the room. Glancing at the three lifeless bodies sprawled in a pool of blood, Akita Jun commanded, "Notify our forces to take control of the city gates immediately," stating it is by the order of Commander Kamai. Meanwhile, the 8th Armored Division, having stealthily marched under the cover of night, surged into the city the moment the mourning soldiers opened the gates. Caught off guard, the mourning defenders stood no chance against the well-armed Dingbei army, particularly in light of their own capitulation. Even though the mourning soldiers were mere beasts, they still possessed emotions. Confronted by the formidable and invincible Dingbei army, they too experienced fear and trepidation. In sheer panic, many of the lower-ranking soldiers surrendered without hesitation. As the conflict in the northeast approaches its resolution, a monumental battle is poised to unfold upon the waters of the Fusang Sea. The beleaguered combined fleet, having suffered devastating attacks from the Dingbei bomber squadrons, is now under the command of the resolute Emperor of Fusang, who has issued a desperate order for a final stand. All remaining warships converge recklessly towards the main forces of the Yan'an Navy. Chapter 120. The Frenzy of the Dingbei Air Force. In the Fusang Sea, within a maritime region near Yongming City, the 1st and 3rd Corps of the Dingbei Army have successfully eradicated the remnants of the Rose Empire across the desolate expanse of Siberia. Following the directives of General Zhang Jin, they have advanced directly into the Arctic Ocean, while the Western Front lies along the banks of the Yini River. The captured soldiers of the Fusang Empire, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, alongside millions of settlers, combined with the tens of thousands of soldiers who surrendered from the Rose Empire, have been organized by Zhang Jin into a formidable construction corps dedicated to the development of the northern wastelands. Their tasks are twofold: cultivating potatoes and constructing railways and roads. One of the Yan'an fleet's primary missions heading north is to escort potato seeds, while the other is to blockade the entire Fusang homeland. At this moment, the Yan'an fleet is a far cry from its former self. The affluent Zhang Jin has once again bolstered the strength of the Yan'an fleet, which is now divided into two distinct formations. One is the Nanyang fleet, comprising 3 Zhang Jin-class battleships, 6 Tianquan-class battleships, 5 Tianshu-class aircraft carriers, 20 heavy cruisers of the Yaoguang-class, 46 light cruisers of the Tianxian-class, 86 destroyers of the Pejuan-class, and 22 Tanlong-class submarines. The other formation is the main Yan'an fleet, consisting of 8 upgraded Zhang Jin Yamato-class battleships, 24 Tianshuan-class Iowa battleships, 16 Tianshu-class Midway-class aircraft carriers, 68 Yaoguang-class main-class cruisers, 220 Tianchuan-class Worcester-class cruisers, 379 Pejuan-class Kailing destroyers, and 62 Tanlang 641B submarines. This is the advantage of possessing a golden touch. While one might toil over the construction of a single battleship, my fleet has already spread across the 4 oceans. Ah, the solitude of invincibility, a sentiment you cannot comprehend. The composition of the Fusang Empire's forces should not be underestimated either. The entirety of their home fleet has mobilized, featuring a super battleship, 12 conventional battleships, 8 aircraft carriers, 18 heavy cruisers, 20 light cruisers, 66 destroyers, and 54 submarines. Aboard the flagship of the Yan'an First Fleet, the Tianquan, Fleet Commander Mi Yun stands in the radar room of the bridge, observing the multitude of blips on the radar display. A smile unexpectedly graces his face. While Zhang Jin's battleships boast formidable firepower, they pale in comparison to the modified Tianquan-class vessels, whose electro-optical and radar systems are from entirely different realms. Distance. Report to the commander. The distance is 110 nautical miles. Bearing southeast. Order all aircraft to launch immediately and deliver a strike. Yes, Commander. At this moment, the aircraft aboard Zhang Jin's aircraft carriers have been upgraded to F-8 fighters and A-4 attack planes. With a command from Mi Yun, 200 fighter jets and attack aircraft from the 16 carriers take to the skies, forming a massive dark cloud as they roar towards the fleet of the Fusang forces. Situated 110 nautical miles away, aboard the flagship of the Fusang fleet, the newly commissioned Mu-class battleship, the scene unfolds. Commander Yamashita Sanzuk of the Morning Fleet stood gravely on the bridge, having led his fleet for 3 days without locating the forces of the Northern Army. If this impasse continued, lacking logistical support, they would be compelled to abandon their ships and return home to face devastation. The thought of the current dire state of their homeland filled Yamashita with an overwhelming desire to personally embrace destruction alongside Zhang Jin. The ruthlessness of Zhang Jin was particularly appalling. From the Morning Emperor to the officers, they had all assumed that after the initial bombing, the worst would be over. Little did they realize that this marked the beginning of a harrowing nightmare, as the Northern Army relentlessly bombarded them day and night, like diligent bees, showing no mercy. While factories elsewhere allowed workers a brief respite during shifts, the merciless Zhang Jin denied them even a moment's reprieve. After more than 10 days of relentless attacks, the coastline of Morning had been reduced to rubble, not mere hyperbole, but a stark reality. The Northern Air Force displayed a madness unprecedented. Any suspected structure or movement on the ground was met with immediate bombardment, sending them to their demise. Ultimately, within dozens of kilometers along the Morning coastline, not a single building remained, and human presence had vanished entirely, with even the stray cats and dogs disappearing. Their fleet, akin to orphan children, found themselves deprived not only of supplies but also of safe harbors. This dire predicament was precisely why Yamashita sought a decisive confrontation with the Yan'an fleet. Report. Enemy aircraft sighted. Northwest. Just as Yamashita was consumed by anxiety, a piercing alarm rang from the mast's lookout tower, followed by the resounding battle bells. He hurriedly lifted the binoculars at his chest to gaze towards the northwest. Suddenly, the binoculars slipped from his grasp, colliding closely with the deck railing. Yamashita remained frozen in his stance, terror etched across his face as he stared into the distance. His crew, too, was rendered speechless, transfixed on the same direction. Previously, these morning soldiers may have been oblivious to the meaning of an ominous sky, but today they were acutely aware of what it meant to be engulfed by darkness. In the northwest skies, an immense cloud loomed ominously, swiftly approaching the waters where the morning fleet lay anchored. It was a formation of gray aircraft, so densely packed that it sent chills down one's spine. Before Yamashita could fully comprehend the situation, the squadron descended upon them with a deafening roar, swiftly dividing into over 20 teams, each targeting battleships and aircraft carriers. The new battleship Mutsu was among the primary targets, as dozens of jets dove in unison. True to their jet fighter nature, their speed rendered the anti-aircraft guns aboard the Mutsu ineffective. Just as the gunners prepared to aim, the F-8 fighters roared in, unleashing a barrage from their 4 cannons that obliterated the ship's anti-aircraft defenses. Almost immediately, 30 massive giant rat rockets cascaded from beneath their fuselage, striking the upper deck in rapid succession. In an instant, the battleship's superstructure was engulfed in the fiery eruption of the rockets. Although the battleship's robust armor withstood the assault, the unfortunate soldiers on deck met a grim fate, with most perishing in the explosion. As the F-8 fighters executed their attack, the A-4M attack planes were not idle. They too launched the air-to-surface torpedoes from under their wings. Dozens of heavy torpedoes descended from all directions, forming a menacing encirclement as they surged towards the Mutsu. As the fighter jets sped away, the surviving sailors realized, in despair, that they were ensnared by the oncoming torpedoes. The scene of being struck simultaneously by dozens of heavy torpedoes was akin to a multitude of fireworks erupting around them. The tremendous force caused the Mutsu to shake violently, swaying erratically as if afflicted by convulsions. The once formidable underwater armor now resembled mere tissue, torn apart in chunks, leaving numerous breaches that denied the Mutsu any chance of repair. Torrents of seawater surged in, while other attacked battleships and aircraft carriers fared little better, finding themselves utterly defenseless as they sank beneath the waves. The ferocity of the assault left the remaining Allied vessels in stunned disbelief. How could they have succumbed so swiftly in a matter of mere minutes? Chapter 121. Testing Combat Capability Yan'an Fleet, Tianquan. Report to the commander. The reconnaissance aircraft reports that the Allied fleet's battleships and aircraft carriers have all been annihilated by our carrier forces. Upon hearing the communications officer's report, Mian stretched languidly and remarked, "Boring. Order the battleship and heavy cruiser formations to encircle the remaining Allied vessels. Inform them not to squander such a splendid opportunity. It is a perfect chance for live combat and to hone their marksmanship." "Yes, Commander." Aboard the Zhang Jin class battleship Huiyun, Captain Zheng Shichong stood on the bridge, occasionally peering through his telescope at the sea ahead. "Radar. Have we detected any enemy ships?" "Report, Captain. An enemy heavy cruiser has been spotted 30 nautical miles to the northwest." Zheng Shichong perked up, seizing the communicator and bellowing, "Set course for the northwest. Full speed ahead." Meanwhile, 30 nautical miles to the northwest of the Huiyun, the advanced heavy cruiser Miaoyun was accelerating away from the recently bombarded zone. There was no choice. The ferocity of the Northern Army's assault had decisively dismantled the core combat strength of the Allied fleet. The terrifying scene left the pampered naval elite of the Allied Empire utterly paralyzed with fear. On the Miaoyun vessel, Captain Daxing Yoji wore a face of trepidation. His fear was not unwarranted. Had there been even the slightest hope of triumph, he would have dared to fight. The grim reality was that they resembled wolves with their limbs broken, helplessly witnessing the lions pounce upon them, with no chance to retaliate. In such a war, even the most resolute spirit could shatter, and Daxing Yoji was no exception, helplessly bellowing on the bridge, "Accelerate, quickly, increase speed." Suddenly, a hasty voice pierced the profound silence of the bridge, jolting Daxing Yoji from his reverie. "Captain Daxing, the lookout tower reports suspicious vessels detected on the northwest defense line." He hurriedly seized his binoculars, and indeed, he spotted a shadow belching thick smoke. Daxiong Yoji's pupils constricted sharply. Could it be a warship of the Dingbei army? Just one? Is it isolated? A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. As he thought, if the Dingbei army's air force is no match for us, surely their navy cannot be either. The adage, a year of the army, a century of the navy, was not mere jest. The newly established Dingbei navy was, in the eyes of the seasoned naval forces, nothing but a child playing house. No matter how formidable their weapons, without elite naval personnel, they were but heaps of scrap metal. He immediately commanded, "Close in." As the distance between the two parties diminished, Daxiong Yoji's expression transformed into one of horror as he uttered, "Yamato?" The 30-kilometer stretch was sufficient to discern the outline of the Hua Yun vessel. Its unmistakable shape and mast made him believe he was dreaming. Yet the blue military flag atop the mast jolted him back to reality. It was not his Yamato, but rather the battleship of the Dingbei army. Then came a wave of dread. To engage a battleship with a heavy cruiser was an act of folly. He shouted, "Quickly, change course. Report. Enemy ships detected at 3 o'clock. Report. Enemy vessels sighted at 6 o'clock. Captain, we are surrounded at 8 and 9 o'clock." Daxiong Yoji hastily brought his high-powered binoculars to his eyes, and indeed, shadows emerged from all directions. He stumbled, nearly collapsing to the deck had he not grasped the railing for support. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, massive columns of water erupted from nearby. The battleship that had previously detected them had opened fire. Daxiong Yoji's scalp prickled with anxiety. What to do? What to do? The other officers and soldiers wore expressions of dread, fully aware of their fate should they continue to resist. Boom, boom, boom. Again, colossal columns of water surged skyward as two shells landed fore and aft of the Miao Yun vessel, the waves they created crashing against its sides. Quick, raise the white flag, we surrender. Daxiong Yoji ultimately chose to surrender. At this juncture, the empire of Fuso had not yet descended into the madness it would later display, with its penchant for suicide attacks or the notion of noble sacrifice. Zhang Jin's offensive was simply too swift, leaving the higher echelons of Fuso without time to brainwash their ranks. Aboard the Huiyun, an officer standing behind Zheng Shichong suddenly exclaimed, "Captain, look, they have surrendered." Zheng Shichong furrowed his brow. What surrender? Is that not merely a massive pair of underpants? Perhaps they are simply hanging it on the mast as a makeshift clothesline. The officer, momentarily taken aback, pondered who could possibly wear such oversized undergarments. However, upon catching the deeper meaning in Zheng Shichong's gaze, he quickly realized and slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Captain, look at my head. Doesn't it resemble those large underpants?" He called out to the surrounding officers and soldiers, who exchanged glances before echoing in unison, "Yes, it is indeed those large underpants." A smile immediately brightened Zheng Shichong's face as he declared with robust enthusiasm, "Quickly inform the nearby ships. They must not mistake it. The Fuso forces are renowned for their commitment to noble sacrifice, and we cannot thwart their intentions. Report, the ship's cannons are prepared," shouted the artillery commander. "Fire." Zheng Shichong commanded with a single word, fully aware of the humiliation Fuso had previously inflicted upon Xinghua. Having finally seized the opportunity for vengeance, he could not allow his pent-up frustration to remain unaddressed. Meanwhile, Daxiong Yoji gazed at the approaching dark spots, momentarily bewildered. Had the white flag been blown away? The Miao Yun was not as fortunate as before. This time, during a simultaneous barrage, two shells hurtled directly towards it. One grazed the left side of the ship, splashing into the water. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, creating a gaping hole below the waterline and causing the Miao Yun to lurch sharply to the left. Just as the first shell detonated, the second struck the deck at the stern. Boom! A colossal fireball erupted from the deck, obliterating the rear of the ship into fragments. The furious sea water surged in, causing the Miao Yun to tilt gradually, its bow rising ever higher. Within mere minutes, only the bow of the Miao Yun remained above the surface. Zheng Shichong, witnessing the Miao Yun reduced to mere ship's tip, finally wore a joyful expression as he enthusiastically commanded, "Continue the search." In the wilderness of the north, within a prisoner of war camp, several officers stood behind a camera, observing a double-track railway under construction. Countless Fuso soldiers busily wielded tools to smooth the road. At that moment, in front of the camera, a smiling officer from the Dingbei army was distributing fruit candy to a few Fuso soldiers. who appeared genuinely delighted. Ever since their arrival in the north, their diet had been reduced to a weekly treat of cornbread, while they typically consumed a mixture of bran, wood shavings, leaves, or whatever non-toxic greenery they could find, combined with a scant amount of cornmeal to form their meager rations. Do not even mention the fructose. The moment it was handed over, I hastily shoved it into my mouth without even peeling off the skin. When the despondent figure received the candy, the flash of a camera momentarily illuminated the scene, and the officer, who had been previously amiable, suddenly changed his demeanor, his expression turning cold as he cast a disdainful glance at the despondent individuals. Without hesitation, he kicked each of them to the ground, scoffing, "Humph, such beasts as you have no right to indulge in candy. 20 lashes for each of you. Starve them for 3 more days and double their workload." In the city of Fontian, at the governor's office, a multitude of foreigners gathered in the small square of the main hall, members of the investigative team dispatched by the League of Nations. Chapter 122. The Outbreak of Zhang Jin. General Zhang Jin has arrived. The murmurs among the foreigners in the square ceased as they turned their attention to the main hall, where the ceremonial sounds echoed. The sound of booted footsteps soon resonated from within, and Zhang Jin, clad in military attire and draped in a trench coat, emerged from the back hall, inciting a stir among the onlookers with his youthful visage, a rarity among the powers of the Western world. With a hint of reserved smile, Zhang Jin welcomed them. "Welcome to my Jiuzhou." An elderly gentleman among the foreigners removed his hat and inclined his body slightly, addressing Zhang Jin, "Esteemed General, I am Coulter, responsible for the affairs of the investigative team." He proceeded to introduce his accompanying entourage. "This is Ms. Latana, and this is Mr. Frant." Zhang Jin nodded to each as Coulter concluded his introductions and then directly inquired, "Mr. Coulter, pray tell, what brings you here?" Coulter was momentarily taken aback. Should not Zhang Jin be hosting a grand banquet in their honor? They were representatives of the League of Nations, after all. Did Zhang Jin not harbor any fear? The other foreigners, witnessing Zhang Jin's brusque demeanor, displayed their displeasure. At that moment, the woman named Litana stepped forward, articulating an impeccable Jiuzhou dialect. "General Zhang, I am a reporter for the Rundown Daily of the Great Eagle Empire. May I ask why you are slaughtering the civilian populace of the despondent empire and indiscriminately bombing its homeland? Is such a blatant disregard for humanity not excessively cruel? Furthermore, your unprovoked offensives in the territories occupied by the despondent empire, do they not raise suspicions of waging war? Are you not disrupting the peace and tranquility of the Far East, plunging its people back into turmoil?" Zhang Jin's brow furrowed slightly as he regarded the woman, who spoke with righteous fervor as she continued her relentless questioning. "Last year, you brazenly dispatched troops to invade the South Seas, causing countless casualties and trampling upon the sovereignty of other nations. Should you not provide an explanation for this? Should the South Seas not return to its previous order?" The other foreigners silently observed the woman as she challenged Zhang Jin, their faces reflecting a mix of ridicule and condescension. Despite having been defeated by Zhang Jin countless times, these Westerners maintained an air of superiority, as if they were deities looking down upon mortals, readily bestowing praise upon themselves while questioning others from their moral high ground. In essence, their message was clear: I may act, while you cannot. My actions are justified, whereas yours are villainous. How did Zhang Jin respond to this situation? Without uttering a word, he strode forward and seized Rita's hair, yanking her head forcefully. A cry of despair escaped Rita's lips as Zhang Jin, gripping her hair, forced her face towards the ground and coldly remarked, "Do you consider yourself righteous? Noble in your convictions? Look closely, you stand on the land of Jiuzhou. What audacity allows you to speak so grandiosely? When the invaders besieged us, why did you not rise to question them? Should the invaders claim our land and our people perish?" Zhang Jin's voice resonated with lethal intent, leaving Rita paralyzed with fear. He cast a glance at the terrified Rita and dragged her before the other foreigners. In the horrified gaze of several onlookers, he drew a dagger and gently grazed it along Rita's neck. Blood gushed forth instantaneously. Having completed this act, Zhang Jin released his grip, and Rita crumpled to the ground like a lifeless doll. Colt and the others felt their knees weaken, their hearts heavy with regret. Had they known Zhang Jin was such a man, they would have never approached him. Meanwhile, Zhang Jin regained his composure, donning a remarkably benevolent smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, do you have any further inquiries? I, Zhang, am most willing to share my knowledge." Witnessing Zhang Jin's rapid transformation, Colt and the others dared not utter a word. bowing their heads in trepidation, eager to flee this cursed place. They would remember Zhang Jin's cruelty, vowing to vilify him upon their return, ensuring this matter would not be forgotten. Observing the quaking colt and his companions, Zhang Jin's smile grew even more amiable. It appears that you esteemed observers also resonate with my perspective. Therefore, to deepen your understanding of our kinship, I have decided to send you to a labor camp for a decade. As long as you survive, I shall ensure your grand return to your homeland, provided, of course, that your country still exists. Looking at Colt and his companions, who were nearly fainting from fear, he delivered another crushing blow. Fear not, for I, Zhang Jin, am a reasonable man. In a few days, I shall arrange for your parents and families to reunite with you. No need to thank me. After all, I am a good man. Take them away. In the Western world, once engulfed in chaos and disarray, the landscape shifted abruptly into tranquility following the swift surrender of the Frankies. Although this calm was merely the precursor to an impending storm, it offered a rare moment of respite for all nations. Soon after, news from the east began to flood in. Tales of a devil named Zhang Jin, notorious for his penchant for slaughtering humans and consuming their flesh and brains, with his army, the Dingbei troops, being equally notorious for their atrocities, exploiting the populace, extorting resources, and committing acts of arson and pillage. The people of the East were in utter despair, their lives hanging by a thread, struggling even to secure their next meal. Through the fervent promotion of these newspapers, the common folk of the West suddenly realized that their lives were rather satisfactory. This revelation ignited a wave of righteous indignation, with some Westerners clamoring for an immediate cessation of hostilities and a united effort to eliminate Zhang Jin. Amidst the tumultuous public opinion, a marvel from the East, known as television, began to permeate the Western world. This enchanting invention could broadcast not only programs and films, but also deliver news in vivid imagery, allowing viewers to experience events in a profound manner. A documentary titled The Awakening of the Dragon commenced its airing, showcasing the vast lands of the East, its rich customs, and particularly the towering edifices and bustling streets of Yan'an. The extensive highways, railways, and the frenetic activity at airports, alongside the sight of immense factories standing shoulder to shoulder, were striking. The radiant smiles of the populace, brimming with happiness and joy, struck a chord with the Western commoners. They were jolted into the realization that they had been deceived by their own nation. The East was, in fact, more advanced and prosperous. Most importantly, there was peace, no war to be found. As the sentiments of the Westerners surged, images of labor camps began to surface. They saw officers from the Dingbei army mingling amiably with prisoners from other nations, sharing laughter, sweets, and meals of plentiful rice, fish, and meat. Even Western captives exclaimed in unison their desire to remain in Yan'an, where they enjoyed good food, restful nights, and opportunities to earn an income, resolutely rejecting a return to their former oppressive homeland. Such imagery stirred the hearts of the Western commoners, and even the affluent families and upper echelons found themselves captivated. In a continent ravaged by war, the threat was palpable not only to the common folk, but also to the middle and upper classes, who pondered their options for refuge. The American Empire had once seemed a promising sanctuary, yet under Zhang Jin's formidable pressure, its national strength and economy had plummeted to dismal depths, nearly rendering its citizens unable to sustain themselves. Consequently, they contemplated a grim existence. However, after viewing the television broadcasts, they suddenly perceived that Yan'an could indeed be an excellent alternative. With the airing of these programs, Yan'an's image underwent a dramatic transformation, prompting the powerful nations of the West to become increasingly restless. Chapter 123. What fierce beasts are they? In the Prussian Empire, in the city of Berlin, within the royal palace, Emperor Hitler sat upon his golden throne, surveying the ministers of war and civil affairs within the palace. With the continuous victories of the Prussian army, the emperor's prestige within the empire soared. Yet today, Hitler's demeanor was less than favorable, instilling trepidation among the ministers standing before him. The once amiable monarch now bore a formidable temperament. A single misstep could jeopardize their positions. Dear Minister Boris, how is the development of our new fighter jets progressing? The rotund, portly figure of a minister stepped forward hastily. Your Majesty, our new aircraft is still under rigorous development. As Boris finished speaking, he noticed a change in Schiller's expression, causing a sudden jolt of apprehension within him. He hastily remedied the situation by stating, however, The Ministry of Armaments has developed several prototypes that are currently undergoing individual testing. Schiller's countenance visibly improved, but soon furrowed his brows in inquiry. Why not test them all together? Boris, his demeanor growing tense, replied, the budget of the Ministry of Armaments is insufficient to support trials of multiple models simultaneously. Schiller's expression darkened at this revelation. Before he could voice his displeasure, a finance official from the Empire swiftly intervened, saying, Your Majesty, a significant portion of the Empire's finances is allocated to procure medicines, weapons, spare parts, fuel, and other supplies from Yan'an. The domestic Abrahamites have largely been cleared out, and the Empire's finances may not be able to raise further resources in the short term. If this continues, the Empire will have no choice but to draw upon the war funds and the budget set aside for public welfare. Upon hearing that war funds might be utilized, the indifferent generals within the palace immediately expressed their discontent. General Walter, the chief of staff, stood up and declared, Your Majesty, the military has already devised plans for airstrikes against the Eagle Nation and an offensive against the Rose Empire. If these funds are diverted, the military will have to abandon these plans. Walter gazed fervently at Schiller. Your Majesty, if we can conquer the Rose Empire, we will secure enough resources to dominate the entire world. At that point, everything from Yan'an will belong to us. As for the financial shortfall, the Abrahamites within the Empire are but a mere fraction. What of the others? The Abrahamites in our territory are insignificant. For a moment, Schiller was taken aback, momentarily stunned, before excitement surged within him. Suddenly, he sprang up from his throne, exclaiming, Walters. The intelligence officer, Walters, promptly approached. My Majesty, how may I serve you? Deploy all your personnel. I do not wish to see a single Abrahamite on Aryan soil. Your will shall be done, Walters replied, standing tall and saluting Schiller before swiftly departing the palace. Once Walters, the chief of intelligence, exited, the atmosphere in the palace noticeably brightened. The Interior Minister, Bowman, spoke up. Your Majesty, you are aware of the recent uproar surrounding the Yan'an incident, are you not? Television plays a crucial role in shaping public opinion. We must seize control of the television broadcasting in the entire occupied zone. We cannot allow Yan'an to dominate our narrative. Schiller nodded thoughtfully. Having previously regarded the televisions produced by Yan'an merely as a means to enhance entertainment. However, this recent confrontation over public opinion made him realize the terrifying potential of television compared to newspapers. Newspapers are static, television is dynamic. A mere flicker can overshadow print. Much like a video eclipses a photograph, one's preference is obvious. The Prussian Empire has indeed seized a vast expanse of territory recently, making such a media channel exceedingly necessary. A look of intrigue appeared on Schiller's face, just as he was about to speak, when Walter's serious voice broke in, Your Majesty, antagonizing Zhang Jin is not a wise choice. Zhang Jin triumphed over the Eagle Nation and the formidable army of hundreds of thousands from Phalanchi in the South Seas, and in the north, he vanquished the million-strong forces of the Rose Empire, reclaiming their homeland. The intelligence agency has just reported that Zhang Jin has astonishingly recaptured the northeastern territories of the Morning Empire, which had been under occupation, in merely a week. He annihilated the Morning Empire's so-called third strongest joint fleet at sea, while his formidable air force virtually reduced the entire Morning homeland to rubble. Such a formidable power presents a grave concern. How can the Empire navigate the peril of provoking him without thorough preparations? Zero was momentarily taken aback. His previously self-satisfied demeanor swiftly shifted to clarity. He recalled Zhang Jin's might and the precariousness of offending him while attempting to wield control over these matters. Hesitation soon enveloped Zero. Beyond military strength, there was another consideration. Zhang Jin was the foremost supplier to the Prussian Empire, providing everything from aircraft and warships to military rations and components, with the influence of Yan'an evident throughout the Prussian forces. Most crucially, the thought that Zhang Jin might side with the Great Eagle Empire or the Rose Empire sent a chill through him. Having pondered all this, Zero resolved, this matter must be abandoned. He turned to Boris, his expression grave, and stated, Boris, I need your military-industrial department to accelerate the development of advanced weaponry. You need not concern yourselves with funding. The Empire's treasury will endeavor to meet your needs. Walter, regarding the plans to attack the Eagle Nation and the Rose Empire, I urge you to hasten the pace. Only by securing the resources of the Rose and eliminating the Eagle as a disruptor can we set our sights on the entire world. Although Ziril had decided against defending Zhang Jin, a fire smoldered within him, and at that moment, he had already regarded Zhang Jin as his most formidable rival. In the capital city of Rundan, within the palace of the Great Eagle Empire, our beautiful queen, Her Majesty Isabella, was similarly engaged in discussions with Prime Minister Churchill regarding the matter of television. Your Majesty, the clouds of war loom ominously over the kingdom. The aristocrats and affluent who fled from Phalanchi have long sought to escape the realm. Their ideal refuge was once the Meliga Empire, but alas, that once prosperous land has transformed into a den of iniquity, deterring these wealthy individuals from venturing there. Now, with the emergence of another promised land, it is likely that those who have long desired to flee will not miss this opportunity. Churchill, with a grim countenance, spoke of the current plight of the Eagle Nation. It is essential to recognize that in the West, the wealthy encompass not only the affluent but also doctors, lawyers, educators, researchers, and a myriad of middle-class professionals. If the merchants depart, it is one matter, but if these talented individuals also abandon ship, the Great Eagle Empire risks descending into the status of a second-rate nation. The most vexing aspect lies here. The West prides itself on liberty, rendering it impossible to overtly prevent their departure. If they were to flee to Meliga, it could be excused as a matter of kin. Yet, the situation with Jojo is distinctly different. Throughout the Western world, or rather, the white world, there exists no desire for Jojo's rise. Eliza gazed at the worried Churchill and suddenly exclaimed, "Mr. Prime Minister, let them go. Their departure may indeed prove beneficial." Churchill was momentarily taken aback, casting a puzzled look at Eliza. With an air of confidence, she continued, "Our values diverge significantly from those of the East. If these individuals venture forth, they will inevitably carry our thoughts and customs with them. Have you not remarked how the people of the East are often enamored with foreign cultures? I believe it won't be long before the 9 continents are assimilated into our ways. In due course, they will celebrate our festivals and speak our language. When a clash of cultures ensues, it is likely that they will turn against one another without our intervention. We shall merely observe the spectacle. Our foremost priority at present is to resist the Prussian forces. If these individuals depart, it may indeed facilitate the alignment of the 9 continents with us." Churchill regarded her thoughtfully, unable to suppress a deep, contemplative glance at Eliza. The wisdom reflected in her eyes left him profoundly astonished. He had not anticipated that this young queen possessed such insight and foresight. While the Western continent remained paralyzed by their respective apprehensions, the distant land of America was not idle. The American Empire had been making subtle, yet significant moves, not only shutting down the television towers belonging to Yan'an within its borders, but also apprehending numerous individuals of 9 continents' descent. In the heart of New York City, amidst its bustling streets, stood an architectural gem reminiscent of 9 continents style, a courtyard adorned with a grand red plaque proclaiming it as the Yan'an Intelligence Collection and Investigation Station in America. Chapter 124, Hounds of Hades. Within the main hall of the intelligence station, 3 individuals stood at the entrance: Station Chief Wang Qi, Action Team Leader Li Gui, and Intelligence Department Head Wu Can spoke up. "Chief, we have uncovered the truth. The recent crackdown on television sets was instigated by the Abrahams behind the scenes. The press and radio stations of the American Empire are largely under Abraham control. Naturally, our television presence encroaches upon their interests. Despite their outwardly amiable facade, these Abrahams are quite treacherous. For monetary gain, they would resort to anything, even dragging a nation into the abyss." A glint of cold light flashed in Wang Qi's eyes. "Do they not fear retribution from us?" "They certainly do. We are engaged in warfare with the funeral people, and the Abrahams presumed we would be embroiled in conflict for 2 to 3 years. They were unprepared for our swift resolution. We concluded the battle in just 1 week. They naively believed we would refrain from taking action for such meager interests." Interests? They are provoking us, provoking the 9 continents, and challenging the authority of the Grand Marshal. "Have we identified the perpetrators?" Wang Qi inquired. "Yes, Chief. We have traced it back to the American United Press Company, the largest newspaper publisher on this continent, which, in our words, serves as the mouthpiece of the American Empire." "And where is their headquarters?" "It is located in New York." Wang Qi immediately turned to Li Gui, commanding, "Captain Li, assemble the action team." "Yes, Chief." Li Gui responded, producing a copper whistle from his pocket and blowing it forcefully. The shrill sound of the whistle echoed throughout the courtyard. Li Gui placed down the copper whistle and immediately heard the sound of footsteps echoing from one side of the small square. Following this, a formation of soldiers, arranged in 2 columns, rushed forth from the side courtyard. With a thunderous roar, several armored vehicles emerged from the garage across the street. Wang Qi promptly approached one of the Humvees, exclaiming, "Let us head to the headquarters of that organization." At that moment, it was the morning in New Moon City, bustling with traffic and filled with expatriates heading to work. Suddenly, the deep growl of diesel engines filled the streets, causing the chaotic flow of vehicles to scatter like frightened rabbits, clearing the way in the center. A newcomer to the grand city of New Moon, a young Caucasian, gazed in wonder at the bizarre scene and could not help but inquire, "What is happening?" From the crowd, someone replied, "It's the Hounds of Hades." Hades? The general from the east? Indeed. A burly Caucasian man, standing close to the young man, responded in a nasal tone, then abruptly expressed his anger. These damned fellows flaunting their power in the east is one thing, but now they dare come here to act like lords. The man's outburst startled those nearby, and a woman beside him glanced around in alarm, urging, "Darlet, be quiet. Do you want to get us killed?" Realizing his indiscretion, the burly man's face turned pale with apprehension as he quickly turned to flee with the woman. This series of events filled the young newcomer with curiosity, prompting him to seek further information. Just as he was about to speak, an elderly Caucasian gentleman, exuding kindness, pulled him aside to a less crowded area and solemnly advised, "Child, now that you have arrived in this city, remember to never speak ill of the 9 continents in public, nor discuss any generals. It will lead to tremendous trouble." The young man looked baffled. "But the newspapers say the 9 continents bombed us. Why should we fear them?" The elderly man shook his head. "You will understand in time. Remember my words, child." Meanwhile, the Melaga police officers maintaining order on the streets reacted to the thunderous roar of diesel engines in 2 distinct ways. Some officers hurriedly dashed into the street to disperse vehicles, displaying a servile demeanor, while others stood by, observing with indifference. The rumble of the engines grew louder, and before long, a convoy of military green Humvees approached. Suddenly, the lead vehicle came to an abrupt halt, and the window slowly rolled down. Wang Qi leaned out, and a white officer resembling a sheriff approached him. "Mr. Wang, how may I assist you?" Wang Qi, smiling at the deferential officer, inquired, "Sheriff Brute, who in your department enforces the television ban in New Moon City?" "It is Deputy Chief Kalimdor," Brute replied without hesitation. Wang Qi, pleased with Brute's answer, looked at him meaningfully and remarked, "Sheriff Brute, I believe you are more than capable of serving as a deputy chief." Brute's face lit up with joy as he replied, "Thank you for your support, Mr. Wang." Wang Qi gazed at the exuberant Brute, secretly lamenting that this foreigner was not so different from the people within Xinhua. Both possessed the full range of human emotions, equally adept at flattery, and naturally, some even sought personal gain at the expense of their nation. In the past, Westerners wielded significant power, intimidating the citizens of Xinhua, and many took pride in their sycophantic behavior towards them. Yet now, the tides had turned. Yan'an was rising. Even a formidable entity like the Prussian Empire dared not test its mettle, and how could the beleaguered United States, already battered by Zhang Jin, muster the audacity to do so? During this period, Zhang Jin had relentlessly struck against the Eagle Nation, France, and ruthlessly assaulted Ross, achieving victory after victory, instilling fear in countless hearts. Consequently, the United States had split into 2 factions. One wished to retreat like a turtle, hiding away and avoiding Zhang Jin, content with the status quo. The other sought to revive the glory of America, harboring deep resentment towards Zhang Jin, embodying the notion that a gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold. Both factions were deeply wary of Zhang Jin's military might, reluctant to act rashly, which was one reason why Wang Qi and his compatriots could operate with impunity in the United States. Of course, there were a few extremists, like Brute's mention of Kamlido, who occasionally emerged to stir trouble. One of Wang Qi's tasks this time was to eliminate such malignant influences. Captain Li issued orders, directing them to the New York JC Bureau. Li Gui's expression tightened slightly. "Chief, won't this lead to misunderstandings in the American Empire?" "Misunderstandings?" Wang Qi retorted with a cold smile. "Today, I am eager to witness their reaction to our obliteration of their JC Bureau. What is there to fear?" Upon hearing Wang Qi's words, Li Gui immediately objected. "Fear? Why should I be afraid? If you're unafraid, why should I, old Li, be frightened?" "Communications officer, relay the order. Target the New York JC Bureau. Chief, what about the joint communications? Should we send someone? No need. This time, I want the Americans to act on their own. Let them all understand the consequences of offending Yan'an. Just as Wang Qi was about to instruct the driver to proceed, he caught sight of several Caucasian officers standing at a distance, particularly a middle-aged sheriff adorned with a JC badge, who was watching them with a cold expression. Without hesitation, Wang Qi opened the door and stepped out of the car, striding directly towards the middle-aged sheriff. The sheriff, initially taken aback by Wang Qi's sudden approach, soon displayed a look of panic. "Do you hate us?" Wang Qi inquired abruptly in English as he reached the sheriff. The sheriff's face paled instantly, and he opened his mouth to respond. "I kneel." Wang Qi interjected coldly, not allowing him a moment to speak. The sheriff was momentarily stunned, his face flushing with anger as he instinctively reached for his weapon at his waist. However, Wang Qi's next words rendered him frozen in place. "Go find out where his home is." The sheriff's expression shifted dramatically, a hint of humiliation crossing his features, and ultimately, he bent his knee, succumbing to the command. Wang Qi gazed down at the kneeling figure of the middle-aged J leader and coldly remarked, "If you choose to kneel, then do so with the demeanor befitting your position. Do not expose that unsightly dog-like visage of yours. Do you truly believe you are worthy of both playing the harlot and maintaining a facade of respectability?" With that, amidst the horrified stares of those around, he drew a pistol and aimed it at the man's head. Chapter 125, Bullying the Weak. Bang! Wang Qi observed as the middle-aged J official's brain splattered onto the ground. Casually tossing the gun to a terrified brute, he indifferently instructed, "Remember to clean this up properly." He turned and strode away, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock. The American spectators, witnessing Wang Qi's nonchalant departure after the act of murder, felt something within them shatter. The newly arrived young white man, initially gripped by fear, found his eyes igniting with fervor. Westerners, it seemed, revered only wealth or strength, and in that moment, the Jojo figure embodied the latter. A thought suddenly flickered in the young man's mind. It would be splendid to be born in Jojo in the next life. They have killed Sheriff Porter. It took a considerable time for the JC to react with an outraged exclamation. Brute was startled, hurriedly covering the young JC's mouth, sternly reprimanding him. "Do you wish to die? If those Jojo people hear you, it will be the end of you." The gathered JCs gazed upon Porter's lifeless body, feeling a twinge of sorrow. Would this truly be the end? "What do you intend to do? Arrest them and avenge Porter? Who among you dares to take that step? You? Or you?" Brute's voice echoed in their ears, silencing any thoughts of rebellion. All heads bowed in submission, too afraid to meet Brute's gaze. "I know you all look down upon me, Brute, believing me to be a traitor, but everything I do is for our J Bureau. If it weren't for me, more than just Porter would have perished today. None of you would escape. From now on, keep your little schemes to yourselves. We cannot afford to provoke the Jojo people." On another front, Wang Qi led his task force through the streets with reckless abandon. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at the base of an old building, 8 or 9 stories tall. Wang Qi disembarked and, accompanied by dozens of soldiers, advanced into the structure. Upon entering, they were greeted by a spacious lobby where J personnel halted in their tracks, taken aback by the sudden intrusion. As soon as they recognized the Eastern faces and the insignia of the White Tiger on their arms, their expressions shifted dramatically. The notorious god of death Wang Qi was well known throughout New York City. "Mr. Wang, are you here to see Director Dose?" A strikingly beautiful female J officer approached them without hesitation. Wang Qi regarded the alluring white J officer, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he extended his hand and delivered a firm slap. Instantly, a seductive expression graced her face, her eyes aflame with desire as she looked at Wang Qi. "Mr. Wang, I am available tonight." "Indeed, come find me this evening," he replied. The members of the task force behind him appeared unfazed, for prior to their departure, Zhang Jin had hosted a farewell gathering, advising them to manage their hearts while indulging in whatever pleasures they desired abroad. When they first emerged, they remained oblivious to the implications until they arrived in the United States, where they were incessantly approached by heavily made-up foreign women. It was then that they realized that Jojo had long since transformed. Zhang Jin's burgeoning power had consequently elevated the entire Jojo, attracting an innumerable array of foreign women seeking affection. Each individual present was besieged daily by a different admirer. Wang Qi swiftly recalled that he had urgent matters to attend to and pushed away a Caucasian woman who had nearly nestled into his embrace, commanding, Take me to Director Calendar. Clatter, clatter, clatter. As soon as Wang Qi finished speaking, a cacophony of polished shoes echoed through the hall. Turning towards the sound, he spotted his old acquaintance, Director Dose of the New York City Bureau, accompanied by a throng of agents. Upon seeing Wang Qi, Dose's face instantly broke into a smile, and he hastily approached, extending his hands to grasp Wang Qi's, bowing slightly. Mr. Wang, what a pleasant surprise. You needn't have come personally. Simply call for me if there's anything you require. Wang Qi shook Dose's hand and surveyed the multitude of agents behind him. That gentleman is Director Calendar. Step forward and let me see you. He then cast a sweeping glance over the assembly before fixing his gaze upon a plump Caucasian man, whose expression was one of palpable panic. Are you Calendar? The rotund man's face drained of color. What do you want? Wang Qi regarded him coldly. What I want is of little consequence. The question is, what do you, Mr. Calendar, intend to do? He then produced a sheet of white paper from his pocket and unfolded it. Calendar, you are suspected of jeopardizing national security and willfully instigating discord. I hereby place you under arrest according to the law. Cooperation will yield leniency. Resistance will be met with severity. Confessing your crimes is your only avenue for clemency. The agents present were rendered speechless upon witnessing Wang Qi brandishing an arrest warrant. A foreigner was attempting to arrest a public official of the American Empire. It seemed absurd. Yet, the gravity of Wang Qi's demeanor sent a chill through the agents of New York City. Dose, wishing to interject, found himself silenced by Wang Qi's glacial gaze that could freeze one in their tracks. The others remained mute, despite their simmering outrage, for they were acutely aware of the countless lives that had been lost at the hands of Wang Qi and his compatriots, often for trivial grievances. What instilled the greatest fear in them was the apparent indifference of their superiors, the state, and the higher echelons of the American government, who seemed deaf and mute, never offering a word of explanation. Over time, this had fostered a deep-seated trepidation. Calendar, confronted with the incomprehensible characters on the paper, felt his legs weaken, and he hastily raised his hands in surrender. I confess. Wang Qi cast a disdainful glance at Calendar, recognizing that the officials of America were no different from the corrupt bureaucrats of Yan'an, equally fearful for their lives. Very well, he remarked. This spares me the trouble of employing coercive measures. He turned to Li Gui behind him and instructed, have him place his fingerprints and sign. Calendar hurriedly pressed his fingerprint on the confession letter handed to him by Li Gui, signing his name with urgency. Li Gui then turned to show the confession to Wang Qi, who nodded in acknowledgement. Li Gui immediately turned his gaze to the trembling Calendar and declared, by the authority bestowed upon me by the commander, I hereby announce that Calendar is suspected of endangering the safety of the 9 continents and deliberately instigating conflict between the 2 nations. For his multiple offenses, he shall face the death penalty. Calendar's expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to take action, but soldiers swiftly restrained him, pinning him to the ground. However, Li Gui suddenly changed his tone. In light of Calendar's active confession and his display of surrender, I shall commute the death penalty to imprisonment. Calendar, who had been struggling fiercely, instantly lit up with hope and ceased his resistance. Yet, Li Gui's subsequent words shattered his newfound relief due to logistical constraints. We do not have a prison established. Therefore, I have decided, in accordance with battlefield discipline, to execute Calendar on the spot. With that, Li Gui drew his pistol and pressed it against the back of Calendar's head, pulling the trigger. The deafening gunshot sent a wave of horror through the hall, causing the female members present to scream in shock. Others stood pale, their hearts a tumult of emotions, anger, impulsiveness, but predominantly fear, rendering them frozen in place. Wang Qi observed the stunned members of the New Moon, a faint smile gracing his lips. This was the effect he had sought. He aimed to instill in them the understanding that the 9 continents were not to be trifled with, nor to be insulted. As for the potential backlash from those present, death was merely a consequence. He firmly believed that the commander would seek vengeance for him and his comrades. Evidently, he had won this gamble. Director Dose. Wang Qi suddenly spoke up. The startled Dose snapped back to reality, but before he could respond, Wang Qi continued, You have 2 tasks at hand. First, release the individuals you apprehended and penalize all officers involved in the arrests. The unwarranted detention of television personnel has caused them significant physical and emotional harm, and they must be compensated. $1 million for each individual will suffice. Second, Apprehend all conspirators and hand them over for due judgment. You have 24 hours, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Having delivered his commands, Wang Qi showed no intention of further engaging with Dose, turning to leave with his entourage. The hall was left with a single corpse and a group of bewildered Mei officials. In the capital of the Mariga Empire, Huadong City, the dark and imposing Black Palace housed Chancellor Sralev, who stood before his desk with a furrowed brow, devoid of his usual wisdom. "What do you propose we do?" asked a hawk-nosed man standing at the desk. "These Yinnan people are rampaging through our nation, killing indiscriminately, which has sparked public discontent. I believe we must immediately arrest them. Let us instruct our consulate in Yunnan to protest to Zhang Jin. He must explain this incident and guarantee that such occurrences will not happen again. Otherwise, we shall resort to necessary measures." As soon as the hawk-nosed man finished speaking, a derisive laugh rang out. "Protest to Zhang Jin? Do you think our consulate in Yunnan dares to do so? Perhaps, Mr. Rhodes, you should make the trip personally?" The speaker is a fair-haired, blue-eyed purebred Saxon, whose disdainful gaze and sarcastic remarks reveal a palpable animosity towards the hawkish-nosed official. The latter's expression darkened instantly as he obstinately retorted, "General T. I maintain that we must adopt a firm stance against Zhang Jin. We cannot allow him to act with impunity." Upon hearing this, Sralev remained silent, directing his attention to the sole military figure in the room. "General Roden, what are your thoughts?" The elderly man replied candidly, "General T. The military has just received word that a significant fleet of Zhang Jin has arrived near our western coastline. Our current naval forces are no match for them." The hawkish-nosed man expressed his dissatisfaction, countering, "General Roden, how can you claim we would be defeated without engaging in battle?" The general, maintaining an impassive demeanor, responded, "The Yunnan forces were capable of annihilating the defeated joint fleet in half a day. They could similarly eradicate us within a day." He continued, "General T. Our industrial capacity has been severely crippled. We are unable to mass-produce anti-aircraft artillery. Should we endure another bombing, I firmly believe the outcome would mirror the last." The elder's words served as the final straw, aging Sralev by decades in an instant. "Very well, inform Director Dose of New U that we acquiesce to their demands." There was no other option. In this brutal world governed by the survival of the fittest, the weak have no voice, and even the slightest misstep could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 126. The winds of Yunnan rise. Do not indulge in futility. In Yunnan, at the Yang family mansion in Beiping, Yang Tsung paced anxiously in the hall, akin to an ant on a hot skillet. As the highest official of Beiping, he held considerable sway in Yunnan, and he was among the first to learn of Zhang Jin's decisive victory over Rose, a defeat that had sent shockwaves through his very core. While Zhang Jin's triumphant return was cause for widespread celebration across Yunnan for Yang Tsung, it was a thunderclap that nearly struck him dead with fear. In a daze, he returned home, and the first order of business was to summon Mr. Wen to meet with him. Just as Yang Tsung's impatience began to mount, an irked, aged voice called from outside, "Yunhua, what pressing matter necessitates such urgency for my presence?" Mr. Wen entered, visibly displeased, accompanied by Baihizi. Observing Baihizi's disheveled attire and flushed cheeks, Yang Tsung deduced that the old man was up to no good. It must be said, women of the defeated faction possess an undeniable allure in that regard. Bold and uninhibited, Yang Tsung's gaze roamed over Baihizi before he recalled the purpose of their meeting. "Mr. Wen, I have just received news that Zhang Jin has vanquished the Rose Empire, completely annihilating the forces of the defeated faction in the northeast. He is expected to return victorious shortly." The elderly Mr. Wen was momentarily taken aback. Had Zhang Jin truly defeated two formidable nations in just a few days? Was this some sort of child's play? Baihizi, a member of the defeated faction, was even less inclined to believe it. Gripping Yang Tsung's collar in fury, she exclaimed, "Baka! This is impossible. The warriors of the Empire can never fail. Are you attempting to deceive us?" Overcome with emotion, Baihizi's chest heaved dramatically, causing the buttons of her white shirt to pop open. Yang Tsung's eyes nearly bulged in astonishment as he regained his composure after a moment. "Mr. Wen, Miss Baiha, we are all in the same boat here. Do you truly believe I would deceive you?" The elderly gentleman named Wen had calmed down, though his eyes still reflected wonder. It is widely said that the martial prowess of Yunnan is formidable, and indeed, it does not deceive. With Zhang Jin's triumphant return, we must alter our plans. He turned to Hizi. "How many capable individuals do you have at your disposal in Yunnan?" Miss Baiha quickly interjected, Mr. 1. Zhang Jin's intelligence agency has severely compromised the imperial spy network in Yan'an. I can only muster 100 or so operatives in the short term. When nodded, that will suffice. Yinhua, is it possible for you to acquire Zhang Jin's itinerary? Will he be traveling by train or by plane? Mr. 1, you overestimate my capabilities. I am merely a humble governor, not a cabinet official. The old man furrowed his brow tightly, just as the two found themselves at an impasse. Baiha's voice suddenly chimed in. There is another place that might possess knowledge of Zhang Jin's whereabouts. Where? When inquired eagerly. Baiha slowly uttered, the Air Traffic Control Command. When was momentarily taken aback. He had not heard of such a department. However, Yang Tsung's eyes brightened. Miss Baiha, you truly are astute. How could I have overlooked that? Upon his return, Zhang Jin will undoubtedly report to the air traffic control. As Yan'an grew increasingly powerful, the frequency of aircraft arriving and departing surged. To prevent collisions, designated air routes were established, giving rise to the Air Traffic Control Department. Miss Baiha, Zhang Jin's itinerary is certainly classified. Even if someone knows, they would be core personnel, and we would have no access to them. Baiha slowly fastened the 3 buttons that had popped open. Mr. Wen, Yang sang, allow me to handle this matter. I will surely obtain Zhang Jin's itinerary. With that, Baiha made to leave, but Wen quickly raised his hand to stop her. Miss Baiha, it is rather late. Let us discuss this tomorrow. Come, let us retire to my room. Our earlier conversation remains unfinished. Seeing this, Yang Tsung hurriedly followed. Mr. 1, allow me to accompany you. I have matters to attend to as well. June 15th, year 25 of the Guangdong era. At noon, in the North Ping Mansion, headquarters of the Yan'an Intelligence Bureau. Director Yang Ying rushed to the top floor of the headquarters building, clutching a document. Standing tall, he called out with a robust voice, report, before entering the office. Upon entering, he found the Intelligence Bureau Chief, Gu Chun, lounging on the sofa, watching television. The midday news was being broadcast, and any ordinary citizen viewing the colorful images on the screen would likely be astonished. Chief, when did you acquire a new television? Is this a color TV? Yang Ying marveled at the vivid images, unable to contain his surprise. I thought they hadn't yet gone into production. The color television factory has just completed a trial production of a limited batch, only a few hundred units. The general specifically rewarded me with one. Gu Chen's face lit up with pride as he spoke of Zhang Jin's generosity, eliciting envy from Yang Ying. Chief, this is the latest surveillance record from Yongkong. These individuals are remarkably bold, attempting to ambush the general on the road. Gu Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened as he accepted the document from Yang Ying and glanced at it. This Yang Tsung must have assumed office after the second purge, correct? Indeed, according to our intelligence, Yang Tsung has been linked to Mr. Wen since his ancestral days. Gu Chun furrowed his brow and inquired, have we yet to uncover the origins of this Mr. Wen? Yang Ying shook his head, responding, Mr. Wen's real name is Wen Shanben. He has been a teacher at a church school in Jinling for the past 36 years. We have found no evidence connecting him to the court's intelligence agencies or any underground factions like the Shanghai Society. As for Bai Heezy, she is in charge of the morning's Special High Command in Yan'an and suddenly approached Wen Shanben 3 months ago. Our intelligence personnel have already investigated and confirmed that Wen Shanben is not a spy for the morning. The reasons for her approach remain a closely guarded secret known only to Section Chief Suji Kanjiro. We are intensifying our investigation to uncover any clues. Upon hearing this, Gu Chun rose abruptly, gesturing dismissively. Why complicate matters? Just arrest them all, including that so-called Suji Kanjiro. We can simply interrogate them later. Yang Ying, taken aback by Gu Chen's straightforwardness, exclaimed in astonishment, Director, acting in such a manner would hinder our ability to discern the officials. Gu Chun casually handed Yang Ying a telegram, his tone composed. This is a recent order from the Generalissimo. It commands us to apprehend and execute all officials who have had contact with Yang Tsung and any others we suspect. Although this was not the first time Yang Ying had received such orders, a chill surged through him, causing his back to sweat profusely. He swallowed hard and replied, I will go apprehend them immediately. Yang Ying saluted and turned to leave when Gu Chen's indifferent voice rang out behind him. Remember, it is better to wrongfully execute than to let a single one escape. Chapter 127. I am wronged. The next day, as dawn broke, the weary old man went emerged from the house, accompanied by the bleary-eyed Yang Tsung and the radiant Bai Heezy. Miss Heezy, now that Zhang Jin has quelled the northeast, he should be returning shortly. Your time is limited. Bai Heezy, exuding confidence, replied, "Rest assured, Mr. One. The Air Command headquarters consists of at most a few dozen individuals. Give me 3 days, and I will procure the intelligence we seek." 3 days? Yang Tsung could not help but exclaim. The methods Baihizi employed were primarily seduction. Even with her remarkable abilities, could she truly charm dozens in such a short time? Baihizi's eyes sparkled mischievously. "Yang-san, if I were to stand before the Air Command office in a cheap how, charging just $1 per encounter, do you think they would take the bait?" Both Wen and Yang Tsung were momentarily dumbfounded, their minds racing with an avalanche of thoughts. Yet, they could not deny that with Baihizi's stunning beauty, it was unlikely any man could resist her allure. "Well then, Hizi, it is time for you to make your preparations," Baihizi declared, leaving the two stunned individuals behind. As I treaded cautiously, unexpectedly, before I could reach the center of the courtyard, a group of soldiers surged in, swiftly pinning the astonished Yuriko to the ground. It was only when the soldiers approached that Yang Tsung realized the gravity of the situation, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do?" "I am the commissioner of the Northern Bureau. Have you lost your senses?" Before he could finish his outcry, a rifle butt struck him, causing a sharp pain to erupt in his mouth, and he saw white flashes before his eyes. Except for Wen Shanben and Yuriko. Any others who dare resist arrest will be executed on the spot. Hearing this, Yang Tsung's legs gave way beneath him. Within the city, armored vehicles roared past the streets, a sight that had long ceased to astonish the pedestrians, who even displayed expressions of pity. On a bus, a curious young man gazed at the speeding armored vehicle. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Uncle Wang, is something happening?" "Oh, it's nothing. Just another misfortune for those in power. It has nothing to do with us." "Those in power?" The young man's interest was piqued. "Uncle Wang, please, tell me more." The elderly man sitting beside the young man sighed in resignation. "Back in my day, well, it's really not a big deal. Our General Zhang from Yan'an is fiercely opposed to corruption and cannot abide greedy officials. Once discovered, it's a matter of execute without mercy. But don't worry, the general may be harsh with officials, but he is kind to us common folk, imposing light taxes and working for the people's welfare. As long as we adhere to the law, Yan'an is our paradise." Uncle Wang's words seemed to resonate, and soon voices arose from the bus. "Indeed. My parents always said the general is the best ruler we've ever had. Tell me, has any ruler throughout history treated the common people like the general, allowing us to eat steamed buns daily and enjoy meat regularly?" "Exactly. My family even honors the general's spirit tablet. Whoever opposes the general opposes us, and I would rather die than let that happen. Yes, anyone who stands against the general is standing against us common folk, and we shall not tolerate it. Long live the general." In an instant, the passengers on the bus became animated, fervently chanting "Long live the general," as if they were ready to follow Zhang Jin into battle. Meanwhile, on the Fongjin Railway, a train encased in steel armor sped along the tracks. Inside a luxurious compartment, Zhang Jin lounged on a sofa, his keen eyes fixed intently on the 3 individuals standing before him. At the forefront stood an elderly man, slightly portly and wrinkled, who was none other than Yan Qishan, the military governor of Bingzhou. To his left stood a dignified middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in military uniform, his posture straight as an arrow. This was Yang Hu, the acting military governor of Qinshi. To Yan Qishan's right was a corpulent man, Wang Defa, the military governor of Suizhou. In the heavy silence, Zhang Jin said nothing, leaving the 3 men awkwardly standing there. Yan Qishan, in particular, was drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing uncontrollably. The pressure Zhang Jin exerted upon him was immense. His gaze felt like a blade, making him feel utterly exposed. "General," as Yan Qishan felt a surge of dizziness, Zhang Chong suddenly strode in. Delivering news from the Intelligence Bureau, the treacherous Wen Shanben and his accomplices had been apprehended. The JC General Headquarters had also telegraphed the grieving government, demanding the immediate surrender of the treacherous Erlang within 24 hours. This operation resulted in the capture of 1,483 officials, and Director Gu had executed them all as per your command, General. Director Gu has reached out again for guidance on how to handle the families of these officials. Upon hearing Zhang Chang's report, Zhang Jin calmly remarked, "Inform him that all family members are to be sent to labor camps and transported to the desolate north." "Yes, General." Though the exchange was brief, it left Yan Qishan and his companions utterly shaken. Yan Qishan felt his legs weaken, inwardly lamenting his fate. He had long heard of this resolute figure known for executing thousands without hesitation. Until now, he had only heard tales, but standing before Zhang Jin, he felt paralyzed with fear, his legs trembling uncontrollably, sweat soaking through his garments. General Yin. Just as Yin Qishan was on the verge of fainting, Zhang Jin's voice jolted him back to reality. He instinctively bent at a 90-degree angle. I am Yin Qishan, honored to meet your excellency. Observing the perspiring Yin Qishan, Zhang Jin's eyes flickered with amusement. General Yin, your understanding of righteousness and dedication to restoring order is commendable. Speak, and I shall grant you whatever you desire. Yin Qishan trembled. Had this been earlier, he might have aspired to a position of authority, but now, his sole thought was to escape this dreadful place and maintain a safe distance from this man, preferably never to cross paths again. He hurriedly bowed earnestly, esteemed general. I am now past my 60th year, my eyesight failing. I humbly request to return to my hometown and enjoy a quiet life as a wealthy gentleman. Zhang Jin chuckled at this. Returning home? That would be a slap in my face. People would say I am ungrateful and harsh. Very well. I will grant you retirement with your original position and bestow upon you a residence in Beiping, a sum surpassing 100,000. You may enjoy your days in Beiping. Zhang Jin decisively concluded, and Yin Qishan, not daring to protest, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, General. Having dealt with Yin Qishan, Zhang Jin's gaze shifted to Yang Hu and Wang Defa. As Zhang Jin began to speak, both men trembled. Yang Hu quickly straightened, saying, General, my mother is gravely ill, and I have no family to care for her. I implore you to allow me to return home to tend to her. Yang Hu, filled with trepidation, feared that under Zhang Jin's ruthless command, his life might be forfeit. No matter how appealing the official title, a lost life would yield nothing but regret. It was better to secure some wealth and retire honorably. Zhang Jin, observing Yang Hu's anxious demeanor, pondered, was he truly so fearsome? Yet, Yang Hu was indeed a talented individual he could not afford to lose, and without officials to support him, how could he maintain order? Thus, he firmly rejected. I cannot permit that. You shall seek out Chief of Staff Li Qin shortly and assume the role of Deputy Division Commander. As for your mother, bring her to Beiping for proper treatment. This is the true path of loyalty and filial piety. Zhang Jin, having spoken, offered Yang Hu no opportunity for refusal. He turned to Wang Defa, saying, Commander Wang, what is it that you desire? The rotund Wang Defa quickly bowed, a sycophantic smile spreading across his face. I, your humble servant, am willing to offer my utmost efforts to the great commander. Utmost efforts, Zhang Jin muttered, a sardonic smile creeping onto his lips as he regarded Wang Defa. You think you are worthy? At this, Wang Defa froze, his face a mask of confusion as he stared at Zhang Jin, struggling to comprehend where he had erred. Given that both Yin Qishan and Yang Hu had adamantly refused their positions, Wang Defa's sudden ambition struck Zhang Jin as incongruous, inciting his displeasure. He suspected the man harbored ulterior motives, especially since he had initially refrained from surrendering, only to shift his stance once Zhang Jin had stabilized the northern territories. This behavior incited Zhang Jin's disdain. Seize this shameless wretch and execute him. Toss him into the mountains to be fed to the wolves. Wang Defa remained bewildered as he was dragged away, pondering what exactly he had done wrong. Chapter 128. Is the queen coming? After dismissing Yang Hu and his companion, Zhang Jin inquired, what progress has been made regarding the matter of Wanshan Ben? Great Commander, it has been clarified that he is a spy from the Abraham faction, dedicated to gathering economic intelligence. The Abraham faction? How persistent they are. Zhang Jin replied with a hint of incredulity. Now they seek to conspire against me again. Zhang Chong continued, these Abrahamites have set their sights on our financial sector and several high-end industries. Your vigilance has been considerable. You have barred foreign entities from participating in finance. This has left the Abrahamites restless, prompting them to plot your assassination in order to install someone less hostile to them. Zhang Jin, both amused and enraged, felt a frigid intensity in his gaze that could freeze a soul. Dispatch orders. No nation is to harbor the Abrahamites. Should anyone dare to defy this command, while their deity may be forgiving, our God above is not so lenient. He has the power to rain down bombs. Yes, Great Commander. 3 months slipped by unnoticed, and as October arrived, the northern territories were now thoroughly subdued. Zhang Jin's dominion had expanded to unprecedented extents, encompassing regions such as Yan'an, Bingzhou, Qinxi, Yanbei, Suizhou, Saibei, Wuli, Fengtian, Jizhou, Longjiang, Huangbei, and the newer Gandusi, among others. Meanwhile, in the south, fear loomed heavily. The more formidable Zhang Jin became, the more apprehensive they grew. As for the Western powers, the atmosphere was thick with the scent of gunpowder. Tensions escalating as both factions prepared for conflict. The Eagle Nation found itself in dire straits, increasingly beleaguered without the substantial support of the Melaga Empire. In the underground command center of the palace in Rundun City, Queen Eliza sat rigidly upon her throne. Prime Minister Churchill. The aerial assaults from the Prussian Empire have intensified significantly. Although the Royal Air Force fights valiantly, we continue to suffer tremendous losses. We must seek an ally, otherwise, the Eagle Empire shall gradually succumb in this struggle, ultimately falling beneath the iron heel of Prussia. Churchill immediately inclined his head in response. Your Majesty. The only potential allies available to us are Melaga, Rose, and Yan'an. Since Melaga suffered a devastating blow, it has languished in a state of decline, its national power waning and military strength deteriorating, with only the Navy remaining somewhat competent, yet still unable to provide us any substantial support. The Rose Empire appears to be a viable option. However, Emperor Starklin of the Rose Empire is a man who will not act unless he sees tangible results. It seems unrealistic to expect him to oppose the Prussian Empire on our behalf. A trace of gravity crossed the exquisite features of Eliza as she stated that only Yan'an could assist us now. Your Majesty, Zhang Jin is rather close to the Prussians. He is unlikely to lend us any aid, Churchill said helplessly. They have committed numerous transgressions in Jiuzhou. And given Zhang Jin's vengeful nature, the bombing of Eagle Nation by air would be considered merciful. Eliza furrowed her brow, fully aware, as the supreme ruler, that the Great Eagle was perilously close to the edge of a cliff. With the unprecedented strength of the Prussian Empire bolstered by Zhang Jin's support, it would be exceedingly difficult for Eagle Nation to withstand such pressure. If this continues, it may not be long before she, as queen, is forced to flee. We cannot remain passive. Eliza commanded. Prime Minister Churchill, I order you to immediately issue a decree to expel all Abrahamites within our borders, leaving none behind. I empower you to deploy the military directly. Inform them that we can provide vessels, but they may only take their personal clothing and essential supplies. Eliza's gaze turned toward the vast wealth of the Abrahamites. In the current dire straits of Great Eagle, she could no longer afford concerns of dignity. Churchill's brow furrowed slightly. He understood the considerable influence of the Abrahamites within the Eagle Federation. However, upon hearing that military assistance could be utilized, his expression relaxed. Prime Minister Churchill, notify all museums and collectors in the kingdom to gather all antiquities acquired from Jiuzhou within a specified time frame. I wish to personally visit Yan'an with them. Your Majesty, you intend to travel to Yan'an yourself? No, I cannot agree to this. Churchill replied, shocked. Eliza is the very symbol of the Eagle Federation. Should any mishap occur, we might as well surrender and not fight at all. Eliza pressed her alluring lips together. Prime Minister, we have no path of retreat, do we? Churchill fell silent under the unwavering gaze of Eliza, and after a moment, he collected himself and said, Your Majesty, I can understand your resolve. Should we consult Zhang Jin's opinion? What if he is unwilling? Eliza paused, considering Churchill's reasoning, and reluctantly replied, Very well, Prime Minister, please send a telegram to Yan'an. Regardless of whether we can reach Yan'an this time, we must continue with our earlier decisions and clearly express our goodwill toward Yan'an. In Xinghua, Jinling, within the imperial city at Sinang Palace, the Empress Dowager Rong sat majestically on her phoenix throne, gazing sternly at the submissive young emperor of Guangdong. Your Majesty, I instructed you to write to that Zhang Jin fellow. Have you done so? Replying to Mother, I have written as per your command, once a week. The young emperor of Guangdong answered dutifully. A satisfied smile spread across Rong's face, but it quickly vanished. You may all withdraw. I wish to speak privately with the emperor. As the palace maids and eunuchs retreated from the grand hall, it was not long before only the mother and son of the Rong family remained. With a deep sigh, Rong expressed, Yuer, do you still harbor resentment towards your mother? The young Emperor Guangdong lowered his head and stood in silence, responding, I dare not. Dare not. Then you must resent. Rong's emphatic tone caused Emperor Guangdong to shudder momentarily. Ah, the imperial family is the most heartless of all. Rong lamented, her voice filled with melancholy. Indeed, when I discovered I had given birth to a daughter, I wished to snuff out your life. disguising you as a son to vie for the position of empress. Who could have anticipated the cruel twists of fate? Your father, who indulged in fleeting romances, fell prey to a disease of debauchery. Though he was cured, he remained incapable. You are my sole heir. Suddenly, Rome let out a laugh, her words dripping with sarcasm. Do you truly believe he was unaware of your true gender? Do you think that as the empress, I could shroud the truth within the palace? He knows, yet chooses to feign ignorance. An emperor without heirs, do you think his throne is secure? Thus, both your father and I found ourselves in a precarious position, and until his demise. The throne was yours to claim, for otherwise, both mother and son would meet our end. Rome's agitation grew, her voice sharpening. Do you think your mother wishes to demean herself? Anyone could ascend to my bed. I did it all for you, for the sake of the great Qing dynasty. Now, Zhang Jin thrives in the north, and perhaps one day he will march upon us, and we shall perish along with the great Qing. The young Emperor Guangtong, frightened, grasped Rong's hand and pleaded, Mother, I do not wish to die. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, Rong calmed him, saying, That is precisely why I wish for you to write to Zhang Jin. Of all men, I understand them best. They are like wandering tomcats. The more you withhold from them, the more they remember you. Just as with your letters, he may not care at first, but after a year or two, you will have taken root in his heart. Should you cease writing one day, he will feel an ache of longing and cannot help but think of you. This is the strategy of enticing by withholding. Mother, what use is that? The young emperor remained perplexed. How can it be of no use? This way, you can wed him, and he will become the emperor of the great Qing, while you shall be the empress. In time, when your son matures and inherits the throne, the great Qing will endure. The young Emperor Guangtong was momentarily taken aback by Rong's audacious proposal, his cheeks flushing crimson. Stamping his foot, he declared, Mother, I do not wish to marry. Then do you wish to die? Rong's retort silenced him completely, and he bowed his head, no longer daring to speak. Meanwhile, Rong circled around him, frowning as she observed, Emperor, you are still too frail. Let us arrange for more papayas to be sent from the south. Starting tomorrow, consume one at each meal to ensure you grow stronger. Chapter 129, Noble Titles Bestowed by the Nation. The young Emperor Guangtong appeared bewildered, asking, Papaya? What is that? Grow stronger, where shall I grow? After Rong's statement, her expression suddenly turned grave. This is insufficient. To truly sway Zhang Jin, we must raise the stakes. Summon the esteemed officials from the cabinet. Half an hour later, the Chief Minister Song Gongming, Deputy Minister Qin Hui, and 3 other officials entered the hall. After exchanging formalities, Rong wasted no time and directly addressed them. You are the pillars of the court, and I shall not withhold my thoughts any longer. Let us speak candidly today. In the north, Zhang Jin has secured 2 significant victories, defeating the Russians and driving away the mourners. His achievements are akin to those of Wei Hua. Should the court not issue a decree of commendation? Song Gongming and the others exchanged glances, momentarily perplexed by Rong's intentions. At this point, it was evident that Zhang Jin's power was on the rise, while the Xinhua court was precariously balanced, likely to soon bear the surname Zhang. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization crossed Song Gongming's eyes. He discerned that Rong aimed to curry favor with Zhang Jin in preparation for the future. This thought ignited a sense of urgency within him. Ever since narrowly escaping destruction alongside Yuan Shiqing, Song Gongming had harbored a fear of Zhang Jin. Following a public reprimand before the civil and military officials, his dread had intensified. Now, he merely wished to survive. Having witnessed the tragic fates of the 3 chief ministers before him, once affluent and powerful, now stripped of all, their families caught in the turmoil. Understanding Rong's mindset, Song Gongming swiftly seized the opportunity to support her, stating, Your Majesty, the Marshal Zhang has safeguarded our borders and deserves commendation. The other ministers were equally astute. They certainly recognized the political implications, and no one would foolishly oppose such a beneficial proposal. Alas, Song Gongming and his contemporaries could never fathom that Rong's true intention was to entice Zhang Jin into becoming her son-in-law through the prosperity of the nation. Since there are no objections, let us now discuss the form of the reward. Just as Song Gongming was about to speak, Deputy Minister Qin Hui preemptively stepped forward, saying, Your Majesty, Marshal Zhang already holds the title of Duke. Any additional honor would only be a royal title. Qin Hui paused, glancing at Rong, who remained composed and authoritative. It is only fitting to elevate him to a royal title. Qin, please proceed. Relieved, Qin Hui felt assured and proposed. I believe we should confer upon Marshal Zhang the title of King of Qin, granting him oversight of northern affairs. Upon hearing this, Rong nodded, shifting her gaze to Song Gongming. And you, Song Qing? Replying to your majesty, I believe it is still insufficient. Rong's expression brightened with approval as she declared. Song Qing speaks wisely. Marshal Zhang is indeed a cornerstone of our nation. Should there be any uncertainty, it would surely dishearten the loyal ministers. The cabinet promptly issued an edict, declaring that Duke Zhang Jin, endowed with divine martial prowess and profound wisdom, would serve as the nation's protector. His remarkable achievements warranted his elevation to the rank of Prince of Qing, with honors akin to those of the emperor. He was also appointed as the chancellor and head of the Privy Council, becoming the Grand Marshal commanding the military forces of the realm. The series of decrees from the Rong family left Song Gongming and his companions utterly bewildered. What was this? A regent? No, it should be the emperor. The Rong family had transferred the emperor's authority entirely to Zhang Jin. What was her intention? The flood of information overwhelmed the minds of Song Gongming and his peers. Esteemed officials, do you have any objections? Objections? Song Gongming exchanged glances with his companions. Did they dare? If Zhang Jin were to learn of their descent, would they survive? We have no objections, they replied in unison. Upon hearing this, Rong displayed a facade of composure as she waved her hand. Since there are no objections, the cabinet shall immediately draft an edict to proclaim this to the world. When Song Gongming realized that Rong intended to dismiss him, he quickly bowed and said, Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to discuss privately. Ever since Zhang Jin had caused a stir in the capital, he had distanced himself from Rong. Now, observing her alluring demeanor, he felt a surge of desire to reconnect. Unfortunately, his hopes were in vain, as Rong showed no interest in his advances and replied directly, I am rather fatigued. We shall discuss matters another time. Song Gongming was taken aback, and a flicker of anger ignited within him. Previously, it was Rong who sought his favor, but now, as he endeavored to draw closer, she had erected barriers. Yet, Rong's influence in the court far surpassed that of the obsequious chancellor, leaving him no choice but to suppress his frustration. With a forced smile, he said, Since your majesty is unwell, we shall take our leave. As Rong observed the disheartened Song Gongming retreat, she couldn't help but scoff softly. Her bed of honor was not to be approached lightly. Only Zhang Jin possessed the requisite merit to earn such privilege. Days later, at the North Ping Prefecture, in the governor's office, Zhang Jin was bent over his desk, addressing the mountain of documents that had piled up during his brief absence. Despite the option to delegate this workload to Xia Yuanji and others, they hesitated, believing only their sovereign could attend to such matters. They feared that passing these responsibilities onto them would diminish their authority. Zhang Jin, too, recognized the importance of maintaining institutional integrity. As its founder, he could not undermine the system without jeopardizing the future of his lineage. Thus began a period of arduous labor. Time passed, and Zhang Jin eventually set down his pen, stretching as he emerged from his office. Stepping into the expansive garden filled with meandering streams, vibrant flowers, and lush greenery, he felt an immediate sense of tranquility. Brother Zhang, what would you like for lunch? A melodious voice rang out from behind him. Turning to see the cheerful figure of Lu Zhu approaching, a smile crept onto his face. Just decide, my dear. These past few days without your care have left me quite starved. I shall ensure to bring you along next time. Green Bamboo was instantly filled with joy, her face adorned with a sweet smile. That's wonderful, Brother Zhang. I shall go prepare. Zhang Jin watched Green Bamboo's excitement with a shake of his head. As his status ascended, countless women sought his affection, each one behaving as demurely as a Persian cat before him. Yet, Green Bamboo remained unchanged, addressing him as Brother Zhang as she always had, a rarity he cherished dearly. General, at that moment, Zhang Chong approached, stating that the cabinet had just received a telegram announcing that Queen Eliza of the Eagle Kingdom wished to visit Yan'an. Oh, is that so? How old is this Eliza? And what is her appearance like? Is her figure commendable? Zhang Chong was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Jin's barrage of inquiries, and after a pause, he hastily replied, General, I only know that Queen Eliza is 20 years old and exceedingly beautiful. Should I investigate further? Zhang Jin waved his hand dismissively. What is the point of looking at photographs? Let her come. Yes, General. Zhang Chong acknowledged and rushed away, only to return shortly. General, the court has sent a eunuch to convey their edict. Zhang Jin raised an eyebrow, pondering whether the court sought to reprimand him or bestow upon him honors. Let him in. Before long, an elderly eunuch with a pale face entered, accompanied by several young attendants. Upon seeing Zhang Jin, the elderly eunuch immediately knelt, proclaiming, "I am the servant Gao Yong, greeting your highness the regent." Regent? Zhang Jin was taken aback. When had he become a regent? What was happening? Gao Yong quickly straightened himself and unfurled the imperial edict, reciting, "By the divine mandate of heaven, it is decreed that Duke Zhang Jin, endowed with extraordinary martial prowess, has risen from humble beginnings, first raising the banner of righteousness, pacifying the south and securing the north, thus achieving great prosperity. Yet, challenges remain, with threats from the east and the north eyeing our territory. Fortuitously, we have Duke Zhang, whose ambition and vision surpass all, to tread upon the north and quell disturbances in the east, restoring the 5 lakes and expanding our borders across the seas. The Duke, with his monumental achievements and virtue, stands as the backbone of our nation, the pillar of the world. I, adhering to the heavenly mandate and responding to the people's will, appoint Duke Zhang Jin as the Prince of Prosperity, with rank equal to that of the Emperor, to jointly govern the realm, and additionally bestow upon him the titles of Chancellor and Grand Marshal of the Armed Forces. From the day of this decree, all military affairs, provisions, and civil matters, great and small, shall be entrusted to Chancellor Zhang Jin for resolution." Zhang Jin was stunned, as were all present. Soon after, everyone knelt, and a thunderous chorus erupted. "Long live His Highness the Prince of Prosperity. 10,000 years. 10,000 years. 10,000 times 10,000 years." Chapter 130. Zhang Jin's Reciprocity. Zhang Jin sat by the pond, listening to the resounding cries of "Long live," emanating from the governor's office. Beyond his bewilderment, his spirit surged with excitement. In his previous life, he had been but a mere nobody. Little did he expect to achieve such heights in this world. Quickly regaining his composure, Zhang Jin realized that these sweet accolades would not lead him to act foolishly. However, he mused, sweet treats are still delightful. The court is indeed showing great respect to me, and I feel unworthy of such honor. One must reciprocate courtesy, and since the court holds Zhang in such high regard, I shall respond in kind, without hesitation. Zhang Chong, relay the orders. Command the troops to immediately march south to take over the military forces of the southern provinces. Any who dare to resist shall face the utmost consequences, with their entire clans eradicated. Gao Yong was momentarily taken aback. This was precisely what Zhang Jin referred to as a reciprocal gesture, a complete pursuit of advantage. However, such matters were beyond the purview of an old eunuch like him. Upon hearing Zhang Jin instruct him to withdraw, he quickly bowed once more and stepped back. Once Gao Yong and the others had departed, Zhang Jin's demeanor turned solemn. "Go. Summon Xia Yuanji." Yes. A few minutes later, Xia Yuanji hurriedly approached. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects." Zhang Jin was momentarily stunned. Indeed, the title of Your Majesty sounded far more melodious than general, belonging to an entirely different realm of honor. "Yuanji, how is the administrative academy you established progressing? We are about to march south. Can you provide sufficient personnel?" "Your Majesty, we have already conducted basic governance training for the 20,000 elite soldiers as per your decree. They are fully capable of fulfilling non-specialized roles." Zhang Jin had expended 400,000 points to summon these 20,000 soldiers, not with the intention of appointing them to high positions, but rather to place them in towns and county offices. As long as they could control the grassroots, it would effectively sever the hands that reach down from above. In due time, even if all the officials above were eliminated, it would not incite turmoil below. Should any newly appointed officials harbor ulterior motives, he would be quick to act, eager to see if these corrupt officials could ever be eradicated. "Very well. Relay the order to dispatch these personnel immediately. Once they gain control of the situation, sweep through the entirety of the south. Execute." In Zhang Jin's eyes, there were no good people. If they were to be lined up and executed one by one, who knew how many would escape justice? "Your Majesty, the court, execute. The palace, execute." Zhang Jin's chilling commands left Xia Yuanji speechless. Just as he was about to respond, Zhang Jin suddenly interjected. "As for Empress Dowager Rong and the young emperor, let them remain. Find them a house outside the palace, and send all the palace maids back to their original homes." "Your Majesty, will releasing the Empress Dowager and the emperor from the palace not incite unnecessary troubles?" "Humph, I seek trouble. I wish to see which of these dogs dare to harbor loyalty to the former dynasty, their demise would be no loss. Yes, Your Majesty. Xia Yuanji immediately grasped Zhang Jin's intent. It was merely a bait to lure any ill-intentioned individuals into revealing themselves. He quickly agreed, then raised his head to ask, Your Majesty, should the female relatives of the officials be retained? Perhaps select some of pleasing appearance to fill your harem? It was then that Zhang Jin remembered. This was not the modern era. In feudal times, it was commonplace for officials to be executed and their families taken as concubines. After all, the national circumstances were different. Furthermore, the officials hail from affluent families, and their female kin are naturally of exquisite beauty. It is a rarity for one to be born as an unsightly anomaly. At that moment, a flicker of emotion crossed Zhang Jin's face. Yet upon contemplating the possibility of a noose encircling his neck as he slumbered, he was abruptly jolted awake. Very well, this time we shall only execute the officials, while their family shall be dispatched to the northern frontier, he declared. However, your idea of selecting consorts is commendable. Let us sift through the populace to find 3,000 fair maidens to fill the harem. Oh, and when we carry out these executions, let it be said that the court acted to appease me, and I merely sought to provide these officials with a sense of accountability by cleansing the court. As Zhang Jin spoke, a trace of sorrowful compassion emanated from him. Alas, the world has misunderstood me. I have been raised on Buddhist scriptures since childhood, and Journey to the West is my favorite, particularly fond of the Great Rock, the uncle of the Buddha. Thus, the claims of my merciless slaughter are mere fabrications, baseless rumors. How could a devout Buddhist like me engage in such carnage? Besides, what if I did? Have you not heard the Buddha's words? Lay down the butcher's knife, and you will become a Buddha on the spot. Xia Yuanji quickly bowed. Your Majesty, your radiant grace illuminates all. Those who spread such rumors are indeed despicable. I shall ensure that the relevant authorities investigate them thoroughly. In Ludong, Daxing Prefecture, atop the city gate tower, Captain Chen Yaofa leaned against the battlements, shaking his legs, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Even his green wide-brimmed hat askew, presenting a picture of a rogue. Boss, try this. A young soldier approached, offering him a cigarette. Chen Yaofa's eyes brightened as he beheld the yellow-filtered cigarette in the soldier's hand. Where did you get this fine item, Pop? With a sycophantic grin. The young soldier replied, Boss, it's from the young master of the Lin family shop. He went to the northern town for supplies and gifted me one. Eagerly, Chen Yaofa stuffed it into his mouth and lit it, inhaling deeply with a look of sheer ecstasy. This is the flavor. However, as he took another deep puff, his expression soured. Damn it. I heard that in Yunnan, a pack of filtered cigarettes costs only 5 cents, yet here it's hiked to 50 cents. Those damned profiteers. A soldier leaning against the battlement chimed in. Exactly. If they implemented a household registration system in Yunnan, allowing only registered individuals to work in the factories, I would have gone there long ago. Damn it. Why didn't we join those refugees back then? I've heard the factories in the north serve meat at every meal, and it's never the same dish twice. The white steam buns are produced in abundance. As the soldiers lamented, the sound of swallowed saliva echoed from the tower. Just then, a voice rang out. What is taking Zhang Dazwai so long to arrive? Boss, we have a situation. A sentry suddenly shouted. Chen Yaofa straightened up and peered out towards the city gates, spotting a long procession of vehicles advancing towards Daxing. Boss, could that be Zhang Dazwai's army? Someone among the gathered soldiers asked with excitement. Chen could not suppress the exuberance that blossomed on his face as he bellowed. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry and open the city gates to welcome General Zhang. By heavens, our good days have finally arrived. In an instant, the city tower erupted with fervent cheers, and soon after, all the soldiers, usually unhurried in their demeanor, swiftly arranged their uniforms and surged towards the city gates. Meanwhile, in the governor's office of Daxing, Governor Huang Yud was roused from his midday slumber, nestled with 2 concubines, by a frantic knock on the door. Who the hell is that? What do you want? Are you trying to get yourself killed? My lord, it is urgent. The guards from the Investigation Bureau have sent a telegram. A detachment of the Dingbei army is approaching. The Dingbei army is coming. Huang Yud jolted upright. Scrambling out of bed, he flung open the door and called out to the steward, Quick, alert the city defense battalion to hold their ground. Tell them that for every half day they can maintain their position, I shall reward each of them 10 gold coins. Yes, my lord. The steward responded and hurried off. Huang Yud then shouted, Someone, come quickly. In no time, an elderly man arrived. My lord, how may I assist you? Quickly, Inform the ladies to gather their valuables. We must head to the train station. If we delay, it will be too late." The old man nodded and dashed away. Before Huang Yud could turn around, an officer burst in. My lord, it's dire. The Dingbei army has entered the city." The news struck Huang Yud like a bolt from the blue. He collapsed onto the ground, his mind consumed by a singular thought. It is over. All is lost. On the 1st of August, the 24th year of Guangdong, the Dingbei army launched a grand southern advance, igniting a wave of jubilation across the nation as the citizens of the southern provinces eagerly awaited the arrival of the royal army. Chapter 131. A Unified Realm. All under heaven. It must be said that Zhang Jin's reputation on the Jiuzhou continent was prodigious, to such an extent that even before the Dingbei army's arrival, the news had already spread, prompting the locals to gather and drum up festivities for dozens of miles in anticipation. The enthusiasm was so palpable that even the soldiers of the Dingbei army felt a tinge of bashfulness. The Xinhua army was equally elated. Who in these times did not know that aligning with General Zhang meant enjoying the spoils without the necessity of battle? The imperial troops were already lined up in the camps, awaiting the formal reception, and any delay might invite their grumbling. Consequently, the advance of the Dingbei army's vanguard was astonishingly swift, reaching the banks of the Yangtze River in less than a day. In the capital, Jinling, at the Tsinpu Railway Bridge, the locals from the surrounding areas had gathered early, forming dozens of colorful drum teams. The soldiers guarding the bridge were impeccably uniformed, their broad-brimmed hats sitting squarely on their heads, presenting a strikingly disciplined appearance. Their rifles were neatly stacked, creating numerous mounds of weaponry as they stood at the bridge, gazing expectantly across. Suddenly, the air was filled with the buzzing of propellers as warplanes soared overhead. "Hurry, hurry, General Zhang is coming." A voice rose above the crowd, causing an immediate stir among the masses. The sound of drums and gongs reverberated through the air, heralding the arrival of a formidable procession. Across the bridge, an array of tanks formed two endless columns, their metallic bodies glimmering ominously as they approached, accompanied by a cacophony of thunderous roars and billowing black smoke. "Welcome, welcome!" The citizens of the capital erupted into a fervent chorus, their enthusiasm resounding like thunder. Even Li Jie, the commander of the First Legion, who had grown accustomed to such displays, felt a surge of astonishment. He quickly rose from the armored command vehicle, waving vigorously to the excited populace. In the crowd, Tang Yi, chairman of the Shanghai Society, watched the enthusiastic interaction between the citizens and the troops of the Northern Army, his palm bleeding from the pressure of his grip. Years ago, when they had instigated a rebellion, they had nearly swept across the vast expanse of the realm. If only the people would greet them with the same warmth as they did the Northern Army, the land of Xinhua would have belonged to the Tang family long ago, rather than witnessing their current decline. In a moment of bitter resentment towards the Northern Army, Tang Yi found himself harboring disdain for the common folk as well, silently vowing that if he ever regained power, he would eradicate these lowly peasants entirely. "Father, do you see? The true foundation of rule lies in the support of the people." Tang Xin, standing closely behind Tang Yi, could not help but express her sentiments as she observed the adoration the Northern Army received from the citizens. "Humph," Tang Yi scoffed, unable to contain his disdain. "These cunning peasants only know how to curry favor. Had they supported our Shanghai society back then, this world would have been ours." Tang Xin noticed the palpable jealousy in her father's eyes and sighed, realizing the futility of their rebellion. It had always been about seizing power rather than providing for the common people. They had never intended to offer any benefits to the populace, instead resorting to extortion and pillaging. The supporters of their uprising had been wealthy merchants and gentry, who had rallied behind them due to the court's abhorrent treatment of the business class, a stark contrast to the present situation with Zhang Jin. She now saw her father clearly, a man of grand ambitions yet lacking in talent, and chose to remain silent, dragging the disgruntled Tang Yi away. Outside the capital, at Chengde Gate, Empress Dowager Rong, the young Emperor Guangdong, and the court ministers awaited at the city gate. Empress Dowager Rong, having mentally prepared herself, felt little surprise, while the young emperor radiated excitement, having long lost interest in the throne. In stark contrast, the court officials, led by Song Gongming, wore expressions of deep concern. They had assumed that bestowing honors upon Zhang Jin would delay his southern expedition. Little did they anticipate Zhang Jin's audacity to wield their bestowed power against them. Executing a complete purge, The adage a new emperor brings forth new ministers was not lost on them. Accustomed to a life of luxury and privilege, these officials were loath to return to a life of retirement. Yet, any protests at this stage would be futile. Zhang Jin's ascendancy was inevitable, and any attempt to obstruct him could lead to their brutal demise, leaving even their families vulnerable. However, upon further reflection, considering the extensive network of their former students and officials in the southern regions, it is evident that Zhang Jin, in his pursuit of a stable conquest of the southern territories, must rely on them. For the time being, they are unlikely to face any repercussions, which has undoubtedly provided a sense of security to the court's dignitaries, including Song Gongming. A flicker of insight illuminated Song Gongming's eyes. He perceived that as long as Zhang Jin descended southward, departing from the northern lands, he would become akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, ultimately subject to his whims. The thought of such promising prospects brought a faint smile to Song Gongming's lips. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of engines echoed from the distance, jolting the various officials from their musings. They turned to witness plumes of black smoke rising on the highway, where a procession of formidable shadows advanced in 4 parallel columns towards them. As the rumble intensified, the silhouettes revealed their true nature: massive tanks. Though the attendees had seen pictures of tanks in newspapers, the reality of these steel behemoths was staggering. The long barrels and robust olive-green armor towered over them, casting a daunting presence that shimmered with metallic gleams under the sunlight, instilling a sense of trepidation. As Song Gongming beheld the armored giants approaching, an unexpected weakness coursed through his legs, and his heart raced uncontrollably. Were it not for the aide behind him providing support, he might have collapsed right there. Just then, amidst the profound silence at the city gate, the sound of polished shoes striking the ground pierced the air, causing Song Gongming to startle and look up. A young man in military attire leaped from one of the armored vehicles, the 2 golden stars on his epaulette gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Hastily, Song Gongming pushed aside his aide and stepped forward, extending his hands. "General, I am Song Gongming, the Prime Minister of the Cabinet." Li Jie glanced at the grinning Song Gongming, his expression indifferent as he replied, "No need. I find it distasteful." Song Gongming stood frozen, his face flushing crimson. How dare this junior general openly insult him? The Prime Minister. You are audacious. I am the Prime Minister. How dare you act so arrogantly before me? No. That was in the past. Li Jie interjected, waving a finger in front of Song Gongming with a piercing gaze. "Let me remind you, we are in the era of Emperor Jin's ascendance. What authority do you claim as Prime Minister? Did you appoint yourself?" In a moment of realization, Song Gongming fell to his knees, exclaiming, "General, I meant no disrespect towards His Majesty the King." "Humph! Seize this rebellious scoundrel," Li Jie commanded, gesturing towards the assembled court officials. "And these individuals, who dared to stand by as Song Gongming uttered treasonous words, are equally culpable. Arrest them all and send them to Beiping Prefecture to face the general's judgment." As the esteemed officials witnessed Song Gongming's arrest, bewilderment washed over them. They had not anticipated becoming collateral damage in this turmoil. Stunned, they opened their mouths to protest, only to have soldiers silence them with foul socks, the acrid stench nearly overwhelming their senses. After Li Jie dealt with the court officials, he turned to the equally stunned Rong family, raising his hands in salute as he spoke. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, General has issued orders for me to escort you back to Beipingfu." Meanwhile, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th legions, advancing southward like a torrent, spread across the southern regions. The formidable military might cause the garrison forces to surrender wherever they went. Even those who dared to resist from their strongholds were either torn apart by the enraged citizens and soldiers or annihilated by the relentless Northern Defense Army. The Northern Defense Army was indeed overwhelmingly powerful, advancing on land, sea, and air. Airplanes soared above, artillery and rocket launchers thundered below, and battleships patrolled the seas. Most terrifying was the seemingly boundless supply of ammunition. The Northern Defense Army could utterly obliterate an area, leaving not a single protrusion behind. Chapter 132, Annual Summary Conference. In a certain city in the south, at the vegetable market, squads of soldiers maintained order around the execution grounds. Among them, hundreds of officials, bound hand and foot, knelt in submission. Outside the soldiers, a throng of excited commoners gathered, many clutching steamed buns in their hands. Nearby, on a vacant patch close to the city wall, Employees and officials from the city and its subordinate counties stood in palpable fear, unsure of where to place their hands. As for the officials, General Zhang had recently issued an edict declaring that all officials, regardless of rank, in the southern provinces of Xinhua were to be executed, with their families exiled to desolate lands to bolster the population there. The corruption within the court was rampant, with a pervasive culture of graft trickling down from the top. Strange taxes, such as road taxes, dung taxes, meal taxes, sleep taxes, and even breathing taxes, were levied in various forms to extort money from the populace. Particularly, these lower-level officials fancied themselves as local tyrants, treating the common folk like cattle and horses. Any hint of disobedience could result in violence or imprisonment, and many met untimely deaths under mysterious circumstances, leaving no recourse for their families. In such an environment, how could one expect to find truly upright officials? Zhang Jin was not inherently cruel. His drastic measures stemmed from reports by Gu Chun and others revealing that among the officials, not a single one could be deemed virtuous. Either they were greedy for wealth or fame, with none truly caring for the well-being of the common people. It was only at this moment that Zhang Jin grasped the true meaning of the common folk. He referred not to the very lowest, but to those of certain standing. At the very least, the impoverished. How could these individuals possibly regard the lives of the commoners? If Zhang Jin wished to truly benefit the people, he had no choice but to eliminate these harmful elements, decisively turning the tables and reshaping the entire governance. The officials who replaced them would at least provide some relief for the commoners for a few years. As for what would happen to these officials later on, he could always make adjustments again. This was precisely why Zhang Jin's military strength was so formidable. Had it been anyone else, the mere thought of such a course would have led to their demise long before. Without further ado, a military officer standing on the execution platform raised his hand to check the time, his expression instantly transforming into one of solemnity. The moment had arrived. The execution was about to commence. As the officer's words resonated, hundreds of officials were forcefully pressed to their knees upon the ground. Following closely behind, a soldier unsheathed a large blade from his back and with synchronized precision, swung it skyward before descending it upon the necks of the condemned. In an instant, hundreds of heads soared into the air, blood gushing forth like a deluge, staining the earth a deep crimson. The onlookers, initially drawn by morbid curiosity, were struck with a chill as they witnessed the severed heads ascend, their hearts pounding involuntarily. While individual executions had previously evoked little more than indifference, the sight of so many heads at once instilled profound terror. The officer surveyed the now silent execution ground, his gaze suddenly landing on the trembling ranks of the constables. His voice, cold and commanding, cut through the stillness. Listen well. His Majesty, the Prince of Xing, has decreed that henceforth, should anyone dare to oppress the common folk or engage in extortion, they shall meet the same fate as these wretches. Do not be misled into thinking that the expanse of the realm allows you, insignificant minions, to act with impunity. His Majesty has ordered the establishment of an investigative bureau within the Southern Intelligence Agency, specifically tasked with overseeing local affairs. Should any of you fail to restrain your greed, and if your superiors and colleagues choose to conceal your misdeeds, all shall be punished equally. As the officer uttered these words, at least half of the constables crumpled to the ground in fear. After delivering his warning to the government officials, the officer then turned his attention to the sea of common folk before him, his face breaking into an earnest smile. Good people, I bear splendid news. His Majesty, the Prince of Xing, has decreed a 5-year exemption from taxes for the common folk of the South. For these 5 years, you shall owe no taxes whatsoever. All that you earn will be yours alone. Should anyone dare to demand taxes during this period, feel free to eliminate them without hesitation. 5 years of tax exemption? No taxes at all. The crowd stood in stunned silence before erupting into joyous excitement. For the first time in millennia, someone had shown such benevolence towards them, and the name Zhang Jin was etched deeply into their minds in that moment. Long live the Prince of Xing! Someone shouted, and the thunderous cheer of long live reverberated through the crowd. As the news of the tax exemption spread throughout the city, a tremendous uproar of jubilation ensued, with cries of long live soaring to the heavens. This sentiment was not confined to a single city. As the Dingbei army advanced southward, every township and village received the news. In an instant, a monumental response swept across the entire land of Jiuzhou, leading to the disappearance of any conspirators. as those who dared to defy Zhang Jin were torn to shreds by the enraged populace. Anyone who opposed Zhang Jin was seen as an obstacle to their newfound prosperity, a fate no one could endure. Thus, within a mere 2 months, tranquility returned to the land of Jiuzhou, though the ruling family had shifted from the Jin to the Zhang. In the North Ping prefecture, within the palace, the echoes of this transformation began to resonate. Zhang Jin, in truth, harbored no desire to reside within the imperial palace. In his mind, such places were suffocating and eerie, hardly suitable for habitation. Who would have thought that after a tour led by Xia Yuanji, he would realize the narrowness of his previous perceptions? The palaces of this world were entirely different from those of his own. They were grand and magnificent, towering with an imposing majesty. The entire palace spanned a rectangular expanse, measuring 961 meters in length from north to south and 753 meters in width from east to west, surrounded by imposing walls that rose 32 meters high. Outside, a wide moat of 360 meters encircled the structure, while within lay mountains, lakes, forests, and grasslands, a veritable paradise of fish and rice reminiscent of the southern regions, adorned with the splendid architecture of 100 nations, each vying for beauty and distinction. It was, without question, a realm unto itself, and having undergone modern renovations, it proved exceedingly suitable for residence. Zhang Jin, upon completing a circuit of the grounds in 5 days, found himself enamored with the place. Although the necessity of vehicular transport posed some inconvenience, his quarters in the Yangxin Hall were a full 4 kilometers from the Lingtian Hall, where court meetings were held. One must often accept certain trade-offs. Today, within the Lingtian Hall, hundreds of officials above the rank of deputy in the capital gathered to convene the annual report conference for the 9 continents. Zhang Jin sat high upon his dais, observing the civil and military officials below on the jade steps. Clearing his throat, he addressed the assembly. Li Qin, as chief of staff, please commence with the report regarding military affairs. Li Qin stepped forward promptly, bowing respectfully. Your Excellency, the military has successfully completed all tasks assigned by you. Stretching from the vast oceans to the north and south, and from the eastern seas to the 2 Lan plains in the west, our 9 continents have been restored to unity. Zhang Jin nodded, a smile gracing his features. The valiant soldiers of the north have labored diligently. We shall not be remiss in our rewards. Xia Yuanji, the newly appointed chief of the cabinet, quickly stepped forward, bowing deeply. Your Majesty, the cabinet has submitted the list of distinguished soldiers for your review, awaiting your imperial approval. No need for that. I grant my approval at this moment. Zhang Jin interjected. By the way, how do you intend to reward them? Is there a protocol in place? Xia Yuanji bowed once more and replied, Your Majesty. From the humble beginnings until now, the military has suffered a total of 437 casualties, with 319 sustaining severe injuries and retiring. The cabinet has conferred with the military and resolved to construct the Sacred Martial Memorial Hall in the capital to honor the fallen soldiers. Additionally, we shall instruct the Civil Affairs Department to issue a one-time payment of 500 great martial coins to the families of the deceased, along with a plaque of honor. For those with parents, the court shall provide for their care until the end of their days, with a monthly subsidy of 5 great martial coins for each household. For families with children, the court will support them until the age of 15, covering all educational expenses until graduation. As for the severely injured and disabled, they will receive a one-time compensation of 500 great martial coins, followed by a monthly stipend of 5 great martial coins until their passing. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin fell silent for a moment. While the loss of over 10,000 lives might seem trivial to others, to Zhang Jin it represented a staggering figure. Nevertheless, he refrained from making any immediate decisions and instead inquired, What is this year's revenue? At that moment, Deputy Liu Yin stood forth and respectfully addressed, Your Majesty. As of last month, the total fiscal revenue of Jiuzhou has reached 84.7 billion Shui coins. Among this, expenditures on weapons, pharmaceuticals, fuel, and other overseas trade account for over 78 of our finances, with total expenditures amounting to 12.5 billion Shui coins, of which military spending constitutes 8.9 billion and government expenses account for 3.6 billion. As the conflicts in the West escalate, it is anticipated that next year, the National Treasury's revenue will exceed 10 billion. Zhang Jin nodded, acknowledging the inevitability of the situation. The military's arsenal and fuel were all sourced from his mobile device. Thus, The areas where funds could be allocated were limited to military salaries, provisions, and the construction of military facilities. As for governmental expenditures, they were even scarcer. The millions of international laborers, working without compensation, have made indelible contributions to the construction of Jiuzhou's infrastructure, including railways, roads, schools, and settlements in the desolate north. Once these monumental projects are completed, they would toil in coal mining and other arduous tasks, enduring the harshest conditions for the most meager sustenance. Such selfless dedication deeply moved Zhang Jin. He resolved to seek out more like-minded allies to send to them, allowing them to exhaust their very last drop of blood for this land, and upon their demise, to scatter their ashes in the fields they once cultivated, enriching the earth in their honor. In the Grand Hall, Zhang Jin solemnly declared, "These soldiers have sacrificed their lives for Jiuzhou, shedding their blood and offering their precious existence. They are undoubtedly heroes. Without them, there would be neither present-day Yan'an nor the Jiuzhou we know. Can we allow their parents and families to suffer? No. We must ensure they live better than anyone else, allowing our martyrs to rest in peace, and let everyone know their sacrifices were not in vain. I, Zhang Jin, shall never forsake them. Immediately issue a decree. Each fallen hero shall receive a one-time compensation of 1,000 coins, and the monthly allowance for their parents shall increase to 10 coins. Their descendants will be supported by the court until they reach the age of 18. Those severely injured or disabled shall receive a one-time assistance of 500 coins upon retirement, with monthly subsidies raised to 10 coins. And local authorities will arrange suitable public positions for them. For those unable to hold public office or care for themselves, the monthly allowance shall be increased to 16 coins. Furthermore, inform local governments and station troops that during festivals, they must represent us in offering condolences. Officials passing by the homes of heroes must dismount and walk. Anyone who dares to flaunt their authority shall face dire consequences. Regarding the proposed martyrs' shrine, I find it commendable, but it should not be limited to the capital. Each provincial and county government must establish one as well. In the future, students entering, graduating, or marrying in schools must first pay tribute at the martyrs' shrine, reminding them of the sacrifices that paved the way for their current lives. Once the shrine in the capital is completed, notify me. I shall personally lead the court in honoring our heroes. After outlining the arrangements for the fallen soldiers, the once somber hall became slightly relaxed. Xiaoyuanji continued, Your Majesty, the southern territories have just been annexed. Although you have exempted them from taxes for 5 years, developing their economy may require several more years. Zhang Jin understands the adage that haste makes waste, yet he firmly believes that the South will experience rapid development over the next 5 years. It is the nature of merchants to seek profit, and the prospect of 5 years of tax exemption will undoubtedly stir many into action. Zhang Jin is not averse to giving a gentle push. He instructs Yuan Ji to disseminate orders to shift the procurement of materials from the west further towards the populace. Except for weapons and pharmaceuticals, he deems all other goods suitable for civilian production, confident that the merchants will eagerly embrace this opportunity. Yuan Ji promptly responds, Your Majesty, while delegating this responsibility is feasible, time is of the essence, and I fear the quality of the produced goods may be questionable. Zhang Jin, unfazed, waves his hand dismissively. There is no need for concern, Yuan Ji. After all, it is not we who will utilize these products. As long as they are not employed against our own people, their ability to sell to foreigners is their own affair. Now, let us divert our discussion. With a shift in focus, Zhang Jin remarks on the increasingly tense situation in the West, where the specter of war looms large. The demand for oil by the Prussian people is escalating, and transporting it from the East proves to be excessively distant, hindering the Westerners' internecine strife. He proposes the redevelopment of an oil field closer to the West. At this juncture, Zhang Jin's gaze turns to Hu Yong. Hu Yong, how fare the tasks we entrusted to you? Hu Weiyong steps forward, Your Majesty. I have dispatched the exploration team as per your command, and they reported just yesterday that oil has indeed been discovered in the Zhongdong region. A smile spreads across Zhang Jin's face. Then let us send people to commence extraction. Your Majesty, that area falls within the sphere of influence of the Eagle Empire. Will our deployment of troops not affect the situation in the West? Hu Yong expresses his concerns. Zhang Jin smiles slightly. It is merely a barren desert. Do the people of the Eagle Empire truly intend to oppose us over such desolate land? However, your point holds merit. He ponders. Let us orchestrate a situation where our people are perceived as being wronged or robbed. This will justify our military intervention and provide the Eagle Empire with a pretext to save face, preventing any rash decisions. Yes, Your Majesty. Huyong bows in agreement. As the discussion nears its conclusion, Zhang Jin addresses the assembly. Esteemed ministers, if there are no further matters, you may disperse. Your Majesty. Minister Fong Qiao suddenly rises. Bowing deeply, the emissaries from the Morning Empire have just delivered a letter of allegiance, seeking to surrender to Yan'an. Chapter 134, Malicious Intent. A few days prior, within the Morning Empire, near Dongjing City, the Emperor and his trusted officials have been ensconced in a dark, muddy ravine for several months. They have no choice. The Yan'an Air Force operates with reckless abandon, bombing any suspicious locations. The homeland of the Morning Empire has been meticulously ravaged by the Air Force, rendering the landscape devoid of buildings and even larger animals. At this moment, the Prime Minister, Gong Jioshan, appears visibly shaken as he reports, Your Majesty. During my recent inspections across the regions, I have ventured only under the cover of night. Not only I, but the citizens of the Empire fear to show themselves during the day, choosing instead to hide in underground shelters, only daring to emerge at night. The Emperor of the Fuso Empire was suddenly taken aback. Following the relentless bombardment from Yan'an, particularly the targeted airstrikes on military camps and bases, the forces of the Fuso Empire had suffered catastrophic losses. With all cities reduced to rubble, the communication capabilities within the homeland had virtually ceased to exist. To ascertain the situation, one could only undertake an on-site investigation. At this moment, Gong Jioshan continued, Your Majesty, the Air Force of Yan'an has gone mad. They indiscriminately drop bombs on our homeland, not only turning our cities into wastelands, but also mercilessly attacking towns and villages. As I traveled westward, all I witnessed was scorched earth and craters. Even these ruins are not spared, as the Yan'an Air Force continues to bomb them relentlessly. I personally witnessed them obliterate a small city within the empire. The entire place has been reduced to mere remnants. Yet they persisted in their bombardment until all that remained were fragments of debris. What is even more despicable is their assault on agricultural lands, setting fire to fields, woodlands, and even small fishing boats along the coast, causing immense suffering to other living beings. The citizens of the empire are left without food, without meat to sustain themselves, and even fish have become a luxury. For a full 6 months, that accursed Ma Jin has bombarded us relentlessly, reducing the population of the empire to a mere shadow of its former self. Your Majesty, if this continues, our empire shall face annihilation. Gong Jioshan Yi's face grew increasingly animated as he spoke, yet fear gripped his heart. Only he understood the dire plight of the empire's citizens. With the unceasing bombardment from Yan'an, all semblance of order had vanished from the Fuso Empire. Granaries lay in ashes, farmlands turned to charred earth, and even if these lands could be cultivated again, no one dared to till the soil. The plains from Yan'an seemed to have eyes. The moment they spotted a human figure during the day, they would unleash a barrage of bombs. Moreover, the bombs dropped were not ordinary explosives, but cluster munitions, with countless unexploded ordnance scattered across the Fuso homeland, rendering the remaining populace too fearful to venture out during the day, let alone at night, where death awaited them. Consequently, the remnants of the Fuso Empire could only cling to their dwindling resources, struggling to survive, and in some areas, cannibalism had begun to emerge. Even in the heart of the Fuso Empire, in this valley of mud, there was a dire shortage of clothing and food. The emperor himself could only subsist on rice balls mixed with dried leaves each day. Observing the despondent Gong Jioshan Yi, the emperor sighed deeply. No one had anticipated that the air force of Yan'an could indeed bring the vast Fuso Empire to the brink of destruction, unleashing bombs across more than 400,000 square kilometers repeatedly. The sheer consumption of munitions could bankrupt the nation. In the eyes of the former Fuso stronghold, such devastation had once seemed impossible, yet Yan'an had shattered their preconceived notions. They did not merely drop bombs daily or monthly. Thousands of bombers unleashed their payloads as if the explosives and fuel were carried by the wind. Alas, the emperor of Fuso sighed and remarked, "It is what it is. Victory belongs to the conqueror. For the sake of the empire's citizens, what do my personal honors or disgraces matter? Your Majesty, please send a message to Yan'an, declaring my willingness to submit to the empire in mourning. To demonstrate my sincerity, I shall lead the officials in mourning across the river to Yan'an. relinquishing all claims to our homeland. Upon hearing the emperor's intention to surrender, Gong Jio's heart surged with joy, only to be taken aback when he realized that the emperor intended to take them as hostages. Without waiting for inquiries from Gong Jio and the others, the emperor continued. The situation in our homeland is beyond redemption. Our sole opportunity lies in merging with Yan'an. The people of Jiuzhou are notoriously hypocritical, claiming to be a nation of propriety. You have all seen their broadcasts, where their officers embrace captured enemies, sharing cigarettes and meals as if they were friends, treating the captives to white bread, rice, and meat daily. As he mentioned rice and meat, the emperor's throat involuntarily twitched, followed by a disdainful snort. Have you not heard that one must eradicate the roots when cutting grass? Yet, this presents us with an opportunity. If we surrender, they are sure to treat us with kindness. We could then utilize the wealth accumulated by the empire to invest in Yan'an's education, culture, and media outlets. Much like the Abrahamic peoples, by quietly controlling these facets, we could sway the thoughts of all in Yan'an, compelling them to serve our interests. Perhaps we could even re-establish our kingdom in Yan'an. The emperor's vision of a promising future sparked a gleam in the eyes of Gong Jio and the others, who began to daydream about the possibilities. In the grand palace hall of Yan'an, Zhang Jin was momentarily taken aback upon hearing of the mourning people's desire to surrender. Your Majesty, Xia Yuanji suddenly stepped forward. Since they are willing to submit, why not seize this chance to lure them out and eliminate them entirely? Zhang Jin, coming back to his senses, chuckled at Xia Yuanji's suggestion. Killing them would be too lenient. We are in need of manpower in many areas, especially in the coal mines of Bingzhou, which I have heard have suffered considerable losses recently. Your Majesty, Fang Xiao promptly reported. The Bingzhou governor's office just sent a telegram indicating that the court has been increasing the number of thermal power plants, leading to a surge in coal usage. Many coal mines in Bingzhou have been hastily constructed, and the equipment is inadequate. The 1 million mourning farmers dispatched to Bingzhou have suffered significant losses, with tens of thousands having perished in recent days. I have already communicated with the Bingzhou governor's office. Now that winter has arrived, it is challenging to gather leaves and wild grasses, and the dried hay must be reserved for livestock, making it wasteful to feed it to the mourning people. The governor's office replied that they had invented a new product called cow dung buns, made from powdered dry cow dung and the waste from sugarcane processing, mixed with a small amount of cornmeal to create buns, which the mourning people claimed were delicious. Thus, livestock would consume grass while the mourning people feasted on cow dung buns, creating a cycle where the animals grew fat for our consumption. Zhang Jin was momentarily stunned, but soon regained his composure. Since the mourning people are willing to eat them, let them do so. Very well, since they are eager to surrender, let us bring them all over, sending the men and women over 40 to the mines in Bingzhou. As for the remaining women, it has been publicly announced that all those who remain unmarried may claim one. This could be considered a resolution to a long-standing dilemma. Just as Zhang Jin concluded his remarks regarding mourning, Zhang Chong hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Commander, the fleet of Queen Eliza from the Eagle Nation has arrived at the Jinfu dock." Chapter 135, The Queen's Journey East. At the Jinfu harbor, Queen Eliza, adorned with a plush, rounded top hat, gracefully descended from her vessel. Once her feet touched the ground, she began to survey the splendid scenery of Yan'an. Instantly, she was struck by the breathtaking sight before her. Towering skyscrapers rose like colossal pillars into the sky, each structure appearing to reach at least 100 meters in height. Their surfaces, rather than being composed of stone or brick, were clad in a glass-like curtain wall that shimmered with an inexplicable luster under the sun's rays. As Eliza's gaze fell upon the dock, she observed the vast expanse filled with a multitude of ships, while towering steel cranes loomed beside them. She recalled having seen such machinery in newspapers, referred to as container unloading bridges. Behind these stood neat rows of containers, both large and small, alongside trucks that continuously traversed the area. Just by looking at these scenes, one could infer the bustling state of Yan'an's foreign trade. Under the guidance of Ha Shirda, the Eagle Nation's envoy to Yan'an, Eliza and her entourage swiftly exited the dock and entered a bustling street. She beheld vehicles she had never encountered before, strikingly beautiful and futuristic, in stark contrast to the classical elegance of vintage cars. They moved in an orderly fashion along the thoroughfare. To her astonishment, not a single horse-drawn carriage was in sight, nor even the rickshaws or handcarts she had glimpsed in the past in the Shengwen newspapers. The reality was indeed reminiscent of what she had seen on television. Though the Eagle Nation boasted of being the foremost power of the age, it was mired in the shadows of war and economic despair. While Yan'an thrived in tranquility and prosperity, the vibrant array of shops lining the street alone testified to this flourishing commerce. As she strolled along the bustling thoroughfare, weaving through the throngs of people, she passed by an array of establishments, pastry shops, department stores, jewelry boutiques, and cosmetic shops. In just 10 minutes, she spotted 7 or 8 Western-style restaurants, all staffed by individuals who appeared to be of her own kind. Watching them bow and greet the local populace with feigned enthusiasm, Eliza felt a heavy stone settle upon her heart, a profound sense of frustration. Moreover, she noticed the occasional passerby in Western attire, many of whom donned traditional Eastern garments, greeting others in the language of the Jojo. Had it not been for their distinctly Caucasian features, one might easily mistake them for true Jojo people, a dissonance that seemed lost on them as they reveled in their ignorance. Your Majesty, there are currently about 6,000 to 70,000 Westerners in Jinfu, primarily from France, Russia, and Prussia, with a notable number hailing from our own nation. In larger cities such as Shanghai, Beiping, Guangzhou, and Jiulong, the number of Westerners is even greater. It is said that Shanghai hosts over 2 to 3 million, while Beiping, now the capital, has more than 2 million. These cities have established foreigner streets, such as Ocean Street, Bari Street, London Street, Megwa Street, and Boland Street, where expatriates from various nations reside. However, obtaining a long card in Jojo is a challenging endeavor. One must be proficient in the Jojo language or possess a specialized skill to acquire it. Otherwise, the influx of visitors to Jojo would be far greater. Securing a citizenship certificate is even more arduous, as it is attainable only through significant contributions to Yan'an or by being a highly skilled professional. As Hasid spoke, a hint of envy crept onto his face, making Eliza feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Oblivious to the discomfort of his queen, Hasid continued, remarking that currently, the most popular establishments in these major cities are Jojo language training centers. However, it is advisable for those wishing to come to Jojo to study diligently in their home countries. I have already submitted a proposal to the Parliament, advocating that schools in the Eagle Federation offer Jojo language courses, facilitating smoother transitions for students coming to Yan'an to acquire advanced scientific knowledge. Eliza was left astounded by Hasid's astonishing proposition, which diverged entirely from her expectations. In her vision, as more Westerners arrived in Yan'an, Western culture would swiftly permeate the region, transforming Yan'an into a banana republic in no time. Yet, it appeared that instead of assimilating into Yan'an, they were being rapidly eroded by it. As Eliza's mind swirled in confusion, 2 exceptionally beautiful Caucasian ladies approached, chattering animatedly. To her surprise, they spoke fluent Jojo language and donned classical Eastern attire. Fortunately, Jojo language had gained considerable popularity in the West, with the upper echelons of society taking pride in their ability to converse in it. Eliza had learned quite a bit herself and could barely comprehend the ladies' conversation. Tina, did you know? Today, it seems a handsome Jojo gentleman has taken a liking to me. Should I seize the opportunity? If I could marry him, we would secure our long cards. What about Diaz? You wouldn't want to leave him, would you? Humph. Don't mention Diaz. My fondness for him is waning. He is rude and uncivilized, lacking understanding of how to treat a woman. Being with him feels like a mere chore. Unlike Jojo men, who are gentle, considerate, and empathetic, the girl speaking was practically glowing with excitement, yearning to fall into the arms of a Jojo man. The girl named Tina echoed her sentiments, lamenting how, nowadays, women were eager to marry Jojo men, while opportunities to marry Westerners seemed scarce. Who knows when someone will take an interest in me? I certainly don't want to be the one to throw myself at them. I refuse to be seen as a bad woman. That would be disgraceful. Fear not. There are plenty of handsome Jojo gentlemen at our university. Perhaps one will take a liking to you, and we can live here forever. Yes, indeed. It's all the detestable god's fault. Why were we born in the filthy West instead of Jojo? Otherwise, we would be of noble Jojo lineage. As the 2 ladies chattered and passed by Eliza, they cast a clear look of disdain at her Western attire. Eliza even overheard one of them disparagingly remark, "Another bumpkin just arrived from the West. Tina, step away. She might be infested with lice." Eliza was nearly overwhelmed by the scornful remarks. How could these individuals, having arrived only recently, hold such disdain and even contempt for her identity? Your Majesty, our time is limited. We must hasten to the capital. Prompted by Hasid, Eliza and her companions hurriedly boarded the train bound for the capital. 2 hours later, within the Four Directions pavilion of the royal palace, a remarkably beautiful maidservant curtsied to Eliza and said, "Your Majesty, please proceed to bathe and change quickly. His Majesty is awaiting you in the Dragon Hall." Eliza was momentarily taken aback. Was this the custom of the East? To meet the sovereign in a state of undress? The maidservant's expression held a hint of peculiarity as she maintained her solemn demeanor. "Indeed, Your Majesty. According to palace etiquette, after your bath, you will be wrapped in a jade blanket and taken to the Dragon Hall to meet His Majesty." Eliza nodded, though her understanding was somewhat limited. Chapter 136. The Seed? As a Western woman unfamiliar with Eastern culture, Eliza's comprehension faltered slightly as the maidens led her into the bathing chamber. Upon entering, she was utterly captivated. The chamber was adorned with intricate dragon carvings and opulent jewels. The entire bathing pool was crafted from white jade, accented with gold, an opulent treasure of the Eagle Kingdom's royalty. Yet, she had never encountered a gilded bathing pool that resembled a pond. The warm water was so soothing that Eliza couldn't help but emit a soft sigh of contentment, her body languishing in the pool. After the long journey from the west to the east, the fatigue weighed heavily upon her. An hour later, several maidens clad in sheer fabrics entered to assist Eliza, and they guided her to a golden velvet mat. Following their instructions, she obediently reclined on the mat, and before she could comprehend the situation, they swiftly wrapped her up. "What are you doing?" Eliza exclaimed, but it wasn't until two women in military attire hoisted her onto their shoulders that her mind caught up. Attempting to struggle, she found herself tightly bound, and when she tried to speak, a maidservant shoved a silk scarf into her mouth. Half an hour later, Eliza was lifted down from the carriage, her eyes wide with astonishment. She had never imagined the palace could be so grand. While she was momentarily dazed, she was carried into an imposing palace and placed upon a massive dragon bed made of precious wood. The maidservant said nothing and silently withdrew, leaving the entire palace enveloped in an eerie stillness that caused Eliza's heart to race uncontrollably. It must be said, Eliza was strikingly beautiful, bearing a resemblance to Marina Alexandrovna, yet with an air of defiance. As she stared into space, a figure suddenly appeared at her bedside, startling her profoundly. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a young man with bare arms, and before she could utter a word, he descended upon her with an overwhelming presence. "What are you doing?" "No." After 10 hours, Zhang Jin, draped in a long robe, walked briskly from the rear palace to the front hall, where he sank into a genuine leather sofa, exhaling deeply. He felt a slight ache in his body and silently resolved to exert himself more in physical training henceforth. Just then, Elisa limped out from the palace, her mind still clouded, unable to comprehend the situation. Wasn't she merely there to inquire about something? How had she ended up in this predicament? "Queen Elisa, what brings you all the way to our territory? Is there something you wish to request of us? Given your initiative, feel free to voice your desires. I may just grant them." Elisa, unfamiliar with the nuances of Eastern rhetoric, felt a wave of joy at Zhang Jin's invitation to present her demands. After all, she had entrusted her daughter to him. She quickly responded, "Your Highness, I hope you will cease all assistance to the Prussian Empire." Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Jin replied, "Impossible." Elisa was momentarily taken aback by his unwavering tone. Hadn't he just encouraged her to make a request? Why was he now dismissing her so firmly? "How can you be so unreasonable? As a queen, am I not worth this price?" Zhang Jin coolly retorted, "Indeed, you are not worth it. I have no need for money. I have already gained what I desired." Elisa was infuriated by his last remark, realizing he intended to exploit her. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, Zhang Jin leisurely added, "However, if my seed were to sprout, it would not be out of the question." "Seed? Sprout?" Elisa was left bewildered until she noticed Zhang Jin's gaze fixed on her abdomen, at which point understanding dawned upon her. Yet, there was no possibility of her blushing. Westerners were not prone to such displays. Elisa merely regarded Zhang Jin with suspicion, perceiving his proposition as overly simplistic. "What? You do not believe me? Why should I believe you? Then how about this? Allow me to plant a few more times. And if they sprout, you will know whether I have deceived you." "What do you say?" I shall plant them. I will return tomorrow." "Tomorrow, I am unavailable. Let us proceed now, and you may depart tomorrow." 2 days later, at noon, Zhang Jin sat on the throne, rubbing his waist. "Zhang Chong, please send a telegram to Gu Chun instructing our agents in Eagle Country to keep a close watch on Elisa. If any man dares to approach her, do not waste words. Eliminate him immediately. Yes, Commander. Zhang Chong replied promptly. Commander, Elder Xia has just arrived, stating that the Morning Emperor, along with the remaining officials of the Morning Empire, have reached Jinfu. Oh, what does UNG intend? Commander, Elder Xia wishes to know whether to send the mourners directly to the mine or to wait a while longer. Wait for what? Let us invite them to a feast. Send them all to the mine. Tell Xia Yung to ensure the Morning Emperor and his entourage are well entertained, allowing them to starve for a while. Otherwise, how will they appreciate the sweetness of cow dung, air, cow's stomach buns? This is what one refers to as reminiscing about hardships while cherishing the sweetness. Commander, shall we instruct the Air Force to cease its routine bombings? Cease what? Are we to let our bombs rust away in the warehouses? We shall continue bombing. Let the Air Force establish a lifeline, allowing those in mourning to evacuate. I want them to broadcast incessantly over the homeland of mourning. The time for evacuation is merely 1 month, and we shall not wait beyond that. And inform the Air Force to be less cautious. Even if they inadvertently strike the safe passage, I shall not hold them accountable. Indeed, Commander. After issuing his orders, Zhang Jin stroked his chin, contemplating that the entire land of mourning had been reduced to a graveyard of bombs, no longer suitable for human habitation. Thus, let us repurpose it into an Air Force target range and a weapons testing facility. We have been progressing splendidly with our light explosion project, have we not? In due time, we shall drop a few dozen bombs on the land of mourning and observe the effects. This is entirely feasible. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong felt a chill run down his spine as a sense of dread welled up within him. The commander was not merely intending to transform mourning into a testing ground. He sought to turn it into a desolate wasteland. He quickly bowed his head and replied, Commander, your subordinate understands. Well then, proceed. Zhang Jin was quite pleased with Zhang Chong's quick-wittedness and waved his hand decisively. Meanwhile, at the port of Jinfu, the Emperor of Mourning descended from the ship, his face a mask of grief, as he was accompanied by the remaining civil and military officials of mourning. Chapter 137. Oh dear. The Emperor of Mourning stepped off the vessel, seemingly in a daze. As he steadied himself, he noticed a major standing with arms crossed, flanked by a group of soldiers who were watching him with predatory eyes. The Major's expression did not convey a warm welcome. Rather, it seemed as if he wished to devour him. Was this the reception he was to receive? Just a single major? The Emperor of Mourning was momentarily taken aback, his face shifting from pale to crimson, then to a sickly hue, as his chest began to heave. By the heavens, Zhang Jin's conscience must be severely lacking. To have dispatched only a major to greet him. Was this an act of humiliation? Though anger surged within him, tempting him to turn back to the ship, the memories of his ghostly existence on the land of mourning quelled his desire to retreat. Hesitating for a moment, he forced a strained smile and approached the major, extending his hand. However, to his immense embarrassment, the major showed no intention of reciprocating. Instead, he emotionlessly stated, Please proceed. Though the Emperor of Mourning felt a twinge of humiliation, he managed to muster a semblance of a smile as he walked towards a convoy in the distance. It must be noted that while Zhang Jin's social finesse was lacking, the prepared convoy was rather impressive, providing a slight comfort to the Emperor's heart as he approached the most luxurious-looking vehicle. Yet, before he could take more than 2 steps, the major's cold, unfeeling voice rang out, Where are you going? Your vehicle is over there. The Emperor turned to where the major pointed, his face instantly flushing crimson, then swiftly turning ashen, his eyes ablaze with fury. The major's indication revealed not a luxurious carriage, but rather a collection of crude wooden carts fashioned into prison vehicles. As the grieving emperor sought to voice his discontent, a sudden crack resounded as a whip lashed mercilessly against his back, the searing pain eliciting a pained cry from him. It hurts. The voice of the junior officer followed, laced with contempt. You thought you were still an emperor, didn't you? Hurry, get into the dog cage, or I'll beat you to death. With each word, another strike landed upon the emperor, who had never endured such treatment. Overwhelmed by the agony, he cried out in despair. Do not strike me. I will comply. I shall go. Swiftly, the emperor scrambled to his feet and dashed toward the prison cart, bewildered. The reality starkly contrasted with the scenario he had envisioned upon his arrival. When had the people of Jiuzhou become so ruthless, forsaking even their reputation as a land of propriety? The other mourning officials fared no better. each one receiving the same cruel treatment from the soldiers, their wails echoing in the air. Once all the grieving high officials were confined within the prison cart, a smile finally graced the face of the junior officer. His voice booming with authority, "Listen well. The commander has decreed to starve these miscreants for 3 days to cleanse their systems. Otherwise, they shan't enjoy the finer fare." He then raised his voice, "And when the time comes, do not waste any convenience. Prepare plastic bottles. Should they become thirsty, we must have water for them." The officer's orders ignited laughter among the soldiers, who relished the thought of retribution for the misdeeds of these scoundrels. Onward, the officer commanded, climbing into his Humvee, leading the emperor and his entourage toward the most populous street, seizing the opportunity for a public spectacle. Meanwhile, within the Four Directions pavilion, Eliza returned from her meeting with Zhang Jin, her expression stern. She had anticipated some benefits from her journey to the east, yet found herself empty-handed, even compromising her own integrity. This was far from her original intent. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." At that moment, the Minister of Internal Affairs, Barons, rushed in, breathless. "Your Majesty, our shipment of antique artifacts has been seized by Zhang Jin's forces. A Jojo official just came to express gratitude, claiming we had generously returned all the antiques and even promised us a banner of commendation." "Generous?" Eliza exclaimed incredulously. She had gone to great lengths to transport the artifacts, and while she had masked her intentions as benevolent, she certainly had demands in mind. It was disheartening to realize that Zhang Jin, without shame, had dispatched his men to seize them outright. She yearned to take action, yet felt utterly powerless, resigned to the notion that her only recourse might be to vent her frustrations upon Zhang Jin upon her return to the long residence. "Your Majesty, shall we purchase arms from Yan'an?" Eliza gritted her teeth. "Yes. Take the military delegation to the Foreign Affairs Office in Yan'an. Identify any weapons we urgently need. Do not concern yourself with the cost." She had just made a significant fortune at the hands of the Abrahamites, and naturally, she would not have traveled in vain. Berlins instantly felt invigorated, hurriedly turning to leave. Meanwhile, Eliza stood alone, her brows furrowed. After an indeterminate period, her eyes suddenly lit up, and a faint smile graced her lips, as if she had come to a realization. Simultaneously, in midwinter, within a desolate stretch near the Mediterranean, an armored cluster of the Prussian Empire was rapidly advancing eastward. A defensive position of the Franxi Empire and the Eagle Empire lay 100 kilometers away. As the Prussian Empire occupied the entirety of the Franxi Empire, their formidable military focus was immediately directed towards the Balkans. It must be said that the Prussian forces, under the command of Zhang Jin, exhibited an extraordinary strength. This region, often deemed a powder keg, was utterly decimated before the might of the Prussian armored battalions, with Byzantium effectively prostrating itself at the feet of the Prussians. The Prussians, in their urgency, were undoubtedly eyeing the oil resources of midwinter. By securing this territory, they could liberate themselves from the constraints imposed by Zhang Jin. Leading this armored contingent was the illustrious figure, Landier. 2 hours later, Landier arrived at the foot of a colossal hill with hundreds of Panzer IV tanks. Suddenly, a piercing wail reverberated through the sky as a dark cloud loomed from the north. It was the Stuka, a formidable formation, numbering 400 to 500 aircraft, surged forth. This individual, Schiller, had taken to emulating Zhang Jin and, inspired by the might of the Yen South bomber fleet, had hastily assembled his own squadron of bombers. Unable to afford long-range bombers, he opted for the cost-effective Stukas. As the vast fleet soared over the hill, a cacophony of explosions erupted, with plumes of smoke rapidly engulfing the sky, transforming into a wall of smoke that obscured the sun, a truly magnificent spectacle. Landier, feeling the tremors beneath his feet, bore a satisfied smile, issuing orders to accelerate the advance, seizing the moment while the Eagle forces were disoriented by the bombardment, intent on utterly defeating them. Just as General Landier had given his command, a staff officer rushed towards him, bearing urgent news from 9 continents, instructing an immediate halt to operations in midwinter and a withdrawal within 24 hours. "What did you say?" Landier, seemingly unable to comprehend, cast a dark glance at the operations officer, who hastily reiterated, "It's the Yen South forces. They demand we withdraw from midwinter within 24 hours. Within the confines of the Prussian Empire, Zhang Jin and the Yen South were nearly household names, with every utterance revolving around the Yen South. While the term 9 continents was less familiar, Landier found it hard to believe. Previously, The Yin South had always been accommodating, amicable in their dealings. Why had they suddenly become so aggressive? Moreover, this was not the East, it was their territory in the West. Surely, the Yin South had no authority to dictate terms here. It's often said that one's grievances are born from small matters. Yet their kindness stems from even lesser deeds. Launder felt a surge of fury rise within him. What were the people of Yinnan to dictate our actions? We need not heed them. Let us continue our assault. General Launder, the operations officer, interjected. There are 3 Yinnan individuals directly ahead of us. Launder was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, his brow furrowing tightly. He had merely spoken in jest. To truly offend Zhang Jin would be folly. The current standing of the Prussian Empire was entirely due to Zhang Jin's efforts, from the ordinary citizens' daily necessities, such as flour, meat, cheese, and milk, to the grander implements of warfare, all supplied by Yinnan. Alas, Hitler had descended into madness, diverting nearly all resources towards military production and the army, recklessly plundering the wealth of other nations, only to exchange it with Zhang Jin for what they required. After all, the goods Zhang Jin offered were far more economical than their own production. Thus, it was only natural that Zhang Jin had a firm grip on their lifeline. The higher-ups in Hitler's Prussian Empire had certainly recognized this predicament. Otherwise, they would not have come here with such fanfare, seeking to extricate themselves from Yinnan's covert control. Let us proceed to investigate. Launder climbed aboard a barrel cart, swiftly traversing the sand dunes, only to behold a colossal city rising majestically from the ochre sands. Billowing smoke filled the air, indicating the recent devastation wrought by the Stukas. As Launder crested the dunes, he spotted a Humvee blocking his path, with 3 men clad in Zhongshan suits standing before it. With a creak, the barrel cart halted just short of the imposing vehicle. Launder gazed at the formidable Humvee with a hint of envy. He had long desired one. Yet its exorbitant price rendered it unattainable, forcing them to settle for less ostentatious carts. As Launder alighted from the vehicle, the head of the Yinnan's Zhongdong administrative office, Wang Jie, approached with outstretched hands and a welcoming smile. Welcome, General Launder, to our Zhongdong. My name is Wang Jie, the representative of Yinnan here. Launder's expression stiffened. When had Zhongdong become a Yinnan domain? Mr. Wang, when did Zhongdong become yours? Is this not the territory of the Eagle Kingdom and the Phalanxi people? We have already seized control of all Phalanxi territory, and their influence should rightfully pass to the Prussian Empire. What rationale allows you to intrude here? Wang Jie responded with a faint smile. General Launder, it seems there is a misunderstanding. We do not concern ourselves with rationale. We prefer to let our fists do the talking. Whoever possesses the might here claims dominion. If mere words could secure this land, why would we require aircraft and artillery? Launder was taken aback by Wang Jie's forthrightness, his expression shifting dramatically before settling into a pallid hue, and he turned away in silence. Indeed, Launder dared not act. The entanglements between Prussia and Yinnan ran too deep. Should he dare to engage here, tomorrow, countless Prussian tanks would be rendered immobile. Director, won't our actions offend the Prussians? A young man to the left inquired with concern. Offend? Wang Jie savored the words, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. To speak of grievances, by the time the great leader ascended, he had already offended nearly every nation in the world. Remember this one truth. The might of one's fist dictates reason. The larger the fist, the greater the voice. Between nations, there is no such thing as offense. Only strength and weakness exist. If you are strong, your word is law. Even if you point at a deer and call it a horse, none would dare contest you. If you are weak, everything you say is wrong. A raised voice could lead to your demise. Come, we have myriad tasks ahead. Also, instruct the Westerners in Yessa City to vacate within 24 hours. Meanwhile, between the sand dunes and Yessa City, squads of bare-chested, scantily clad mourners diligently laid down roads. They had no choice. Soldiers wielding whips surrounded them. And at the first sign of sluggishness, the whips cracked down mercilessly. Director, 300,000 elk have been transported domestically and are currently being utilized to construct the railway from Yessa City to Boss Bay as per specifications. Indeed, relay the order for around-the-clock work. Even if it exhausts these 300,000 mourners to death, the task must be completed within 10 days. As the two conversed, soldiers suddenly surged into the working ranks of the mourners, seizing those who lagged behind. They were bound to posts, but instead of being executed, large magnifying glasses were placed around them, focusing the sun rays upon their bodies. One must understand how intense the winter sun can be in mere moments. Chilling wails of agony echoed throughout the construction site as the mourners, illuminated by the concentrated light, began to resemble roasted meat, a faint aroma wafting through the air. Though only certain parts of their bodies were targeted, they would not die immediately. However, one can only imagine the sensation of being scorched in several places. Indeed, a fate worse than death, as their piercing cries continued unabated. This method was devised by Zhang Jin, whose entire family had been slaughtered by these mourners, fueling a deep-seated hatred. Yet, he did not wish for their deaths to be swift, so he conceived this method, ensuring their suffering stretched throughout the day. The effectiveness was evident. The mourners, already fearful, now worked with even greater fervor. Director, the logistics, just reported that thousands of mourners have suffocated in the latrines, unable to relieve themselves. What transpired? It appears that the procurement of cattle manure has not yet been completed, and the logistics added an excess of wood shavings to their meals, resulting in poor digestion. Zhang Jin nodded, offering no further instructions, clearly indifferent to the fate of these creatures. The messenger understood Zhang Jin's sentiment and silently turned to leave. Meanwhile, in the Prussian Empire, in the city of Berlin. Chapter 139. The Fury of Prussia. Emperor Hitler of the Prussian Empire sat impassively upon his throne, observing his subordinates below, who were embroiled in a cacophony of disputes. Your Imperial Majesty Hitler, esteemed son of God and sovereign of the Western lands, how dare a diminutive Eastern nation affront your Majesty, disrespecting the supremely noble Aryans? We must immediately implement countermeasures to make the Yan'an people aware of the consequences of provoking us, suggested the Minister of Internal Affairs, Odabi, with palpable indignation. Preposterous. Before Odabi's words could fully settle, a coarse voice interrupted. Your Majesty, you must not heed the foolish counsel of Odabi. He seeks to plunge the Prussian Empire into ruin. Odabi, momentarily stunned, soon felt his face redden with fury as he glared at General Walter, the chief military advisor who had insulted him. You are the fool. Your entire family is a fool. He retorted. What is Yan'an? The mighty Prussia is the true arbiter of this world. The fervent declaration of Odabi stirred even Hitler, seated upon his throne, who was about to speak when Walter's voice, laced with derision, echoed. Ah, dear Lord Odabi, might I inquire what we would do if Yan'an ceased to supply us with oil, spare parts, weaponry, and even food? Shall we manufacture these ourselves? Walter's words compelled Hitler to close his mouth, for as the ruler of the Prussian Empire, he understood better than anyone the significance of Yan'an to their dominion. However, Odabi suddenly scoffed. And what of our own production? Why can't we produce for ourselves? General Walter, do you comprehend why we are continually hindered by Yan'an? It is because of short-sighted individuals like you who deem the goods produced by Yan'an superior due to their lower prices, leading our industries to collapse. Do you not realize that our Ministry of Internal Affairs has just assessed the entirety of Prussian industry, revealing a staggering 40% decline since before the war? This means half of our factories have failed and lay idle. If this continues, our industry will surely perish. Then what use would it be to unify the entire Western continent? Would we not merely be laboring for Zhang Jin? Moreover, has the military not considered this? There is an ancient saying in the East, when the clam and the snipe contend, the fisherman profits. Does Zhang Jin genuinely intend to assist us? I think not. I believe he harbors ulterior motives, wishing to incite conflict among us Westerners. Even if we emerge victorious, how much of our military would remain? If Zhang Jin were to sever his support and unleash a great army against us, what chance would we have? At this juncture, Odabi turned to Hitler with utmost seriousness, saying, Your Majesty, the situation in the West has become increasingly clear. We must prepare for the future. Clearly, Hitler was taken aback by Odabi's words, his countenance reflecting deep contemplation. As an emperor, how could Hitler remain oblivious to such shortcomings? Yet, the relentless victories had clouded his judgment. The high-intensity warfare demanded an immense supply of ammunition, where one could procure a single bullet for a mark in Prussia. 2 or even 3 could be obtained at that moment elsewhere, leaving no room for doubt in the decision-making process. However, Odabi's concerns were not unfounded. At that moment, the atmosphere in the grand hall felt as though it had congealed. Everyone bowed their heads in silence. Even the previously boisterous Walter had reluctantly turned his gaze to admire his own shoes. Observing the impact of his words, Odabi's expression brightened with enthusiasm, and his voice rose once again. Your Majesty, we must act swiftly to bolster our industry. Only through our own strength can we prevent incidents like the one in midwinter. A mere official from Yan'an has driven us to retreat. Finally, someone had articulated the reason for their gathering today. It was indeed due to the midwinter affair. An obscure official from Yan'an had effectively frightened away an entire armored division and 2 light infantry divisions. A blatant humiliation. What were they to do? Fight? How could they possibly engage? Setting aside Yannan's formidable military power, without their supplies, the once invincible Prussian forces would quickly turn into a heap of scrap metal, a scenario the Prussian military could never accept. Naturally, they opposed any confrontation with Yan'an. To remain silent in the face of such disgrace would only invite ridicule, severely undermining both military and public morale. Caught in this dilemma, every proposed solution seemed flawed, and no one was willing to step forward, which explained why Hillier had remained mute upon his throne. He, too, was uncertain of what to say. However, clarity struck Hillier, and he rose with resolve, declaring, "From this moment forth, half of the military's required supplies will be sourced domestically, with the aim of achieving self-sufficiency by next year and liberating ourselves from reliance on Yan'an. As for the midwinter incident, I will dispatch envoys to Yan'an for a stern negotiation, demanding accountability. Otherwise, the Prussian Empire will be compelled to take measures to safeguard our interests." He continued, "As for oil, are there no other sources apart from midwinter?" Walter. Upon hearing his name, Walter promptly approached Hillier, standing tall and raising his hand. "My emperor, please give your command. Is the Bear Plan ready for implementation?" Hillier inquired. Walter, invigorated, replied, "Your Majesty, the Bear Plan has been finalized and awaits your orders." Hillier responded immediately, "Execute the plan without delay." Walter, sensing urgency, remarked, "Your Majesty, the Rose Empire is about to enter winter. Should we not wait until spring?" "Unacceptable." Hillier decisively countered, "We do not have the luxury of time. Proceed with the plan immediately." However, Walter wished to continue speaking, but Hillier brusquely interrupted him. "Marshal Walter, carry out your orders." He was indifferent to the seasons, for his foremost concern lay in seizing the oil-rich territories and mineral resources of the Rose Empire. Aiming to completely extricate himself from the constraints imposed by Yan'an, everything else was of little consequence. In the vast expanse of Yan'an, in the capital, the imperial palace, Zhang Chong hurriedly arrived at the Yangxin Hall with a document in hand. Upon glancing at it, Zhang Jin burst into laughter, finding this ode Biao to be quite astute, most intriguing. "Inform Guchun to send someone to eliminate him. Also, tell Xia Yuanji to reduce the price of ammunition by another 30%. Since Prussia dares to assault Rose, we must assist our industry." Chapter 140. A declaration of war against Prussia. Time flew by, the grass grew tall, and before one knew it, a new year had arrived, June of the second year. 8 months prior, the Prussian Empire had secretly mobilized millions of troops, suddenly crossing the border into Rose, waging war without declaration. The entire Western continent was plunged into turmoil. Meanwhile, Eliza, who had sown seeds for over half a month, hastily boarded a ship to return to the Eagle Empire's homeland as Prussia declared war against the Rose Empire. It was perplexing. One could only wonder if the mind of Emperor Hillier of Prussia had been muddled. In the midst of attacking the Rose Empire, he also commenced a frenzied aerial assault on the homeland of the Eagle Empire, deploying even the main forces of the Prussian navy, as if preparing for a two-front war. And indeed, the assault persisted for over 8 months. The unprepared Rose Empire was naturally no match for the Prussian forces, suffering devastating losses and retreating in disarray. Had it not been for the winter season, which rendered the roads a quagmire and hampered the operations of Prussia's formidable armored divisions, coupled with severe shortages of winter supplies, Rose might have been utterly annihilated. Although they escaped total destruction, Starkland found itself pushed to the vicinity of the Ural Mountains, having lost nearly all of its territory in the west. One cannot deny the valor of the soldiers of the Rose Empire, who fought fearlessly and regarded their lives as mere weeds. Regrettably, no amount of bravery could withstand bullets and tanks. Of course, the Prussian Empire fared little better, suffering significant losses in both troops and equipment, resulting in a Pyrrhic victory. Yet this period marked the zenith of Prussia's glory. At this juncture, the Prussian Empire nearly unified the entirety of the Western continent. Aside from the beleaguered Eagle Empire, the Rose Empire, and a few inconspicuous smaller nations, no other force could withstand Prussia's might. The phrase, King Qin sweeping through the six harmonies, watching with ferocity, could aptly describe Emperor Hillier of the Prussian Empire. Once this individual acquired a modicum of power, his intellect seemed to wane. He audaciously instructed his subordinates to complicate matters for the Jiuzhou merchants conducting business in the West, resorting to seizing merchant vessels and fabricating various taxations, appearing ready to fleece the fat sheep. In Yunnan, the capital, in the Hall of Nurturing the Heart, Your Majesty, in the past fortnight, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has received numerous petitions, all accusing the Prussian Empire of rampant tyranny and the arbitrary seizure of our vessels. Moreover, over 20 of our merchants have been captured by the Prussians. Xia Yuanji, with both hands cradling a memorial, bowed and reported to Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin raised an eyebrow, questioning the matter at hand. Your Majesty, it is not a grave issue. These merchants merely added a few extraneous substances while selling flour to the Prussians, such as stones and sawdust. Some who sold medicines mixed in expired drugs, while those dealing in canned goods perhaps included maggots or scraps of dead pig. Though these individuals have committed serious offenses, have they caused any fatalities? Zhang Jin interjected abruptly. Xia Yuanji hesitated for a moment before responding. No, they have not caused any deaths. However, then that indicates they were indeed good products. Zhang Jin proclaimed. Since these are commendable goods, the Prussians are making such a fuss over us simply because they believe they have become self-reliant and no longer require our assistance. Your Majesty is astute. At this moment, Hu Yong stepped forward, bowing to Zhang Jin and stating, I have just received a report from the Western Office. The Prussians have increased their procurement of supplies from us tenfold, even declaring they are short on funds and wish to defer payment, treating us as though we are mere fools. The Eagle Empire and the Rose Empire have similarly raised their order quantities, but they are willing to pay in cash and hope we can increase their quotas. Zhang Jin, always the one who believes in justice, stood up abruptly. The Prussian Empire is brutal and inhumane, disregarding the Geneva Conventions, brazenly invading other nations, mistreating prisoners, and slaughtering foreign citizens. As a responsible great power, we must not become accomplices to their crimes. I, Zhang Jin, shall not share the heavens with evil. With a rallying cry, Zhang Jin resolutely commanded, Yuanji, issue an immediate order to cease all trade with the Prussian Empire. All war materials en route to Prussia or about to be dispatched must be redirected to the Eagle Empire or the Rose Empire. Yes, Your Majesty. Hu Yong, you shall promptly convey our orders. The nation shall enter a state of total mobilization. All factories must transition to wartime status, prepared to manufacture military supplies. I shall obey. Li Qin, dispatch a telegram to the entire military, activating first-level combat readiness. All retired personnel must be recalled and remain on standby with their former units. Command the naval forces to assemble immediately at the various military ports. Order the air forces, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Aviation Corps, to be on standby 24 hours a day, releasing all stored aircraft ready for combat deployment. The 1st through 8th Army Corps must advance to the borders. The 9th through 13th Army Corps shall fully assemble at the military ports and await boarding. Yes, Commander. As a flurry of commands were issued, the atmosphere in the Grand Hall became invigorated, with everyone eager and ready for action. The Southyan region had been too quiet for too long, a stillness that beckoned the need for movement. In the Eagle Empire, in the city of Rundun, Your Majesty, good news, good news. Xiao Dier stumbled into the royal palace gardens, exclaiming that the people of Jiuzhou had declared war on the Prussians. What? Really? Exclaimed Eliza, who had been basking in the sun. It was then that she noticed the queen majestically cradling a prominent belly. As if sensing something, a maternal glow illuminated her face as she tenderly caressed her abdomen, murmuring, My dear, it is all thanks to you. In the governor's office of Huangbei, by the banks of the Yeni River, the sharp sound of assembly echoed, igniting a fervor within the headquarters of the 1st Legion. Soldiers, fully armed, rushed from their barracks to gather swiftly at the nearby parade ground. A thunderous roar followed as massive engines began to rumble from the western garage, where tanks and armored vehicles surged forth, coalescing into an armored tide that rapidly filled the parade ground, numbering in the thousands. In front of this armored torrent, infantry units formed countless ranks, their dark silhouettes stretching to the horizon, a truly spectacular sight. To the northwest, at the Toulon governor's office, an Air Force base prepared for action. 320 B-52 bombers were lined up on the runway, with ground crews diligently loading munitions and refueling. Simultaneously, at various airfields including the Huangbei Governor's Air Base, the Tongnu Uliang Governor's Airfield, and the Midwinter Field Airport, thousands of bombers and fighter jets stood ready for deployment. Chapter 141, The Queen Bee Operation. In South Yan, at the Imperial Palace, the command center was abuzz. Zhang Jin had not been idle over the past 8 months. He had been diligently enhancing his military capabilities, launching satellites, acquiring new aircraft, and establishing missile forces. Now, the moment to showcase their strength had finally arrived. In the Grand Hall, Zhang Jin, alongside Chief of Staff Li Qin, Army Chief Chen Jie, Navy Chief Mi Yun, Air Force Chief Li Xing, Artillery Chief Zhang Wan, and Training Chief Jiang Bailey, gathered around an extensive Western-style sand table. The intricate model depicted mountains, lakes, cities, forests, and meadows in vivid detail, clearly indicating extensive preparations that had been underway for quite some time. Zhang Jin stood before the grand sand table and declared, Li Qin, as the operations chief, outline our strategy for this battle. We have but one request: minimize casualties to the greatest extent possible. Li Qin promptly approached the sand table, pointing to the small black flags scattered across it. General, our staff has devised a swarm plan based on the available intelligence. Our objective is to completely dismantle the industrial capabilities of the Prussians before hostilities commence. Once we obliterate their industry, victory will tilt in our favor. The second step will be to eliminate their air supremacy. If we can destroy their air force promptly, the Prussians will be incapable of replenishing their fleet without their industrial base. Finally, we will launch a ground offensive, with the expectation of eradicating the Prussians within 3 months. Zhang Jin furrowed his brow slightly. While he possessed confidence in his own strength, he had never anticipated sweeping across the entire Western continent within 3 months. Such an ambition seemed almost frivolous. After a moment of contemplation, he leisurely inquired, Our Air Force's prowess is now widely recognized. Do you truly believe the Prussian people will remain unprepared? Report, Commander. Li Qin stood at attention, stating, Our intelligence department has infiltrated various high-level positions within Prussia, allowing us to ascertain their deployments in real time. This airstrike may not achieve complete success, but it can certainly obliterate over 80% of the Prussian Empire's industrial capacity and more than 60% of its air force. Observing Li Qin's unwavering confidence, Zhang Jin felt reassured. He had momentarily forgotten the capabilities of Gu Chen's intelligence department. With their assistance, the Prussian Empire harbored no secrets from them. A smile unconsciously crept across Zhang Jin's face as he remarked, As long as you are confident, our demands are modest. I wish to host a celebration banquet in Bolan City on the first day of the Lunar New Year. Can you accomplish this? In unison, the generals present straightened their posture, standing tall and proclaiming, Rest assured, Commander, we shall spare no effort. The Turan Governor's Office, one of the provincial jurisdictions under Zhang Jin's command, oversaw the entire Turan Plain, situated on a small plateau near the Caspian Sea. Here, a squadron of air interceptors, a global strike division, and a ground assault division of the 1st Air Force were stationed. As the elite among elites, the 1st Air Force naturally stood unrivaled among the 9 air forces of Yan'an. For instance, the Air Interceptor Division was equipped with F-15 and S-27 fighter jets, formidable remnants from the Cold War, unmatched in the Air Force. Only the 1st Air Force possessed such equipment, while the other air forces were relegated to F-4 Phantom fighters. As for bombers, the B-52 and Swans were the mainstay of the fleet. At this moment, the 1st Global Strike Division's fleet of 240 B-52 bombers and 80 Swans were fully prepared, with Commander Pan Shun and Chief of Staff Wu Jie positioned before the control console at the Air Command Center. Report, Commander. The 4th and 5th fleets of the Nanyang Fleet have arrived at the designated location in the Atlantic and are ready to escort our bomber formations at any time. Pan Shun's eyes brightened. He promptly approached the console and seized the communicator, declaring, I command, take off. Execute Plan 1. With that, his gaze shifted towards the control center's exterior, where the first Swan gracefully glided onto the runway, ascending into the sky amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd. This was followed by the 2nd, 3rd, and eventually the 320th aircraft. The massive formation darkened the sky, casting a shadow so profound that it obscured the blazing sunlight, bestowing a coolness upon the airport as they drifted westward like a gathering storm cloud. 10 hours later, in a maritime expanse of the Atlantic Ocean, approximately 1,000 kilometers from the borders of the Prussian Empire, for aircraft carriers advanced steadily, escorted by numerous battleships and heavy cruisers. On the bridge of a Tianquan-class battleship, Commander Rong Pan of the 4th Fleet surveyed the surrounding waters. Before him lay a radar display, strategically adjusted for this operation, as General Zhang Jin had allocated a spy satellite for their use. This was to ensure they could monitor the surrounding sea, for the submarines of the Prussian Empire were indeed formidable, and he wished to avoid an unforeseen disaster. Report: the bomber fleet is nearing Prussian territory. Rong Pan's expression turned serious. Launch the air wing. Yes, General. As soon as Rong Pan's command was issued, an F-14 Panda fighter jet positioned itself on the angled flight deck, readying for catapult launch. The aircraft revved its engines, producing a resonant roar. In an instant, the Panda fighter accelerated towards the edge of the deck, soaring skyward just as it reached the precipice. The deck echoed with the repetitive motions of launch, as fighter after fighter was catapulted into the air. Within moments, 240 Panda fighter jets ascended, racing towards the direction of the Prussian Empire. Approaching the borders near Bolin, a massive cloud dispersed into hundreds of dark dots, each darting in various directions towards the heart of the Prussian Empire. Among them, a Tu-160. As it neared the Prussian border, suddenly nosed down to enter a rapid ultra-low flight. At that moment, Prussia's air defense radar was exceptionally advanced. Colossal bombers like the Swan and B-52 could not evade detection and had to maneuver at low altitudes to escape the radar's gaze. True to its name, the Swan exhibited remarkable agility, swiftly penetrating the radar's detection range and shooting upward into the sky. In an instant, its rear engines surged with power, and the Swan vanished from sight. Half an hour later, the bomber appeared over a large factory, dominated by towering smokestacks. The bomb bay opened, revealing its payload, and 2 massive bombs promptly fell, plummeting headfirst towards the earth. Chapter 142. Zhang Jin enters the fray. In this operation, to maximize effectiveness, all bombers were devoid of conventional bombs, having been modified to carry 2 15-ton cloud explosion bombs. At this moment, the 2 descending bombs were precisely the cloud explosion devices. It was a Wednesday in Prussia, around 10 in the morning, the peak of activity for the factory. Yet, the Prussian populace remained blissfully unaware that Zhang Jin had just declared war and would employ such devastating measures. There was virtually no preparation on the home front, as they reveled in a sea of joy. After all, the Prussian Empire was soon to become the master of the Western continent. Outside a large factory, 2 soldiers clad in military uniforms were huddled together, smoking and engaging in conversation. Suddenly, a piercing sound cut through the air, capturing their attention. They looked up to see a massive white aircraft hurtling towards them from the east. The 2 men were momentarily stunned, but their expressions soon shifted to alarm. As soldiers, it was one thing to be unaware of many things, but to be oblivious to their own aircraft was simply unacceptable, especially in the vicinity of an aviation engine factory. "Quick, send word, air raid," cried one of them. However, the air defense units surrounding the factory were evidently faster than the 2 men. Before they could act, streaks of orange fire erupted skyward, instantaneously forming a web of firepower in the air. Unfortunately, the anti-aircraft artillery at the factory was somewhat rudimentary, unable to reach even the edges of the soaring Swan. At that moment, 2 enormous bomb-like devices plummeted from the sky, crashing into the factory. The startled officers instinctively threw themselves to the ground, shielding their heads with their arms, only to find that the anticipated explosion did not occur. They exchanged bewildered glances, ready to rise when boom. 2 thunderous blasts resonated, followed by a powerful force that swept over them. The officers, barely standing, were hurled through the air, and in an instant, a massive inferno engulfed them, reducing them to ashes. The colossal flames rapidly spread to the surrounding factory buildings, uprooting them and consuming everything in their path. The destructive power of the cloudburst bombs intensified in densely populated areas, and with the factory serving as a prime target, the flames and shockwaves wrought catastrophic damage. In the blink of an eye, half of the factory lay in ruins. Destroying a nation's industrial capacity does not require leveling a building, as evidenced here. A well-functioning factory could be rendered incapacitated with just a fraction of its structure obliterated. Such scenes were unfolding across various factories on the homeland of the Prussian Empire, as the sky was filled with the haunting wails of destruction and the rising of immense mushroom clouds. Of course, the bombing campaign did not proceed as smoothly as anticipated. The Prussian Empire's air force was not to be underestimated. Following the commencement of the air raid, numerous Me-262 fighters ascended to confront the bombers. Though the Me-262 was a jet fighter, it could only be classified as subsonic, lagging behind even the B-52 bombers, rendering it inadequate against the Swan. Consequently, a dozen aggressive Prussian fighters converged upon a single White Swan. The foremost Prussian fighter launched 2 X-4 missiles from beneath its wings, propelled by wires towards the Swan. In a moment of desperation, the Swan suddenly accelerated, vanishing from sight. The Prussian pilots were left dumbfounded, questioning their own perceptions. Is this a bomber? Surely. There must be some mistake. Is this truly a bomber? Could it be that they were born into the wrong lineage? A bomber of such considerable size surpasses the speed of the fighter jets they pilot. The Swan glides with the strength of a tiger, completely disregarding the Prussian aircraft. The B-52 Stratofortress, however, is not as formidable. Although it is slightly swifter than the fighters of the Prussian Empire, its speed is limited, compounded by its cumbersome bulk. Not far from the Prussian Empire's territory, a B-52 found itself ensnared by several Prussian Messerschmitt fighters. Just as it teetered on the brink of disaster, an F-14 Tomcat swooped in, unleashing a barrage of missiles from over 20 kilometers away. The jubilant Messerschmitts, intent on encircling the B-52, had scarcely grasped the unfolding calamity before they were engulfed in a fiery explosion. The stark technological disparity rendered the Prussian fighters little more than live targets, devoid of any chance to retaliate. In the city of Berlin, within the palace, Hitler ascended to the highest anti-aircraft tower as the sounds of explosions echoed around him. Standing before a 128mm twin-barreled anti-aircraft gun, he peered through binoculars at a location outside the city, shrouded in thick, billowing smoke. His expression darkened instantly. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." A hurried Prussian official rushed towards him, having just received telegrams from various locations. "The Yanen have launched a surprise attack on our hundreds of critical factories." "Where's that place?" Hitler asked grimly, pointing towards the smoke. "Is it our Messerschmitt manufacturing facility?" "Indeed, Your Majesty. That is our new aircraft manufacturing plant." As Hitler's demeanor turned icy, the official continued, "Please rest assured, Your Majesty. We have anticipated the possibility of bombardment during the establishment of our new weapons factory. Most machinery has been installed underground. Even if the surface factories are completely destroyed, our production capacity will remain unaffected." Hitler's expression softened momentarily, but soon darkened again. In a cold tone, he commanded, "Inform Walter that his time has run out. He must intensify the assault on the Rose Empire and drive them over the Ural Mountains. Order all local garrison troops to mobilize immediately and expedite the construction of our air defense. The First World War is about to commence." As he spoke, Hitler's eyes deepened with intensity, murmuring, "At last, this day has come. Zhang Jin, I underestimated you. However, defeating me will not be so simple." He declared, "Let us proceed to Research Facility Zero." Meanwhile, on the western slopes of the Ural Mountains, several dozen kilometers into the plains, the remnants of the Rose Empire fortified their defenses using the forests and rivers. Emperor Starklin of the Rose Empire personally visited the front lines to bolster morale. Even so, in the face of the Prussian Empire's steel onslaught, their position remained perilously tenuous. At the final defensive line of a certain stronghold, the thunderous roar of artillery echoed through the air, causing the earth to heave in tumultuous waves, shrouded in billowing smoke. Above, Stuka aircraft descended in a cacophony of shrieks, relentlessly suppressing the Ross soldiers, forcing them deep into their bunkers. Before the stronghold lay an armored torrent composed of hundreds of Tiger tanks, poised to surge forward and seize victory while the Ross soldiers were unable to lift their heads. Yet, amidst the chaos, some fearless Ross soldiers bravely emerged from their shelters, only to be swiftly detected by the Stukas soaring above, which then swooped down in a frenzied attack, transforming the stronghold into a veritable inferno. This relentless onslaught was a direct result of the tactical innovations inspired by Zhang Jin's methods against the mourning people and the May nationals. Consequently, the Prussians, during their offensive, unleashed an unrestrained barrage of ammunition, bombarding the enemy's positions repeatedly without respite, embodying a true resolve to annihilate without yielding, leaving no opportunity for counterattack. Such a strategy could break any army, especially with the affordable yet effective munitions supplied by Zhang Jin, which the Prussians had exchanged their vast plundered wealth for. raining destruction upon their foes. Just as the Ross defenses seemed on the verge of collapse, a sudden buzzing sound emanated from the eastern sky. Chapter 143. The Might of Yunnan, Unrivaled in the World. The resounding roar momentarily stunned both the Ross and Prussian forces. As everyone was acutely aware that the Ross Empire had exhausted its aerial assets, while the Prussian aircraft could not possibly approach from the east. All eyes turned towards the eastern horizon. Even the Stukas wreaking havoc below ascended to form a defensive formation. Moments later, the piercing shrieks drew closer, and the Stukas in the sky soon discerned dark silhouettes racing towards them. Their expressions shifted in alarm, for what approached was not aircraft, but a barrage of missiles. The missiles struck with such swiftness that the Stuka bombers had no time to react. In an instant, the forces collided. The immense explosions reverberated across the battlefield as Stukas erupted in flames, leaving both ground forces momentarily paralyzed. The missiles, too fast and too small, were mere shadows streaking past before the bombers detonated in midair. Among the Prussian armored formations, Walter leaped from his command vehicle, his countenance darkening as he witnessed his bombers disintegrating above him, a flicker of anxiety flashing in his eyes. In that moment, it was evident which nation dared to confront the Prussian Empire. Quick, summon the nearest air force for immediate support. Walter commanded urgently to the radio operator in his command vehicle. As if in response to his thoughts, before he could finish speaking, fighter jets suddenly burst forth from the clouds in the eastern sky. F-4 Phantom fighters. As the aircraft burst forth from the clouds, they dove toward the remaining Stuka bombers. The six-barreled cannon beneath their noses unleashed a barrage, disintegrating a Stuka in midair within moments. They continued firing, obliterating several more Stukas before ascending back into the sky. By the time the Phantom fighters climbed to altitude, not a single Stuka remained in the heavens. Suddenly, a thunderous roar emanated from the west, and dozens of Hayabusa fighters surged forth. This time, the Phantom fighters did not plunge back down, but instead pressed their launch buttons, causing missiles to detach from beneath their wings and soar into the air. The approaching Prussian fighters, upon witnessing this, scattered in an attempt to evade, only to be dumbfounded as the missiles inexplicably curved to target their rear. The outcome was inevitable. The Prussian pilots, unaccustomed to such an uncanny spectacle, were paralyzed by fear and failed to maneuver, meeting their demise as the missiles struck with devastating precision. In mere seconds, the once formidable Hayabusa squadron had mirrored the fate of the Stukas, leaving Walter, who had just regained his composure, utterly astonished. This was their latest development, the Hayabusa fighter, and the experts had assured Hillary and the military brass that its combat capabilities would rival, if not surpass, those of the Yunnan fighters. Was this truly the extent of its prowess? Just then, a different kind of engine roar echoed through the sky. Walter looked up to see a dark mass of aircraft approaching from the east. He quickly grabbed his binoculars. The newcomers appeared oddly grotesque, with two large tanks mounted on their backs. As Walter observed, the warthogs arrived with a deafening rush. The six-barreled cannon at the nose buzzed to life, spewing white smoke as shells struck the turret of a Tiger tank, reducing it to a sieve and subsequently causing a catastrophic explosion. The warthogs plowed westward, their noses pointed downward, annihilating Tiger tanks in their wake. Over 100 warthogs formed a line, advancing relentlessly. Walter, seeing the assault aircraft barreling toward him, felt a surge of terror and instinctively dove for cover. Just as he hit the ground, the command vehicle was riddled with armor-piercing rounds, leaving no survivors inside. As the attack aircraft roared past, Walter rose to witness the once formidable Iron Tide reduced to scrap metal in mere moments. If this continued, their entire force would be obliterated. In a state of panic, Walter sought to retreat, but after the attack aircraft had ravaged the ground, they abruptly shifted direction and sped away, granting him a moment of relief. However, just as his body relaxed, the thunderous roar of diesel engines emanated from the front lines of the Rose position, causing Walter's brow to furrow in alarm. Although the Rose Empire's industrial capabilities were commendable, they lacked the time necessary to fully realize their potential. Their latest creation, the T-34 tank, had barely been completed when it was vanquished by the Prussian Empire, leaving no opportunity for production or deployment. Walter's expression soured once more as he gazed up, witnessing colossal machines surging over the trenches occupied by the Rose forces. Chapter 144. The Emergence of a Mysterious Weapon. It is the Yunnan people, Marshal Walter. It is the Yunnan people. exclaimed an officer who had rushed to Walter's side as the tank battalion approached with a deafening roar. In response, the remaining Prussian tanks swiftly regrouped, forming a defensive line and aiming their cannons at the advancing Yan-Nan T-64 tanks. With a resounding blast, a Tiger tank was the first to fire, its armor-piercing rounds swiftly exiting the barrel and striking a T-64 tank directly ahead. The ensuing explosion revealed the vulnerability of the T-64's reactive armor, exposing the substantial underlying armor beneath. The crew within the Tiger tank was momentarily taken aback, despite being less than 800 meters from their target. They found their shots ineffective against the enemy's armor, a reality that exceeded their expectations. In quick succession, several more Tiger tanks opened fire, yet none managed to penetrate the T-64's defenses. At best, they merely shattered the reactive armor or were repelled by the impact. Walter felt a shiver run down his spine and urgently commanded the officers behind him, "Quickly, bring the 88mm guns into position." The T-64 tank battalion, advancing in a linear formation towards the Prussian armored division, could not afford to remain passive. Just as Walter was about to deploy his formidable weaponry, the tank battalion of the 1st Army Corps of Yan-Nan unleashed their firepower. Each tank momentarily paused, their cannons flaring to life as a barrage of fin-stabilized armor-piercing rounds erupted from the barrels, striking their targets with uncanny precision. As flames erupted, the beleaguered Tiger tanks, which had been forced into retreat, came to an abrupt halt. Although the exterior showed little damage, the billowing black smoke emerging from the hatches signaled the grim fate of those inside. In the blink of an eye, between 40 and 50 Prussian tanks were obliterated. Before the Prussians could regain their composure, the T-64 battalion continued its relentless assault. The once mighty Tiger tanks now seemed as fragile as paper, rendered utterly defenseless against the T-64's 125mm smoothbore cannon. They could only watch helplessly as armor-piercing rounds and shrapnel wreaked havoc within their ranks, transforming what remained of their armored contingent into mere heaps of metal on the battlefield within mere minutes. Walter felt as if he had been doused with icy water in the midst of a frigid winter, instantly chilled to the core. "Marshal Walter! Marshal Walter!" As Walter regained his senses after the officer's repeated calls, he heard the officer announce, "Marshal Walter, the anti-aircraft troops have arrived." Walter quickly turned his gaze back, witnessing a battalion of 88mm anti-aircraft guns being wheeled into position, their barrels aimed directly at the advancing Yan-Nan tanks. Before he could issue any commands, the guns erupted with a thunderous roar. The cacophony of cannon fire resonated across the battlefield, but to the astonishment of the Prussian soldiers, their seemingly invincible 88s encountered formidable resistance. Shells rained down upon the frontal armor and turret of the Yan-Nan tanks, creating a deafening explosion, yet the results were disheartening. Apart from shattering the reactive armor into fragments, the main armor of the tanks remained unscathed. The soldiers inside experienced a cacophony akin to firecrackers, leaving them somewhat dazed. Just as Walter stood bewildered, the 1st Corps tanks surged forward. The Prussian soldiers, renowned for their elite prowess, quickly snapped into action after a brief moment of confusion, brandishing their anti-tank weapons and iron fists. Some soldiers, clutching cluster grenades, eagerly eyed the approaching tanks. From the underbrush, a Prussian soldier hoisted an anti-tank weapon onto his shoulder, aiming at the Yan-Nan tank a mere distance away. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a bullet struck him squarely in the forehead. Unbeknownst to him, a fully armed soldier had descended from an armored vehicle behind the Yan-Nan tank, clearing the surrounding foliage of hidden fire points. With the arrival of these soldiers, the concealed Prussian troops, hidden in the brush or crevices, were swiftly dispatched, falling victim to gunfire. The low grass of the plains offered little cover. While one could momentarily evade a tank or armored vehicle, to the searching soldiers, the concealed Prussian soldiers were mere living targets, easily picked off with a single shot. In no time, the Prussian forces, bereft of any means to resist, began a full retreat. Simultaneously, a fierce battle erupted on the homeland of the Prussian Empire. With the main forces of the Southern Ocean Fleet and the Northern Ocean Fleet converging in the Atlantic, a decisive assault aimed at annihilating the Prussian Air Force commenced. Above Berlin, F-14 Panda fighter jets soared through the thunderous anti-aircraft fire, causing chaos throughout the city. However, these Panda jets had no intention of bombing the city. They were heading directly towards an Air Force base on the outskirts. The airfield was bustling, with numerous Swallow fighter jets orderly taxiing toward the runway. clearly preparing to take flight against the Yin aircraft. Yet, they were dreadfully slow. Just as one jet ascended into the sky, an air-to-air missile swiftly struck, reducing the ascending Swallow fighter to mere fragments. A resounding roar echoed as 5 attack Eagle fighter jets soared through the sky. As they flew over the airport, bombs cascaded from their wings, plummeting rapidly. Upon reaching a certain altitude, they detonated with a deafening explosion, darkening the once bright sky. The blasts unleashed a barrage of steel needles that rained down like a torrential downpour. Fueled by inertia, these steel needles pierced the fighter jets stationed on the runway, turning them into a hive of destruction. The pilots in their cockpits were not spared. They were ruthlessly impaled by the descending barrage. Ground crew and soldiers manning anti-aircraft positions fared even worse, as they were gruesomely pierced from head to toe, collapsing in a bloody heap. In the blink of an eye, the entire airport transformed into a hell's cape, with all souls meeting their demise and the aircraft reduced to ruins. However, the grand offensive by the Yin fleet had not gone unnoticed by the Prussian forces, who had been well prepared. A multitude of flying Swallow fighters had already ascended into the sky, ready to engage in a deadly confrontation with the Yin aircraft. Yet, the Prussian pilots were left in a state of dread upon witnessing the Yin Panda fighters, realizing the vast disparity between them. In terms of speed, the maximum velocity of the Flying Swallow was a mere 870 kilometers per hour, while the F-14 Panda soared to an astonishing 238 Mach. In the presence of the Panda, the Flying Swallow stood no chance, not even the opportunity to catch a whiff of its wake. Beyond speed, the Panda's maneuverability and combat prowess were leagues ahead. Thus, a surreal scene unfolded in the skies, with Flying Swallow fighters charging fearlessly toward the Panda jets, only to be obliterated by missiles from a distance of several kilometers, erupting into fiery explosions. Despite the Flying Swallow's attempts to swarm, the Panda fighters evaded with ease, vanishing swiftly once their ammunition was expended, akin to a dragon that appears and disappears without a trace. The Prussian aircraft were left to endure relentless assaults, awaiting their inevitable transformation into fireballs plummeting from the heavens. To the northwest of Bull City, Yang Xiong, the squadron leader of the 3rd Squadron of the 7th Carrier Group of the Nanyang Fleet, piloted a Panda fighter after having eliminated several Flying Swallows. Just as he intended to depart, a dark shadow rapidly ascended from the ground, spiraling upward. Chapter 145. Just do it. Yang Xiong initially froze, but his senses heightened as he realized the object was not a fighter jet, but a disc-shaped flying apparatus. Its flat body spinning rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had reached his altitude. The bizarre craft sent a shockwave through Yang Xiong, compelling him to accelerate away from his position without a second thought. However, just as he took flight, the disc-shaped craft opened fire. A barrage of bullets striking the very spot he had occupied moments before, catching Yang Xiong, who had just turned back, squarely in its sights. "What in the world is this?" he exclaimed in disbelief. Yang Xiong cursed under his breath, then brandished a camera, snapping several photographs of the Prussian flying apparatus with a rapid click. In a swift motion, he aimed the cannon position beneath the aircraft at the flying machine. With a low hum, the cannon fired instantly. However, the flying vessel was no fool. At the moment Yang Xiong opened fire, it deftly maneuvered into a steep ascent, evading all the bullets that whizzed by. Frustrated by this turn of events, Yang Xiong accelerated in pursuit. Yet he furrowed his brow as he realized that this oddly shaped craft ascended at an astonishing speed, outpacing even his own Panda fighter jet. Despite his relentless chase, he could not close the gap before the flying machine escaped into the heavens. The beeping from the control panel echoed in his ears, prompting him to cease his pursuit and reluctantly watch the disc-shaped craft soar higher into the sky, returning to the fleet in a sour mood. Nevertheless, the sporadic appearances of a few aircraft did little to alter the overall situation. The Air Force of the Prussian Empire had suffered significant losses at the hands of the Yan'an Navy. In the palace of Bull City, reports flooded in from various air bases, each detailing devastating attacks by the Yan'an Air Force and catastrophic losses. Almost all fighter jets had been annihilated, and the ground crews and pilots suffered grievously. Air Force Commander Green reported solemnly to Hillier, who, despite his pale complexion, refrained from exhibiting excessive anger. The strength of Yan'an was indisputable, and no amount of rage could change that. "Your Majesty, although our Flying Swallow fighters cannot compete with the Yan'an forces, our developed flying saucers returned unscathed from their encounters." Hillier's eyes lit up as he stood abruptly, Are you certain? Not a single saucer was lost. Green hastily assured him. Indeed, Your Majesty, every one of our saucers returned intact. Excellent. Inform Zero Research Institute to postpone the atomic energy program and dedicate full resources to the production of these saucers. Hillier exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with fervor. I intend to make Zhang Jin's air force feel the pressure. Let us see how he fares without the advantage of air superiority. Your Majesty, the Zero Research Institute has also developed an unprecedented weapon. They call it the missile, capable of striking targets hundreds, even thousands of kilometers away, and can also engage enemy aircraft. Green continued, they have produced the V-2 ballistic missile, the Butterfly surface-to-air missile, and the HS-298 air-to-air missile. Hillier was astonished, his expression a mix of shock and excitement. They have created so many innovations? Yes, Your Majesty, Dr. Anide has indicated he has even more inventions in the experimental stage. But for now, only these can be deployed in combat. Overwhelmed with elation, Hillier promptly issued orders. Good. Inform Dr. Anide that I grant him full authority to produce more. I am determined to give Zhang Jin a show to remember. In the capital, at the Royal Palace, in the Yangxin Hall, Zhang Jin held the photograph transmitted by the fleet, and his brow immediately furrowed. He had almost forgotten this matter. The Prussian Empire was indeed the birthplace of modern weaponry. From the peculiar bell-shaped discs, commonly referred to as flying saucers, to the progenitor of the B-2 bomber, the HO-229 fighter bomber, and including the V-2 ballistic missiles, HS-298 infrared missiles, and X-4 guided missiles, an array of epoch-making technologies emerged, akin to possessing a cheat code. There were even rumors of zombies and solar cannons, experiments that defied imagination. Your Majesty, reported the Western Intelligence Station, it has come to our attention that the Prussian Empire harbors a research institute known as Zero, dedicated to the exploration of innovative weapon technologies. Its head is a certain Anide. We have yet to uncover substantial details about this individual, and our knowledge of the Zero Institute remains limited. We are unsure of the personnel involved, and our operatives are diligently investigating its headquarters. Our successive victories have heightened the vigilance of the Prussian populace, who are now rigorously scrutinizing their internal ranks. Any clandestine operations are tightly sealed, known only to Hillier and a select few confidants. Consequently, our efforts to acquire intelligence from the Prussian Empire have become increasingly arduous. However, the Western Station is implementing measures to endeavor to break this stalemate swiftly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin could not suppress a cold chuckle. Let them discover whatever they wish. It is merely advanced technology. No matter how sophisticated, without industrial capability to support it, how much can they truly produce? It will not alter the grand scheme of things. Inform the front lines to harbor no concerns. They should proceed as they see fit. The objective is to eradicate them in the shortest time possible. Let the Prussians exhaust themselves. Whatever they produce will ultimately belong to us. Chapter 146. It's just a matter of a single shot. In the Rose Empire, at the foothills of the Ural Mountains, Emperor Starklin awaited the arrival of Zhang Jin's envoy within a cavern near the mountain range. In the depths of the cave, Starklin sat vacantly upon a stone, his mind clouded and dazed. The relentless assaults from the Prussians had been overwhelmingly fierce, leaving Starklin to question his very existence over the past 8 months. As a man of extreme pride, he had never conceived of being inferior to others. With vast territories and abundant population resources, he had been confident in his ability to match anyone in a contest of strength. Yet unexpectedly, to the east, he had been ruthlessly hammered by Zhang Jin, resulting in the complete annihilation of his forces. To the west, he had hoped to regain his dignity, only to suffer an even more disastrous defeat. His troops routed and reduced to a mere thread of territory remaining. Your Majesty, Zhang Jin's envoy has arrived. Startled from his reverie, Starklin looked at the soldier who had come to report. Let him enter. Yes, Your Majesty. Moments later, a man in his 30s entered. As Starklin, standing behind his desk, prepared to speak, the middle-aged man abruptly tossed a contract onto the table. Sign it. I am pressed for time. Starklin was momentarily taken aback, his gaze swiftly settling upon the contract before him. The document, composed by Jojo 1 and Rose 1, was straightforward in its demands. It required the Rose Empire to cede the territories east and south of the Fergana River, as well as the lands south of the Tun River, to Yunnan without compensation. Starklin's countenance immediately darkened. Such an act of robbery was beyond comprehension. In his fury, he attempted to voice his objections, but was abruptly interrupted by an impatient middle-aged man. Enough. I have no time to entertain your ramblings. You have but one option. Sign it, and perhaps you, the Rose Emperor, may remain in power. Refuse, and you shall face annihilation. The man's final words dripped with menace, causing Starklin's blood pressure to soar to dangerously high levels. As Starklin regarded the audacious man before him, he suddenly realized that he lacked the resources to oppose Zhang Jin. His choices had dwindled to two: be extinguished by Zhang Jin or be eliminated by the Prussian forces. Either way, death was inevitable. With this grim realization, Starklin narrowed his eyes and declared, "I shall sign it." This response left the middle-aged man momentarily speechless. Given Starklin's earlier demeanor, he had anticipated a defiant refusal, not this capitulation. Was this what they termed a hard meal from soft rice? This thought flitted through the man's mind before he quickly adopted a serious tone. "I must inform you that, effective immediately, a joint army command will be established. Your remaining forces will be under the command of the Joint Command. Furthermore, not only yours, but the entire coalition of righteous nations in the Western world must submit to the authority of the Joint Command." Eagle Empire, Rundun City. The Imperial Daily reported that in order to swiftly eradicate the terror and evil of the Prussian Empire and similar nations, the Empire has resolved to form a coalition. All righteous nations must relinquish control of their armies within 15 days, placing them under the unified command of the Joint Command. Only the evil nations will attempt to evade cooperation. Such nations deserve obliteration. Eliza rose and switched off the television, her brow furrowed in deep thought. After a pause, she looked at Churchill and asked, "Mr. Prime Minister, what shall we do?" In the past, Churchill would have vehemently opposed such an idea. But now he glanced at Eliza's prominent belly and resolutely stated, "Your Majesty, to defeat the malevolent Prussian Empire, it is indeed necessary to form a joint force. And I wholeheartedly agree. Jojo possesses formidable military strength, undefeated in battle. If they lead the coalition, I am confident the military will have no objections." Upon hearing this, Eliza's expression relaxed slightly as she nodded. "Prime Minister Churchill, I shall issue the order at once." Meanwhile, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th Legions of Yan'an launched a full-scale assault on the Prussian forces from the Uruguayan front. It was only at this moment that the Prussian officers realized that their proud armored tactics and air strategies were utterly ineffectual against the might of the Jojo army. What does it mean to advance with unstoppable momentum? The pride of the Prussian Empire, the Tiger and Panther tanks, have been rendered mere paper shells in the face of the formidable T-64 tanks, which, after a single volley, left them in disarray. Coupled with the support of the Warthog attack aircraft, the steel tide that Prussia believed could endure for months crumbled within half an hour under Yannan's onslaught, retreating in utter disarray. Indeed, in less than 2 days, the Yan'an forces had driven them out of the Rose Empire and were poised to invade Prussian territory. Within the borders of the Berlan Kingdom, the coalition commander Li Qin and Chief of Staff Zhang Bailey were seated in an M113 armored command vehicle. Zhang Bailey held a telegram, reporting, "Commander, the Eagle Kingdom, Franxi, Mei Kingdom, and Francophone nations are willing to join the coalition. But the Berlan and Rhedian people are notably unfriendly, refusing to join us. Additionally, the Bernese Kingdom claims neutrality, vowing not to partake in any conflict." Upon hearing this, Li Qin let out a cold laugh, exclaiming, "Neutral? Who do they think they are, acting grand in front of me in this tiny speck of land? What became of the Empire of Morning? Over 400,000 square kilometers, yet it was all plowed through by our great leader. Who do they think they are? Chief of Staff, you must send them a telegram immediately, demanding a response within 3 minutes. Otherwise, I shall obliterate them." "I will dispatch the message at once," Zhang Bailey replied with a nod. Having previously been a refined individual, but over time, he had adopted a straightforward demeanor through his association with the rough Zhang Jin. After all, why waste words on matters that could be resolved with a single punch? Suddenly, Zhang Bailey returned shortly after leaving, causing Li Qin to raise an eyebrow. "The envoy from the Berlan King has arrived," Zhang Bailey reported, claiming this is their territory and demanding our immediate departure. Li Qin's expression darkened, and without saying a word, he picked up the handgun from the table, racked the slide, and leaped from the armored vehicle. Nearby, an elderly foreigner accompanied by a few younger foreigners awaited Li Qin's arrival. "Mr. Bubis, do you think our actions will provoke the Yan'an people?" one of the younger foreigners asked anxiously. Old Bubis snorted disdainfully. "They are merely a bunch of yellow-skinned monkeys. capable only against their own kind. They wouldn't dare confront us. Do not be deceived by their so-called media. It is all a ruse. Just watch. The moment they appear, they will bow and scrape. Bubis spoke with an air of arrogance, having once visited Xinghua many years ago, relishing the experience of being treated like a revered ancestor. At that moment, Li Qin, accompanied by Jiang Bailey, emerged from the vehicle. Upon seeing the two high-ranking officials, Bubis immediately adopted a more respectful demeanor. Yet his expression quickly turned to one of terror as Li Qin aimed his gun directly at him. With a sharp crack, the gun discharged, and Bubis felt a sudden pain in his head. Darkness enveloped him, and then there was nothing. With a decisive bang, Li Qin effortlessly dispatched several foreign adversaries before turning to the astonished Jiang Bailey, instructing, Chief of Staff, relay to our forces to immediately take control of the Berlin troops. Any who dare resist shall face artillery fire, obliterating their encampment. As a staunch ally of Zhang Jin, Li Qin's approach was straightforward. He preferred to resolve matters with sheer force rather than engage in unnecessary dialogue. Chief of Staff, also, inform them to launch a comprehensive offensive from Prussia at noon today. In the maritime vicinity near the homeland of Fujian, aboard a Zhang Jin-class battleship. Zhang Jin stood on the bridge deck alongside high-ranking military officials. The Air Force Director, Mi Yun, was reporting, Commander, 10 bombers from the 21st Bomber Division of the 1st Air Army have taken off, each carrying 10 small explosives. Very well, Zhang Jin responded with a contemplative nod. Have you determined where to deploy them? Commander, the General Staff has devised a combat plan. According to intelligence recently acquired, certain die-hard elements of the Fujian Empire are convening amidst the ruins of Dongjing City, plotting to infiltrate the Jiuzhou continent for a suicide attack. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin's expression turned icy. How can these ungrateful Fujian people be so oblivious? They fail to appreciate the toil we have invested in their land. Many bombers have strained their arms from relentless bombing runs. Furthermore, we even concocted this sweet-smelling beef bun for their sustenance. No other captives receive such treatment. Why can't they be satisfied? How many do you intend to deploy? Report, 1 bomb per drop point. Too few. Inform the lab to prepare an additional 20. I believe a location like Dongjing City can withstand 4 or 5 bombs. This will allow us to observe the effects of concentrated deployment, providing invaluable data for future operations. By the way, I almost forgot to ask, what is the yield? Commander, it is equivalent to 480,000 tons. Director Qian suggested we start with this, and later we can attempt a yield exceeding 100,000 tons. Let them proceed as they see fit. Zhang Jin nodded, then turned to Zhang Chong and inquired, what is the status on the Western Front? Zhang Chong stepped forward, reporting, Commander, the 9 legions led by General Li have advanced to the borders of the Prussian Empire and will launch a full-scale assault at noon today. Convey to him that our mission extends beyond mere malevolence. It encompasses the industrial might and talent of the West. The skies above the West are shrouded in an ominous cloud of evil, rendering it unfit for human habitation. We must relocate all factories to the east, those of higher quality to the continent, and the lesser ones to the South Seas. Our territory is vast. We need not fear their surplus. Additionally, we must capture all skilled and knowledgeable individuals, inviting them to share their expertise with us. We shall offer them our humble food. Zhang Chong stood at attention, affirming, Yes, Commander. Commander, what of those who refuse to come? Are there any who would refuse? Those unwilling to join are undoubtedly accomplices of evil. Such individuals should not be allowed to linger. We shall eliminate them. Zhang Chong promptly responded, Understood, Commander. At that moment, a sudden buzzing sound reverberated from the sky, drawing Zhang Jin's attention. He observed numerous dark specks emerging in the eastern sky. Upon peering through his binoculars, he discerned it was a squadron of over 20 B-52 bombers. Commander, are we too close? Mi Yun expressed her concern beside him. Zhang Jin pondered this and decisively commanded, Retreat. As he led the fleet in withdrawal, a vast assembly of mourners had gathered in an open space amidst the ruins of Dongjing City. They appeared ragged and emaciated. Although the Yunnan Air Force had halted its bombardments, nearly a year of relentless attacks had transformed the landscape into a charred wasteland, littered with unexploded ordnance, posing significant danger. Nonetheless, a few stubborn individuals remained, including a leader among the mourners who stood atop a blackened boulder, passionately proclaiming, Warriors of the Empire. It is time to uphold our valor. However, his fervent speech was abruptly interrupted by the thunderous roar of aircraft overhead. Without needing further instruction, the accustomed mourners scattered like mice, instinctively dropping to the ground, rolling in the soot, and feigning death. This was the hard-earned wisdom of survival among the mourners. As long as they remained motionless, the circling aircraft would eventually depart. Unfortunately for them, this time they were mistaken. As the formation passed over the ruins, 5 bombers lingered, continuously circling above. After an indeterminate period, the aircraft suddenly opened their bomb bays, releasing 5 massive ordnance. Everyone, remain still. It's merely 5 bombs. They cannot harm us. A voice shouted, instantly silencing the fidgeting crowd. As they noticed the dark specks were at least several thousand meters away, a sense of relief washed over them. Just then, the 5 bombs plummeted toward the earth, detonating mere meters above ground, erupting in 5 blinding bursts of light akin to 5 suns emerging in the sky. The explosions expanded rapidly, enveloping an area of over 100 kilometers. A towering inferno surged forth, swiftly spreading in all directions, reaching the hiding places of the mourners. Faced with the oncoming sea of flames, they had no chance to scream, instantly turning to ash, as the flames and shockwaves cascaded across a vast expanse. A colossal mushroom cloud comprised of 5 towering formations pierced the heavens, visible even to Zhang Jin far across the ocean. The battleship beneath him began to sway, evidently shaken by the impact of 20 massive bombs, which had dealt a devastating blow to the heart of the mourners' territory. Zhang Jin, witnessing the tumultuous waves rising, wore a satisfied smile. Excellent. Zhang Chong, immediately send a telegram to Director Qian to express our congratulations. We shall celebrate this victory in person. Zhang Chong promptly agreed and hurried away, returning shortly after to report, Commander, Director Qian has sent a telegram. According to our monitoring, the explosion in Dongjing City has exceeded 200,000 tons, triggering a seismic event of over 7 magnitudes and utterly devastating more than 100 square kilometers of land. The shockwave has swept across a radius of several dozen kilometers. Zhang Jin, filled with exhilaration, exclaimed, "Send a telegram to Director Qian, instructing him to deploy a few 100,000-ton bombs. Such a prime location deserves more than just a few. It would be a shame to waste it." Meanwhile, as Zhang Jin reveled in his success, Li Qin encountered difficulties. Chapter 148. War is thus simplistic. At this moment, Li Qin led the main force westward with unstoppable momentum, routing the Prussian forces within their homeland with ease. No enemy could withstand their assault. They collapsed at the first touch. Why was this so? The Air Force and naval aviation had already ravaged the area, and the main army had yet to arrive. The already bloodthirsty squadrons of aircraft had bombarded the Prussian Empire's positions repeatedly. Thus, when the main army finally arrived, all that remained were craters and the ruins of shattered walls. Damn it! The Air Force consumes meat daily, yet leaves us nothing but scraps. Do they truly consider us mere battlefield cleaners? Lieutenant General Li Jie gazed at the repeatedly bombarded Prussian defense lines, expressing his grievances vocally. "Commander! Commander!" An officer rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, "Good news. The Air Force has encountered stiff resistance ahead." "Really?" Li Jie instantly perked up, stepping onto his command vehicle, proclaiming loudly, "Quickly, relay the order. The entire army must accelerate forward. There is a battle to be fought." Upon hearing of impending combat, everyone was invigorated. Simultaneously, less than 20 kilometers ahead of the main force of the First Corps lay a vast city, the capital of the Prussian Empire, Berlin, situated less than 60 kilometers from the border with Berlin. Despite the Air Force's previous successes, they indeed faced challenges here. As the capital, the latest weaponry had been prioritized for this city, with an abundance of anti-aircraft missiles and large-caliber artillery densely populating the area. As the shells were fired, the sky was filled with a deluge of projectiles and missiles, rendering even the most formidable bombers hesitant to undertake bomb-dropping missions in such conditions. In truth, this defensive setup could be easily countered by deploying attack aircraft and fighters. However, Commander Zhang Jin's philosophy has always been to exchange ammunition for lives. While ammunition can be produced in abundance, the loss of soldiers must be addressed with care. Supreme Commander Li Qin, accompanied by Jiang Bailey, stood on a small hill outside the city, furrowing his brow as he observed the bombers circling above. What is the Air Force doing? If they cannot drop bombs, can they not use missiles instead? Jiang Bailey hurriedly explained, "I inquired earlier. Our advance has been remarkably swift, and we have exhausted our missile reserves. The next shipment will take 3 days to arrive. 3 days? Such a lengthy delay. As Li Qin furrowed his brow, Li Jie's armored command vehicle surged forward. Li Jie nimbly leaped from the vehicle and approached Li Qin, loudly reporting, "Report, esteemed commanders. The main force of the 1st Legion has arrived at the designated position, requesting immediate engagement." Li Qin, taken aback by Li Jie's eagerness to engage without even a formal request, found himself momentarily hesitant. Suddenly, Zhang Bailey, standing beside him, interjected, "Commander, while the general has instructed us to prioritize the lives of our soldiers, we cannot allow urgency to hinder our actions. Otherwise, how can we expect to fight this battle?" Li Qin's expression turned serious. Indeed, Zhang's words resonated with him. "Li Jie, the subsequent matters are in your hands." Upon hearing this, Li Jie's spirits soared at the prospect of battle, and he eagerly thumped his chest, assuring, "Rest assured, commanders, the 1st Legion will fulfill its mission." However, Li Jie's exuberance quickly faded. Absent the formidable air support, the advance of the armored division, relying solely on ground firepower, proved exceptionally arduous. From every direction, bullets rained down from the buildings, accompanied by penetrating rocket fire. For the first time, the Yan'an army found itself under oppressive fire from another force. Unable to lift its head, with a grim expression, Li Jie glared at the rain of bullets erupting from the rubble and could not contain his ire. Turning to his chief of staff and exclaiming, "Have the artillerymen not had their fill today? Why is the bombardment so sparse? Did I not instruct that we level the surrounding structures?" The chief of staff, with a wry smile, explained, "Legion Commander, our largest caliber artillery consists only of the 240mm 2S4 self-propelled mortars, of which we have merely 54. The rest are 155mm self-propelled guns. Our firepower cannot possibly compare to that of the Air Force." Li Jie was acutely aware of the number of artillery pieces at his disposal. But the reality before him was a far cry from his expectations, and frustration bubbled to the surface. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing thoughts, he declared, "Chief of Staff, relay the order to withdraw the armored division. I refuse to believe that their buildings are sturdier than our shells. Inform the artillery cluster to concentrate their fire on a single point, employing staggered configurations for segmental bombardment. I am determined to raise Borland to the ground." With Li Jie's command, over 1,000 large-caliber self-propelled guns and countless main battle tanks of the 1st Legion opened fire in unison. In an instant, the eastern part of the city was engulfed in a cacophony of artillery fire, as innumerable buildings were obliterated, reduced to mere ruins. The bombardment continued relentlessly, transforming the targeted area into a landscape of devastation, until no wall stood erect, allowing the assault to extend further. At the command post in the western cluster, Li Qin listened to the incessant sounds of bombardment that had persisted for 24 hours, his brow knitting in concern. If every city in this land were subjected to such relentless shelling, capturing the entirety of the West would seem a distant prospect. Just then, an officer approached, raising his voice to report, "Director Zhang Chong is on the line. The general demands we withdraw from Borland City immediately, retreating 100 kilometers within 3 hours." Upon hearing Zhang Jin's command, Li Qin did not hesitate and turned to the astonished Zhang Bailey, instructing, "Chief of Staff, immediately convey the order for the entire army to retreat 100 kilometers." Zhang Bailey, equally aware of the gravity of the situation, replied, "I shall do so at once." 3 hours later, the main force had successfully withdrawn into the borders of Berlin, prompting the Prussian forces to take note of the unusual maneuvers of the Yin South Army. In the eastern ruins of Borland City, Adrian emerged from a low, fortified bunker, surveying the eerily quiet devastation with a countenance marked by confusion and disbelief. How could the Yin Southerners, who had previously pressed their advantage, suddenly retreat? General Adrian, frontline scouts report that the Yin Southerners have retreated back into their territory. Upon hearing this, Adrian's brow furrowed deeper, not a hint of joy gracing his features. Instead, a profound unease took root in his heart. Had the Yin Southerners devised a strategy to breach their air defense network? Their confidence in this network stemmed from a critical flaw they had discerned in the Yin Southerners: their aversion to casualties. This firepower network had been meticulously developed in response to that very weakness, and it appeared to be quite effective. However, the recent sharp assaults from the Yin Southern Army had nearly overwhelmed them. leading Adrian to a crucial realization. It was not that the soldiers of Yin South lacked combat prowess, but rather that their officers regarded them with significance rather than as mere fodder. Taking a deep breath, Adrian cast aside his distractions and commanded, "Report the situation here to the army immediately." With that, he turned and entered the bunker, entirely oblivious to the dark spot appearing high in the eastern sky. Chapter 149. Across the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. Just as Adrian stepped back into the bunker, 100 kilometers away, in the eastern airspace at an altitude of 10,000 meters, a white swan suddenly appeared, opening its bomb bay to reveal an enormous missile. Big white goose calling goose nest. Big white goose calling goose nest. Goose nest receiving, please proceed. Report to goose nest. I have arrived at the designated position, requesting launch. The target area is clear. You may launch. Big white goose acknowledged. No sooner had the words left its mouth than the bomb bay of the bomber slowly opened, revealing a long missile, the latest Neza-class air-to-surface missile developed by Yin South, with a range of only 100 kilometers and a yield of perhaps 500,000. As the hook released, the missile plummeted from the bay, and the moment it exited, flames erupted from its rear, propelling it forth with astonishing speed. After the missile was launched, the white swan deftly turned, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Below the aircraft, Li Qin peered through his binoculars at the swiftly retreating white swan, his face etched with confusion. Why had their commander dispatched but a single plane? Could one aircraft truly obliterate a city? "Commander, look quickly!" Zhang Bailey suddenly exclaimed, pointing toward the west. Li Qin instinctively raised his head to gaze towards the west, only to be suddenly blinded by a blinding flash of white light. Instantly, his eyes grew sore, compelling him to shut them tight and hastily don the glasses he had prepared. Before he could look up again, he felt the ground begin to tremble violently. He and his companions quickly steadied themselves against the nearby command vehicle and turned their attention westward, just in time to witness a colossal mushroom cloud slowly ascending into the sky. Li Qin's mouth fell agape. Was this the result of the missile launched moments ago? 2 days later, in Yunnan, at the Imperial Palace, the commander reported that the Neza-I missile, recently launched by the White Swan, was capable of carrying 5 warheads, each with a yield of 500,000 tons. According to reports and satellite imagery transmitted from the Western Expeditionary Command, the entire city of Bolin had been obliterated. What is the reaction of the Prussian people? The commander inquired. "Sir, the Prussians have surrendered, and the official documents will be delivered tomorrow." Zhang Jin was momentarily taken aback by the rapidity of their capitulation. He had anticipated some resistance, yet considering the self-serving nature of the Westerners, he found it unsurprising. And what response have the nations of the Eagle Federation and Franxi provided? "Sir, the Western nations were left in shock. They relinquished command the day after the explosion." At this point, Zhang Chong glanced around before leaning closer to Zhang Jin and remarked, "Commander, Queen Eliza has just given birth to a healthy baby boy." A glimmer of light shone in Zhang Jin's eyes, and a faint smile crept upon his lips as he commanded, "Send someone to the Eagle Federation to inform them that aside from Queen Eliza and the young prince, we have taken all other members of the royal family." "Yes, Commander." As the mushroom cloud billowed from the western continent, the once turbulent land swiftly fell into a state of calm, as if the preceding conflict had never transpired. Naturally, Li Qin and the main force of the Western expedition would not let such a golden opportunity slip by, sweeping across the entire continent in just a matter of weeks. 3 months later, in Yunnan, at the capital, inside the Yangxin Palace, Li Qin stood alongside Zhang Bailey, while Zhang Jin sat regally behind the prepared plans. "Your Majesty, I have been commanded to lead the Western Expeditionary Corps to subjugate the Western continent. After 3 months of effort, the evil alliance of the Prussian Empire, the Berlin Kingdom, and the Isa Kingdom have all surrendered. The entire Western continent now enjoys a time of peace and harmony." Li Qin lavishly praised Zhang Jin, leaving the representatives from various nations in utter astonishment. Peace and harmony. Was he referring to them? Yet it seemed fitting. The larger factories across the Western continent had been dismantled, packed up, and sent back to the east, while those deemed unworthy were incinerated on site, euphemistically termed the eradication of the source of evil. Additionally, technicians, researchers, educators, and all manner of literature and resources were packed onto ships. Consequently, throughout the entire Western continent, aside from works of literature, poetry, music, and theology, almost all other books had vanished. The assertiveness of the Yan'an people naturally incited discontent among the various nations. Yet, what could be done? To avoid becoming ruins, they could only stifle their grievances. Commander, after Li Qin concluded his report, he gestured toward the multitude of Western representatives behind him who had come to submit the alliance covenant. Each of them expressed their willingness to accept the leadership of the alliance and to surrender their armies under the command of the alliance, nominating the esteemed general as their leader. As soon as Li Qin finished speaking, the Western representatives eagerly raised the documents in their hands. Zhang Jin's face broke into a smile, revealing a modest demeanor. Gentlemen, it is a profound honor to be entrusted by your nations. I am not one to be overly parsimonious. Therefore, in gratitude for your trust, the army will remain under the alliance's command. However, the expenses for salaries and equipment shall remain your responsibility. After all, we are all part of the same family, and discussing finances might dampen our spirits. Let this be the agreement. With his words, the hall erupted in commotion among the Western representatives. Without their armies, yet still responsible for military salaries, they felt they had become the unwitting victims of a financial burden. Some contemplated voicing their objections, but the moment they caught sight of Zhang Jin's almost mocking smile, they were instantly deterred, too intimidated to speak, and could only acquiesce. Thus, a brief moment of tranquility enveloped the land. 5 years later, bolstered by the industrial and manpower support from the Western continent, the development of Yan'an had been nothing short of remarkable. Industries surged forth like bamboo shoots after a rain, with major cities such as the capital, Tianfu, and Shenfu emerging as the economic and financial epicenters of the world. Yan'an's output accounted for over 95% of the global total, a testament to its formidable strength. It had truly achieved greatness, welcoming nations from far and wide. At this moment, Zhang Jin reclined in a chair within the imperial garden, observing a group of children playing nearby, his face aglow with warmth and affection. Over the years, he had not been idle, and his endeavors had borne abundant fruit. Suddenly, his phone, nestled in his pocket, began to vibrate vigorously, startling him. Ever since the unification of the realms, he had seldom relied on his phone. Why was it suddenly so insistent today? In an instant, his heart raced anew with curiosity. Could there be some new development with the device? He hastily retrieved it from his pocket and activated the screen, which promptly displayed a pop-up. The phone has completed its upgrade. Would you like to initiate? Zhang Jin paused for a moment, and within mere seconds, he pressed down decisively. As he confirmed the action, the phone abruptly vanished from his grasp. As he stood there in bewilderment, a mechanical voice resonated within his mind. Ding! System upgrade complete. Generating system tasks. Before him appeared a luminous screen, clearly displaying the following. Main quest. Return to the modern era. Description. Please be informed, upon the commencement of this task, you will depart from this world at midnight exactly 2 days hence, embarking on a journey to an unknown modern world. Please decide whether to activate the task. Should you choose not to, the system will detach from you in 1 year. Until then, you may continue to utilize all functions. Zhang Jin was momentarily taken aback. Departing from this world? Venturing into an unknown modern realm? Soon, Zhang Jin regained his composure, a glimmer of determination illuminating his face. He had indeed grown weary of a life of ease. Furthermore, this world no longer had a place for him. With this thought, his expression hardened, and without a trace of hesitation, he declared in his mind, I consent. A chime echoed, Congratulations, host. The new system has been activated. Please prepare for traversal. A fresh journey is about to commence. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jin's gaze ignited with fervor, and his entire being straightened, anticipating the arrival of a brand new beginning.